Chapter 1. Tang Qiye. Rainstorms have an inexplicable affinity for melancholic scenes. Yet, this particular tempest was strikingly ferocious. Indeed, it raged for 7 nights, an unprecedented deluge that could have unleashed catastrophic floods merely 7 nights. It seemed as though the heavens were indulging in a game. Dusk heralded the arrival of thunder and rain. Each time the storm relented, with clouds parting and mist dissipating, it invariably ushered in the dawn of a new day. As the 7th night of the deluge came to a close, the sun rose in the east, banishing the suffocating darkness and bringing forth vibrant life. Time flowed by, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 6 years had elapsed. On yet another bright morning, atop a small hill rising 100 meters high, 2 children sat cross-legged, their bright eyes fixated on the sun just beginning to ascend in the eastern sky. At a certain moment, a fleeting wisp of purple mist passed by, or perhaps it was merely a reflection. Those 2 radiant pairs of eyes simultaneously glimmered with a hint of violet. The Tang sect's secret technique, the purple extreme demon eye. Little 3, since our progress in Xiantiangong has stagnated, let us practice ghost shadow mysterious trace and controlling crane catching dragon. Tang Qiye exclaimed, rising to brush the dirt off his trousers and addressing Tang San beside him. 7 nights, without the support of Xiantiangong, there will be no advancement in controlling crane, catching dragon, or ghost shadow mysterious trace, Tang San replied, shaking his head. No amount of persuasion from Tang Qiye could sway his determination to continue cultivating Xiantiangong. Very well, Tang Qiye shrugged in resignation and reclined upon a large stone, plucking a blade of grass to chew absent-mindedly, resting his head on his arms while gazing skyward. Tang San, Tang Hao, Holy Soul Village. Xiantiangong, Ghost Shadow Mysterious Trace, Xian Jade Hand, Controlling Crane, Catching Dragon. All of this unfolded in Tang Kai's mind like a cinematic reel, ultimately settling in the present moment. Douluo continent. How familiar this script is. I am fortunate enough to ride the tide of transmigration. Tang Qiye had traversed time and space. Once an ordinary youth, he found himself in the bizarre world of Douluo continent by mere chance. Fortunately, the animated effects of Douluo continent will be part of my future work. It's a blessing that I have read the Douluo continent novel 8 times. Perhaps these experiences will allow me to alter the future. Unconsciously, a faint smile crept upon Tang Kai's lips. 7 nights, you're grinning like an idiot again. Tang San's face suddenly blocked his view. Get lost. Don't interrupt my daydreaming about the future. Tang Qiye retorted, pushing Tang San's head aside without hesitation. Then you should focus on your training. Tang San scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Tang Qiye before settling back down. You know nothing. I am destined to become the strongest man in this world. Tang Qiye sprang up, glaring at Tang San. The strongest in this world is very likely to be a man. Are you sure you want to become his man? Tang San replied earnestly, turning back to face him. Tang Kai's eyes widened in astonishment. Little 3, you've changed. Then, he threw his head back and sighed dramatically. Oh heavens, oh earth, what have I done? Why has he changed? Get lost. Hurry back, the meal will be ready. With that, Tang San ignored Tang Qiye, employing Ghost Shadow Mysterious Trace to vanish within a few blinks, covering dozens of meters. Tang Qiye patted his stomach, realizing that skipping this meal would only leave him hungrier. He had no choice but to follow closely. The ungrateful Tang San wouldn't show him any mercy if he was late. He would miss out. Dad, it's time to eat. Tang San called as he prepared the meal, lifting the door curtain to summon Tang Hao. As for Tang Qiye, he dutifully placed the food on a table that was missing a leg and a half. Foster father. Tang Qiye set the fullest bowl of rice before Tang Hao. Tang Hao, bleary-eyed and reeking of alcohol, nodded slightly and gulped down some steaming rice soup before retreating to his room. Tang Qiye shook his head in resignation, yet he understood the reason for Tang Hao's despondency. After all, he was merely a child picked up by Tang Hao after the rain. He had no right to complain. Seated at the dining table, Tang Qiye gazed at the bowl before him, which had at least 10 noticeable dents. His lips twitched, then he closed his eyes and drank from it. After finishing his meal, Tang San resumed his forging plans, wielding a hammer that towered over him. Meanwhile, Tang Qiye sat idly by, watching in boredom. Aren't you going out to play? Tang San paused for a moment to ask Tang Qiye. Play? Not a chance, I'd rather sleep, Tang Qiye replied, settling into a rickety chair, his eyes squinting shut. Strange. Tang San thought it odd that this fellow wasn't venturing out to scavenge for food. At that moment, Elder Jack, the village chief, strode in, calling out for Tang Hao. Tang Kai's lips twitched, silently thinking, if only Hodiondo wouldn't stoop to your level otherwise, I would slap you. As Tang Qiye had anticipated, Elder Jack had come to inform Tang San about the awakening ceremony taking place in 3 days. Of course, this time, there would be an additional participant, Tang Qiye. 3 days later, Elder Jack returned to the blacksmith shop but stopped outside, perhaps out of disdain for Tang Hao, and shouted, "Little 3, 7 nights, Grandpa is here to take you to the awakening." Tang San glanced at his father, who waved him off. "Go on, don't delay lunch." Tang San paused, then understood, replying, "Yes, I know, Dad, I want to delay lunch." "Foster father, I'm going too." Tang Qiye expressed his respect for Tang Hao, as he was the one who had provided for him. Tang Hao nodded, uttering no further words. Tang Qiye rubbed his nose and followed closely behind Tang San. "Hey, little 3, what do you think my martial spirit will be?" On the way, Tang Qiye rested his arms behind his head, leisurely trailing behind Elder Jack. "Who knows?" Tang San shrugged. Tang Qiye fell silent at that moment. He felt no sense of certainty. He was inherently lazy without exceptional talent. He would have to work tirelessly to keep pace with Tang San. Yet he was just so lazy. According to the tropes in the novel, transmigrators must possess a cheat. Tang Qiye reassured himself, though he felt a lack of confidence. Since regaining consciousness, he had not sensed anything particularly special about himself. Damn it, I don't need full soul power, just give me an 8th level ability. I don't want a system, just don't let me be too weak. As Tang Qiye followed Elder Jack to the spirit hall in the center of the village, he prayed incessantly, to the point that he didn't even notice the awakening ceremony had begun. It wasn't until Elder Jack called out beside him, "7 nights, it's your turn, don't be nervous," that Tang Qiye snapped out of his reverie. Elder Jack misinterpreted Tang Kai's distraction as nervousness, but Tang Qiye made no effort to explain. He glanced back at Tang San, then surveyed the 10 or so children around him, all looking lost, knowing that none had awakened a martial spirit capable of cultivation today. Stepping into the formation before Su Yuntao. Martial spirit, lone wolf. Su Yuntao's hands moved swiftly, 6 pale green lights infused into the 6 black stones beneath Tang Kai's feet. In an instant, a layer of golden radiance erupted from the stones, enveloping him in a golden light shield. Tang Qiye felt an indescribable sensation of comfort wash over him, and he couldn't help but hum softly. Tang San, watching from behind, felt several black lines appear on his forehead, mortified to the point of wanting to cover his face and flee. "Extend your right hand." Su Yuntao's lips twitched, already weary. He couldn't help but utter the words in a low tone. "Oh." Realizing that this was not the time for indulgence, Tang Qiye extended a hand. Su Yuntao looked down and nearly jumped in frustration. Tang Kai's outstretched hand was completely empty. No, there was a peculiar mark, which he dismissed as a child's doodle. What vexed him even more was that Tang Qiye had extended his left hand. "Right hand." Su Yuntao continued to channel his soul power, veins bulging on his forehead, struggling to force out those 2 words. "Oh." Tang Qiye quickly withdrew his left hand and extended his right. With his right hand open, Tang Qiye felt an intangible force surge forth, coalescing in his palm. A stick-like object materialized in his hand, but this time, Su Yuntao promptly retracted his soul power. Tang Qiye opened his tightly shut eyes and gazed at the needle resting in his palm, nearly fainting. Su Yuntao looked at the needle floating in Tang Kai's palm. Utterly exasperated, awakening this pitiful needle had consumed the soul power it would take to awaken 2 martial spirits. Fortunately, he managed to maintain his composure, recognizing that Tang Qiye was just a child and unworthy of his ire. Noticing Tang Qiye in a daze, Su Yuntao assumed it was due to disappointment. Suppressing his frustration, he reassured him, a needle can also serve as a weapon if utilized properly. As long as you possess soul power, you can become a soul master. Tang Qiye turned around, casually retracting the embroidery needle and placing his hand on the blue crystal ball. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the embroidery needle also manifested soul power. Brilliant light illuminated the entire wooden shack, and Su Yuntao's eyes glazed over until Tang Qiye withdrew his hand, at which point he finally exclaimed, "Innate, full soul power. Wow." Within the confines of a modest wooden cabin, a gathering of 8 or 9 children and their parents erupted into a chorus of astonishment. Innate full soul power, what does this even signify? They pondered, for their own offspring possessed not a trace of soul power. What a pity. Su Yuntao lamented as he cast a wistful glance at Tang Kai's right hand, shaking his head slightly. Nevertheless, he encouraged, innate full soul power at the very least assures you a place as a soul master. Do not lose heart. Soon, It was Tang San's turn to awaken his powers. The blue silver grass, as expected, but when the brilliance of Tang San's innate full soul power illuminated the small cabin, Su Yuntao could no longer maintain his composure. "My goodness," he exclaimed, utterly flabbergasted yet rendered helpless. Eventually, he turned to the village chief, Old Jack, and said, "Two individuals with innate full soul power should have become renowned geniuses across the continent, yet they possess utterly useless martial souls. However, I hope these two children can attend Notting Academy. Your village has a quota for one working student. You should travel to Notting City and apply. For another, I will assist you with a word of recommendation." With that, Su Yuntao sighed in regret, gathering the 6 black stones and the blue crystal ball before departing from the branch of the Martial Soul Hall. Old Jack's heart soared with joy. Although he felt a pang of sorrow for Tang San and Tang Qiye, it did not diminish his happiness. With innate full soul power, once they reached Notting Academy, they were bound to become soul masters, thus producing 2 more soul masters from Saint Soul Village. Tang Hao's reaction remained consistent with the original narrative, yet he exerted less restraint over Tang Qiye. It was not until Tang San revealed his second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, that matters shifted. In the dilapidated blacksmith shop, Tang Hao enveloped Tang San in a warm embrace, and after a long moment, he slowly articulated, "Remember, in your future, you must protect the grass in your right hand with the hammer in your left. Always." "Yes, father," Tang San replied respectfully. "Qiye, come here and let me see your martial soul." Tang Hao turned his gaze towards Tang Qiye. He held no special expectations, yet he was still Tang Kai's adoptive father. "All right." Tang Qiye stepped forward, extending his right hand, whereupon a delicate embroidery needle gradually materialized in the palm. "An embroidery needle? You also possess a second martial soul?" Tang Hao inquired, glancing at the needle, which lacked a pointed tip. "Does this count as a second martial soul?" Tang Qiye questioned as he extended his left hand, revealing a 5-element mark imprinted in his palm. "What is this?" Tang Hao's brow furrowed. He had never heard of anyone's martial soul being merely a mark. "I'm uncertain how this came to be. It has remained ever since my awakening, but I do know its name." "Oh, Xia Lan," Tang Qiye declared firmly. These 4 characters resonated deeply within him. In his past life as an anime enthusiast and as someone engaged in the anime industry, Xia Lan was among his most cherished series. "Do you wish to become a soul master as well?" Tang Hao released Tang Kai's left hand and asked. "Indeed, father. Furthermore, I aspire to become the most formidable soul master." Tang Qiye spread his right hand once more, the soul power surging in his palm, causing the embroidery needle to grow rapidly. Within moments, it transformed into a pitch-black iron rod, the length and girth akin to that of a forged hammer handle. Qiye this." Tang Sin gasped in disbelief as the needle morphed into a rod taller than himself in the blink of an eye. "My martial soul, the 5-element rod. It can also be referred to as the Rui Jingu Bang." Tang Kai's eyes sparkled with fervor as the iron rod in his palm bore 5 golden characters inscribed. Rui Jingu Bang. The 5-element rod was another name he had coined for the Rui Jingu Bang. What profound symbols! Tang Hao's gaze fixated on the 5 grand characters adorning the rod, his heart filled with astonishment. After a long pause, Tang Hao took a few deep breaths, seemingly to calm the tumult within, before speaking. "Little San, promise your father one thing." Hearing this, Tang San promptly replied, "Yes, father. A man must not make promises lightly. You do not even know what I wish you to promise, yet you acquiesce?" Tang Hao's brow furrowed slightly, his tone growing more serious. "I will agree to whatever you say, for you would never harm me." Tang San's youthful voice chimed, prompting Tang Hao to continue. "Regardless of how you cultivate your soul power in the future, I want you to promise me that you will not allow any soul rings to be placed upon your hammer martial soul, nor let anyone witness its appearance. Furthermore, do not let others know you possess twin martial souls. Can you do that?" Tang San hesitated, then asked, "What about the blue-silver grass?" "You may freely use and cultivate the blue-silver grass martial soul, and applying any soul rings to it poses no issue. Twin martial souls do not require both to rely on soul rings to enhance their soul power for further cultivation. As long as one martial soul possesses a soul ring, the bottleneck in soul power enhancement will dissipate." "Understood, father. From now on, I shall solely utilize the blue-silver grass martial soul," Tang San affirmed. Tang Hao nodded. "Unless faced with life-threatening danger, you are forbidden from utilizing that hammer martial soul." "Very well, I promise you." Tang San earnestly nodded. For him, the choice of whether to cultivate his martial soul or what soul rings to employ was of little consequence. What mattered was discovering a method to break through the bottleneck of his Xiantian skill. His Tang Sek's hidden weapons did not require the aid of a martial soul. Qiye, you too shall become a soul master. I shall not impede you, but do not reveal your twin martial souls. You are somewhat better than Little Sand. That mark will lead others to believe it is merely a symbol. Tang Hao further advised Tang Qiye. Yes, father. Tang Qiye replied dutifully. 3 months later, old Jack arrived to escort Tang San and Tang Qiye away from Saint Soul Village, under the quiet watch of Tang Hao. While Tang San may have harbored thoughts of returning to see Tang Hao again, Tang Qiye understood that, in the near future, they might not be able to meet him. The condescending demeanor of the nodding academy's door left Tang Qiye feeling quite irked, but it was only when the master intervened that matters were resolved. Thank you, master, Tang San expressed gratefully. Master? I'm not a teacher of the academy, the master replied, glancing at Tang San with indifference. Not a teacher? Did you not just say you represent the academy? The master shook his head. Despite his usual impatience, he exhibited unusual tolerance today, managing to muster a rather unappealing smile. Who said that only a teacher from the academy can represent it? Tang San's eyes lit up with understanding. I see. You must be the principal or some sort of leader then. The master chuckled. A clever 6-year-old indeed. However, you are mistaken. Tang San queried. Then who are you? I am merely a guest here, enjoying the hospitality of the academy. Like everyone else, you may call me master. Little San, you must understand the distinction between a master and a teacher. Do not address me as a teacher unless you genuinely wish for me to be your instructor. A glimmer of fervor flashed in the master's gaze as he fixated intently on Tang San. During this moment, even Tang Qiye was rendered inconsequential. However, Tang Qiye had no grounds for protest. After all, he could not impede Tang San's fortuitous opportunity. Indeed, it was an opportunity, the most significant one in Tang San's life. Tang San remained silent, merely gazing up at the master, neither rejecting nor accepting. Excellent, you are indeed a clever child. The master forced a grim smile. His silence held 2 meanings. First, he hesitated to refuse, fearing to offend the master. Second, he was silently inquiring, why should I take you as my teacher? Subsequently, the master, with his unparalleled theories, captivated Tang San and successfully took him as a disciple. And what about me, master? How do you perceive me? Tang Qiye eagerly interjected after Tang San had completed his apprenticeship. You, with your innate full soul power and a second martial soul? The master's eyes narrowed slightly. Who said my martial soul is merely a needle? Tang Qiye proudly straightened his slender frame, turning his head aside. Given your innate full soul power, would you be willing to take me as your disciple? The master asked earnestly, his gaze flickering. Yes, master. Tang Qiye hastily performed the apprenticeship ritual, bowing 3 times. Mirroring Tang San's actions. It was only reasonable. He had yet to grasp his own martial soul, the Xia Lan hexagram. And now encountering a theoretical master was an opportunity he could not afford to overlook. All right, I will take you to register, the master declared, leading the 2 to the registration office. During the journey, a series of subtle jabs ensued, but the master paid them no heed. And thus Tang Qiye and Tang San remained silent. Clad in their school uniforms, Tang Qiye and Tang San arrived at the modest dormitory of the work-study students. Oh, newcomers? And 2 of them? A group of boys, aged between 8 and 11, surrounded them, the leader among them being the 11-year-old Wang Sheng. Hey, what are your names? Wang Sheng asked arrogantly, arms crossed. 7th Master. Tang Qiye responded swiftly, causing Tang San to pause in surprise, realizing that this fellow was losing control and becoming arrogant. 7th Master? What kind of name is that? Why not call yourself 7th Heaven? Wang Sheng inquired with confusion. Ah, dear grandson, what impeccable manners. Tang Qiye replied with a smile, his tone loud and teasing. You brat, I'll make you pay. Wang Sheng, now realizing the situation, abandoned inquiries about their martial souls and lunged at them. TCH, just a sickly cat. Tang Qiye tossed his school uniform to Tang San. His movements ghostly as he delivered a single punch to Wang Sheng's abdomen, swiftly followed by a leg sweep that sent Wang Sheng crashing to the ground. Insufferable! Battle Tiger! Wang Sheng shouted, rising with determination, his body shimmering with a golden glow. The power of his martial soul, perhaps? Tang Qiye's lips curled into a smirk as he quickened his pace, appearing before Wang Sheng in an instant. With no embellishments, he threw a punch, employing the same strategy but this time channeling a hint of soul power. The originally gathered soul power of Wang Sheng was instantly shattered, sending him flying over a meter before collapsing to the ground. Tang Qiye's physique may appear somewhat frail, but this is merely a consequence of insufficient nourishment. Moreover, Ever since he awakened his martial spirit, an inexplicable power has been subtly coursing through his body, cleansing him from within. Unlike Tang San, who tirelessly hones his skills day and night, Tang Qiye possesses a strength and constitution that rivals his. To submit, Tang Qiye approached Wang Xing, casting a gaze that belied his youth, surveying the surroundings before finally fixing his eyes on Wang Xing. I concede. From now on, Qi, you shall be the leader. I hope you will protect us working students from being bullied. Wang Xing struggled to rise, for Tang Qiye's punch had indeed left him in considerable discomfort. Yet he understood that the youth before him had shown restraint. Subsequently, Tang San placed the school uniforms on the two adjacent empty beds. Upon witnessing the situation, Tang Qiye hastily seized his own portion and exclaimed, "Stay away from me." Subsequently, he sought a position distant from Tang San, retreating to a secluded corner where he laid down his garments. Tang San, perplexed but unwilling to stoop to Tang Qiye's level, continued to tidy his bed. However, without bedding, no matter how much he arranged, it remained unchanged. In the next moment, the door swung open, and a melodious voice rang out from the threshold. "Excuse me. Is this the 7th dormitory?" Everyone turned to the entrance, their eyes widening in astonishment. There stood a charming young girl, seemingly of similar age and height to Tang San. Her delicate face, flushed with a rosy hue, resembled a ripe peach, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Despite her modest attire, she appeared impeccably tidy. Her long black hair was styled into a scorpion braid that cascaded past her waist. Her large, glistening eyes sparkled with curiosity, and in her hands, she held 2 pristine sets of school uniforms. Co-ed living? Tang San marveled. The junior college accommodates both genders. But it's only in the intermediate college that they are separated, Wang Xing explained. Hello, this is indeed the 7th dormitory. Welcome. Wang Xing stepped forward, his demeanor drastically transformed from before. The girl at the door blinked her large eyes and glanced up at the sign that read 7th dormitory, a sweet smile blossoming on her face. Hello, I'm Xiaowu, as in dancing. Chapter 3, The Fusion of 2 into 1 Greetings, I'm Wang Xing. There's a rule in our 7th dormitory. Newcomers must spar with our leader. Whoever wins becomes the new leader. Instead of inciting Tang Qiye to teach Xiaowu a lesson, Wang Xing spoke directly. Sounds great, Xiaowu exclaimed, setting her uniform aside with enthusiasm. Stop. Brothers must not harm each other as partners. I want fighter. Tang San, you take over. Tang Qiye hastily interjected. All right. Although puzzled by Tang Qiye's earlier remark, Tang San did not dwell on it. Thus began a vibrant duel between the rabbit and the blue-silver grass, culminating in Tang San, to Tang Qiye's expectation, suffering defeat. Meanwhile, Tang Qiye fell into contemplation. Soon, the master will undoubtedly send 2 sets of bedding. Tang San will surely give his bedding to Xiaowu, and then I'll be left to share a space with him. How can I ensure he and Xiaowu end up sharing a bed? I will never yield. Tang Qiye resolved, his gaze unwavering. Shortly thereafter, the door to the 7th dormitory was knocked upon once more, and a teacher in his 30s entered. Tang San, Tang Qiye, the master sent me to deliver your bedding. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, Tang Qiye darted outside with astonishing speed, swiftly retrieving a set of bedding. Tang San took the remaining blanket and expressed his gratitude to the teacher. Meanwhile, Xiaowu gazed at the blanket in Tang San's hands with her wide, curious eyes. How about I give this to you? Tang San suggested, noticing that Xiaowu also lacked a blanket. No need. Your blanket is quite large. We can share it. Xiaowu replied. But I am a boy and you are a girl. It is inappropriate for us to share. Tang San exclaimed in surprise, quickly adding, I shall give this blanket to you, and I will go with Qiye instead. Come now, Tang San, the young lady isn't afraid. Why should a grown man like you be? Tang Qiye quickly protected her blanket. Exactly, Tang San. Are you afraid I might take advantage of you? Xiaowu quipped, her words sharp and striking. Tang San, somewhat dull-witted, was taken aback by the words that emerged from Xiaowu's lips. Nevertheless, he instinctively obeyed her instructions and proceeded to push the 2 beds together. With a mischievous grin, Tang Qiye warned the others in the dormitory to cover their ears while sleeping, insisting that no one should make a sound, nor should anyone rise during the night. Otherwise, he added, you'll disturb Sister Xiaowu's good fortune, and you'll have to bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly complied. All right, to welcome our 3 new classmates, let us head to the cafeteria for a meal, Wang Xing suggested. No, I still need to make a trip to the city, Tang San replied, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Do we need soul coins for the meal? Xiaowu asked, feeling shy. Wang Xing noticed that the newcomers might be financially constrained and, after a moment's hesitation, said, For these next few days, You can eat with me. That's very kind of you, but I can't accept, Tang San protested. It's no trouble at all. As working students at this school, we must stick together to avoid being bullied. Besides, when you have money in the future, you can treat me, Wang Xing reassured them. Very well, thank you. Tang San expressed his gratitude. Rest assured, from now on, Sister Xiao will look out for you, Xiao declared, taking the lead with an air of authority. Accompanied by Tang Qiye, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, the group exited the 7th dormitory and made their way to the cafeteria. Tang Qiye followed the crowd with a sense of resignation, fully aware that yet another minor uproar was about to unfold. However, he had little interest in engaging with a group of immature youths. Yet, when Wang Xing spoke ill of the master, he unhesitatingly chose to depart alongside Tang San. Fortunately, the master, known for his meticulous nature, had prepared 2 portions for them. At the master's abode, as Tang San summoned the Haotian hammer, Tang Qiye discerned from the master's fleeting moment of distraction and subsequent inquiries that the master had already uncovered Tang San's true identity. All right, little San, put it away. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from using this martial soul and do not add any soul rings to it. Tang San acquiesced. And master then directed his gaze towards Tang Qiye. Now, Qiye, please unleash your martial soul. Upon hearing this, Tang Qiye's right hand surged with soul power. And in an instant, the 5-element staff expanded dramatically in the wind, transforming into a long pole. Can your martial soul alter its size? The master inquired astutely. Indeed. It can change dimensions at my will, and even adjust its hardness, morphing into a rope, though I am currently unable to achieve that. Tang Qiye articulated his understanding of the 5-element staff. Oh? The master fell into deep contemplation. Master, I can resolve the issues regarding my 5-element staff on my own. Tang Qiye hesitated briefly before stepping forward to show the master the Xia Lan hexagram seal on his left hand. What is this? The master gazed at Tang Qiye, perplexed. The Xia Lan hexagram seal. It can be regarded as my second martial soul, Tang Qiye stated earnestly, aware that the master perceived the mark on his hand as merely an ordinary emblem. Please elaborate on your understanding of it, the master said with a grave expression. Retrieving a hefty notebook. Since its awakening, it has never vanished, and it exudes an invisible power that constantly enhances my constitution. Little San has gained immense strength through forging. However, I sense that my own power may surpass his, although I have yet to test it. Moreover, I believe it is related to elemental control. Tang Qiye shared his insights. Despite his profound understanding of the Xia Lan hexagram seal, he had failed countless times over the past 3 months in attempting to cultivate his qi and practice the art of elemental manipulation. Are you suggesting that it may bestow upon you the ability to control elements? The master pondered, stroking his stubbled chin thoughtfully. Indeed, Tang Qiye nodded, gazing at the Xia Lan hexagram seal in his palm, slightly lost in thought. Now, putting aside your hexagram seal for the moment, I will research your second martial soul later. For now, we must determine the future development paths for both of you as soul masters. The master contemplated for a moment without reaching a conclusion, then ceased his reflection. It is commonly understood that martial souls are broadly categorized into 2 types, weapon martial souls and beast martial souls. Each soul master possesses a developmental trajectory, such as food type, reconnaissance type, combat type, healing type, control type, and so forth. Now, we shall decide your future developmental paths. Attack type. Tang Qiye had already resolved his future direction. Meanwhile, after the master's guidance, Tang San ultimately determined his path to be control type. You two need not attend the opening ceremony the day after tomorrow. It would be a waste of time, the master stated. However, he paused momentarily before continuing. A friend of mine will be visiting the day after tomorrow, and together we will take you to acquire your soul rings. It would be perilous for me to escort you both alone. Upon hearing the master's words, Tang Qiye felt a jolt. The narrative was beginning to shift. More accurately, the story had commenced its transformation the instant he was picked up and adopted by Tang Hao. Here are 2 gold soul coins for you to use. Refrain from consuming those nutritionally deficient rations. You are at an age of growth, so indulge in something nourishing. Off you go. The master waved his hand, signaling the 2 to depart. Tang Qiye and Tang San received the gold soul coins and exited the master's dormitory. Along the way, Tang Qiye was preoccupied, his mind incessantly contemplating the narrative. As for Tang San, he was once again lost in a fantasy concerning Tang Qiye, showing no surprise at all and paying him no mind. After a day of travel, both were fatigued and returned to their respective beds to rest. Tang San drifted into a serene slumber, while Tang Qiye found himself unable to succumb to sleep. Must he truly continue to tread so cautiously through life? The narrative had irrevocably shifted, and it was no longer feasible to replay the original script with an innate full soul power. Even in the absence of foresight regarding the plot, I can still realize my aspirations, rather than leading a mundane existence. Might it not be more exhilarating to embark on a grand adventure? In this life, as in the last, since fate has bestowed upon me this opportunity. How could I possibly squander such benevolent intentions? After a considerable time, a faint smile graced Tang Qiye's lips as he sweetly surrendered to sleep, oblivious even to Xiao Wu and Tang San stepping out to settle a dispute. On the following morning, Tang San departed early, claiming he would seize the chance to seek employment as a blacksmith. As for Tang Qiye, he declined the invitations of Xiao Wu and Wang Xing, choosing instead to remain alone in the dormitory, engrossed in studying the Xia Lan hexagram of his left hand. Xia Lan, the essence of chivalry. Akin to the ethereal breeze in the mountains, transient yet undeniably real. Seated cross-legged, Tang Qiye dismissed the five-element staff martial soul of his right hand and devoted himself entirely to comprehending the unique attributes of the Xia Lan hexagram inscribed on his left hand. An intangible consciousness meandered throughout his body, isolating him from the cacophony of the outside world. The subtle force within the Xia Lan hexagram was magnified manifold, allowing Tang Qiye to perceive its existence with heightened clarity. Is this vitality? His mind concentrated as he endeavored to forge a deeper connection with that elusive power. The intangible force seemed to sense Tang Qiye's proximity, becoming more docile, much like a pet responding to its master. Draw it into the dantian. It felt as though some unseen guide was leading Tang Qiye. With his cooperation, that wondrous energy was gradually drawn into his dantian. Within the dantian, the soul power cultivated through the Xiantian technique surged, merging seamlessly with the newly arrived force. In the next moment, the soul power surged wildly, operating along the pathways of the Xiantian technique, while the Xia Lan hexagram on Tang Qiye's left palm radiated warmth, its five hook-shaped marks emanating hues of five distinct colors. From the external world, a continuous influx of vitality streamed into Tang Qiye's body, merging with the soul power within and repeatedly cleansing him. After a considerable time, Tang Qiye opened his eyes, only to be met by a foul odor that assaulted his senses. Hastily covering his nose, he shut his eyes, overwhelmed by the stench that was painfully irritating. After an arduous search for a water source and several washes, Tang Qiye finally donned a clean set of clothes and opened the doors and windows of the 7th dormitory. Glancing at the sky, he realized dusk was fast approaching, and his stomach had begun to rumble. Without further ado, Tang Qiye made his way directly to the cafeteria, where on the 2nd floor, he ordered several nutritious meals for himself and began to devour them voraciously. Ah, Qiye? A voice emerged beside him, belonging to the master, though it carried a hint of uncertainty, as if he were unsure or hesitant to recognize him. Hello, teacher. Tang Qiye managed to swallow his food before rising to greet him. He failed to notice the master's confusion, assuming he had come merely to dine, and invited him. Teacher, let us eat together. The master surveyed the table laden with dishes worth several silver soul coins, along with 3 or 4 empty plates, and shook his head, saying, No need, I've just eaten. You go ahead. With that, the master ordered a cup of tea and took a seat opposite Tang Qiye, astonished as he observed Tang Qiye consume what amounted to 4 people's worth of food. A quarter of an hour later, Tang Qiye let out a satisfied burp, sipped a drink, and then shyly informed the master, Teacher, I'm finished. He was aware that the master was waiting for him, likely with something important to discuss. Come with me, the master nodded, setting down his untouched tea and leading Tang Qiye to his quarters. The master instructed Tang Qiye to make himself comfortable and then retrieved a mirror, holding it up to Tang Qiye, saying, Look. Wow. So handsome. Tang Qiye raised his brows, visibly displeased. However, he soon realized that the object in the master's hand was, in fact, a mirror. Within the mirror's reflection sat a youthful figure, possessing sharp brows and bright eyes, with a tidy head of short hair. How could this be me? Tang Qiye acknowledged that his former self possessed the potential for a delicate appearance, yet having never indulged in the finer things in life from a young age. His skin and physique were far from that of a refined youth. Lifting his hands, Tang Qiye momentarily lost his train of thought. Then his right hand instinctively moved to touch his left. Could this truly be the hand of a boy? Tang Qiye's hands were fair and slender, with 10 nails that shimmered like crystal. I've fallen in love. I have fallen in love with myself. Tang Qiye lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Could it be that I've been transformed? Tentatively exploring his body, he discovered that certain aspects remained unchanged, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Master, today I shall recount to you all that has transpired in meticulous detail. Rejuvenation of the marrow. This is indeed a fortuitous occurrence. You mentioned that your Xia Lan Gu Huayan has undergone changes? The master quickly retrieved a notebook, poised to take notes. Yes. It appears that the energy which has been gradually enhancing my constitution has merged with my soul power. Furthermore, it seems I can now wield my vital energy. With that, Tang Qiye gestured, summoning a swirling mass of milky white vital energy into his palm. He then waved his hands, causing the milky energy to divide into 5 distinct portions, each transforming into a different hue: gold, wood, water, fire, earth. The vital energies of the 5 elements. Mastery of the 5 elements, Tang Qiye declared, pointing at the 5 orbs of energy that floated before him. The master stared at the hovering spheres for an extended period, rendered speechless. The Xia Lan Gu Huayan is not a martial spirit. It cannot be enhanced with soul rings. This must be the benefit of my transmigration. Tang Qiye mused silently, gazing at the Xia Lan Gu Huayan imprinted in his palm. It was only after the mysterious powers within the Xia Lan Gu Huayan merged with his soul power that he came to this realization. Once awakened from its slumber, the Xia Lan Gu Huayan imparted knowledge into his mind. It required not soul rings, but spiritual energy, the essence of the soul itself. What he needed to absorb was the soul. Naturally, Tang Qiye could not become a ruthless killer merely due to the Xia Lan Gu Huayan. Thus, the soul he sought could only be that of a beast. Fortunately, the Xia Lan Gu Huayan did not indiscriminately absorb beast souls. According to Tang Qiye's own estimates, for each significant breakthrough he made, he would need to absorb 3 beast souls corresponding to the age of the required soul rings. Of course, he did not intend to conceal this from the master, as he held faith in the master's character. When the master learned of the peculiarities of the Xia Lan Gu Huayan, he refrained from probing further, only inquiring whether there were specific requirements regarding the types of beast souls. Upon discovering that the Xia Lan Gu Huayan had a limit on the age of souls, the master cautioned Tang Qiye to refrain from indiscriminately discussing the secret of the Xia Lan Gu Huayan, advising him to refer to it merely as a type of tattoo. Tang Qiye nodded in agreement, acknowledging that there were indeed individuals one could deceive, while others, such as Tang San, required no pretense whatsoever. As for this mark, I cannot be of much assistance. You must exercise caution in your decisions. Regarding your 5 elements staff martial soul, I shall guide you in acquiring your soul rings, the master stated. Indeed, master, Tang Qiye replied. The master nodded, glanced at the sky, and said, return to rest. I shall come to fetch you at dawn. Understood, master. Tang Qiye then took his leave and returned to the 7th dormitory. The foul odor that had once permeated the 7th dormitory had dissipated, and Wang Xing along with Tang San and the others had also returned. Oh, 7th master? Have you undergone a transformation? Wang Xing exclaimed, astonished by Tang Qiye's change. Tang Qiye shot a glare at Wang Xing and declared, 7th master, I am naturally beautiful. A mere stroll outside enhances my allure. There is no need for cosmetic surgery. Ah, indeed. Wang Xing responded quickly, scrutinizing her closely. He noticed that apart from her skin becoming a touch fairer and more radiant, there were no significant changes. He promptly acquiesced. The current 7th lodge was no longer his realm. Tang Qiye cast a glance at Tang San and discovered that he was engrossed in a playful tussle with Xiaowu, almost on the verge of shedding their garments. Respecting their intimate moment, he refrained from intruding. In truth, from the instant Tang Qiye entered the room, Tang San had sensed a change in him. However, being astutely perceptive, he recognized that it was not the appropriate moment to inquire, so he feigned ignorance of Tang Qiye's transformation. As night fell, Tang San took Xiaowu out for some mischief, and understanding Tang Qiye's propensity for lethargy, he naturally abandoned him. Conversely, Tang Qiye experienced the rare occurrence of an insomniac night, engaging in deep meditation throughout. At the break of dawn, both Tang San and Tang Qiye opened their eyes in unison, tidied themselves up slightly, and stepped out of their room. The first rays of light from the eastern horizon marked the singular moment for cultivating the purple extreme magic eye. Without further ado, a flash of purple brilliance surged from their eyes, and they simultaneously ceased their practice. Rather than continuing with the Xiantian Gong, Tang San turned his head towards Tang Qiye. I have comprehended this technique, and it has afforded me significant benefits. There is no need for Tang Qiye to conceal anything from me. After all, he has nothing to hide. The beast soul you absorb does not affect the soul ring. Could it not eliminate the resentment within the soul ring, facilitating easier absorption? Tang San had also gleaned considerable knowledge from the master, articulating his thoughts succinctly. In theory, that is indeed the case. Thus, I believe that, given my current physical condition, challenging a 700-year soul ring should pose no problem. Tang Qiye expressed his confidence, feeling even capable of absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring. Yet, he hesitated to take such a risk, planning instead to reserve the 1,000-year soul ring for his second ring. Your physique is likely even stronger than mine now. Therefore, I should be able to attempt a 600-year soul ring. Tang San's eyes glimmered. He would not extend any courtesy to Tang Qiye, given that he had often snatched his meals in their youth. As the two conversed, the master approached them, accompanied by a middle-aged man in his 50s. The man wore a somewhat worn-out overcoat and sported glasses, his gaze sharp and eagle-like. Flander. Tang Qiye recognized him instantly. This attire unmistakably belonged to the aerial corner of the Golden Iron Triangle Flander. Little San, Qiye, allow me to introduce this esteemed friend of mine. Here to assist you in acquiring your soul rings, Flander, a level 78 Agile Attack System Battle Spirit Master. You may call him Dean Flander. The master announced as he stepped forward to introduce them. Dean Flander. Both Tang Qiye and Tang San exclaimed in unison, upon hearing that Flander was a spirit sage. Tang San was taken aback, while Tang Qiye displayed little astonishment. Well, Xiao Gang, these two children shall eventually enter my Shrek Academy, Flander nodded, addressing the master. Indeed. Once they graduate, let them proceed to Shrek Academy, for that is where their true growth shall occur. The master concurred, and subsequently led Tang San and Tang Qiye into the city. After procuring some food and other necessities in the city, the master hired a grand carriage, paying 8 silver soul coins, and they set off towards the soul-hunting forest. Inside the carriage, the master produced a belt adorned with 24 jade stones and presented it to Tang San, saying, Xiao San, this is for you. He then retrieved a pair of green gem wrist guards, which were strikingly unique, one white and one green, resembling neither jade nor gold, their material a mystery. Each wrist guard was embellished with a sizable emerald, notably larger than the gems on Tang San's belt, rendering them exceptionally beautiful. Thank you, master. Tang San exclaimed as he accepted the belt, while Tang Qiye received the green gem wrist guards with gratitude. These are gifts I have prepared for you, 2 storage soul tools. Each jade stone on Xiao San's belt can store 1 cubic meter of items, while each jade stone on Qiye's wrist guards can accommodate 9 cubic meters. I acquired these during my youthful travels with Dean Flander, and I just recently requested Qiye's wrist guards from him. They remain unnamed. I entrust you with the honor of naming them, the master declared. Since there are 24 jade stones, let us call it 24 bridges under the bright moon, Tang San proposed. As anticipated, naming it thus, Tang Qiye fastened the wrist guard, which automatically constricted around his wrist. This shall be named the Green Pearl Wrist Guard. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Qiye declared. The design of the Green Pearl Wrist Guard reminded him of an anime, perfectly suiting the protagonist's armament. A fine name. Though the addition of Little 3 makes it somewhat lengthy, Flinder noted. Now, feel free to explore and familiarize yourselves with these items. Their usage is quite simple. Just infuse them with your soul power to perceive the internal space, the master explained. Indeed, the operation of soul guide devices was straightforward. The two quickly practiced with rations, soon able to collect items at will. After a full day's journey of 400 miles, they finally arrived at the soul-hunting forest by midday the next day. Contrary to expectations, the forest was far from serene. The air was fresh, but the area was bustling with activity. Shouts echoed as vendors sold soul beast pelts, food, and weaponry. Ignoring the groups of adventurers, the master and Flinder made their way directly into the soul-hunting forest. Presenting the Spirit Hall's token, the iron gate swung open, with Flinder leading the way. The soul beasts within the forest were mainly 10 to 100 years old, with those over 1,000 years being rare, and 10,000-year beasts even scarcer. Thus, they posed no threat to Flinder, who was of the 78th rank. Little 3, 7 Night. If you have your eyes on any soul beast, do not hesitate to speak. I assure you, I shall secure it for you, Flinder said confidently. As we came in haste, I have no gifts for you, so let the soul beast serve as your presents. Little 3's blue-silver grass required resilience and toxicity. If it were solely up to him, he would have suggested the ghost vine, but with you present, let's opt for the Bandala snake. As for 7 Night, a power-type first soul ring would be most suitable. His martial soul is already sufficiently robust. The master added, trailing behind. Let us venture deeper to ensure they acquire the best possible soul rings. Flinder suggested, his aura as a soul sage subtly emanating, deterring weaker soul beasts from approaching. As they ventured further, the encountered soul beasts grew increasingly formidable. During this time, Tang Qiye even spotted a nearly 10-meter-long patterned python. But the master indicated that its age exceeded 1,000 years. Otherwise, Tang San might have reconsidered his choice in favor of the python. With Flinder's presence, the group navigated the soul-hunting forest without concern. We cannot delve any deeper. Let us move laterally. The soul beasts within this range will be more suitable for you. The master observed, noting that most of the beasts they encountered were over 100 years old. All right, but let us first take a moment to rest and eat something. Flender proposed. Indeed. The master nodded. Though Flender was present, he dared not fully relax. After traversing the dense forest for a morning, he was fatigued. Not to mention Tang San and Tang Qiye. They settled down, producing jerky and water, while Flender climbed a large tree, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. After a quarter of an hour, they intended to shift laterally to search for soul beasts when suddenly, a beastly roar echoed from deeper within the forest. That sound. It's a bear. Not far. Let's investigate. It may suit 7 Night. The master decisively stated, demonstrating his theoretical prowess by identifying the soul beast merely by sound. Flender, with the keen senses of a four-eyed cat eagle, pressed forward, quickening his pace upon having a target. The aura of a soul sage radiated from him, warning the lurking soul beast of their presence. Just then, another tiger's roar resonated, though this one sounded more like a cry of despair, weak and feeble. Flender's gaze locked onto a direction, quickening his steps even further. There, Flender exclaimed, spotting a low hill ahead, where a cave lay at its base. Trees had been snapped in half, revealing a scene of devastation. Amidst the fallen trunks, a patterned tiger lay gasping for breath, while beside it stood a towering brown bear. Furious, its massive paw poised to strike the tiger's head. Do not engage yet, the master gestured for Flender to hold. In the next moment, a large purple snake sprang forth from behind the brown bear. This serpent measured nearly 7 meters in length, its triangular head glistening ominously. It is the mandala snake, the master stated solemnly. However, before he could issue further commands, the mandala snake had already coiled around the brown bear, preventing its massive paw from striking the patterned tiger. In the following instant, the previously weakened tiger leapt to life, launching a desperate counterattack, its jaws aimed at the bear's neck. Yet, the brown bear was not to be trifled with. In its frenzied state, it disregarded its injuries. The bear's claws extended, sharp as daggers. As it swiped at the mandala snake, tearing through its formidable defenses as if they were mere tofu. Flender, do not let the mandala snake perish. The master urgently commanded. Despite being beyond the ideal age for a first soul ring, the potential for Tang Qiye to absorb the resentment power and Tang San's dual martial souls, with nearly 700 years of age, might allow it to succeed. Moreover, with Flender present, they were unlikely to face disaster. As soon as the master finished speaking, Flender charged forward, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings swirling around him, imbued with the essence of the cat-eagle martial soul. His speed far surpassed that of an ordinary person. In just 2 seconds, he closed the 100-meter distance. The mandala snake had been torn into segments. Yet it was not dead. Its demise was merely a matter of time. A soul sage intervening to seize a mandala snake under 700 years of age was no trivial task. In the next instant, a portion of the snake, featuring its head and a segment of its body, was thrown at Tang San's feet. Little 3, it is close to 700 years, the master stated succinctly, clearly signaling for Tang San to make a decision. Though Flender was present, he could not aid during the absorption process unless it failed. In that case, he could assist to prevent Tang San from being obliterated, but serious injury was inevitable. 7 Night. Tang San retrieved a dagger, resolutely advancing toward the mandala snake. With a swift motion, he plunged the blade into the snake's mouth, targeting its weak point. Indeed, Tang Qiye stepped forward, placing his left hand upon the mandala snake's head. As the soul ring began to coalesce, Tang Qiye extended his left hand, and an invisible wave of energy was absorbed by the Xia Lan hexagram, rendering the yellow soul ring even more pure. All right, Xiao San, keep it up. Tang Qiye encouraged Tang San. Absolutely, Tang San responded, giving Tang Qiye a high five before sitting cross-legged to adjust his breathing, directing the mandala snake's soul ring towards the blue-silver grass in his right hand. Maintain your focus. Do not slacken. Assimilate the power of the soul ring, the master advised, as that was all he could do at this moment. Flender crippled at dark gold terror claw bear. Upon seeing Tang San begin to absorb the soul ring, the master instructed Flender. The dark gold terror claw bear? Tang Qiye was taken aback, staring blankly at the clumsy creature 100 meters away. 7 Night. This bear was likely caught accidentally in the soul-hunting forest while it was still a cub, though it is only 500 years old. Look at that demon pattern tiger over there, which exceeds 3 meters in length and is over 1,000 years old. It cannot possibly match the dark gold terror claw bear. One must understand that feline soul beasts are exceedingly powerful. Even I cannot contend with the dark gold terror claw bear, which speaks volumes. Absorbing its soul ring poses a danger comparable to that of a 1,000-year soul ring. Your physique has undergone refinement, allowing you to eliminate the resentment within the soul ring. It is worth a try. The master elucidated the terrifying nature of the dark gold terror claw bear. However, Tang Qiye was well aware of its capabilities. After all, during the second round of battles, a 500,000-year-old dark gold terror claw bear had dared to challenge the beast god. Although somewhat foolish, its strength should not be underestimated. Trouble, Flander, Tang Qiye declared without hesitation. For in his heart, the 500-year soul ring of the dark gold terror claw bear was undoubtedly more valuable than a 1,000-year soul ring. Trouble? That bear won't last long. We're merely reaping the benefits. Flander nodded at the master and led Tang Qiye to deliver the final blow to the dark gold terror claw bear. With Flander present, the dark gold terror claw bear had no chance to retaliate as it neared its end. However, it took a considerable effort for Tang Qiye to slay the bear due to its exceptionally thick hide. As the soul ring coalesced, Tang Qiye aimed his left hand at the bear in the soul ring, and a natural suction emanated from the Xia Lan hexagram. Following an enigmatic wave, the bear's soul ring became significantly purer. Sitting cross-legged, Tang Qiye made slight adjustments before gesturing to attract the yellow soul ring hovering above the bear. Simultaneously, the five-element staff in his right hand shrank to the size of a ballpoint pen, floating in his palm to draw the soul ring down. Without the interference of the soul beast's resentment, the soul ring was merely a pure energy entity. Yet, the energy contained within this dark gold terror claw bear's soul ring exceeded Tang Qiye's expectations. This power is likely not inferior to that of 1,000 years. He mused, fully immersing himself in the absorption of the soul ring. Flander stood by, safeguarding him while also keeping an eye on Tang San's progress. A quarter of an hour later, Tang San opened his eyes, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and glanced at the master, nodding gently. In the next moment, his blue-silver grass surged wildly, wrapping around a black bamboo 15 meters away. This black bamboo was a plant-type soul beast nearing 100 years of age. Yet, under the pulling of the blue-silver grass, it bent like a bow. In contrast, the blue-silver grass showed no signs of breaking. Good. Your blue-silver grass has completely integrated the resilience of the mandala snake. At this moment, its tenacity is unmatched at the same rank. Even a two-ringed Great Soul Master would find it challenging. The master remarked, Xiao San, what is the first soul skill you have acquired? Tang San retracted his martial soul, taking a deep breath to adjust his state. It was evident that he had expended considerable effort absorbing the 600-year mandala snake soul ring. Master, my first soul skill is entanglement. It comes with a paralyzing effect, allowing me to effectively control enemies within a 10-meter radius, as long as their soul power does not exceed mine by 10 levels. For those below level 10, my attacks are guaranteed to hit, Tang San declared with confidence. Indeed. Quite impressive. Now, let us observe how Qiao Yue is progressing. The master nodded in approval, acknowledging that Tang San's first soul skill had met and even exceeded his expectations. At that moment, Tang Qiao Yue was also in the critical phase of absorbing her soul ring. She was drenched in sweat, her body trembling slightly. Her condition was strikingly similar to Tang San's when he absorbed the mandala snake. Observing Qiao Yue's state, it was apparent that this soul ring was pushing her to her limits, surpassing the master's anticipation significantly. The master looked on with satisfaction at both Tang Qiao Yue and Tang San. His theory of the top 10 core competencies had been validated through Tang San, while Tang Qiao Yue, with her mysterious mark, presented him with a new avenue for research. It was undeniable that these two disciples had become his motivation, filling him with aspirations for the future. A few minutes later, Tang Qiao Yue slowly opened her eyes, a fleeting brilliance sparkling within them, and a hint of joy graced her face. Clearly, the enhancement from this soul ring had met her expectations. Chapter 6, The External Right Hand Bone, Fear Claw. Tang Qi rose from his seat, leisurely brushing off the dust that clung to his trousers. Noticing that Flander, the master, and Tang San were all gazing intently at him, he offered a subtle smile. In the next moment, the five-element staff elongated and thickened. Ahem. The first soul skill. Radiance of the five-element staff. Tang Qiye wielded a staff, directing it toward a colossal tree 10 meters away, sweeping it horizontally. The staff struck the air, yet it unleashed a blade of wind-like energy. With a resounding crack, a profound indentation instantly marred the surface of the tree, measuring nearly 5 centimeters deep and 10 centimeters wide. Hiss! Tang San inhaled deeply, with his keen sight. He could undoubtedly discern the formidable prowess of the staff's energy. This was a skill of the dark gold fear claw bear, specifically that of an adult specimen. Claw blade. With a single swipe, The intense claw blade was akin to a tangible force, cleaving through all obstacles. It is crucial to note that the most terrifying aspect of the dark gold fear claw bear lies in its incredibly hard and razor-sharp claws. That is the very foundation upon which the dark gold fear claw bear challenges beyond its rank. The master stated, "Indeed, the teacher is correct. The striking power of my staff's energy is indistinguishable from a physical blow, and within a 10-meter range, it is further augmented by 10%. Tang Qiye remarked. With such enhancement, it becomes even more advantageous. Thus, with your control and a powerful assault, the two of you could form an exceptionally formidable duo. Moreover, in my opinion, the greatest benefit of your staff's energy lies in its lack of recoil and the absence of distance constraints." The master nodded, realizing the significance of Tang Qiye's soul skill. He felt increasingly fortunate to have brought Flinder along. Otherwise, they could not have ventured this deeply into the soul-hunting forest. Nor could they have acquired such a flawless soul ring. "Ah, I have delightful news to share with you." Flinder observed the trio's exuberance and feigned solemnity. "Flinder, do not keep us in suspense," the master retorted, his expression becoming somewhat more animated. "You were so elated that you seemed to have overlooked something." Flinder pointed toward the corpse of the dark gold fearclaw bear. It was only then that the master turned his attention to the bear's remains, and indeed, he realized that there were still fluctuations of soul power emanating from the dark gold fearclaw bear. Upon detecting the soul power, a smile broke across the master's face, and forcing himself to remain composed, he stepped forward. Tang San and Tang Qiye were unaware of the reasons behind it, yet upon witnessing the master's unsightly smile, they discerned that an unexpected surprise was undoubtedly in store. Tang Qiye felt a stirring in his heart, and soon realized he had formed a conjecture. However, he did not approach immediately. Instead, he walked over to the lifeless body of the magic pattern tiger nearby. Once the soul ring had coalesced, it would not dissipate within the hour. Tang Qiye had absorbed the soul ring over the course of half an hour, and by now, the soul ring of the magic pattern tiger had grown dim. He directed the Xia Lan with his left hand towards the soul ring and the magic pattern tiger, allowing a faint stream of soul power to flow into the Xia Lan. Concurrently, the Xia Lan emitted a force of attraction once more. Following an inexplicable fluctuation, the purple soul ring became slightly purer, though the effect was not as pronounced as that of the previous two. The magic pattern tiger was not one we had slain, and given the passage of time, its resentment was already quite minimal and had diminished further, bringing it in line with an ordinary century-old soul beast. Tang Qiye focused intently on perceiving the Xia Lan and reached a conclusion in his mind. Just right, 3 beast souls. Retracting his left hand, Tang Qiye felt he had fulfilled the short-term requirement of the Xia Lan for beast souls. "How do you feel?" The master's voice resonated behind him. After absorbing the beast souls, the Gu decomposed them into pure spiritual power, nourishing my soul. However, this nourishing effect is quite subtle, albeit enduring. Moreover, the soul power consumed in decomposing the beast souls is negligible. Tang Qiye did not conceal anything. Having chosen to trust the master, he resolved to lower his guard. "Now, I possess an external spirit bone, specifically the right arm bone of the fearclaw bear. Xiao San, Qiye, you may choose for yourselves." The master looked solemnly at Tang San and Tang Qiye, continuing, "I have already spoken to you about the significance and rarity of spirit bones. And this external spirit bone surpasses ordinary spirit bones in both importance and scarcity, rivaling that of a 100,000-year soul ring. You must consider carefully who shall integrate this spirit bone." Tang Qiye beheld a soul bone in the master's hand, resembling the size of a human palm, and immediately recognized it as the external right hand bone derived from the dark gold fearsome bear. However, after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "I possess the ability of stick radiance, and any future soul rings I acquire will undoubtedly enhance my offensive capabilities. I believe that this would be more suitable for Xiao San, as it would significantly bolster his defensive prowess in close combat." Tang Qiye yearned for the external soul bone, and undoubtedly no one could resist the allure of such a treasure. However, after careful contemplation, he ultimately chose to relinquish it, not out of any lofty principles, but rather to repay a debt of gratitude to Tang Hao. Although Tang Hao had not shown him much affection, it was undeniable that Tang Qiye had been raised by him. Were it the left-hand bone, I would not hesitate to claim it, yet this is the right-hand bone, more suited to you, and thus I shall not take it. He dismissed any arguments regarding his close combat prowess, for while others may be unaware, Tang San certainly understood his capabilities. Casting a sidelong glance at Tang Qiye, Tang San reached out to seize the soul bone from the master's hands and tossed it directly to Tang Qiye. The master remained silent, believing both were deserving of the soul bone. Yet with Tang Qiye having integrated the spirit ring of the dark golden fearsome bear and wielding a staff with his right hand, it was indeed more fitting for him. Very well, should another soul bone arise, I shall reserve it for you. Seeing Tang San's resolve, Tang Qiye chose not to press further, as prolonging the discussion would only seem tiresome. Without delay, with my protection, it appears we are in the territory of the dark golden fearsome bear. And no soul beast seemed to be lurking. Seize this opportunity to refine it, Flandris remarked, pleased with the dispositions of both Tang Qiye and Tang San. Indeed. Let us refine it here, the master concurred. Excellent. Tang Qiye held the soul bone in his hand, with soul power surging from his right hand, guiding the fusion of the soul bone. Meanwhile, Flinder quietly remarked, I have examined the situation. The cub of the terrifying claw bear was devoured by the magic-patterned tiger and the mandala snake, which incited its uncontrollable wrath. The resentment it harbors is exceptionally profound, resulting in the emergence of the soul bone. Indeed, I had previously pondered this. Theoretically, a soul beast of the highest caliber like the dark gold terrifying claw bear, with 500 years of cultivation, should easily overwhelm a 1,000-year soul beast and possess strength approaching that of a 10,000-year level. How could it have suffered such severe injuries at the hands of a mere 1,000-year magic-patterned tiger and a mandala snake of less than 700 years? It must have just given birth to its cub, rendering it vulnerable. The master stated. Tang San, filled with curiosity, inquired of his master, why does the magic-patterned tiger, fully aware of the formidable nature of the dark golden terror claw bear, still choose to slay its offspring? The master forced a grim smile and replied, the dark golden terror claw bear occupies the pinnacle of the spirit beast food chain. With merely a few millennia of cultivation, it can contend with lesser spirit beasts that have existed for tens of thousands of years. Such spirit beasts are exceedingly rare in the realm of spirit beasts. Much like humans, there are those who cannot tolerate the rise of a genius. Once the dark golden terror claw bear reaches a century of cultivation, it becomes increasingly difficult to eliminate. Thus, the magic-patterned tiger dares to take this perilous gamble. Otherwise, once the cubs of the dark golden terror claw bear mature, their chances of survival would drastically diminish. Tang San nodded slightly. Possessing the soul of an adult, he was able to comprehend the fierce competition for survival. In the next moment, a thought struck him. If there were cubs, did that imply the presence of another dark golden terror claw bear? He had completely overlooked this detail. He hoped that Qiye would be fortunate enough to absorb the soul bone before the other dark golden terror claw bear returned. The master's expression was strained. Yet upon reflecting on the presence of Flander, his demeanor improved somewhat. Do not worry, there are no excessively powerful soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest. Encountering a dark golden terror claw bear is already a miracle. The other one likely possesses no more than a millennium of cultivation. After speaking, Flander ascended a large tree, casting his gaze into the distance. Little San, you were right, Flander exclaimed, then turned to the master. Xiao Gang, you stay here. I shall intercept that dark golden terror claw bear. Judging by its size, it should have just surpassed a millennium. This little fellow, Qiye, is quite fortunate. His second soul ring is within reach. As Flander's words fell, he activated his four-eyed cat-eagle martial spirit and soared towards the horizon. Moments later, a resounding boom echoed, accompanied by a beastly roar that reverberated for miles, startling flocks of birds into flight. At this moment, Tang Qiye's right palm had swollen to more than twice its original size, with blood seeping from both the palm and the back of his hand. The closest to him, Tang San, could even faintly hear the sound of bones fracturing. Meanwhile, Tang Qiye was gritting his teeth, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, as the intense pain consumed him, making it exceedingly difficult for him to fully merge with the soul bone. The connection of fingers to the heart. His entire right hand was undergoing a transformation of the soul bone, shattering and reassembling. Damnable! If only he could alleviate the pain, Tang Qiye roared inwardly. Just then, a wave of heat emanated from his left hand's Xia Lan hexagram, seemingly asserting its presence to Tang Qiye. The Xia Lan hexagram, vitality, yes, ice. With this thought, Tang Qiye forced a fraction of his concentration, converting his internal soul power. Externally, one could see a faint, ethereal blue mist slowly seeping from his swollen right hand. Moments later, the moisture in the air began to liquefy, then freeze, forming a delicate layer of ice over his right palm. This is elemental? The master's gaze flickered, sensing the penetrating chill emanating from the icy layer, and he became increasingly aware of the extraordinary nature of the Xia Lan hexagram in Tang Qiye's left palm. The ice significantly dulled Tang Qiye's pain, yet it did not sever his perception of his right hand. After all, the ice on his right hand was under his command. Tang Qiye refocused his mind, diligently refining the right bone of the dark golden terror claw bear. This time, his refining speed noticeably accelerated. After a quarter of an hour, his right hand had returned to its usual size, albeit with a slight difference from his left. It felt more resilient and powerful, and its appearance bore a closer resemblance to that of a man's hand. Chapter 7. The Emergence of the Heroic Gale Technique. As the soul bone fused, the master let out a sigh of relief. Observing Tang Qiye's condition, he realized that absorbing this soul bone was even more arduous than absorbing a soul ring. Had he known this would be the case, he would have preferred to let him return for the absorption instead. At that moment, Flander flew back. Seeing him refreshed and well-dressed, with no signs of injury, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I drove the dark golden terror claw bear away and returned. It seems that Qiye has completed the absorption of the soul bone. Let us commence our journey back, Flander said. Very well, but as night has fallen, let us first distance ourselves from this place and find a spot to rest for the night. We shall continue our journey home tomorrow, the master suggested. Tang San and Tang Qiye naturally had no objections. In fact, the master's decision to rest was considerate of the two of them. Today, they were to absorb both the soul ring and the soul bone, making it an exhausting endeavor for Tang Qiye and Tang San. Wait for me a moment. Tang Qiye chuckled, his gaze fixed upon the demon-patterned tiger. What are you up to, you rascal? Flinder inquired, noticing the mischievous grin on Tang Qiye's face. As Tang Qiye heard Flinder speak, he instinctively remarked that bear paws and tiger whips are indeed marvelous treasures. As night fell, the four sought a sheltered hollow, sprinkled insect-repellent powder, erected 2 tents, and had a light meal. The master then instructed Tang San and Tang Qiye to rest while he kept Flinder company for a while longer. Although Flinder, as a soul saint, could endure days without rest, Tang Qiye and Tang San required meditation and slumber to recuperate their energy. The night passed in silence, and at dawn, they set off once more, their destination, Nodding Academy. Qiye, Xiao San, devote yourselves to training. When you acquire your second spirit rings, I shall return to assist you. At that time, let the 1,000-year dark golden terror claw bear serve as Qiye's second ring, and let us find a 1,000-year spirit for Xiao San as well. Thus, 2,000-year spirit monsters shall be born. Flinder chuckled heartily. By the way, Qiye, do remember to save me some of that wine once it's ready. As they prepared to depart, Flinder imparted these words to Tang Qiye with profound significance. You needn't bother. Tang Qiye murmured softly. Yet, how could such words escape the keen ears of an 87th-level soul saint? Flinder nearly stumbled as he walked, caught off guard. Nonetheless, Tang Qiye's words held truth. Flinder, a solitary man nearing 50, had little use for such indulgences. After bidding farewell to the master, Tang Qiye returned to the dormitory with Tang San. Where is everyone? Tang Qiye exclaimed in surprise. Logically, at this midday hour, all should have returned to the dormitory. Tang San felt a sense of perplexity, however. In the spirit of alleviating their boredom, the two exited their dormitory and made their way to the playground. Have you heard? The work-study students intend to challenge the tyrant of our school. They truly overestimate their abilities. A few students strolled by, whispering amongst themselves. Upon overhearing their conversation, Tang Qiye raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether the narrative had shifted once more. But what did it matter? Let the story unfold as it will. With this thought in mind, Tang Qiye gestured towards Tang San. Tang San nodded and swiftly caught up with a classmate he had passed earlier, inquiring about the whereabouts of the work-study student challenging the academy's little tyrant. The classmate, noticing that Tang San was attired quite appropriately, particularly admiring the striking 24 bridges by night, which gleamed brilliantly at his waist, could hardly perceive him as a work-study student. Upon observing Tang Qiye trailing behind Tang San, clad in a fitted black leather outfit partially concealed by a jacket, along with green jade wrist guards, the classmate assumed they were also followers of the notorious Xiao, the little tyrant. He remarked, of course, it's at the back mountain. If you're just here for the spectacle, you'd best hurry. If the work-study girl loses, she'll have to become Zhao's pet. The back mountain. At this revelation, Tang San glanced at Tang Qiye, the meaning of his gaze unmistakable. Tang Qiye remained silent. Yet he was the first to dash out, heading towards the back mountain. The two of them sprinted with extraordinary speed, leaving behind ghostly shadows. Upon arriving at the back mountain, they chanced upon the fierce confrontation between Wang Xing and Lu Long. However, the situation of the battle was far from optimistic. Wang Xing had already fallen into a disadvantage, completely suppressed by Lu Long, and defeat seemed inevitable. Nevertheless, Wang Xing was remarkably resilient, having endured numerous beatings, which enhanced his capacity to withstand blows far beyond that of an ordinary student. although he was entirely on the defensive. It was no simple task for his opponent to render him incapable of fighting. Before Xiao Wu and Tang Qiye arrived at the Nodding Academy, all the working students relied solely on his protection. Without any prowess, they would have been easily bullied. Wang Xing was still too impulsive in a direct confrontation. He found it challenging to close the distance, yet it was only by doing so that he might have a chance to overcome his adversary. Just as Xiao Wu furrowed her brows in concern, a soft voice suddenly whispered in her ear. Turning her head, her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing Tang Qiye, who had hurried to the back mountain. Meanwhile, Tang Qiye stepped back a few paces, his gaze fixed intently upon the unfolding battle. Tang Qiye gazed at Xiao Wu, wishing to articulate his thoughts, yet restrained himself. Xiao Wu perceived his hesitance and wondered, what is the matter? Is he about to chastise me for my impulsiveness? Tang Qiye shook his head. By now, he had been somewhat infected by Tang Qiye's reckless nature and did not perceive anything wrong with Xiao Wu's actions. You should wait for my return. That would increase your chances, Tang Qiye remarked. Wait for what? Who knows when you will come back? Xiao Wu retorted, her eyes glaring at Tang Qiye. That scoundrel, the so-called boss Xiao, wants me to be his pet rabbit. If I don't teach him a lesson, I shall no longer be called Xiao Wu. Upon hearing this, Tang Qiye furrowed his brows, increasingly convinced that this Xiao Lao deserved a lesson. Subsequently, Tang Qiye placed his hand upon the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, preparing to take action. However, someone was quicker than him. Tang Qiye turned to see it was Tang Qiye. At that moment, a flicker of light intermittently shone from the green bead bracelet on Tang Qiye's wrist. And then the willow dragon would inexplicably be struck by an unseen force, interrupting its movements. Remarkably, aside from Tang Qiye, no one else seemed to notice any of this. Tang Qiye cast a triumphant glance at Tang Qiye, for this maneuver was learned from him. After all, Tang Qiye had imparted all his knowledge and skills to Tang Qiye. However, due to his languid disposition, Tang Qiye had been reluctant to learn extensively, mastering only a few techniques such as the control of hidden weapons, the Xiantian skill, the Xian Jade hand, and the ghostly shadow displacement. As for the myriad techniques of hidden weapons, Tang Qiye believed that knowing how to wield them was sufficient. He simply requested assistance in crafting them. Before long, under Tang Qiye's interference, Lu Long found himself at a disadvantage, gradually being suppressed and ultimately defeated. Xiao Lao, who had been calmly observing Lu Long taunting Wang Xing, was taken aback as the tide of battle shifted in an instant, witnessing Lu Long's dismal defeat and severe injuries, which left him utterly astonished. It was worth noting that Lu Long ranked among the top 3 in strength among his subordinates. Had he not already possessed his first spirit ring, he could not guarantee victory over Lu Long. Xiao Wu teased. Truly, the withered flowers and fallen willows are no match. They are utterly defenseless. What say you, Xiao Lao? Xiao Lao waved his hand, instructing his other subordinates to take Lu Long away for urgent treatment. After all, they were merely students from a junior soul master academy, and their limited spirit power posed no lethal threat. The first round is counted as our loss. For the next round, Ling Feng, it's your turn. The second challenger dispatched by Xiao Lao was a diminutive, upper-grade student with a small nose and narrow eyes, whose slender frame belied his 12 years of age. He appeared more akin to Xiao Wu, Tang Qiye, and their peers in age. Call Wang Xing back. I shall take the stage, Tang Qiye whispered to Xiao Wu. With keen discernment, Xiao Wu recognized that the second opponent was an agile soul master, perfectly positioned to counter Wang Xing. Given Wang Xing's prior exhaustion of spirit power, his defeat was all but assured. Tang Qiye was preparing to enter the arena when he felt a firm grip on his shoulder from Tang Qiye. Aren't you curious about my abilities? Watch closely, he said. With that, Tang Qiye bypassed Tang Qiye and strode confidently to the center of the field. Oh, is there no one left to challenge me? You've sent a mere child to face me? You might as well concede now and let that little girl obediently become my pet rabbit. Xiao Lao sneered upon seeing Tang Qiye take the stage. Tang Qiye, martial spirit, 5 elements staff. A first ring, 11th level soul master. A smile played on his lips as Tang Qiye's gaze turned slightly frosty. In his right hand, the 5 element staff transformed into a 1-foot-long teaching staff, spinning effortlessly in his palm. As Tang Qiye beheld Tang Qiye's cleverness, his eyes sparkled with admiration. The 5 element staff possesses the ability to alter its size when enlarged. It serves as a formidable weapon, while when diminished, it can function as a magical wand. Moreover, who decrees that a wand is solely for the casting of spells? Who states that a wand cannot also serve as a staff? This unexpected versatility not only catches opponents off guard, but also beautifully elucidates Tang Qiye's mastery over elemental control. A soul master? Impossible. Xiao Laodao's smile abruptly ceased, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at the circle of yellow soul rings gradually ascending beneath Tang Qiye's feet. A century-old soul ring. Tang Qiye was delivering a resounding slap to Xiao Laodao's face, a sound that echoed loudly. Yet, even more resounding revelations were yet to come. Tang Qiye grasped one end of the five-element staff, striking an exaggerated pose in the void, and proclaimed with a commanding voice, "Water and earth, freeze the soul." Within Tang Qiye's body, the vital energy surged, summoning the water attribute energy from the heavens and the earth. Rapidly coalescing at the other end of the five-element staff into a chilling blue wave of energy. At this moment, Ling Feng was still in shock over Tang Qiye's yellow soul ring, oblivious to the imminent attack now before him. The speed of the ice-sealing soul was astonishing. Even with all his might, Ling Feng could not evade it within a 10-meter radius. Let alone when Tang Qiye was merely 7 or 8 meters away and Ling Feng remained in a daze. In the next instant, a lifelike ice sculpture materialized before the crowd, and Tang Qiye glanced at the eldest Xiao with a playful expression, declaring his defeat. Slap. At that moment, the eldest Xiao felt a sharp pain on his face but had no choice but to endure, instructing others to carry Ling Feng away. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Qiye casually snapped his fingers, causing the ice sculpture to melt away, revealing the trembling figure of Ling Feng, whose lips were tinged with a shade of purple. Humph. Do not take pride in your prowess. You are not the only soul master present. Xiao Laodao scoffed, stepping forward as a circle of soul rings gradually ascended around him, undulating around his form. However, his soul rings were white, indicating a quality that fell significantly short of Tang Qiye's. Chapter 8. Preparing Gifts for Xiao Wu Xiaoqinyu. A 6th grade student and a level 11 soul master bore the martial spirit of a wolf. At this moment, his demeanor lacked the previous levity. Having accompanied his father through the corridors of power since childhood, he understood well that any individual or force capable of nurturing someone like Tang Qiye was beyond his reach. Thus, he afforded Tang Qiye the respect he merited. Yet, respect notwithstanding, Tang Qiye would not relent simply due to a shift in his attitude. At that instant, Tang Qiye wielded his five-element staff, directing it towards Xiaoqinyu's feet. Water barrier, ice-sealing spirit. Xiaoqinyu reacted swiftly, upon witnessing Tang Qiye's soul skill. He leaped backward without waiting for the ice-sealing spirit to manifest. However, his jump inadvertently placed him directly within Tang Qiye's grasp. Tang Qiye smiled faintly as he lifted the five-element staff, pointing it towards the place where Xiaoqinyu was about to land. The ice-bound soul swiftly emerged, sealing Xiaoqinyu's legs and the ground beneath him at the moment he touched down. This is infuriating. Xiaoqinyu attempted to free himself from the icy grip. But the frost was indomitable. Even the power of his martial soul could not budge it. It was only then that Xiaoqinyu truly comprehended the magnitude of the monster he had provoked. Only 6 years old. Surrender? Tang Qiye retracted the five-element staff, along with his soul rings. If one were to observe closely at that moment, they would notice that throughout the encounter, Tang Qiye's soul rings had not illuminated even once. I concede, Xiaoqinyu replied, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Humph, what is this, Xiaoqinyu? Are you still unconvinced? Xiao Wu, noticing Xiaoqinyu's discontent, inquired. Humph. I lost to Lord Qi, not to you. What is there to be smug about? Xiaoqinyu retorted, turning away with a huff. Just wait until Xiao Wu shows you who's boss today. Xiao Qi, release him. Xiao Wu's face flushed with anger, her eyes glaring fiercely at Xiaoqinyu, exuding a certain cuteness despite her wrath. Do not call me Xiao Qi. Tang Qiye's forehead twitched in irritation at the moniker. Ignoring him, Xiao Wu advanced. And as she did, a soft red glow enveloped her, her eyes turned crimson, her ears elongated and adorned with soft fur, even her height increased slightly. At her feet, a yellow soul ring emerged, indicating a century-old soul ring. Behind her, Tang San joined the fray, his yellow soul ring paired with the remarkably transformed blue-silver grass, exuding a presence that rivaled Xiao Wu's. Xiaoqinyu slapped his forehead, exclaiming, Come on, everyone has seen Sister Xiao Wu. From now on, she will be the leader of our academy. Xiaoqinyu yielded, and naturally, the others dared not dissent, all stepping forward to pay their respects. Meanwhile, the protagonist of this duel, Tang Qiye, quietly retreated to the side, silently returning to the dormitory. Following the news of this battle, no one dared to provoke the work-study students again. Tang San finally found a blacksmith shop and embarked on his endeavor to craft hidden weapons. As for Tang Qiye, he altered his usual demeanor. Though occasionally lazy, he dedicated himself to training, particularly focusing on enhancing his vitality, drawing inspiration from the anime techniques of his past life, thus conserving considerable effort. A year swiftly passed. While Tang Qiye occasionally indulged in idleness, Tang San busied himself daily with forging, crafting hidden weapons, and training. One day, Tang San and Tang Qiye set off on their journey home. As expected, old Jack did not arrive, but they were joined by a bouncy little rabbit. By afternoon, the three of them caught sight of Holy Spirit Village in the distance, with the blacksmith shop located at the village's entrance, three conspicuous earthen houses. However, both Tang San and Tang Qiye felt a wave of nostalgia wash over them upon seeing those structures. Yet, Tang Qiye was acutely aware that within those earthen walls, Tang Hao was no longer present. As they approached the village near dusk, the saying "the mountain may be far, but the horse runs fast" resonated. However, this did not dampen Tang San's excitement, while Tang Qiye felt a tinge of melancholy. Tang Hao cared for him for 6 years. To claim there were no feelings is mere nonsense, even though he is aware that Tang Hao is no longer present. Tang Qiye still harbors the hope that his arrival might alter the course of events. Alas, Tang Hao has departed. The moment old Jack appeared, Tang Qiye understood that Tang Hao had truly left. As he took the letter from old Jack's hand, Tang San's hands trembled slightly, and tears shimmered in his eyes. Tang Qiye understood that in his previous life, Tang San had no family to speak of. He longed for familial affection more than anyone else. This was evident in the way he selflessly taught Tang Qiye the Xiantian skill from a young age. Despite the fact that Tang Qiye was not Tang Hao's biological son, Tang San regarded him as a brother. Yet, was Tang Qiye any different? Having risen from the depths of an orphanage to become the director of animation technology in the business world, he had traversed a challenging path. Moreover, he too had experienced a life devoid of familial bonds. How could he not yearn for such affection? Grandfather Village Chief, my home is humble, and I have little to offer you. Please take your leave, Tang San uttered, his voice slightly hoarse as he stifled his tears and bid farewell. Old Jack paused momentarily, then sighed softly before turning to exit the blacksmith shop. Tang San held the letter in his trembling hands, his emotions palpable. We shall meet again. Tang Qiye, already aware of the outcome, placed a reassuring hand on Tang San's shoulder in an attempt to comfort him. Indeed, Tang San nodded emphatically, then offered the letter to Tang Qiye, exclaiming, Look, father, he has always loved us dearly. Tang Qiye was taken aback. A letter addressed to him? He swiftly seized the sheet of paper. The handwriting was hasty yet retained a rugged boldness. The letter read, Xiao San, Qiye, by the time you read this letter, I will have already departed. Do not seek me. You will not find me. Though you are young, you possess a remarkable understanding and self-sufficiency. A fledgling eagle must spread its wings to soar. Xiao San, do not worry about me. Your character embodies much of your mother's delicacy. Your father is a man of little worth. You have grown, and it is time for me to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. One day, the three of us will meet again. I hope you become strong, yet I also wish for you to remain gentle. Your path is yours to choose. Qiye, though you are not my biological child, you are as dear to me as my own. I have witnessed your acquisition of soul rings. That soul bone was meant for you. In the future, do not hold back because of me. If possible, when we meet again, call me father. How I long for you both to be by my side, yet I cannot. I must retrieve what is mine, and observing your growth brings me great solace. I hope you will not endure hardships, though that may be wishful thinking. If one day you find the path of a soul master unworthy, return to Shahan village and become a blacksmith. I look forward to our reunion, my children. Do not dwell on me. Tang Hao father. Tang Qiye's voice was slightly choked, his hands trembling as he held the letter. Xiao San, Qiye. Xiao Wu, sensing the emotional turmoil of Tang San and Tang Qiye, gently called out, wanting to offer comfort but unsure how to begin. We are fine, Tang Qiye said cautiously, folding the letter neatly and handing it to Tang San, striving to steady his emotions. Yes, Xiao San, Qiye, uncle will return, won't he? Besides, you still have me, right? Xiao Wu exerted her charm to the fullest, attempting to console Tang San and Tang Qiye. Indeed, we still have Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, will you be my sister? Tang San managed to calm himself, looking at Xiao Wu. Ah, I can be your sister, Xiao Wu replied, her big eyes blinking, her cheeks flushed. No, I was born in January. You're over half a year younger than me, Tang San countered. That won't do. I'm Sister Xiao Wu. Suddenly having an older brother, what will others think? Xiao Wu shook her head. As long as you consider me your brother in your heart, titles are unimportant, just like Qiye. Tang San unhesitatingly dragged Tang Qiye into the conversation. No, it's still uncertain who is older. Tang Qiye gritted his teeth, feeling ashamed of Tang San's betrayal of brotherly loyalty. Then, what if many people come to kill me? and you can't fight them off. What will happen? Xiao Wu seemed to ponder something, her mood darkening. Then they will have to step over my corpse, Tang San replied without hesitation. Beside them, Tang Qiye could not help but mutter darkly, who dares? I will annihilate them all. In Nodding City, Master stared blankly at the elder's token from the spirit hall in his hand, a token inscribed with 6 spirit souls, representing the highest rank within the spirit hall. My idol, what have you truly experienced? 5 years later, in the 7th dormitory of Nodding Academy, Tang Qiye, Tang San, and Xiao Wu were packing their belongings as they prepared for graduation. Master had arranged for them to further their studies at Dean Flinder's academy. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, you go ahead. I'll follow in a couple of days. As Tang San finished packing and tucked a small bundle into the 24-bridge moonlit night, Tang Qiye spoke up. Xiao Qi, aren't you coming with us? Xiao Wu asked, her big eyes blinking in confusion. It's still you. You've urged me for 5 whole years. I said I would prepare once my strength was sufficient, and yet you kept pushing me every single day for 5 years. Tang Qiye exclaimed, cradling his head in despair, his expression exaggerated. Xiao Wu raised an eyebrow, delightedly exclaiming, Ah, Xiao Qi, you're finally willing to give me a gift. Right, a gift. Who told me I had to deal with a sister like you and a brother who forgets his loyalty? Tang Qiye feigned a look of distress. Well, once you've prepared the gift, it's faster for you to travel alone. We'll wait for you in Soto City. Tang San did not press further, pulling Xiao Wu out of the 7th dormitory under Tang Qiye's disdainful gaze. All right, I suppose I'm the one suffering. Tang Qiye resignedly closed the door, returning to his bed to begin meditating. Let me also experience the true strength of the new insights I have recently comprehended. Tang Qiye's vital energy flowed steadily within him, following the route of the Xiantian Gong, after completing a full circulation. Chapter 9, An Awkward Stay. Tang Qiye formed a seal with both hands, creating a space the size of a ping-pong ball at the center of his palms. As he prepared, he held his breath and focused his mind, isolating himself from the myriad distractions within. His spiritual energy guided the vital essence, slowly infusing it into the space within his palms. The 5 elements, in their harmonious cycles, can either flourish endlessly or lead to utter destruction when disrupted. If one could master the reversal of these elements and maintain their stability, it would undoubtedly unleash astonishing power at a critical moment. Tang Qiye's mind raced as he divided his internal energy into the 5 elemental forces, each infused into the space of his palm through his 10 fingers: metal, fire, water, earth, and would flowed in a cyclical manner, while a faint barrier of mental strength formed within, impeding the contact of these elemental energies. To amplify their power, he needed to compress a stronger essence of energy, which, in turn, demanded an even greater mental fortitude. Beads of sweat began to form on Tang Qiye's forehead as he meticulously attempted to inject more energy into the spherical space, simultaneously reinforcing the mental barrier within. As night fell, he opened his eyes, his pale complexion barely managing a faint smile. After an entire day, he had nearly exhausted his mental resources, culminating in the creation of a singular, spherical orb of 5-colored energy. What should he call it? The Little 5 Elements Bomb. With great care, Tang Qiye stored the Little 5 Elements Bomb away before promptly entering a state of meditation. The creation of this bomb was an immense drain on his mental faculties. After all, within that small orb resided double the energy of his peak condition. For nearly 8 hours, Tang Qiye infused energy while simultaneously restoring his own, resulting in a bomb whose power had surpassed even his most desperate strike. 2 days later, he appeared somewhat emaciated. However, his spirit remained relatively vibrant, and after a refreshing wash, he still resembled a strikingly handsome young man. With only 2 days remaining, he knew he had to make haste. Without delay, Tang Qiye procured a remarkably resilient horse in the city and galloped toward the outskirts. As he departed the city, 2 youthful figures entered through the western gate of Soto City. They appeared to be merely teenagers, unburdened by any luggage, a boy and a girl. The boy, modestly dressed and seemingly around 12 or 13 years of age, stood at a height of approximately 175 meters, clad in a sleek light blue outfit. A belt adorned with 24 jade stones encircled his waist, while his black, semi-long hair barely brushed his shoulders. Though not conventionally handsome, he exuded an approachable aura. His lips always curled into a subtle smile. In stark contrast to the boy's ordinary appearance, the girl beside him radiated an extraordinary charm. Her silken black hair was neatly braided into a scorpion braid, cascading past her calves, taller than the boy by a fraction. She wore a form-fitting pink top that accentuated her developing figure, drawing envy from many women for her slender waist. Her long, toned legs were sheathed in white trousers, her proportions exquisitely balanced. Despite her youthful visage, with a cherubic face and bright, round eyes, her shapely figure hinted at a maturity beyond her years. The boy, standing beside her, was overshadowed by her undeniable brilliance. These two were none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had journeyed for 2 days. "What is so remarkable about the Shrek Academy that we must apply?" Xiao Wu remarked, brushing her slightly damp forehead. "That is the academy run by Dean Fred. It must possess extraordinary qualities. Besides, you insisted on accompanying me." "The teacher merely asked Tang Qiye and me to apply," Tang San replied. Xiao Wu, hearing this, placed her hands on her hips in exasperation. "Oh, you little rascal. Am I here for you? If it weren't for you being my brother, I wouldn't have come all this way. All right, I concede. Let us go. We still have 2 days before the assessment. We can explore Soto City together." Tang San quickly acquiesced, offering a sheepish grin. Meanwhile, Tang Qiye pressed on with unrelenting speed towards Soto City, taking no breaks along the way. He paused only for a brief moment at noon to allow his horse to catch its breath and to replenish his own energy with some provisions and water. "This horse, costing me a gold soul coin, truly can run," Tang Qiye mused, stroking the horse's mane. After a moment's rest, he cracked the whip and continued his journey, not halting until evening. Upon nearing a small village, Tang Qiye sought refuge with a local household. "Is anyone there?" He knocked on the door. After a brief moment, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching, light and somewhat urgent, indicating a young person was coming. With a creak, the door opened to reveal a young woman. She wore a simple long dress, her hair cascading naturally down her back to her waist, with a slender waist that could be grasped with one hand. She possessed a strikingly delicate beauty, clearly not a typical villager. Tang Qiye cast a brief glance, accustomed as he was to the exquisite beauty of Xiao Wu. Upon encountering other lovely maidens, his interest merely flickered before he returned to his thoughts. "Greetings, may I inquire your name?" The girl, somewhat bashful, felt a blush creep upon her delicate features. Upon noticing Tang Qiye's scrutiny, she felt too shy to meet his gaze and could only ask in a soft voice. "I am Tang Qiye. I have journeyed to this place, and, fearing the discomfort of resting in the wild, I seek refuge for the night. However, if it proves inconvenient, I shall continue my search elsewhere," he responded with a slight bow. The young woman hesitated for a moment before stepping aside to clear a path. "Please, come in. I will ask my father," she replied. Upon hearing this, Tang Qiye realized that this household was not inhabited by a single woman. While he felt a sense of relief, he also experienced a twinge of disappointment. After all, in such a tranquil little village, the presence of a solitary man and woman living together could lead to an awkward situation. Yet, on the other hand, one might hope for a delightful encounter to unfold during their outings. Tang Qiye expressed his gratitude and entered the door. At that moment, perhaps sensing the girl's prolonged absence, a woman emerged from the house. Her appearance bore a striking resemblance to the girl, leading one to assume she was the mother. "Good day, Auntie," Tang Qiye greeted politely. The woman's eyes brightened upon seeing him, clad in a sleek black leather outfit that accentuated his clean-cut appearance. With dark hair cascading over his cheeks and a black overcoat that concealed his green wrist guards, Tang Qiye presented a striking figure. His handsome yet masculine visage, complemented by a height of over 1.7 meters, rendered him exceptionally dashing and charismatic. The woman appraised Tang Qiye with a scrutinizing gaze, reminiscent of a mother-in-law observing a prospective son-in-law. "Mother, he is just passing through and seeking a place to stay," the girl interjected, inadvertently alleviating Tang Qiye's awkwardness. The woman then responded, realizing the situation, "There is no problem with you staying over. However, this old house is rather dilapidated, and we have not occupied it for quite some time. I hope you will not find it lacking." Without waiting for Tang Qiye to express his gratitude, she instructed the girl, "Xiaohe, go tidy up the empty bed in your room and prepare some food for our guest." "Oh," but the girl was taken aback. Yet mindful of Tang Qiye, she hesitated to voice her objections. "Hurry up." The woman cast a gentle glare at her daughter, denying her a chance to retort, and warmly ushered Tang Qiye into the house. The girl, astonished by her mother's insistence, complied and soon returned with 3 small dishes to the living room. Inside, Tang Qiye found himself under the woman's enthusiastic interrogation, which rendered him quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, the girl's father was present, occasionally stepping in to divert the conversation, preventing Tang Qiye from making a hasty exit. Under the watchful eyes of the couple, Tang Qiye finished all 3 plates and 2 bowls of rice before expressing his gratitude once more for their hospitality. "It's no trouble at all. I see you are merely 12 or 13 years old, yet traveling alone. Your horse appears weary. You must be in a hurry. Rest well," the man observed, noting Tang Qiye as fatigued demeanor, and thus permitted him to retire. However, the room assigned for rest was the same as the girl's, which caused Tang Qiye considerable embarrassment. Yet, once the girl sat cross-legged on her bed to cultivate, he quickly discerned she was also a soul master. Consequently, he too settled into meditation, not lying down to rest until the early hours of dawn. As morning broke, Tang Qiye instinctively opened his eyes, tidied himself up, and ascended to the rooftop, facing east to practice his Ziji magic eyes. Such diligence. His cultivation must be extraordinary. The girl, awakened, washed up, and prepared breakfast. You flatter me, Tang Qiye humbly replied. My parents typically train in the morning and do not have breakfast. Please, enjoy your meal, she said, placing a generous bowl of porridge before him. Thank you. Tang Qiye expressed his gratitude again. During breakfast, both remained silent. After finishing, Tang Qiye prepared to take his leave. Please convey my regards to your parents. I am deeply grateful for your hospitality, he reiterated. Realizing his expressions of thanks that day were likely more numerous than in the past 6 years combined. No need for formality. Farewell. Despite the brief interaction, the girl seemed to have relaxed somewhat, smiling as she escorted Tang Qiye to the door and watched him depart. Today, he would reach Suatua City, rest for the night, and be perfectly poised to participate in tomorrow's assessment. With a flick of the whip, he pressed on, leaving behind the awkwardness of the previous evening. Simultaneously, Tang Qiye silently resolved never to seek shelter so readily again. It was far too awkward, more challenging than a blind date. Chapter 10. Release that girl. As Tang Qiye galloped onward, he sensed his steed was nearing exhaustion. Nevertheless, with Suatua City within sight, he gritted his teeth and urged the horse onward. At last, he spotted Suatua City in the distance, yet his mount was now panting heavily, struggling even to maintain a brisk pace. You have worked hard. Tang Qiye dismounted and patted the horse's head, then glanced at the sky. It was precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Estimating that Suatua City was not far off, he left the main road, opting for a shortcut directly to the city. At my current pace, I should arrive by dusk, just in time for a night's rest. Tang Qiye gently harnessed his vital energy, progressing at a leisurely pace. Concurrently, the Xiantian technique within him circulated, replenishing his consumption to achieve enduring stamina. After an hour, the sunlight had lost its midday intensity, and the temperature gradually declined. However, this did not hinder Tang Qiye's journey. The city of Suatua lay increasingly within reach, and with another hour's travel, he would surely arrive, barring any unforeseen incidents. Yet, as fate would have it, surprises often arise unexpectedly. Unlike official roads, the narrow paths were frequently plagued by bandits or petty thugs lying in wait. Naturally, the more formidable brigands had established their strongholds, leaving this particular trail to be frequented by mere ruffians and small-time crooks. The path was often obstructed by rocks, and the trees lining either side stood serene and lush, obscuring much of the view. Tang Qiye arrived at a corner, where he faintly heard a series of lewd chuckles. Tang Qiye furrowed his brows, employing his acute sense of hearing to discern the source of the sound. Little beauty, do not be afraid. Your brother will cherish you dearly. Upon hearing these words, Tang Qiye realized that trouble had indeed found its way to him. However, this predicament was not directed at him, but rather towards another. He could easily turn and walk away, navigating through the jungle. Yet, whether in his past life or this one, Tang Qiye was not one to shy away from challenges. Nor would he turn a blind eye to those in peril. Having made up his mind to intervene, he strode forward with determination, employing his ghostly shadow technique to glide silently around the corner ahead, concealing himself behind a large tree. Observing from the shadows, he soon discerned that less than 20 meters ahead, 3 men were encircling a young girl. The girl, feeling helpless, clasped her arms tightly and continually retreated, striving to distance herself from the trio. She yearned to escape, but with 3 men, all skilled soul masters, how could she possibly evade them? Tears welled in her beautiful eyes, resembling delicate pear blossoms drenched by rain. Perhaps at this moment, she regretted venturing out alone and choosing this secluded path. Yet, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. How she longed for someone to come to her aid, to drive away the 3 ruffians before her. Tang Qiye remained concealed behind the grand tree, observing intently as the 3 men before him revealed themselves to be formidable soul masters, each adorned with 2 yellow soul rings. Were it not for the presence of the young girl whose safety he was sworn to protect, he would have found it a trivial matter to confront merely 3 such opponents. However, the gravity of the situation demanded that he exercise utmost caution and skill. These individuals, clearly products of some prestigious academy, were garishly dressed yet embodied the essence of depravity. It was likely that their true prowess was not as impressive as their appearance suggested. In his mind, Tang Qiye contemplated the possibility of silencing them with a hidden weapon, but he was reluctant to resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. The frequent use of hidden weapons would render them ineffective should their existence become known. Thus, he resolved to employ a strategy of crowd control. His determination solidified, for he found himself with little choice. The three predators were poised to strike, their lewd grins a nauseating testament to their vile intentions. Tang Qiye extended his right hand, and the five elements staff manifested in the form of a baguette. With a sudden burst of energy, he leaped from behind the great tree, soaring 5 meters forward. Upon landing, he found himself less than 10 meters away from the trio of men. "Release that girl. Allow me, seventh master, to teach you how to behave," he bellowed, striving to capture their attention. However, the phrase "let me" almost escaped his lips, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. To the three young spirit masters, Tang Qiye, though handsome, appeared to be an inept warrior, struggling to articulate his words. They dismissed him as a mere pretender, lacking the strength to imitate the heroes of old. Exchanging glances, they erupted into laughter at the sight of Tang Qiye wielding what resembled a small wooden stick as a weapon. Yet, the girl did not share their perspective. Her eyes sparkled with hope as she swiftly darted behind Tang Qiye. The trio of young men made no attempt to intervene, viewing the two children as mere prey, ripe for the taking. With the girl now safely behind him, Tang Qiye felt unencumbered. Previously, he had worried about inadvertently endangering her with his martial arts. But now that concern dissipated. "Laugh while you can. Soon, you shall weep," he declared, his thoughts focused. As he willed it, 2 soul rings rose slowly from beneath his feet. The laughter of the 3 men abruptly ceased, their eyes widening in disbelief, as if they had encountered a specter. A great spirit master? A millennium soul ring? No, it cannot be. One of them gasped in panic. At that moment, however, Tang Qiye's brow furrowed slightly. Upon revealing his soul rings, he sensed a subtle fluctuation of soul power, an elusive wave that had previously gone unnoticed. It flickered away in an instant. And had it not been for his robust mental fortitude, he might have deemed it an illusion. Unable to ascertain the source, he resolved to redirect his focus to the 3 men. With a sweeping motion of the 5-element staff, he shouted, "Water barrier, flame ice slash." Though the flame ice slash bore the essence of ice, its heat was unparalleled. This technique, drawn from his understanding of anime, ranked among the most potent of the martial arts he had currently mastered. As the fiery wave enveloped the air, it carved a path of vapor that struck the 3 men directly. Tang Qiye felt a slight surprise. The flame ice slash he had just executed was evidently 2 to 3 times more powerful than usual. He understood that the reason for this phenomenon lay behind him, in the form of a young girl who was a support-type soul master. As she witnessed the 3 thugs fall incapacitated by Tang Qiye's strike, she retracted her martial soul in astonishment. However, before she could conceal her martial soul entirely, Tang Qiye had already recognized its origin, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Thus, the identity of the young girl became glaringly apparent. She was none other than the little princess of the 7 treasures glazed sect, Ning Rongrong. With this realization, the faint fluctuations of soul power that Tang Qiye had sensed earlier were now easily explicable. He is second ring soul master of a millennium. How could this be? Ning Rongrong remained in a state of shock, her previous assistance to Tang Qiye having been an instinctive response. Tang Qiye retracted his soul ring and waved his hand before Ning Rongrong, asking, "Are you all right?" At that moment, Tang Qiye finally had the opportunity to scrutinize Ning Rongrong, one of the future members of the Shrek 7 monsters whom he had just rescued. She was adorned in a flowing white pleated skirt that gracefully cascaded past her knees, her long, thick hair cascading down her back. While her figure was not overly voluptuous, it exuded an ethereal charm. One could not deny that Ning Rongrong was indeed beautiful. Her fair and dewy skin complemented her exquisite features, which radiated a gentle warmth. Even in her state of astonishment, she emanated a refreshing aura reminiscent of a spring breeze. Thank you for your help earlier. My name is Ning Rongrong," she stammered as she gazed at the handsome Tang Qiye, a slight blush adorning her cheeks. Evidently well-educated, she maintained her composure, displaying a modesty unlike the shy girl from the previous night, and even introduced herself to convey her respect. "Ning Rongrong. That's a lovely name. I am Tang Qiye, and I am heading to Soto City. Would you care to join me?" he inquired, feigning ignorance. "You are also going to Soto City? How fortuitous. We can travel together. Once we arrive in the city, I shall express my gratitude properly." Ning Rongrong replied with a sweet smile, her voice melodious and soft, lacking a bit of the boldness she had shown earlier, yet it was endearing and evoked a soft, tender feeling. Even Tang Qiye felt a little lightheaded at that moment, teasingly remarking, "Are you planning to offer yourself in gratitude, or simply treat me to a meal?" Tang Qiye initially believed that Ning Rongrong's face was flushed with embarrassment, yet her response caught him completely off guard. "A simple invitation to dinner is hardly sufficient. I shall cover all your future meal expenses. I will support you. How does that sound?" Ning Rongrong declared proudly, tilting her head, though her height was not insignificant. Standing at 165 centimeters, she still had to slightly raise her head to meet Tang Qiye's gaze. Tang Qiye's gaze wandered aimlessly, inevitably lingering for a few seconds on that snowy white, elongated neck. "You scoundrel!" Ning Rongrong noticed Tang Qiye's stare and quickly shielded her well-developed bosom with her arms. Taking a couple of steps back, "Ahem, let us depart quickly, or it will soon be dark." Reluctantly, Tang Qiye shifted his gaze and took the lead, though he did not forget to discreetly pilfer the trio's wealth as he left. "TSK, paupers, barely 500 gold soul coins." Tang Qiye shook his head, stowing away the pouch of coins, and glanced back at Ning Rongrong, a mischievous glint sparkling in his eyes, reminiscent of a mischievous rogue. "Please don't throw it away." Ning Rongrong, refusing to be outdone, though still hesitant to approach Tang Qiye closely, resolved to maintain her composure and shot him an unhesitating glare. "Oh, the little beauty's glare is so enchanting. Come, toss me a couple more." Tang Qiye remained unfazed, exhibiting his incorrigible nature. Even the fiery Xiao was unable to contend with him, let alone Ning Rongrong. "Ah, you have no idea how arduous life is for us country folk, always hungry. Poorly clothed, unlike you, a little heiress, never worrying about money, having everything handed to you." Tang Qiye dramatically displayed his acting prowess, wearing a woeful expression. However, this tactic evidently fell flat. Ning Rongrong ruthlessly dismantled his act, which impoverished youth would disdain 500 gold soul coins. Which underprivileged individual could aspire to become a grand soul master? Who poorly dressed could don attire valued at no less than 50 gold soul coins? And which pauper could possess a storage soul tool of considerable worth, yet scarce in the market? Chapter 11. A kiss? Hey, weren't you planning to take care of me? Why are you keeping such a distance? Tang Qiye walked ahead, reluctantly slowing his pace to accommodate Ning Rongrong. Ignoring him, they had been walking for over an hour. And with the sky growing darker, there was no chance of entering the city before nightfall if they did not hasten. "Little beauty?" Tang Qiye halted and turned to face Ning Rongrong. She, exasperated, bestowed upon him the coveted glare he longed for, before exclaiming, "You lewd rogue. We won't make it into the city before dark. What shall we do? I need to register for the academy assessment tomorrow." Tang Qiye gazed at Ning Rongrong, a subtle smile gracing his lips, hinting at a mischievous thought brewing in his mind. "Little beauty, be gone. You scoundrel." Ning Rongrong suddenly erupted in fury, startling Tang Qiye momentarily, yet he was well aware that her anger was not genuine. Tang Qiye smiled, truly living up to her reputation as the little sorceress of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Her character is indeed commendable. "You." Ning Rongrong shot a resentful glare at Tang Qiye, but soon lowered her defenses. She was undeniably fatigued, lacking even the strength to spar words with her. "Actually, I could carry you. We would surely make it into the city before the gates of Soto close." Tang Qiye stepped in front of Ning Rongrong, gazing at her delicate features. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled, her large orbs fluttering like two brushes with their long, thick lashes. "However, there is a condition." Tang Qiye crossed her arms, tilting her head skyward at a 45-degree angle, whistling with unabashed pride. "Speak." Ning Rongrong, though exasperated, was indeed weary, and she needed to enter Soto before nightfall. "Kiss me." Tang Qiye blurted out, but under Ning Rongrong's murderous gaze, he quickly added, "A kiss is unnecessary. Simply treating me to a few meals will suffice." "Humph, I doubt you have the courage." Ning Rongrong, noticing Tang Qiye's change of heart, gave a proud huff. "If you dare to kiss, I shall certainly reciprocate. What is there to fear?" Tang Qiye retorted defiantly, yet in Ning Rongrong's eyes, he was merely putting on a brave front. "Come on, hurry up, or it will truly be dark." Ning Rongrong spread her arms wide. "Well then, I shall owe you one." Tang Qiye sighed, crouching down to allow Ning Rongrong to climb onto his back. However, as soon as Ning Rongrong nestled against him, Tang Qiye stood upright. In her moment of panic, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her body pressed closely against his back. With a swift movement akin to a ghostly shadow, she propelled them forward. Ning Rongrong stood at approximately 1.65 meters, yet weighed less than 90 pounds. Carrying her posed no significant burden for Tang Qiye. Rather, the sensation of her presence behind him brought him a secret delight. Oscar, dear Oscar, this is not my fault. Who knew I would encounter her first? Had she met you first, I would never vie for her affection. Tang Qiye felt a twinge of sympathy for Oscar. The beloved Uncle Sausage might have to rely on his own efforts due to Tang Qiye's arrival, yet he felt no guilt. As Oscar was entirely unaware of Ning Rongrong's existence, how could he possibly compete? As for the original narrative? To hell with the original plot. If it weren't for preserving the bond between Tang San and Xiao Wu, he would not have acted so discreetly. Ning Rongrong, bouncing on Tang Qiye's back, tried to maintain her posture, but her exhaustion inevitably led to more intimate contact with him, and each time this happened, she mentally noted a debt owed to Tang Qiye. However, even she was uncertain how this debt could ever be repaid. Here we are. Tang Qiye halted and glanced at the three prominent characters emblazoned above the gates of Soto City, yet he had no intention of setting Ning Rongrong down. He strode directly through the city gates. Seeing that they had finally entered the city before nightfall, Ning Rongrong let out a sigh of relief. Strangely, she did not fidget but allowed Tang Qiye to carry her as they wandered through Soto City. At last, when darkness enveloped the surroundings, Tang Qiye discovered a fine hotel. Boss, a room, please. He approached the counter and tossed a gold soul coin onto it. Certainly, sir. Here is your key. May I inquire if you require any additional services? The proprietor swiftly retrieved the key, inscribed with the room number. A grand feast for 5, bring the most expensive. Tang Qiye boldly declared, perfectly inheriting Xiao Wu's penchant for spending. The proprietor assessed the gold coin in his hand, his intentions glaringly clear. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Qiye refrained from unnecessary chatter, recognizing that a single gold soul coin was insufficient for his expenditures. After settling the payment, he prepared to ascend the stairs, only to suddenly realize that he had a companion on his back. Hey, little beauty? Goodness, is she asleep? Tang Qiye felt a tinge of embarrassment but decided against reserving a separate room for her, proceeding directly upstairs. Using the key, he unlocked the door and entered the room while carrying Ning Rongrong. At that moment, she began to stir. Yet it seemed that it would take her a while to fully awaken. It's quite delightful that you're asleep, Tang Qiye said. Placing Ning Rongrong gently on the bed, his tone slightly mischievous as he raised his voice intentionally. You dare. Ning Rongrong sprang up from the bed. Her slender finger pointed accusingly at Tang Qiye, her voice laced with indignation. However, she soon found herself at a loss. Glancing around and realizing she was in a hotel room, and that Tang Qiye was indeed sharing the space with her. What do you intend to do? Ning Rongrong stammered, uncertainty creeping into her voice. Although she had perceived Tang Qiye's roguish demeanor throughout their journey, she understood it to be a deliberate act. Yet, the gravity of the situation left her unsure of his true intentions. Ah, so you can feel fear too? Tang Qiye exclaimed with exaggerated expression. Ning Rongrong paused, then exhaled in relief. After all, if he truly meant to do something untoward, wouldn't it have been more convenient outside the city? With this thought, she regained her courage and seized a pillow from the bed, hurling it at Tang Qiye. The following morning, Tang Qiye rose at the break of dawn. Indeed, he was up early. He had stubbornly insisted on remaining in the room the previous night, refusing to sleep on the floor. Ultimately, Ning Rongrong had relented after he repeatedly assured her he would not cross any boundaries, allowing them to sleep clothed. After completing his training in the purple extreme demon eye, Tang Qiye quietly approached Ning Rongrong, captivated by her sweet smile, lost for a moment in reverie. Unbeknownst to him, an impish impulse led him to lean in and swiftly plant a kiss on her cheek. Then, feigning nonchalance, he took a seat on the sofa. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, still nestled in bed, slightly tugged at her blanket, her cheeks inexplicably flushed. You rascal, coward, little thief who steals kisses, she scolded silently in her mind. Yet she felt no trace of anger at the impertinence. From the sofa, Tang Qiye rose and opened the door, summoning a servant to prepare 2 exquisite breakfasts. Upon returning to the room, he approached the bedside and softly called, Hey, sleepyhead, it's time to rise, if you don't get up soon. The sun will be shining on your backside. Just a moment, let me sleep a little longer, Ning Rongrong murmured sweetly, her words sounding like a dreamy whisper. Still caught in the haze of slumber, Tang Qiye shook his head, then leaned closer to Ning Rongrong's ear and whispered, Then I shall kiss you, shall I? Ning Rongrong's body stiffened momentarily before she relaxed, her voice still somewhat dazed. You coward, if you dare to kiss me, I shall become your girlfriend. Tang Qiye instantly felt a pang of embarrassment, as if he had been looked down upon. Little did he know, Ning Rongrong had already awakened during his previous stealthy kiss. However, would our esteemed 7th master ever back down? Clearly, he would not. Tang Qiye understood that he absolutely could not back down at this moment. Otherwise, he would be subjected to endless ridicule from this young lady in the future. Subsequently, with a playful smooch, he unapologetically pressed his lips against the exquisitely beautiful face of Ning Rongrong. Ah, Tang Qiye, I shall kill you. Ning Rongrong instantly exploded in fury, her face flushing a deep crimson that extended to her neck. You said it yourself, so you cannot blame me. I merely did this to wake you up. After all, do you not have an assessment to attend? After a spirited bout of playful banter, the two of them shared breakfast amidst an oddly charged atmosphere before finally setting off in the direction of Shrek Academy. Hurry, hurry. It's all your fault. We're going to be late, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, darting ahead and eventually halting in front of a dilapidated school gate. While it was referred to as an academy, it resembled more of a small village with no actual gate, only a sign that read Shrek Academy. Although Tang Qiye was ready to retort, the murderous glint in Ning Rongrong's eyes compelled him to wisely remain silent. Are you here to register as well? An old man, dressed in tattered clothing, inquired after a moment. Yes, we are here to register, Tang Qiye replied as he stepped forward, retrieving 20 gold soul coins and depositing them into the box. The old man nodded, extending his withered hand and uttering, "Extend your hand." Tang Qiye extended his right hand in accordance with the elder's instructions, only to hear a soft gasp from the old man. What is your relationship with that Tang-san? The elder's gaze flickered, for with his soul power, he could naturally discern the extraordinary nature of Tang Qiye's right hand. We are brothers. My name is Tang Qiye, he replied. Ah, reveal your soul ring. The elder, nonchalantly reclining in his chair, reached for a teacup on the table. However, before the liquid could touch his lips, he heavily placed the cup back on the table, causing it to spill. Another 1,000-year second ring? He marveled, and then recalled Tang Qiye's earlier words. If they were indeed brothers, it was not surprising. It is quite common for siblings to possess exceptional talents. However, while Tang San's martial spirit was the blue silver grass, Tang Qiye's was the 5-element staff, which puzzled the elder. Yet, he refrained from asking further questions. Subsequently, the elder assessed Ning Rongrong's bone age and cultivation level and instructed, you two may proceed directly to the 4th trial. Chapter 12, Battle, the Immutable King. Let us go. Tang Qiye grasped Ning Rongrong's hand and dashed forward. He surmised that Tang San would wait for him to arrive before commencing the 4th trial. The 4th trial took place in the largest open space at the center of the dilapidated houses. At this moment, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Shiqing had long been in position. Logically, Zhao Wujie should have already begun the assessment. However, with Tang San present, he had to request a brief pause from Zhao Wujie in order to wait for Tang Qiye. Tang San understood that although Tang Qiye occasionally displayed a lackadaisical demeanor and sometimes resorted to a bit of mischief, he was ultimately dependable when it came to accomplishing tasks. In the end, Tang Qiye did not betray Tang San's trust, appearing at the testing ground for the 4th trial within the timeframe set by Zhao Wujie's concession. With everyone assembled, he declared, you shall have half a stick of incense as time. After that, the assessment shall commence. The first to speak was Zhao Wujie, who lay in a state of feigned slumber, seemingly lost in thought. As Tang San noticed the arrival of Tang Qiye, he nodded in acknowledgement, only to be taken aback by the sight of a young girl accompanying him, a flicker of surprise gleaming in his eyes. Beside him, Xiao Wu's curiosity ignited like a blazing fire. Ning Rongrong, aware of their gaze upon her, hastily withdrew her hand from Tang Qiye's grasp, casting him a reproachful glance. Her delicate cheeks tinged with crimson. Ahem, let us first discuss the assessment, Tang San interjected. Qiye, the 4th assessment involves practical combat. We must endure under teacher Zhao Wujie's scrutiny for the duration of an incense stick without succumbing to defeat. This is Zhu Shiqing, a level 27 agility-type battle spirit master with the spirit of a nether cat. Stepping into the conversation, Tang San sought to alleviate Ning Rongrong's embarrassment. Indeed, I am Tang Qiye, a level 30 attack-type battle spirit master wielding the 5-element staff. Tang Qiye introduced himself, primarily addressing Zhu Shiqing, as both Tang San and Xiao were already familiar with him. I am Ning Rongrong, a level 26 support-type spirit master with the 7 treasures glazed tower as my spirit, capable of enhancing your strength and speed by 30%, she stated with poise. Tang San continued, I am a level 29 control-type battle spirit master with the spirit of blue silver grass. This is Xiao Wu, also a level 29 agility-type battle spirit master, possessing the spirit of the charming bone rabbit. With these introductions, a basic understanding among them was established. Moving forward, Ning Rongrong would focus on support, while Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu would handle crowd control. Qiye, you shall engage directly. Tang Qiye quickly assumed his role, taking on the responsibilities of a control-type strategist. While Tang Qiye could manage the battlefield, he conceded that he lacked Tang San's finesse, thus relegating himself to a more straightforward brute force role. The incense stick's time slipped away swiftly, leaving no room for Xiao Wu's prying inquiries about Ning Rongrong. However, during the strategic planning, Xiao Wu's enigmatic gaze made Tang Qiye feel somewhat uneasy. "Are you ready, little monsters?" Zhao Wujie rose from his seat, stretching his neck and wrists, the audible cracking of his bones intensifying the pressure in the atmosphere. He produced an incense stick, launching it towards a nearby wooden post, igniting it through friction with the air. This singular act left the gathered spectators in awe, none able to replicate it. The 7 treasures are renowned, the first for strength, the second for speed. Ning Rongrong was the first to act, fulfilling her duty as a support by ensuring the front line's readiness. A series of radiant lights shot forth, entering the bodies of Tang Qiye and his companions. They felt invigorated, their bodies light and agile. In this state, they could unleash 150% of their combat potential. "Qiye," Tang Qiye called out, his blue-silver grass surging, entwining towards Zhao Wujie. With years of collaboration honing their synergy, a mere signal was enough for Tang Qiye to grasp his role. The 5-element staff was summoned, not in its usual size, but in a powerful form, 2 meters long and emanating an overwhelming aura. 2 spirit rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, rose beneath his feet as he grasped the staff, barely encircling it with his hand, channeling strength from his calves, pivoting from his waist, and drawing power from his heart. He unleashed a full-force strike. This technique, taught by Tang San, encouraged him to observe closely rather than evade, allowing him to experiment with the forging hammer. In this moment, Tang Qiye executed the technique, augmented by Ning Rongrong's 30% enhancement. A single strike from the staff could easily obliterate an ordinary soul master. Tang Qiye's staff came crashing down with great force, devoid of any embellishment. It was precisely due to its sheer simplicity and brutality that Zhao Wujie was compelled to divert his attention to fend off the blow. Simultaneously, the blue-silver grass enveloped him, utilizing its first soul skill, entanglement, which bore a paralyzing effect. The blue-silver grass, radiating a faint purple glow, intricately ensnared Zhao Wujie, successfully deflecting Tang Qiye's initial strike. However, this was far from the conclusion, for Tang Qiye possessed more than mere striking techniques. In the next moment, wielding the staff with one hand, Tang Qiye's body twisted unnaturally in midair, drawing upon the rebound of the 5-element staff to deliver another devastating blow. The whirling wind. The entanglement of the blue-silver grass was undoubtedly a nightmare for opponents of the same rank. Even against Tang Qiye, one would have to pay a considerable price to break free. Yet, they were facing Zhao Wujie, a formidable spirit master of the 76th rank, endowed with the martial spirit of the mighty diamond bear, combining both offensive and defensive prowess. The blue-silver grass merely restrained him for a fleeting moment. But in that brief interval, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhiqing had already maneuvered to his rear, coinciding with Tang Qiye's second strike crashing before him. "Good lad. You possess considerable strength," Zhao Wujie remarked as he raised his hand to block the second blow. "But there's more." Taking advantage of the recoil, Tang Qiye brought down a third strike. Quite intriguing. Zhao Wujie once again parried the third blow, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as he prepared to interrupt Tang Qiye's fourth strike. However, it appeared he had overlooked 2 individuals. Xiao Wu darted out from the side, delivering a swift kick to Zhao Wujie's shoulder. Though Zhao Wujie's strength was immense, rendering the kick ineffective, Xiao Wu had evidently anticipated this. Swiftly closing in and wrapping her scorpion braid, cascading down to her ankles, around Zhao Wujie's neck, employing her first soul skill, waist bow. Yet this time, she had clearly misjudged her own strength. The waist bow failed to lift Zhao Wujie, instead ensnaring herself beneath his colossal grasp. Blue-silver grass. Tang San sensed the impending danger, and with a swift movement of his blue-silver grass, he pulled Xiao Wu back just in time. Although Xiao Wu's attack proved ineffective, it momentarily restrained Zhao Wujie. In that fleeting instance, Tang Qiye brought down his fourth strike, after 3 accumulations in the foundation of an initial explosive force. Tang Qiye's fourth blow had reached the level of a formidable soul master. The sound of flesh colliding with the 5-element staff echoed, as Zhao Wujie absorbed the tremendous force into the ground, causing a tremor in the nearby buildings. "Well done, kid," Zhao Wujie praised, albeit with the intention to interrupt Tang Qiye's assault. First soul skill. The clanging of metal rang out as Zhao Wujie's first skill was yet to be unleashed. Behind him, Zhu Zhiqing unleashed her martial spirit, transforming her fingers into sharp claws, rapidly assaulting Zhao Wujie. If one attack could not break through, then multiple strikes would follow. Each of Zhu Zhuqing's attacks targeted the same spot. Even Zhao Wujie's formidable physique could not withstand such relentless onslaught. The searing pain ignited Zhao Wujie's fury as he clenched his fists tightly and slammed them down onto the ground. Oh no! The experienced Tang Qiye immediately realized the peril. The blue-silver grass ensnared Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shiqing. While he combined his spirit power with controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, leaping into the air and lifting the three women with him. As for Tang Qiye, he was already in a state of leap, thus unaffected by the chaos. A resounding boom reverberated as the earth trembled, and nearby buildings had their dilapidated doors collapse, showcasing the might of Zhao Wujie's attack. The fifth strike. Tang Qiye's five-element staff descended simultaneously, striking Zhao Wujie's shoulder. Unfortunately, the disparity in spirit power was too great. Even with 4 accumulations, it was insufficient to inflict harm on Zhao Wujie. Xiao Wu. In midair, Tang Qiye extended his hands, and Xiao Wu stepped onto them. Propelled by their combined strength as she soared towards Zhao Wujie, landing on his shoulders. Little girl, futile efforts. Zhao Wujie remained unmoved, unfazed by the prospect of being thrown off. However, this time, he underestimated the situation. Xiao Wu's strength alone was indeed inadequate to dislodge him. But Tang Qiye was there to assist. Blue-silver grass surged from beneath Zhao Wujie's feet, disrupting his balance, while Xiao Wu's waist coiled back, propelling Zhao Wujie upwards. A little spin is quite delightful. Zhao Wujie broke the blue-silver grass, biting his feet mid-air, effortlessly deflecting Tang Qiye's sixth strike, landing steadily. Xiao Wu descended gracefully, landing on Tang Qiye's shoulder thanks to the pull of the blue-silver grass. So resilient, Tang Qiye remarked, and without hesitation, he commanded, Xiao Wu, meteor hammer. Zhao Wujie's eyes sparkled. The powers of these youngsters had met his expectations, particularly the synergy between Tang Qiye, Xiao Wu, and Tang Qiye. Xiao Wu was flung forward like a chain hammer by Tang Qiye, swiftly delivering a kick to Zhao Wujie's face. The unexpected blow caught Zhao Wujie off guard, allowing Tang Qiye to land another strike on his shoulder. You little rascals, why do you insist on targeting the same spot? Zhao Wujie cursed as he received another blow. Unprepared for the onslaught, he then summoned the might of the great strength diamond bear and strode towards Tang Qiye. He had zeroed in on Tang Qiye and Xiao Wu. Although Tang Qiye posed the greatest threat, the combination of Tang Qiye and Xiao Wu was far too troublesome to disrupt Tang Qiye's chaotic onslaught. He would need to unleash a powerful soul skill. He did not wish to lose face by using his might against mere children. Employing his first or second soul skills was one thing, but resorting to formidable martial techniques? That would surely invite ridicule upon him. Zhu Shiqing was not idle either. As she saw Zhao Wujie charging towards Tang Qiye and Xiao Wu, her 2 yellow spirit rings shone brightly. Her blue and green eyes suddenly narrowed, propelling her forward with silent speed. She leaped into the air, enveloped by her spirit power, and spun rapidly towards Zhao Wujie. In the midst of her spiraling form, countless claw shadows emerged, her second soul skill, Phantom 100 Claws. Utilizing her swift rotation and the piercing attack power of her claws, she unleashed a barrage of strikes upon her foe, targeting the same spot with astounding ferocity. As Zhao Wujie closed in on Tang Qiye and Xiao Wu, Zhu Shiqing launched her assault. The Phantom 100 Claws acted like a rapidly spinning saw blade, slicing into Zhao Wujie's back with incredible speed. Roar! Zhao Wujie let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a terrifying soul skill that sent shockwaves in all directions. In an instant, Zhu Shiqing was sent flying, caught by Daimu Bai. She had been knocked unconscious, her arms dislocated. Xiao Wu and Tang Qiye also felt the repercussions, although Xiao Wu was not as close as Zhu Shiqing. She too was flung away, the overwhelming golden light shattering the blue-silver grass and twining her waist. The violent shock caused Xiao Wu to spit out blood mid-air, her body going numb as she fell into Tang Qiye's arms. Though Tang Qiye bore the least injury, feeling only a burning sensation from the shockwave. The sight of Xiao Wu's injury shattered his composure. Zhao Wujie's first soul skill, a movable king, despite being merely a first-century skill, wielded by a rank 76 spirit master, was terrifyingly potent. This was the essence of power, the might of a soul sage. This is impossible. Ning Rongrong felt a surge of panic as she noticed the incense had only burned halfway, yet the attributes of her 7-treasure glazed tile offered no healing. Zhao Wujie's speed accelerated, his golden hand now colossal. Seeing his massive hand poised to strike down, Tang Qiye instinctively pulled Xiao Wu aside, sacrificing his own chance to evade. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Wu's eyes turned crimson, exuding an enchanting allure. Second soul skill, charm. Zhao Wujie felt his mind swirl in confusion, his descending palm slowed, and his spirit power diminished significantly. How could there be a charm skill? However, How could a soul saint be easily bewitched by a great spirit master? The extreme disparity in mental strength resulted in a severe backlash for Xiaowu, causing her to bleed from her mouth and nose, collapsing into Tang San's embrace. Xiaowu. Tang San gazed sorrowfully at the unconscious Xiaowu in his arms, his body trembling. Xiaowu. Tang Qiye lost the will to continue fighting and walked over to Tang San's side. Zhao Wujie did not pursue further. Instead, he stood there and said, "She is unharmed." Although the effects of confusion-type soul skills are formidable, her soul power is vastly inferior to mine. The backlash from her own soul power inevitably led to this outcome. Just as the poison attached to your blue-silver grass proves ineffective against me, let her rest for a night. She will awaken rejuvenated by morning. Enough of this. There is no need to continue. You have lost, and quite pathetically at that, unable to withstand even the duration of an incense stick. Tang San embraced Xiaowu, his eyes devoid of any emotion, as he approached Ning Rongrong and requested her assistance in looking after Xiaowu. Tang Qiye followed closely behind, having genuinely regarded Xiaowu as his sister over the past 6 years. Otherwise, he would not have been so intent on creating the small 5-element bomb. Fully aware of the immense mental strain it would entail. "Take good care of her," he said softly. He then turned to face Zhao Wujie. "Teacher Zhao, I have yet to pay my respects. The assessment is now halted. You may relight an incense stick. This time, it shall be a battle between Tang San and myself. If we can endure, then all of us shall be deemed successful in the assessment." Zhao Wujie was momentarily taken aback, yet upon observing Tang Qiye's earnestness, he discerned that he was not jesting. "What if you fail to pass the assessment?" he inquired. "Then we shall leave voluntarily." Tang San stepped forward as well. "I shall depart too." At that moment, Zhu Shiqing, whose dislocated arm had been set by Dai Mubai, regained her senses. "Yes, I shall join as well," Ning Rongrong added. Zhao Wujie was momentarily stunned, but soon a smile graced his face. "Very well, let me see what splendid surprises the two of you can bring me." With a casual gesture, he tossed another incense stick, igniting it, and then stood ready for Tang San and Tang Qiye's assault. "I will challenge the limits, little San. Let your attacks persist for the duration of half an incense stick." Tang Qiye gripped the 5-element staff tightly, a chilling aura enveloping him, causing the staff to be coated in a crystalline layer of energy. "No problem." Tang San nodded in agreement. Before his words had fully escaped, he had already surged forward, his ghostly shadow technique in full operation, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Simultaneously, strands of blue-silver grass sprawled in every direction, occasionally providing leverage for Tang San. A flurry of hidden weapons danced through the air, each strike precise and cunning. In this moment, Tang San resembled a porcupine adorned with spikes. Hidden weapons concealed within his fingertips, sleeves, soles of his shoes, waist, and along his spine. Tang Qiye pondered that his proficiency in hidden weapon techniques did not reach such a level. However, he never intended to surpass Tang San in this regard. He possessed his own unique approach to combat. Beneath Tang Qiye's feet, the elusive shadows danced, while the 5-element staff was wielded with casual precision. Yet each strike met only empty air. Subsequently, every swing of the staff landed in the void, executed with a rhythm that was both peculiar and inexplicably methodical. 1, 2, 3. Ning Rongrong cradled Xiaowu, her gaze fixed intently upon Tang Qiye, counting the number of his strikes. With her keen perception, she discerned that each blow Tang Qiye delivered bore greater force than the last, despite his apparent lack of utilizing any rebound strength. In truth, this was the manifestation of Tang Qiye's integration of the chaotic wind and the shadowy phantoms, a result of his prior study of the chaotic wind dance, a martial technique originally devised by Tang San. Though the cumulative power of the chaotic wind dance is slightly inferior to that of the original, its merits lie in its rapid accumulation of strength and its near imperviousness to interruption. 30, 31. Tang Qiye's 5-element staff accelerated with increasing swiftness, the power it harbored intensifying with every strike, culminating in the 33rd blow, an unprecedented record for him. 34. The staff quivered slightly, its force now subtly surpassing the limits of Tang Qiye's mastery. Yet, he pressed on. Each subsequent strike from the chaotic gale behind him exhibited a qualitative leap in power. The disparity between the 35th and 34th blows was nearly a factor of 2. Ultimately, the 35th strike was unleashed into the air, and with gritted teeth, Tang Qiye endured, leaving several 1-inch deep imprints upon the ground beneath his feet. Retreat. Summoning every ounce of strength, he lifted the 5-element staff high above his head, firmly grasping it with both hands. Staff radiance. Armor piercing. In the next instant, the dual soul rings adorning Tang Qiye shimmered almost in unison, as he infused the staff with an extreme chill emanating from his hands. As his vital energy coursed through, the five-element staff elongated by another meter and thickened slightly, rendering it impossible for him to wield single-handedly. However, at this moment, he embraced one end with both hands, undeterred by the change. Whoosh! Boom! A series of thunderous sounds erupted, shaking the earth and shattering windows in distant buildings. The initial barely audible sounds were the golden dragon whiskers shot by Tang Qiye during his retreat. The following two sounds were the resounding impacts of the staff's radiance and the five-element staff itself. Coughing, Tang Qiye was sent flying, the staff dissipating into soul power. Struggling to stabilize his form mid-air, he staggered to the ground. Behind him, a cloud of dust billowed, obscuring the events within, yet judging by Tang Qiye's condition, this strike undoubtedly wielded astonishing effects. His arms hung limply, trembling slightly, the tiger's mouth of his hand split open, with droplets of blood trickling down his fingers. Tang Qiye struggled to maintain his stance, offering a faint smile to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing. As expected, Oscar had somehow arrived, his face adorned with a scruffy beard. Instantly recognizable to Tang Qiye. "Could you please lend me a hand?" Tang Qiye remarked to Daimubai that his arm had been dislocated due to the backlash of force. Indeed, the staff's brilliance did not reflect any recoil, yet when the five-element staff struck down, the ensuing shockwave was such that even Tang Qiye himself could not withstand it. His arms dislocated and his palms cracked were the inevitable consequences. However, in light of providing some relief to Xiaowu, this minor injury seemed utterly trivial. Daimubai nodded, applying a gentle pressure on Tang Qiye's shoulders. Accompanied by the sound of bones clicking, Tang Qiye's arms were realigned. By a sausage. The super recovery sausage is truly economical, delicious, and affordable, Oscar exclaimed as he dashed over with exuberance. Tang Qiye, unfazed by Oscar's enthusiastic promotion, accepted 2 sausages and consumed them without hesitation. Instantly, a warm surge of soul power coursed through his body, significantly healing the injury in his palm. Though it had yet to scab, the bleeding had ceased, and he had regained a portion of the soul power he had previously depleted. "Thank you." Tang Qiye straightened his posture and smiled. Oscar, taken aback by the gratitude, blinked his charming eyes in surprise. "No need for thanks. Finally, someone appreciates my sausages." Tang Qiye's expression instantly turned sour. Why did he find this statement even more distasteful than the soul curse? Tang Qiye turned around, his violet magic eyes piercing through the swirling dust, and he silently mourned for the figure in the center, hoping that his foster father would show restraint during the night. As the dust settled, Tang San's silhouette emerged. In the moment when Tang Qiye's 5-element staff descended, he still managed to unleash 10 golden dragon whisker needles. Although he ultimately evaded the impact of the strike, he had exhausted his soul power and lacked the strength to rise. Undoubtedly, amidst the dissipating dust, the most attention-grabbing sight was the imposing figure, resembling a bear yet appearing utterly disheveled. "Xiaoao, your moment has arrived." Daimubai, upon seeing that figure, wished to laugh but refrained, fearing that such mirth would lead to various reasons for practical training in the days to come. Yet, while he held back his laughter, others did not. Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong, already displeased due to Zhao Wujie's assessment, were indifferent to his feelings. Surprisingly, even the typically frigid Zhu Qing nearly broke into laughter, a testament to the sheer ridiculousness of Zhao Wujie's current appearance. Chapter 14. Flaws. "Oscar, quickly come here and bring me one of your sausages and one of your cured meats." Zhao Wujie's lips twitched. Had he known this would happen, he would not have hastily chosen him as the target for practical training. Oscar stared in astonishment at Zhao Wujie, who was seated in a pit of dirt, blinking vigorously. Who is this? It was no wonder Oscar failed to recognize him, for Zhao Wujie was indeed difficult to identify at that moment. Tang San's full power surge was not merely for the sake of passing the assessment. At this moment, Zhao Wujie's face was bruised and swollen, with blood staining the corners of his mouth, and a dark purple mark marred his right shoulder. What tormented him most was the presence of 10 hair-thin needles entwined within his muscles that would cruelly tug at the golden dragon whisker needles with the slightest movement, threatening to reopen his wounds. A layer of ice crystals enveloped his body and the ground, exuding an oppressive chill, a testament to the vital energy infused by Tang Qiye. Oscar hastily crafted 2 sausages and offered them to Zhao Wujie, subsequently helping Tang San to his feet, disregarding whether he consented or not, and forcefully inserting the sausage into his mouth. It must be said, despite the rather unpalatable nature of Oscar's sausages, their effectiveness was nothing short of remarkable. In mere moments, Tang San gradually rose to his feet. However, judging by his condition, it was evident that the toll taken would not be remedied in less than a day. "Xia, Please assist me in removing the golden dragon whisker needles from Teacher Zhao, Tang San gasped, lacking the strength even to extricate the needles himself. Understood. With a visibly superior physical constitution and a significant recovery of his soul power, Tang Qiye swiftly extracted the golden dragon whisker needles from Zhao Wujuan, while also collecting the concealed weapons that Tang San had scattered on the ground. Tang San employed various concealed weapons, many of which were laced with potent toxins. Among those present, only Tang Qiye, aside from Tang San, could handle them without the fear of being poisoned. The multitude of concealed weapons scattered across the ground had indeed required considerable effort on his part, and at this moment, Tang San was gradually regaining some of his soul power, bringing Xiaowu over to him. You have passed, he declared. Move by. It is now your responsibility to make arrangements for them. Zhao Wujia's embarrassment compelled him to rise from the ground, shaking off the remnants of ice clinging to him. Before departing, he cast a disdainful glance at Tang Qiye. However, Tang Qiye feigned ignorance, and Zhao Wujia, not wishing to prolong the exchange, could only swallow his indignation. This unspoken grievance was one he could not pursue, and he deemed it beneath him to trouble a mere child. The misfortune he faced was solely his own doing, and he resolved to return promptly to tend to his injuries, for that was the path he ought to follow. Tang Qiye observed the departing figure of Zhao Wuji and let out a silent sigh of relief. At the same time, his admiration for Zhao Wuji grew even more. He was acutely aware of the force he had employed, and the fact that Zhao Wuji refrained from seeking retribution was a testament to his magnanimity. Of course, had it not been for witnessing Xiaowu succumb to the backlash and faint, he might not have resorted to such severity. After all, the combination of 36 layers of staff aura coupled with the 30% penetration of his second soul skill undoubtedly inflicted significant harm to the human body. While soul masters possess formidable defenses, it does not imply that their internal organs share the same resilience. That single strike, with 30% of its power, was sufficient to rival an assault from a formidable soul venerable. Hey, who exactly is Xiaowu? Ning Rongrong inquired softly, having approached her side at some point. Tang Qiye arched his brow, a mischievous smile playing upon his lips. For reasons unknown, he always felt compelled to tease Ning Rongrong, to indulge in playful banter. One couldn't help but wonder how he would fare if the sword Douluo and bone Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were to discover his antics. Would he not face their wrath? Are you feeling jealous? Tang Qiye leaned closer to Ning Rongrong's ear, inquiring softly. A blush crept across Ning Rongrong's delicate face, particularly as the warmth of his breath brushed against her, prompting her to hastily step back. Who would be jealous? That's absurd, she retorted, a hint of defiance in her tone. Tang Qiye brushed his palm over the green bead bracelet, producing a multicolored orb the size of a ping-pong ball. Little Wu is merely my sister. This gift is for you. No thanks are necessary. But if you truly wish to express gratitude, well, you understand. Ning Rongrong accepted the vibrant bead, casting a playful glance at Tang Qiye. What is this? She inquired with curiosity. A little 5 elements bomb, meant for your protection. When you wish to use it, infuse it with a trace of soul power and throw it. Its explosive force is equivalent to a full-powered strike from an ordinary assault soul master, Tang Qiye elucidated. Ning Rongrong's face brightened with joy as she tucked away the little 5 elements bomb, her countenance adorned with a sweet smile. She then turned her gaze to Tang Qiye's hands, asking, Are your hands all right? Pfft. A man bold enough to kiss you would hardly be troubled by such minor injuries. Tang Qiye replied, his expression brimming with pride as he extended his hands, revealing that the cracked skin of his palms had scabbed over, a testament to his vitality's restorative powers. What do you mean by that? Ning Rongrong placed her hands on her hips, pouting as she questioned him. However, before Tang Qiye could respond, she noticed the peculiar gazes of Dai Mubai and the others, suddenly recalling what Tang Qiye had said earlier. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and playfully kicked Tang Qiye's leg before turning and running away. Ahem. Tang San, who was attending to Xiaowu, cleared his throat. With a knowing look, remarked, Qiye, well done. Get lost. Tang Qiye retorted, nonchalantly tossing 2 little 5 elements bombs into the air. These are for you too. With that, he dashed after the direction in which Ning Rongrong had fled, confident that Tang San had heard his introduction of the little 5 elements bomb. Tang San casually accepted the small 5 elements bomb, unreservedly placing it into the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. He then embraced Xiaowu and, alongside Dai Mubai, made his way towards the dormitory. The night was anything but tranquil, within the woods surrounding Shrek Academy. A series of explosive sounds echoed for an indeterminate duration before finally subsiding. The master of the 7 treasures glazed sect sat regally upon the central throne of the grand hall, a handsome middle-aged man. Oh, what is the situation at Shrek Academy? he inquired. Forgive my incompetence, but the academy is guarded by 2 soul saints and several soul emperors, making it unwise to investigate further. However, I did observe that the young lady appeared quite close to a certain boy. The subordinate hesitated, seemingly grappling with the implications of his words. Go on, elaborate. Ning Fingji responded with a chuckle, devoid of any haughty demeanor typically associated with those in power, instead exuding a geniality. The subordinate proceeded to recount the events surrounding Ning Rongrong's trials and her successful admission into the academy. A second ring after a millennium? Are you suggesting that Rongrong showed no extraordinary emotions after cohabiting with that boy, but rather grew closer to him? Ning Fingji mused, his brow slightly furrowing. Let this matter remain confidential. He subsequently dismissed the man. Fingji, can you truly bear to see Rongrong suffer alone out there? To be taken advantage of by some young man? Just then, a tall, silver-haired man entered the hall. Uncle Jian, you are well aware of Rongrong's temperament. If she did not consent, who could possibly take advantage of her? Moreover, gaining experience outside is beneficial, Ning Fingji replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Does Shrek Academy truly require my guidance? And what of that boy who dares to take advantage of Rongrong's Shun Ti? I pay him a visit. Jian Douluo scoffed. Uncle Jian, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Uncle Long cannot intervene either. Given your indulgence towards her, I genuinely fear you might disrupt Shrek Academy. He continued. As for Rongrong, she is no longer a child. The following morning, Tang Qiye and Tang San awoke almost simultaneously. After a brief moment of preparation, they exited their room. They had been assigned to the same dormitory, which suited their desires perfectly, allowing them to cultivate without the worry of secrets being revealed. As the sun rose, upon completing the training of his purple extreme demonic eyes, Tang San hurried to the girls' dormitory area. Xiaowu, he called softly from outside the door. Mindful of school regulations and considering Ning Rongrong, who shared a room with Xiaowu, the door quickly swung open, revealing 2 vibrant and youthful maidens standing at the threshold. Tang San gave a slight nod to Ning Rongrong, then took Xiaowu by the hand and walked to one side. Tang Qiye observed that Xiaowu's complexion appeared somewhat pale. However, overall, she seemed to be in no grave condition. He chose not to inquire further, but instead wore a mischievous grin as he exchanged knowing glances with Ning Rongrong. It was evident to him that he had developed a peculiar fondness for teasing Ning Rongrong. Whenever the opportunity arose, he relished the chance to engage in playful banter and seize little advantages. Stay away from me, Ning Rongrong remarked, casting a significant eye roll in response to Tang Qiye's playful smile. Tang Qiye accepted a sidelong glance with grace, approaching Ning Rongrong and casually resting his arm upon her shoulder. You did say you would be my girlfriend, he remarked. Who? I never said such a thing. Ning Rongrong retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, hastily denying the claim, even as she overlooked the fact that Tang Qiye had his arm around her. From a distance, Tang San observed the scene, noting that while Tang Qiye embraced Ning Rongrong, she merely displayed a hint of shyness and did not shy away. He silently acknowledged Tang Qiye with a nod of approval. He was well aware that Tang Qiye's acquaintance with Ning Rongrong was not significantly earlier than their own. After all, it had only been 3 or 4 days since they parted ways in Nanning City. Qiye, shall we go out for a meal together? Tang San grasped Xiaowu's hand and called out to Tang Qiye. Meanwhile, Xiaowu playfully jiggled the small 5-elements bomb in her hand, signaling to Tang Qiye before tucking it away. Do you know where the restaurant is? Tang Qiye retorted. Well, we can just go and find out. Tang San replied. Exactly, Xiaoqi, Rongrong is hungry too, Xiaowu chimed in, her spirit remarkably high as she bounced ahead, pulling Ning Rongrong along. Tang Qiye and Tang San trailed behind, listening to the 2 young ladies chattering animatedly about the battle from the previous day, both lost in contemplation. My methods are still too singular. The chaotic wind dance takes too long to execute. In critical moments, even a second can sway the tides of battle. Although I have grasped a few aspects of the Xia Lan techniques, the key ones elude me. If I could comprehend the ghost dust pearl and the reversal of absolute chi from the mountain spirits ballad, perhaps yesterday's struggle would not have been so arduous. Tang Qiye was unaware of Tang San's thoughts, yet he had come to a profound realization about his own inadequacies through the events of the previous battle. He might handle soul masters of his level with ease, but against those significantly stronger, his abilities left him feeling quite inadequate. Even self-preservation became a challenge. Perception technique. Moon pursuit, ghost dust pearl, reversal of absolute chi. These are the Xia Lan techniques that would enhance me the most at present, yet something seems to be missing. It always feels like I'm just a step short. Tang Qiye became absorbed in his thoughts, oblivious to Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong stopping until he accidentally bumped into Ning Rongrong, which jolted him back to reality. Chapter 15. Flinder's school rules, Tang Qiye. You did that on purpose. Ning Rongrong turned around, glaring at him. Who told you to stop? Tang Qiye, naturally unyielding, only came to understand the situation when he spotted a small rotund figure not far ahead, Ma Hongjun. At that moment, Xiao Wu was already embroiled in a quarrel with Ma Hongjun, who wore an irritated expression. You are Ma Hongjun, right? Since this young lady no longer wishes to be your friend, I kindly ask that you cease your pursuit, Tang San interjected. Sensing that the chubby fellow was not to be underestimated, and worried that Xiao Wu might come to harm. Get lost. Mind your own business. What I do is none of your concern, Ma Hongjun snapped, his patience wearing thin as he sought to vent his frustrations. Who do you think you are? Tang San's expression darkened instantly. Nothing could provoke his ire more than threats to his family, and Ma Hongjun's insolent remark had truly incensed him. Tang Qiye initially intended to observe the unfolding spectacle, as Dai Mubai would soon arrive, and the conflict would swiftly be resolved. However, Ma Hongjun's utterance of father compelled him to abandon his desire for mere amusement. Tang San sprang into action, executing the ghost shadow misty steps, aiming a foot towards Ma Hongjun. However, the rotund boy's reflexes were surprisingly swift, and the exchange yielded no advantage for Tang San. Humph, Phoenix possession. He scoffed. As soul power surged within him, a purplish-red glow erupting from his being. His short hair elongated and gathered at the center, transforming into a Mohican style. Though wings did not manifest, the intense warmth radiating from the purplish-red light was unmistakable. 2 circles of yellow soul rings rose from beneath him, and elongated feathers sprouted from his robust arms, his hands morphing into claw-like appendages. What a mere chicken! Xiao Wu mockingly exclaimed, eager to stir chaos. Her words struck a nerve with Ma Hongjun, who roared in anger as a 5-meter-long line of fire erupted from his mouth. Tang San quickly pulled Xiao Wu behind him. But the fiery blast continued unabated, sweeping horizontally towards Tang San like a flamethrower. Ice. Tang Qiye interjected, softly articulating the word. A thin ice wall rapidly formed before Tang San and Xiao Wu, gradually thickening. The fire struck the ice wall, swiftly creating a hollow. But that was the extent of its effectiveness. Fire may indeed conquer ice, but the ice conjured by Tang Qiye, born from the utmost essence of the 5 elements, was of unparalleled quality. Although Ma Hongjun's malevolent flames were formidable, they fell short of the supreme fire required to fully melt Tang Qiye's barrier. Such frigid ice. Such impressive control over it. 2 exclamatory phrases echoed admiration. The speaker was Dai Mubai. Having witnessed Tang Qiye's ice manipulation the previous day, he was now astounded by its exceptional prowess. Dai Mubai generously lavished praise, for in the realm of elemental combat, to withstand fire with ice at the same tier was no small feat. Dai Lauda. Ma Hongjun retracted his spirit possession. Dai Mubai ignored him and turned to Sui Hua, inquiring, Sui Hua, are you also struggling to handle him? Sui Hua blushed and nodded, casting one last glance at Ma Hongjun before retreating. Dai Lauda, what is going on? Tang San asked. Perplexed, Dai Mubai glanced at Ma Hongjun, barely suppressing a chuckle. Fatty, shall I tell it, or will you? Feeling a touch sheepish, Ma Hongjun scratched his head and replied, You go ahead. After Dai Mubai's explanation, everyone understood the situation, and Xiao Wu blushed, exclaiming, Such a variety of characters. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong directly hid behind Tang Qiye, further intensifying the odd glances directed at Ma Hongjun. Fear not, no one shall touch you but me. Tang Qiye boldly wrapped his arm around Ning Rongrong's slender waist, enduring the painful twist of his own flesh, resolute in his grip. Dai Mubai led the group to the cafeteria, which was merely a rural house with a slightly larger living room furnished with tables and chairs. Upon arrival, they found Zhu Zhuqing already present. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong joined her, while the boys settled at another table. Now that everyone is here, allow me to introduce, for those unfamiliar, this is Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Tang Qiye, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun. As for Oscar, he is still sleeping in, Dai Mubai announced. My family calls me Rongrong. You may do the same, Ning Rongrong added. I prefer the elder generation's titles, but as we will all be companions and brothers henceforth, you may call me Qiye. No nicknames like Xiao Wu's, though, Tang Qiye stated, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Wu, knowing the name Xiao Qi would linger for a while. What is wrong with Xiao Qi? Xiao Wu still calls Tang San Xiao San. Ning Rongrong seized upon an apparent sore spot for Tang Qiye and eagerly asked, No means no. Tang Qiye retorted, glaring at her, though his expression lacked menace. While others found Xiao Qi innocuous, Tang Qiye was keenly aware of its implications. After breakfast, as the group lingered, the sound of bells echoed through the air. The dean is summoning us, Dai Mubai explained. Arriving at the training ground, they found Flinder waiting. Since Tang San had met Flinder beforehand, he refrained from labeling him as the scheming uncle. "Where's Oscar?" Flinder scanned the group, noting everyone's presence except for Oscar. And his expression hardened. "Here he comes." Just as Flinder finished speaking, a figure rushed in from the distance. It was a striking young man, handsome and harmonious, with appropriately proportioned brows and a playful smile that suggested a charming nobleman. Yet, even the most handsome nobleman would not appear their best while gnawing on a sausage. "Your chin." Tang San pointed at Oscar's smooth jawline. "We have some beautiful girls in the academy. I need to look my best to catch their attention," Oscar replied, tossing his hair flamboyantly. "Who are you trying to impress?" Tang Qiye suddenly interjected, leaning on Oscar's shoulder with a grin. Oscar glanced at the stern-faced Zhu Qing, shook his head, then looked at Xiao Wu, then Tang San, feeling disheartened before finally setting his gaze on Ning Rongrong. However, he was reminded of Tang Qiye's presence and the incident that had left Zhao Wuji at a disadvantage. "Heh, I just want to dress nicely. I don't want to embarrass our academy." Oscar dejectedly shook his head, his tone softening as if he had been defeated countless times. "Oscar, join me. And I'll definitely find you a stunning lady," Tang Qiye promised, patting his chest. "Look at me. I'm so handsome. How could I not find a girlfriend?" Oscar replied earnestly, his eyes sparkling. "Not as good as me," Tang Qiye retorted, suppressing a laugh with equal seriousness. "Ahem." Flinder glared at Tang Qiye, clearly displeased. "Am I invisible to you? I merely accepted a little payment from you." Nevertheless, Flinder cleared his throat and announced, now that everyone is present, "You are the 8 members of Shrek Academy. Today, I must inform you that being a monster in this academy does not grant you the right to declare yourselves as members of Shrek Academy to the outside world. You may only proclaim your affiliation upon successful graduation. The first rule of Shrek Academy: do not engage in acts of debauchery. Shrek encourages private duels, but killing or maiming is strictly forbidden. Shrek also permits gambling, but not to the point of addiction or reckless betting. Our Shrek Academy has more teachers than students, so your courses will be determined by us. Naturally, different types of soul masters have varying training methods. As for today, except for Oscar and Ning Rongrong, everyone else is to return and rest, preparing to be at your best for tonight's tasks. The rest of you can leave. Oscar and Ning Rongrong stay." Flinder succinctly laid out the academy's rules before assigning tasks. "Understood. Except for Oscar and Ning Rongrong, everyone else should utter a sound and then turn to leave." Tang San decided to observe how Dean Flinder conducted his teachings, thus he chose to remain. Naturally, Xiao Wu accompanied him, while Tang Qiye paused momentarily, his gaze lingering on Ning Rongrong before he turned to leave. "Ah, the little demoness. This beautiful girl who boldly proclaimed her desire to support me upon our first meeting. Will she undergo any transformation after my arrival?" Tang Qiye harbored a curious anticipation for Ning Rongrong's demeanor. Regardless of her performance today, his attitude towards her would remain unchanged. Yet, he was eager to discover whether he had influenced her character in any way. After 2 days of interaction, he found himself rather fond of the slightly prickly Ning Rongrong, the one who dared to propose supporting him. Thus, he hoped that the teachings at Shrek Academy would not dull his little demonish true nature. On the other hand, he was also curious about what a more mature Ning Rongrong would be like. Humans are such contradictory beings, longing for tomorrow while reluctant to part with the present. Let it unfold naturally. From this moment onward, I will neither seek to change anything nor evade any aspect, but rather pursue what I desire and fulfill what I ought to do. Tang Qiye's silhouette was graceful as he chose not to return to his dormitory. The rest he had enjoyed the previous night had rejuvenated him. A brief half-hour of relaxation in the afternoon would suffice to ensure his energy remained abundant for the evening. It had been a long time since he had made a breakthrough in his martial arts, so he sought a secluded environment. Sitting cross-legged, an expanded Xia Lan hexagram slowly rotated around him, drawing in the elemental energies of the universe, which swirled around him. Occasionally, a strand of pure energy would penetrate his body, dissipating within his muscles and skin. Chapter 16. The Transformation of the Little Demoness in the Depths of the Mountains. Where time seemed to lose its significance, the hours of cultivation passed swiftly. When Tang Qiye opened his eyes once more, the sun was nearing its descent. With a flick of his left hand, a golden tripedal cauldron materialized before him. Golden. Tang Qiye furrowed his brow, then waved his hands in succession, summoning green, yellow, blue, and red tripedal cauldrons that stood apart from the golden one, forming a configuration of the Xia Lan hexagram. While the defense was formidable, it did not constitute the ultimate qi. Tang Qiye's expression grew serious as he scrutinized the 5 elemental cauldrons before him. Gradually, he sensed an obscure connection among the 5 cauldrons. A glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes, and with a decisive gesture, the 5 cauldrons merged into one. The resulting colossal cauldron stood 3 meters tall, with a diameter of 2 meters. It was capable of storing a significant amount of elemental energy, approximately double that of his own total energy. Although there was a slight disparity, the formation of the 5 cauldrons had established a powerful Xia Lan technique, providing both protection and enhanced control. Tang Qiye stowed away the 5 elements cauldron, glanced at the sky, and decided against dining, instead hastening towards the assembly point from the morning. When Tang Qiye arrived, there were already several individuals present at the training ground. After surveying the scene, he noticed that aside from the rotund figure and Zhu Qing, everyone else had gathered, including Ning Rongrong and Oscar. "Where have you been?" Before Tang Qiye could greet the others, Ning Rongrong hurried over to inquire. "What's the matter?" Having just grasped a new martial technique, Tang Qiye was in good spirits and responded with a smile. Ning Rongrong opened her mouth slightly but simply said, "It's nothing. I just heard from Tang saying that you hadn't eaten lunch, so I brought you some food." She retrieved a collection of nutritious snacks and dairy products from her storage soul guide and offered them to Tang Qiye, surprised by her gesture. Tang Qiye was momentarily at a loss for words, yet he accepted the food she proffered, as he was indeed feeling a bit hungry. Tang Qiye took the food without any pretense of modesty and began to eat right there. While savoring his meal, he inquired, "Haven't you finished running? Have you been slacking off? Did you go to Soto City?" Ning Rongrong widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "How did you know?" Tang Qiye, without uttering a word, gestured towards the delicacies in his hand, exquisite snacks that were both nutritionally rich and visually appealing. Despite the fact that he was not lacking in wealth, he seldom indulged in such treats, as their nutritional value did not justify their cost, though they were indeed delightful to the palate. Dean Flinder had already admonished him once, and now it seemed that he would be reprimanded again. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes glistened with tears. "Oh, no, that's not what I meant," Tang Qiye exclaimed, suddenly at a loss for words upon seeing the glimmer of tears in her eyes. He genuinely had no idea how to comfort someone. "Rongrong, pay him no mind. He has never been one to adhere to the rules. How could he possibly scold you for this? Besides, you have already apologized to Dean Flinder and expressed your intention to join us tonight in Soto City to witness our participation in the Soul Arena," Xiaowu interjected, sensing the situation was turning unfavorable, and rushed to comfort Ning Rongrong. Yes, I meant no offense. Are you attending the Soul Arena tonight? We could form a team. I will protect you," Tang Qiye quickly added in agreement. With that, the tension seemed to dissipate. However, Tang Qiye remained puzzled. Ning Rongrong certainly had not completed the 20 laps as described in the original narrative and had indeed argued with Flinder. Yet, he never anticipated that she would so readily admit her fault and apologize. Unbeknownst to him, Ning Rongrong's pride had been significantly diminished over the past 2 days by both him and Tang San, leading her to acknowledge her mistake so swiftly. The 7 treasures glazed Tao Pagoda Martial Soul, reaching level 26 spirit power at the tender age of 12, marked her as a prodigy within the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. But since encountering Tang Qiye, she had been consistently overshadowed. Both Tang Qiye and Tang San possessed a second spirit ring of a millennium, which only compounded her feelings of inadequacy. In terms of age, Tang Qiye was not much older than Ning Rongrong, barely a year, at most. In terms of strength, the impact of Tang Qiye's staff had left an indelible mark on her psyche, one she could not easily forget. With her previous pride diminished, and Flinder not genuinely wishing to drive her away, offering her a significant avenue for retreat, Ning Rongrong was thus able to admit her fault. Yet, all of this was unknown to Tang Qiye. Flinder reappeared, bypassing any unnecessary chatter and addressing them directly. "Mu Bai, Tang San, Qiye, Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun, you 7 will be heading to the Soto City Soul Arena tonight. Each of you must participate in at least 1 match. Ning Rongrong, as a non-combatant, may opt out." "Understood, Dean. I will join as well," Oscar said, sensing the situation was turning against him and raising his hand. "Very well," Flinder nodded, as he generally did not hinder his students' decisions unless they pertained to training. Leading the way, Flinder, as a sensitive attack-type soul sage, moved at a speed unmatched by the others, yet he clearly moderated his pace so that Oscar and Ning Rongrong could keep up. The distance from Shrek Academy to Soto City was not far, and as night enveloped the sky, they arrived at their destination, the Grand Soul Arena. The Grand Soul Arena in Soto City was magnificently constructed, exuding an air of nobility and opulence that reflected the immense power and wealth behind it. Inside the arena, Tang San and Tang Qiye beheld a splendor they had never encountered before, not even in their previous lives. The crystal chandeliers, carpets woven from the pelts of soul beasts, and decorations made from centuries-old precious woods were enough to overshadow the most luxurious venues in the mortal realm. The attendants at the reception desk were impeccably dressed, and the women's attire was far less revealing than one might expect in such an establishment. All right, register for your Soul Arena badges yourselves. Move by. Guide them through the process. Afterward, return to the academy on your own, Flinder instructed, leading them to the designated area and leaving them to their own devices. The only requirement being to complete their task and return. Wait, he's leaving just like that? Tang Qiye thought, bewildered. What use was he? Was he supposed to lead the way? Ahem, I will now briefly explain the rules of the Soul Arena. In essence, the ranks are categorized as iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. The sole condition for advancement is points. For every victory in individual matches, you earn 1 point. For every loss, you lose 1 point. After winning 5 consecutive matches, each successive victory earns 10 points. After 10 consecutive victories, each additional win grants 100 points. Currently, I hold a copper rank with 27 wins and 25 losses, giving me 2 points. To progress from copper to silver rank, one requires 1,000 points. Our graduation goal is to at least achieve the silver rank. I will accompany you to register, Dai Mubai said as he led the newcomers to the Soul Arena platform. The attendant at the counter greeted them with a smile, showing no disdain for their youth, and their efficiency was astonishing, indicative of their professionalism. In a brief moment, the Soul Arena badges for Tang Qiye and the others were processed, but their scores remained at 0. Each was also registered for a solo match, excluding Ning Rongrong and Oscar. After the individual matches were arranged, Xiaowu suggested that Tang San team up with her for a pair match, a thought that reminded Dai Mubai. However, upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing's icy demeanor, his enthusiasm waned. After all, he was a 3-ring soul master while Zhu Zhuqing was only 2 rings, rendering them ineligible to compete together. Rongrong, shall we sign up for a pair match? Tang Qiye naturally draped an arm over Ning Rongrong's shoulders, disregarding her piercing gaze. Ning Rongrong flinched slightly but, seeing that Tang Qiye was holding firm, she ceased her struggle and replied, but I'm a support type. We would be at a disadvantage in a duel. With your man to protect you, what could possibly go wrong? Just focus on boosting my abilities, and we shall undoubtedly dominate every opponent in the 2-person matches. Tang Qiye exclaimed with flair, though his hand inadvertently shifted lower, only to be ruthlessly swatted away by Ning Rongrong. Are you certain? Ning Rongrong asked, selectively ignoring Tang Qiye's flamboyant words. Tang Qiye, silent as always, led her towards the stage, where they registered as a duo. Please name your team, the waiter said with a smile. Team Qiye. Ning Rongrong interjected eagerly. Very well. Your team, Team Qiye, has been established. Would you like to arrange a match? Yes, Tang Qiye replied, shooting a glare at Ning Rongrong, who was snickering behind him, before paying and departing. As they meandered to the viewing area, they found that Xiaowu's battle had concluded, while Tang San's fight had commenced. As anticipated, Tang San's opponent was Zhu Zhuqing, and the outcome was all but certain, given the suppression of soul power. The agility-based attack system was clearly at a disadvantage against the control system. In a more complex terrain, Zhu Zhuqing might have held her own for a few rounds. But in a face-to-face duel, the agility-based fighter lost all advantage. Tang San's second ring, a millennium old, became the focal point of discussion, and even amidst the crowd, inquiries arose, which Dai Mubai cleverly evaded by attributing it to his innate talent. Qiye, you're up next, Dai Mubai reminded. Xiao San and the others are in a 2-on-2. Resolve your match swiftly so you can catch up. Understood, Tang Qiye nodded, then glanced at Tang San and Xiaowu, but chose to remain silent. According to the narrative, Tang San was destined to encounter twin brothers wielding hammers as their martial spirits and would consequently sustain injuries. However, after a moment of hesitation, Tang Qiye decided against forewarning him, reasoning that the injuries were not severe and excessive interference would yield no benefit. Qiye. At that moment, Oscar rushed over, his expression comically lewd, which was a shame given his otherwise handsome features. What is it? Tang Qiye asked, having just heard his name announced. I've got intel on your opponent, Qiye. Seize the opportunity. Oscar's grin was unsettling, yet Ning Rongrong stood nearby with Zhu Zhuqing, occasionally glancing their way. Oscar dared not raise his voice, opting instead for a conspiratorial whisper. She's a real beauty, and her background seems quite respectable. Not quite on par with Ning Rongrong, but still impressive. Chapter 17. An unexpected opponent. Oh? Tang Qiye felt a flicker of curiosity, but time was of the essence, and he had to uncover the truth himself. After Tang San's illustrious second ring, could anyone else bring forth an even more captivating duel? The audience held its breath in anticipation. Please welcome Tang Qiye and Huowu to the stage. The host's melodious yet powerful voice resonated throughout the arena, eliciting a wave of cheers. Huowu. As Tang Qiye ascended the steps to the arena, his brows furrowed slightly. That can't be right. It must be a coincidence. He found it hard to believe. For Huowu was the girl bold enough to kiss Tang San. During the senior Soul Master competition, Huowu had possessed 4 rings, while he should only have 3 unless she had also encountered fortuitous circumstances, making it impossible for her to match Tang San's pace and cultivation after consuming the spirit treasures. As he stepped onto the arena, he saw before him a striking girl with an alluring figure, breathtaking beauty, and an air of nobility. Tang Qiye, martial spirit. 5 elements staff. Uncertain if his opponent was indeed the Huowu he knew, he introduced himself first. Huowu, martial spirit, fire shadow. Huowu's noble yet icy demeanor showcased the perfect blend of fire and ice, captivating even Tang Qiye, who had to concede that she was indeed a rare beauty. He couldn't help but wonder how Tang San managed to attract such fortune, first with Xiaowu, then Huowu. And even the likes of Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong's prized disciples seemed enamored with him. Tang Qiye silently scoffed in his heart. Yet outwardly he meticulously scrutinized the fiery dancer before him, softly murmuring about her delicate visage, which was truly striking. Moreover, her figure was undeniably commendable. She stood nearly 175 centimeters tall. Tang Qiye mumbled under his breath, yet the fiery dancer opposite him displayed signs of impatience. Unaware of his murmurs, she could discern from his wandering gaze that he was far from a virtuous individual. Are you going to fight or not? Fire Dance could no longer contain herself. Her martial spirit had long been summoned, 2 yellow soul rings pulsating rhythmically around her. Oh dear, what if I accidentally make you cry? Tang Qiye remarked with a mischievous grin. Humph, who's to say who will cry first? Fire Dance retorted coldly, her first soul ring shimmering as she prepared to unleash her initial soul skill. 5 tripod ceiling. Tang Qiye's martial soul and soul rings remained hidden, as he extended a single hand to exert his power downward into the void. Duong, 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 Duong. 5 golden cauldrons stacked upon one another descended with immense force, instantly pinning Huowu beneath their weight. Hey, with me controlling her like this, how long until I am declared the victor? Tang Qiye inquired, glancing upward at the beautiful referee, who hovered in midair with the white dove martial soul manifested. Well, this situation is unprecedented. Unless this lovely lady concedes defeat or you genuinely overpower her, it cannot be counted as your victory, the beautiful referee and host replied, somewhat embarrassed. Hiki, very well. At these words, Tang Qiye grinned mischievously and directed his question at the trapped Huowu. Do you concede? Huowu, renowned for wagering her love to defeat Tang San, was fiercely proud at heart. You think I will concede? Never. You scoundrel, if you have the ability, let me out and I will shatter you, she retorted, striking the walls of the cauldron with resounding duong, duong sounds. However, the 5 cauldron suppression was a manifestation of Tang Qiye's profound understanding of the transcendent control art, specifically designed for such overpowering dominance. And how could she, the diminutive Huowu, possibly break free? Stop banging, you cannot break out. It will only tire you out. It's futile. Tang Qiye sighed helplessly, yet the golden cauldrons continued to resonate with duong, duong sounds. Tang Qiye realized that compelling this young girl to concede was no simple task. Yet, he truly did not wish to engage her in combat. I hope you won't harbor resentment towards me, he pondered deeply. At last, a brilliant idea struck him. A signature mischievous grin adorned his face as he executed a swift motion, summoning the 5 elements staff into existence. Duong. Tang Qiye moved with astonishing speed, almost instantly dashing to the side of the golden cauldron, and without hesitation, he struck down with his staff. The resounding clang of the cauldron echoed deafeningly. You scoundrel! What are you doing? Huowu, trapped within the cauldron, watched as Tang Qiye relentlessly pounded on it from the outside. The implications were clear. Inside the cauldron, Huowu ceased her attempts to strike the walls. She was not a formidable offensive soul master, but rather one of control. Her attacks, aside from producing sound, had no impact on the cauldron whatsoever. Having surrendered to the situation, her inner pride, however, would not allow her to concede easily. In her eyes, Tang Qiye's use of such tactics against her was indicative of his inability to defeat her with powerful soul techniques. Moreover, such a formidable cauldron undoubtedly demanded a significant expenditure of soul power. And now it remained to be seen who between Tang Qiye and herself would possess the greater patience to endure. Yet, Tang Qiye was indifferent to her thoughts. He could not bear to harm such a beautiful woman, but it was essential to unsettle her. In order to demonstrate his unwavering devotion to Rongrong and to prevent any potential mishaps regarding Tang San's role falling upon her, Tang Qiye resolved to impart an unforgettable lesson to Huowu. With a series of resounding strikes, Tang Qiye wielded his staff in one hand, relentlessly tapping on the golden cauldron while secretly channeling his energy to amplify the reverberations, thereby enhancing the sonic impact within. Huowu, inside the cauldron, desperately covered her ears, even attempting to envelop them with her soul power in an effort to block out the incessant clangor. However, Tang Qiye was determined not to grant her any respite. The echoes within the cauldron far surpassed those outside, and with Tang Qiye's covert interference, even as Huowu attempted to shield herself with soul power, the relentless clanging continued to invade her mind unabated. Tang Qiye became increasingly vigorous, wielding the five-element staff with such finesse that it created fleeting shadows. He reveled in his prowess, yet the fiery dancer within the cauldron suffered immensely. At last, after an incense stick's worth of time had passed, Tang Qiye ceased his relentless strikes and addressed the fiery dancer, suggesting she concede. If you do not surrender, I shall persist in this contest indefinitely. After a moment of silence, the cauldron remained unresponsive, which left Tang Qiye momentarily perplexed. However, recalling his upcoming duo match, he waved his hand to lift the five-cauldron seal. To his astonishment, upon gazing into the cauldron, he was taken aback, though there was an element of exaggeration. It did little to mask the surprise swelling within him. There, in the midst of the cauldron, the fiery dancer was curled upon the ground, her crimson gown in disarray, failing to conceal her long, elegant legs. Tang Qiye felt a slight embarrassment as he brushed the tip of his nose and discreetly waved his hand. A gentle breeze swept by, slightly tidying his disheveled long skirt, preventing any accidental exposure. Phew, it seems no one else has witnessed this, he mused to himself. Hey, wake up. Tang Qiye stepped forward and gently nudged Huowu's shoulder, attempting to rouse her. Indeed, Huowu had fainted. Seeing her in distress, clutching her head, stirred a sense of compassion within him, accompanied by a twinge of guilt. This has escalated dramatically. Overwhelmed by remorse, Tang Qiye disregarded the fact that they were on the arena, and a series of concentric waves of energy emanated from his feet, encircling Huowu. Each ripple of water-like energy flowed towards her, infusing her body with a hint of vitality. The refreshing, water elemental energy focused on restoring her mind. For Tang Qiye believed that Huowu could not withstand the sonic waves but refused to concede, resulting in her fainting. By clearing the turmoil from her mind, she would surely awaken. Tang Qiye was quite proficient in manipulating water elemental energy, having mastered only a handful of martial arts techniques, most of which were water-based. Although he had grasped techniques of other elemental energies, their potency remained less than ideal, proving challenging against adversaries of the same tier. What a predicament! As he worked to restore Huowu's mental clarity, Tang Qiye's thoughts were akin to a monk reciting prayers. It was evident that Huowu would remember him for this, inadvertently. He had redirected the animosity that was meant for Tang San onto himself. Tang Qiye was not well versed in sonic wave attacks. The fainting of Huowu might have been partly due to that annoying duong-duong sound, but more so it stemmed from the frustration festering within her. As he observed Huowu on the verge of regaining consciousness, Tang Qiye made the rational decision to discreetly withdraw. After all, he had already secured victory in this battle of souls. If he did not leave now, would he not be awaiting the fiery and striking ice beauty to settle the score with him? The audience was utterly silent, as this match could undoubtedly be deemed one of the most bizarre battles in history. There had been no fighting, merely a light tap on the ding. And then it was over? Over? A chuckle escaped Ning Rongrong, who could no longer contain her amusement, while Zhu Qing, seated beside her, could no longer maintain her icy demeanor. Though not as expressive as Ning Rongrong, she too succumbed to a stifled smile. Ah, seventh master, truly worthy of the title. Oscar gazed in admiration, rubbing his enchanting eyes in disbelief that this duel had concluded so abruptly. What are you all laughing at? Tang Qiye approached in a flurry, as if evading something. However, upon his inquiry, apart from Zhu Qing, who managed to restrain her laughter, even Dai Mubai, who had only witnessed half of the duel, laughed unabashedly. It was not that Tang Qiye's actions were particularly humorous, but rather the irony of his attempt to compel his opponent to concede, which inadvertently resulted in her fainting, followed by his cautious efforts to treat her. Well, there was truly nothing laughable about it. I have high standards for humor. No wonder Rongrong often remarked that he harbored a multitude of mischievous schemes. Indeed, I must concede. A smile could not be concealed from Dai Mubai's face, inadvertently betraying Ning Rongrong. Tang Qiye was taken aback, pondering how he had become such a vessel of malice. Speak ill of me, and I shall administer family discipline." He did not mind the jesting of those around him, casting a playful glare at Ning Rongrong, who was stifling her laughter. The group fell silent, laughter momentarily forgotten. However, Daimubai and Oscar's gazes flitted back and forth between Tang Qiye and Ning Rongrong, occasionally locking eyes with one another. After a prolonged moment, Oscar and Daimubai exchanged a knowing "oh," which instantly caused Ning Rongrong's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Tang Qiye successfully executed his revenge, a triumphant smile gracing his lips as he inwardly mused on his own audacity, certain that he would savor the fruits of his labor in the future. Chapter 18. The seriousness of Tang Qiye. Ning Rongrong, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment, cast an exasperated glance at Tang Qiye, simultaneously muttering under her breath about the rogue. What of it if he was a rogue? Could he bite her? Unbeknownst to her, Tang Qiye had once again leaned close to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her cheek, causing her already rosy complexion to deepen to the tips of her ears. Aha! Tang Qiye reveled in the sight of Ning Rongrong's bashfulness, for reasons unknown. Each time he witnessed this proud little princess blush at his teasing, rolling her eyes in exasperation, it filled him with delight. "Qiye, Rongrong, it is your turn next." Tang San approached, his complexion pale, leaning on Xiaowu for support. Upon witnessing Tang San's injury, Tang Qi did not feel astonished. Instead, he merely furrowed his brow. How careless, he thought. Little Wu felt a twinge of guilt, realizing that her brother had sustained his wounds for her sake. Tang Qiye curled his lips and said, "Since you call him third brother, why can't you call me Little Seven? Just one utterance of brother from you, and I shall avenge you." "No need. It was my oversight," Tang San replied, shaking his head, clearly unwilling to discuss the matter further. Tang Qiye nodded and instructed Little Dance to refer to him as brother from then on, lest he speak ill of her in front of Tang San. Unfazed by the threat, Little Dance playfully stuck out her adorable pink tongue before assisting Tang San to a nearby resting area. With his beloved departed, Tang Qiye boldly took the stage, embracing Ning Rongrong without regard for her struggles as they made their way to the soul-fighting platform. As Tang Qiye and Ning Rongrong made their entrance, a wave of excitement erupted among the audience. Shy and flustered, Ning Rongrong broke free from Tang Qiye's grasp, positioning herself behind him. Two young soul masters were about to engage in battle, and after the thrilling performance from the previous trio, anticipation grew for the upcoming confrontation between the Seven Master and the Wolf Cat combination. The host's captivating commentary instantly ignited the crowd's enthusiasm, with cheers and applause rising in a crescendo. The Wolf Cat duo, comprised of soul masters wielding the beast martial spirits of wolf and cat, boasted a soul ring configuration of one white and one yellow, which was far from optimal. As the adversaries unleashed their martial spirits, Ning Rongrong commenced her soul spell. With the renowned 7 treasures, she proclaimed, first, strength, second, speed. 2 beams of light surged into Tang Qiye's body, invigorating him. He exhaled deeply, his feet glowing with golden light as he infused vitality into the arena beneath him. With a swift motion, Tang Qiye initiated his attack, employing the ghostly shadow steps. The moment Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower manifested, many recognized it as the continent's premier auxiliary martial spirit. However, the Wolf Cat duo, whether fearless of the 7 treasures glazed sect or simply unaware of its fame, chose to bypass Tang Qiye and charge directly at Ning Rongrong. Tang Qiye remained unruffled, his expression calm and composed as he anticipated their move, effortlessly intercepting the Wolf Spirit Master. With a 30% augmentation from the 7 treasures glazed tower, coupled with his own soul power exceeding that of the Wolf Master at level 30, he dispatched his opponent with ease. Yet, after defeating the Wolf Master, Tang Qiye found himself unable to catch up with the Cat Master, who was poised to strike at Ning Rongrong. Unfazed, Tang Qiye smirked and snapped his fingers. In an instant, a golden shield materialized before the Cat Master, who was caught off guard as his attack collided with the barrier. Though the shield was not particularly sturdy and bore cracks from the impact, the Cat Master had no opportunity to assault Ning Rongrong further. The ice-sealing spirit accurately struck the Cat Master, encasing him in frost. What transpired was a battle between soul masters that concluded in a manner almost farcical, leaving the audience in a state of bewilderment. As Tang Qiye brazenly wrapped his arm around Ning Rongrong's waist and descended from the battle platform, to everyone's surprise, she did not resist nor attempt to break free, allowing him to embrace her. "What is wrong with you?" Tang Qiye pondered, baffled by this transformation in the little enchantress. Surely, he could not believe she had truly changed. Ning Rongrong's face, which had only just regained its color, flushed a deep crimson once more. After shooting him a fierce glare, she swiftly extricated herself from his hold, placing her hands on her hips with an air of pride. This is merely a token of appreciation for you. If you wish to pursue me, let us see how you perform." The proud Ning Rongrong had returned, and Tang Qiye slapped his forehead, relieved that he had not been deceived by her apparent change. While her haughty and domineering noble traits may have lessened, it was impossible for the little princess of the seven treasures glazed sect to shed all her pride. Tang Qiye nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders and chuckled, recounting how someone had claimed that if I dared to kiss her, she would become my girlfriend. I kissed her, yet that person did not uphold her word. Ning Rongrong, feeling somewhat guilty, knew that reasoning with a girl was futile. How could you still have the audacity to say that? You secretly kissed me, and knowing I was awake, you still dared to take advantage of me. Did you truly believe that I, Ning Rongrong, would remain silent upon hearing Tang Qiye bring up that incident? My temper flared instantly. However, as she continued speaking, she inadvertently let slip something crucial, which Tang Qiye seized upon, interrupting her threat. Did you know? Heh, little beauty. Don't put on a brave face. You actually started liking me that day. TSK, considering how you look, I suppose I could reluctantly agree to be your boyfriend. Tang Qiye playfully scrutinized Ning Rongrong anew. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes widened in fury. If looks could kill, I believe Tang Qiye would have met his demise countless times by now. Do you feel wronged about me being your girlfriend? She glared at Tang Qiye, brimming with indignation. After all, she was the little princess of the Tang family, with two top-ranked titled Douluos as her protectors. How could he claim it was a burden to be her boyfriend? Ahem. Ning Rongrong failed to notice that behind him, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun had been lurking for quite some time. Judging by their expressions, they seemed intent on eavesdropping openly. However, while Ning Rongrong had her back turned to them, Tang Qiye was facing them. He had already noticed their presence when they arrived, but at that moment, he was too engrossed in his banter with Ning Rongrong to pay them any mind. Yet now, they had overheard something rather significant. The words spoken by Tang Qiye earlier went unheard by them. However, Ning Rongrong's declaration, "Does it make you feel wrong to have me as your girlfriend?" left them utterly astonished. It was indeed remarkable news that the petite princess of the Tang sect, Tang Qiye's own lineage, was pursuing him so fervently. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun exchanged knowing glances, nodding in unison, and promptly intervened to disrupt Tang Qiye's moment of triumph. This was precisely what brothers ought to do. Ning Rongrong, suddenly jolted back to reality, cautiously turned around. Yet, upon witnessing the three behind her wearing expressions of comprehension, she felt herself ablaze with embarrassment. No, you mustn't misunderstand. Ning Rongrong, am at a loss for words. This truly defies explanation. Tang Qiye let out a soft cough, casting a discontented glance at Dai Mubai and his companions. Naturally, he pulled Ning Rongrong closer, challenging them with his gaze. What are you staring at? Shouldn't you singletons be on your way? Haven't you had your fill of dog food yet? Yes, young Master Qi. Dai Mubai and his companions straightened up immediately, responding in unison. They then murmured among themselves as they departed, clearly aware that within mere minutes, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and even Zhu Shiqin would learn of the truth regarding Ning Rongrong's pursuit of Tang Qiye. Once Dai Mubai and the others were out of sight, Tang Qiye swiftly leaped away from Ning Rongrong, clutching his side with a grimace. Are you a dog or something? You deserve it. Ning Rongrong shook her delicate hand. The true instigator of the situation, her large eyes curving into crescent moons. Tang Qiye gently massaged the soft flesh at his waist as he approached Ning Rongrong, his mischievous grin replaced by an expression of earnestness. What are you doing? Ning Rongrong, clearly unaccustomed to this serious side of Tang Qiye, found it perplexing. In her eyes, aside from the entrance examination, his playful smirk had never faltered, particularly when directed at her. Tang Qiye gradually approached Ning Rongrong, the two of them facing one another, gazing into each other's eyes at an intimate distance. Hey, there are others here. Ning Rongrong's delicate face was suddenly suffused with a rosy hue, her cheeks blushing so deeply they seemed on the verge of bleeding. In that moment, Ning Rongrong forgot to think, forgot to shy away, as she beheld Tang Qiye drawing ever closer. Her heart raced like a startled fawn, beating faster and faster. Unconsciously, she closed her eyes, and instead of feeling any aversion to Tang Qiye's actions, there was a flicker of anticipation within her heart. However, after a prolonged moment, the scene she had envisioned did not materialize. Instead, she merely felt a warm breath brushing against her ear, accompanied by Tang Qiye's gentle whisper, "You are mine. There is no escape." Tang Qiye, after a swift kiss on Ning Rongrong's delicate face, donned his signature mischievous grin. "Come with me, little one," he said, grasping her seemingly fragile hand and leading her towards the resting area. There, Tang San and Dai Mubai had each secured a victory in the soul arena. eagerly awaiting the return of the two. Remarkably, Ning Rongrong did not attempt to free herself from his grasp. Instead, she gently intertwined her fingers with his, quietly following in his wake, obediently exuding a grace that mirrored her enchanting appearance, like a gentle spring breeze. Indeed. Upon witnessing Tang Qiye and Ning Rongrong walking hand in hand, the others exchanged knowing glances, offering only brief greetings before collectively embarking on their journey back to Shrek Academy. Tang Qiye and Ning Rongrong hung silently together, their fingers intertwined. Yet, amidst the silence, the distance between their hearts drew ever closer. As a mysterious seed known as love began to sprout within them, rapidly flourishing. With no words exchanged throughout the night, the following morning, Tang Qiye arose at his usual early hour to practice the purple extreme magic eye. Naturally, he was accompanied by Tang San. For even if Tang Qiye were to linger in bed, Tang San could not afford such luxury. Uncertain of the day's training agenda, Tang San got up, his violet glow receding to reveal his dark eyes once more. Dean Fred was known for his peculiar ways. Who could anticipate what he had in store today? Although Tang Qiye was aware of the plot, he often chose to ignore it, allowing everything to unfold naturally. Thus he found himself unsure of the training content for the day. After breakfast, the group reconvened, quietly awaiting Dean Fred's arrival. Oscar, that lazy fellow, had overslept again. No doubt Dean Fred would not let him off easily. Ma Hongjun, standing beside Daimubai, relished in Oscar's misfortune. Daimubai remained silent, his gaze drifting towards Zhu Xing, who stood with Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, her expression as cold and indifferent as ice. Ma Hongjun, following Daimubai's line of sight, quickly grasped that Daimubai had encountered a thorn in the icy beauty's presence and ceased his commentary. As expected, upon Dean Fred's arrival, he stormed in, demanding to know Oscar's whereabouts. Daimubai withdrew his gaze and replied that Oscar seemed to be in deep meditation. Being Oscar's roommate, he was well aware of Oscar's activities. That won't do. Today's lesson cannot proceed without him, Fred replied, his irritation evident. Just then, Oscar came rushing in, his hair a mess, and his face unshaven. Dean, he exclaimed cheerfully as he ran. Oscar, you're late again. Speak, what punishment do you deserve today? Fred huffed at him. Oscar shook his head and quickly explained, Dean. Let me explain. I reached level 30 this morning. Fred had anticipated Oscar would concoct an excuse, yet he was taken aback by the revelation of Oscar's new level. Very well. Oscar, from this moment forth, you are the fourth among them to reach level 30. Tomorrow, I will take you all to obtain soul rings. Fred laughed heartily, giving Oscar a hearty pat on the shoulder. The fourth? Who else? Besides Daimubai, who else is level 30? Oscar scratched his messy hair in confusion. Qiye reached level 30 when he enrolled, and so did Tang San. I initially intended to take them to obtain their soul rings. Since you are also level 30, you shall join them. The others will accompany as well. It shall serve as a training exercise, Fred explained, casting a knowing glance at Tang Qiye. Fully aware of his true capabilities, especially given that the right-hand bone of the dark gold fearsome bear was no less impressive than a 1,000-year soul ring technique. Seventh Master is level 30? How come I didn't know? Oscar looked at the others, who showed no surprise, and pointed at himself, realizing he was the only one unaware. Indeed, Tang Qiye had revealed his soul power level upon enrollment, but Oscar had been absent at that time. Enough. Tomorrow, we will acquire soul rings. After completing today's lesson, return to adjust your states. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to the Star Doe Forest to obtain your soul rings. Fred interjected, summoning Oscar to his side. Xiao Wu, brimming with energy, hopped around and asked the dean, what is today's lesson? Fred waved his hand, signaling her to return to the group, a glint of mischief flickering in his eyes. Today's lesson is adaptive training. The adaptation? Each of you must eat a sausage made by Oscar, at least one. Gasps echoed from the group, and while Tang Qiye was unperturbed, unconcerned about such trivialities, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhiqing, and Xiao Wu voiced strong objections. Protests are futile. You must complete this task. Understand the significance of a food-type support soul master within a team, Fred asserted, employing both severity and encouragement. Eventually, under Tang Qiye's leadership, Tang San, Daimubai, and Ma Hongjun sequentially took a sausage and consumed it. Oscar's sausages were unappetizing primarily due to the soul curse, yet once ingested, they transformed into a healing essence for the soul masters. Quite good. Do not dwell on the superficial, Tang Qiye reassured Ning Rongrong. After considerable effort, Xiao Wu finally managed to suppress her urge to vomit and consumed a sausage. Upon finishing, her brows relaxed, finding it rather comfortable. Seeing Xiao Wu's success, Ning Rongrong gathered her courage, took the restorative sausage from Tang Qiye, and closed her eyes as she ate it. At last, only Zhu Zhiqing remained, clearly struggling with her mental barrier. Zhu Zhiqing, if you wish to defeat Daimobai, you must eat it, Fred said sternly, observing her inner turmoil. Initially hesitant, Zhu Zhiqing's eyes then shone with determination as she swiftly grabbed the sausage from Oscar's hand and devoured it, her speed surpassing even that of several boys. Is that how much you desire to defeat me? Daimobai remarked, slightly flustered, realizing he had encountered a formidable woman. Ah, since today's lesson is concluded, I shall take my leave, Tang Qiye yawned, having meditated throughout the night and yearning for a nap. Not so fast, Qiye. I have matters to discuss with you. The others may disperse, Fred instructed, retaining Tang Qiye. Once the group had departed, Fred continued, Qiye, do you understand why I have kept you behind? Tang Qiye decisively shook his head, realizing that knowing or not knowing would yield the same result. He had no inclination to speculate. First, I wish to inquire about your ability. How many individuals can it truly assist? Secondly, regarding your cultivation, Xiao Gang has sent me a letter, instructing me to convey his message to you. Master? What did he say? Tang Qiye held great respect for the words of his master. Since the master had taken the trouble to write specifically to remind him, it must pertain to his martial spirit. He instructed me to inform you that your training is broad but lacks depth. Your divided focus will hinder your growth. Therefore, he advised you to choose a primary and secondary relationship between your two abilities. He also mentioned that these are the only ways he can assist you. Your other ability is unprecedented, and he can only offer some suggestions based on your current state, Flinder explained. Did the master not specify which ability I should prioritize? Tang Qiye inquired. Haha. He remarked that your 5-element staff is formidable, possibly rivaling the Haotian hammer, yet he believes your mark is truly exceptional. Flinder replied. The implication of his words clear. I concur with that assessment, Tang Qiye mused, his eyes shimmering. In truth, he had already recognized his shortcomings when Flinder spoke of his training being broad yet lacking focus, and had begun to contemplate his choices. The 5-element staff could accommodate soul rings, and its attached skills were limited, not requiring extensive refinement, while others might need to delve deeply into their soul skills. He found the Xia Lan technique sufficient to compensate for various deficiencies, sparing him the need to devote significant effort to mastering soul skills. Perhaps some powerful soul masters could utilize a soul skill to produce different effects, but that was merely due to their lack of diverse soul skills. Tang Qiye, however, was different. The Xia Lan technique was capable of remedying any shortcomings. From this point onward, I shall regard the 5-element staff as my primary weapon. Allowing me to devote more energy to comprehending the Xia Lan technique, Tang Qiye resolved in his heart. That is well, your master said he could only teach you these things. The rest of the journey must be navigated through your own exploration. By the way, you have yet to answer my question. Flinder redirected the conversation back to its original point. 3, at most 3. Perhaps I could manage more, but currently that is unattainable, Tang Qiye responded firmly, without any intention of concealing the quantity. And whom do you intend to bestow these upon? Flinder pressed further. Rest assured, Director Flinder, I shall not exclusively focus on Tang San and Xiao Will. Among them, whoever is fortunate enough to encounter a more suitable soul ring beyond their years, I shall assist. Tang Qiye assured him, comprehending Flinder's intent. Flinder nodded, patting his shoulder. Then return and train diligently. I look forward to witnessing your and Xiao San's growth. Yes, Director. Tang Qiye nodded and stepped back, choosing not to return to the dormitory. Instead, he preferred the tranquil growth. Though the 5-element seal was powerful, its strength had limits. Against an opponent of the same rank, it could control but one individual. Wu was not a powerful attack-type soul master, had she been. Even with slightly superior soul power, the 5-element seal would not have so easily subdued her. With his current strength, he could maintain control over a powerful attack-type soul venerable for no more than 10 seconds, and that was without external interference. Likewise, his own attacks would prove ineffective. The Ice-Sealing Soul and Flame Ice Slash were adequately effective against soul masters weaker than himself, yet if they were stronger, their efficacy would diminish significantly. Should he reach the rank of Soul Venerable or even Soul Sovereign, these two Xia Lan techniques would inflict negligible damage. The Moon Pursuit, Ghost Dust Pearl, Wen Sun Qi Tian, and even Wen Sun Qian Ye Xianglong were what he truly needed. The Xia Lan hexagram must not gather dust in my possession. I wonder what formidable power those potent Xia Lan techniques would unleash when truly manifested in my domain. Tang Qiye's thoughts whirled, and in a fleeting moment, he contemplated numerous matters. Hey, what are you thinking about? A sweet yet mischievous voice chimed beside him. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Ning Rongrong standing gracefully before him. As he was seated on the ground, he could only gaze upward to meet her eyes. What brings you here? He inquired, adjusting his position from lying down to sitting. The lush blue-silver grass beneath him serving as a natural cushion, rendering him oblivious to the dampness and hardness of the earth below. You are allowed to come. But I am not. Ning Rongrong approached, clad in a short skirt, while Tang Qiye reclined. Inevitably, his gaze wandered. You naughty rogue. Ning Rongrong hastily covered her skirt, crouching down and wrapping her arms around her knees, shielding herself tightly. Why protect yourself so fervently? There is nothing worth seeing, Tang Qiye murmured, turning his head away. Yet you still look. Ning Rongrong retorted in exasperation, reaching out to strike him playfully. Tang Qiye would never allow her to succeed. With a swift motion, he seized her with one hand and drew her into his embrace, effortlessly flipping her over and pinning Ning Rongrong beneath him. Chapter 20, Boss. A serving of turtle soup. Please. Ning Rongrong found herself at a loss, unable to comprehend Tang Qiye's sudden actions. As a support-type soul master, her physical capabilities paled in comparison to those of a battle soul master, and Tang Qiye's physique far surpassed that of an ordinary soul master. In that moment, she had no chance to resist, as he completely subdued her. Are you attempting to murder your husband? Tang Qiye narrowed his eyes, leaning closer to Ning Rongrong's face. Ning Rongrong could not fathom Tang Qiye's unexpected maneuver. You haven't been asleep, and besides, you are not. Her eyes widened in shock as her mind went blank. Her first kiss was gone. Tang Qiye was quite anxious. Despite his usual mischievous demeanor, he was, in fact, a novice at heart. To his surprise, Ning Rongrong's delicate face gradually flushed to deep crimson, reaching her ears. She yearned to push Tang Qiye away but found herself utterly powerless. As she attempted to raise her arms to create distance, they inadvertently encircled Tang Qiye's neck. The kiss, meant to be timeless, was disrupted by Tang Qiye's indiscreet hand. A rogue gesture stealthily ascended to new heights, startling Ning Rongrong from her reverie of sweetness. It was astonishing how, at that moment, she summoned the strength to push Tang Qiye away, scrambling to her feet in an attempt to flee. However, with a swift motion, Tang Qiye grasped her firmly, drawing her back into his embrace. This time, he behaved with utmost sincerity, holding her tightly to prevent her escape. Ning Rongrong averted her gaze, her exquisitely sculpted profile still tinged with lingering embarrassment. You cannot blame me. After all, you persistently evade responsibility, Tang Qiye remarked with a playful smile. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's heart ignited with indignation. Why should I be accountable to you? Tang Qiye pondered for a moment and said, You mentioned your intention to support me. And that morning, Tang Qiye's words remained unspoken as a sharp pain surged through his waist. Damn it, aside from his manhood, this was the most vulnerable part of him. Did this woman possess an innate talent for discovering weaknesses? No longer would he shoulder the responsibility. From this day forth, he would take charge. He brushed aside the hand that clutched his tender flesh, flipped over, and once again pinned Ning Rongrong beneath him, a million words omitted here. The following morning, Tang Qiye climbed onto the rooftop punctually, gazing at the rising sun in the east, the purple hue in his eyes deepening. After breakfast, Flanders and Zhao Wujie appeared at the training grounds on time, accompanied by Tang Qiye, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai, Zhu Qing, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar. Flanders surveyed the 8 spirited individuals before him, nodding slightly without uttering a word. With a flourish of his hand, they set off. Due to the unique circumstances surrounding Tang San and Tang Qiye, coupled with Flanders' desire to witness the absorption of a soul ring beyond the limits, he decided to accompany them on this journey. However, Tang Qiye understood that Flanders' presence would ultimately be of little use. After all, facing the Titan giant ape, a mere soul sage of level 78 was hardly sufficient. The Stardo Forest, the largest soul beast forest in the Douluo continent and the Stardo Empire, was home to countless powerful soul beasts, far surpassing any ordinary nation as captive soul beast reserves. The journey ahead was long and would not be completed in a single day, with Flanders and Zhao Wujie opting not to take the lead. The responsibility naturally fell upon the eldest, Dai Mubai. The Stardo Forest was not to be trifled with. It was inhabited by a multitude of fierce soul beasts that were exceedingly hostile towards humans, necessitating extreme caution from all. Tang San, you will lead the front. Oscar and Ning Rongrong will be in the middle. Qiye will also be in the center to provide support as needed. Your strength is on par with mine, and your adaptability is commendable. Fatty and Xiao Wu will flank the sides, while Qing and I will bring up the rear. Everyone, maintain formation and stay vigilant. With the arrangements clearly laid out, Tang Qiye had no objections. Theoretically, this configuration was ideal, placing support-type soul masters in the center, complemented by Tang Qiye as a secondary safeguard, ensuring a composed response to any attacks. situated southeast of the Balik Kingdom. The Stardo Forest had a small section bordering it. Soto City was also located in the southeast of Balik Kingdom. Not far from the Stardo Forest, less than 500 kilometers away, making it the optimal location for Shrek Academy students to acquire soul rings. Naturally, there were no carriages available around Shrek Academy. As soon as they left the academy, they began their journey on foot, tirelessly moving forward. With Oscar's sausages providing sustenance and Ningrongrong's second soul skill, speed, amplifying their pace, the exhaustion of their journey was easily alleviated. Consuming an Oscar sausage every hour was ample to replenish their soul power. Tang Qiye placed one hand under the armpits of Ningrongrong and Oscar, sharing some of their burdens to help them recover their soul power more efficiently. With the assistance of two support-type soul masters, their travel speed was rapid, and by evening, they had covered nearly 400 li, bringing them close to the Stardo Forest. Flanders deemed it wise to rest for the night and set off again at dawn. They conveniently arrived at a small town, ideal for rest and resupply. Flanders and Zhao Wujie each secured a room and ascended the stairs, leaving the students to their own devices without any restrictions. The town, though not large, approximately 3 times the size of the village where Shrek Academy was located, was well equipped with shops and vendors, bustling with visitors. These shops primarily dealt in antidote pills, weapons, and other goods, thriving on the commerce brought about by the nearby Stardo Forest. Surely, many such towns surrounded the forest, Oscar mused. The group nodded in agreement. It was clear that without some form of reliance, no one would engage in trade in such a remote area. All right, the rooms are ready. Zuqing, Xiaowu, and Rongrong will share one room, while San and Qiye will share another. Oscar, Fatty, and I will take the last room, Daimubai announced, tossing 2 keys to the 3 girls and Tang San. The students were always responsible for their own expenses, as the teachers at the academy earned little, often even less than the students, so the academy did not manage their expenditures. Of course, the principal had also stated that no teacher was permitted to accept any form of benefit from students. So, we'll be dining on our own today. There's no need to invite the principal or teacher, Zhao Wujie, Oscar remarked. Let us hurry and eat. After a day of sausages, I'm almost nauseous, Fatty complained, rubbing his stomach, which gurgled in response. All right, it's getting late, and since this is our first meal together, we should celebrate. However, since we'll be heading to the Stardo Forest tomorrow, let us keep the drinking to a minimum, Daimubai said, leading a few of them into the inn and finding a table by the window. Fatty, unable to contain his eagerness, exclaimed, Die. Our subsidies are not as generous as yours. As the wealthy one, you should treat us. Daimubai, reaching for the server, chuckled in response, All right, I'll treat. You can place the order. With that, he handed the menu to Fatty, then turned to Tang Qiye and the others. This Fatty spends his allowances either on women or food, practically living paycheck to paycheck. Still, when it comes to eating, none can rival him. As Daimubai spoke, Fatty had already ordered several large dishes alongside an assortment of smaller ones, even requesting 2 barrels of fine ale. However, Tang San, upon hearing Daimubai's remarks about Fatty's insatiable appetite, cast a glance at Tang Qiye, wondering how Fatty could compete with that fellow, who dared to covet the flesh of the dark golden terror claw bear and the magic pattern tiger. What are you looking at? I haven't tried any of those dishes either, Tang Qiye retorted, glancing at Tang San. He had indeed never tasted any of the items on the menu and had not even heard of them. Yet, few in this world had experienced the delicacies he had. Before long, plates upon plates of dishes were served, accompanied by 2 barrels of fine ale. Come, everyone. Let us raise a glass. This meal is a welcome feast for our new members at Shrek Academy, Daimubai proclaimed, filling everyone's cups. From this day forward, we are classmates, partners, brothers. Fatty wiped his mouth, lifting his cup in agreement. Hey, let us not overthink it. It's rare for Shrek to be so lively. We are the Shrek 8 monsters, and in the future, let us all strive together. Oscar added, raising his cup as well. All right, let us drink to this toast. Tang Qiye naturally did not refuse, lifting his cup alongside Tang San. As for Xiaowu, the mischievous little rabbit, how could she resist a drink? Ningrongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also graciously raised their cups, demonstrating their capacity to drink. The group clinked their cups together and downed their drinks in unison. Tang Qiye smacked his lips, finding the ale truly delightful, and decided to pack some to take with him upon his departure. Before long, the tavern was bustling with patrons, having filled about 60 to 70% of its capacity. At that moment, a group of 8 entered through the tavern door, somewhat resembling Tang Qiye and his companions. However, among these 8, there was a middle-aged man, while the rest were youthful individuals. Tang Qiye glanced at these individuals, and a name flashed through his mind: Songhui Academy. Tang Qiye initially had no intention of engaging with them. Although aware that these individuals would proactively instigate trouble, he preferred to ignore them. The rich and flavorful ale in his cup was a delight, its lingering essence captivating. After consuming a glass, a warm sensation flowed through his intestines, settling in his stomach, and to his surprise, he found himself rather enjoying the taste. In the brief span of time, he had already downed a second glass. Fortunately, although the ale possessed a moderate potency, it was not excessively strong. 2 cups might intoxicate an ordinary person. Yet for a Grand Soul Master, it posed little impact. However, just as Tang Qiye was about to divert his gaze and resume his meal, he caught sight of a group of youths, their noses turned haughtily upward, which instantly irked him. He slammed his cup down onto the table with a resounding thud and bellowed, "Boss, bring a fresh pot of turtle soup. Someone needs a boost." Chapter 21. The Second Ring of a Millennium. 2. At the forefront of the group stood a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s. He was quite handsome, his hair meticulously slicked back. Clad in a refined moon-white soul master robe, intricately embroidered with silver threads, he radiated an aura of brilliance with every movement. Following closely behind him were 7 young individuals, 6 males and 1 female, who appeared to be in their 20s. They donned similar moon-white soul master robes, albeit lacking the silver embroidery that adorned the middle-aged man's attire. Nevertheless, both he and the 7 youths bore a distinctive azure circular emblem embroidered with the characters Songhui on their left shoulders. In stark contrast to the ostentatious attire of the Songhui Academy, Tang Qiye and his companions appeared somewhat unremarkable. Yet, the moment Tang Qiye loudly proclaimed turtle soup, the attention of the Songhui Academy was already drawn in this direction. Meanwhile, the plump individual seated nearby, who had been quietly enjoying his meal, fortuitously found his gaze fixated upon the sole female in their ranks. She was rather attractive, and he mused, "Hey, aren't these people from Songhui Academy?" Tang Qiye also beheld the woman, who was indeed somewhat attractive, yet merely surpassed the average in beauty by a slight margin. In comparison to Ning Rongrong by his side, she was light years away. How dare such a small institution as Songhui Academy flaunt itself? Dai Mubai curled his lip, his voice tinged with disdain. This tiger, unreservedly proud in the presence of those weaker than himself, did not hold back his arrogance. Neither the stout fellow nor Dai Mubai made any effort to lower their voices. Soul Masters naturally possess superior hearing compared to ordinary individuals. Despite the bustling atmosphere of the dining hall, the students from Songhui Academy could hear every word with crystal clarity. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow slightly as they settled at a table. Tang Qiye's lips curled into a slight smile as he resumed his meal. Seemingly indifferent to the commotion around him, Oscar appeared visibly excited. Having noted that the remarks made by the plump fellow and Dai Mubai had clearly offended the members of Songhui Academy, was this truly wise? Tang San also observed the expressions of the Songhui Academy individuals, noticing the middle-aged man whispering something into the ear of a young man. A soul master who avoids trouble is not a true soul master, a principle espoused by Dean Flanders, Oscar explained to Tang San. At that moment, the turtle soup that Tang Qiye had ordered was served. In a twist of fate, a student from Songhui Academy hastened his steps and collided with the server, sending a pot of turtle soup flying through the air, this time aimed directly at Tang Qiye. "It seemed that I have drawn the most ire," he thought nonchalantly. Calmly placing down his chopsticks, he regarded the approaching soup and with a flick of his hand, he effortlessly summoned it back. Wasting food is not a commendable act. This turtle soup is a nourishing delicacy, though not as exquisite as that made from a spirit-enhanced turtle. Yet it should still possess a delightful flavor. As he spoke, he managed to retrieve every drop of the soup, not a single drop spilled. However, in the final moments, his hand slipped, causing half a bowl of hot soup and a piece of turtle shell to be flung outward. The hot soup landed squarely on the young soul master, while the turtle shell rolled over to the table of Songhui Academy, stopping right before the middle-aged man after spinning several times. "Apologies, I slipped," Tang Qiye remarked playfully, before returning to place the turtle soup back on the table. The young man, enraged by the scalding liquid, swung his fist at Tang Qiye in a fit of anger. "You fool!" Tang Qiye did not turn around, effortlessly seizing the incoming punch and, with a sudden jolt, sent the young man staggering back 5 steps. The young man's face turned pale. How could a mere child of 12 or 13 overpower him so easily? "You seek death," he spat, unable to save face, as he summoned his soul power and charged at Tang Qiye once more. "Fool," Tang Qiye replied languidly, preparing to meet the punch with a dismissive wave. With a resounding impact, Tang Qiye chose to impart a lesson, enveloping his hand in a chilling aura. The young man was sent hurtling backward, unable to suppress a gasp as he coughed up blood mid-air, crashing into the table of Tsanghui Academy. A teacher from the academy quickly intervened, catching the young man. His expression darkened with fury. The dining hall erupted in chaos as patrons near the tables of Shrek Academy and Tsanghui Academy hurriedly moved aside, eager to avoid being caught in the fray, yet most remained, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Typically, witnessing a duel between soul masters required a visit to the grand arena. A costly endeavor, but now they could observe for free, a thrilling prospect for ordinary individuals possessing martial spirits. The members of Tsanghui Academy could no longer contain themselves. They all stood up, glaring fiercely at the Shrek 8, eager to retaliate, only to be restrained by the middle-aged man. "You children, which academy do you belong to? Fetch your teacher," he demanded, seating the injured young man back down. "Fetch our teacher? Do you think you're worthy?" Daimubai retorted, having already dined adequately. Their table mostly cleared of dishes aside from the untouched turtle soup. Everyone, don't stop. Let me taste the turtle soup that Qiye ordered. "This is my first time trying turtle stew," the plump fellow continued, scooping a generous bowl of the soup and savoring it, smacking his lips in delight. Before filling another bowl, exclaiming how fragrant and delectable it was, warming him thoroughly. The teacher from Tsanghui Academy, now visibly enraged, barked, "What a brazen group of children! Teach them a harsh lesson." The students of Tsanghui Academy had been waiting for the teacher's command, eager to retaliate against Shrek's group. Apart from the injured and the lone female student, the other 5 surged forward. Seeing this, Xiaowu felt exhilarated and was ready to charge out, only to be restrained by Tang San. Realizing it was Tang San, she turned her head away with a huff, obediently staying by his side. "Just a bunch of lackeys." "Ladies retreat," Daimubai said, unable to contain himself any longer, eager for a chance to vent his frustrations. Oscar nodded and stepped back, understanding that Daimubai's ladies included him. The plump fellow, unwilling to put down his chopsticks, stood up, cracking his knuckles with a resounding pop. Tang San drew Xiaowu behind him, while Tang Qiye positioned himself in front of Ning Rongrong. Though this group of lackeys seemed utterly ineffectual, one could never be too cautious. Should an unexpected turn of events arise, Ning Rongrong would be left defenseless. A 4-against-5 scenario clearly favored Shrek Academy. Yet the Tsanghui Academy did not dare underestimate the quartet, promptly revealing their martial spirits. In an instant, flashes of white and yellow intertwined, with the 5 youths exhibiting a uniform soul ring configuration of 1 white and 1 yellow. Pathetic, indeed. Even their soul rings were unimpressive. The disdain in Daimubai's gaze intensified. "You are arrogant." Tsanghui Academy was further provoked by Daimubai, who manifested his martial spirit, revealing that all 5 were undoubtedly battle soul masters. Among them were 2 weapon soul masters wielding a spear and a trident, and 3 beast soul masters embodying a deer, a sheep, and a horse. In terms of martial spirits alone, they could hardly be deemed formidable. Is this the caliber of students from a prestigious academy? Their soul rings barely spanned a decade. "Brothers, unleash your martial spirits and show them what a true soul master is." Daimubai, upon witnessing their martial spirits, deemed further mockery unnecessary and declared this instead. In the next moment, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings enveloped Daimubai, and the white tiger spirit manifested, exuding an overwhelming aura of bestial royalty. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjin was not idle. He summoned the phoenix, 2 yellow soul rings rising to match, presenting the optimal soul ring configuration as well. The emergence of soul sovereigns, alongside their ideal soul ring ratios, elicited gasps from the onlookers. However, the true spectacle was yet to unfold. The blue-silver grass silently emerged from the ground, swirling around Tang San, while simultaneously, 1 yellow and 1 purple soul ring cascaded atop the blue-silver grass, shimmering with an extraordinary luminescence. A millennium, the second ring. No, this is impossible. The people of Tsanghui Academy were struck with astonishment. The pressure emanating from the white tiger and the overwhelming force of the soul sovereign left them reeling. And the optimal soul ring configuration of the phoenix only added to their dismay. Yet, nothing could compare to the shock of the millennium second ring. The optimal soul ring configuration still fell within the realm of normalcy, but the millennium second ring shattered their understanding of soul masters and their soul ring configurations. However, this was still insufficient to drive them to despair, for Tang Qiye had yet to unleash his martial spirit. A 3-against-5 situation still presented them with a chance. "Do you think I'm not a soul master?" Tang Qiye observed Tsanghui Academy's gaze fixated upon him, bewildered. What a genius. We have 2 more members. granting us the advantage. One of the Tsanghue Academy students retorted, though his tone lacked the confidence one would expect. It appears you are not only inept but also foolish. Tang San remarked, his sarcasm a rare display. Tang Qiye had already defeated one of their classmates, yet he naively believed he was not a soul master. Was I perhaps too modest? Tang Qiye thought to himself. Meanwhile, a circle of golden light blossomed beneath his feet, slowly rising. The five-element staff, devoid of any infused soul power, appeared as dark as ink, exuding an overwhelming weightiness. Held firmly in Tang Qiye's grasp, it rested gently on the ground, crushing a section of the floor. Following this, a second soul ring gradually ascended, purple. This marked the first occasion since enrolling at Shrek Academy that Tang Qiye revealed his soul ring in front of outsiders. In truth, he had no need to conceal anything. Although a millennium-old second ring surprised everyone, it was not enough to be deemed a freak. However, Tang Qiye preferred to remain low-key, relishing the thrill of defeating opponents without relying on his martial soul. Chapter 22. Smash your tortoiseshell. Once again, a millennium-old second ring. This time, even the teachers from Tsanghue Academy were astonished. Accepting one millennium second ring could be justified, perhaps due to a unique physique, but two was simply excessive. The students of Tsanghue Academy had completely lost their fighting spirit. They were not foolish. Tang Qiye's ability to possess soul power and injure their classmate clearly indicated he was a soul master. They had mistakenly thought that Tang Qiye, without his martial soul, was not a soul master, yet his soul rings did not align perfectly, as he did not wish to embarrass himself. However, how could Tang Qiye's soul rings be anything less than optimal? They not only met but surpassed the best soul ring configurations. At this moment, the students of Tsanghue Academy felt a wave of retreating intentions, devoid of combativeness. Simultaneously, the sight of Tang Qiye wielding that massive black iron staff instilled a sense of dread. They felt that a single blow could be fatal. The teacher from Tsanghue Academy could no longer stand by. How could he not understand? Even if the last of them were not soul masters, his students could not hope to contend with the trio before them. The main issue lay with Dai Mubai's third ring. The disparity between a soul sovereign and a great soul master transcended mere soul power. It also involved a millennium soul skill. Moreover, the white tiger was the nemesis of both sheep and deer. The innate restraining nature of his martial soul prevented his students from unleashing their full fighting potential. Stop. The teacher from Tsanghue Academy finally could not restrain himself any longer and waved his hand towards his students. You all retreat. The teacher had clearly recognized that his students were utterly powerless and were being crushed. Meanwhile, each of the four opponents was of a genius caliber. And those two great soul masters with millennium second rings were truly monstrous. At this juncture, it was no longer a question of whether his students could defeat the opponents, but rather the realization that some troubles were best left undisturbed. I am Yujichio, the director of the External Affairs Department of Tsanghue Academy. May I inquire which sect you hail from? Yujichio's tone was deliberately softened. Though he did not release his martial soul, he stood before the four from Shrek. His composure unwavering, his soul power clearly surpassing that of Shrek's group. We hail from Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai responded, his confidence unyielding, sensing a threat from this teacher. Yujichio's expression flickered. He had never heard of the reputation of Shrek Academy, yet here were students from an obscure institution utterly dominating his own. He felt compelled to restore his students' dignity. With that thought, Yujichio called out, Xiangui manifest. In an instant, 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, descended in an intricate pattern around him. 5 rings, Soul King. Tang Qiye displayed no semblance of surprise, rather, with a casual flick of his hand, he summoned the tortoise shell that had fallen onto the table at Tsanghue Academy, idly toying with it while casting glances at the turtle soup on the table. You truly have no sense of your own limitations. Shouldn't you call for your teacher to intervene? Yujichio seethed with anger. Since he had entered the inn, this impudent boy had incessantly uttered the word turtle, which his Xiangui martial spirit could not tolerate. Esteemed soul masters, I beseech you to show mercy. My humble establishment cannot withstand your conflict. The innkeeper pleaded, bowing deeply. We are more than capable of handling you without needing our teacher's assistance. Shall we step outside? Dai Mubai declared with confidence, doubting their inability to subdue a mere soul king. Even if the 4 of them faltered, they still had 4 girls on their side. With 8 individuals in total, including the peculiar Tang Qiye and Tang San, Dai Mubai felt emboldened to provoke a soul king. Of course, in a life-and-death battle. He might not have dared to be so brazen, but considering the opponent hailed from the same academy, it was unlikely they would resort to lethal force against students from other institutions. A group of ignorant youths. Allow me to take it upon myself to educate you. Yu Zhiqiu scoffed, striding toward the inn's exit. Xiao San, devise our strategy, Dai Mubai instructed, turning to Tang San. Very well. The Xingui martial spirit is defensive in nature. Thus, Dai Laoda, you will engage directly, while the fatty will provide support as needed. I will oversee the overall control, and Qiye, your task is singular and pivotal. Tang San swiftly outlined their plan, finally fixing his gaze on Tang Qiye. Got it. Let's shatter that tortoise shell. Tang Qiye grinned, patting Ning Rongrong beside him. For the final blow, give it some extra force. Ning Rongrong nodded with a smile, fully aware that the final strike required added strength for a surprise effect. As it would penetrate through. Do we have the star-crushing hammer? The students of Tsanghui Academy shamelessly rallied behind their teacher, vowing to teach Shrek and the others a harsh lesson. Before long, they reached the outskirts of the town, possibly due to the conspicuous 5 soul rings on Yu Zhiqiu. Their procession attracted a considerable audience from the town. As they exited, Yu Zhiqiu's mind cooled somewhat. Observing the 7 youths before him, he intoned solemnly. I offer you one final opportunity. It is not too late to admit your faults. Fault? In my lexicon, there is no such term. Today, unless I shatter your tortoise shell, I shall not be deemed worthy. Tang Qiye brandished his 5-element staff, his yellow and purple soul rings particularly dazzling. Utterly ignorant. Yu Zhiqiu, hearing Tang Qiye's unabashed arrogance, snorted coldly and declared, since you refuse to heed my warning, let me teach you a lesson. All of you. Come at me together. Zhu Qing and Xiaowu, just observe the spectacle. Oscar, be ready to assist. Tang San instructed Zhu Qing and Xiaowu. Yet, were Zhu Qing and Xiaowu truly mere spectators? Tang Qiye and Dai Mubai had no intention of providing protection for their support. This meant that Oscar and Ning Rongrong needed to ensure their safety in case Yu Zhiqiu made a shameless attempt to target them. Rest assured, brother. Xiaowu replied obediently with a nod. Oscar, in turn, nodded and tossed several sausages to Dai Mubai, the chubby one, and Tang Qiye. The first to strike was Ning Rongrong. The renowned 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda bestowed 2 enhancements, one for strength and another for speed. Applied to the 3 individuals aside from Tang Qiye. As for Tang Qiye, he too received 2 beams of light entering his body, though one of them was ineffective. Thus, Ning Rongrong only granted him a speed enhancement. Next, Dai Mubai transformed into his white tiger form, his enormous paw aimed directly at Yu Zhiqiu's protective shell. Simultaneously, Tang Qiye leaped into the air, the formidable force propelling his 5-element staff, producing a whirring sound as he swung it. The dance of the chaotic cloak exhibited a noticeably greater speed than during the battle at Shrek Academy, with the accumulated strength markedly intensified. What is that kid doing? Onlookers observed as Dai Mubai unleashed his 3rd soul skill, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation, engaging Yu Zhiqiu in a fierce confrontation. Bolstered by the dual support of Ma Hongjiwen's Phoenix Fire line and Tang San's Blue Silver Grass. Meanwhile, Tang Qiye appeared as if he were a mere bystander, wildly brandishing his 5-element staff, yet each strike fell short, totaling 27 misses in a brief moment. Yu Zhiqiu, in his turn, activated 2 of his soul ring skills. One was the Xian Gui Protection, and the other was the Xian Shui Ice Seal. His intent was straightforward, to swiftly deal with these youths, imparting a profound lesson that demonstrated the strength of Tsanghui Academy. However, he grossly underestimated the tenacity of Shrek and his companions. Although the Phoenix Fire line from the chubby one seemed to cause no visible damage, the high adhesion and temperature of the flames significantly drained Yu Zhiqiu's energy. As a Soul King, he could not overlook Tang Qiye's actions. The last few strikes of his staff posed a genuine threat. While they were insufficient to inflict serious injury, any direct hit would surely leave him with some wounds. More critically, Tang Qiye's staff continued to accumulate power without targeting him directly, while Yu Zhiqiu found himself distracted and overwhelmed. I must interrupt that kid. This cannot continue. Yu Zhiqiu thought, decisively unleashing his 3rd soul skill, Xian Shui Surge. As a 3rd soul skill, the chill of Xian Shui Surge was even more formidable, challenging even Dai Mubai's dual protective barriers. Playing with ice? Do you dare? Seizing the opportunity between 2 strikes, Tang Qiye unleashed a ripple of blue energy from his feet, instantly dissipating 70% of the cold from Xian Shui Surge. The residual chill, aided by the chubby one's fire line, had little effect on the group. How is this possible? Yu Zhiqiu gasped in disbelief, for that was his 3rd soul skill, and he was a Soul King. Yet, he remained unaware that at the moment Tang Qiye comprehended the flame ice slash, he developed a profound understanding of ice. Consider, someone capable of elevating the temperature of ice beyond that of flames would surely manage a mere chill. However, Tang Qiye refrained from becoming overly distracted. Otherwise, he could handle Yu Zhiqiu's third soul skill himself. In the blink of an eye, the 33rd strike was delivered, which was the limit for Tang Qiye under normal circumstances. However, his recent battle with Zhao Wujin had empowered him to master 36 accumulations. This time, though, Tang Qiye was determined not to be thrown back. So he did not intend to reach the 36th strike. Rong Rong. The 34th strike. Tang Qiye shouted. A call not only to remind Ning Rongrong to amplify his power, but also to alert Tang San. Tang San immediately understood. As the blue-silver grass entwined around Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, employing the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon to deftly extract them from the battlefield. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's enhancement of strength took effect. This is troublesome. Yu Zhiqiu noticed Tang Qiye leaping high, his 5-element staff transforming into a thick column, 3 meters long, descending upon him like a battering ram. Alarmed, he instinctively positioned his heavy turtle shell against Tang Qiye while retracting his head into the shell. Indeed, a turtle. Tang Qiye smirked coldly to himself, as his yellow and purple soul rings shimmered sequentially, the staff radiating a destructive aura. One strike. Annihilation. Justice descends from the heavens. Chapter 23. You seek an explanation from me? The staff's radiance, akin to a manifestation of the 5-element staff, wielded a might surpassing that of its original form. However, it was evident that Tang Qiye did not intend to deliver merely one blow. The original 5-element staff crashed down, causing the earth to tremble and clouds of dust to rise. Unsurprisingly, Tang Qiye was propelled backward by the recoil. Though this time it was clearly within his control, and his hands remained unscathed despite the force. Yet, tingling arms and numb fingers were inevitable. Oscar promptly offered Tang Qiye 2 sausages, aiding his swift recovery. Are you all right? Ning Rongrong approached, gently supporting his arm as she spoke softly. Tang Qiye shook his head. With that strike, his soul power was nearly depleted. However, he bore no significant injuries. Impressive. Dai Mubai, standing not far away, gave him a thumbs up. Tang Qiye paused momentarily before directing his gaze toward Yu Zhiqiu. At that moment, the dust that had risen from the ground was dissipating under the gentle breeze, revealing a human-shaped deep pit at its center. The onlookers stared in disbelief at the quivering figure within the pit. Yu Zhiqiu was firmly embedded in the ground, with a large, dark tortoise shell on his back marred by glaring cracks. It was evident to all that this was the handiwork of Tang Qiye. However, those from Shrek were aware that Yu Zhiqiu's injuries were far graver than they appeared. The true terror of Tang Qiye's strike lay not solely in the cumulative force. In terms of power, Tang Qiye was at most a soul master of level 30. Even at his peak, how formidable could his strength truly be? He posed no real threat to a defensive soul king. Yet, Tang Qiye's second soul skill was armor-breaking. The 30% armor penetration was not merely a simple reduction of the opponent's defense, it also came with an additional 30% in penetration. This was the most fearsome aspect of Tang Qiye's assault. A soul master's physique may be formidable, but their internal organs are far from possessing the same strength. Not every individual is endowed with the Xia Lan seal, capable of refining their body from the inside out. In the Douluo continent, the vast majority of soul masters focus solely on fortifying their physical forms, neglecting the fortification of their internal organs and bones. This tortoise shell is remarkably sturdy. It merely bears a few cracks. I initially thought I could shatter it completely, but it seems that is beyond my reach for now, Tang Qiye remarked with a chuckle, observing the shell with its noticeable fissures. In a state of panic, Songhui Academy hurriedly extricated Yu Zhiqiu from the human-shaped pit, where he trembled as he gazed at Tang Qiye, an unmistakable and venomous intent for revenge glinting in his eyes. Tang Qiye furrowed his brow slightly. The practice at Notting Academy had been serene, and he had never encountered any truly nefarious individuals. Thus, he had never taken a life. In either this life or the last, his sensitivity to murderous intent could be described as rather dull. However, the blatant aura of malice emanating from Yu Zhiqiu was something he could not ignore. Tang Qiye sensed it. How could the others possibly remain oblivious? Tang San, with an air of stoic resolve, placed his hand at his waist as Dai Mubai reactivated his martial spirit. The atmosphere in the arena plummeted to a frigid intensity, suggesting that combat could erupt once more at any moment. Why linger here in the dead of night instead of resting? Do you not need to venture out for soul rings tomorrow? Return at once. A rugged voice resonated from an unknown source, and in an instant, Zhao Wujia's figure materialized before the 8 monsters of Shrek, his back turned to Yu Zhiqiu as if he were invisible. Yu Zhiqiu's complexion was pale, and the blood at the corner of his mouth indicated that his condition was far from favorable. It seems you are the mentor of these children. Do you not intend to provide an explanation for this matter? Clutching his chest, Yujiqiu strained to maintain an upright posture, yet to any observer, he appeared to be a mere facade of strength, for Tang Qiye's strike had evidently inflicted significant internal injuries upon him. Only then did Zhao Wujie turn his head, as if just now noticing him. You? An explanation? What kind of explanation do you seek? A Soul King unable to handle a few 13-year-olds? Ridiculous. You exaggerate, my lord. If I had not held back, you can surely imagine what state they would be in now. Yujiqiu remained obstinate, for to him, this was a matter of dignity, despite the fact that he had not truly held back. Humph. Hold back? Then allow me to fight you without using my soul skills. Zhao Wujie scoffed derisively. And in the next moment, the Dali King Kong bear manifested, adorned with the finest 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. Zhao Wujie took a step forward, his fierce aura unmasked, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. You demand an explanation from me? Zhao Wujie's gaze was one of scorn directed at Yujiqiu, resembling Dai Mubai's earlier demeanor when confronting the students of Tsanghui Academy, arrogant, proud, and imperious. The oppressive force emanating from Zhao Wujie was not something an ordinary soul sage could possess. The ferocity of the Dali King Kong bear, combined with Zhao Wujie's illustrious reputation from his youth, forged a menacing aura that now bore down upon Yujiqiu like an insurmountable mountain, rendering him breathless. With internal injuries yet to be tended to, Yujiqiu was mercilessly suppressed by Zhao Wujie's relentless might. Consumed by rage, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Had it not been for the swift reflexes of his students, he would surely have collapsed. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. Farewell. Yujiqiu uttered a parting threat, departing in disarray with his students. Well done today, little monsters. You deserve commendation. Now, hurry back to rest. Zhao Wujie's demeanor towards Tang Qiye and the others was unexpectedly amiable as he retracted his martial spirit. A phrase echoed in Tang Qiye's mind. Soul masters who dare not stir trouble are but mediocrities. Similarly, on Earth, there exists a saying that resonates with this sentiment. Those who do not inspire jealousy are mere talents. It seems I can no longer afford to remain inconspicuous. Tang Qiye mused, reflecting on his experiences over the past decade, during which he had indeed kept a low profile. Yet, he was inherently inclined to shun the limelight. Occasionally indulging in the luxury of preparing a gourmet meal with rare ingredients, and recently, he had taken up a new pastime, teasing Ning Rongrong. Tang San established the Tang sect, leaving behind a legacy spanning millennia, while Shrek Academy became an undefeated myth due to this generation. And what of me? As the sea god Tang San, shall I ascend to divinity? Having traversed into Douluo, blessed with unique advantages, my current achievements mirror those of Tang San closely. It seems Tang San's soul power has also reached level 30. Tang Qiye lowered his head in contemplation, and Ning Rongrong, noticing his change in demeanor, wisely chose not to disturb him, instead remaining quietly by his side. After a while, Tang Qiye lifted his head, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. Ultimately, he resolved to abandon his low profile. Gazing at the heroic Qi seal on his left hand, his goals became ever clearer. At that moment, they arrived at the inn. Ning Rongrong observed that Tang Qiye had returned to his usual self, even exhibiting a certain change in disposition. Although she was unsure of what had transpired in his mind during such a brief time, she could distinctly sense the fighting spirit emanating from him, a vigor previously absent that now set her at ease. Returning to their respective rooms, Tang Qiye did not meditate but instead collapsed onto his bed, pondering how one could lose weight without proper nourishment. With his goals set, could their realization be far off? Exhaustive training was not an option. Sleep would forever remain a part of Tang Qiye's life. The following morning, the group set forth once more, equipped with supplies procured from the small town. Of course, Tang Qiye had not forgotten the barley wine from the previous night, but considering the modest inn they had stayed in, he took advantage of the early morning to practice the purple extreme demon eye and made a trip to the most luxurious hotel in town to procure no less than 100 pounds of barley wine. Inhaling the fragrant aroma of the wine, Tang Qiye smiled contentedly, knowing that quality comes at a price. Indeed, 20 bottles of 100 pounds of barley wine had cost him 200 gold soul coins. As they entered the Stardow forest, everyone was advised to proceed with caution and not to stray from the group. Mubai, you shall lead us as before. Flinder and Zhao Wujing showed no inclination to join the main party, accompanying them merely to deal with formidable soul beasts. This journey was not solely for the purpose of acquiring soul rings from a few level 30 minor creatures, but also aimed at gaining practical experience. Maintaining the same formation as yesterday, the group advanced rapidly, reaching the outskirts of the Stardow forest before noon. Unlike the enclosed soul beast zones, Even the periphery of the Douluo forest posed a significant chance of encountering thousand-year soul beasts, thus everyone was urged to remain vigilant. Mubai cautioned. And the group nodded in response, aware of the need for caution, yet one among them stood out. Xiao Wu, stay alert. Do not take things lightly. Flender and Zhao Wujing's gazes fell upon her, and Tang San, noticing as well, offered a reminder. Okay, I understand, brother, Xiao Wu replied, though she no longer bounced about. Her heart remained unperturbed. Others may not comprehend, but how could Tang Qiye be unaware? Xiao Wu was, after all, the 10,000-year soul beast, the spectral bone rabbit, for her. The Douluo forest felt like home, an embrace of familiarity. This time, those seeking to acquire soul rings included Oscar, Tang Qiye, and Tang San. In accordance with the original narrative, Tang San was supposed to break through to level 30 within the Douluo forest. Yet due to the high age of the soul rings he had previously absorbed, his cultivation progress had accelerated, allowing him to reach level 30 ahead of time. Upon entering the Douluo forest, Oscar began preparing sausages, providing each person with a large sausage and a small one. My large sausage possesses the effect of restoring soul power and healing injuries, while the small sausage serves as an antidote. They can remain effective in the air for 12 hours. The group accepted them, understanding that Oscar was considerate enough to distribute these provisions in anticipation of any emergencies they might face. As Oscar continued to expend soul power, he too began to show signs of fatigue, his complexion slightly pale. Tang Qiye supported Qianjin, enabling him to recover his soul power more swiftly. As they ventured deeper, the group encountered numerous soul beasts along the way, most of which were of the 10-year variety. However, since they did not actively attack, the group refrained from unnecessary slaughter. All right, everyone, let's take a moment to rest. Zhao Wujia's deep voice allowed the tense individuals to relax. Daimu Bai cleared a circle of thorns, creating an open space of nearly 100 square meters, where the group leaned against the trees and settled down temporarily to recuperate. In Chapter 24, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Oscar naturally contributed his sausages. In the Douluo forest, it was imperative to remain in peak condition at all times. Although Oscar's sausages were not as delectable as gourmet dishes, in the context of the Douluo forest, there was little else to aspire to. Just as the group had rested for approximately half an hour, suddenly, Tang San and Zhao Wujia's gazes simultaneously fixed upon a certain direction. Everyone, get up. Something is approaching. Flander bellowed. The first to react was undoubtedly Tang Qiye, followed closely by Tang San and Daimu Bai, who nearly instantaneously appeared beside Oscar. While Ning Rongrong remained with Tang Qiye, and the fatty joined them as well. Jiqing, Xiao Wu, please check what it is, Tang San instructed, his mind racing. Concurrently, Flander's voice reached them. It is a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, with pale red wings, measuring between 6 to 8 meters in length. After relaying this information, Flander described the characteristics of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake to Tang San. He understood that Tang San had inherited the master's true teachings. And even Tang Qiye fell slightly short in this regard. Oscar was fortunate. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was a rare soul beast. The fleshy crest on its head had many extraordinary uses, and its pale red wings signified it was over 1,000 years old. A length of 6 to 8 meters indicated that this particular snake's cultivation was between 1,300 and 1,800 years, making it perfectly suitable for little Oscar. Tang San swiftly analyzed the situation, while simultaneously, Oscar and Ning Rongrong gathered together, the two support-type soul masters finding strength in their unity. Suddenly, Zhu Shiqing leaped down from the tree, hastily joining the group. Since it was suitable for Oscar, they needed to intercept it. How to capture it? Flander inquired. Well aware of Tang San's capabilities, the phoenix-tailed cox-crowned serpent was not venomous. It relied on strength and speed, thus, as long as they managed to restrain it, capturing it would be straightforward. Tang San responded promptly, appearing like a living encyclopedia. It is known that soul beasts come in a myriad of forms, and accurately judging each one's cultivation age, strengths, and weaknesses is exceedingly challenging. Qiye. Tang San called out to Tang Qiye, with no further words necessary, their years of collaboration having forged an unspoken understanding between them. Absolutely, Tang Qiye signaled an okay gesture, then instructed Daimu Bai and the fatty to ensure the safety of Oscar and Ning Rongrong, while she swiftly ascended a large tree. The phoenix-tailed cox-crowned serpent, renowned for its speed, soon appeared within their line of sight. First soul skill, bind. Tang San activated his first soul skill, ensnaring the serpent's path with a web-like barrier. Water slash, ice flame cut. Tang Qiye wielded her hands in rapid succession, unleashing 7 or 8 scorching ice blades in an instant, all aimed at the serpent's flesh crown. True to its reputation for speed, the phoenix-tailed cock's-crowned serpent evaded with remarkable agility. Even Tang Qiye's typically precise ice flame cuts found their mark only half the time, merely grazing the serpent's body. Let us see what it means to experience the duality of ice and fire. At the moment the phoenix-tailed chicken crest serpent swept past him, Tang Qiye hurled 2 orbs of frozen essence from each hand. Given the proximity, both orbs struck the serpent's fleshy crest with unerring precision. The clash of searing heat and frigid cold often yields unexpected consequences. The phoenix-tailed chicken crest serpent writhed in agony, its massive body twisting as it raised its head to unleash a piercing roar. Suddenly, a colossal net woven from blue-silver grass, meticulously prepared in advance, ensnared the serpent with flawless accuracy. This cannot be. I cannot withstand it. The force is overwhelming. As Tang San activated the blue-silver grass network, he shouted loudly. Meanwhile, the sleek body of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake had already managed to break through the blue-silver network. 5 cauldron seal. Tang Qiye swiftly arrived, forming hand seals as 5 golden cauldrons descended from the heavens. One landed, followed perfectly by the next, culminating in a unified force. The 5 cauldron seal successfully subdued the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. However, Tang Qiye understood in his heart that relying solely on the 5 cauldron seal would not be sufficient to confine the serpent. Now it's up to me. Zhao Wujin, embodying the powerful diamond bear, had long been prepared. He and Flanders stood by, observing the actions of Tang San and Tang Qiye, clearly impressed that they had managed to temporarily control the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. Gravitational compression. Zhao Wujin directly unleashed the skill of his 5th soul ring. At the same moment, Tang Qiye's 5 cauldron seal was breached, yet the gravitational compression followed closely, leaving the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake with no chance of escape. Zhao Wujin stepped forward and delivered a punch to the serpent's head, a blow powerful enough to nullify all resistance from the creature. Little Ao, hurry over. Zhao Wujin called to Oscar as he drew a weapon resembling a trident. Flander had been a mere observer throughout, yet he too was in a state of martial spirit, ready to act at any moment. Ah, I'm coming, Oscar exclaimed excitedly as he rushed over, while Xiao Wu silently observed from above. Tang Qiye observed her with keen eyes, feeling a desire to offer solace, yet he could not unveil her true identity, thus he could only shake his head in resignation. Nevertheless, he approached her gently, placing a reassuring hand on Xiao Wu's shoulder, and spoke with comfort. In this world, survival of the fittest prevails. This holds true among humans, between humans and soul beasts, and amongst the soul beasts themselves. Such is the nature of our existence. We are all governed by these rules, and we must continuously strive to enhance ourselves. Otherwise, who knows when our own demise may befall us? While we do not engage in the indiscriminate slaughter of soul beasts, the acquisition of necessary soul rings remains unavoidable. Xiao Wu nodded softly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Qi. Indeed. Tang Qiye instinctively nodded, then suddenly realized, Xiao Wu, did you just call me brother? Tang Qiye could hardly believe it. The utterance of 7th brother was something he had longed for nearly 6 years. Although Xiao Wu addressed him as 7th brother and referred to Tang San as 3rd brother, the two were distinctly different and did not imply that Tang San held any superiority over him. Oh dear, look at your excitement. Be careful or sister-in-law might get jealous. Xiao Wu remarked, having untangled her feelings and feeling considerably lighter, she playfully stuck out her adorable pink tongue. Xiao Wu, please refrain from such remarks, Ning Rongrong interjected, having rushed over and instantly flushing crimson upon hearing Xiao Wu's words. Grabbing Ning Rongrong's hand, Xiao Wu teased, Rongrong, I never claimed you were my sister-in-law. After all, there is still Shiqing. Isn't there? Why do you assume that role? At Xiao Wu's playful teasing, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed even deeper. All right, Xiao Wu, if this continues, Douluo will want to challenge me. Tang Qiye pointed towards Dai Mubai, who was observing them. Dai Mubai was not genuinely upset, yet he cautioned, Xiao Wu, one must not make frivolous jokes. Who told Shiqing to be so intolerable towards you? Xiao Wu huffed, skipping over to Zhu Shiqing, linking her arm with hers, and making a face at Dai Mubai. With a sigh, Dai Mubai realized he could not hold a grudge against a girl. At this moment, Tang San approached. Noticing Xiao Wu teasing Dai Mubai, with a stern expression, he admonished her, Xiao Wu, cease your antics. Otherwise, Dai Lauda may choose not to hold back. And when the time comes for me to spar with him, it will certainly become quite the challenge. Though Tang San wore a stern expression, there was no intention of reprimand in his demeanor. He was a quintessential sister Khan, a paragon of someone who forgets all principles in the face of beauty, an insight deeply understood by Tang Qi. Just a bit of playful banter, right, Zhu Qing? Xiao Wu interjected, sensing the moment to retreat, her just harmless in nature. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her icy countenance but nodded in tacit agreement with Xiao Wu. Her chill was directed solely at Daimu Bai. Daimu Bai, feeling helpless, approached Oscar, who was currently receiving Zhao Wujie's weapon. Preparing to conclude the matter of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent to acquire the spirit ring. Hold on. A raspy voice thundered, and suddenly, an elderly woman and a young girl materialized before the crowd. The elder appeared to be in her 60s or 70s, her white hair meticulously arranged. Despite her advanced age, she radiated vitality, her wrinkled face flushed like that of an infant, and her eyes sparkled with intelligence. Grasping a 3-meter-long serpent-headed cane, 6 spirit rings danced around her, indicating she was a tool spirit master, with the serpent staff being her martial spirit. Beside her stood a striking young girl, short hair framing her face, seemingly around 16 or 17 years old, clad in fitted attire that accentuated her well-developed physique. Her deep brown eyes fixated intently on the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent in Zhao Wujie's grip. She too held a serpent-headed cane, albeit shorter at 2 meters, adorned with only 200-year spirit rings. The appearance of this elderly duo startled everyone, but upon noticing the elder's 6 spirit rings, they collectively sighed in relief. A 6-ringed spirit emperor, before 2 spirit saints, was hardly a formidable presence. The old woman, observing the 7 spirit rings on Zhao Wujie and Flinder, felt her pupils constrict. She had been so focused on interrupting Oscar's actions that she had overlooked Zhao Wujie and Flinder's prowess. It was clear to her that today would not end well. "What is your business?" Zhao Wujie's tone was surprisingly calm, eliciting astonishment from the Shrek Academy's unusual cadre. When did Teacher Zhao become so amiable? He is the immovable king, a being capable of slaying spirit saints of the spirit hall. What has come over him today? Moreover, the elderly woman's strength was inferior to his, and the immovable king was typically not amicable toward those weaker than himself. The old woman coughed twice before rasping. "Greetings to you, esteemed spirit saints. You cannot allow this child to claim the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent." Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow but gestured for Oscar to hold on for a moment. With one hand gripping the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent, undeterred by its potential resistance, Zhao Wujie replied with a smile, "Continue, present your reasoning. Otherwise, even if the Dragon King were here, you shall owe me an explanation." Clearly recognizing the elder's identity, Zhao Wujie remained assertive. "Oh, you know me?" the old woman inquired upon hearing the mention of the Dragon King. "The Dragon King and the Serpent Matriarch, I've heard of your esteemed names." Zhao Wujie responded, revealing his own name in turn. The Serpent Matriarch was taken aback, evidently aware of Zhao Wujie's considerable reputation. "Ah, so it is the immovable king. No wonder I encountered such a young spirit saint." She softened her tone, acknowledging her seniority with a newfound respect. "In that case, I shall refer to you as Brother Zhao." Realizing that if it were not for Zhao Wujie's regard for the Dragon King, he might have already resorted to violence. At this moment, Tang Qiye felt a tinge of astonishment, not because of the arrival of Snake Lady Xiang, but rather due to the fact that Zhao Wujie should not have been acquainted with her. While Tang Qiye was lost in thought, Flander spoke, stating that they could not kill the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, though the reasons for this remained unclear. Flander's words seemed to serve as a catalyst, instantly dispelling Tang Qiye's confusion. While Zhao Wujie might not recognize Xiang, it was plausible that Flander did. Perhaps Flander had discreetly informed Zhao Wujie of Snake Lady's true identity. "May I inquire as to the identity of this soul sage?" Snake Lady asked, her confidence noticeably bolstered as she addressed Flander. Flander's temperament was markedly more amiable than Zhao Wujie's. He did not exhibit anger at her rather disrespectful inquiry. Flander offered no extensive explanations. For if Snake Lady were to publicly declare her identity, she would undoubtedly also mention Dragon Duke, for together, they instilled a sense of trepidation among the powerful soul masters. However, Flander merely revealed his name, and even such a simple introduction compelled Snake Lady to treat him with greater reverence. Her expression shifted, and she bowed respectfully, acknowledging the esteemed Flander of the Golden Iron Triangle, whose renown she had long heard of and was finally witnessing in person. "You have yet to explain why we cannot slay this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake," Flander remarked, unwilling to engage in further unnecessary dialogue. In the Stardow Forest, every passing minute heightened the danger, leaving no time for idle chatter. Indeed, discussing it further seemed superfluous. This snake was originally a soul beast I had intended to capture for my granddaughter, but unexpectedly, it escaped, leaving behind wounds inflicted by us. However, since you two have subdued it, it rightfully belongs to you. Snake Lady surprisingly refrained from further insistence, perhaps recognizing that continuing to press the issue would yield no fruitful outcome. For the golden iron triangle was not one to fear the likes of Dragon Duke and Snake Lady. Let us proceed, Snake Lady declared, leading the young girl away. The girl seemed to comprehend the futility of the situation and did not press the matter. Flander and Zhao Wuji made no attempt to intervene, after all. It was merely a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, and even if it were taken, it was hardly a significant affair that warranted a life-or-death struggle. Let us act. Zhao Wuji signaled to Oscar, and the group moved to their respective positions, ready to maintain vigilance and protection. Tang Qiye stepped forward, silently absorbing the soul power from the soul ring, which inadvertently facilitated Oscar's absorption process. In less than 10 minutes, Oscar flawlessly assimilated the soul ring. Leaping into the air without hesitation, reciting the soul incantation, mushroom sausage. In an instant, a sausage resembling a small sausage but slightly flared at one end, resembling a mushroom cap, was conjured. The crowd erupted in laughter upon hearing Oscar's rather comical incantation, yet Oscar remained unfazed, chest puffed out, proclaiming, "Mushroom sausage. Grant me the power to fly." At that moment, the venue fell into silence. Flight. In the realm of soul masters, any auxiliary soul skill that grants the ability to fly is typically of the 6th or 7th ring caliber. But I must clarify, this soul skill has its limitations. It can only sustain flight for 1 minute. Oscar's cheeky voice echoed once more. Daimubai immediately grasped Oscar by the collar, lifting him up. "You little rascal. Are you trying to fool us? 1 minute. What can you accomplish in that time? You won't even make it across a wide canyon." "Dailauda, let me finish," Oscar interjected, "but that speed is akin to that of a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. It's incredibly fast." Upon hearing this, Daimubai was momentarily taken aback. Realizing that if Oscar had no intention of getting into trouble, he certainly wouldn't deceive them. So, the question arises, is Oscar feeling a bit mischievous? Tang Qiye naturally believed Oscar's words. Fearing that Daimubai might lose his temper and strike Oscar, he interjected, "Little Oscar wouldn't deceive us. Big brother Dai. Please refrain from harming our rather eccentric uncle. That would be a significant loss." Daimubai, in disbelief, released Oscar. Not only he, but even Flander and Zhao Wuji shared an expression of incredulity. The speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake must surely exceed 2,000 meters in just 1 minute. Disregarding terrain altogether. Among them, Ning Rongrong undoubtedly experienced the greatest impact. She had always thought of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School as the strongest support in the world. Yet Oscar had just imparted a valuable lesson. "You are exceptional, and you will continue to excel, won't you?" Tang Qiye gently grasped Ning Rongrong's hand, offering words of solace. He had been by her side. How could he not sense the shift in her emotions? Ning Rongrong nodded solemnly, a glimmer of renewed confidence illuminating her features. "When you acquire the 4th spirit ring, make sure I am present, understood?" Tang Qiye whispered in her ear, channeling his soul power, ensuring that none others could overhear. Ning Rongrong appeared puzzled, yet Tang Qiye merely smiled enigmatically, refraining from elaborating, simply requesting her affirmation. However, with her keen intellect, Ning Rongrong discerned an underlying implication in Tang Qiye's words. If you are not there, I shall not obtain the 4th ring." She refrained from probing further. If Tang Qiye chose not to explain, she would respect his silence. A wise girl never digs too deep but chooses to place her faith in others. "It's settled then. Otherwise, I shall be quite upset, and you might find yourself in trouble," Tang Qiye teased with a mischievous grin. How could he not be touched by Ning Rongrong's unwavering trust? "Everyone has rested sufficiently. Let us continue our journey." Shaosan and Qiye have yet to secure their spirit rings, Flander commanded once more. The group formed up and advanced in their original formation. Along the way, they encountered weaker soul beasts, yet they did not initiate any attacks. They spared those they could. The Xia Lan had absorbed the resentment of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Yet why did it seem that I require the souls of at least 2 more soul beasts to fully satiate it? Tang Qiye pondered deeply, yet remained perplexed. The Xia Lan needed to refine souls to nourish his own. Why then could he only absorb 3 at a time? This enigma lingered in his mind, yet it was not something he could voice. He could only bury it within his heart. In the blink of an eye. 2 days had passed. As they ventured deeper, the strength of the encountered soul beast grew increasingly formidable. "Qiye, what type of soul beast do you aspire to obtain?" Flander inquired at that moment. As Tang Qiye, a disciple of a master, may not possess the same depth of expertise as Tang San, he undoubtedly surpasses others by a considerable margin. He is acutely aware of the soul rings he requires. Strengthening himself, Tang Qiye refrained from specifying a particular soul beast. After all, the Stardow Forest is vast, teeming with myriad soul beasts, and locating a specific one could prove quite troublesome. Moreover, What suits him may not necessarily be the singular choice. Let us delve deeper. What is your requirement regarding the age of the soul rings? If it were anyone else, Flander would not inquire further, as the typical age for a soul master's third ring is generally consistent. However, Tang Qiye is an extraordinary exception, close to 1,000 years. Nothing too extravagant, he hesitated before revealing a figure. Not too high, merely 7,000 years. The members of Shrek, aside from Tang San and Flander, widened their eyes in astonishment at his words. Damubai remarked, "My third ring is somewhat beyond the norm. Yet I still have a considerable distance to cover before reaching 7,000 years. I possess a unique constitution." Tang Qiye offered no further explanation, and the others refrained from pressing him for more. Each individual harbors their own secrets, Tang Qiye, Tang San, and Damubai alike. Flander nodded, choosing not to comment, as he was accustomed to assisting Tang Qiye in acquiring his first and second rings. As the group resumed their journey, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the forest, causing the ground to tremble. Countless soul beasts fled in panic, disregarding even the presence of humans. Within the Shrek team, Xiaowu felt a surge of joy, only to be followed by an abrupt change in expression, laced with anxiety. However, this was not the moment for hesitation. She did not wish to endanger her companions. I have something to attend to. I'll be back in a couple of days." Xiaowu cast a worried glance at Tang San before dashing deeper into the forest without a backward glance. "Xiaowu, where are you going?" Tang San exclaimed in surprise, ready to pursue her, while Flander and the others were equally taken aback by her sudden departure. "Don't go," Tang Qiye interjected, halting both Tang San and the others. Xiaowu, resolute in her decision, chose to leave the team despite the suspicions it may raise. How could he allow Tang San to embark on a reckless adventure? The unfolding events had grown increasingly unpredictable, and he could not guarantee that Tang San's protagonist aura would indeed keep him safe. Xiaowu comes from an extraordinary background. We shall not pry into her origins. Let us treat this as though it never transpired. She is our companion, the sister of both Tang San and myself. Tang Qiye's declaration was not solely directed at the others, it was also meant for Tang San, whose intellect he trusted would prevent him from becoming overly fixated on the matter. "Do you understand?" Tang San gazed at Tang Qiye, perceiving that this fellow seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of all that transpires. "You will come to know, but not at this moment." No further questions. Tang Qiye denied Tang San the opportunity to continue his inquiry. At that moment, the roar from the depths of the forest subsided. Yet the fleeing soul beast remained in a state of disarray. Who could fathom what that formidable creature might do next? "Huh? Dean Flander, I want that soul beast. Quickly. Don't let it escape." Tang Qiye suddenly pointed in a direction, his expression slightly animated. Chapter 26. The seven-tailed ghostly fox. Tang San followed Tang Qiye's gaze and beheld 7 fiery red foxes, each adorned with 7 tails. He involuntarily uttered, "The seven-tailed spectral fox?" In stark contrast to Tang San's reaction, Flinder dashed forth the moment Tang Qiye identified the soul beast. Simultaneously, Zhao Wujie's 3rd, 4th, and 5th spirit rings illuminated, enhancing gravitational pull and compression, precisely targeting the 7 fox-like apparitions. The 7 figures quivered almost in unison, their speed rapidly diminishing, while Flinder felt the sharp claws of the 4-eyed cat-eagle firmly gripping one of them. The 7-tailed spectral fox, a paragon among fox-type soul beasts, excels in enchantment and is renowned for its swiftness. Were it not for Zhao Wujie's assistance, even Flinder would require considerable effort to catch up to such an alluring creature in a short span. Fortunately, the cultivation level of the 7-tailed spectral fox was not particularly high. Its enchanting powers were insufficient to effectively bewitch someone of the soul saint rank. Moreover, Flinder was on high alert against the fox's enchantments, as fox-type soul beasts almost invariably possess alluring skills, regardless of their strength. With the enchantment rendered ineffective, the 7 fox figures dissipated, coalescing into one, precisely the one beneath Flinder's claws. Good heavens, that was fast. Were it not for Wujie's gravitational enhancements, it might have escaped. Flinder thought as he swiftly returned, releasing his grip, causing the 7-tailed spectral fox to plummet from the sky and crash to the ground. Zhao Wujie's gravitational enhancement remained intact. One could never tell whether the fox might have a trick up its sleeve. If it managed to flee from the 2 soul saints, they would have lost face. Tang Qiye, the 7-tailed spectral fox cannot augment your strength. It is more suited for spirit masters adept in mental prowess. Furthermore, this particular fox, with its 7 tails and vibrant hues, measures 80 centimeters in body length and over 1.5 meters in tail length, clearly a formidable 8,000-year soul beast. Are you truly set on choosing it? Tang San cautioned. with Xiao having departed unexpectedly. Tang Qiye was now contemplating the absorption of a soul ring that exceeded his limits. How could he not be concerned? 8,000 years is barely acceptable. Its 7 tails stem from its lineage, yet its potent bloodline is primarily reflected in its enchanting abilities, not its soul power, which pales in comparison to certain fierce beast-type soul beasts. Fear not. I have a strong intuition that it will bring me great surprises, Tang Qiye replied, unhurried in his intent to slay the 7-tailed spectral fox, as the soul beast's unrest had not yet subsided. Xiao Ao, prepare the flying mushroom sausage, Flender commanded. Oscar understood and began crafting the flying mushroom sausage. Once 8 sausages were completed, Oscar had nearly exhausted his spirit power. Each member took one, however. Oscar's effects would be halved since he consumed his own. Therefore, Flender would lead him, while Zhao Wujie would carry the 7-tailed spectral fox. Let us absorb the soul ring at the periphery and then return, Flender ordered. They could not afford to delay, time was of the essence. Tang San cast a worried glance toward the depths of the forest, his brow furrowed in concern. She is my sister as well, although she may be closer to you. She is still my sister, trust me, Tang Qiye said, placing a reassuring hand on Tang San's shoulder. I, too, have my speculations, and soon enough. You shall come to know the truth. With that, Tang Qiye consumed the mushroom sausage and, utilizing the luminous wings behind him, swiftly soared toward the periphery. Tang San glanced back, gritting his teeth before following suit. He placed his trust in Tang Qiye, confident that he would never jest with the safety of Xiaowu. Nor would he concoct such a ruse merely to placate him. The Fengwei Jiguanch soared for a minute, allowing the group to hastily escape the chaotic territory of soul beasts and arrive at a relatively tranquil area. Mubai led the others to rest, instructing them not to wander about recklessly. Flender issued a command and nodded toward Zhao Wujie, then ascended a towering tree. As a soul sage of the agility attack system, he was tasked with ensuring vigilance, even more securely than Zhu Shuqing. Qiye, do not overexert yourself, Zhao Wujie advised as he turned to Tang Qiye for a final reminder. Tang Qiye nodded at Zheng, drew a dagger, and assured, rest assured, Master Zhao Wujie, I am confident. With that, Tang Qiye swiftly slashed the dagger across the neck of the 7-tailed enigmatic fox. The 7-tailed enigmatic fox was notoriously elusive, primarily due to its enchanting powers. The accompanying 6 phantoms could easily deceive even soul masters of the Soul King level. It was only with the intervention of a soul sage that it could be effortlessly subdued. Once the 7-tailed enigmatic fox lost its charm, even an ordinary grand soul master could vanquish it. Though it possessed remarkable speed, its defenses were feeble, and its offensive capabilities were lacking. The dagger effortlessly sliced through the fox's neck, and moments later, a circle of purple intermingled with black soul rings coalesced above the lifeless body of the 7-tailed enigmatic fox. Tang Qiye did not dare to procrastinate. With a swift motion, he summoned the soul ring. Concurrently, after an enigmatic fluctuation, the soul ring became slightly purer, shedding some of its malevolence. An 8,000-year soul power posed a considerable challenge for Tang Qiye. However, the absorption of a soul ring devoid of resentment was merely an infusion of untainted energy, albeit a formidable one. Tang Qiye devoted all his mental energy to refining the soul power contained within the soul rings, delicate threads of energy coursing through his veins. A sensation of swelling and tearing pervaded his limbs and torso. This force evidently surpassed the limits of what Tang Qiye could endure in merely a quarter of an hour. His meridians had reached a state of full and even overloading, with some of the finer channels even exhibiting cracks. Beads of sweat trickled down from his forehead, falling onto the ground before him, while he was drenched in perspiration. Tang Qiye's expression was one of anguish, his brows furrowed deeply, forming a distinct shape, causing a sense of unease to arise in the hearts of those who beheld him, particularly in Ning Rongrong and Tang San. Tang San remained composed as he anxiously observed the unfolding events. Although he harbored concerns for Tang Qiye, he recognized that, at this moment, Tang Qiye could only rely on himself. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong made several attempts to rush forward, yet each time she was intercepted by Zhu Xing. Ning Rongrong understood that her presence would be futile and could potentially complicate matters further. Thus, she could only watch Tang Qiye closely from the sidelines, her heart racing with trepidation. Tang Qiye remained unperturbed, even as the meridians within his body trembled precariously, on the verge of collapsing under the strain. Nevertheless, he continued to exert himself in the cultivation of the Xiantian art. The soul energy cultivated through this technique was pure and balanced, enduring and incessant, allowing for adept control over his internal vitality and soul force. At a particular moment, an indescribable sound emanated from within him, and his soul energy experienced a sudden liberation, rushing toward an outlet as if seeking release. The 8 extraordinary meridians? The Ren meridian was indeed connected, revealing boundless benefits. Tang Qiye sensed the transformation within his body, a glimmer of a smile appearing upon his sweat-drenched face. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, who had been anxiously observing, felt her tense heart finally ease upon witnessing that smile. At that moment, a wave of enlightenment surged through Tang Qiye's mind, and the previous bottlenecks in his cultivation were effortlessly resolved. His smile deepened. This risk had not been in vain. A few minutes later, Tang Qiye concluded his practice and rose, the vitality within him surging forth before dissipating into the air, cleansing the sweat from his body. Phew, what a relief. A chill ran through Tang Qiye's heart. This time, he had indeed benefited from the Xiantian art. Otherwise, he might have truly faltered and sustained serious injury. He vowed to himself that he could not afford to take such risks again. For even when facing soul beasts that were not primarily combatants, one must never exceed one's own estimations, especially under the influence of a powerful bloodline. Tang Qiye silently admonished himself. As Tang Qiye rose, a delicate figure suddenly lunged towards him, landing directly in his embrace. The person in his arms uttered no words. Instead, she held him tightly, her charming face pressed against his chest, quietly savoring the rhythm of his powerful heartbeat. It won't happen again, Tang Qiye assured Ning Rongrong softly, wrapping his arms around her waist. Qiye, Tang San called out helplessly, wishing to articulate his thoughts but finding himself at a loss for words. Though the reproach in his tone was unmistakably clear, Tang Qiye felt a twinge of embarrassment as he perceived the gazes of the crowd. He could only apologize, acknowledging, I indeed misjudged my capabilities and underestimated this soul beast. I assure you it shall not happen again. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong had also extricated herself from Tang Qiye's embrace. Overwhelmed by excitement, she had momentarily overlooked the presence of others. Now, recollecting her actions, she felt a rush of shyness. Her delicate cheeks flushed crimson to the roots of her ears. Fortunately, the onlookers had no intention of teasing her. Otherwise, she would have genuinely sought a place to hide. Tang Qiye, remember to proceed gradually and refrain from being overly ambitious. Flinder cautioned earnestly, having been genuinely startled by Tang Qiye's earlier demeanor. After all, the first two soul rings had been absorbed with remarkable ease, devoid of any complications, yet this time had truly alarmed everyone. I understand, Dean Flinder. I was indeed impulsive this time, and I apologize for causing concern, Tang Qiye responded warmly, glancing at his companions. Whether it was Daimubai, the rotund Oscar, or Zhu Xing, they all appeared visibly relieved and delighted. The sensation of being cared for was, indeed, rather delightful. Just be mindful next time, Flinder nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, as a disciple of the master, Tang Qiye must have his reasons for selecting soul rings. As for why he insisted on choosing the exceedingly rare eight-tailed phantom fox, Flinder refrained from probing further. Everyone harbors their own secrets, he had his, and so did others. While satisfying one's curiosity, it is imperative to consider the feelings of others. Otherwise, not only will one fail to elicit a response, but one may also inadvertently create misunderstandings. 8,000 years. I wonder if I can obtain an 8,000-year soul ring for my fourth, mused Tang Qiye. Seventh Master, are you not going to reveal your prowess? Oscar's exaggeratedly flattering expression immediately eased the tension that had gripped the group moments before. Tang Qiye nodded, a mysterious smile gracing his face that would undoubtedly astonish everyone. With that, his gaze fixed upon a tree trunk, thick enough to be embraced by a single person, located 10 meters away. In the 27th chapter, titled Moon Chase, Phantom Shadow, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Qiye's five-element staff took shape, and the third soul ring shimmered. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, only to reappear moments later as 7 identical Tankais, each standing 10 meters apart. Each manifestation wielded a 5-element staff, making it nearly impossible to discern the genuine from the illusion, whether by appearance or aura. 7 staff shadows descended from various directions, resulting in a series of thuds as they struck the tree trunk, leaving behind 7 distinct marks of varying depth. In the next moment, Tang Qiye stepped forward, a flash of green light appearing beneath his feet, and he stood before the crowd, his face alight with joy as he gazed at his handiwork. The onlookers were left in astonishment, pondering what Tang Qiye had accomplished. How had he traversed the 10-meter distance so effortlessly? As Tang San activated his purple extreme demon eye at the very moment Tang Qiye set forth, even with his extraordinary vision, he could only barely catch a glimpse of Tang Qiye's fleeting shadow. How swift! It was akin to teleportation. After much contemplation, Tang San finally managed to utter those few words. In the span of an instant, Tang Qiye executed a series of maneuvers so swiftly that it could be said there was hardly even time to blink. In mere moments, He left behind 7 distinct marks of his 5-element staff on a tree trunk 10 meters away, only to return to his original position. This is truly extraordinary. Oscar gazed at Tang Qiye in disbelief, vigorously rubbing his eyes. With his keen perception, he had only seen Tang Qiye's figure flash and vanish, only to appear instantaneously again. Had it not been for the evidence left on the tree trunk, he might have thought he was merely seeing things. Phantom. This is the third soul skill bestowed upon me by the seven-tailed spectral fox. Moreover, this phantom not only possesses a bewitching quality but also harbors a certain degree of offensive capability. In the state of my third soul skill, I can produce 6 phantoms within a 7-meter radius centered around myself, each possessing 20% of my attack power. This attack power increases with the number of soul rings. For each additional soul ring, it rises by 5%. Thus, given my current number of soul rings, the phantoms I create can wield 30% of my attack power. The fact that each phantom carries offensive capability makes them even more challenging to discern. Only when everyone had begun to regain their composure did Tang Qiye speak slowly. Tang San's gaze flickered as he fixed his eyes on the tree trunk 10 meters away, where 7 distinct marks were etched, 1 deep and 6 shallow. Are you capable of directing the shadow to strike the second target? Flander inquired, his attention also drawn to the significant marks. Tang Qiye shook his head and chuckled helplessly at Dean Flander. You can't seriously believe I have resorted to cheating, can you? In truth, those phantoms merely serve a seductive purpose. The true source of my offensive capability lies within my 5-element staff. In the third ring state, each strike of the staff manifests 6 supplementary rays of energy. However, the points of impact of these rays are not under my control. I can only govern the genuine strike itself. Regarding this third soul skill, Tang Qiye felt a great sense of satisfaction, as the advantages bestowed by the third soul ring predominantly manifested in his mastery of the Xia Lan technique. It remains uncertain whether this is due to the third ring or an enhancement of his mental prowess. But the Xia Lan techniques he had always struggled to comprehend suddenly became crystal clear upon absorbing the soul ring, even revealing hints of certain techniques he had previously hesitated to explore. And what of your speed? That must also be a soul skill, no? Daimu Bai inquired fervently, aware that Tang Qiye could create soul skills due to his unique circumstances. Yuju. Tang Qiye replied with a smile, having never intended to conceal anything from the group. Although he framed the abilities granted by the Xia Lan hexagram as merely the control of elemental forces, this was not a significant deception. After all, he wished to keep his origins from another world a secret. The control of elemental forces will be my primary focus, yet such mastery cannot be acquired through soul rings. It demands personal enlightenment. Just moments ago, I finally grasped a soul skill that had eluded me for a long time. It is called Yuju. This soul skill belongs to the category of teleportation techniques and does not necessitate any specific elemental force to activate. Perhaps you too may learn and utilize it. Tang Qiye elaborated on his newly comprehended Xia Lan technique, having long contemplated whether soul power could be harnessed to activate it. However, the techniques he had mastered thus far required specific elemental attributes, preventing him from conducting any experiments. Is that truly possible? To his surprise, it was not Tang San and the others who were most delighted, but rather Flander. However, upon further reflection, Tang Qiye understood that Flander's life's work was devoted to Shrek. He no longer had aspirations for personal advancement. The more extraordinary his students became, the more joy it brought him, for this was his heartfelt desire. The likelihood is quite substantial. After all, soul power is a form of energy and, theoretically, it is feasible. Tang Qiye had contemplated this matter long ago and was already 99% confident. However, without experimentation, he could not make a definitive conclusion. Well, we now feel that you and Tang San are the true monsters, while we are merely the normal ones, Oscar remarked with a resigned shrug. Having a couple of those aberrant comrades is rather pleasant. Tang San appeared to be lost in thought, his heart likely soaring deep into the forest in search of Xiaowu. At this moment, the disturbance caused by the soul beasts had subsided, leaving the forest in a profound silence, occasionally broken by the subdued roars of beasts that dared not unleash their full voices. Xiao San's soul ring had yet to materialize, preventing our return. Moreover, Xiaowu had not yet returned. We decided to rest for a while before heading back to the spot where Xiaowu had departed. Flinder organized everyone and ascended a large tree to maintain vigilance. Tang Qiye resumed his seated position, and after absorbing the soul rings, a multitude of inspirations surged within his mind. He was determined to seize the moment and comprehend as much as he could. Each additional mastery of a martial art was a profound gain. Half an hour later, Tang Qiye's expression shifted, and from his seated posture, He began to emanate concentric circles of golden ripples, spreading outward like the gentle waves of water. Indeed. Was it the limitations of my mental prowess that hindered my understanding of the martial arts? Suddenly, Tang Qiye's expression changed as he opened his eyes and gazed towards the depths of the forest. Little three, he called out, pointing in that direction. Tang San, perplexed, turned his gaze in that direction. The Stardow forest was lush with greenery, even beneath the towering trees. A dense undergrowth made it nearly impossible for an ordinary person's vision to discern anything 100 meters away through the gaps in the foliage. However, Tang San was different. Within the depths of his purple extreme magic eye, he spotted a charming young girl, leaping joyfully towards them from afar. She appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, her scorpion braids cascading down to her ankles. Was it not Xiaowu? Xiaowu, Tang San exclaimed, his voice ringing out in excitement, startling everyone around him, who promptly opened their eyes in surprise. At that moment, Xiaowu was already quite close to the group. Tang San hurriedly approached, enveloping Xiaowu in his embrace. The onlookers, initially inclined to inquire, hesitated upon witnessing Tang San's evident emotional turmoil, choosing instead to respect the moment. After a brief interval, they greeted Xiaowu, tacitly refraining from questioning her sudden departure, and resumed their quest to find the third soul ring for Tang San. Xiaowu had already attained her third ring, and Tang San's third should rightfully be the man-faced demon spider, accompanied by the external spirit bone, 8 spider lances. Would they encounter the Dragon King and his companions once more? Tang Qiye pondered, as golden ripples began to emanate from his feet. This was a technique of perception he had comprehended only after absorbing a soul ring. Although his mastery of this skill remained rudimentary, he could still sense within a radius of 1 to 200 meters. At a certain moment, as Tang Qiye silently attuned to the clues revealed by his perception, he was suddenly struck with a revelation. He then softly exclaimed, 2 o'clock, 200 meters, no, 150 meters, man-faced demon spider, 5,000 years old. Perfectly suited for Tang San. Tang Qiye felt a surge of joy within, although he was indifferent to the alterations in the storyline. It was certainly preferable for the 8-spider spear to be in the hands of his brothers rather than strangers. The human-faced demon spider? Wuji, prepare for action. Qiye, Mubai. Shaosan, Hongjun, brace yourselves for defense. Flender spoke swiftly, cautioning them about the human-faced demon spider, a ruthless predator of the forest, imbued with potent toxins and remarkable cunning. He could not afford to be careless, even if it had not yet reached a millennium. At a distance of over 100 meters, the human-faced demon spider could traverse the ground in a mere 3 to 4 seconds, a span of time ample enough for everyone to ready their defenses. Gravitational compression. Zhao Wuji unleashed his 5th soul skill, and with just one glance, the human-faced demon spider was pinned to the ground, rendered immobile. Tang Qiye revealed a sinister smile. In his exploration, he discovered that the faceless demon spider bore no fewer than 10 wounds, evidently inflicted during its pursuit by Long Gong Mengshu and Shi Pichao Tianxiang. However, Tang Qiye did not anticipate that Tang San's fortune would be so formidable. Despite the numerous twists and turns that occurred, he ultimately succeeded in acquiring the 8 spider lances. Quickly, Shaosan, Flander exclaimed, employing his soul skill to overturn the faceless demon spider, exposing its grotesque underbelly and its 8 glaring eyes. This was its vulnerable point. Time was of the essence. The faceless demon spider was clearly not as easily subdued as the previous Fengwei Jigwanch and Kiwi Gue Mehu. Tang San was not one to indulge in unnecessary chatter. He casually produced a black box, the Zhuge crossbow, and, to err on the side of caution, refrained from approaching the faceless demon spider for a direct kill. After a series of mechanical clicks, the crossbow was loaded, and subsequently, 16 black bolts accurately struck the 8 eyes of the faceless demon spider. With a deafening roar, the creature's vitality swiftly waned, and a circle of deep violet soul rings materialized, hovering above it. The 8 spider spears of the faceless demon spider were presumably absorbed along with the soul rings, a concern that need not trouble him. Unperturbed, Tang San discreetly absorbed the malevolent energy from the soul rings, rendering them seemingly more pure. Absorb it on the spot. The essence of the faceless demon spider will shield us from numerous soul beast disturbances. We will safeguard you, Flander assured Tang San, signaling him to proceed without hesitation. Very well, I shall rely on everyone. Tang San promptly settled down, sitting cross-legged beside the faceless demon spider. With the soul ring now visible, there was no imminent threat. The blue-silver grass enticed the soul ring, which enveloped it from above, allowing torrents of pure soul power to surge into Tang San's body. Before long, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, indicating that this 5,000-year soul ring had indeed approached Tang San's limit. However, at that critical moment, Three unexpected yet anticipated visitors arrived. Chapter 28, A Matchmaker for the Chubby One. As Tang Qiye discerned the identity of the newcomer, he cast a glance behind him and, with a swift motion, summoned the 5 cauldrons to seal the area, immediately restraining Xiaowu beneath their weight. Although the onlookers were filled with curiosity, they understood that this was not the moment for inquiries, and Tang Qiye had no intention of providing any explanations. In the original narrative, the human-faced demon spider that Tang San absorbed could not have existed for 5,000 years, yet this one did. One could only wonder if it possessed a soul bone. As Tang Qiye's thoughts raced, 3 figures swiftly approached, halting at a distance of 10 meters from the crowd. How fortuitous, thought Tang Qiye, to encounter such a windfall. Yet, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, for if the plot had shifted and the pursuers of the human-faced demon spider had altered, it would have been one thing. However, these 2 were indeed hunting a 5,000-year-old human-faced demon spider to provide a 3rd ring for his granddaughter? Did they truly misunderstand the cultivation level of the human-faced demon spider? Or did they assume that everyone could absorb soul rings beyond their years as he and Tang San did? Ah, it's you again. Ming Yiran immediately recognized the group, and, pulling on Long Gong's arm, she pouted and complained, "Grandpa, they've taken my human-faced demon spider." "Flinder, shouldn't you provide an explanation?" Long Gong, with a patronizing demeanor, comforted Ming Yiran while narrowing his eyes, exuding an aura of immense danger. Unfazed, Flinder acknowledged that while Long Gong and Snake Lady's martial soul fusion technique could withstand a tidal Douluo, it was merely a matter of endurance. In the presence of a true tidal Douluo, retreat would be necessary. Moreover, he did not believe that Long Gong would harbor animosity over a mere soul beast. However, since the question had been posed, Flinder felt compelled to respond. After all, Long Gong was an 8-ringed soul Douluo. Senior Long Gong. We were hunting soul beasts when we encountered a human-faced demon spider suitable for my student, so we took action to slay it. What explanation do you require? Long Gong's expression darkened as he coldly retorted, "Flinder, do you know that I have been pursuing this human-faced demon spider for 2 days? I was unaware." Flinder replied bluntly, confident that Tang San had already begun the process of refining and absorbing the soul ring, and that they could not be impeded. "Grandpa, they are being unreasonable. You must seek justice for Yiran." Ming Yiran protested vehemently, stamping her foot in frustration, her fully developed form drawing the eyes of Fatty and Oscar. "My dear lady, you are mistaken. Had we not slain this human-faced demon spider, you might have found yourself in peril." Tang Qiye interjected, unable to remain silent any longer. "Nonsense. Absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring is hardly dangerous. Besides, my grandfather is a soul Douluo. There is no way I could be in danger." Ming Yiran retorted, unconvinced, believing Tang Qiye was merely attempting to deceive her. Tang Qiye smiled faintly, referring to the human-faced demon spider, renowned as the Forest Slayer. Such a malevolent soul beast, known for its bloodthirsty nature, is exceedingly rare, and one cannot help but admire Miss Ming's fortuitous encounter. However, the true stroke of luck for Miss Ming lies in the fact that she has not genuinely absorbed this soul ring. At this juncture, Ming Yiran's eyes blazed with fury, and even the faces of the Dragon Duke and Snake Matriarch bore traces of displeasure. Yet, Tang Qiye remained undeterred, continuing to articulate, "For soul masters, the maximum age of the 3rd soul ring should not exceed 2,000 years. Once surpassed, the consequences are obvious. As for the cultivation of this human-faced demon spider, it precisely ranges between 5,500 and 5,600 years." Tang Qiye directed his gaze towards Dragon Lord, whose brow furrowed even deeper at that moment. "How do you discern the cultivation of this human-faced demon spider, young man? From its size, it seems to be merely 2 millennia old." Dragon Lord inquired in a deep voice. "Size? The cultivation of a human-faced demon spider is never reflected in its size, but rather in its 8 spider spears. This particular spider's 8 spears exceed 3 meters, clearly surpassing 5,000 years. As for the more intricate methods of calculating its age, I shall refrain from elaborating. Thus, we cannot be accused of having stolen your soul beast. On the contrary, we have rendered you assistance." "Nonsensical drivel, ignorant child. Do you truly believe I can be so easily deceived? Then tell me, what level of soul power does your companion possess? Level 40, perhaps?" Dragon Lord retorted, puffing his cheeks in irritation. "Do you take me for a fool? Your granddaughter cannot absorb it, yet you think he can?" Tang Qiye, feeling helpless, nevertheless summoned the 5 elements staff to demonstrate to the Dragon Lord. As the staff emerged, 3 soul rings manifested upon it, 1 golden and 2 purple. Notably, the 3rd soul ring, while predominantly purple, exuded a profound darkness within. Would this suffice? Tang Qiye gently thrust the five-element staff into the ground, instantly creating a small depression in the earth. Impossible. One yellow, two purple. How can you absorb soul rings that transcend the limits? Even the most elite spirit beast wielders cannot achieve such a feat. Long Gong Meng Shu's repeated exclamations of disbelief vividly conveyed the astonishment in his heart. There is nothing impossible. In our youth, Tang San and I were fortunate enough to consume a rare celestial treasure, endowing us with a physique that far surpasses that of ordinary soul masters. Thus, we are capable of absorbing soul rings that exceed the supreme limits. Oh. And by the way, my third ring is 8,000 years old. Hence, there is no need for me to deceive you. 8,000 years. Meng Yiran gasped in astonishment, only to realize her lapse in decorum, hastily covering her lips with her hand. Yet, her gaze remained fixed upon the three soul rings adorning Tang Qiye's staff. Gentlemen, do you require further clarification? Flander interjected, emphasizing that it was ultimately up to Long Gong to concede. No way, Grandpa. I must compete with them. After all, this human-faced demon spider has been our quarry for 2 days, and they have seized the opportunity. Meng Yiran pouted, seeking her grandfather's favor. Unwilling to relinquish a soul ring so easily, especially after having already lost one. Tang Qiye furrowed his brows slightly. This Meng Yiran, still naively believing that the man-faced demon spider should rightfully belong to him? Flanders, you have heard. My granddaughter is quite insistent. Moreover, having had 2 soul rings taken from her consecutively, it is only fair that she is allowed to vent her frustrations. Thus, I propose that you select a student to compete with Iran. If you emerge victorious, we shall consider the matter settled. However, if you lose, Long Gong will find himself in a dilemma. It would be rather unreasonable to interrupt her absorption of the soul ring after a defeat. Additionally, a soul master capable of absorbing a 5,000-year man-faced demon spider soul ring at the third ring is undoubtedly a prodigy, hailing from an extraordinary lineage. A fact evidenced by the weight of Tang Qiye's 5-element staff, which is beyond the capacity of ordinary ground to bear. In truth, the quality of Tang Qiye's 5-element staff is indeed significantly elevated, for at its core, it is the legendary sea-stabilizing needle, weighing an astounding 13,600 pounds. At present, the 5-element staff does not weigh that much, yet it is certainly over 1,000 pounds, as evidenced by its ability to effortlessly create a dent in the ground. However, this weight does not hinder Tang Qiye in the slightest. What if we lose? Flanders' eyes sparkled with intrigue. He could not fathom that Meng Yiran would triumph over his little monster. Nonetheless, it was prudent to clarify the stakes. Should we lose, this lad shall join my sect, where I shall cultivate him as my successor. Long Gong's gaze lingered on Tang Qiye. Impossible. In that very moment, both Flanders and Zhao Wujia voiced their vehement objections simultaneously. Their response is resolute, leaving no room for Long Gong's rebuttal. Senior Long Gong, he cannot join your sect, Flanders asserted earnestly. And what of him? Long Gong gestured towards Tang San, who was currently absorbing the soul ring. At this juncture, Long Gong was already able to ascertain the approximate age of Tang San's soul ring absorption, as the soul power emanating from the man-faced demon spider's soul ring was far too potent to be compared to that of a mere 1,000-year soul beast. His surname is Tang. Tang Qiye rolled his eyes. Tang San was the direct heir of the foremost sect in Douluo, and the son of the Haotian Douluo. Would he truly join the humble sect of Long Gong? What of his surname being Tang? Long Gong initially intended to dismiss the significance of the surname, but suddenly recognized the peculiarity of the situation. While an ordinary surname of Tang holds little weight, a Tang of remarkable talent, specifically highlighted, is a rarity indeed. Long Gong cast a deep glance at Tang San, then at Tang Qiye. This lad also bears the surname Tang. However, his martial spirit is not a hammer. Could he not also be a direct descendant? Grandfather, I do not want to wager. Let us simply compete. If I lose, a mere apology will suffice, and if I win, the soul ring will belong to them. Meng Yiran perceived the difficulty her grandfather faced and amended the terms. Tang Qiye could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming that the soul ring was never theirs, neither acquired through their efforts nor through their own kills. Just because you pursued for 2 days does not entitle you to claim it. If I were to say that I have hunted all the spirit beasts in the Stardew forest, would they then all belong to me? Meng Yiran, incensed by Tang Qiye's words, brandished her serpent staff, preparing to advance. Of course, a contest is acceptable. After all, you have indeed had some misfortune these past few days. The 2 soul rings we acquired are indeed connected to you. However, Should you lose, there shall be consequences. Tang Qiye was entirely unfazed by the fact that a soul daw stood beside Meng Iran. I shall speak. If you lose, then a kiss for Oscar, he declared, glancing around to see Dai Mubai glaring fiercely at him, while Ning Rongrong stood with her hands on her hips, seemingly warning him. A kiss for the chubby one. Oscar hastily corrected himself, fearing he might provoke Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai. Good, good, good. The chubby one was momentarily taken aback, pointing to himself. Then his gaze fell upon the curvaceous Meng Iran, his eyes gleaming as he nodded eagerly. Ahem, the chubby one's martial soul is a top-tier beast martial soul, the Grassfire Phoenix, and he is merely 13 years old, soon to reach level 30. If Miss Ming were to be with him, perhaps she could also become part of our extraordinary group. Tang Qiye attempted to persuade. Seeing Tang Qiye speak on his behalf, the chubby one stood tall. His eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at Tang Qiye. Oh, a Phoenix martial soul? Long Gong mused, pondering what kind of individuals they were. All of them seemingly at the genius level, and among geniuses, they were truly exceptional. Even Meng Iran, who was indulged by him, was only 16 and barely at level 30. Moreover, Dai Mubai, the mightiest among Shrek, appeared to be no older than 15. He could clearly sense the 3 rings of soul rings and the soul power exceeding 35 levels emanating from Dai Mubai. I have no objections. Young people should possess a bit of gambling spirit. If Iran agrees, I would also implore Flandre to allow her to join their ranks. Long Gong contemplated for a moment before finally nodding. Chapter 29. The 8 Spider Spears. After speaking, Long Gong intentionally glanced towards the Snake Lady, a meaningful expression on his face. The Snake Lady's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a sidelong glance. In her youth, was she not the one who had been taken advantage of by Long Gong, leading to their eventual union? Very well, I shall wager with you. However, should you lose, mere apologies will not suffice. Meng Iran bit her lip, confident in her ability to win, and thus sought to maximize her gains. Oh, very well, if I lose. This orb shall belong to you. Tang Qiye casually produced a small 5 elements bomb. Meng Iran frowned, feeling displeased, but Tang Qiye's next words filled her with joy. This orb can be used as a bomb. Simply inject a small amount of soul power before throwing it at your opponent. Its explosive power is sufficient to annihilate an ordinary 4-ringed soul master. Even the most formidable defensive soul master would suffer severe injuries. Of course, one must exercise caution, as it does not distinguish between friend and foe. Is this true? Meng Iran inquired, intrigued. If you doubt it, I can produce another, Tang Qiye replied, preparing to stow the 5 elements bomb away. Anxiously, Meng Iran thought, such a life-saving item cannot be discarded. I agree. Tang Qiye chuckled lightly, tossing the small 5-element bomb in his hand, and inquired, compared to what? In truth, he had already entertained some conjectures in his mind. Yet he still posed the question aloud. Indeed, Meng Iran's choice remained the same. Hidden weapons. I possess 20 flying knives. We shall each wield 10. I will instruct my grandfather to shake a tree 20 meters away, causing its leaves to fall. We will then throw our flying knives. The ultimate target will be the trunk, and the one who strikes the most leaves on their knives will emerge victorious in this contest. As Meng Iran spoke, she unveiled 2 cloth bundles, each containing an equal assortment of 20 flying knives. Upon hearing the nature of Meng Iran's challenge, the members of Shrek could not suppress their amusement, though they restrained themselves to avoid revealing their mirth to her. Tang Qiye's lips curled into a subtle smile. While he had not extensively wielded hidden weapons, his lack of experience did not equate to ineptitude. He had meticulously studied Tang San's techniques for using hidden weapons, mastering even the most advanced methods. Though he had yet to employ them, it was merely a matter of time. The members of Shrek had never witnessed Tang Qiye utilizing hidden weapons, yet they were cognizant of his lifelong companionship with Tang San. If Tang San's proficiency was formidable, could Tang Qiye be any less so? Very well, let us commence, Tang Qiye said, suppressing a grin as he discreetly accepted a cloth bundle, which he unfurled and held in his hand. Meanwhile, Meng Iran grasped 10 flying daggers, ready for action. The dragon staff shot forth, striking a robust tree trunk 20 meters away. Leaves trembled and cascaded down, as Meng Iran swiftly launched her 10 daggers, each finding its mark on the trunk. Dragon Gong, with his keen perception, assessed Meng Iran's performance. He nodded in approval. All 10 daggers had successfully struck their target, with each dagger perforating at least 3 leaves, a remarkable display of skill. Are you not going to make your move? Meng Iran inquired. noticing that the daggers in Tang Qiye's bundle remained untouched. "All right," Tang Qiye replied, nodding without further ado. He pinched a corner of the cloth bundle and shook it casually. Swish. The sound of daggers soaring through the air harmonized with the thud of their impact against the tree. Meng Yiran was astonished by Tang Qiye's execution, while Dragon Gong looked on in disbelief, exclaiming in admiration, "What remarkable skill!" The daggers had been released simultaneously and struck the tree with impeccable precision, each arranged in perfect alignment, with every dagger piercing through 10 leaves without fail. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Tang Qiye felt a sense of euphoria, albeit with a hint of irritation towards the old man. Could he not choose a different term? For instance, divine technique would be quite splendid. Meng Yiran, skeptical, rushed over to verify, only to find the results identical. She returned, disheartened, her gaze filled with complexity as she looked at Tang Qiye and asked, "How did you achieve this?" "I have practiced for years to attain such results." "It must be that someone taught you. If you wish to learn." "That rotund fellow has a brother whose skill with hidden weapons surpasses even mine. I learned from him." Tang Qiye gestured towards Ma Hongjun, the implication clear. Yet, his tone was laced with jest. He could hardly believe that Meng Yiran would genuinely approach the chubby one. However, exceptions exist, and Meng Yiran took action, swiftly dashing to the portly fellow and planting a quick kiss on his cherubic face. This kiss left the chubby one utterly flustered, lost in a state of bliss. "A bet is a bet," Meng Yiran murmured, biting her lip. "Ahem, Flander, I am not yet acquainted with the name of your academy. Might my granddaughter accompany them for her studies?" Long Gong nodded slightly before addressing Flander. Tang Qiye was taken aback. Did this old man truly intend to admit Meng Yiran into Shrek Academy? Tang Qiye furrowed his brow. If Flinder were to agree, then Xiao Wu's situation would not endure for long. After all, the individual before him was none other than the formidable soul Douluo, capable of perceiving Xiao Wu's true essence. However, it brought Tang Qiye solace that Flinder did not acquiesce. "Senior Long, my academy is known as Shrek Academy, which exclusively admits monsters who reach level 20 before the age of 12. We do not accept ordinary individuals." Flinder resolutely upheld his educational philosophy, insisting on the admission of only exceptional talents. Long Gong was taken aback, clearly unprepared for Flinder's refusal. "Are you implying that she still does not qualify to enter Shrek Academy?" The chubby boy had initially been filled with excitement, as Flinder's agreement would grant him frequent opportunities to interact with Meng Yiran, thus igniting his fervent ambitions. Moreover, Meng Yiran was indeed quite beautiful. Though not quite on par with Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, or Zhu Qing, yet still a rare beauty in her own right. Nevertheless, Flinder's refusal left him distressed, as it indicated that his favored disciple held no standing in his master's eyes, prompting a desire to weep. The inability to enter Shrek Academy meant she could not claim the academy's name as her own. However, Flinder suggested that he could facilitate her learning alongside these young prodigies under a different identity. As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Ma Hongjun, clearly still considering the well-being of his cherished disciple. A soul master should possess a greater capacity for unleashing their inner fire than an ordinary person, should they not? Upon hearing these words, Tang Qiye furrowed his brows once more. The very reason he had concealed Xiao Wu beneath the 5 cauldrons was to prevent Long Gong Mengshu from discovering her true identity. If Meng Yiran were to accompany them in their training, and if Long Gong were to whimsically follow along, Xiao Wu's identity would likely be exposed in no time. Most critically, they currently lack the strength to protect Xiao Wu. One can only hope that Long Gong, in his arrogance, would refrain from allowing Meng Yiran to join them in their cultivation. In Tang Qiye's mind, he contemplated the situation, while at that moment, Long Gong's expression darkened. After all, Flanders had previously implied that Meng Yiran lacked the requisite talent to become a student of Shrek Academy. He suggested that if she were willing to associate with the chubby one, she could, through him, train alongside a few of Shrek Academy's formidable prodigies. In truth, what soul masters are devoid of pride? I think not. My granddaughter's talent is subpar. I shall not allow her to diminish your standards. With a cold snort, Long Gong turned and departed. Once Long Gong left, the Snake Lady and Meng Yiran had no choice but to follow. Meng Yiran's countenance reflected her dissatisfaction. She truly had a passion for hidden weapons. Tang Qiye observed intently, his heart stirred. He stepped forward, addressing Meng Yiran. "Here are a few items for you. Although you do not train with us, you are always welcome to seek us out. Consider these soul-piercing nails as a token of our friendship." Meng Yiran paused, her gaze brightening upon seeing the soul-piercing nails in Tang Qiye's hand. "Your grandfather holds disdain for Shrek and would never consider going there. However, you are different. You have a penchant for concealed weapons. You could seek out the portly fellow. Surely his brother would be inclined to teach you, given their bond. Oh, and remember, in the future, do not use concealed weapons in duels. Such weapons are most effective when hidden and employed unexpectedly, maximizing their impact. Meng Yiran glanced at her grandfather, noting his lack of reaction, and quietly accepted the soul-piercing nails, murmuring a soft thank you. Safe travels, esteemed elder. Tang Qiye concluded, promptly ushering them out. Tang San's soul ring was on the verge of completion, and the likelihood of a soul bone appearing was considerable. He wished to keep Tang San's soul bone concealed from prying eyes. Oomph! Long Gong scoffed, hastening his departure, his frustration palpable at lingering any longer in that place. Tang Qiye gazed at the departing Dragon Duke and Serpent Matron, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. His earlier remarks had been deliberately provocative, designed to incite Dragon Duke. After such a provocation, it was unlikely that Dragon Duke would venture to Shrek easily. Once the Dragon Duke and Serpent Matron had vanished from his sight, Tang Qiye took a moment before lifting the seal on the 5 cauldrons. Seventh brother. Xiao displayed an unexpected candor, as Tang Qiye's actions had unveiled her true identity to him. Tang Qiye gently ruffled her hair and proclaimed, "Since you call me brother, that makes you my sister. Whoever dares to harm you shall face my wrath." His words, uttered 6 years ago, resurfaced from his lips, reaffirming his vow. Xiao nodded softly, casting a glance at the others. However, they showed no inclination to delve deeper into the matter. She acknowledged them with a nod and directed her attention to Tang San, who was in the process of absorbing the soul ring. Moments later, a surge of malevolence erupted from Tang San's body, and suddenly, his upper garment was torn apart by an unseen force, revealing 8 menacing spider spears that unfurled slowly. The 8 spider spears. Tang Qiye silently acknowledged. Tang San's protagonist aura remained formidable and was undeniably his, as the sinister energy permeated the air. The weaker Oscar and Ning Rongrong struggled against its oppressive force, instinctively taking a few steps back. Fortunately, Tang Qiye swiftly shielded Ning Rongrong from the dark intent, while Dai Mubai positioned himself before Oscar, providing them both some relief. "What is happening?" Flinder inquired, looking towards Tang Qiye, for among them, only he seemed to comprehend the current situation. Tang Qiye extended his right hand, revealing the external soul bone produced by the demon spiders. Flinder understood that Tang Qiye's external soul bone had been safeguarded during its absorption by his assistants. The external soul bone? Flinder was well aware of its significance, having encountered it before, yet others were not so familiar. The external soul bone is distinct from the soul bones associated with the torso, limbs, and head. It does not fall away upon the death of the soul master. Consequently, external soul bones are nearly imperceptible. Each such bone possesses a value comparable to 10,000 years of soul rings. Moreover, external soul bones evolve alongside the growth of the soul master, meaning that the earlier they are obtained, the more formidable they shall become in the future. Tang Qiye elucidated to the assembly. Upon hearing this, expressions of envy spread among the crowd. However, despite their admiration, there was no trace of jealousy or greed, a fact that greatly reassured Flinder, who observed discreetly. Chapter 30. Awkwardness. How difficult it is. At this moment, Tang San's mind remained remarkably clear. After all, the soul's resentment of the human-faced demon spider had been absorbed by Tang Qiye, rendering it incapable of exerting any influence over him. 10 minutes later, Tang San attempted to reclaim the 8 spider lances and expressed his gratitude to the others, who then prepared to return. They resumed their original formation, but this time, their coordination was noticeably more harmonious. Although they had not endured the ravages of the Titan giant ape, the experiences within the Stardoe forest had not diminished in value. However, in the absence of the life and death trials posed by the Titan giant ape, the bonds of camaraderie among the group still required further refinement. Among them, Dai Mubai felt the most stifled. Throughout the journey, he was met with Zhu Zhuqing's perpetually frosty demeanor. The relationship, which should have been softened by the trials involving the Titan giant ape, remained as unyielding as ever. Yet, this matter did not pique Tang Qiye's concern, for the tale of Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai was destined to intertwine. At this juncture, Tang Qiye contemplated the forthcoming training. To be candid, the imminent arrival of their masters to subject them to rigorous training would hold little significance for him. He pondered whether it was time to venture out for some personal growth. Remaining in Tang San's shadow was not his desire. Given the opportunity bestowed upon him, he yearned for a life that transcended mediocrity. Even if he were to attain divinity in the future, he wished for his journey through Douluo to be anything but uneventful. The return journey was uneventful, and 2 days later, the Shrek team successfully arrived back at Shrek Academy. On this very day, Flander brought news that Tang San and Tang Qiye's teacher would arrive at Shrek to train them. The precise timing was set for 2 days hence. After a night of rest, the following morning, after completing his training with the purple extreme demon eye, Tang Qiye ventured alone into a secluded grove. With no classes scheduled for the day, Flander had encouraged them to manage their own time. This grove had become Tang Qiye's personal sanctuary for cultivation, generally free from disturbances. Golden ripples radiated from Tang Qiye as he settled in, expanding outward, 10 meters, 15 meters, 30 meters, 100 meters. Gradually, he perceived a radius of over 100 meters, imprinting every grass blade and stone in his mind, even gaining comprehensive knowledge of what lay 10 meters beneath the surface. The skill of perception proved to be exceptionally beneficial, though he recognized he was merely at the beginner's stage, necessitating further practice. Tang Qiye found himself increasingly satisfied with this ability. At this moment, if he concentrated fully on perception, he could sense any slight movement within a 200-meter radius. However, the 100 meters was a comfortable distance for him. Beyond that would impose a strain on his mental faculties, making it unsuitable for use except in critical situations. Perception not only enabled him to discern everything in his vicinity, but also allowed him to uncover events that had transpired in specific locations, delve into others' memories, and even alter those memories. Tang Qiye is filled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the mastery of his probing technique. When that time arrives, his ability to gather information, control situations, and understand others will reach an astonishing level. For instance, if he were to engage in a combat arena and, at the very first moment, employ his probing technique to discern local skills and even the strategies prepared by his opponents, then discreetly relay this information to his companions, what might the outcome be? However, to achieve the instantaneous acquisition of enemy skills, one must attain a profound mastery of the probing technique. After all, in the realm of Xia Lan, only Shan Hunji Shuang has utilized the concept of zero force to elevate the probing technique to such heights. It is worth noting that even the prodigious talent of Shan Gui Yao might not be capable of achieving this feat, although Shuang benefits from the support of Qiongqi. It must be acknowledged that reaching Shuang's level is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, regardless of the difficulties that lie ahead, Tang Qiye is resolute in his determination to strive for that pinnacle. Perhaps he, too, can attain such heights. Tang Qiye sat quietly in a meditative posture beneath a grand tree, continuously employing his divination technique while simultaneously beginning to comprehend other forms of martial arts. This time, the soul ring bestowed upon him was not limited to mere divination. Perhaps it was the influence of the soul ring, but in recent days, Tang Qiye frequently experienced sudden flashes of inspiration, most of which pertained to the understanding of illusions. Tang Qiye focused his mind, immersing himself entirely in the comprehension of illusions. Time swiftly passed, and before he knew it, the sun had set behind the mountains and the new moon rose in the east. At that moment, a visitor arrived within the range of Tang Qiye's perception. Her presence jolted him from his reverie, and it was only then that he realized the day had indeed slipped away. Tang Qiye's lips curled into a subtle smile, only to return to their usual state. Feigning ignorance of the visitor, it was not difficult to deduce who had come to seek him. At this hour, only a few individuals would do so, and Ning Rongrong was certainly among them. Observing that Tang Qiye remained engrossed in his meditation, she chose not to disturb him. Instead, she quietly settled herself in front of him, wrapping her arms around her knees and resting her cheek upon them, simply gazing at him in silence. Tang Qiye remained still, yet his mind was already concocting schemes to tease a certain enchanting young lady. At this moment, Ning Rongrong's inherently elegant and delicate demeanor was accentuated by the tranquil and gentle ambience, rendering her even more ethereal. Typically employing his probing techniques, Tang Qiye found himself irresistibly drawn to Ning Rongrong, momentarily reluctant to disrupt this exquisite moment. This young girl, so captivating at such a tender age, would truly be a celestial being if not for the unfortunate flaws instilled in her character by the two old geezers of the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School. However, without the temperament befitting a young lady, there are no achievements to be had. As it stands, she has already been sufficiently trained by her brother. Ning Rongrong, in turn, gazed quietly at Tang Qiye, lost in thought. Since the moment he rescued her, this mischievous fellow had not ceased his playful antics. In the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School, who would dare show her disrespect? Yet, this rascal, fully aware of her status as the little princess, continued to tease her and surreptitiously take advantage of her. Strangely enough, rather than harboring resentment, Ning Rongrong found herself gradually enchanted by his playful demeanor. Tang Qiye slowly opened his eyes, meeting Ning Rongrong's gaze. In that instant, the temperature around them surged, and their hearts raced like drums. Ning Rongrong was positioned very close to Tang Qiye, who gently leaned forward, grasping her delicate hand and drawing her into his embrace. However, just as Tang Qiye was about to take a bolder step, an unexpected voice pierced the air, abruptly interrupting his actions. Ning Rongrong jolted in surprise, hastily pushing away Tang Qiye's mischievous hand, eager to rise. Yet, Tang Qiye had no intention of letting her go. Holding her securely in his arms, flustered, Ning Rongrong buried her head into Tang Qiye's chest. "Xiaowu, what brings you here?" Tang Qiye asked, his expression clouded with frustration. Realizing too late that he had not noticed Xiaowu's approach. "I just have a trivial matter to discuss with Brother Qi. It's nothing important. You two continue. I shall take my leave," Xiaowu declared, not allowing Tang Qiye a chance to respond, and with that, she fled like the wind. Even manifesting her martial spirit in her haste, Tang Qiye glanced at the Ning Rongrong in his arms, uncertain whether to proceed or retreat. "Rongrong?" He attempted to call out to the lady nestled against him. Ning Rongrong replied softly, acknowledging his call. Tang Qiye found himself at a loss. Enveloped in a moment of awkwardness, and thus remained in her embrace, his hands growing markedly more restrained. It seemed that Ning Rongrong sensed the subtle shift in Tang Qiye's demeanor, timidly peeking out from her hiding place, perhaps due to the passage of time. The rosy hue gracing her cheeks had faded to a mere blush. Truly, she was a little enchantress. Had it been any other girl subjected to Tang Qiye's unexpected advances, she would have been enveloped in shyness for an eternity. With a playful glint in her eyes, Ning Rongrong gazed at Tang Qiye, her large, sparkling eyes brimming with affection as they locked onto his. "Are you planning to leave?" she asked suddenly, catching Tang Qiye off guard. Indeed. He had contemplated embarking on a solitary adventure, yet he had disclosed his intentions to no one. He was puzzled as to how Ning Rongrong had gleaned this information. "You mentioned that once I reach the fourth ring, I must have you by my side. I surmised that you might be preparing to depart," she murmured. Pressing her face against Tang Qiye's chest, her eyelids fluttering shut, devoid of any trace of the temper one might expect from a young lady of her stature. Tang Qiye let out a wry smile, unable to fathom the meticulousness of Ning Rongrong's thoughts. However, having resolved to embark on a journey of self-discovery, he knew he would eventually have to inform her, albeit the timing was merely a matter of days. Indeed, he intended to venture forth, but not in the immediate future. Initially, Tang Qiye had planned to propose his solitary expedition after the Master's arrival, yet he found himself reconsidering, as he still had preparations to undertake. At the very least, he needed to impart the technique of moon pursuit to others, as it would benefit everyone. Moon pursuit allows for close-range movement. Differing from ghostly shadows primarily in speed and the element of deception, it demands little energy from the user, making it suitable for travel in the short term. And its velocity surpasses that of ghostly shadows. Particularly in combat, moon pursuit approaches the essence of instantaneous movement. In contrast, the strengths of ghostly shadows lie chiefly in its deceptive quality and agility. "I want to go too. You can't leave me behind," Ning Rongrong declared, puffing her cheeks and fixing her large, expressive eyes upon Tang Qiye. Tang Qiye stood his ground, locking eyes with Ning Rongrong. As their gazes intensified, Tang Qiye leaned forward, their faces drawing ever closer. Chapter 31. I can no longer tolerate this. Ultimately, Tang Qiye declined Ning Rongrong's request. After a protracted negotiation, during which he secured numerous advantages, he finally relented, agreeing to postpone his departure for at least 2 months. "I have brought you something to eat," Ning Rongrong said, breaking free from Tang Qiye's embrace. She adjusted her disheveled skirt and retrieved several plates of food from the storage soul guide on her wrist. Upon hearing this, Tang Qiye instantly felt a pang of hunger. His gaze fell upon several steaming platters of delicacies, stirring his appetite. Having gone an entire day without sustenance, it was evident that Tang Qiye was indeed famished. With the Master's imminent arrival and no classes scheduled for the following day, Flander had instructed them to focus on consolidating their cultivation independently. Tang Qiye remained noncommittal. After absorbing the soul ring, his soul power had ascended to level 33, and due to the seamless integration of the Xiantian art with the 8 meridians, his foundation was remarkably solid. Having resolved to primarily cultivate his vital energy, Tang Qiye naturally would not squander excessive time on his martial soul. Thus, he returned once more to the small grove. The techniques of Shi, Yuezhu, and Wooding Phone Jin constituted his formidable means of combat, yet they lacked overwhelming offensive power. Although he could effortlessly wield lower-tier Xia Lan techniques such as Flame Eye Slash, Ice Seal Spirit, and Fire Departing Radiance, their effectiveness was mediocre. They sufficed against opponents of the same rank, but would falter against those of greater strength. Therefore, it was imperative for him to focus on comprehending more aggressive Xia Lan techniques. The ferocity of the fire element, the sharpness of the metal element, the softness of the water element, the weight of the earth element, and the vitality of the wood element, all of these could serve as significant facets of offense. In attack, each element possesses its own formidable aspect. The sharpness of the metal element does not necessarily dominate the softness of the water element. Similarly, when the derivative aspect of the wood element, wind, is perfected, it can surpass the ferocity of ordinary fire. Tang Qiye understood that each of the 5 elemental energies has its strengths in offense. However, given his current focus, comprehending 1 or 2 Xia Lan techniques would be commendable. It was impossible to master a technique for each elemental property. His proficiency in the Ji technique was increasingly refined. And fortunately, he had also grasped the Ghost Dust Pearl. Uncle Yo's Ghost Dust Pearl was indeed powerful, and with its understanding, how far could he be from grasping the Ghost Dust Sealing technique? Tang Qiye had firmly established his direction, wholly engrossed in comprehending the essence of the metal attribute Xia Lan technique. Mastery of Xia Lan requires personal insight, likewise. The birth of a Xia Lan technique is inextricably linked to innovation. Innovation entails the creation of an exterior form for a Xia Lan technique. The forms of the Ghost Dust Pearl and the Ghost Dust Forbidden Image were already conceived. Tang Qiye merely needed to imbue them with spirit. In the mountains, time is but a fleeting concept, and the passage of years holds little significance for cultivation. Hence, Tang Qiye's perception of time was evidently not acute. As a result, dinner was once again delivered by a certain little princess, and the lamb inevitably found itself in the jaws of the wolf, promising a tempestuous encounter. The day slipped by in a rush. Though monotonous, it was nonetheless fulfilling. The complete mastery of the Zdui Ghost Dust Pearl was tantalizingly close, and Tang Qiye estimated that within 5 days, he would successfully demonstrate its power. What gains had the day yielded? Ning Rongrong nestled obediently in someone's embrace, her cheeks flushed, evidently indicating that this person had once again strayed from propriety. Tang Qiye set down his chopsticks, having completely devoured the dinner meant for 3. Unexpectedly enlightened, he pondered whether she could master this technique, which was more suited for a girl. Tang Qiye scratched his head, and at the moment Ning Rongrong entered his perceptive range, she suddenly recalled a character from Xia Lan, whose martial art shared the same metallic attribute as the Ghost Dust Pearl he was currently comprehending. However, this martial art was on a different level compared to the ice-sealing Flame Slash, being excessively ornate and flamboyant, rendering it unsuitable for him. Can I learn it? Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Tang Qiye with eager anticipation. Tang Qiye smiled faintly, placing a gentle kiss upon her profile before rising to his feet. It's not a significant issue. This soul skill does not impose stringent demands on attributes. Allow me to demonstrate it once for your observation. Ning Rongrong obediently nodded, simultaneously tidying up the lunchbox on the ground and storing it away in her soul guide. Tang Qiye nodded gently, and the range of his probing technique rapidly diminished, enveloping only the 2 of them. I shall assist you in comprehending this soul skill through my probing technique. Endeavor to grasp it and see if you can master it. Though Tang Qiye did not vocalize his words, they resonated within Ning Rongrong's mind. She was astonished by this remarkable feat. After all, she was familiar with the concept of transmitting sound through soul power, enveloping it so that others could not hear. Yet, what Tang Qiye accomplished was a direct conveyance of his voice into her consciousness, akin to a mental exchange. Even more astonishing was his assertion that he would aid her in perceiving his soul skill through his probing technique, a feat unprecedented on the Douluo continent. Indeed, Ning Rongrong nodded, her eyes brimming with admiration and tenderness for Tang Qiye. Let us commence. A soft smile grazed Tang Qiye's lips as he joined his index and middle fingers, forming a sword-like gesture before him. Sky-dry butterfly dance. At that instant, a swarm of butterflies, composed of golden elemental energy, flitted around him like a dragon in flight. Each butterfly was vividly lifelike, radiating a golden glow from their golden elemental essence. Thousands of these golden butterflies coalesced into a magnificent formation, resembling a soaring dragon. Ning Rongrong felt no threat emanating from this ethereal spectacle. It was simply beautiful. However, she understood that if it were merely a skill for entertainment, Tang Qiye would not impart it to her. Under the influence of the probing technique, she could delve deeper into the mindset Tang Qiye embodied while executing this move, allowing her to truly appreciate and comprehend it. Tang Qiye maintained the ethereal dance of the heavenly dry butterfly, while simultaneously employing his probing technique to assist Ning Rongrong in her comprehension. Unbeknownst to them, half an hour slipped by, and Tang Qiye finally dispelled the Xia Lan technique, settling into a cross-legged position to restore his vitality. The heavenly dry butterfly, when retained in a dormant state, consumed very little of his energy, which was why Tang Qiye was able to sustain it for half an hour uninterrupted. However, this was merely a modest feat, for the heavenly dry butterfly was, after all, a technique of the Yin Bing Zhantier, relatively weak for him. Yet, for other soul masters, it represented an extraordinary third or even fourth soul skill. Tang Qiye sat cross-legged, restoring his focus and retracting his probing technique, while Ning Rongrong remained stationary, her enchanting eyes gently closed, long lashes quivering ever so slightly. After a brief moment, her exquisite eyes suddenly fluttered open, and a soft yet resolute voice resonated. Heavenly dried butterfly dance. A flurry of butterflies took to the air, swirling about like a young white dragon. In the next instant, the dragon darted swiftly towards a tree of modest girth. Boom! The young dragon disintegrated, dissipating into a glow, while the tree suffered severe damage. Had Daimu Bai been present, he would surely have been taken aback, his very worldview turned upside down. Tang Qiye opened his eyes and rose to his feet. 10 meters ahead of him stood the small tree, struck by Ning Rongrong. With his keen eyesight, he could distinctly see that the trunk, which had been attacked, bore several deep fissures, with one crack even traversing the entire width of the trunk. Tang Qiye silently assessed that Ning Rongrong's current soul power stood at the 28th level, a powerful attack from a soul master of this rank, particularly one specializing in the assault category, should suffice to sever this small tree. Excluding Ning Rongrong's initial display of the celestial butterfly dance, her attacking prowess had now reached approximately 50% of that of her peers in the assault category. An auxiliary soul master unleashing the might of an assault type was unprecedented. And Ning Rongrong shattered the long-held belief that the Seven Treasures glazed tower could not possess offensive capabilities. Ning Rongrong, naturally, beheld the result of her efforts, the severely damaged tree. After a lengthy moment, she finally emerged from her astonishment, swiftly rushing towards Tang Qiye, her arms wrapping around his neck like an octopus, entwining herself around him. Tang Qiye was momentarily taken aback, then he gently supported Ning Rongrong's thigh while stepping back a few paces to mitigate the impact of her collision, wary that his solid frame might cause her discomfort. Ning Rongrong, filled with exhilaration, exclaimed, "Qiye, Qiye, I am utterly in love with you. I, too, possess the capability for offense. Qiye, I have shattered the notion that the Seven Treasures glazed tower lacks martial prowess." As she fervently expressed her excitement, her body clung to Tang Qiye, her legs wrapped around his waist, swaying incessantly. At this moment, Tang Qiye felt an inexplicable surge of heat igniting within his abdomen. He hastily sought to calm his mind, taking a deep breath, exhaling, and inhaling once more. Tang Qiye was apprehensive, fearing that he might be unable to resist the urge to execute Ning Rongrong on the spot. There was no need for speculation. The Seven Treasure Glaze Tile sect was undoubtedly aware of his relationship with Ning Rongrong. However, Ning Fingji could be considered rather open-minded, primarily because of Tang Qiye's remarkable talent, which left him with no valid reason to oppose the union. Yet, if Tang Qiye were to take any rash action against Ning Rongrong here, it would not take 3 days for the titled Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile sect, including the formidable 95th level sword Douluo, to come knocking at his door. A deep breath. Indeed, a deep breath. Tang Qiye was genuinely reluctant to part with the little sorceress at his side. Yet he found himself unable to endure the situation any longer. After all, Ning Rongrong was clad in a short skirt, and the sensation of friction was quite overwhelming. He certainly did not wish to be summoned by the two titled Douluos for a chat, as that would be a torment beyond measure. Setting aside Ning Fingji, what father would remain calm knowing that his only daughter had been so compromised, especially at such a tender age of under 13? It would be a miracle if he didn't seek retribution. Even if Ning Rongrong had matured remarkably, it would still be unacceptable. Even if Ning Fingji had a placid temperament, there were others with less restraint. The sword Douluo and bone Douluo regarded her as their cherished jewel, no matter how exceptional Tang Qiye's talents were. Engaging in such improprieties would surely lead to dire consequences, perhaps even a hasty engagement. Indeed, one could not act without facing repercussions. Tang Qiye was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, contemplating whether to proceed or to abandon the idea. Ultimately, he decided to go ahead with it. Tang Qiye is currently engulfed in a tumult of emotions, pondering whether to push forward or retreat. Indeed, this is a grave matter. Although the individual before him seems quite amenable to persuasion, just as he wrestles with his inner turmoil, a sudden presence interrupts. Who has arrived? No one. It seems. Ning Rongrong unexpectedly bows her head, her enticing lips drawing near, boldly initiating a kiss. Cursing inwardly, Tang Qiye thinks, this girl truly knows how to provoke desire. If I do not extinguish this fire today, it shall be deemed a victory for her beauty. Chapter 32. The First Lesson. The night is shrouded in darkness. Tang Qiye and Ning Rongrong returned to Shrek Academy hand in hand, as Tang Qiye escorted Ning Rongrong to the entrance of her dormitory. Her cheeks remained flushed with a rosy hue. In contrast, Tang Qiye bore a much thicker skin. Seventh brother? Xiaowu inquired softly as she opened the door and noticed Tang Qiye's presence. Xiaowu, Tang Qiye responded with a gentle nod and a smile. While Ning Rongrong beside him lowered her head in bashfulness, remaining silent. Xiaowu, perplexed by the scene, assumed that Tang Qiye had once again teased Ning Rongrong, and did not probe further. Instead, with a knowing smile, she remarked that the master had arrived and that third brother had already gone to see him. If seventh brother has no pressing matters, you should pay him a visit as well. Tang Qiye nodded, gently squeezed Ning Rongrong's hand, and proceeded towards the address that Xiaowu had provided. Tang Qiye departed, and Xiaowu deliberately stepped out a couple of paces to observe, ensuring that Tang Qiye had vanished from sight. Only then did she cheerfully pull Ning Rongrong into the room, leaving the ensuing inquiries to the imagination. Tang Qiye smiled gently, recalling the scene in the small grove, his smile growing even more mischievous. Although they had not reached the final step, the flames of anger had been extinguished. Had they not? Regardless of the means employed, true? In truth, he felt no urgency. Knock, knock. Tang Qiye knocked on the door, and in the next moment, it swung open to reveal Tang San. Qiye has arrived? Master S' voice resonated from within. Master, I heard from Xiaowu that you were here, so I came to pay a visit, Tang Qiye replied as he entered the room. The master maintained his usual simple attire, with stubble adorning his face, appearing rather stern. Indeed, I have already been informed of your situation by Xiao San. Is it true that the martial art of Xia Lan can be mastered by him and his companions? The master got straight to the point, foregoing any pleasantries after their time apart. Tang Qiye was not surprised and replied that Rongrong had indeed mastered an offensive Xianglan technique. Though this was her first attempt, and the power exhibited was less than satisfactory, only half that of a soul master of the same rank. To enhance her abilities, it would require diligent practice, after which she might rival soul masters of equivalent level. Is that truly the case? The master inquired, rising to his feet. An auxiliary soul master possessing the combat prowess of an offensive type would shatter the conventional understanding within the realm of soul masters. Indeed, however, Rongrong's soul power leans towards the gentle, preventing her from fully unleashing the technique's potential, Tang Qiye commented, reflecting on Rongrong's performance that day. What if Xiao San were to learn it? The master asked. Tang Qiye paused for a moment before responding. The impact of Xiao San's words may not rival my own. Yet the manifestation of Dai Mubai's third soul skill remains formidable. As soon as these words escaped his lips, both the master and Xiao San gazed at Tang Qiye in disbelief. Particularly the master, whose eyes burned with an intense fervor, as if he wished to scorch Tang Qiye with his gaze. What is the difficulty of learning this skill? The master inquired, striving to regain his composure. He needed to ascertain the complexity of mastering the Xiaolan technique before determining its worthiness of pursuit. The master settled back into his seat, lifting a cup of water from the table, seeking to calm himself with its soothing essence. Rongrong accomplished it in less than an hour. Tang Qiye replied without hesitation. The master halted abruptly, placing his teacup heavily upon the table, causing tea to spill across its surface, yet he remained oblivious to the mess. An hour? This was beyond the master's comprehension. His usually tranquil demeanor had been thoroughly disrupted today. Tang San gazed at Tang Qiye with a peculiar expression, pondering whether this behavior was excessive. Was he truly unafraid of the repercussions should the spirit hall catch wind of it? In the future, Shrek would undoubtedly harbor a formidable anomaly, Tang San remarked in jest. In truth, the majority of the heroic techniques were beyond your grasp, for among us, only the plump one possessed a powerful innate attribute. As for the plump one, his affinity lay with fire, yet at present, I had no fire-based heroic techniques to impart to him. Tang Qiye remarked, that is indeed formidable. Historically, soul masters have acquired soul skills through soul rings and soul bones, yet among you, the ability to learn provides an advantage. This could allow you to possess one or even multiple soul skills beyond your peers, thereby compensating for any deficiencies in your soul power. Such a disparity enables you to challenge adversaries of higher levels. The master analyzed swiftly while jotting down notes, the contents of which remained a mystery. Qiye. Which techniques can the other members of the 7 monsters currently learn? How long would it take to master them? The master inquired once more. Li Ru and Yu Zhu can both learn this technique. It is rapid, nearly akin to teleportation, though it lacks the deceptive nature of ghostly shadows' elusiveness. However, if combined with ghostly shadows' elusiveness, it would be perfect. Very well, let them learn ghostly shadows' elusiveness, mysterious heavenly skill, and even controlling the crane to capture the dragon concurrently. Tang San stated resolutely. Indeed, mysterious heavenly skill is an exquisite technique. Rongrong mastered heavenly dry butterfly dance within an hour, a skill I have newly comprehended. With my full support. She achieved this in less than an hour, yet I sense she possesses further potential for enhancement, which will require subsequent practice. Heavenly dry butterfly dance is accessible to everyone. Although it is somewhat flamboyant, its power rivals that of a third soul skill. As for other offensive techniques, I can impart fire leaving moonlight to the fatty. The other techniques demand excessively high attribute requirements, and without those attributes, their potency would be significantly diminished. In conclusion, everyone may learn Yue Zhuan Heavenly Dry Butterfly Dance, while the fatty can additionally learn fire leaving moonlight. If I provide my utmost assistance, they could master the basics in just a few days. But enhancing their power to suit their individual soul skills will necessitate their own efforts. Tang Qiye contemplated the martial arts techniques he currently possessed, comparing them with those of his companions. He realized that only 2 techniques, which had minimal attribute requirements, could be widely disseminated. The others necessitated specific attributes. After further deliberation among the trio, the master finally instructed Tang San and Tang Qiye to return and rest, as the hour had already reached the early morning. Tang Qi returned to the dormitory, stretched lazily, and while yawning, inquired of Tang San, "Have you truly relinquished the Shintian skill so easily?" Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Then replied, "I will speak with them, ensuring that this remains confidential. Whether or not they choose to join the Tang sect is entirely their own decision. After all, we are all brothers, and there are no stringent restrictions among us." Tang Qiye nodded slightly and promptly lay down to rest. In an unusual departure from his nightly routine, Tang San chose not to engage in his usual all-night cultivation, instead opting to recline upon his bed, soon succumbing to the embrace of slumber. Unbeknownst to them, a harrowing ordeal awaited them with the dawn. As morning broke, following the customary ritual of awakening and practicing the purple extreme demon eye, Tang San and Tang Qiye arrived at the doorstep of Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's dormitory. Upon knocking, it was none other than Xiao Wu who answered the door. Shortly thereafter, the impeccably arranged Ning Rongrong emerged from within. Upon spotting Tang Qiye, she cast a timid glance at Xiao Wu, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Xiao Wu, with a knowing look directed at Tang Qiye, gave him an approving thumbs up. Tang San also noticed Ning Rongrong's peculiar demeanor. He cast a glance at Tang Qiye. Yet before he could express anything, he was whisked away by Xiao Wu. With both of them gone, Ning Rongrong felt a semblance of relief. The events of the previous night had left her feeling excessively embarrassed, and her little witch persona struggled to fully process it all. She decided to leave and head to the dining hall. With a gentle smile, Tang Qiye took Ning Rongrong's hand and walked towards the cafeteria. In the dining hall, the Shrek 8 monsters gathered, and even Oscar, usually known for his laziness, was conspicuously diligent. Tang Qiye and Ning Rongrong arrived, exchanged greetings, and proceeded to collect their breakfast. Oscar, a restless spirit, contrasted sharply with Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. While Ma Hongjun was still plagued by his malevolent fire, Dai Mubai frequently faced setbacks with Zhu Qing, leaving Oscar far more vivacious. Balancing his plate, Oscar darted over to Tang Qiye's table and mischievously inquired, "Qiye, do you have any inkling about today's training agenda?" He did not bother to lower his voice, as it was merely their small group in the dining hall, and the teachers were absent. "I have no idea," Tang Qiye replied, shaking his head while enjoying his meal. He genuinely did not know, for with his involvement, the master's training plan would undoubtedly undergo alterations. Nevertheless, Tang Qiye felt no pressure. Regardless of the master's methods, he was confident they would not lead to any undue strain, only benefits. In this respect, Tang Qiye unconditionally trusted the master. After finishing their meal, the group made their way to the training ground of Shrek Academy, where the master awaited them. "Master!" Both Tang San and Tang Qiye called out in unison. The master remained stoic, giving a slight nod. So this is the legendary master, the invincible theorist. The others, except for Xiao Wu, were meeting the master for the first time, but they collectively greeted him with a resounding master. The master surveyed the group and stated, "Flander has already informed you. From this day forth, all your training will be organized by me. My sole requirement is absolute compliance." "Yes, master." The group had already gleaned the master's formidable nature from Tang Qiye and Tang San, though he was merely a 29th level soul master standing before them. His theoretical knowledge was undeniably formidable. "Very well, San and Qiye, you are also to rejoin the ranks," the master instructed Tang Qiye and Tang San. Tang Qiye and Tang San returned to the team, fully aware that their mentor was not one to linger unnecessarily. This signified the commencement of their training. "I have already learned about your circumstances from Flander, and I am also acquainted with the new soul abilities of Tang San and Qiye. However, Qiye, you must inform me whether your third soul skill is a state enhancement or an augmentation of a singular strike," the master inquired. Tang Qiye was taken aback. At that moment when he demonstrated his abilities, no one had inquired about it. The master had astutely pinpointed the crux of the matter. The state of affairs was clear. 1 minute. Tang Qiye felt there was nothing to conceal, thus he spoke candidly. The onlookers displayed expressions of admiration. They had not considered this aspect at the time, yet the master, upon his arrival, had immediately identified it, revealing the formidable depth of his theoretical understanding. "Excellent. Next, I shall administer a test. Should your performance fail to meet my expectations, you will come to understand what true limits feel like." A strained, unpleasant smile emerged on the master's otherwise stoic face. For reasons unknown, Tang Qiye felt an unsettling chill at the sight of that smile, as if foreboding misfortune. Chapter 33. 1 against 4? The master's smile sent shivers down Tang Qiye's spine. He sensed that something ominous was about to unfold. "Now, Tang Qiye and Tang San, you are to defeat Daimubai, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, one by one. Remember, it must be sequential. Each of you must overcome all 4. With that, the master stepped aside, leaving the order of combat entirely to Tang Qiye and Tang San. Tang Qiye felt a twinge of awkwardness, glancing at Daimubai and Zhu Zhuqing, who appeared equally uncomfortable. "Qiye, you and Daimubai shall face off first," the master interjected, noticing Tang Qiye's hesitation. Daimubai was momentarily taken aback, then managed a wry smile. "Qiye, let us go. We haven't had a proper spar yet." Truth be told, Daimubai was somewhat reluctant to fight Tang Qiye, as his techniques were far more varied than those of Tang San, who rarely employed hidden weapons. However, with the master mandating their duel, he could not back down. Although he was hesitant to engage with Tang Qiye at this juncture, he was genuinely curious to witness Tang Qiye's combat strategies. As Daimubai stepped forward, his demeanor transformed dramatically, shifting from indifference to a palpable intensity. "Be careful, Daimubai." Tang Qiye sensed the battle spirit emanating from Daimubai, causing a stir within him. In response, an equally potent fighting spirit radiated from Tang Qiye, harmonizing with Daimubai's resolve. The others observed, swiftly dispersing, without a doubt. Daimubai and Tang Qiye possessed the greatest combat prowess among them, though Tang San's strength was also formidable. The battle between Tang Qiye and Daimubai undoubtedly offers them a wealth of knowledge, captivating the attention of all present as they seek inspiration from the duel. White Tiger. Manifest. Daimubai activated his martial soul, employing his second soul skill, White Tiger's Guardian Barrier, followed by his third soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, without a moment's hesitation. This demonstrated Daimubai's cautious approach towards confronting Tang Qiye. "Dai, is your wariness towards Tang Qiye truly necessary? Or is it even effective?" Despite the slight disparity in their soul powers, Daimubai at 37 and Tang Qiye at 33, the difference was negligible. Tang Qiye had no intention of utilizing his martial soul, thus, upon witnessing Daimubai unleash his second and third soul abilities, he felt a sense of helplessness. "I must exercise caution when dealing with you," Daimubai remarked. He too found himself unwilling, yet could not abstain from action. Employing his abilities did not guarantee success either. "Very well, Boss Dai, let us commence." Tang Qiye's expression shifted dramatically. The usual mirth had vanished, and he appeared transformed, embodying a demeanor that was markedly more solemn and earnest. In the absence of his martial soul, Tang Qiye's soul rings naturally failed to manifest. However, Daimubai was acutely aware that even without his martial soul, Tang Qiye remained a formidable adversary. Golden ripples radiated outward, swiftly enveloping a radius of 20 meters. Daimubai positioned himself 10 meters away from Tang Qiye. "Be cautious." Dailauda. Tang Qiye intoned with a low voice, resembling a steadfast pillar. A ball of earthy yellow energy was hurled forth, akin to a tennis ball, targeting none other than Daimubai himself. Daimubai's tiger-like eyes flared as he unhesitatingly swiped at the incoming projectile. With a resounding thud, the earthy energy sphere was dispersed. Causing Daimubai to momentarily pause, the impact was rather negligible. He estimated that Tang Qiye's energy sphere possessed only 1/10 of the power of his white tiger's radiant wave. Qiye, do not hold back. Otherwise, you may find yourself at a disadvantage, Daimubai mused, interpreting Tang Qiye's restraint as a sign of leniency. With a furrowed brow, he propelled himself forward, swiftly crossing 5 meters, his massive tiger paw descending toward Tang Qiye. Hold back? Let me demonstrate the might of my energy barrage. Tang Qiye remained unfazed by Daimubai's assault, firmly rooted in place as he pushed forward with both palms. In the next instant, a series of earthy yellow energy spheres were propelled forth. Ah, this technique, Yudong has employed it before. Tang Qiye swiftly propelled his hands, sending the earth-toned energy orbs forth like bullets fired from a machine gun. As Daimubai soared through the air, he was met with no fewer than 10 energy orbs hurtling towards him, causing him to inwardly lament his predicament. Meng Ran's tiger claw struck down, producing a series of explosive sounds as Daimubai's body was jolted backwards. Yet, Tang Qiye's barrage was merely beginning. This fellow, Tang San, had anticipated that Tang Qiye would engage Daimubai in close combat, resulting in a fierce and intricate exchange of techniques. If Tang Qiye were aware of Tang San's intentions, he would merely suggest close combat. How simplistic. It would indeed be quite painful. Undoubtedly, Daimubai is an offensive powerhouse, and without the agility of the Swift Sister, it would be impossible to evade his barrage and approach him. Moreover, the sheer force of his onslaught poses a significant threat to Daimubai. Isn't it rather evident that these techniques are specifically tailored? Tang Qiye unleashed a barrage of attacks with remarkable intensity, while Daimubai found himself in a rather vexing predicament. Under the enhancement of his second and third soul abilities, the threat posed by a few of these projectiles was relatively minor. He could withstand them without issue. However, the question remained, how many were there? Daimubai could distinctly sense that even a moment's neglect on his part would result in a deluge of projectiles raining upon him, certainly exceeding 10. Furthermore, should he attempt to close the distance to Tang Qiye, despite the protection offered by the White Tiger's barrier and the augmentation from the White Tiger's transformation, he would inevitably suffer injuries, and it was uncertain whether he could even reach Tang Qiye at all. This was undeniably infuriating. Gritting his teeth, Daimubai endeavored to evade the onslaught of projectiles, resorting to his tiger claws to counter those he could not avoid. Tang Qiye stood firmly, his feet connected to the earth beneath him. An endless stream of earthy energy flowed from the ground, supplementing his vitality, nearly balancing out his consumption. Delightful, indeed. While Tang Qiye maintained a facade of seriousness and solemnity, his heart brimmed with joy. It was inevitable. This tactic was a perfect counter to Daimubai. In any alternative approach, he would have to engage in several exchanges with Daimubai, and victory was far from assured. After a mere quarter of an hour, Daimubai let out an unwilling roar, unleashing a series of 3 white tiger light waves. Simultaneously, he deflated like an ordinary punctured ball, his demeanor listless. As he glared at Tang Qiye with clenched teeth, Tang Qiye observed that Daimubai had withdrawn both his White Tiger Guardian and the White Tiger Vajra transformation, clearly indicating that his soul power was utterly depleted. Those 3 White Tiger radiant waves were evidently his final desperate attempt. Tang Qiye ceased his rapid-fire barrage, transforming one hand into a blade and executing 3 swift slashes. 3 arcs of scorching steam emanated from his strikes, unleashing the Inferno Eye Slash. In midair, 3 resounding booms echoed, marking the conclusion of this intense exchange of prowess among the elite fighters of the Shrek 8 monsters. Tang Qiye glanced at Daimubai's resentful gaze, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. His methods had indeed ruffled some feathers. In contrast, Zhu Zhiqing revealed a hint of a smile, which only deepened Daimubai's gloom. Next match, Xiaowu, you will face Qiye. The master had clearly no intention of allowing Tang Qiye a moment's respite, directly assigning him an opponent. Qiye, you are not permitted to use your moon-chasing technique, the master added. Understood, master. Tang Qiye and Xiaowu responded in unison. Xiaowu, bouncing with enthusiasm, stood 10 meters away from Tang Qiye, exuding an air of eager anticipation. 7th brother, do remember to show some mercy. She playfully placed a finger on her lips, appearing adorably charming. All right, Tang Qiye nodded, his divination technique unfurling once more. Xiaowu furrowed her brows, standing still as her martial spirit manifested, her eyes turning a vibrant crimson. Tang Qiye smiled, enveloped by the aura of his foresight technique. Even with his eyes closed, he could discern the position and movements of Xiaowu. At that moment, Xiaowu sensed something amiss. It felt as though her every action was foreseen by Tang Qiye. Nevertheless, engaged in their spar, she had to take action. Xiaowu, if you do not make a move, I shall launch my attack, Tang Qiye declared with renewed seriousness. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a fleeting shadow, employing the ghost shadow mysterious steps, and advanced toward Xiaowu. In terms of speed, Xiaowu was certainly not lacking. Upon seeing Tang Qiye's approach, she swiftly retreated, and for a brief moment, the training ground spanning 30 to 40 meters became their arena of pursuit. Useless, Tang Qiye exclaimed, sensing the opportune moment, as he casually waved his hand to unleash a flame eye slash. However, the target of this strike was the ground beneath Xiaowu's feet. With a thunderous roar, the earth erupted, creating a small ravine, while Xiaowu leapt high, charging toward Tang Qiye. Tang Qiye's lips curled into a subtle smile as he deftly maneuvered his body to evade Xiaowu's assault, creating distance between them once more. Seventh brother, do not run away. Otherwise, when will this battle ever conclude? Xiaowu expressed her dissatisfaction. Tang Qiye smiled faintly, gesturing towards the ground beneath Xiaowu's feet. Precisely where he had previously stood, Xiaowu's gaze shifted downward, and in that instant, a soft azure light flickered, instantly freezing the ground, encasing both her feet and calves in ice. Is this it? Oscar rubbed his eyes in disbelief. One moment, the two were in a furious chase, and the next, the battle seemed to conclude abruptly. Tang Qiye had exploited Xiaowu's moment of complacency to ensnare her in a trap. The earlier pursuit had been a ruse to lower her guard. Tang San keenly discerned Tang Qiye's scheme, and with his understanding of Xiaowu, he knew she would inevitably fall for it. I haven't lost yet, Xiaowu retorted defiantly, her cheeks puffed with indignation. Suddenly, her spirit ability surged, shattering the ice that bound her. In the next moment, her figure vanished from sight. She had teleported. Impressive. Tang Qiye was taken aback, yet he remained alert. Within the range of his sensing technique, as long as Xiaowu wasn't too far from the ground, he could still track her movements. However, Xiaowu was unaware of this, and she appeared directly behind Tang Qiye, her scorpion braid lashing out to ensnare his neck. In an instant, her feet pressed against Tang Qiye's shoulders, constricting his neck, while the first spirit ring on her body illuminated, her waist bending with power. Chapter 34. What? A series of fives? Xiaowu, did you truly believe your elder brother was unprepared for this? Tang Qiye's voice resonated calmly. Beneath him, a thick layer of ice enveloped half of his body. Tang Qiye grasped the ankle of Xiaowu, and no matter how forcefully she arched her back, she could not hurl him into the air. The icy tendrils continued to creep along Tang Qiye's arm, encircling Xiaowu's legs. Ultimately, Xiaowu's struggles proved futile, leaving her ensnared as a frozen sculpture. It appeared that she could not escape now. Tang Qiye released himself from his own restraints and gently lowered Xiaowu to the ground, tapping on the ice barrier that confined her, while playfully winking at her. Though trapped within, Xiaowu retained her consciousness, rolling her eyes in response. Tang Qiye disregarded her, leaving her in solitude without lifting the seal. Very well, Qiye. The next match features Ma Hongjun. The master promptly designated Ma Hongjun as Tang Qiye's opponent. Tang Sen approached and carried Xiaowu away, who, as she left, continued to roll her eyes in defiance. Ultimately, it was Dai Mubai who shattered the ice layer. Tang Qiye merely utilized the icy prison to ensnare Xiaowu, without encasing her in ice entirely. Therefore, forcibly shattering it would not inflict any harm upon her. The battle between Tang Qiye and the portly Ma Hongjun unfolded swiftly. Yet it must be acknowledged that the principle of elemental affinity played a crucial role. Ma Hongjun's phoenix flame boasted an exceptionally high temperature and a remarkable adherence, making it exceedingly difficult for Tang Qiye's ice to provide complete defense. Consequently, throughout the contest, Ma Hongjun drained Tang Qiye's vitality more significantly than the combined efforts of Dai Mubai and Xiaowu. Fatty, allow me to teach you a unique soul skill that I have devised. In conjunction with your nearly unparalleled flames, its power will undoubtedly be extraordinary, Tang Qiye remarked to the defeated Ma Hongjun. Absolutely, seventh master. Ma Hongjun exhibited no signs of despondency despite his loss, for he was merely at the 29th level of soul power. This confrontation illuminated for Tang Qiye the formidable nature of ultimate attributes. While his ice was indeed powerful, it still fell short of the pinnacle of ultimate ice. After all, he had not undergone ultimate transformation. To wield ultimate ice, one must transform the elemental energies within their body into pure ice, converting the forces of fire, wood, metal, and earth entirely. Given his current mastery over elemental energies, achieving this was not insurmountable, yet it could not be accomplished instantaneously. Moreover, once this ultimate transformation was enacted, he would forfeit the advantages of the 5 elemental forces, thereby rendering himself vulnerable to counteraction. Thus, under ordinary circumstances, he refrained from pursuing ultimate transformation unless absolutely necessary. Zhu Shiqing, you shall battle with Qiye. Qiye, you are forbidden from employing your sensing technique. The master interjected, imposing further restrictions on Tang Qiye's abilities. Understood, master. Tang Qiye, feeling the presence of only 50% of his vitality, believed he could easily manage Zhu Shiqing without resorting to his sensing technique. Zhu Shiqing offered a subtle nod to Tang Qiye, which he interpreted as a gesture of camaraderie, leading him to perceive her as less frigid than he had imagined. Here I come. Without waiting for Zhu Shiqing to initiate her attack, Tang Qiye enveloped his hands in chilling energy, sealing the soul essence yet refraining from release. Simultaneously, he executed the ghost shadow mizracking step, rapidly closing the distance between himself and Zhu Shiqing. Zhu Shiqing, wary of underestimating her opponent, channeled the spirit of the nethercat, her figure darting nimbly to evade, while she remained acutely aware of her footing, striving to avoid any spots previously traversed by Tang Qiye. Tang Qiye moved incessantly, occasionally launching an icy shard to disrupt Zhu Shiqing's movements, and at other times employing earth-based energy to suddenly manifest a spike beneath her feet. This confrontation required no actual combat. Tang Qiye exhibited no vulnerabilities whatsoever. Daimubai, observing Tang Qiye's tactics, couldn't help but cover his forehead in exasperation. Such underhandedness. Without absolute soul power suppression, Tang Qiye was virtually invincible within the same realm, even surpassing Tang San. After all, Tang Qiye possessed an array of tricks that, while lacking an immediate threat, could still yield significant results when applied unexpectedly. Phantom Strike. Zhu Shiqing's cold voice suddenly pierced the air as she abandoned evasion. Intending to deliver a surprise attack against Tang Qiye, lacking the ability to sense his surroundings, Tang Qiye's control over the battlefield was indeed somewhat compromised. However, with Zhu Shiqing's speed, it was evident that she could not escape his gaze, after all. His mastery of the purple extreme magic eyes was not inferior to that of Tang San. In fact, under the nurturing influence of the heroic Gale Seal, his proficiency in the purple extreme magic eyes had already surpassed that of Tang San. In Tang Qiye's eyes, a hint of purple began to stir, while Zhu Shiqing's figure, reduced to a mere shadow, appeared to him as though time had slowed down tenfold, each detail vividly discernible. It is futile, Shiqing, Tang Qiye proclaimed. His arms outstretched as an intense chill permeated the air, enveloping him in a mist of frost that expanded to a 2-meter diameter. At that moment, Zhu Shiqing's nether spike had already pierced towards Tang Qiye's chest, the bone-chilling cold forming a layer of frost upon her arm. Had she succeeded? As Zhu Shiqing beheld her nether spike nearing its target, a surge of joy welled within her. However, simultaneously, the force of the strike diminished significantly. Tang Qiye noticed that Zhu Shiqing had suddenly retracted a portion of her power. He smiled faintly, transforming his right hand into something akin to white jade. With a swiftness that was almost imperceptible, he thwarted Zhu Shiqing's assault. As Zhu Shiqing had prematurely withdrawn her strength, Tang Qiye's hand firmly grasped her wrist. In an instant, the chilling aura enveloping Tang Qiye rapidly converged, encasing Zhu Shiqing in a layer of frost. Given that Zhu Shiqing was suspended in midair, Tang Qiye simultaneously immobilized his own hand to serve as her support, preventing her from crashing to the ground. Tang Qiye melted the ice in his hand, swiftly catching the descending Zhu Shiqing. The ice shattered like a mirror, and Zhu Shiqing's delicate figure fell into Tang Qiye's embrace. Sensing the astonishing sensation in his arms, Tang Qiye composedly placed Zhu Shiqing on the ground, not daring to linger. Tang Qiye cast a glance at Daimubai, and upon seeing no signs of distress on his face, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Simultaneously, he pondered to himself, how has Zhu Shiqing developed? How old is she? Younger than Ning Rongrong, yet somehow more mature. Noticing that Daimubai exhibited no unusual expression, Tang Qiye realized it was merely his own overthinking. After all, Zhu Shiqing was indeed close to Daimubai. He had no desire to allow a trivial misunderstanding regarding a woman to cause a rift between brothers or create any lingering resentment. Zhu Shiqing, too, displayed no signs of discomfort. She momentarily shed her usual cold demeanor and expressed her gratitude to Tang Qiye, although her tone remained frosty. There exists a distinction between icy detachment and a cool disposition. The former currently belongs solely to Daimubai. You're welcome. You, too, have chosen to withdraw, haven't you? Tang Qiye waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, the master interjected, inquiring, Qiye, how much soul power do you have left? Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Qiye responded with 30%. A terrifying smile appeared on the master's face as he nodded gently. Xiao San, There is no need for concealed weapons. Defeat Qiye. Qiye. You are not permitted to use moon pursuit or any hidden weapons. However, you may employ the divination technique. Tang Qiye was momentarily taken aback. What had happened to the agreed-upon 1-4? Wasn't he stipulated that Tang San would also face the same odds? How had it transformed into a 1-on-5 scenario for him? Indeed, this was Tang Qiye's belief, for during the 6 years in Notting City, it had always been the collaboration of Tang San and Xiao Wu that managed to keep him at bay. Alone, without the use of hidden weapons, Tang San had consistently suffered defeat. Of course, the Haotian hammer was an exception. Teacher. Although Tang San did not believe he could vanquish Tang Qiye, it was essential to try, was it not? Blue silver grass. As he summoned his martial soul, the blue silver grass underwent a significant transformation after absorbing the spirit spider. Vines, composed of the darkly hued blue-silver leaves, writhed menacingly towards Tang Qiye. Wait, Qiye, there is no need for the detection technique, the master suddenly interjected. Yes, teacher. Tang Qiye replied, his head drooping slightly, feeling somewhat powerless. Without the detection technique, relying solely on his purple extreme demon eyes to evade the interference of the blue-silver grass proved to be quite a challenge. Especially without the use of his martial soul. The master had indeed placed Tang Qiye at a disadvantage. However, Tang Qiye was not one to concede easily, despite numerous restrictions. Even though he currently possessed only 30% of his energy, no, it had already risen to 40%. He seized the moment while speaking to absorb a bit more vitality, now reaching that 40% threshold. Not employing his martial soul meant a reduction in his offensive capabilities. With the Xia Lan technique at his disposal, there was no real threat to Tang San at present. Tang Qiye kept a vigilant eye on Tang San, who had already summoned his blue-silver grass, its 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, radiating brilliantly. At this moment, both their eyes shimmered with a violet glow. The purple extreme demon eyes perpetually in use. Throughout the 6 years in Notting City, Tang Qiye had utilized the combination of his martial soul and Xia Lan technique just to fend off the joint efforts of Tang San and Xiao Wu. In comparison to that time, Tang San was not using hidden weapons, had no Xiao Wu by his side, but had gained an additional soul skill. Whereas Tang Qiye was also foregoing hidden weapons and martial soul, along with a lack of additional skills. After some calculations, it appeared that Tang Qiye and Tang San had reached a state of equilibrium, though it remained uncertain what the actual combat would reveal. Third brother, you can do it. Xiao Wu cheered for Tang San from the sidelines, simultaneously casting a glare at Tang Qiye and making a playful face. Tang Qiye's head was filled with black lines, exclaiming how blatant this favoritism was. Must it be so obvious? After all, I am still your brother, and you, Tang San, have yet to reach that level, right? It's merely a temporary freeze. Ning Rongrong, witnessing Xiao Wu cheering for Tang San, also softly called out, undoubtedly supporting Tang Qiye, lest she suffer a consequence. The others were tacitly aware of the relationship between Ning Rongrong and Tang Qiye and expressed no surprise. Instead, they were wholly engrossed in watching the battle between Tang San and Tang Qiye, eager to discover the extent of their confrontation. Blue silvergrass, entwine. Tang San took the initiative to strike first. The blue silvergrass vines danced like venomous serpents, spanning a distance of 10 meters, with some even emerging directly from beneath Tang San's feet, rendering one defenseless. Tang Qiye's eyes sparkled as he swiftly appeared in another location. He had already begun to evade the attack the moment Tang San activated his first soul skill, only halting after the skill was employed. This was the most effective strategy against Tang San's initial soul technique. The blue silvergrass must ensnare a target, and Tang Qiye's speed was sufficient to vacate the premises before Tang San could establish a target. This extraordinary agility was unique to Tang Qiye. Had it been Daimobai, evasion would have been impossible. Thus, within the same rank, Tang San's blue silvergrass could only be dodged by agile attackers. Furthermore, these agile fighters must remain vigilant against his capabilities. Otherwise, they too would fall victim to his prowess. Chapter 35. Flamboyance. Tang Qiye is not a speed-type soul master, however. His swiftness is sufficiently comparable to that of agility-type masters, even possessing an element of deception. This is the effect of the ghostly shadow technique. Should he employ the moon chase in conjunction with the ghostly shadow technique, he is confident that, within this world, no agility-type soul master could rival him in terms of speed and movement, provided that their soul power levels are relatively similar. Tang San's soul power remained abundant, and the consumption of soul power by the blue silvergrass was astonishingly minimal. As a result, Tang Qiye found himself unable to free his hands to confront Tang San in such a short span of time. Wishing to engage in close combat? Tang San's ghost shadow cloak was even more deceptive than Tang Qiye's. In merely half a minute, Tang San's blue silver grass had already encircled Tang Qiye from all directions, forming a formidable blockade. Tang Qiye enveloped his feet in vitality, absorbing the earthy, brownish energy that flowed delicately into his dantian. His reserves of energy were limited, compelling him to sustain his consumption through this method. Of course, merely utilizing his feet to gather energy while simultaneously diverting most of his focus to evade the entanglements of the blue-silver grass proved to be a losing endeavor. To conserve his vitality, Tang Qiye refrained from employing the Xia Lan technique even once, resorting only to a casual knife hand strike. Though it lacked the finesse of the Xia Lan technique, the enhancement from the metallic energy rendered it sufficiently sharp to disrupt Tang San's spellcasting. The intense exertion and continuous deployment of soul skills did not adversely affect either Tang San or Tang Qiye. The absorption of 3 exceedingly aged soul rings had elevated their physical capabilities to a level comparable to that of a 4-ringed soul master. The repeated entanglements from the soul skill had not significantly drained Tang San, a testament to the blue-silver grass's inherent advantages. As the master had determined from the outset of Tang San's training, despite the numerous failures in the entanglements, Tang San was not surprised. Such outcomes were to be expected. If Tang Qiye had been easily ensnared, that would indeed have raised suspicions. Where the blue-silver grass had previously entwined, tendrils lay sprawled upon the ground. Tang Qiye did not underestimate the threat posed by these blue-silver grass. On the contrary, he perceived them as his greatest peril. Tang San's gaze was fixed intently, and Tang Qiye found it impossible to concentrate fully on absorbing energy. At this moment, his internal vitality had diminished by 40%, leaving him with barely more than 35% vitality. He could not afford to expend energy recklessly and needed to seek an opportunity. Moreover, Tang San's 8 spider lances were not subject to any restrictions, adding to the predicament. Tang Qiye finally comprehended the challenges posed by Tang San. However, while he perceived Tang San as troublesome, the latter also found him equally formidable. Other soul masters either focused on agility, brute strength, or control, inevitably revealing weaknesses. Yet, where lay Tang Qiye's vulnerabilities? Much like himself, he was primarily a control-type master, wielding the 8 spider lances with remarkable stealth and strength. His speed was enhanced by ghost shadow misty steps, and his defenses were not lacking either. This was the fundamental reason others deemed him difficult to contend with. Without weaknesses, how could one strike? The quest for vulnerabilities must be executed seamlessly. This sentiment echoed in the hearts of both Tang San and Tang Qiye. If there were no weaknesses, then one must unravel the layers. No one is perfect, and even if one appears invulnerable, one could be compelled to create flaws. The 5 tripod seals could not restrain Tang San. He would not grant Tang Qiye the opportunity to recuperate. Their figures darted back and forth, occasionally engaging in simple exchanges of fists and feet. Throughout, Tang San relied solely on his first soul skill, while Tang Qiye had yet to employ his martial arts. Nevertheless, their battle could be described as flamboyant, at least from an outsider's perspective. This fellow, Tang San, felt a twinge of frustration. His offensive power resided in his external soul bones, while the blue-silver grass only provided control. He was not yet able to utilize the 8 spider lances and needed to find an opportunity for a decisive strike. Both were simultaneously searching for chances, or more accurately, creating them. The training ground was not expansive, offering Tang Qiye a mere 30-meter radius for evasion. The blue-silver grass nearly enveloped the entire area, thus consuming a significant portion of Tang San's soul power. However, compared to Tang Qiye, who was on the brink of losing 30% of his vitality, Tang San still held a considerable advantage. This cannot continue. I will truly lose. Tang Qiye's maneuvering space was shrinking, and the sight of the entangled blue-silver grass ignited an urge within him to set them ablaze. Yet, he could not afford to do so, for his dwindling vitality was a source of great frustration. Throughout the battle, Tang Qiye remained at a disadvantage, a stark contrast to his effortless victories in the earlier rounds. Tang Qiye was quite infuriated. However, anger alone would not resolve the issue, thus he remained remarkably composed. "Oh, the little third, do not be so wary. Come, let us engage in a fair duel," Tang Qiye declared while staying vigilant against Tang San's initial soul skill. Tang San's lips curled into a faint smile, a hint of mockery in his expression. "It is futile. Surrender willingly. Observe your surroundings. After a brief moment, you shall find yourself with no path of retreat." Tang Qiye, feeling helpless, swiftly maneuvered his form along a winding and intricate path, gradually approaching Tang San. Tang San was not yet inclined to confront him directly. His strategy had not been fully established, and Tang Qiye's soul power had not yet fallen below a safe threshold. Tang Qiye swiftly pressed down on a wooden stake with his feet, his form spinning sharply, executing a near 180-degree turn as he forcefully altered his trajectory. The moment his feet departed from the stake, numerous strands of blue-silver grass entwined around him. At this juncture, Dai Mubai, Zhu Xing, and the rotund figure were deeply immersed in the battlefield, captivated by Tang San's meticulous strategy and lack of recklessness. While Tang Qiye's extraordinary foresight and astonishing reflexes left them utterly astounded, they pondered whether, were they in Tang Qiye's position, they could endure so long under Tang San's control. Conversely, if they were to assume Tang San's role, could they pressure Tang Qiye to this extent? The answer was unequivocally negative. Thus, they dared not let their focus waver, fearing that even a momentary lapse could spell the end of this confrontation. With their keen perception, they could discern that both Tang Qiye and Tang San were in search of an opportunity, an opening that would allow for a decisive resolution to the battle. By this point, 2 incense sticks worth of time had elapsed, with one stick equating to a quarter of an hour. The clash between Tang Qiye and Tang San had now endured for half an hour. The prolonged concentration was beginning to take its toll on both combatants, and Tang Qiye was notably gasping for breath. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead and along his cheek, ultimately falling to the ground. Tang San also felt quite unwell. Compared to Tang Qiye, he retained a greater reserve of soul power. However, the toll on his mental fortitude was no less than that of Tang Qiye. At this moment, beads of sweat had begun to surface on his forehead. Though none had yet fallen, he still possessed 20% of his vitality. Tang Qiye surveyed the dense expanse of blue-silver grass surrounding him. He understood that although Tang San had momentarily abandoned these plants, their continued existence signified that Tang San must possess a means to communicate with and control them. Tang Qiye did not dare to be careless. He was acutely aware that at this moment, Tang San still possessed enough soul power to unleash his third and second soul skills 2 to 3 times each. This implied that Tang San retained at least 50% of his soul power. There was no time to delay, otherwise, should Tang San manage to manipulate those blue-silver grasses to launch an attack. A sudden insight struck Tang Qiye, causing him to pause momentarily and reveal a conspicuous flaw. With a fleeting glimmer in Tang San's eyes, he extended his hands forward, reaching out toward the blue-silver jungle. In the next moment, the blue-silver grass surrounding Tang Qiye surged upward, each blade rising like a bush, reaching for the heavens. This was not a soul skill, Daimobai exclaimed in astonishment. A self-created soul skill? The brilliance in Master S gaze momentarily flickered as he focused his attention on the flaw in Tang Qiye, pondering whether it was a trap. As Tang Qiye's mind flickered with insight, he regained his focus, only to find himself enveloped by a sea of blue-silver grass. Each blade surged skyward, stretching 3 meters in length, densely packed together. Yet, apart from the blue-silver grass surrounding him, those farther afield swiftly vanished. The grass encircling him, however, only multiplied, with some tendrils already entwining around his form. Nevertheless, Tang Qiye remained unperturbed, allowing the blue-silver grass to coil around him. Blue-silver grass, entangle. Blue-silver grass, web binding. 8 meters away, Tang San finally unleashed his third soul skill, web binding. We've won, Oscar exclaimed involuntarily, overwhelmed by the intensity of the battle that had drained his energy. However, no one echoed his sentiment. The onlookers remained tense, their gazes fixed on the 2 combatants in the training ground. Oscar followed their line of sight and noted that Tang San's clothing had torn, revealing 8 spider spears extending outward, a pure and untainted malice emanating from within him. 8 spider spears. No need to be so serious, Tang Qiye remarked, observing Tang San's slightly unruly demeanor after executing the 8 spider spears. I must be serious, otherwise, I shall surely lose, Tang San replied, his expression somewhat frigid. An aura of malevolence surrounding him, influenced by the energy within the 8 spider spears. Yet, this malevolence was remarkably pure, devoid of the evil inherent in the man-faced demon spider, insufficient to drive Tang San to madness. In truth, your caution is futile. Tang Qiye gazed intently at Tang San, his expression earnest. Tang San furrowed his brow. In the next moment, a brilliant golden light enveloped Tang Qiye, as 8 sharp golden blades of light swiftly severed the blue-silver grass entwined around him, including the web that encased him. Tang Qiye's vitality surged, sending a wave of energy that scattered the severed blue-silver grass. Surely, you cannot be so naive as to believe that the blue-silver grass could bind me? Tang Qiye refrained from further action, for his internal energy was scarcely at 1/10 of its capacity. Moreover, I am well aware that the poison of the blue-silver grass is ineffective against you. Yet, it is sufficient to deplete your energy. A sly smile crept onto Tang San's lips. I still possess less than 1/10 of my energy. Nonetheless, you shall still be defeated. Tang Qiye extended a single finger. Playfully gesturing before Tang San, his spirits buoyed by the triumph he had achieved today, a remarkable string of 5 victories. Among them, he had also bested the future sea god. Tang San. If Oscar and Ning Rongrong were to join the fray, he could potentially achieve a sweep of 7. I refuse to believe it. Tang San denied Tang Qiye any opportunity for respite, as 8 spider spears propelled him forward at a speed rivaling that of a humanoid demon spider, rushing toward Tang Qiye. Chapter 36, Zdui, the forbidden image of ghost dust. In the face of Tang San's assault, Tang Qiye neither flinched nor dodged. He merely took a half-step back on one leg, then drew his hands to his waist before launching forth. With a resounding whoosh, several solidified golden energy orbs burst forth in a dazzling display. The scattered golden orbs gradually converged, ultimately arcing in a parabolic trajectory to strike Tang San. The force of the attack was indeed formidable. This newfound comprehension of yours? Yet, with this alone, you shall not prevail. Tang San stood firm on his legs, resolutely withstanding the onslaught of those golden orbs with his 8 spider lances. The golden mist enveloped the surroundings, ephemeral and elusive. The golden spheres forcibly interrupted Tang San's momentum of attack. I had not anticipated his aggression. My sole intention was to exert control over you. With a single hand raised towards Tang San, Tang Qiye invoked an ethereal grip at the moment his words fell. The ghost dust forbidden image. An unseen force enveloped Tang San, rendering him utterly immobile. Under Tang Qiye's control, Tang San's arms spread wide, exposing the vulnerability of his chest. At this juncture, a single strike from Tang Qiye could decisively conclude the battle. How have you accomplished this? Tang San attempted to struggle, only to find it exceedingly difficult to break free. His heart filled with astonishment and curiosity as he inquired. Tang Qiye retracted his martial arts, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, before saying, "You have inspired me." Tang San was perplexed, though by this point he was able to move freely. The master patiently awaited Tang Qiye's elaboration, his curiosity piqued. How had Tang Qiye managed to exert control over Tang San without any physical contact? Indeed, these are 2 martial techniques I comprehended during battle. The former consists of those golden orbs, the Zdui ghost dust pearls. The latter involves control. The Zdui ghost dust sealing image. This is a soul skill I devised, inspired by the control exerted by Xiao San's blue-silver grass. Tang Qiye briefly introduced his martial arts technique, the Xia Lan skill. Tang San, lost in thought, suddenly raised his head and inquired, "Are you implying that you can achieve control over me by manipulating the external energy?" Tang Qiye was momentarily taken aback, yet he was not particularly surprised. It was only natural for Tang San, with his remarkable insight, to arrive at such a conclusion. To be precise, it was about controlling the vitality I released. Do you recall my Zdui Guachen Pearl? You employed the 8 spider lances to block the Guachen Pearl. But the vitality that emanated after its dissolution permeated your body. Subsequently, I harnessed that vitality to exert control over you, resulting in the effect we just witnessed. Qiye, how formidable is your capacity for control? Are you capable of group control? And what is the intensity of that control? At last, the master inquired. Tang Qiye pondered briefly before stating, with single target control, I can exert my full strength to subdue the boss die. However, I will also be constrained unless I can multitask. At present, I am incapable of even dividing my focus into 2. Thus, group control is out of the question, while my single target control is formidable. Even surpassing the control abilities of Xiao San, the limitations are considerable. I must swiftly learn to multitask. Otherwise, I can only control without the ability to attack, rendering it of little use in one-on-one confrontations. Master soon analyzed the advantages and drawbacks of the ghost dust sealing technique and proposed to Tang Qiye, "Indeed, my student." Tang Qiye nodded, realizing that after comprehending the ghost dust sealing technique, without the ability to multitask, he could manage control but could not simultaneously launch an attack, which felt somewhat inadequate. "I can teach you to multitask," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, having appeared behind Tang Qiye without him noticing, her head peeking out beside him. The master's eyes brightened as he inquired, "The 7 apertures Linglong heart?" "Yes, master." Ning Rongrong was not surprised by the master's extensive knowledge. Having recognized his awareness of the 7 apertures Linglong heart from the 7 treasure glaze tile school, Tang Qiye vaguely understood the 7 treasure glaze sect's 7 apertures exquisite heart. He nodded slightly, feeling that mastering another's unique skill was of little consequence. After all, the individuals in question were nearly his own. Why should he concern himself with the cultivation method of the 7 apertures exquisite heart? "Very well, Xiao San." There is no need for you to engage in further combat with them. I am not satisfied with your performance today, especially you, Qiye, in your earlier battles. You squandered your vitality without restraint, leaving you in a precarious state for the subsequent encounters. Tang San, at the moment you were under control. Your 8 spider lances were indeed capable of action, yet you unconsciously chose to concede. This is a grave error. Daimubai. You were well aware of Qiye's myriad of tactics, yet you chose to engage him in a war of attrition? Were you waiting for your soul power to be completely depleted? Xiaowu, in your carelessness. Did you truly believe that breaking free from the ice would allow you to launch a close-range assault? You are among those who understand Qiye the best. Zhu Zhiqing. Though not greatly at fault, still faced immense challenges due to Qiye's formidable methods. Indeed, one-on-one confrontations are exceedingly difficult. The master chastised everyone sternly, pointing out their respective shortcomings, and ultimately turned to depart. However, before leaving, he imparted a parting remark that would keep everyone awake throughout the night. Your punishment is too severe for today. I will let it pass. Go recuperate your spirits, for tomorrow morning, it begins. Oh, and remember, you are a team, so whoever it may be must accept the punishment. Gather at the academy gates half an hour after breakfast tomorrow. The group exchanged bewildered glances, each in a state of shock, eyes wide in disbelief. All of it culminated in a heartfelt sigh. I fear that I may not withstand the weight of the master's punishment. Tang Qiye realized he had been gravely mistaken. He had thought the devilish training in the original story would be of no use to him, yet he overlooked the fact that a master can evolve. The master could be said to know Tang Qiye better than anyone else, aside from Tang Qiye himself and Tang San. How could he possibly devise futile training that would merely squander time? Oh dear, 7th Master, please do not frighten me. If you cannot endure, then I, Oscar, have no reason to complain, as I have committed no error, he jested. No, the master will accurately gauge our limits. Do you know where your limits lie? Tang Qiye inquired. I do not know, came the reply. But the master does, he added. In the small grove, he cautioned. No mischief allowed. Otherwise, I shall not teach you. Ning Rongrong pouted, pulling her hand away from Tang Qiye's grasp. Oh, come now, would I ever harm you? Tang Qiye chuckled, drawing Ning Rongrong to sit beneath a tree. Ning Rongrong smiled, a bittersweet smile, for she had almost feared yesterday that Tang Qiye might lose control. Very well, let us cultivate. If you desire, return in the evening. Tang Qiye teased, noticing Ning Rongrong's lingering wariness. Who would want that? I told you, no mischief. All right, all right. I shall uphold my word, he assured her, nodding earnestly. He then sat up straight, employing his sensing technique to encompass a radius of several meters, ensuring the area was not overly extensive, as this would aid him in grasping the intricacies of Ning Rongrong's multitasking prowess. Currently, I can only manage 3 tasks simultaneously. I'll practice diligently and teach you what I know. Ning Rongrong admitted shyly. In truth, with her keen intellect, she could easily master it. But her languid approach at the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, bolstered by 2 titled Douluos, had hindered her from earnest cultivation. Just don't be overtaken by me, Tang Qiye remarked nonchalantly. He was merely eager to experience the subtleties, knowing that such understanding would lead him to higher realms. After all, while a master can guide one to the threshold, personal effort is essential in cultivation, no matter how skilled a master may be. They cannot impart all their knowledge in a single instance. Engrossed in his practice, Tang Qiye found no time for mischief, which both reassured and slightly disappointed Ning Rongrong. Having finally cast aside her inner conflicts, she too entered a meditative state, having previously shared cultivation techniques with Tang Qiye. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Tang Qiye opened his eyes, extending his hands simultaneously. Flames surged from his right hand, while a chilling frost emanated from his left. This was something he had been unable to accomplish before. He could manipulate 5 elemental energies, yet could not wield 2 attributes in tandem. Now, however, he succeeded. 2 tasks at once, achieved. If I master the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Heart, I shall surely wield the 5 elemental energies concurrently. At that time, with ice and fire intertwined, the experience shall be indescribably exhilarating. Tang Qiye, filled with aspirations, gazed at Ning Rongrong, who was still diligently cultivating beside him. He gently rose and swiftly darted away, returning moments later with several portions of delicacies in hand. The daily practice of the purple extreme demon eye had become a habitual routine for Tang Qiye, gradually erasing his tendency to indulge in slothfulness. Remarkably, even his inertia had seen significant improvement. Today's breakfast was particularly sumptuous, featuring dishes crafted from some rare ingredients laid out upon the table. You are still young, in the prime of your growth. You must never skimp on food. Nutrition is paramount. The master provided each of them with a hearty breakfast. Long live the master! The rotund boy exclaimed, already salivating as he held his meal. The better one eats, the more rigorous the training. However, Tang Qiye suddenly doused his enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the flames of his excitement. Though Tang Qiye himself did not covet such food, during his time at Shrek Academy, he had indeed not indulged in many fine dishes and found himself relishing every bite. As the master had stated, half an hour after breakfast was designated for everyone to warm up and digest their meals. After which the master would unveil his more formidable side to them. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, neatly arranged baskets of stones awaited. Upon arriving at the dilapidated gates of the academy, the 8 companions felt a profound sense of their lives being meticulously orchestrated. Each of the 8 baskets bore a label, meticulously inscribed with the names of the Shrek 8 monsters. Tang Qiye gazed at his basket, which was more filled than those of his peers, and felt an overwhelming urge to weep. This teacher is undoubtedly a true master, judging by the weight of the stones in his basket. It must be no less than 20 kilograms. In his recollection, the grueling training that Tang San and the others endured culminated in a mere 15 kilograms of burden. Truly, the teacher knows me well. Tang Qiye sighed, making his way toward his basket. He glanced at Tang San's basket, which should weigh around 17 kilograms. Dai Mubai's was similar, while Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu's were approximately 12 kilograms. Oscar and Ning Rongrong bore the lightest loads, each about 5 kilograms. Your sole task today is to bear these weights and make 10 round trips to Swoto City before noon. Otherwise, there will be no lunch. The master's stern declaration of the day's assignment elicited a chorus of lamentation from the Shrek team, who had harbored a glimmer of hope. Remember, it must be a collective effort. Not a single person can be absent. The master reiterated emphatically. Yes, teacher. Tang Qiye was well aware of the master's approach and understood that such training would be beneficial rather than harmful to them. He was the first to shoulder his burden. Following his lead, Tang San stepped up, and soon, the others had also taken up their weights, trailing behind Tang Qiye as they sprinted out of the academy. As he observed the figures of his students receding into the distance, a grim smile crept across the master's face. Flinder, appearing beside him at an indeterminate moment, inquired, "Isn't it a bit harsh?" "Harsh? Their potential remains untapped. If I do not push them, I would be doing them a disservice," the master replied, turning away as he had more preparations to make for these children. Tang Qiye deliberately slowed his pace, waiting for the few individuals behind him. To speak candidly, the mysterious energy within the Xia Lan Guayin continuously tempered his body, endowing him with a physique far surpassing that of his peers in the realm of soul masters. Even while bearing a weight of 20 kilograms and traversing back and forth to Suatua City 10 times, he could still endure it. The primary concern now lies with Tang San and his companions, who do not possess his formidable constitution. Dai Mubai, Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu are all burdened with weights exceeding those in the original narrative, while Tang San and Dai Mubai can manage the additional load. What of Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu? Furthermore, Ning Rongrong and Oscar were originally the ones in need of assistance. Tang Qiye understood that the burden on his back was not the limit prepared for him by the master. Rather, this limit was something he needed to augment himself. What's the matter, Qiye? Dai Mubai quickly caught up from behind, finding the 17-kilogram load still bearable. Wait, everyone, we are companions. We cannot abandon them, Tang Qiye exclaimed. The master's intent was abundantly clear, a realization that Dai Mubai also grasped. Thus, they deliberately slowed their pace, knowing that Ning Rongrong and Oscar would eventually catch up. Tang Qiye observed Ning Rongrong struggle but refrained from immediately shouldering her burden. It was not due to a lack of desire, rather, such an action would undermine the purpose of their training. Similarly, Ning Rongrong did not wish for anyone to alleviate her load, as she understood the benefits this training would bring. She recognized Tang Qiye's exceptional prowess and feared that without her own efforts, she might fall behind. The group, comprised of Oscar and Rongrong, ran at a pace that was manageable for both, and when some could no longer endure, those with remaining strength would take on additional weight. We are partners, sharing both joys and hardships, united in completing our mission. Dai Mubai, being the eldest among them, felt it was his duty to organize the effort. All right. There were no objections, and they began to run swiftly at the slowest pace. The first round trip was completed in a steady rhythm. As they truly began to run, the pressure of the added weight became increasingly palpable. Under normal circumstances, even without utilizing soul power, the approximately 6-kilometer distance would hardly constitute a burden for them. The enhancement of their physical capabilities through soul power afforded them extraordinary endurance, and even auxiliary soul masters like Oscar and Ning Rongrong were no exception. However, with the added weight, their bodies clearly struggled to adapt. After one round trip, both Ning Rongrong and Oscar were drenched in sweat, while the others exhibited signs of fatigue. Undoubtedly, Ning Rongrong possessed the least stamina among them. Although Oscar was also an auxiliary soul master, he had surpassed the 30th level, benefiting from the enhancements of his third soul ring, which placed him in a significantly better condition than Ning Rongrong. Tang San and Dai Mubai bore a burden of stones weighing 17 kilograms. Xiaowu, Zhu Xing, and Ma Hongjun carried 12 kilograms. Although Ning Rongrong and Oscar's loads were a mere 5 kilograms, at that moment, they felt as if they were shouldering an entire mountain. Their bodies grew increasingly heavy, compelling them to grit their teeth and maintain a steady pace. As for Tang Qiye, he bore a weight of 20 kilograms, however. His physical prowess surpassed that of Dai Mubai, rendering the burden quite bearable for him. After completing the first round trip, the group returned to the entrance of Shrek Academy, where the master handed them prepared warm water to drink before continuing. Without further ado, they set off again. They sprinted with utmost speed, a feat easily managed by Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Tang Qiye. Yet, by the sixth round, Oscar and Ning Rongrong exhibited clear signs of fatigue. The scenery before them began to blur, and their legs felt as though they were laden with lead. The burden on their backs felt like an immense mountain, pressing down upon them, making it difficult to breathe. Tang Qiye extended his hand, removing the stones from Ning Rongrong's basket and placing them upon his own back. Consequently, the burden he bore escalated to 25 kilograms. Despite being drenched in sweat, he felt invigorated, capable of enduring an additional 5 kilograms. Dai Mubai also reached into Oscar's basket, lifting stones that increased his load to 22 kilograms. "Thank you, big brother Dai," Oscar replied weakly. "No need for formalities with me." Dai Mubai waved his hand dismissively. The group fell silent, aware that even conversation would deplete their energy. After 6 trips, Master had prepared warm water, replenishing not only their hydration but also providing some essential salt. On the 7th trip, Zhu Xing and Xiaowu's steps began to slow, their breaths growing heavier. Suddenly, Zhu Xing felt a lightness on her back. Turning around, she saw Dai Mubai, drenched in sweat, yet still removing a 5-kilogram stone from her basket. Tang San took out a 7-kilogram stone from Xiaowu's basket and then retrieved 2 kilograms from Zhu Xing's basket. With this, Xiaowu and Zhu Xing should be able to endure for a while longer. Tang San glanced at Ma Hongjun, preparing to share some of his burden. However, Tang Qiye had already taken 5 kilograms from Ma Hongjun's basket, increasing his load to 30 kilograms. "Qiye," Tang San expressed concern, as Tang Qiye's burden was already heavier than theirs, and now it had increased by another 10 kilograms. "Do not worry, everyone. Let us persevere, although we have missed lunch. I believe dinner will be rewarding." Noticing Tang Qiye's light-hearted demeanor, Tang San felt reassured. At that moment, however, the stones that Tang Qiye had just placed in his basket were taken away, and upon turning around, he saw it was the pale-faced Ning Rongrong. A warmth filled his heart as he reclaimed the stones and ruffled her hair playfully, saying, "Silly girl, if you tire yourself out, I will have to carry you back." He encouraged her to adapt, stating that once he could no longer endure, he would return the stones to them. The group pressed on, and before they knew it, the 9th round had begun. Dai Mubai had taken another stone from Zhu Xing's basket without anyone noticing. His burden now even surpassed that of Tang Qiye. His steps grew exceedingly heavy, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks, and his eyes began to close, a clear sign that he was reaching his limit. "Pride comes before a fall." Zhu Xing's cool voice rang out as she retrieved her stone from his basket. A warmth spread through Dai Mubai's heart, and a smile lit up his pale face, rejuvenating him. "Boss Dai, allow me to assist you." Ma Hongjun also took 5 kilograms from Dai Mubai's basket. With nearly 10 kilograms less to carry, Dai Mubai felt considerably lighter and gradually caught up with the others. "Boss Dai, I have recovered quite a bit. Please return my stones to me," Oscar chimed in. "Little Oscar, I can still manage. If Qiye and Little San can endure even the extended spirit rings, why should I not bear this weight? Rest assured, you should help Little San with some of his burden." Dai Mubai refrained from passing his load to Oscar. Fully aware that Oscar's legs were beginning to tremble, completing 10 rounds was already a commendable feat, let alone carrying additional weight. At Tang San's location, Xiaowu reclaimed her burden. As the 9th round concluded, the master showed no intention of allowing them to pause, even though everyone, including Tang Qiye, was on the verge of their limits. They could not cease until they completed 10 rounds. With heavy steps, the group set forth once more, to the extent that they could scarcely run unaided. Ning Rongrong, unencumbered, managed to endure several rounds, although she had regained some strength. She was still unable to bear her own load, and her legs had begun to weaken, posing a risk of collapse at any moment. "Sange, please give me back my burden." Zhu Yuqing, drenched in perspiration, revealed her alluring figure, yet in that moment, no one paid heed to the captivating sight before them. Tang San did not refuse. At this moment, Zhu Yuqing still possessed some strength, but he could no longer endure. He could distinctly feel the burden on his back growing heavier, threatening to crush him at any moment. One last round, everyone, together. Daimubai had already reached his limit. Relying solely on a flicker of determination to persevere, he must continue, for Zhu Yuqing was supporting him, and he did not wish to lose face. The robust figure quietly reclaimed his own load, alleviating some of the strain from Tang Qiye. Oscar, mustering his spirit, retrieved the burden that was rightfully his from Ma Hongjun. At this juncture, Tang Qiye's load returned to 25 kilograms, while the others resumed their respective weights. Although Oscar was a support-type soul master, his 31st level of soul power afforded him a slight edge over Ning Rongrong, enabling him to endure. Ning Rongrong also wished to reclaim her load, but was halted by Tang Qiye. "You can scarcely stand." Tang Qiye, without further ado, draped Ning Rongrong's arm around his neck. "Qiye, don't move. Save your strength." The tone of Tang Qiye brooked no argument. It was evident that Ning Rongrong had reached her limit, a fact clearly visible in Tang Qiye's still perceptive gaze. Ultimately, they completed the arduous task of 10 round trips. They were oblivious to how they had entered the academy. All they knew was that upon their return to Shrek Academy, an unpleasant smile once again graced the master's face. They smiled too, their consciousness fading into a blur before the accomplishment. Chapter 38. The Royal Combat Team. The master is a devil. Even Tang Qiye and Tang San had to concede that they had taken a devil as their teacher. Yet, it was this devilish master who subjected them to 3 months of grueling training, running while bearing stones, climbing mountains with weights strapped to their backs. The burden in the basket escalated from an initial 20 kilograms to 30 and ultimately to 50 kilograms. Fortunately, the Shrek 8 managed to endure. The 3 months of extreme training brought about significant transformations for the group. Daimubai, already robust, developed a more imposing physique, brimming with explosive muscle. Fatty shed a considerable amount of weight. Although he remained plump, what remained was solid muscle. Oscar too gained a few inches in robustness. His physique now rivaled that of attack-type soul masters, and without the use of soul power, he could even contend in strength with some weaker attack-type soul masters. Tang San has also become somewhat more robust. Exercise contributes to this, as does the improved diet provided by the master. Tang Qiye's physique has remained largely unchanged. Yet he can distinctly perceive the remarkable enhancement of his muscular strength, although their soul power has seen little advancement after 3 months of rigorous training. The progress in their strength and the solidity of their foundation is unprecedentedly formidable. Not only they, but also Zhu Yuqing and Xiao Wu, the 2 agile attack-type soul masters, have become even more slender, particularly Xiao Wu, whose petite waist can be grasped with a single hand, displays astonishing resilience. Zhu Yuqing's figure remains the most mature among the 3 women, possessing an enchanting blend of youthful charm and grace. As for Ning Rongrong, upon her arrival at Shrek, she was a refined and gentle little sorceress who could warm the hearts of those around her. Now, however, her demeanor has taken on an even more delicate beauty, reminiscent of the ethereal Tianch on Snow Lotus, agile and exquisite. Simultaneously, among her seemingly fragile features, there lies a hint of spiritedness, which ignites within Tang Qiye a renewed desire for conquest, though such conquest is no longer necessary. Shrek relocated to Soto City a month ago, and a continuous month of soul battles has propelled the synergy among the Shrek 8 monsters to unprecedented heights, enabling flawless coordination in any combination of individuals. Tang Qiye and Ning Rongrong strolled through the streets of Soto City. Today, they were unexpectedly free from the rigors of soul battles. A team match that had been previously arranged was abruptly forfeited by their opponents, granting them an unearned victory. Furthermore, their self-registered 2-on-2 and 1-on-1 matches also saw their adversaries concede defeat, which piqued Tang Qiye's curiosity. "Hey, why do you look so pensive? Accompanying me on this shopping trip should be more delightful," Ning Rongrong said, playfully clinging to Tang Qiye's arm. Tang Qiye chuckled softly, gently wrapping his arm around her waist. "Today's soul duel seems rather peculiar. I believe we may soon encounter a worthy adversary." Indeed, upon reflection, for months had already passed. The initial phase of grueling training lasted 3 months, followed by a month dedicated to soul duels. Given this time frame, it was likely that the royal battle team from the Tiando Royal Academy would soon make their appearance. No more pondering. "You promised to accompany me on a shopping spree," Ning Rongrong declared, proudly lifting her chin and gazing at Tang Qiye. Tang Qiye affectionately pinched her cheek, choosing to disregard the trivial matters at hand. for attending to the little princess by his side was the priority. Time, in its fleeting beauty, passed all too swiftly, and before they knew it, the two had returned to the inn where they were staying. Qiye, Rong, over here. Daimubai's voice resonated from within. Following the sound, Tang Qiye noticed that the 6 members of Shrek had already ordered their meals, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the two. I sincerely apologize for keeping everyone waiting. Tang Qiye and Ning Rong took their seats. Qiye, I hear from Rong that you intend to venture out on your own for training? Daimubai gestured for Tang Qiye to not take it to heart. It did not surprise Tang Qiye that Daimubai and the others were aware of his desire to leave. He had never intended to conceal it. I initially planned to train with the teacher for 2 months before departing, but the training has proven immensely beneficial, and our recent month of synergistic practice has been indispensable. I have discussed this with the teacher, and the second phase of training is coming to an end. In a couple of days, I shall prepare to embark on my own journey, Tang Qiye stated. Has the master consented? Ma Hongjun wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth. Yes. The teacher has agreed. My training is quite different from yours, so after the first and second phases, he has permitted me to travel alone. However, I will not stray too far. We are near the north, and I might visit the seaside to witness the sea spirit masters. If all goes as planned, I shall return in a year. Be cautious during your travels. After all, the outside world is not the academy, and human hearts can be treacherous. Tang San offered this reminder without any intention of obstructing him. Rest assured, everyone, Tang Qiye assured them. After a meal, the sky had fully darkened. The group was summoned by the master to a room where he presented a document. The royal battle team? Daimubai remarked in surprise upon seeing the cover of the document. Indeed, this is your final battle of the second phase, and it will be against the strongest opponent you have faced in the past month. As for the members of the opposing team, you may examine them yourselves. The master said, handing the document to Daimubai for the others to peruse. The royal battle team consists of 7 members, all of whom possess the Silver Soul Badge. Captain, Yu Tianhing, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, a level 39 Assault System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Vice Captain, Duguyan, Martial Soul, Emerald Phosphor Snake. A level 38 Control System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Shimo, Martial Soul, Black Tortoise, a level 38 Defense System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Shimo, Martial Soul, Black Tortoise, a level 37 Defense System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Yufeng. Martial Soul, Wind Chime Bird, a level 36 Agile Attack System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Aosluo, Martial Soul, Ghost Leopard. A level 36 Agile Attack System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Yi Lingling, Martial Soul, 9 Heart Begonia, a level 35 Support System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. This document contained only this information, lacking any introduction to their soul skills. The members of Shrek were somewhat taken aback. While they had been informed by the master that their opponent would be formidable, they had not anticipated such strength. All members were above level 35, and they had both a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and an Emerald Phosphor Snake among them. It was worth noting that their strongest member, Daimubai, was only at level 38, while the others had not even reached level 35. Are you lacking in confidence? The master inquired upon noticing the unusual expressions on their faces. Tang San finally set aside the documents. As the vice captain of the Shrek team, specializing in control techniques, he serves as the core and intellect of the entire squad. Moreover, Tang San has fully inherited the theoretical knowledge of the master, possessing a deeper understanding of the battlefield than any of his peers. It is undoubtedly the best choice for him to devise the combat strategy. In this match, Oscar will not participate. Qiye must unleash his full power, or we shall face overwhelming suppression. Tang San reflected thoughtfully. I believe that with your 8 spider lances, combined with the Lauda and Shu Qing's martial soul fusion technique, my absence would not significantly diminish our chances of victory, Qiye remarked. The master nodded gently, recognizing the fusion technique as crucial. The presence of the 8 spider lances could serve as a trump card, yet he harbored hopes that Shrek would not falter in this battle perhaps. There lay a hint of personal desire within him. I wish for you to win this match. Therefore, Qiye, you shall take the lead. This could also serve as a testament to my teachings, the master concluded with a soft sigh, turning to leave without outlining a battle plan. He had faith that these young talents would perform admirably. Meanwhile, within the expansive confines of the great fighting soul arena, a group of 8 individuals gathered around a table. This assembly consisted of the royal fighting team residing in the arena, led by their instructor, Qin Ming. Here are the details on the Shrek team. Please take a look. Qin Ming placed a slim notebook on the table. The 7 young soul masters dismissed it with casual laughter, displaying their arrogance. They believed that the information was inconsequential. Convinced that no silver-ranked soul team in Soto City could defeat them, Qin Ming furrowed his brow slightly and stood to leave. As he reached the door, he remarked, "If you do not read it, you are destined to lose. If you do, your odds will be 50-50. He had forgotten to mention that in the battle tomorrow, regardless of the circumstances, they were not permitted to use lethal force or to severely injure their opponents. This is an order." Qin Ming's voice was laced with anger. He was not known for his gentleness, but rather for his strictness. "Understood, teacher," responded Yu Tianheng, who sat at the center of the round table. After Qin Ming's departure, a voice of surprise rang out from one of the few female soul masters in the group, Douluo. "Tianheng, look, the Shrek team is indeed formidable. What's so impressive?" "They're far from our level," a young man scoffed. "The Shrek team consists of 8 members. Their origins are unknown, and they possess an iron fighting soul badge, having been promoted to a silver fighting soul team within a month. The captain, Xia Baihu, martial soul, white tiger. A level 38 assault-type soul master with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team members include Rogu Mei 2, martial soul, soft bone rabbit. Level 36 close-range assault-type soul master with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Xie Wufeng Wang, martial soul, fire phoenix. Level 29 assault-type soul master with 2 yellow soul rings. Yuming Ling Mao, martial soul. Yuming Ling Mao, level 29 agility-type soul master with 2 yellow soul rings. Xiang Changjuan Mai, martial soul, sausage, level 31 support-type soul master with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Qi Bao Luli, martial soul, 7 treasures glazed tower. Level 28 support-type soul master with 2 yellow soul rings. Douluo read through the details, her expression reflecting astonishment, yet what surprised her even more lay ahead. "Huh. They're not as strong as the previous Berserker team," scoffed a young man behind Douluo. "When did levels dictate everything?" "Yin, continue. There are still 2 more members." Yu Tianheng glanced at the young man dismissively before addressing Douluo. "Vice Captain, Qianshou Xiulua, martial soul, blue silver grass. A level 34 control-type soul master with 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings." Douluo recited the information in disbelief, her gaze fixed on Yu Tianheng. "Blue silver grass. Level 34, 1 yellow, and 2 purple." These words instantly rendered a few previously indifferent students speechless, their mocking smiles frozen on their faces, replaced by shock. 1 yellow and 2 purple? "Yin, you must be joking," several team members exclaimed incredulously. Team member, Yuchija, martial soul, 5-element staff. Level 35 soul master with 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. Douluo paid no heed to the doubts of others and finished reading the last member's introduction. "Another one? Let me see." A skeptical young man snatched the documents from Douluo's hands. However, the clearly printed details on the paper left them with no choice but to believe. "Boss, is it really possible for a second ring after a millennium?" The previously dismissive young man gazed at Yu Tianheng in disbelief. Yu Tianheng remained silent for a long moment, gesturing toward the documents in the young man's hand. His meaning unmistakable. He had never encountered such a phenomenon, yet the evidence lay before them, compelling belief. They could not question the authenticity of the information, after all. Fabricating such details would serve no purpose. The teacher was right. This team is indeed remarkable. To earn a silver fighting soul badge in just 1 month. They possess 2 extraordinary members. We must take this team seriously and give our all. The teacher mentioned that after reviewing the data, the chances of victory are 50-50. What do you all think? Yu Tianheng leaned over the table, surveying the group. 50-50, the teacher's words are always well-founded, and this team likely has a significant background. Otherwise, the teacher would not have specifically warned us against using lethal force or causing serious injury to our opponents. The group collectively calmed down, analyzing the situation seriously and acknowledging Qin Ming's words. Yin devised the battle plan. In this match, Oscar will not be participating. Douluo will still lead the charge. Tasked with countering Yu Tianheng, Fatty, Xiaowu, and Zhu Qing will handle their agility and defense types, merely stalling for time. We seek not to achieve glory, but rather to avoid mistakes. If possible, eliminate Yilingling. Rongrong will provide support, adapting as necessary while retaining some soul power for self-defense. Qiye, you shall manage your own affairs. Tang San succinctly delineated the tasks for everyone. After a month of collaboration, their synergy had reached an astonishing level. Even without a formal plan, they could effortlessly coordinate their efforts. I believe we should focus on the support-type soul masters, particularly those who possess the nine-heart Sitang. Ning Rongrong gently suggested. The group turned to her, anticipating her elaboration. The nine-heart Sitang, though not widely renowned, is indeed a marvel among martial spirits. It is inherited through bloodlines, with only one individual per generation destined to inherit this soul. Across the entirety of Douluo continent, there can only be 2 individuals concurrently possessing the nine-heart Sitang. Regardless of the number of soul rings it possesses, its soul skills are exclusively restorative, with the degree of healing contingent upon the soul power exerted. Were it not for the scarcity of its bearers, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower would not hold the title of the most formidable support spirit. Such an unusual martial spirit indeed exists. This Yulingling presents a challenge. She should certainly be eliminated ahead of time. As Tang San spoke, his gaze turned towards Tang Qiye. Tang Qiye understood his intention and gently nodded, saying, "Leave this to me. However, I do have a suggestion. Everyone should have noticed the teacher's demeanor. He does not wish for us to fail. We must remember that in our previous encounters, we faced numerous restrictions, such as my certain martial techniques, the fusion of martial spirits, and the 8 spider lances, which were essentially prohibited. This time, the teacher has only restricted Xiao San's hidden weapons, so I surmise that this battle is of great significance to him. I believe we should present ourselves in our strongest form and crush them." After Tang Qiye spoke, he quietly observed the group. Their eyes sparkled with understanding, comprehending the implications behind his words. "Xiao San, let us devise a new strategy. This may very well be our final battle in Soto City. We must not only win but achieve a resounding victory. Let us overwhelm them with our utmost strength." Daimubai's tiger-like eyes gleamed with determination. For the first time in a month, he urged Tang San to alter their battle plan. In the past, it had always been Tang San who was responsible for crafting the strategies, with the others merely offering suggestions. Tang San nodded and placed the notebook containing the information of the royal fighting team members on the table. The teacher has only learned about hidden weapons, thus, Rong. Do you have any concerns about your self-defense? Tang San directed his gaze towards Ning Rongrong and inquired. With a confident smile, Ning Rongrong replied in a resounding voice. Absolutely no problem. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Tang Qiye, attributing her sense of security entirely to the young man beside her. The ghost shadow phantom had been practiced thoroughly by everyone, and this time, he was no longer constrained. Qiye's divination technique could also be employed. Along with the fiery brilliance of Fatty's fire leaving the moon and the ethereal movements of Xiao Wu's bamboo clarity butterfly dance, among others. In this battle, we require no elaborate strategies. Victory is assured. Tang San extended a hand, followed by the overlapping hands of his companions, as they collectively shouted, Shrek. Victory is ours. The following day, at the Soto Great Spirit Arena, the Shrek 8 stood in perfect formation. They maintained their air of mystery, clad in unified black attire, with masks obscuring most of their faces. This will be your final battle in Soto City. Apart from Tang San's hidden weapons, you may utilize all your abilities. Thus, in this fight, we must secure victory. The Master, with a stern expression, addressed the Shrek 8 with gravity. Yes, Master. The Shrek team will prevail. The group responded with unwavering confidence. If Tang San did not participate, if the martial skills he imparted were prohibited, and if his 8 spider lances could not be revealed, then this battle might prove to be the most arduous one they had faced in a month of competitions. However, now that the Master permitted the use of all their powers except for hidden weapons, they would crush their opponents and claim victory in their final battle in Soto City with the utmost strength. Excellent, the spirit battle is about to commence. Prepare yourselves. The Master nodded. The Shrek members proceeded to the preparation area, while Oscar remained in the audience. Though he would not fight, he still donned a mask. As all members of Shrek were required to wear one within the arena to conceal their actual ages, Oscar lounged comfortably, his gaze directed towards the battle stage. He felt no discouragement for not participating. In fact, all 8 of them had experienced a rotation. This time, he was part of the strongest combination of the Shrek team. Although substituting members was more appropriate based on the opponent, this did not imply that Oscar's auxiliary skills were inferior to Ning Rongrong's. It merely depended on the circumstances. As the lights flickered, the enchanting host, Douluo, gracefully ascended to the center of the battle stage, illuminated by hundreds of beams, making her the sole focus of attention. Greetings. Welcome to the Soto City Great Spirit Arena, she announced. Next, we shall witness the clash of 2 silver spirit teams, the royal fighting team and the Shrek team. With her martial spirit activated, she soared through the air, her wings unfurling as she circled above the stage, before directing the spotlight to one of the entrances. First, let us welcome the Royal Fighting Team, led by Captain Yu Tianheng, with the martial spirit of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. As Douluo concluded her introduction, the spotlight shifted to the opposite entrance. Next up is the Shrek team, led by Captain Yuming White Tiger, with the martial spirit of the White Tiger. Today's spirit battle promises to be a spectacular affair. Although both teams consist of soul ancestors, they have each earned the Silver Spirit Badge. The Shrek team, remarkably, has achieved this in just 1 month, without a single defeat. What kind of extraordinary performance will these talented teams deliver? Without further ado, let us anticipate their breathtaking display. Douluo took to the skies, her graceful figure swirling above the stage. Let us go, brothers. Daimu Bai led the way, followed by Tang San, Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun, with Tang Qiye and Ning Rongrong bringing up the rear. Yu Tianheng, martial spirit, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Yu Tianheng stood at the forefront of the Royal Fighting Team, a powerful assault-type spirit master, with soul power even higher than Daimu Bai's. Evil Eye White Tiger, martial spirit, White Tiger. Daimu Bai, upon hearing the opponent's introduction, opted to use his code name instead. Hiding in the shadows, you coward. On the flank of the Royal Fighting Team, a young man wore a disdainful expression, seemingly unfazed by Shrek's reputation, tilting his head to admire Douluo's elegant legs. Whistling in appreciation. If you can last half a minute on the stage, we will concede this battle. Daimu Bai's piercing gaze fixed on the young man, his tone dripping with arrogance. This was not a matter of underestimating the opponent. Rather, it was their strategy to be audacious and utterly dominate their rivals. They possessed unwavering confidence in victory, yet would not be careless. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. This principle had been vividly demonstrated throughout the past month. Arrogant. How ignorant. The core member of the Royal Fighting Team, Douluo Yin, glared with hostility. How dare a mere Soto City spirit team act so presumptuously? Ma Hongjuan's temperament was unrestrained. Tang Qiye had once attempted to match him with Mangyuran, only to realize she had not joined Shrek. Considering her grandfather was a spirit Douluo, it was understandable she would not join for something as trivial as hidden weapons. Consequently, the glutton's fiery temperament flared, and he could only resort to lowly tactics. At that moment, he seemed to be smitten by Douluo Yan's beauty. The Royal Fighting Team knows nothing of our prowess. Let's first eliminate that fool, Ma Hongjun declared arrogantly, pointing at the earlier speaker. Well then, let us see your skills. Yu Tianheng's brow furrowed. He had not expected the team that teacher Qin Ming warned them about to be of such caliber. Tang Qiye observed everything from the rear, a faint smile appearing upon witnessing Yu Tianheng's anger. They did not intend to swiftly conclude the battle. Rather, their goal was to utterly vanquish their opponents, ensuring their defeat was both comprehensive and convincing. This confrontation would unveil Shrek's true might in an unprecedented manner. Both sides readied themselves. As Douluo raised a hand in the air, commence your martial spirits. At the simultaneous command of Daimu Bai and Yu Tianheng, the arena was instantly illuminated with brilliance. The Royal Combat Team showcased a dazzling array of soul rings, featuring the optimal combination of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Meanwhile, Shrek displayed an equally impressive configuration, with Tang San and Tang Qiye's extraordinary synergy inciting a wave of cheers from the audience. The prowess of a soul master can be discerned, at least partially, from their soul rings. Undoubtedly, the flawless arrangement of soul rings on display captivated the spectators, rendering their admission fee a worthy investment even before the contest truly began. The match commenced. With Douluo's declaration, both sides surged with energy. Daimu Bai and Yu Tianheng charged forth almost simultaneously, colliding with fervor. The clash of dragon and tiger. Both the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and Daimu Bai's White Tiger represent the pinnacle of beast martial spirits. Although Daimu Bai's soul power was slightly inferior, one must not forget the radiant presence of Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tile behind him, bestowing a 30% enhancement in speed and strength, granting Daimu Bai a subtle advantage. Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun each engaged the opposing agile attack and defensive soul masters, while the young man, who had previously spoken dismissively and had been singled out by Daimu Bai, was left to Tang Qiye. Tang San's blue-silver grass surged forth in dense clusters, enveloping nearly half of the arena, poised to offer support at any moment. Tang Qiye cast his gaze towards the sky, however. He was not admiring the exquisite legs of the soaring figure, but rather focusing on a fellow soul master of the agility type, who also possessed a flying martial spirit. This individual, known as Yufeng, was the wielder of the wind bell bird martial spirit. Yufeng provocatively eyed Tang Qiye, eager to see whether the Shrek team would concede defeat in half a minute. Did he truly believe that ascending to the heavens would spare him from being the first to be eliminated? With a gradual motion, Tang Qiye raised his right hand. A golden radiance shimmering faintly. The Zdui ghost dust pearls surged forth, coalescing into a formidable formation that hurtled towards the sky. Yufeng flapped his dual wings behind him, evading the ghost dust pearls with remarkable speed, then disdainfully glanced down at the ground. 20 seconds have passed. Are you truly contemplating surrender? Tang Qiye did not speak. For his ghost dust pearl had been evaded, not soaring far away, but instead exploding in midair, with metallic essence permeating the surroundings, silently infiltrating into Yufeng's body. 25 seconds. Tang Qiye once again directed his hand towards Yufeng. It is futile. Your soul skills cannot touch me at all. Unbeknownst to Yufeng, Tang Qiye had never employed his soul skills throughout their encounter, and his soul rings had yet to illuminate even once. Forbidden image. Tang Qiye slowly uttered 2 words, his hand slightly curling into a fist. Yufeng's smile had not yet faded, but the sudden shift left him stunned and disoriented. He was under full control, rendered utterly incapable of resistance, as if his body no longer belonged to him. A wave of urgency washed over Yufeng, his expression drastically changing. While they fought as a team, he was a flying martial spirit. What would happen if he lost his ability to move in the air? Would he plummet to the ground? Before he could contemplate this, as his body slipped out of his control and began to fall, a brilliant wave of azure energy struck him, instantly enveloping him in an icy grip, freezing him solid. The force of the freezing impact propelled Yufeng's body beyond the edge of the arena, and just as he was about to crash to the ground, the ice shattered, preventing him from disintegrating like a mere shard of ice. Yufeng, the emerald-scaled serpent of Douluo, exhaled a cloud of verdant poison, forcing the Shrek team to retreat. Within less than half a minute, a sensitive assault-type spirit master from the Imperial fighting team was eliminated. Dai Mubai's words were executed flawlessly. Did they still think them arrogant? Ma Hongjin proudly patted his ample belly. The battle paused. Douluo's serpent poison had not encroached upon the Shrek members, so Tang San refrained from producing the Xionghuang liquor. Douluo was indignant, but had no retort. Yu Tianheng's brow furrowed deeply, forming a tight line. Yufeng's immediate elimination placed them at a distinct disadvantage. Being directly eliminated was far worse than sustaining an injury. At least with an injury, Yilingling, their healer, could provide assistance, whereas direct elimination meant true defeat. What was worse, throughout the ordeal, he had failed to comprehend Tang Qiye's maneuvers. In contrast, Dai Mubai and the others remained unfazed, merely remarking that it was standard procedure. Nothing extraordinary. Unleash your full strength. The real battle is about to commence. Similarly, in 1 minute, if you do not yield, we shall concede. Dai Mubai's second and third soul rings flared to life, his physique swelling with power. Wrath of thunder. Thunderous fury. Yu Tianheng dared not hold back. The pressure exerted by Dai Mubai was no less formidable than that he had faced against the Spirit Hall. Be careful, Tang Qiye cautioned Ningrongrong, grasping the 5-element staff as he advanced, swinging it with force. Crack. The Xuanwu shield wielded by the Shijia brothers accurately intercepted Tang Qiye's strike. However, Tang Qiye showed no signs of halting. Utilizing the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, he swiftly executed a second strike. Boom. This blow was powerful. Yet it still failed to breach the Xuanwu shield's defenses. Nevertheless, Tang Qiye was not surprised. The Xuanwu martial spirit was also a top-tier beast spirit, requiring considerable effort to break through its defenses. Thus, his third strike did not land where the Shijia brothers anticipated. With momentum building, Tang Qiye seamlessly blended the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps with the Moon Pursuit, suddenly appearing beside Yu Tianheng, delivering a third strike. Bang! Yu Tianheng's Wrath of Thunder and Thunderous Fury were entirely restrained by Dai Mubai, leaving him vulnerable to Tang Qiye's surprise attack. In haste, Yu Tianheng extended his dragon-transformed arm, his first soul ring flickering as the electric dragon claws braced against the blow. Yu Tianheng was forced back several meters, blood spilling from his mouth. His right arm, which had taken Tang Qiye's strike, hung limply, clearly severely injured. Tianheng. Douluo was engaged in a battle of wits with Tang San, her toxicity overwhelming. Yet Qi Ming forbade them from taking lethal action, which she had to consider. However, Yu Tianheng's injury left her no choice but to unleash her full power. Her third soul ring glimmered as the vast expanse of phosphorescent purple poison surged forth, encroaching upon the Shrek team. Return. Tang San's blue silvergrass was poised, rapidly entwining around Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing's waists, pulling them back. Meanwhile, from the Imperial fighting team, Yilingling's 9-heart sea peony bloomed, its ethereal glow enveloping Yu Tianheng, her soul power surging as his momentum swiftly regained strength. Tang San flicked his fingers, and 2 large water bags soared into the night, illuminated by the bright moon over the 24 bridges. Fatty, Douluo da, he exclaimed as he tossed the water bags into the air. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai understood the cue. The white tiger's radiant light wave and the phoenix's fire line converged upon each water bag. The energy ruptured the bags, instantly transforming the precious Xiongwang wine within into a fine mist. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Qiye summoned a soft green luminescence around his hands. With a graceful motion, a gentle breeze, intertwined with mist, swiftly enveloped the entire arena. The biphosphor purple poison is dispelled, he proclaimed. Impossible! How can you possibly negate my poison? Douluo Yin exclaimed in disbelief. Nothing is impossible, Tang San replied nonchalantly. When it comes to toxins in the realm of Douluo, few could rival Tang San's mastery. The battle must conclude. Qiye. With that, Tang San's third spirit ring illuminated, conjuring a web of binding. A colossal spider's web descended upon Yu Tianheng and the battle spirit masters at his side. Simultaneously, Tang San unleashed his first spirit power, entangling his foes. Douluo da. Fatty. Tang Qiye called out in a low voice, thrusting his hands forward as the Zdui ghost dust pearl struck the two Xuanwu spirit masters. Restraining image. With a remarkable focus, Tang Qiye simultaneously subdued both Xuanwu spirit masters. White Tiger's radiant wave, Phoenix's fiery line. The two Xuanwu spirit masters fell as if caught unawares. Meanwhile, Xiaowu and Zhu Shiqing had returned, while Yu Lingling had been cast off the battle platform at some point. As agile attackers, alongside Yu Xi, their capability to penetrate the back line had exponentially increased. Tang San's web of restraints was shattered, and Yu Tianheng's injuries had nearly healed, showcasing the formidable power of the nine-heart sea peach blossom. However, Yu Tianheng refrained from further action as the lightning surrounding him gradually dissipated. Tianheng, Douluo Yin, unwilling to accept defeat, still yearned to engage. Yet, Yu Tianheng stood resolutely in her path. We have lost. I concede wholeheartedly. His gaze lingered on Tang Qiye for a considerable time before he uttered a final remark and departed with Douluo Yin and another soul master. Withdraw. There were no jubilant cheers as the Shrek team composedly exited the arena, free from the constraints of their master. Winning this soul battle was a matter of effortless grace for them. Moreover, they had numerous hidden trump cards yet to be revealed, the martial soul fusion technique, 8 spider spears, and the enigmatic Xia Lan technique beyond Moon Chaser. This time, the true powerhouse was undoubtedly Tang Qiye. It was undeniable that with his ability to multitask, combined with the Zdui ghost dust forbidden imagery, he was a veritable force to be reckoned with. Though he could not single-handedly confront 7 opponents in a one-on-one scenario, Tang Qiye was absolutely invincible among equals, truly an extraordinary contender. Outside the soul battle platform, the master was not surprised by the Shrek team's victory, recognizing their ostentation as a deliberate ploy. These little rascals are simply defying the odds. Their strategy seems formidable enough that even teams of the Soul Sect would struggle to secure a win against them. Flander was in high spirits, having profited handsomely from this soul battle. Indeed, with Qiye on board, tackling 3 Soul Sect teams should pose little challenge. The key lies in the unpredictability of Qiye's Xia Lan technique. Its unexpectedness could spell disaster for any Soul Master team. The master nodded in agreement, acknowledging that in this regard, Tang Qiye's Xia Lan technique was indeed a game-changer. Despite their victory without any casualties, the team did not bask in arrogance. They were acutely aware that their achievement largely hinged on Tang Qiye's prowess, and they themselves still had much room for improvement. Tang Qiye silently followed behind everyone. Beside her, Ning Rongrong held his hand tightly, as if fearing that he might vanish the moment she let go. Chapter 41. The name of this chapter. Tang Qiye gently squeezed Ning Rongrong's delicate little hand, leaning close to her ear and whispering, "Do not tell anyone." At that moment, they had already exited the soul arena, and Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes shimmered with glistening tears as she reluctantly clutched Tang Qiye's hand. At this moment, Tang Qiye was reluctant to depart. Yet he truly wished to break free from the confines of the narrative. He yearned to venture outside, even if his current cultivation limited his distance. Foolish one. It's not as if I want to return. Tang Qiye dared not hesitate too long, fearing that the others would sense something amiss. He wished to avoid confronting the scene of farewell. Gently pressing his lips against Ning Rongrong's crimson ones, he released her hand and nodded at her. Seizing the opportunity while others remained oblivious to his intentions, he gradually vanished from the street. Once Tang Qiye had departed, Tang San could only smile helplessly, acknowledging the fellow's audacity. Having traversed several streets, Tang Qiye found a secluded corner to shed his battle attire and mask. The prestigious competition among the continent's elite soul masters was still a year and a half away. Thus, he planned to return 2 to 3 months in advance. Choosing a random direction, he pondered as he walked. Eventually, as he neared the city gates, he still had not determined his destination. Never mind. I shall hire a carriage and wander the world. For the first time, Tang Qiye embarked on a journey devoid of purpose, leaving Shrek Academy, which instilled in him a sense of aimlessness. However, he vowed never to return, at least not within the year, aspiring to establish his own faction, akin to the Tang sect. Therefore, he needed to explore the customs of Douluo continent. Having hired an opulent carriage, Tang Qiye reclined comfortably within, uncorking a bottle of ale to savor a hearty drink, embodying the essence of a carefree wanderer. Hey, where are we headed? The coachman inquired as they exited the city gates. Anywhere, just as long as it's not in Soto City. Ideally, a larger city, Tang Qiye responded leisurely. The coachman, encountering such a patron for the first time, found it amusing. After all, judging by Tang Qiye's attire, he appeared to be a young master seeking a leisurely outing. The luxurious carriage had its advantages, for Tang Qiye hardly felt any jolting. The journey followed the main roads, but due to Tang Qiye's lack of a destination, the pace was unhurried. He had no objections to this, even though the fare was charged by the day. As dusk approached, the coachman called out, "Up ahead, there's a small town. Shall we rest there for the night?" "Yes, find the most luxurious inn. I shall cover the expenses," Tang Qiye replied grandly. When traveling, one must not deprive oneself of comfort. He was certainly not short on funds. After all, every victory in the Soul Arena of Soto City came with a bounty, and consecutive wins yielded even greater rewards. Tang Qiye had never faced defeat. It was likely that the Grand Arena had already taken note of him. With his winnings and wagers combined, he had amassed thousands of gold soul coins. Perhaps he had already earned a spot on Soto City's list of undesirable patrons. Upon entering the town, Tang Qiye handed the coachman a gold soul coin, sufficient for arranging a lavish stay for two. This town could not compare to Soto City, the finest, and charged merely 2 or 3 silver soul coins for a night. The coachman respectfully accepted the gold coin, merrily heading off to arrange their accommodations while Tang Qiye meandered through the town. Should I purchase a map? Ah, never mind. Tang Qiye dismissed the idea, not due to a lack of funds, but because he would have no idea where to go even if he bought one. Oh dear. It's been ages since you last visited. The lovely ladies have missed you. Come in. A robust figure blocked Tang Qiye's path, halting his progress. Tang Qiye was momentarily taken aback. Upon raising his gaze, he nearly retched. Before him stood a robust woman, clad in a flowing green gown, her ample waist causing the fabric to bulge prominently, resembling a large water barrel. A sizable mole adorned her plump face, accentuated by a thick layer of foundation and lips painted with a devilish gloss. Tang Qiye glanced sideways and discovered a charming scene within the nearby pavilion, where fluttering swallows and warblers danced about. Although not as robust as the striking figure before him, they were undeniably captivating in their own right. The notion of engaging in a fleeting romance here was inconceivable for Tang Qiye. He was not averse to such encounters, and if the opportunity for a suitable one-night affair arose, he would not shy away. However, the partner must surely be of the caliber of Wu, or at the very least, not inferior to Rong. Though such gems are rare, he firmly believed in quality over quantity, asserting his own integrity. Wait a moment. Why did Wu cross his mind? Simply because of her fiery allure. But what was that she mentioned? It had been a long time since her last visit? What could that possibly imply? As Tang Qiye surveyed his surroundings, he caught sight of several burly men casting glances laden with understanding, while a few delicate maidens regarded him with expressions of regret. He felt a chill. Had he been deceived? Tang Qiye remained composed, suppressing any anger. Yes, he would not succumb to irritation. Instead, he subtly channeled his energy, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet, and a layer of frost formed upon the ample figure before him, compelling her to retreat. Tang Qiye's expression was stern. How dare she insult the integrity of the 7th master? Indeed, esteemed soul master, the corpulent woman trembled, hastily retreating and kneeling to the side, murmuring her lamentations. Humph. Naturally, Tang Qiye had no intention of taking any action against her. It was merely a scare tactic. After all, he was a soul master. This wretched madam was utterly detestable for daring to belittle the taste of a soul master. Surely, a soul master would appreciate someone like me, and besides, he is quite handsome. Behind him, a group of neighboring young ladies chattered excitedly, some even daring to approach him for conversation. It was inevitable. It was not solely due to Tang Qiye's status as a soul master, but rather, his striking appearance was more than sufficient. Tang Qiye was in high spirits, completely oblivious to the distaste the brothel keeper had instilled in her. Indeed, Master Qi was undeniably handsome. Tang Qiye silently praised him, yet her steps did not falter. Several young maidens appeared quite innocent, but they were still leagues away from his rong, absolutely not. Tang Qiye decisively departed and meandered through the quaint town, yielding little in the way of discoveries, ultimately resolving to return to the inn. The coachman proved to be quite competent, meticulously arranging all details. On the following morning, after practicing the ZG Demon Eye, Tang Qiye embarked once more on his journey. "Brother, where are we headed?" he inquired casually while reclining comfortably in the soft sleeper. His legs crossed nonchalantly. The coachman twitched the corner of his mouth, replying, "Aren't you the boss? You expressed a desire to travel to the large city, did you not? We shall head north. In 5 days' time, we shall reach a grand city, Kanglan City." Although the coachman felt a tinge of exasperation, he answered with enthusiasm. For this employer was relatively courteous and generous with his expenditures. "Very well, proceed as you see fit. Let us venture wherever there is amusement," Tang Qiye remarked indifferently, lacking the inclination to even glance at a map. His journey was inherently aimless, devoid of any particular expectations. Tang Qiye reclined on the soft couch within the carriage, gazing through the window at the magnificent landscapes outside, feeling an involuntary surge of emotion. If only I could fly. If only I could transform into a super scion. Perhaps then, I would awaken from this dream and cease to ponder such unrealistic notions. Redirecting his thoughts, Tang Qiye immersed himself in the study of the Xia Lan arts. Since the awakening of the Xia Lan hexagram, he had grasped a considerable amount of the techniques. Yet he still had not truly comprehended the essence and prerequisite conditions of these arts. If mental fortitude could be deemed a condition, then he had certainly begun to discern some of the underlying principles. It was akin to the boost he experienced in his understanding of the Xia Lan arts each time he acquired a soul ring. For instance, upon absorbing the third soul ring, he immediately grasped the technique of moon shadow, enhancing his comprehension of illusion significantly. What initially seemed nebulous transformed into a flood of inspiration later on. This seemed to be a gift from the third soul ring. If the understanding of the Xia Lan arts is indeed connected to the soul rings, a sudden illumination struck Tang Qiye's mind, and a hypothesis surged forth. Upon obtaining the first soul ring, he initially grasped simple techniques such as Icebound Spirit. With the second soul ring, he understood slightly more advanced techniques like Flame Ice Slash. After acquiring the third soul ring, he mastered Ghost Dust Pearl, Ghost Dust Band, and an illusion technique, achieving a level of proficiency with lower-tier Xia Lan arts that felt almost effortless. If there is any correlation, mental fortitude undergoes slight transformations each time, with every acquisition of a soul ring marking a leap in mental prowess, the third transformation being the most significant. Furthermore, the third ring, the seven-tailed ghostly fox, excels in speed and illusions. After acquiring its soul ring, he successfully comprehended Moon Shadow, significantly enhancing his grasp of illusions. If this is indeed the case, then what direction should I pursue for my fourth soul ring? Tang Qiye found himself once again ensnared in profound contemplation. After a lengthy period of fruitless pondering, he redirected his gaze to the world beyond the window. The northern winds whispered truths. Yet, it dawned upon him that while the soul rings might offer some assistance in comprehending certain aspects of the martial arts, their contribution would be minimal. The crux of the matter lay in the enhancement of one's mental fortitude. To harness the essence of vitality, a robust mental acuity is imperative. The physical body must endure and accommodate this vital energy, while the mental prowess serves to summon and communicate with it. Thus, the elevation of one's mental strength emerges as the paramount path. Once one's mental capabilities are amplified, the understanding of any facet of martial arts will undoubtedly be invigorated. The martial arts hexagram's ability to absorb beast souls can gradually nourish the spirit, ensuring that his mental prowess experiences continuous growth. Tang Qiye once again fell into silence, directing his gaze towards the emblem of the Xia Lan divination inscribed on his left hand. What would transpire if I were to actively refine these beast souls? Tang Qiye felt a surge of realization and slapped his forehead in astonishment. My goodness. It has been over 6 years, and I have yet to take the initiative to refine the beast soul. Tang Qiye promptly settled into a cross-legged position, immersing himself in the essence of the Xia Lan hexagram. His internal vital energy flowed in accordance with his will, gradually infusing into the Xia Lan hexagram. This appeared to be my inaugural attempt at consciously channeling my vital energy into the Xia Lan hexagram. Chapter 42. The Young Boy. As Tang Qiye's spiritual energy surged with vitality, it gradually flowed into the emblem of the Xia Lan. No response? That shouldn't be the case. Tang Qiye furrowed his brow. The vitality continued to infuse, thread by thread, Though the vitality dissipated, the force that had continually nourished my soul did not intensify. What on earth is happening? Tang Qiye, undeterred by adversity, continued to infuse his vital energy as time passed, but soon found his reserves nearly depleted. What a chilling predicament, he thought. He ceased his energy infusion and settled into a meditative position to recuperate. Before he realized it, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the coachman had chosen to rest in a nearby village. Due to a previous awkward incident during their stay, Tang Qiye wisely opted to sleep in the carriage, leaving the coachman to camp outside. As night deepened, Tang Qiye felt no urge for slumber. The energy expended during the day had been replenished, and in a moment of determination, he infused another 50% of his energy into the Xia Lan hexagram, yet it remained utterly unresponsive. Resolute, he decided to cease further attempts. The carriage was spacious, providing ample room for Tang Qiye to toss and turn. With no inclination to meditate, he stepped out of the carriage. The location of their rest was not far from the village, but Tang Qiye had no intention of heading there. Instead, he wandered toward a distant hillock. He left a note for the coachman, instructing him to wait. The hill was not particularly far, and Tang Qiye strolled leisurely, arriving in a short while. This modest hill, standing about 100 meters high, bore resemblance to the mountain near Shenghan village. For Tang Qiye, climbing this hill felt as effortless as traversing a mere 100 meters. Habitually, he activated his perception technique, enveloping the hilltop and revealing every blade of grass and tree within his sight. Dinner is served. He smiled, realizing he was not driven by hunger when he set out, but rather felt it upon his arrival. Thus, Tang Qiye dashed into the forest with the agility of a deer. 300 meters away, he dragged a wild boar behind him, steadily making his way back to the hilltop. He gathered firewood, collected water, and proceeded to gut the beast. With his vital energy at hand, Tang Qiye found roasting meat to be quite convenient. In no time, he had a portion of the boar's leg sizzling, golden and tender, its delicious aroma wafting through the air. With hearty bites, he savored the meat, while simultaneously roasting another leg of the boar. Weighing in at around 200 kilograms, the wild boar was far too much for Tang Qiye to consume alone. Yet, he was reluctant to let any of it go to waste, deciding instead to store the remaining meat in his green jade wristband to share with the villagers come morning. He indulged in drink and meat, relishing his little life. Ah, if only I had brought Rong Rong along to share this feast. As he dined, a sense of loneliness crept in. He had grown accustomed to the company of others, and the solitude left him feeling somewhat desolate. Perhaps, he mused, he should seek a companion for some light-hearted banter. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, reminding himself that he should not squander his first experience so frivolously. Tang Qiye murmured to himself, oblivious to his own neurotic tendencies. As dawn broke, he emerged from his meditations, his eyes fluttering open to greet the first rays of sunlight in the east. With a gentle breath, Tang Qiye extinguished the smoldering embers of the fire pit. Light as a feather, he took a step forward, covering several meters in an instant. Tang Qiye disregarded the coachman and directly entered the quaint village, knocking on the door of the most impoverished household. "Who are you?" A young boy answered the door, his appearance unremarkable, yet his bright eyes were truly captivating. His tattered clothes barely provided adequate coverage, though the current season was not particularly cold. The boy appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, the age at which one typically awakens their martial soul. "Xiao Tian, is that the village chief?" A frail voice emanated from within the dilapidated dwelling. "Big brother, what brings you here?" The boy inquired politely, a hint of confusion gracing his youthful face, for he had never encountered this handsome older brother in the village before. "I have come to deliver some food for you," Tang Qiye replied with a warm smile. "Food?" Upon hearing this word, the boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, rather than asking for it, he opened the worn wooden door a bit wider, facilitating Tang Qiye's entry. "Child, please come in and have a seat." At that moment, an elderly man with hair as white as snow slowly emerged. "Grandpa." The young boy rushed over to support the old man's arm. Tang Qiye's gaze lingered for a moment upon the elderly man before him, assessing him as an ordinary individual. "Good sir," he began. "Last night I hunted a wild boar on the nearby hill. I have more than I can consume and would hate to see it go to waste. So I bring it to you to nourish young Tian." Upon entering the dilapidated dwelling, Tang Qiye swiftly cleared a patch of ground, an effortless task for him. The boar had been meticulously divided into several portions, each weighing approximately 20 pounds, all preserved in ice. The elder observed as Tang Qiye effortlessly produced over 200 pounds of the frozen meat, each piece solidly encased in ice, and immediately deduced the young man's true identity. "Child, you are a soul master, are you not?" he ventured, his years of experience lending him a calm demeanor in the face of revelation. Indeed. I am a soul master, Tang Qiye confirmed. These icy shards can be easily shattered. However, if left undisturbed, they may take over a month to thaw. Thus, you may partake at your leisure. There was no shame in acknowledging his identity. Oh, thank you, young one. The elder expressed his heartfelt gratitude, gently ruffling the boy's hair with his gnarled hand. I shall not detain you any longer. Farewell. Tang Qiye, upon finishing his words, was about to turn to leave when a small voice called out from behind, Big brother, aren't you the soul master here to awaken our martial souls? Startled, Tang Qiye realized that although he was indeed a soul master, he was not equipped to awaken martial souls. I am merely passing through. I am not the soul master meant for your martial soul awakening, he patiently replied to the young boy. The elder, holding the boy's hand, interjected, Xiao Tian. The village chief will take you to awaken your martial soul. This big brother is just here to bring you some meat, so be sure to thank him. The little boy obediently expressed his gratitude, saying, Oh, thank you, big brother. Tang Qiye smiled and graciously replied, You're welcome. I wish you a splendid awakening of your martial soul. Tang Qiye spoke and then did not linger any longer. After all, he was merely there to deliver a piece of meat. Tang Qiye remained unhurried, perhaps having arrived too early, as wisps of smoke still rose from the kitchens of most homes in the village, indicating that they had only just begun preparing meals. After walking for several dozen meters, Tang Qiye turned around. It was not without reason. He sensed someone pursuing him from behind. Big brother. A small boy anxiously halted before Tang Qiye. What is it? Do you need my assistance? Tang Qiye inquired, holding a favorable impression of the child. Big brother, could you help me awaken my martial soul? The boy looked up at Tang Qiye with hopeful eyes, cautiously posing his request. Tang Qiye was taken aback and asked in confusion. Why do you need my assistance to awaken your martial soul? Isn't there someone from the martial soul hall coming? The people from the martial soul hall do not help the impoverished awaken their martial souls. I have no money and do not wish for my grandfather to borrow any, the young boy said as tears began to flow down his cheeks. The awakening of martial souls at the martial soul hall does not require payment, Tang Qiye reassured him. But in previous years, they charged a fee, 1 gold soul coin per person. The boy replied. To Tang Qiye, 1 gold soul coin was but a trifling amount. However, for the villagers, it represented a month's wages for an adult. The martial soul hall charges for awakenings? Tang Qiye's eyes narrowed slightly. He could easily give the boy a gold soul coin. Yet the thought of being indirectly extorted for it left him feeling somewhat displeased. Is your name Xiao Tian? Tang Qiye inquired as he crouched down before the young boy. Yes, my name is Wang Tian. My grandfather calls me Xiao Tian, and you can call me that too, big brother. All right, Xiao Tian. Let me tell you this. I will not help anyone awaken their martial soul, but I will accompany you to the martial soul hall for your awakening. If that's all right. If I go with you, the people from the martial soul hall won't dare to charge you, he said. Really? The boy asked, excitement bubbling in his voice. Of course, big brother would never deceive you. Here, have this. Tang Qiye took out a piece of roasted meat weighing 2 taels, which he had saved within his green pearl wristband. Thank you, big brother. Xiao Tian exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the roasted meat and began to eat heartily. Tang Qiye remained silent, while at that moment, little Tian resembled the young Tang Qiye, struggling to fill his belly. However, little Tian's plight stemmed from his grandfather's old age and deteriorating health, which rendered him unable to provide for the family. In contrast, Tang Qiye's misfortune was attributed to the burden of having the formidable Haotian Douluo as his father. As they returned to the dilapidated courtyard, the elderly man expressed his profound gratitude and promptly brewed a pot of tea. What should I call you, young man? He inquired, handing a cup of tea to Tang Qiye. Tang Qiye, he replied, though his gaze frequently scrutinized the old man. This elder did not seem like an ordinary villager. Tang Qiye increasingly sensed that the old man possessed an extraordinary essence, yet he could not discern precisely what made him so remarkable. Tang Qiye, maintaining a calm demeanor, initiated his probing technique. There was no concealment. A series of golden ripples emanated forth, sweeping across the ground beneath the elderly man's feet. Ah, age has taken its toll. I am of little use now, and Xiao Tian has grown up, the old man observed, casting a deep glance at Tang Qiye, perhaps in a moment of self-mockery. Grandfather. From now on, Xiao Tian will take care of you. Xiao Tian displayed a commendable maturity, although he could not quite match the precociousness of the young Tang San. Achieving this level of understanding at such a tender age was no small feat. Very well. From now on, I shall rely on Xiao Tian for my sustenance. The old man replied, affectionately patting Xiao Tian's head, his wrinkled visage breaking into a gentle smile. Has the old man frequently interacted with soul masters? Tang Qiye retracted his probing technique. Though it yielded no results, he remained convinced of the old man's extraordinary nature. Both of Xiao Tian's parents were soul masters. Alas, they have passed away. A sorrowful expression crossed the elder's face as he shook his head and sighed. They departed shortly after Xiao Tian's birth. I am too weary now. But thankfully, Xiao Tian has grown up. Tang Qiye remained silent, refraining from further inquiries. Perhaps Xiao Tian bore little impression of his parents, though tinged with sadness. The predominant sentiment was one of compassion for his grandfather. Chapter 43, The Bone of the Right Arm of the Golden-Armored Earth Dragon. I apologize for bringing up your sorrowful memories. While Tang Qiye continued to harbor doubts, he chose not to delve deeper into the matter. After all, his presence was solely to witness the capabilities of the Soul Master from the Spirit Hall. The elder's gaze shifted towards Tang Qiye, profound and distant. As if hesitating to speak, the elderly gentleman seemed to have matters of importance to discuss. Sensing this, Tang Qiye inquired, "Might I have a moment to speak with you privately?" The elder appeared resolute, responding with unwavering determination. Tang Qiye nodded, and the elder instructed Xiao Tian to patiently wait outside while he entered the house with Tang Qiye. Tang Qiye followed closely behind the elder. Yet he maintained a vigilant demeanor. This old man, whether in his demeanor or the aura he exuded, was far from the ordinary folk of a small village. The fact that his probing technique failed to detect any fluctuations of soul power did not imply that the elder lacked such abilities. It could simply mean that his own power was too feeble in comparison to the elder's formidable strength. Although the likelihood of this scenario was minimal, caution was imperative. What of the first ring after 1,000,000 years in Douluo 2? How formidable was the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion, boasting over 400,000 years of age? As the first ring? What of the second martial soul acquired postnatally? Was it mere coincidence, divine fate, or the protagonist's halo? In this world, nothing is impossible. Much like the extraordinary appearances of Tang San and Tang Qiye, the improbable is perpetually unfolding, merely unseen by certain individuals. Thus, in the realm of Douluo, Tang Qiye consistently reminded himself that the narrative could not be wholly trusted. Tang San's demise was not a certainty, and his own reincarnation into Douluo did not inherently designate him as the protagonist. One must always contemplate an additional step and exert a bit more effort in cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, what was the extent of your prowess? The elder entered the room, displaying no overly unusual behavior, if any change could be noted. It was the subtle air of a reclusive sage. His tone no longer bore the mark of reverence. Instead, it reflected a senior's inquiry towards a junior. 3 rings. Tang Qiye declared, increasingly convinced of the elder's extraordinary nature. 3 rings? How old are you? The elder suddenly turned, a hint of astonishment evident in his demeanor, and simultaneously, his aura shifted, revealing a faint yet discernible fluctuation of soul power. Tang Qiye's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, he was also a soul master. Immediately, Tang Qiye wore a wry smile, pondering whether powerful individuals enjoyed such games. Tang Hao, having endured numerous setbacks, secluded himself in Seoul's St. Village for 6 years, lost in despondency and surviving by forging iron, while his 2 children nearly suffered from malnutrition. And now, this elderly man before him is no different. The elder no longer concealed his power. The fluctuations of his soul force intensified, rapidly elevating to the level of a 5-ring soul king within Tang Qiye's perception. Is he still ascending? No wonder my previous probing could not detect it. Ultimately, I am the one who is too weak. Tang Qiye stood resolutely before the elder, unwavering despite the escalating soul force. At last, the elder fully unleashed his power, revealing 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black rings, and 8-ring soul Douluo. Tang Qiye was filled with astonishment, for he had presumed that the elder's strength was merely at the 7th ring, yet to his utter disbelief, it was indeed at the 8th ring. The terrifying soul power surged like tumultuous waves, while at that moment, Tang Qiye felt akin to a fragile wooden boat, struggling to maintain his composure amidst the chaos. The Xiantian skill within him fervently operated, attempting to withstand the external pressure. The dilapidated furniture within the room was instantly obliterated by the violent soul force, reduced to mere dust. However, the ceiling and walls remained unscathed, indicating that the elder was still restraining his soul power, not fully unleashing his formidable might. Wait, this cannot be. It is not the 8th ring. Struggling within the tempest of soul energy, Tang Qiye managed to open his eyes, and before him stood the elder, his hair and beard still white. Yet his posture no longer hunched. The once murky eyes now appeared strikingly profound. Could it be the ninth ring? Tang Qiye trembled, not out of fear, but due to the overwhelming pressure from the outside, so great that merely standing firm required immense vitality. There was no murderous intent. Was this merely a test? Gritting his teeth, he realized that within a brief moment, half of his vitality had been consumed. Reveal your martial soul. The elder's voice boomed, resonant and filled with undeniable authority. Does one's cultivation relate to their martial soul? Tang Qiye inquired nonchalantly. However, prior to his words, the 5-element staff had already been grasped tightly in his hand, 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, enveloping his form, providing him with formidable support. The simultaneous release of his vitality and martial soul granted him a chance to breathe, alleviating his earlier plight. In an instant, the terrifying soul power vanished. And aside from the protective energy shield surrounding the room, the elder returned to his former appearance. The second ring. A millennium? Impossible. The elder's tone was laden with disbelief. For he was a titled Douluo and understood the significance of optimal proportions. Much like you, a titled Douluo appearing in a humble village is equally implausible to others. Tang Qiye straightened his posture, replying. The elder scrutinized him thoughtfully, nodding slightly before inquiring, You seem rather unconcerned about my presence here. And you do not exhibit the same reverence towards titled Douluo as others do. What grants you such confidence? Why do you wish to harm me? Tang Qiye countered with a question of his own. I have yet to see your martial soul. From which power do you hail, or who is your master? The elder asked without hesitation. I share a similar situation with Xiao Tian. Presently, I attend a modest academy that lacks prominence, under the tutelage of a master. Have you heard of him? Tang Qiye responded. The elder slowly turned away, intrigued. A disciple of the master, and you claim your circumstances are akin to Xiao Tian's, implying that the one who raised you is also a titled Douluo? Since when have titled Douluos fallen to such misfortune? Senior. You did not invite me in merely for casual conversation, did you? Tang Qiye smiled and shook his head, for despite being a titled Douluo, he did not believe this elder could be compared to the Haotian Douluo. Nonetheless, I must ascertain your identity, should the opportunity arise. I might seek you out in the future. The elder transformed back into the guise of a benevolent old man. Very well, I hail from Shrek Academy, an institution founded by Flanders, the Golden Iron Triangle, which currently has only 8 students. The master teaches there. Tang Qiye stated. I need verification. I must ensure you are not affiliated with the Spirit Hall before I divulge my intentions for seeking you out. Do not attempt to deceive me. Your spiritual fluctuations are being monitored, and if you lie, I will easily detect it. The elder gazed at Tang Qiye solemnly. Oh? Do you harbor enmity towards the Spirit Hall? Tang Qiye raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of relief. Indeed, Xiao Tian's parents perished at the hands of the Spirit Hall. The elder did not conceal this, his voice tinged with melancholy. As a titled Douluo, he had no need to deceive Tang Qiye. What is it that you desire from me? Tang Qiye inquired. Ah, it appears you do not belong to the Spirit Hall, yet I still wish to discern your identity. For your talent is exceptionally formidable, possibly surpassing even Xiao Tian. I believe you possess a titled Douluo's background. Hao Tian. Tang Qiye simply uttered these 2 words. He understood that unless he spoke these 2 words, the elder before him would not easily place his trust in him. The elder visibly trembled, exhibiting a hint of unease, before finally nodding in acknowledgement. I have one lingering question. I hope you can enlighten me. If you meet my conditions, I shall reward you handsomely. The elder's gaze bore into Tang Qiye as he asked, Why is your martial soul not Haotian? Tang Qiye, feeling helpless, understood that his martial soul would evoke the elder's curiosity. However, there was nothing he could do, for it was the truth. Moreover, he never claimed to be his biological son. Tang Qiye softly uttered a phrase, aware that without presenting some evidence, the elderly man before him would remain unconvinced. Senior. Have you ever heard of the chaotic wind hammer technique? Tang Qiye inquired once more. Oh, if you can demonstrate the chaotic wind hammer technique, I shall believe you. The old man's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Of course, with the 5-element staff firmly grasped in hand. Tang Qiye slightly bent his knees and forcefully struck out a blow aimed at the elder. There was no other choice. He needed to find a target resilient enough. And within this dilapidated house, the old man appeared to be the sturdiest option. What a spirited lad. The elder, far from angered, effortlessly parried the strike. Tang Qiye's gaze was grave as he turned his body, wielding the 5-element staff, and struck with a second blow. The elder remained unfazed, treating Tang Qiye's strength with indifference. However, the evident increase in power did elicit a subtle nod of approval from the elder. Bang, bang, bang. After a relentless barrage of 27 strikes, Tang Qiye finally ceased his onslaught. Although I am not adept in the art of the chaotic storm hammer, my staff technique suffices. Tang Qiye retracted his martial soul. These 27 blows had depleted much of his already limited vitality. Excellent. I am convinced you were raised by Hao Tian. Only Hao Tian could impart the chaotic storm. The elder nodded, then gestured to his waist, producing a square box. This is your reward. The right arm bone of the golden armored earth dragon. The elder opened the box, revealing a soul bone in the shape of a right arm, shimmering with a golden radiance. What does the esteemed elder wish for me to do? Tang Qiye cast only a brief glance at the soul bone before averting his gaze. The elder had been observing Tang Qiye throughout. Seeing that he remained composed even in the presence of the soul bone, the elder felt a sense of complete reassurance. It seems you are not particularly interested in this soul bone, the elder remarked, sidestepping the question. Greed is akin to a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. To obtain this soul bone, one must surely pay a price. I believe I am unworthy of such a treasure. Did Tang Qiye desire the soul bone? Naturally, he did. Yet, is there truly such a thing as a free lunch in this world? Ah, indeed, you are truly a product of Hao Tian's upbringing, and a worthy disciple of the master. To possess such intellect at merely 15 years of age is commendable. The elder smiled reassuringly and casually tossed the soul bone to Tang Qiye. Hold on to this for now. The task I require of you is not difficult. Tang Qiye was taken aback. This was indeed a soul bone. Chapter 44. The Crown of the Nine Heavens Emperor. However, Tang Qiye couldn't shake the feeling that the soul bone was exceptionally hot to the touch. Thus, he cupped the soul bone in his hands and declared, Esteemed elder, I am unworthy to accept this. This was a soul bone from a golden armored earth dragon, aged 60,000 years. Moreover, it had been nurtured by a soul Douluo for no less than a decade. The malevolent energy within had long since dissipated, and with my protection, you can surely absorb it. Besides, I merely asked you to watch over Hao Tian and have him cultivate alongside you. The elder did not reach out to take the soul bone. Oh, then I shall keep it for Hao Tian, Tang Qiye said. Seeing that the elder was unwilling to accept it, Hao Tian is not suited for the soul bone. The elder gazed intently at Tang Qiye. At this moment, Tang Qiye was overwhelmed with a sense of frustration, exclaiming inwardly, This is a soul bone, a soul bone, a 60,000-year-old dragon-type soul bone, nurtured for a decade in the soul arena. Aside from the single soul skill it provides, its other attributes are nearly comparable to that of an ordinary 100,000-year soul bone. Although this particular soul bone does not quite reach the level of 100,000 years, it is not far off. I do not seek much from you. Just take good care of Hao Tian. In this way, it can be said that the soul bone was not given in vain. Tang Qiye's lips twitched. In truth, he was not particularly eager for the soul bones, especially the torso bone, right arm bone, and skull bone. He wished to wait until he could slay 100,000-year soul beast before claiming these 3 soul bones. After all, a person can only absorb 6 soul bones in their lifetime, not counting the external soul bones. Simply put, Tang Qiye had no interest in this particular soul bone. However, he could not voice this sentiment. What to do? No merit, no reward. He had no intention of engaging in a transaction where effort and gain were entirely mismatched. Tang Qiye still sensed a hidden scheme and insisted that the elder take back the soul bone. The elder remained silent, merely gazing intently at Tang Qiye. It was the first time I encountered a soul master capable of resisting the allure of a soul bone. You may keep the soul bone. Once Hao Tian awakens his martial soul, you can then decide whether to accept it. In the end, the old man requested that Tang Qiye find a safe environment for Hao Tian's growth. As he spoke, he bent slightly to bow to Tang Qiye. Senior, please don't. Tang Qiye exclaimed, agitated. This was absurd. A bow from a titled Douluo was something his brother could not currently bear. Perhaps he could accept it later. Senior, may I inquire about your martial soul? Tang Qiye felt that the complexity of the situation stemmed from Wang Tian's martial soul. 9 Heavens Emperor Crown. The elder spoke of his martial soul, and immediately, an aura of regal pride emanated from him. 9 Heavens Emperor Crown? Forgive my ignorance. Tang Qiye was taken aback. It was one thing for a titled Douluo to appear out of nowhere, but what was this Emperor Crown? This is the inherited martial soul of our family. Each generation passes it down to one individual. Indeed, the 9 Heavens Emperor Crown is the true number 1 martial soul in the world. Alas, there are restrictions on the inheritance. Now, perhaps only Hao Tian remains. The elder sighed deeply, albeit indoors. I implore you, senior, to share everything. If I take Hao Tian with me, what challenges will we face? This way, I can prepare myself mentally. As Tang Qiye listened to the elder's increasingly fantastical words, he decisively inquired about the most critical point. Have you heard of the Dark Angel? The elder's gaze shifted back to Tang Qiye. The Dark Angel. Senior, truly. That martial soul is not something an ordinary person can wield. The possessor of the Dark Angel martial soul naturally grows. And there is a 99% chance of becoming an evil soul master. Tang Qiye met the elder's gaze unwaveringly, then glanced at the soul bone in his hand. No wonder it was unsuitable. The golden-armored earth dragon possessed a light attribute, while the Dark Angel was of the dark attribute. Xiao Tian's mother was an evil soul master. What are your thoughts on this? The elder inquired. Xiao Tian is not an evil soul master. This does not affect him. The main concern is which lineage Xiao Tian's martial soul will inherit. In my opinion, even if the Nine Heavens Emperor crown is not a light attribute, it possesses a noble spirit. Conversely, the Dark Angel is a dark attribute. These two martial souls cannot possibly promote one another. However, according to your words, if the Nine Heavens Emperor crown surpasses the Haotian hammer, then there is a significant probability that Xiao Tian's martial soul is a twin martial soul. To my knowledge, there is only one twin martial soul in the Martial Soul Hall, who should now be above level 95. Tang Qiye refrained from mentioning that he also knew a twin martial soul possessor. Indeed. I have perused numerous ancient texts and deduced that Xiao Tian's martial soul is likely a twin martial soul. I did not expect someone as young as you to arrive at the same conclusion. However, this is to be expected. The master is indeed formidable. The elder nodded, unaware that these deductions were not derived from the master's teachings. In fact, in certain respects, the master's theories could not compare to Tang Qiye's vast knowledge. So, have you made your decision? The elder asked once more. Tang Qiye smiled bitterly and said, Senior, why are you so eager to seek vengeance? I too wish to accompany Xiao Tian until he matures a bit more. However, certain individuals do not permit it. The old man slightly shook his head and replied, You are indeed putting me in a difficult position. Tang Qiye found himself in a state of helpless amusement at that moment, shaking the soul bone in his hand, uncertain whether he had gained or lost. Oh, then how do you choose? The old man inquired with keen interest, observing Tang Qiye. Tang Qiye shook his head. The right arm bone of the golden-armored earth dragon was encased within the green pearl wrist guard. The younger generation reiterates their sentiment. This soul bone shall be reserved for Xiao Tian. Should it prove unsuitable for him, we shall address the matter then. Furthermore, I am aware of far too much. There are no alternatives, yet I wish to take Xiao Tian as my disciple. I wonder if the elder would be amenable to this. Tang Qiye clasped his fists and said, I sincerely hope you can allow the master to nurture him. I would be a far more suitable teacher than the instructor. Tang Qiye resolutely declared, at the very least, even if he merely awakens the Dark Angel, I am confident I can guide him to become a righteous soul master. No, you are mistaken. I do not desire righteousness for him. I only require him to become a demon that knows nothing but slaughter. Do you understand? Tang Qiye was taken aback, then chuckled bitterly. Indeed, in this world, where exists absolute justice, even he, when confronted with matters, could not wholly adopt the perspective of righteousness. Everything hinges upon one stance, with differing positions. The so-called justice inevitably diverges. I shall empower him, rather than allow him to be ensnared by power. Tang Qiye solemnly declared once more. He chuckled softly, pondering why he had chosen to place his trust in another. Yet, at this juncture, he had no alternative but to embrace that trust. The crown of the Nine Heavens bore no attributes of light, thus its suppression of darkness was rather insubstantial. Nevertheless, it was imbued with the essence of sovereignty. Should it possess a twin martial soul, it might offer some assistance to Xiao Tian. I suggest that Xiao Tian's first soul ring enhances his mental strength. The imperial crown is an offensive type spirit, yet it shall not serve as a weapon, but rather as a wellspring of energy. Acquiring the first ring of the mental type could amplify the soul master's essence, engendering a transformative leap in their mental prowess. This would facilitate his future cultivation. Furthermore, let us proceed. Allow Xiao Tian to take you as his master. The elder shook his head and opened the door. My departure serves as the finest protection for Xiao Tian. Just before exiting, the elder intoned solemnly, I entrust him to you. As the door swung open, Xiao Tian remained patiently outside. Xiao Tian, come. The elder beckoned him closer. Grandfather. Xiao Tian obediently called out. Xiao Tian, do you wish to take this elder brother as your master? The elder inquired kindly. Xiao Tian's dark pupils sparkled with surprise as he turned to Tang Qiye. Is that possible? Of course. Xiao Tian, do you wish to take me as your master? Allow me to guide your cultivation, Tang Qiye responded. Yes, master. Xiao Tian, seemingly from nowhere, performed the same ceremony of apprenticeship as Tang Qiye and Tang San, bowing 3 times in succession. Haha, splendid. My own apprenticeship was thus. And so too shall yours be. Esteemed predecessor, I assure you, I shall do my utmost and not leave matters to fate. Tang Qiye gently lifted Xiao Tian and then addressed the elder. Very well. I place my trust in you. The elder nodded solemnly, his eyes glimmering with hope. One must do their utmost and not leave everything to fate, he silently reflected. Little did he know that one day, a mere utterance from a younger generation would profoundly stir his heart. Brother Wang, is Xiao Tian at home? A voice echoed at the entrance. Indeed he is. The elder replied. Xiao Tian, after awakening your martial soul, you shall accompany your master for training. There is no need for you to return until you surpass him in strength. Do you understand? The elder tenderly stroked Xiao Tian's head, speaking softly. But grandfather, what will you do? I still need to take care of you. Xiao Tian's innocent voice resonated in the elder's heart. Fear not. Your master has generously provided me with a substantial sum. I will hire someone to look after me, the elder reassured him. Be obedient, understand? To instill confidence in Xiao Tian, the elder produced a pouch filled with golden soul coins, 100 in total. Really? Thank you, master. Being but a child. Xiao Tian readily believed and expressed his gratitude to Tang Qiye. Now, hurry along with your master. You must heed his guidance. Do you understand? The elder urged. Yes, grandfather. I will surely surpass my master soon and then return to visit you. Xiao Tian exclaimed, bouncing along as he followed Tang Qiye out the door. This letter shall await his 18th year, the elder conveyed through soul power, subsequently casting forth an envelope. Tang Qiye casually tucked the envelope away. Senior. As long as we are alive, there is hope. Tang Qiye conveyed his thoughts through soul power, then followed an elderly man waiting outside. This elder was none other than the village chief. Unacquainted with the name of the village, Tang Qiye inquired. Indeed, I am the chief of this village. Known as Douluo, the elder replied. Though his hair had turned gray, Douluo's physique remained robust and upright. Is it true that this village charges a fee whenever a soul master awakens? Tang Qiye asked. Douluo sighed deeply, saying, my dear nephew. You are unaware that this village has not produced a single soul master in a century. It lies far from the main city, Kanglan City. And the spirit hall has essentially abandoned us. However, the awakening of soul masters still occurs, and while we know that the spirit hall does not charge for awakening, we cannot afford to offend those esteemed soul masters. Should they choose not to visit us in anger, our village would stand no chance of ever having a soul master. I see your point. Tang Qiye nodded thoughtfully. Yet, he was resolute not to become an unwitting fool, not even for a single gold soul coin. It is your greed that brings this upon you. Pray for better fortune, otherwise. Tang Qiye quietly restored his energy. Knowing that Xiao Tian's martial soul must remain concealed, at least for the time being. Thus, he resolved to experiment with memory modification. Chapter 45, The Pig Head? Not much different from Shahan village, the spirit hall was merely a more imposing wooden structure within the village. Outside the wooden hall, 8 children and their parents awaited. All right. Everyone, please bear with me a little longer while I fetch the esteemed soul master, Douluo said, glancing at the crowd before turning to leave. Master, will I possess soul power? Xiao Tian tugged at Tang Qiye's sleeve, inquiring. Certainly, Xiao Tian will possess soul power, Tang Qiye reassured him, affectionately ruffling Xiao Tian's hair. Xiao Tian nodded vigorously, remaining silent thereafter. Tang Qiye surveyed his surroundings and noticed that among the 8 children, excluding Xiao Tian, only 2 were girls. Of their parents, 6 were fathers, while the other 2 were sisters. It appeared to be the case. Curiously, the only 2 young girls were accompanied by their older sisters. Was it a manifestation of a preference for boys over girls? Tang Qiye sighed inwardly, yet felt it was none of his business, choosing to remain uninvolved. The 2 young girls appeared quite ordinary. After a fleeting glance, he dismissed them and silently recuperated his depleting energy. After a quarter of an hour, old Luo ambled over with a middle-aged man. Come quickly, greet the soul master. Old Luo hastily gestured to the man. Greetings, soul master. The others bowed respectfully and called out in unison. Xiao Tian was about to bow as well, but was halted by Tang Qiye. Are you also a soul master, young brother? The middle-aged man inquired, casting a penetrating gaze at Tang Qiye. Tang Qiye needed to restore his vitality and did not conceal the fluctuations of his energy. So it was hardly surprising that he was discovered. Passing through this area, having noticed that the little fellow was doing quite well, he decided to accompany him for the awakening of his martial soul. Tang Qiye responded in an indifferent manner. Oh, a fortunate little one. In that case, I shall grant this young brother a favor and awaken you first, said the young man. That won't be necessary. Let him be the last. It's better for him to be psychologically prepared. Tang Qiye shook his head in refusal. Haha, very well. May I ask how this young brother is addressed? The young man inquired cheerfully. Oh, I'm called Zhu, he replied with a grin. Tang Qiye stifled a laugh and responded, Zhu, indeed. However, judging by the expressions of the villagers, it was evident that this soul master had visited more than once, and they had all suppressed their laughter, perhaps having been forewarned. Now, I shall awaken your martial souls. Each of you will receive a gold soul coin. Oh, but for you, Brother Tang, there's no need for that, Zhu announced. My martial soul is a porcupine, a third-ring 31st level soul venerable. Zhu declared. As his martial soul manifested, his body began to swell. And dense black bristles sprouted forth, with 2 sharp fangs protruding from his mouth. A few children, frightened, closed their eyes and hid behind their parents. Today, you are fortunate. This young brother is also a soul master. Come, Brother Tang, show them a bit of what you can do, Zhu proclaimed. Seemingly oblivious to how unappealing he appeared at that moment, instead proudly swaying his body. Ah, dear nephew, oh no, is this also a soul master? We implore you. Esteemed soul master, let us witness your prowess, old Luo said respectfully. Indeed, Brother Tang, our village of Luo has not seen a soul master in a century. It would be good for them to witness this. Zhu continued, his voice loud as if to assert his presence, which began to irritate Tang Qiye's ears. I possess a weapon martial soul. It is perhaps best not to see, Tang Qiye replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing Tang Qiye acknowledge himself as a soul master, several children and parents cast envious and respectful glances in his direction, especially the 2 rural girls who had been whispering about him before Zhu's arrival. Their conversation had been filled with infatuated remarks, making Tang Qiye feel slightly uncomfortable, considering he was not yet 13. Ah, Brother Tang, this is where you are mistaken. We have a weapon martial soul and a beast martial soul. Allow us to showcase it to them. It saves me the trouble of explaining weapon martial souls. Zhu insisted once more. Esteemed soul master, we kindly request to witness your abilities, old Luo added earnestly. Tang Qiye felt a surge of frustration within him. Was the martial soul truly so visually captivating? Upon its emergence, it manifested with accompanying soul rings. Was it too much to ask for a low profile? Reluctantly, he resolved to put on a display. The 5-element staff materialized, transforming into a nearly 2-meter-long ebony rod, exuding an air of weightiness. Accompanying it were 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. What was this? Could it be? The pig-headed one rubbed his eyes vigorously, a second ring of a millennium? Clearing his throat, Tang Qiye remarked, My physique is rather unique. Do not attempt to emulate me, lest you meet with calamity. The pig-headed one stared in astonishment at Tang Qiye, then at the 3 soul rings beneath him, 1 white and 2 yellow. He had anticipated Tang Qiye to possess merely 1 or 2 rings, yet here he was, left feeling embarrassed. Ahem, Brother Tang, your talent is extraordinary. If you possess soul power for cultivation, do not recklessly absorb soul rings beyond your years. Suddenly, the pig-headed one's demeanor shifted to one of sycophancy. However, no amount of flattery could mask his inherent greed, nor could it alter Tang Qiye's determination to experiment with memory modification upon him. The awakening process bore a striking resemblance to Tang Qiye's own experience, yet the pig-headed one was far less agreeable than Su Yutao. Not only was he unattractive, but he also exuded a ferociousness. Thus, Tang Qiye harbored no fondness for him. It was not inherently wrong to bully others, but targeting mere mortals was indeed misguided. If one possessed the audacity, they should dare to challenge Tang Qiye instead. With a soul rank of the same level, he could easily teach a lesson. 8 children gathered in half an hour. The awakening process was remarkably swift. Please ask the others to leave. Xiao Tian is rather timid. Tang Qiye glanced at the village chief, old Luo. Yes, esteemed soul master. Old Luo promptly responded, as they had grown accustomed to flattering soul masters. Never pausing to consider further, Tang Qiye waved his hand, and the surging vitality forcefully closed the door of the wooden cabin. All right, Xiao Tian, go ahead. Tang Qiye gestured for Xiao Tian to awaken his martial soul. Do not be anxious. Calmly sense the martial soul within you and draw it forth. The pig-headed figure visibly softened. A faint ethereal glow enveloped Xiao Tian's body, while 6 black stones on the ground radiated brilliant light. Under the guidance of soul power, Xiao Tian instinctively presented his hands forward as a crown adorned with 9 diamond-shaped jewels gradually took form. Simultaneously, a shadowy figure emerged behind Xiao Tian, resembling a dark angel with 12 wings. 12 wings? But Qian Rinxue possesses only 6. Tang Qiye furrowed his brow, casting a sympathetic glance at the pig-headed figure. This fellow is remarkably fortunate. As the 12-winged dark angel awakened, the nine heavens emperor crown burst forth with its boundless brilliance, momentarily suppressing the dark angel's malevolent aura with the overwhelming imperial righteousness. Is this the true first-grade martial soul? Tang Qiye finally acknowledged the nine heavens emperor crown's esteemed title. Xiao Tian, retract your martial soul. Tang Qiye's voice penetrated the constraints of soul power, reaching Xiao Tian's mind. Following Tang Qiye's reminder, Xiao Tian hurriedly retracted his martial soul. Though somewhat clumsy, he ultimately succeeded. Is it truly a twin martial soul? The pig-headed figure exclaimed incredulously, as if fearing others might remain unaware. First, let us assess the soul power level, Tang Qiye stated with unwavering authority. Yes, yes. Xiao Tian. Come here and place your hand on this blue crystal ball, the pig-headed figure said excitedly, hastily producing a blue crystal ball. Xiao Tian glanced back at Tang Qiye, and upon receiving permission, placed his hand upon the crystal ball. In the next moment, the crystal ball emitted a brilliant blue light, casting a soft azure hue throughout the room. Not even level 10? Level 9. The pig-headed figure discerned carefully, providing the assessment. Xiao Tian, come here. Upon seeing Xiao Tian's soul power level, Tang Qiye was taken aback yet not entirely surprised. Although the nine heavens emperor crown was not of the light attribute, its righteous aura could indeed suppress the dark angel's malevolence. This could be considered a form of restraint. Tang Qiye speculated inwardly. Good, very good. Today, I, pighead, have achieved a significant feat. I have discovered a twin martial soul with innate level 9 soul power. Haha. The day I ascend to the position of Vice Lord of Kanglan City is drawing near. Brother Tang, I kindly request to take Xiao Tian back to the Spirit Hall. I firmly believe that the Spirit Hall will spare no effort in nurturing him. Though Pighead was agitated, he dared not act recklessly under the suppression of Tang Qiye's yellow and purple soul ranks. There is no need for that. Let today's events be as if they never occurred. A smirk graced Tang Qiye's lips as a flicker of purple light flashed in his eyes. In an instant, Pighead was struck with a wave of dizziness, as if his mind had been assaulted by an unseen force. Whoosh! Tang Qiye stealthily approached from behind Pighead, delivering a swift chop to his neck that rendered him unconscious in an instant. Master, Xiao Tian exclaimed, bewildered, being still young. He recalled how kind Pighead had been to him, leaving him perplexed as to why his master had struck him down. Xiao Tian. He has been unlawfully pocketing the awakening fees from you and countless other children of your age, dissuading them from awakening their martial souls. Tell me, does he not deserve this punishment? Tang Qiye patiently elucidated. Yes, he does. Xiao Tian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Moreover, Xiao Tian, he has witnessed your dual martial souls. I cannot allow him to divulge this secret, so I must alter his memories. You wait here for a moment, Tang Qiye instructed. With that, he sat cross-legged beside the unconscious Pighead. As Pighead lay incapacitated, his martial soul's manifestation naturally dissipated. Tang Qiye then placed his fingers upon Pighead's forehead, a golden glow emanating as he activated his memory-probing technique. This was Tang Qiye's inaugural attempt to delve into another's memories, yet he approached it with an unsettling lack of caution. It matters not, if he becomes foolish. So be it. After all, Pighead is hardly a noble character. Tang Qiye focused his mind, employing his probing technique in conjunction with his mental strength to silently infiltrate the mind of the pig-headed creature. Before long, a stream of information flowed into Tang Qiye's consciousness, revealing the memories of Xiao Yan's recent awakening of his martial spirit. Given that these events had just transpired, Tang Qiye was the first to perceive this memory. Tang Qiye endeavored to alter this particular memory. Soon, the recollections preceding the manifestation of his martial soul began to shift. First and foremost, Tang Qiye transformed his second soul ring into a conventional yellow hue. Subsequently, he modified Xiao Yan's martial soul and soul power level, changing Xiao Yan's martial soul to a common agricultural tool, lamentably possessing a mere half-level of soul power. Upon completing these alterations, Tang Qiye ascribed the cause of Judo's unconsciousness to his own excessive consumption of soul power. Following his own fainting, Tang Qiye gradually withdrew from Judo's consciousness. Jitu? Jitu? Tang Qiye called softly into Judo's ear. Slowly regaining consciousness, Judo's immediate reaction was to clutch the back of his neck, baring his teeth and exclaiming, "Who struck me?" Tang Qiye furrowed his brow, pondering whether the modification had failed. A subtle aura of murderous intent surged from within him, though he had never taken a life. He would not hesitate to do so, particularly against those who take pleasure in bullying the weak. Upon noticing Tang Qiye's grim expression, Pighead hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, No. Brother Tang, you misunderstand. I must have fainted and hit my head when my soul power was depleted. Oh, is there a serious issue, Brother Pig? Tang Qiye's expression shifted, revealing a notable improvement in his mood. Not at all. It's just unfortunate that the child's martial soul possesses less than half a level of soul power. Alas, at least he can still cultivate, with diligent effort. Becoming a soul master wouldn't be a bad outcome, Pighead awkwardly remarked, believing Tang Qiye's displeasure stemmed solely from Xiao Tian's martial soul. Well, that's of no concern. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Tang Qiye replied with a nod, his tone somewhat aloof. Of course, this was a facade. In truth, he felt quite elated. He had initially anticipated that memory modification would be a daunting task, akin to extracting memory pearls in Xia Lan or deconstructing them. Fortunately, it proved to be simpler than expected, and he had succeeded. How delightful. Take care, Brother Tang, Pighead bid farewell as he watched him depart. There was no denying that Tang Qiye's soul rings surpassed his own, 2 yellow and 1 purple, and he appeared remarkably youthful. Master, where are we headed? Xiao Tian obediently followed behind Tang Qiye as they walked towards the outskirts of the village. To cultivate, Tang Qiye responded, his gaze fixed on the carriage in the distance that awaited his arrival. Oh, Master, when will I surpass you? Xiao Tian seemed to be brimming with questions. Tang Qiye yearned to proclaim that you could never surpass me. Yet, he refrained, believing it essential to leave a glimmer of hope for the child. Perhaps, when you mature, it will be possible. With patience, Tang Qiye replied, what is this? Are you already missing your grandfather before departing? Observing Xiao Yan's gloomy demeanor, he inquired further. No. I shall surpass my master and then return to see grandfather. The child, caught in the revelation of his innermost thoughts, hurriedly denied it. Tang Qiye smiled gently, refraining from revealing the truth to Xiao Tian. Perhaps, at this moment, your grandfather has already departed. The coachman, seemingly patient, allowed the horse to graze on the grass beneath while he spread a tattered cloth on the ground and reclined, gazing up at the sky. Brother, have you left? Tang Qiye tapped on the carriage wall and called out. Ah, young sir, where are you headed? The coachman, recognizing Tang Qiye's amiable nature, greeted him with a smile. I hunted a wild boar last night. We didn't finish it, so I took some to the village. Just happened upon a promising young one, planning to nurture it. Tang Qiye produced a piece of roasted meat and offered it to the coachman. Ah, thank you, young sir. Please, come aboard. I shall eat as I drive. The coachman hurriedly accepted the roasted meat, expressing his gratitude profusely. In these times, such courteous employers are a rarity, especially when the employer is a soul master. Brother, are we heading north? Can we reach the farthest northern lands? Tang Qiye inquired as he ushered Xiao Tian into the carriage. Yes, but my cart cannot traverse such a long distance. I have a wife and children at home, so I cannot take you that far, the coachman replied apologetically. That's fine. Just take me as far as you can, as long as it leads towards the farthest north. Tang Qiye responded. Master, what are we going to do in the far north? Xiao Tian asked curiously. Tang Qiye chuckled softly, retrieving a bottle of barley wine. As he sipped, he spoke of the extreme north, the second largest human forbidden zone on our Douluo continent, aside from the Douluo forest. Countless soul beasts reside within its frigid embrace. Similarly, the region experiences perpetual winter, blanketed in ice and snow, predominantly inhabited by ice-attribute soul beasts. Our journey there will grant you the opportunity to acquire your first soul ring. Why not venture into the Douluo forest? Xiao Tian inquired. Though the Douluo forest teems with soul beasts, they are formidable. Moreover, finding a suitable soul beast for you there is quite a challenge. Thus, I have resolved to guide you to the extreme north, which conveniently lies along our route, Tang Qiye patiently elucidated. However, reaching the extreme north will take over a month. The coachman interjected. Yes, I am aware. There is no rush. As long as we arrive within half a year, it will suffice, Tang Qiye replied. Taking another sip of his barley wine, the coachman fell silent, recognizing that it was impolite for an ordinary person to interrupt the conversation between the master and disciple as they discussed matters pertaining to soul masters. Tang Qiye enveloped himself and Xiao Tian in a soundproof shield and then inquired, Xiao Tian, when you awakened your martial soul, did you experience any discomfort? For instance, did you feel particularly irritable or have the urge to strike someone? Xiao Tian blinked at Tang Qiye's words and shook his head. I felt quite comfortable, very warm, however. It might have been even warmer without the shadow behind me, he replied. Oh? Tang Qiye mused, intrigued, as his understanding of the Nine Heavens Emperor crown was once again challenged. Xiao Tian, now merge with that shadow and see how it feels. He subtly reinforced the protective barrier he had established before continuing, Yes, master. Xiao Tian earnestly nodded. Soon, a pitch-black figure, a dark angel with 6 pairs of wings, began to merge with Xiao Tian's slender form. The dark angel bore little difference from a human aside from its wings, and thus, Xiao Tian's transformation was not drastic. He merely appeared slightly more robust, less frail, now adorned with 12 wings formed from condensed soul power on his back. Tang Qiye fixed his gaze intently upon Xiao Tian, observing the subtle shifts in his expression while employing his divination skills without reservation. Master, he remarked, contrary to Tang Qiye's concerns of losing control. Xiao Tian appeared to be in good health, albeit slightly more robust, with no significant issues evident. Tang Qiye gazed into Xiao Tian's eyes, attempting to unearth the concealed fury within. Master? Xiao Tian called out again, bewildered. What do you feel? With no insights gained, Tang Qiye resorted to questioning. I want to hit someone. Xiao Tian's voice carried a newfound assertiveness, no longer the timid tone from before, and his speech bore a hint of coldness. Oh? How much do you wish to? Just a little. Only a little? How much is that? Xiao Tian, perhaps influenced by a faint whisper of his martial spirit, experienced a slight shift in tone, yet Tang Qiye's relentless inquiries still intimidated him. After all, his master was capable of effortlessly defeating a soul master of the pighead. Just a bit? Could it affect you? Tang Qiye pressed further. It's Shun Ti, right? Xiao Tian's eyes brimmed with tears, pondering how he ought to respond. Strange. Tang Qiye mused, stroking his chin, scrutinizing Xiao Tian once more. Which martial spirit do you wish to cultivate? If you train the Dark Angel, will you become ferocious? He inquired. Master? Xiao Tian weakly called out, feeling it should be imposing the questions. Well, just to be safe. You should first cultivate the 9 Heavens Emperor Crown martial spirit and publicly declare that you possess only one martial spirit, understood? The second martial spirit must remain unused, no matter the circumstance, understood? Tang Qiye gazed intently at Xiao Tian, imparting his serious counsel. Yes, master. Xiao Tian replied earnestly. Do you drink? As night fell, Tang Qiye disembarked from the carriage, stretching his limbs after a day of travel. Although the ride had been smooth, it was still uncomfortable. Looking at Xiao Tian, the boy mimicked Tang Qiye's movements with admirable precision. Perhaps he shouldn't be left idle, Tang Qiye thought, a quintessential masterly smile gracing his face. Young man, I can only escort you to Kanglan City, which is larger than Suatua City, and soul masters are plentiful here. You might consider staying a few more days. The coachman had no intention of entering the city, merely suggesting to Tang Qiye. Tang Qiye took out several golden soul coins, causing a bit of a stir. This is too much. 2 will suffice. The coachman repeatedly waved his hands as Tang Qiye produced no fewer than 10 golden soul coins. Let us take 5. Tang Qiye selected 5 coins and handed them to the coachman. Ah, thank you. Seeing Tang Qiye's earnestness, the coachman reluctantly accepted them, expressing his gratitude profusely. All right. We are heading into the city now. Farewell. Tang Qiye waved his hand and turned to lead Xiao Tian into the city. The coachman, holding the 5 golden soul coins, watched as Tang Qiye entered before he finally drove the carriage back. Xiao Tian, once you grow stronger, you must not bully the weak. When faced with those less powerful than yourself, you should treat them with respect, understand? As they walked, Tang Qiye imparted this lesson. He was gently guiding the young child onto the righteous path. Yes, master. Xiao Tian listened attentively, not wandering about like Lin Daiyu in the Grandview Garden, but focusing intently on Tang Qiye's words. Of course, if reasoning fails, then you must resort to strength. Do you know what strength is? Tang Qiye continued. Power. Xiao Tian replied. Exactly. We are civilized individuals, and we must reason with others. If they refuse to reason with you, then you must confront them. Thus, in our endeavors, we must first establish a foundation of reason, and secondly, we must possess sufficient strength. Yes, teacher. Chapter 47. An acquaintance? In front of a luxurious hotel, Tang Qiye paused to take a sip of barley wine to moisten his throat. Tell me, what do you currently need the most? He inquired, gazing at the shimmering hotel sign, addressing Xiao Tian. Strength. Xiao Tian, mimicking Tang Qiye's posture, looked at the hotel sign and responded. Once you have strength, what will you do? Tang Qiye's gaze fell upon Xiao Tian. Protect. Protect whom? Grandfather, master, those who love Xiao Tian, and those whom Xiao Tian loves. Xiao Tian answered earnestly. Why not protect these mortals? Tang Qiye inquired again, surpassing the scope of what he had taught Xiao Tian that day. Xiao Tian had limited capabilities, and if he could not protect those he cherished, how could he defend others? Uncertain of the correctness of his response, Xiao Tian noted that Tang Qiye had not provided an answer to this question. If you had to choose between saving your loved ones and saving the world, what would you decide? Tang Qiye posed another query, one he had not explicitly taught. Which would Master choose? Xiao Tian pondered, struggling for a considerable time before resorting to asking Tang Qiye. As for me, my choice does not dictate yours. You are you, and I am I. Understand? Tang Qiye refrained from directly answering Xiao Tian's question, not wishing to sway the child's heart. This is a matter you may ponder over time. I am quite pleased with your responses today. What would you like to eat? I shall treat you. Tang Qiye declared grandly, gesturing towards the opulent hotel. I choose to protect those I love, Xiao Tian replied softly. Tang Qiye was momentarily taken aback, disregarding the dubious gazes of the elegantly dressed passers-by. He gently grasped Xiao Yan's shoulder and advised, Xiao Yan, take your time to consider. There is no need to rush your response. Master, all I wish for is to protect those I hold dear. Xiao Yan's voice was soft yet resolute, a conviction that captivated Tang Qiye. This choice was indeed his own, as well as that of his master. Tang Qiye patted Xiao Yan's frail shoulder, acknowledging, this lad is truly commendable. What a pity he cannot match my charm. The Azure Blue Hotel boasted opulent decor that surpassed even the Rose Hotel in Suatua City by several degrees. Each room was a suite, with a nightly rate of 6 golden soul coins. Book a room and arrange for the most extravagant 5-person meal. Tang Qiye tossed a bag filled with numerous golden soul coins, easily exceeding 100. Young sir, our most lavish meal is exclusively for soul masters. Ordinary individuals cannot withstand its energy. Furthermore, a 5-person portion can only be consumed by a soul sect. The receptionist, adorned in an exquisite chi pao, bowed gracefully. Tang Qiye inadvertently cast a glance at the woman's bosom, quickly diverting his gaze. It was simply a matter of course. Although Tang Qiye remained noncommittal, he did not alter his request. Yes, esteemed soul master, may I inquire if you require any additional services? The woman once again bowed deeply, her exquisite figure showcased in her courteous demeanor. Certainly, please send a few sets of clothing for this child, preferably athletic attire, nothing too extravagant, suitable for training. Tang Qiye gestured towards Xiao Tian and instructed further. At your command, soul master. Here is your room key. For any other requirements, you may press the red buttons located in the main hall and beside the master bedroom, and a server will attend to you. With another profound bow, the woman withdrew. Fortuitously, Tang Qiye turned his head, took the key, and led Xiao Tian upstairs. I shall refrain from visiting such extravagant establishments in the future. They are far too provocative. With Rong Rong absent, whom shall I turn to? I cannot bestow my first experience upon those of dubious repute. Tang Qiye resolved to remain for a few more days before departing. Master, this place is quite costly, Xiao Tian remarked, somewhat apprehensively. Xiao Tian, remember, with strength, one will never lack for money, no matter where one goes. Moreover, only by spending can one earn. Do you understand? Tang Qiye settled onto his sofa, his body sinking into its softness, seeking to alleviate the fatigue accumulated from days spent in a carriage. Oh. Xiao Tian imitated Tang Qiye's posture, perching upon another sofa, his slight frame causing it to sag under his weight. So soft. Xiao Tian wriggled and shifted, reveling in the comfort. Tang Qiye reclined on the sofa, feigning slumber, as he contemplated the forthcoming itinerary. After all, he was no longer alone. There was an unwelcome burden to consider. Truly, the Azure Blue Hotel operated with an efficiency that was nothing short of astounding. Within merely 5 minutes of Tang Qiye's entrance into the room, a lavish spread of delicacies and several sets of garments were delivered. However, upon observing the young maidens clad only in sheer veils, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had mistakenly wandered into the wrong hotel. Could it be that he had stumbled upon a luxurious den of iniquity? He recalled the curious glances exchanged by passers-by as he and his master stood outside the establishment, and he noted that the sparse clientele entering the hotel appeared predominantly male. Esteemed soul master, would you require our assistance with bathing and changing? 2 provocatively attired young women curtsied, their alabaster thighs and alluring forms presenting a visual feast for Tang Qiye. No need, he replied coolly, expecting the 2 women to take their leave. Yet, he underestimated the dedication of the attendants at the Azure Blue Hotel. Yes, esteemed soul master, we are here to serve you during your meal, one of the maidens, bold and vivacious, while the other appeared shy yet inviting. Their melodious and tender voices brimmed with temptation, as if coaxing Tang Qiye to cast aside his burdens and indulge freely in his desires. Tang Qiye acknowledged that he had developed feelings. However, could he take action? The answer was a resounding no. He could not, for Xiao Tian was still observing him. There was no need to traverse great distances. unaware that this esteemed hotel was so unique, merely to partake in a meal and rest for a night. Tang Qiye was not concerned about losing face, after all. It was not a matter of great significance. Yes, esteemed soulmaster, should you require assistance, you may press the red button. Two ladies bowed and departed, their ample bosoms on full display, igniting within Tang Qiye an urge to call them back. Master, be silent, eat your meal, then take a bath. And tomorrow we shall change hotels. Tang Qiye felt a sense of gloom. Yet he found solace in the fact that this hotel did not present any temptations in the dead of night. Otherwise, he would have had to make a hasty exit. After all, one never knows when one might succumb to temptation. A young man venturing out into the world must learn to safeguard himself, especially someone like Tang Qiye, youthful, affluent, and a soulmaster, not to mention strikingly handsome. Setting aside the hotel's overall quality, the energy food alone earned a commendable 9 out of 10 from Tang Qiye. It was quite satisfactory. Perhaps he would extend his stay. After finishing his meal, he offered a compliment. Master Xiaotian gazed at Tang Qiye with longing, as the latter had consumed 4.5 portions out of the 5 prepared, leaving him with only a half portion. This was not due to any reluctance on Tang Qiye's part to share. It was simply that Xiaotian's petite frame could only handle so much. Quickly now. Go take a shower. Afterward, I will teach you a technique that will expedite your cultivation, Tang Qiye said, smacking his lips. He too was nearing his limit, having overeaten. He understood the importance of dedicating time to his training. Tang Qiye unceremoniously imparted the Xiantian gong to Xiaotian, and the night passed in silence. The following day, Tang Qiye decisively vacated the hotel and, after observing a more reputable establishment for half the day, finally chose to enter it. Xiaotian obediently followed Tang Qiye, gradually becoming immune to his various antics. Wasn't it agreed to stay a few more days? Why did they move out again? Those charming older sisters, weren't they enticing? Of course, Xiaotian dared not voice these questions. There was little amusement to be found in Kanglan City. As Tang Qiye and Xiaotian meandered through the streets, observing the incessant flow of passers-by, Tang Qiye couldn't help but shake his head. Master, shall we venture to the next city? Xiaotian tugged at Tang Qiye's sleeve. Indeed. We shall set off tomorrow morning. Today, let us explore a bit more. And you, make sure to diligently practice, even if your soul power reaches a plateau. Do not cease, understand? Tang Qiye feigned seriousness. Understood, master. Xiaotian's eyes darted mischievously around the roadside shops these past few days. He had certainly enjoyed plenty of delightful treats while accompanying Tang Qiye. Tang Qiye paid him no mind. As long as the boy did not transform into an evil soul master, he considered everything to be perfectly well. He certainly did not expect him to provide for his final days, did he? Master, please buy me another candied hawthorn, Xiaotian pleaded. Pointing towards the vendor several meters away, Tang Qiye was utterly exasperated. Is this truly how a 6-year-old ought to behave? Tang Qiye expressed understanding, for after all, they are merely children, and not everyone possesses the wisdom of a 20-year-old at the tender age of 6. Tang Qiye lifted his gaze towards the vendor of candied hawthorn, where strings of bright red fruits were artfully arranged, their melted syrup reformed into delicate strands of sugar. Perhaps I should indulge as well? Observing the throngs of customers already gathered before the stall, Tang Qiye surmised that the flavor must be quite delightful. Sir, I would like a candied hawthorn. The finest you have, he declared. This time, it was not Tang Qiye who spoke, but rather the young boy, Xiaotian, who had quickly picked up on his mannerisms. Certainly. The vendor responded cheerfully, commencing the preparation of the candied hawthorn. Apart from a few displayed for show, all the treats at his stall were freshly made. Tang Qiye stood quietly behind Xiaotian, contemplating that it might be better not to indulge in such delicacies, as it could tarnish his image. He sensed that someone was watching him, and his gaze was fixed on the candied hawthorn vendor. Yet, he possessed an uncanny awareness of being scrutinized, perhaps honed by the experience of being observed for too long. His striking looks rendered him the center of attention wherever he went. Eventually, Tang Qiye turned his head, his eyes resting upon a couple, a man and a woman, who bore a somewhat mature charm, slightly more appealing than the two he encountered that evening, although they were rather overdressed. However, after a mere glance, he lost interest, surmising that the girl was captivated by him while the boy, consumed by jealousy, felt disheartened upon realizing he paled in comparison. This was Tang Qiye's assumption. He certainly did not expect to encounter acquaintances outside, let alone a familiar face that harbored a grudge against him. Chapter 48. A narrow path for enemies. The couple, noticing Tang Qiye's fleeting glance and lack of reaction, immediately darkened in demeanor before turning away in dismay. The candied hawthorn vendor worked with impressive speed. Before long, Not only had the few people ahead departed, but Xiao Tian's candied hawthorn had also been prepared. Tang Qiye conscientiously settled the bill and then prepared to return to the inn with Xiao Tian. Accompanying this little rascal on a shopping excursion lacked the delight of wandering through the streets with the enchanting Rong. Not only was the latter a feast for the eyes, but she also permitted a more intimate engagement. I shall remain at the inn while I procure some items for your training, he declared. After escorting Xiao Tian back to the inn, he recalled the boy's cultivation issues and decided against taking him along any further. Yes, master, Xiao Tian replied, not inquiring about Tang Qiye's intentions. Tang Qiye nodded and departed with a sense of assurance. This child is quite obedient. Master has surely abandoned me to seek out those scantily clad older sisters. Xiao Tian gazed at Tang Qiye's graceful silhouette as he left, feeling a tinge of melancholic resentment. Tang Qiye, of course, remained oblivious to Xiao Tian's thoughts. Otherwise, he undoubtedly would have adhered to the adage that a strict master produces outstanding disciples. The world of Douluo continent is a semi-modern realm, where certain elements are readily accessible to Tang Qiye. Having been well acquainted with Douluo, his recent travels have deepened his understanding of its customs and culture. What remains is merely to continue his explorations, for perhaps one day, a spark of inspiration will ignite a realization regarding a technique of chivalric prowess. This constitutes the second reason for his journey. As for taking on disciples, that was purely a serendipitous whim. Moreover, Tang Qiye had his own motivations for accepting students. Encountering such a gifted disciple as Xiao Tian is a rare fortune that he could not overlook. Furthermore, his desire to leave a legacy within Douluo necessitates the taking of apprentices. Kanglan City is vast, brimming with numerous shops, each offering an eclectic array of goods, catering to every conceivable need. Tang Qiye merely took a brief excursion nearby before returning home, fully equipped. The following dawn, after concluding his cultivation, he fixed his gaze upon the eyes of the young Tian beside him. It was not until the violet light in Tian's eyes faded that Tang Qiye finally rose. Over the past few days, Tian had made significant progress with his violet extreme demon eyes. They arrived at the city gate, during which Tang Qiye spent a gold soul coin to procure a horse, as there was no carriage. Master, I cannot ride a horse, Tian exclaimed hurriedly upon noticing Tang Qiye's lack of preparation for a carriage. Yes, I'm aware, Tang Qiye replied with a nonchalant nod. Tian nodded in return, falling silent, under the impression that Tang Qiye would provide a carriage. However, did Tang Qiye possess such capability? Clearly, he did not. As the duo exited the city gate, they continued northward, with Tang Qiye mounted on the horse while Tian ran behind. Maintaining a steady pace, he concentrated on his breathing. Perched atop the horse, Tang Qiye held a wine bottle in hand, occasionally taking a sip. Tian gritted his teeth, striving to keep pace with the horse. Fortunately, the steed did not truly break into a gallop, for otherwise, Tian would have been unable to keep up. After half an hour, Tang Qiye offered Tian a water pouch filled with tea, prepared in the same manner as a few months prior, with a touch of salt. This water had been warmed in advance with his energy, reaching a temperature just right for the human body. Thank you, master, Tian expressed gratefully after taking a couple of sips, returning the pouch to Tang Qiye before resuming his heavy-footed strides. This exchange continued, and after 2 hours, Tang Qiye handed over the water pouch for the 4th time. By this point, Tian's clothes were thoroughly soaked with sweat, with beads of perspiration streaming down his youthful cheeks. Do you regret it? Tang Qiye inquired. I do not regret it. Master must have my best interests at heart. Moreover, I wish to return home soon to see grandfather. Tian replied breathlessly, his tone resolute. Gradually, he began to nourish his body with soul energy and continued to run. Tang Qiye retracted the water pouch and urged Tian to utilize his soul energy. Tang Qiye's training regimen for Xiao Tian was not particularly rigorous, at least. It was not as relentless as that of a master. This was primarily due to Tang Qiye's inability to accurately gauge Xiao Tian's limits. To safeguard Xiao Tian's development, Tang Qiye resolved to implement only a minimal training load. However, even this modest amount left Xiao Tian utterly exhausted by day's end. He was instructed to consume more food, refrain from sleep at night, and engage in meditation for recovery. Tang Qiye retrieved a prepared nutritional meal from the green jade wristband, warmed it with his vital energy, and presented it to Xiao Tian. Thank you, master, exclaimed Xiao Tian as he swiftly devoured the meal. Afterward, he gulped down a couple of large swigs of water and retreated to the tent to meditate in a cross-legged position. Tang Qiye ate his meal leisurely, occasionally glancing up at the sky. Why are there so many carrier pigeons today? He murmured to himself, watching the birds fly overhead. However, he did not dwell on this triviality. After a brief respite, Tang Qiye entered the tent, assuming a cross-legged position to meditate. Exercising caution. He silently extended his sensing technique to encompass a radius of 300 meters, a task that posed no burden to him. The night was enveloped in a deathly silence, occasionally interrupted by the cawing of a crow, which made Tang Qiye furrow his brow. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had overlooked something. Fortunately, 3 hours passed without incident, and as dawn approached, the eastern horizon remained dark, yet the sky had brightened slightly compared to the early morning. This newfound light was sufficient for Tang Qiye to discern his surroundings. Tang Qiye felt an unsettling sense of anticipation, as if something was about to transpire. However, despite expanding his perception to a radius of 500 meters, he discerned nothing amiss. Was he becoming overly suspicious? With a sigh, Tang Qiye opened his eyes, ceased his cultivation, and ventured out of the tent, climbing up a grand tree. An hour passed without any incident, prompting him to rouse Xiao Tian from his slumber and commence his practice of the purple extreme demon eye technique. After a period of rest, Tang Qiye retrieved a sumptuous meal, heating it before both indulged in the feast. Following their repast, Tang Qiye accompanied Xiao Tian in a light jog, ensuring he did not forget to lead the horse. 15 minutes later, Tang Qiye mounted the horse, leisurely trailing behind Xiao Tian, quietly observing him as he ran. As dusk approached, Tang Qiye signaled for Xiao Tian to halt. He then cast his gaze upon a carriage situated 100 meters behind them. This carriage had been following him for over half an hour. As Tang Qiye turned to look, the carriage, too, began its approach towards him. Tang Qiye paid no mind to them and found a flat area to set up the tent, while Xiao Tian dutifully gathered firewood. Today's training was more strenuous than yesterday's, yet it still did not push him to his limits. Tang Qiye silently contemplated whether he ought to double the training intensity for the following day. Despite feeling fatigued, Xiao Tian managed to collect a substantial amount of firewood and then diligently performed stretching exercises to alleviate his muscle fatigue. "Brother, would you mind lending me some fire?" A leisurely carriage came to a halt, and a young man, seemingly around 16 or 17, jumped down. The youth had an average build and an unremarkable appearance, but his eyes sparkled with fervent energy. His broad shoulders were accentuated by an opulent crimson and gold attire, which, although his features were not particularly handsome, imbued him with an extraordinary presence. "Can I refuse?" Tang Qiye cast a furtive glance at the carriage, his subtle gaze unnoticed by the young man before him. "Brother, do you seem to harbor some misunderstanding about me?" The youth appeared unfazed by Tang Qiye's demeanor, as they had been following behind him for half an hour. It was implausible that they had no ulterior motive. Tang Qiye, with a bitter smile, expressed that there was no misunderstanding. It was simply a matter of disinterest. This time, it was indeed the youth who found himself in an awkward predicament, no matter how fervently one's heart may yearn. Being rebuffed twice renders one too embarrassed to linger any longer, does it not? The youth was momentarily at a loss for words, and at that moment, the curtain of the carriage was drawn open once more. "Brother, if she is unwilling, let us simply move on. What is there to linger over?" A girl in a resplendent crimson gown peeked her head out from behind the curtain. Tang Qiye slightly lowered his head, striving to conceal any signs of unease from the young man before him. However, events often unfold in a manner contrary to his desires. So familiar." The young girl spoke again, this time leaping from the vehicle, her tall figure curvaceous and her exquisite visage radiating an air of nobility. It was over. Tang Qiye knew he could not evade this encounter, casting a lingering glance at the young man in front of him. It was this insistent individual, curious about his training techniques for Xiao Dian, who persistently trailed behind him, attempting to glean his secrets. Tang Qiye initially thought he would leave after watching for a while, but to his surprise, this fellow intended to join him. Tang Qiye's mind was suddenly overwhelmed with 1,000 tumultuous thoughts. "Sister, have you encountered him? That is splendid. I find this brother rather amiable and was just about to make his acquaintance." The young man's countenance brightened, initially believing that his sister would not forge a connection with this youth upon disembarking. Such training methods could not be meticulously inquired about. However, to his astonishment, it appeared his sister had indeed crossed paths with the strikingly handsome young man. "Encountered him? How could I not? I was just hoping to find him," the young girl exclaimed, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury as she glared at Tang Qiye. "Miss Wu, I believe there is some misunderstanding between us." Tang Qiye scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. Indeed, the individual in the carriage was none other than Wu, who had been rendered unconscious by him in Suatua City. The identity of this young man was also easily disowned, Wu Shuang, at a distance of 100 meters. Tang Qiye had already sensed Wu's presence and was well aware of Wu Shuang's intention to follow him. He had assumed that Wu Shuang would depart shortly. But little did he know, This fellow was quite persistent. Isn't it merely a matter of physical training? Haven't you ever gone for a run? What is so peculiar about exercising? Tang Qiye silently cursed, yet outwardly he was obliged to maintain a smile. Real men do not engage in quarrels with women. I cannot afford to provoke her. Surely, I can find a way to slip away. Tang Qiye resolved in his heart, seeking an opportunity to discreetly depart. However, upon noticing Wang Tian beside him, he was immediately inclined to curse his luck. This dead weight. Without you, I would undoubtedly make my escape. Resigned. Tang Qiye abandoned his plans for a hasty retreat and braced himself to meet Huowu's murderous gaze. Chapter 49. Still defeated, do you two harbor animosity? Huowu Shuang observed Huowu. Then cast a glance at Tang Qiye, feeling somewhat perplexed, sensing an undercurrent of intimacy between the two. Tang Qiye, you seem rather fearful of me, Huowu remarked. Hands on her hips, her fiery temper causing Tang Qiye to inwardly lament his predicament. Tang Qiye wore a bitter smile at this moment. He was akin to a dead duck unafraid of scalding water. After all, he bore no profound enmity towards Huowu. It was merely that she possessed a competitive spirit, a trait inherent to all prodigies. However, her excessive pride rendered her somewhat unable to endure defeat. Thus, Tang Qiye believed that Huowu would not harbor a lifelong grudge over such a trivial matter. Huowu, it has been a while. How have you been lately? Tang Qiye ventured tentatively. Huowu's lips twitched. Tang Qiye's demeanor mirrored that of the moment when she had been infuriated to the point of fainting. His playful grin concealed a heart full of mischief. Sister, it seems you have discerned that this Tang Qiye has unknowingly offended my younger sister, Huowu Shuang remarked. Yet, based on her understanding of her sister, she reasoned that the fault could not solely rest with Tang Qiye. Isn't that right, Tang Qiye? Indeed, it is all a misunderstanding. Tang Qiye asserted, resolutely avoiding any mention of their previous battle. Huowu, too embarrassed to speak, merely glared at him, embodying a visage of great grievance. As the exchange unfolded, Huowu Shuang arrived at a conjecture. With a discerning gaze, she scrutinized Tang Qiye from head to toe, left to right. In terms of appearance, he scored a perfect 10. Regarding temperament, his calmness in the face of her sister's hostility warranted a 9. His strength seemed commendable, as it was unlikely her sister would have suffered otherwise, thus earning an 8. And in terms of talent, he appeared slightly less gifted than her sister, meriting another 8. Albeit slightly lower. Well, as her elder brother, I shall refrain from intervening. Huowu Shuang resolved, convinced of her own deductions. Before turning to gather some dry firewood that Xiao Tian had collected, igniting a bonfire. Excuse me, good sir, have you agreed to let us stay? Tang Qiye thought to himself, bemused by the situation. Huowu, let us have another match. This time, I am determined to defeat you, she declared defiantly. Already preparing to engage. Tang Qiye slapped his forehead, then earnestly declared, you cannot defeat me. Tang Qiye also realized that in order to deal with Huowu, he could not evade her, he could only subdue her through combat. Tang San was indeed kissed forcefully by her because he had won her heart and respect through his prowess. Thus, although Tang Qiye did not seek such an encounter, being relentlessly pursued and challenged by others was hardly a pleasant experience, was it? Unthinkable. I am now in the 4th ring. As soon as Huowu overheard Tang Qiye's assertion that he would lose, her anger flared uncontrollably, and she lifted her leg to strike. Instinctively, Tang Qiye raised his arm to block, his right hand gripping her ankle with the strength of a vice, rendering her immobile. However, it appears that the two individuals had overlooked Huowu's attire. She was wearing a skirt. Moreover, Huowu's kick was aimed directly at Tang Qiye's head. Tang Qiye was momentarily taken aback, his gaze drawn to a certain sight that once again lay exposed before him. He could not help but swallow hard, hastily retracting his hand. Consequently, Huowu ceased her actions, feigning calmness, yet her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reaching all the way to her neck. In stark contrast, Huowu Shuang nonchalantly tended to the fire, engaging in casual banter with Xiao Tian, utterly indifferent to the flirtatious exchange between the two. Once Huowu managed to quell her embarrassment, her expression turned icy once more. The fierce flames rose slowly, while 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, danced rhythmically around Huowu. Tang Qiye was momentarily taken aback, yet the astonishment faded almost as swiftly as it had emerged. He could ascertain the general strength of Huowu, but witnessing it firsthand still left him somewhat astonished. After all, during the soul battle in Soto City, he had been at level 30 while Huowu was merely at level 29. This indicated that she had ascended over 10 levels in just 6 months. Noticing Tang Qiye's astonishment, Huowu's fair face broke into a slight smile. It must be said that Huowu was extraordinarily beautiful. Her figure bore a resemblance to Xiao Wu's, albeit with a touch more fullness. Her long, dark red waves cascaded down to her waist, framing a porcelain complexion and delicate features. Her large eyes, which shimmered with a faint silver light, were currently fixed on Tang Qiye with an intense glare. In the Douluo anime, Huowu's South beauty would undoubtedly place her among the top 5 in the qualifiers of the Soul Master competition. The other 4 would certainly be Xiaowu, Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong, and Shui Binger. Huowu's martial spirit, a shadow that mirrored her own form, was a particularly unique one that could perfectly harness the energy of fire. For rings? Could you enlighten me on how you managed to break through 10 levels in such a short span? Tang Qiye pondered, unable to suppress his curiosity. If he had not encountered Huowu before, her achievement of 4 rings would not have surprised him. However, 6 months ago, she had been merely at 2 rings. Even with her level of 29 then, such rapid advancement seemed implausible. Defeat me, and I'll tell you. Huowu appeared determined, adamant about facing Tang Qiye once more. Even with 4 rings, you remain no match for me. You are a control type, and both your attack power and speed are weaknesses, Tang Qiye replied, still hesitant to engage. Heaven knew whether this madwoman might attempt to merge her rings in a fit of frenzy. If she merged, would she be able to control Tang Qiye? If he intervened, would this woman offer herself in gratitude? How can one know without trying? Even if you employ your previous tactic, I shall not yield. Huowu's impression of Tang Qiye as 5 cauldron ceiling was indelibly etched in her mind, and the mere mention of it made her grit her teeth. Tang Qiye, feeling somewhat helpless, was genuinely curious about the secret behind Huowu's ability to leap 10 levels in soul power. At the very least, he wished to satisfy his curiosity. Thus, Tang Qiye resolved to challenge her once more. If I can control you, you shall concede. If I fail, then I shall admit defeat. What do you say? Tang Qiye proposed. Are you really going to employ that technique again? It is futile, Huowu scoffed disdainfully. Tang Qiye waved his hand dismissively, declaring that regardless of the technique he employed to subdue her, she was to cease all future troubles with him, and refrain from engaging in combat under the pretext of sparring. Furthermore, he demanded to know how she managed to leap 10 levels. And if you were to lose? Huowu inquired with a smile. You may do as you wish, Tang Qiye replied confidently. Losing is simply out of the question. Even your elder brother would falter in a one-on-one confrontation. Such was Tang Qiye's unwavering confidence. Very well, release your martial soul, Huowu said, stepping back 10 paces. At that moment, Huowu Shuang finally lifted his head, curious to discern what was so remarkable about Tang Qiye that caused his sister to treat him in such a manner. Indeed, Huowu's treatment of Tang Qiye led Huowu Shuang to misunderstand the situation, leaving him perplexed regarding her thoughts, an enigma even to the author. I shall forego my martial soul. I am striking first, so do not blame me for the warning, Tang Qiye said as he slowly raised his hand, aiming it at Huowu. Tang Qiye understood the source of Huowu's confidence. Her third soul skill, the resisting fire ring, enabled her to dispel all obstacles surrounding her. While lacking aggression, it possessed formidable crowd control capabilities. Unfortunately, she faced Tang Qiye, 5 cauldron seal, with a mere gesture of his right hand. Tang Qiye exerted pressure into the void, and 5 golden cauldrons descended in a harmonious cascade of suppression. Unsurprisingly, Huowu found herself ensnared beneath the weight of the 5 integrated cauldrons. Huowu Shuang observed this unfolding scene with quiet intensity, his eyes widening in astonishment when Tang Qiye declared he would not employ his martial soul. No martial soul? How could he utilize soul skills then? However, diffusion and suppression of the 5 cauldrons brought a surprise to Huowu Shuang. This level of control required considerable effort, even for him, in a team battle. Such control could significantly sway the tide of the conflict. Indeed, it was this very soul skill. Huowu, trapped within the cauldron, exhibited no trace of her earlier panic. Instead, wearing a composed expression, Tang Qiye was perplexed. Was it not merely a resistance to the fire ring? Did she truly wish to shatter my cauldron? Activating his probing technique, Tang Qiye concentrated on sensing Huowu's movements. In the next instant, the first and 4th soul rings of Huowu illuminated. The first soul ring enveloped Huowu in a layer of fiery energy shield, yet in Tang Qiye's perception, this shield appeared incapable of defending against physical harm. It could only mitigate a certain degree of energy damage, particularly from fire attributes, sufficiently absorbing most energy assaults. Was this her first soul skill? No wonder she relied solely on her 3rd soul skill during the original competition of soul masters. Tang Qiye mused. Indeed, in the original narrative, Huowu seemingly only employed her 3rd soul skill, abstaining from utilizing the others. Upon the completion of her 1st soul skill's defense, an intricate formation emerged beneath Huowu's feet, infused with fire attribute energy, soaring skyward in an instant. As Tang Qiye observed this maneuver, A flash of inspiration flickered through his mind. However, this moment of enlightenment was abruptly interrupted by the ensuing sound of an explosion. The cauldron had been shattered. This was a pure energy attack. Moreover, this surge of energy inherently belonged to her, posing no threat to herself. Adding a layer of defense was likely a precaution against collateral damage. Tang Qiye swiftly analyzed the situation, remaining unaffected by the dissolution of his quintuple cauldron seal. What do you think? Huowu proudly tilted her head, her stature rivaling that of Tang Qiye, exuding the grace of an exquisite little bird. Well, she still lacked the essence of a phoenix. Not impressive. Tang Qiye shook his head. I have already nullified your control. Do you refuse to acknowledge it? A hint of disdain flickered in Huowu's gaze, clearly perceiving Tang Qiye as a man unwilling to concede defeat. Have you truly broken free? Tang Qiye, undeterred by Huowu's expression, regarded her calmly. Is that not the case? Huowu frowned, uncertain of any further tricks Tang Qiye might possess. Tang Qiye smiled lightly, his right hand forming an invisible grip before him. Ghost dust forbidden image. As the 4 words fell, Huowu instantly appeared as if entrapped by a paralyzing spell, struggling desperately yet unable to move an inch. How could this be? Huowu found it hard to believe. Her body still resisted, but at this moment, even her soul power was obstructed, causing her fire shadow martial soul to gradually dissipate, along with the disappearance of her 4 soul rings. Only a faint crimson glow remained, indicating that her soul power had not been entirely sealed. However, that scant essence of power could not sustain her martial soul manifestation, leaving her helpless. Did she still aspire to turn the tide? Huowu Shuang witnessed the entire contest and had to concede that his sister had lost utterly. Even if they were to face each other again, victory would elude her. Huowu's gaze was complex. She had relinquished her struggle and faced defeat once more. Yet, she refused to accept a perpetual loss. She yearned to conquer him. Chapter 50. Songhui seeks revenge. But what could she do, even in her defiance? Unable to best him in a duel, should she resort to a group assault? That was not her style. Huowu glared furiously at Tang Qiye, her chest rising and falling with each breath, a tempest of emotion surging within her. Tang Qiye, with an unperturbed smile, inquired, Might you enlighten me, my lady? Humph. With a foundation built over time, complemented by certain unique methods, Huowu huffed disdainfully, feeling quite vexed at her inability to best Tang Qiye. Very well, Tang Qiye nodded, choosing not to delve deeper, for after all, it was her secret, and it would be peculiar to expect her to divulge her methods. Brother Qiye, I sincerely apologize. We are unable to disclose the specifics, Huowu Shuang interjected to ease the tension. Tang Qiye casually waved his hand, dismissing the matter as a common occurrence. Brother Hua, your revelations have satiated my curiosity. However, before Huowu Shuang could articulate his thoughts, he noticed a sudden shift in Tang Qiye's demeanor. His brows furrowed as he gazed intently towards the rear, the direction from whence they had arrived. Could it be them? The newcomers do not appear friendly. Tang Qiye murmured to himself. Brother Qiye, is there something amiss? Huowu Shuang inquired, surveying the surroundings but finding nothing out of the ordinary. Tang Qiye cast a glance at Huowu Shuang, a thought surging in his mind, but upon seeing Huowu, he shook his head in dismissal. Huowu Shuang and Huowu were surely not the type of individuals he envisioned. Tang Qiye mused internally, swiftly eliminating the possibility of their involvement. The road of adversaries is indeed narrow. He sighed, his brows knitting into a furrow. Who are you referring to? Huowu's icy voice pierced the air. Her mood decidedly foul, and the moment she heard Tang Qiye mention the narrow path of rivals, she erupted in indignation. Tang Qiye, feeling helpless, did not address you directly. I merely mentioned a few insignificant individuals. A few insignificant individuals? Huowu Shuang's expression grew serious. As a prodigy, his intelligence undoubtedly surpassed the average. There have been past grievances with the people of Songhui Academy, Tang Qiye continued. It was not that he wished to engage in unnecessary chatter, but rather to gauge Huowu Shuang's stance. Oh, Songhui Academy? My sister and I have only just departed from there, having recently gone for an exchange and study. I wonder, what grievances do you have with Songhui Academy, Brother Qiye? Perhaps I can be of assistance, Huowu Shuang inquired upon hearing the mention of Songhui Academy. Humph. Assist him in what? He is so formidable that he surely has no need of our help, Huowu retorted with a tone of malicious glee. Sister, Brother Qiye has only bested you twice. Is it truly necessary to be so bitter? Moreover, do you not wish to one day defeat him yourself? Huowu Shuang believed his sister was being insincere and thus attempted to console her. Humph. Huowu Shuang snorted coldly, turning her head away in disdain. Tang Qiye observed everything silently, reflecting that Huowu Shuang was indeed warm-hearted, unaware that she had mistaken him for her prospective brother-in-law. Tang Qiye's expression remained somewhat grim, for within the extent of his perception, those individuals had already approached to within 100 meters, and they were directly facing his direction. Tang Qiye's mind wandered back to the pedestrians who had passed by him in recent days and the frequent flocks of pigeons soaring overhead. These individuals were indeed quite cautious, and it seemed unlikely that their intentions were benign. Naturally, Tang Qiye could deduce that the representatives from Songhui Academy had come prepared. The unusual occurrences of the past few days were merely their attempts to ascertain whether any hidden powers were lurking in his vicinity. Rest assured, my brother Qiye, I am acquainted with a few individuals from Songhui Academy, and I shall speak on your behalf. There will be no issues, Hu Wushuang remarked. Momentarily disregarding the reason behind Tang Qiye's foreknowledge of the Academy's vendetta. With his own formidable strength, he too sensed the approach of someone nearby. And it was clear that this presence was not without considerable might. Tang Qiye's eyes flickered. Were it not for the presence of Xiaotian, he would have no cause for concern. However, with the child in tow, his focus was inevitably divided. Brother Hua, may I trouble you with a request? Tang Qiye inquired. The individuals from Songhui Academy were not approaching hastily, but they were now within 50 meters. They made no effort to conceal their intentions as in their minds. Tang Qiye had already become a lamb to the slaughter. Please, speak, Brother Qiye, Hu Wushuang replied without questioning the nature of the request. After all, given the relationship with his sister, it was likely he would assist Tang Qiye even if he asked for help against an adversary. Xiaotian is still young and has no grievances with them. Please watch over him for a while, Tang Qiye said, pulling Xiaotian closer. Do not worry, Brother Hua. I have my methods. Just let me know where you are headed, and I will return for Xiaotian to express my gratitude, Tang Qiye acknowledged. Aware that Hu Wushuang belonged to the Academy of Blazing Fire, yet he still posed the question. The Academy of Blazing Fire. Hu Wushuang pondered briefly before nodding in affirmation. Thank you, Brother Hua. Xiaotian, stay close to your older brother and sister. I will draw those villains away and return for you. Focus on your training, understood? After expressing his gratitude, Tang Qiye turned to Xiaotian. Master, I can help you too, Xiaotian said, a hint of worry in his voice. Train well and do not think of me as a burden, Tang Qiye replied, feeling a sense of comfort in his heart. For at least the child had not been raised in vain. Yes, master. Xiaotian nodded earnestly, understanding that following along would only hinder Tang Qiye, and thus he acquiesced to his master's arrangement. Brother Qiye, do you truly not require assistance? Hu Wushuang noted the approaching figures for in total 2 middle-aged men and 2 youths. Hu Wushuang did not recognize these 4, but he was certain that they were not among the talents of Songhui Academy. No need. Do not involve yourselves, Tang Qiye said coolly, casting a glance at the approaching quartet. Among them, he could recognize 2, one a turtle and the other a victim of his earlier humiliation. Humph, boy, the humiliation of the past shall be avenged with your life today. Yushichio narrowed his eyes, a glint of malice flashing within, his murderous intent unabashed. A mere chicken will always be a mere chicken. Do you wish to kill me? Follow me then. Tang Qiye preferred not to engage in conflict in that moment. He was confident he could extricate himself unharmed. But he also wished to keep some of his cards close to his chest. Fellow students of the Academy of Blazing Fire, do you intend to intervene? Yujichio remarked. Noticing Hu Wushuang and Hu Wu, his brow furrowed slightly. Should they involve themselves, it was conceivable that Tang Qiye might escape. Yet, they had not anticipated that merely 2 hours without investigating Tang Qiye's circumstances would lead him to cross paths with the Hu siblings. Friends from Songhui Academy. We merely stopped by to lend a hand. Surely, the enmity between soul masters should not involve a child. Hu Wushuang pulled Xiaotian closer. Naturally, Yujichio replied, his displeasure evident at Hu Wushuang's demeanor, though he did not regard a mere child seriously. Tang Qiye naturally overheard their conversation, and with his worries dissipating, he leaped onto his horse and galloped away. Haha, old turtle, if you have the guts, come chase me. This time, I shall surely shatter your shell. Tang Qiye laughed heartily, genuinely surprised that he encountered individuals from Songhui Academy just after stepping outside. Indeed, this world is remarkably small. Farewell. Yujichio slightly cupped his fist in respect to Hu Wushuang, acknowledging her distinguished identity and reciprocating with decorum. Humph, disgraceful. Keep your distance. Do not disturb our spirits. Hu Wu coldly snorted as Yujichio departed, casting a disdainful glance at him and his companions. Yujichio's expression darkened, yet he dared not confront Hu Wu for otherwise. These two would seek retribution, and even hiding within Songhui Academy would be futile. It's all this brat's fault. Catch up to him and incapacitate him first. Yu Zhiqiu muttered softly. Subsequently, they channeled their soul power and closely pursued Tang Qiye. Once they had distanced themselves, Hua Wushuang seemed to suddenly recall something. Turning her gaze towards Xiao Tian and inquiring, "Is he your master?" "Indeed, big brother," Xiao Tian responded matter-of-factly. "Then why do you call me big brother? Shouldn't you refer to me as uncle or something similar?" Yu Zhiqiu, a soul master renowned for his speed, found it relatively easy to keep pace with a horse. Given his status as a five-ring soul king, this was precisely why Tang Qiye chose to ride. He intentionally allowed them to follow, crafting the illusion of weakness. As if he required the horse to escape. Regardless of whether they believed him, once he was far from the Hua siblings, he would naturally take the initiative to strike. Tang Qiye stealthily remained vigilant against the four individuals trailing behind him, while swiftly galloping away towards the dense forest several kilometers ahead. "Run, run, the farther you go, the less likely Hua Wushuang will come to your rescue." A smile danced at the corners of Yu Zhiqiu's lips. Behind him, the young man, doused in a concoction resembling turtle soup, wore a wicked grin. Unlike Yu Zhiqiu, he had already manifested his martial spirit, transforming into an earthy canine, a third-ring spirit. With this embodiment, he could barely keep pace with Tang Qiye's galloping steed. After a frantic quarter-hour of flight, Tang Qiye dismounted in haste and dashed into the embrace of the forest. "No. You must pursue closely, do not allow him the chance to conceal himself." Yu Zhiqiu's speed surged, and in a short span, he managed to close the gap between himself and Tang Qiye. "Humph. You wish to kill me? Let me first exact a toll." A glimmer of cold light flickered in Tang Qiye's hand as several fiery ice blades shot forth, veering past Yu Zhiqiu to strike at the three individuals behind him. Notably, the young man drenched in the vile concoction became the target of Tang Qiye's wrath. And in an instant, he was struck by three of the fiery ice blades. Blood splattered, and a faint acrid scent of charred flesh wafted through the air. The icy blades, infused with the heat of flames, not only inflicted wounds upon the youth but also cauterized them instantly. Regrettably, this burnt aroma would not reach Tang Qiye's nostrils. "Do not pursue. If you do, it will lead to retaliation." This was the tumultuous thought racing through Tang Qiye's mind at that moment. Tang Qiye darted into the woods. Meanwhile, another young man following Yu Zhiqiu had already manifested his martial soul. His martial soul was a ghost vine, also at the third ring, with one white, one yellow, and one purple ring. He was not specifically targeted by Tang Qiye. His forward momentum was halted by a middle-aged man beside him. At the feet of this middle-aged man, for soul rings, one white, one yellow, and two purple, pulsated rhythmically. His martial soul was commendable, a steel-backed wolf. Unfortunately, his first soul ring was too costly. Otherwise, he might have already reached the fifth ring. The acquisition of soul rings by soul masters does not merely affect the power at the same level but also influences future cultivation. Who has ever seen a soul sage with a decade-old soul ring? Which talented disciple from any faction does not possess the optimal soul ring configuration? The steel-backed wolf straddles the line between agility and brute force, boasting stronger defense than speed. However, in this moment of explosive power, it surged ahead, surpassing Yu Zhiqiu and coming within 10 meters of Tang Qiye. Chapter 51. The might of the five element bombs never faced death, have you? Tang Qiye dared not hold back in the slightest, unleashing a ghost dust pearl with one hand. In terms of sheer offensive strength, the ghost dust pearl surpassed even the flame ice slash, making it Tang Qiye's most formidable attack aside from his martial soul. Well, he had another move, but he had never used it before. Bang! The steel-backed wolf's soul master crossed his arms in defense, pushed back 2 steps by the ghost dust pearl, disrupting his forward momentum yet suffering no significant injury. Trouble. Tang Qiye cursed under his breath, with one steel-backed wolf, one ghost vine, and a Soul King-level Yu Zhiqiu. It was indeed problematic. Thus, Tang Qiye had no intention of lingering in battle. He intended to flee if possible. However, Yu Zhiqiu had pursued him to this point and would not allow Tang Qiye to escape so easily. Fourth soul skill, Shibing Water Shield. Without hesitation, Yu Zhiqiu activated his fourth soul skill, empowered by the Black Tortoise martial soul. At this moment, he could not afford to worry about appearances. It was already quite embarrassing for a Soul King to be accompanied by a soul sect and 2 soul masters to ambush a soul master. He did not mind losing a bit more dignity, especially since there were no outsiders present, the only one being Tang Qiye, whom he had already deemed a doomed man. As Yu Zhiqiu released his fourth soul skill, a colossal ice shield materialized before Tang Qiye, adorned with swirling black water patterns. What in the world? Using this to block my path? Tang Qiye exclaimed in frustration. The sudden appearance of the Xianbing water shield caused Tang Qiye to halt momentarily. It was this brief pause that allowed an onslaught of green vines to ensnare him. It was indeed the controlling soul skill of the Ghost Vine youth. The other young man had been severely injured by Tang Qiye and had completely lost his combat capability, without proper treatment or if treatment was delayed. He could even face life-threatening danger. Yet, at this moment, Tang Qiye could hardly contemplate such matters. If death was to come, so be it. With the enemy pressing forward, he could hardly care whether the young man lived or died. Damn it. The steel-backed wolf had to be dealt with. Otherwise, escaping would be exceedingly difficult. Tang Qiye's expression turned solemn as the dense ghost vine tendrils began to coil around him, yet he chose to disregard them. Could mere third-ring ghost vine binding skills compare to Tang San's web binding? Troublesome. The ghost vines multiplied around him, weaving a network. And although Tang Qiye wished to ignore them, he knew he had to eliminate them. Otherwise, they could jeopardize his plans. 5 cauldrons seal. Tang Qiye gestured, summoning 5 massive cauldrons that descended from the heavens, pressing down towards the steel-backed wolf soulmaster. Bang, 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 bang. The 5 resounding booms echoed through the small forest, catching the steel-backed wolf soulmaster off guard. Water can, ice sealing soul. Tang Qiye wielded 2 orbs of frigid energy, hurling them towards the ghost vine soulmaster. Humph. Black tortoise shield. Yujichio's first soul ring illuminated, his dark shell flipping to block one of the ice sealing orbs. However, could the ice sealing orb truly be blocked? It was meant for evasion, after all. The ice sealing orb struck true, and Yujichio was momentarily encased in ice. But he swiftly broke free. Nevertheless, that fleeting moment allowed the ghost vine soul master to be entirely encased in ice. In a typical spar, being encased in ice might merely result in injury, but this was a battle of life and death. How could Tang Qiye possibly grant him another chance to emerge? A glimmer of cold light flashed through his fingers as a bone-piercing nail left behind a shadow of darkness, aiming directly for the heart of the ghost vine soul master. In the very moment the nail was propelled forth, ice melted away. In the next instant, the bone-piercing nail erupted from behind the ghost vine soul master, trailing a bloodied arc. The young man of the ghost vine stared wide-eyed in disbelief at his own chest, questioning what had transpired. Why with merely a fleeting chill? Had he been vanquished? Tang Qiye had no time to dwell on the deathly state of the ghost vine soul master, nor to contemplate the moral implications of taking a life. The iron-back wolf soul master had already shattered the control of the 5 cauldron seal and was charging toward him. With an eruption of dark waters, Yujichio, as a defensive soul master, now assumed the role of a control-type soul master, attempting to restrict Tang Qiye's movements. There was no alternative. This fellow was exceedingly slippery. With a fierce cry of flame ice slash, Tang Qiye shaped his palm into a blade. The searing ice edge having accumulated power for a significant duration, awaiting the iron-back wolf soul master. Mist enveloped the air as the 2-meter-wide ice blade, infused with scorching vapor, sliced toward the oncoming foe. Iron armor. Wolf claw. The iron-back wolf soul master barked, his first and second soul rings illuminating in succession. A chilling glint flashed past. Pain shot through Tang Qiye's palm, prompting him to swiftly evade, utilizing moon chase in conjunction with phantom shadows to reposition himself 10 meters away. Ultimately, Yujichio's dark waters had a modicum of effect, resulting in Tang Qiye's flame ice slash only manifesting at 80% of its full power. The sting in his palm ignited a murderous intent within Tang Qiye's heart. If he had previously considered fleeing, he now resolved to stand his ground. Since a grudge had been formed, it was time to eradicate the root of the problem. He harbored no desire to leave any potential threats behind. Even though his growth was rapid enough to soon disregard a minor character like Yujichio, the retribution from even the smallest of foes could be relentless. At that moment, the iron-back wolf soul master paused his assault, having felt a trace of threat from Tang Qiye's prior flame ice slash. Boy, you dare to kill? Yujichio finally realized that the 2 soul respecters he had brought along had fallen silent. Kill? You, a worthless creature, intend to take my life, yet forbid me from taking yours? The mere mention of murder quickened Tang Qiye's heart, though fortunately it did not impede his actions. It was his very first act of killing. Tang Qiye dared not dwell on his thoughts, nor did he wish to gaze upon the lifeless forms of the 2 individuals. Fearing that such a sight would cast a shadow over his psyche, they sought to take my life first. I merely retaliated, he silently reassured himself, striving to prevent the act of killing from becoming a burden on his conscience. Boy, you shall pay the price for your actions. The iron-back wolf soul master cast a nonchalant glance at the 2 fallen students of Tsanghui Academy, his demeanor remaining largely unperturbed. Is that so? Tang Qiye's complexion paled slightly. The act of taking a life had indeed left its mark upon him. This was to be expected, yet at this moment, it proved to be utterly devastating. Tang Qiye summoned his spirit and concentrated his focus on the Ironback Wolf's soul master. It was not that he underestimated Yuxiqiu, rather, the latter, a defensive soul master, was exceedingly slow and posed little threat to him. Furthermore, Yuxiqiu's resilience was remarkable, making it unlikely that he could be defeated in a short span of time. Thus, Tang Qiye resolved to eliminate the Ironback Wolf first. At that moment, the Ironback Wolf's soul master remained oblivious to Tang Qiye's intentions, otherwise, he would have mercilessly ridiculed him. A mere three-ringed soul master daring to imagine he could strike down a soul king while being obstructed? Particularly one who straddled the line between an assault-type and agile-type soul master. Old wolf, enough of the banner. This kid is quite the prodigy. Do not forget he possesses a 1,000-year second ring. Yuxiqiu interjected, the memory of Tang Qiye's 1,000-year second ring still vivid in his mind. Humph. No matter how gifted he may be, he still requires ample time to mature. I take great pleasure in stifling talent, the Ironback Wolf sneered, dismissing Yuxiqiu's caution. In a situation of overwhelming dominance, what unexpected developments could arise? No matter how talented he might be, he was still merely a soul master. How much of a storm could he truly stir? Tang Qiye took a deep breath. The wound on his right hand inflicted by the Ironback Wolf had already stopped bleeding. The five-element staff, as dark as ink, exuded a formidable metallic presence that instilled a sense of oppression. 3 soul rings, a yellow and 2 purple, descended from above Tang Qiye's head. Without hesitation, he dared not engage in a war of attrition against a soul king and a soul sect master. With a flicker of his 3rd soul ring, Tang Qiye activated the ghostly shadow stepping technique, weaving left and right, leaving behind 6 afterimages. The wind howled around the staff as Tang Qiye selectively disregarded Yuxiqiu. Humph. Courting death, the Ironback Wolf snorted coldly, unleashing its soul power as its 3rd soul ring illuminated. With a surge of rage, the Ironback Wolf's physique transformed once more, its chest muscles coiling into formidable knots. In that moment, it had evolved into a true powerhouse, even surpassing the speed of an ordinary assault-type spirit master. Wolf Claw. As Tang Qiye charged forward with his staff, the Ironback Wolf braced itself to meet the blow with its claws. Yet, how could it withstand 7 strikes? Taken off guard, the Ironback Wolf was struck by the true 5-element staff in Tang Qiye's grasp, its form recoiling instantly, leaving 2 deep imprints on the ground where its feet had been firmly planted. Meanwhile, Yuxiqiu was not idle, although he could not reach Tang Qiye. He could disperse the illusions that Tang Qiye had conjured. Although Tang Qiye's shadow can be deceptively realistic, it remains a simple task for the Soul King of the 5 Rings to dispel such illusions. Without the confusion of shadows, Tang Qiye finds himself struggling against the Ironback Wolf of the 4 Rings. Despite having made a breakthrough in his soul power, he is still merely at the 36th level. Confronted by a soul master of the 4 Rings, particularly one adept in offense, he is inevitably at a disadvantage. This old tortoise is truly vexatious. With a mighty roar, Tang Qiye activated his 1st soul ring and unleashed a powerful strike with his staff. The combined force of the staff's glow and its physical form forced the Ironback Wolf to retreat. With a surge of energy beneath his feet, he once again activated Moon Chase, while simultaneously hurling a colorful, ping-pong ball-shaped object from his hand. Humph. Has he exhausted his tactics? The Ironback Wolf, feeling overconfident from its earlier dominance, swatted at the approaching small 5-elements bomb. Boom. The explosive energy detonated instantly, unleashing a force uniquely destructive, which swiftly engulfed the Ironback Wolf's body. A series of cracking sounds echoed as Tang Qiye dragged a long, narrow black iron box. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Accompanied by the sound of mechanisms engaging, the Zhuge Divine Crossbow was rapidly loaded, and soon, 16 dark arrows soared through the air, vanishing within the same destructive energy. Tang Qiye leaned against a nearby tree, panting heavily, in an effort to reassure the Ironback Wolf. He endured the interference from Yuxiqiu and grappled with the beast for a quarter of an hour. At this moment, his internal energy was nearly depleted. Fixing his gaze in the direction of the Ironback Wolf, Tang Qiye felt a pang of regret. He realized that the small 5-elements bomb he possessed was crafted before acquiring his 3rd soul ring, during his time at Shrek. After obtaining the 3rd soul ring, he had neither enhanced this particular bomb nor created another. Chapter 52, The 5-element Staff, Collapse. As the energy storm dissipated, Tang Qiye's brow furrowed ever deeper. Amidst the chaos, the Ironback Wolf was drenched in blood, with 1 or 2 arrows embedded in its right chest, left arm, and right leg. Yet, astonishingly, the Ironback Wolf remained standing, its clothing tattered and hanging in shreds. However, Tang Qiye could discern that the iron-back wolf had not sustained any fatal injuries. Yujiqiu widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend why a three-ringed soul master could possess such formidable strength. Tang Qiye, however, had no time to waste. His hands moved swiftly, forming intricate seals as he sought to create an opportunity to restore his vitality. A faint green luminescence burst forth from his fingertips, imbued with an endless allure of enchantment. Tang Qiye's eyes gleamed as he let out a low growl, capturing the attention of Yujiqiu and the iron-back wolf spirit master. Drawn by his voice, they turned their gazes towards him, only to behold a flicker of green light, intertwined with a faint blue hue. The fusion of Su Inhu Gu Xin and Jie Inghu Shi reflected Tang Qiye's grand ambitions. He aspired to merge these two illusions. Albeit the technique remained rudimentary. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to grant him a fleeting moment of opportunity. 5 golden cauldrons were summoned once more, each pulsating with rich vitality metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This was the essence Tang Qiye had meticulously prepared. Initially, he anticipated comprehending the complete Zhu Qi and I Kong. Yet he found himself with merely a fragment. Fortunately, the stored vitality was ample for his recovery, requiring only a brief interlude for absorption. Meanwhile, ensnared within the illusion, the iron-back wolf and Yujiqiu found themselves adrift in confusion. To their eyes, Tang Qiye's intricate hand seals coalesced into a colossal arrow, hurtling towards the iron-back wolf. In response, Yujiqiu unleashed his 5th soul skill without hesitation. A massive turtle shell descended from above, distinct from the one he bore on his back. This shell was as dark as ink, heavy as black iron, and utterly indestructible. Yet, its significant drawback was its weight. Even Yujiqiu could only ascertain its position while employing the soul skill, unable to shift it thereafter. The enormous arrow cleaved through the air, imbued with boundless force, aimed directly at the center of the ebony shell. In the next moment, the shell remained unscathed, while the arrow shattered into fragments. The iron-back wolf exhaled sharply. "Little brat, you're finished." He gritted his teeth against the searing pain as he dislodged the crossbow bolt embedded in him. The removal of the bolt unleashed a cascade of blood. The arrows of the Zhuge Divine crossbow were specially crafted by Tang San, each tip barbed to ensure that once embedded, removal would inevitably extract flesh. "Old wolf, are you all right?" Yujiqiu inquired, supporting the iron-back wolf, his heart seething with resentment. He recalled the elation he felt upon learning that Tang Qiye had appeared in Kanglan City with merely a child. He eagerly brought 2 students and a friend to seek vengeance. Yet now, it was only Tang Qiye who had caused the demise of both students and grievous injury to his friend. "This little brat is ruthless." The iron-back wolf clenched his jaw, directing his gaze towards a singular point. To them, Tang Qiye seemed utterly exhausted, propped against a tree trunk, gazing at them in despair. Yujiqiu infused his soul power into the iron-back wolf to stabilize his injuries. In his eyes, Tang Qiye had become akin to a fish on a chopping block, and he was the knife. Thus, he remained unperturbed. Tang Qiye observed the reactions of Yujiqiu and the iron-back wolf, feeling an unspoken sense of relief within. The environment within the realm of mirage and moonlight conformed entirely to the desires of those ensnared. While the technique of guiding the heart of enchantment required the practitioner to take the lead, the merit of this technique lies in the practitioner's ability to vanquish adversaries within the illusion, however, should they be defeated within this dreamlike realm. Returning to reality would prove exceedingly arduous. Tang Qiye has seamlessly merged the 2 elements, eradicating the shortcomings of the Xuanhua Guixin, thereby enabling him to control all within the illusion without the necessity of his direct involvement. It can be posited that, at this moment, should Tang Qiye choose to transform the perceptions of Taibei Lang and Yujiqiu, making them see each other as himself, he could orchestrate their mutual destruction. This represents a groundbreaking form of illusion. However, the current state of this illusion remains incomplete. Tang Qiye is presently employing it as an ephemeral mirage. Tang Qiye observed that Yujiqiu and Taibei Lang had yet to perceive the existence of the illusion, and thus he felt at ease to recuperate. His internal vitality had been completely restored, yet he had no intention of launching an immediate assault. He wielded the 5-element staff with casual finesse, executing the dance of the chaotic cloak. Tang Qiye meticulously layered his chaotic cloak, for it was his sole method to eliminate Yujiqiu. The iron-back wolf had already sustained grievous injuries, rendering it no longer a threat. Tang Qiye needed to ensure that the moment the illusion was dispelled, he could deliver a fatal blow to Yujiqiu. In the blink of an eye, the chaotic cloak had reached its 36th layer, yet Tang Qiye did not relent. 36 layers were evidently insufficient for the assurance of vanquishing Yujiqiu, for Yujiqiu's martial soul had yet to be dispelled. The 37th layer, the 38th layer. Tang Qiye exerted every ounce of his strength to regulate his breath, Yet the power contained within the five-element staff was far too formidable for him to fully master. Ultimately, he still disturbed Yujiqiu. As the illusion shattered, Yujiqiu momentarily froze at the sight of the overlapping, disheveled figure of Tang Qiye. Seizing the moment, Tang Qiye called out in a low voice as the first, second, and third soul rings illuminated one after another. In the next instant, two resounding booms echoed in succession. Thud. The five-element staff collapsed almost instantaneously upon impact, and the tremendous recoil force sent Tang Qiye hurtling backward. In midair, he coughed up a mouthful of blood before crashing heavily against a large tree, subsequently falling to the ground. Cough. Tang Qiye coughed up blood once more. While the Xiantian skill operated rapidly, attempting to stabilize the chaotic energy within his body, the fourth soul technique. To his astonishment, there was a counterattack. Tang Qiye cursed inwardly. Despite all his calculations, he ultimately fell prey to a fourth soul technique. Thankfully, the effects of Yujiqiu's fourth soul technique were not overwhelmingly formidable. Otherwise, Tang Qiye would have faced repercussions far beyond merely having his martial soul shattered and suffering grave injuries. Tang Qiye trembled as he rose unsteadily. Fortunate that the ironback wolf was also gravely injured at this moment. Otherwise, he would surely have met his demise, forcing himself to suppress the incessant shaking of his hands. Tang Qiye once again retrieved the Zhuge divine crossbow. The collapse of his martial spirit had significantly mitigated the injuries to his arms. Yet the gravest affliction he suffered lay within. The rupture of his martial spirit was directly linked to the soul power coursing through his body. At this moment, Tang Qiye's internal organs were severely ravaged by the chaotic soul energy. His ability to stand was a testament to the resilience of his physique. The mechanism clicked again, and the 16 crossbow bolts were reloaded once more. Tang Qiye aimed Zhuge towards Yujiqiu's direction. Has Yujiqiu perished? Tang Qiye remained vigilant, simultaneously channeling his Xiantian skill to quickly stabilize the chaotic energy within him. As the dust gradually settled, it revealed Yujiqiu lying in the deep pit, his eyes bulging and his face contorted with intense unwillingness. He died with his eyes wide open. Yujiqiu had perished, blood still oozing from his mouth. Yet it was undeniable, he was truly dead. His expression spoke volumes of the unimaginable torment and resentment he had endured in his final moments. But wait. Where is the ironback wolf? Tang Qiye jolted awake, instantly aware of the absence of the ironback wolf. It must be eliminated. From the side, behind a sturdy tree, the ironback wolf lunged out with remarkable speed, its claws transforming into lethal wolf talons, aiming for Tang Qiye. This is bad. Tang Qiye turned at a steady pace, but his already numbed arms could hardly wield the formidable Zhuge crossbow, which weighed no less than 30 pounds, as effortlessly as before. The bolts went awry, with only 3 striking the ironback wolf's chest while the others found their mark only in the empty air. Desperation surged. In a critical moment, Tang Qiye forced his right arm into motion. His hand morphed into a claw, and 5 sharp blades sprang forth from his fingers. The skyrending claw, the soul skill embedded within the dark golden terrifying claw bone. This marked the first time Tang Qiye had employed it since acquiring the soul bone. And it was under such dire circumstances. The razor-sharp claws grazed the ironback wolf's neck, and blood gushed forth. Tang Qiye gracefully leaped, evading the lethal claws of the ironback wolf. Its claws struck his chest, tearing deep gashes that exposed bone. The force of the ironback wolf's body collided with Tang Qiye, sending him flying several meters, while the beast itself collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Cough. Tang Qiye spat out another mouthful of blood, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. In his fading thoughts, he lamented narrowly escaping a counterattack. However, he was mistaken in every conceivable way. It was Yujiqiu and the ironback wolf's quartet who were the true victims of a counterstrike. Throughout the ordeal, Tang Qiye remained the pursued, the hunted. Thus, his predicament could be accurately described as nearly failing to execute a counterattack. Yet, as the dust settled, Tang Qiye triumphed, having slain Yujiqiu and his companions, successfully completing his revenge and validating the adage, "Do not pursue recklessly, lest you be countered." A 36th level soul master, he single-handedly defeated a 5th ring defense system soul king, a 4th ring offensive system soul sect, and 2 3rd ring soul masters. Such was Tang Qiye's achievement this day, regrettably, witnessed by none. His already chaotic life force had been forcibly mobilized to unleash the rending claws, leaving his internal organs ablaze with pain, as if death loomed at any moment. At last, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Fortunately, this forest harbored no soul beasts. Otherwise, the scent of blood might have attracted them, and the unconscious Tang Qiye could have easily fallen prey to a feral creature. To have survived the combined assault of the Soul King and Soul Sect only to perish at the jaws of a wild beast would be a most lamentable fate. On Tang Qiye's chest, for deep claw marks had penetrated to the bone, the wounds grotesque and gaping, blood oozing forth, cascading down the skin and seeping through the fabric of his back, saturating the ground beneath. Tang Qiye appeared to have had a dream. In this dream, his chest remained wounded, with 4 deep gashes that bled profusely, yet he felt no pain. Tang Qiye furrowed his brows tightly, utterly at a loss in the face of the unfolding situation. He attempted to circulate his vital energy to staunch the bleeding, yet found himself incapable of doing so. The vital energy within him resembled a tangled mass, resistant to his command. He sought to tear off a piece of clothing to dress his wound, but once again, he was thwarted. His arms were devoid of sensation. In that moment, he resembled a patient suffering from severe paralysis, helplessly witnessing his impending demise from blood loss, utterly powerless to intervene. Chapter 53. Treatment. Tang Qiye closed his eyes. Since he could not prevent the inevitable, he chose to embrace the tranquility of ignorance. However, just as he contemplated surrendering, he distinctly sensed a gentle force flowing from the center of his right palm into his body. The once chaotic energy within him instantly transformed into a docile stream, coursing along his meridians and returning to his dantian. Within mere moments, the tumultuous energy was entirely gathered within his dantian, and the bleeding from his wounds had ceased. As the mysterious energy receded, the connection to his right hand faded, allowing Tang Qiye to finally relax. If there were no beasts, surely he would not perish, he mused silently as his consciousness faded into a true slumber. Outside, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, growing closer and more frantic. The footsteps halted abruptly before Tang Qiye, seemingly stunned by the scene before them. After a brief pause, they rushed towards him. Master! Master! Beside Tang Qiye, Xiao Tian wept inconsolably, afraid to shake his master's body, lest he cause further harm. He was unconscious, gravely injured, but not dead. Huo Wushuang meticulously examined Tang Qiye's condition and arrived at this conclusion. Xiao Tian, do not cry. Your master is fine. He may awaken soon. Huo Wu reassured as she pulled Xiao Tian up, equally astonished by the sight. She had no knowledge of the battle that had transpired, but was acutely aware that the Soul Master from Songhui Academy who had pursued Tang Qiye was formidable. Even with her and her brother's combined efforts, they had barely escaped with their lives, let alone Tang Qiye alone. What did this signify? Huo Wu gazed at the unconscious Tang Qiye, who, despite his grievous injuries, wore a smug smile. Sister, come, let us lift Brother Qiye onto the carriage. Huo Wushuang used a simple tool to secure Tang Qiye's body, preventing further injury during transport. All right, Huo Wu acquiesced, though headstrong and proud. She recognized the gravity of the situation. Moreover, Tang Qiye's achievements had truly captivated her. The two cautiously lifted Tang Qiye onto their cart and, without pausing to rest, Huo Wushuang took the reins while Xiao Tian and Huo Wu tended to Tang Qiye inside. Thus, the 4 of them journeyed towards Tianhua Academy. As for the people of Songhui Academy, their fate was sealed. It was of no concern to them, so they did not bother to bury them. On the way, they passed through a small town where Huo Wushuang hastily purchased some antiseptic supplies, and Huo Wu assisted in performing basic disinfection and bandaging on Tang Qiye. Though Huo Wushuang claimed that Tang Qiye was merely unconscious from severe injuries, the true extent of his wounds was known only to Huo Wu, who had examined them herself. They dared not disclose the truth to Xiao Tian, fearing it would cause him distress. Externally, Tang Qiye bore only minor scratches on his arms and 4 deep lacerations on his chest. These injuries, if sustained by a conscious Soul Master without internal damage, would require minimal treatment, as one could rely on their self-healing abilities for recovery. However, what was Tang Qiye's current state? He was beset by both internal and external troubles. Without the nurturing energy to aid healing, his body could only mend slowly through sheer physical resilience, and internally, the situation was dire. The previously chaotic energy had been completely drawn back into the dantian, yet the disorder it had caused showed no signs of rectification. The injuries to his internal organs were severe, and 3 of his ribs were fractured, with 2 more showing signs of cracks. Numerous meridians were damaged, and some that should never have connected had become entangled in a chaotic mess. Absent the turbulence of energy, Tang Qiye's body remained a tangled web. Though at least it would not worsen. Huo Wu carefully tended to Tang Qiye in the carriage, occasionally offering him small sips of water. Alas, at this moment, it seemed even food would be beyond his ability to digest. On the second night, Tang Qiye stirred from his slumber, greeted only by the faint glow of luminescent stones within the carriage. Tang Qiye squinted, his vision blurred by 2 floating shapes that swayed before him, inducing a sense of dizziness. What are those? Curiosity piqued, he attempted to reach out and grasp them, but the ache in his arms hindered his strength. What are they? Swaying like that? With great effort, he managed to utter a low, hoarse voice, barely discernible. Oh, did you win? Wu leaned in closer. Her large eyes fixed on Tang Qiye's pale face, blinking rapidly. Yet, the bloodshot veins in her beautiful eyes revealed her fatigue. Wu. Tang Qiye's vision remained hazy. Having just awakened, he felt weak and slightly disoriented. Nonetheless, his consciousness was relatively clear, allowing him to recognize Wu's voice. How do you feel? Wu inquired urgently. As the carriage sped along, Tang Qiye suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. What was it he had been unable to see before? Those two shapes. His gaze drifted, and he finally understood what they were. Fortunately, he hadn't reached out to grab them. Brother, could you please slow down? Tang Qiye has awakened. He can't take the speed, Wu clarified, turning to the driver, Wu Shuang. Really? Do you think I'm just a coachman? Wu Shuang retorted. But he gradually reduced the carriage's speed. How is my brother Qiye feeling? Wu Shuang called out from outside. Not dead yet. Tang Qiye managed to respond. His voice slightly stronger. At that moment, Xiao also approached, unsure of what to do, but choosing to silently keep Tang Qiye company. Master, Xiao called softly. It's all right. Don't worry. Tang Qiye nodded gently, a gesture that required minimal effort from him. Was there anything else requiring less effort? Yes. Blinking. 3 days and nights passed. During this time, Wu Shuang changed horses 6 times, nearly every half day. At last, they returned to Tianhua City. Sister, please fetch Wu. I will take Tang Qiye to my residence first, Wu Shuang instructed as he drove the carriage to the entrance of the Qihua Academy, allowing Wu to disembark. Understood. Wu did not linger, as the continuous journey over the past few days had pushed even her and Wu Shuang, both soul masters, to their limits. With bloodshot eyes, Wu dashed out of the carriage, heading deep into the academy. Meanwhile, Wu Shuang drove back to his abode. It was an independent villa, and having a private residence, especially a villa within the Qihua Academy, spoke volumes of Wu Shuang's exceptional status and qualifications. Brother Qiye, are you all right? Wu Shuang drew back the curtains. And at that moment, several maidens entered, carrying a stretcher. Be careful. Wu Shuang cautioned the maidens as they gently lifted Tang Qiye onto a guest room's bed. Although it was a guest room, the decor surpassed that of many hotels in opulence. Xiao followed closely. Having endured several days of travel alongside Wu and Wu Shuang, and he too appeared weary and somewhat emaciated. I truly appreciate your help, Brother Hua. Tang Qiye noted the bloodshot eyes of Wu Shuang, acknowledging the kindness in his heart. He had somewhat recovered, yet the chaotic meridians within him were still entangled, making it difficult for the vital energy in his dantian to circulate. He could only slowly untangle his meridians. As for his external injuries, without the support of vital energy, they would take time to heal, or he would have to rely on Wu Shuang to summon a healing soul master for assistance. No need for such formalities, Brother Qiye. Focus on your recovery. Wu has already gone to summon my aunt. She is a healing soul king, and with her treatment, your injuries will heal swiftly. Wu Shuang pulled a chair beside him and sat down, fatigue evident in his demeanor. It had been 5 days since Tang Qiye was injured, and he had scarcely rested during that time. Brother, aunt has arrived. Within the span of a single incense stick's burning, Wu hurriedly re-entered, followed by a similarly mature and beautiful woman. At that moment, Tang Qiye lay in bed, unable to rise, and could only gently nod to the beautiful woman, acknowledging her presence. She returned the gesture with a slight nod, her gaze sweeping over Wu Shuang, who appeared even more fatigued than Wu. Without uttering a word, she unleashed her martial spirit, and a fire lotus blossomed, emanating a soft, crimson radiance. 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, descended around her. The beautiful woman directly employed her 3rd soul skill, enveloping the entire room in the warm, red glow. Tang Qiye felt as though he were immersed in a hot spring, the warmth and comfort washing over him. Remarkably, the wounds on his body and the injuries within his meridians began to heal gradually. Notably, the 4 wounds on his chest were visibly mending, forming scabs at a noticeable pace. Aunt, can Tang Qiye's internal injuries be treated? Wu inquired. Her spirits lifted somewhat under the soothing red light. The beautiful woman, after a brief pause, remained silent as her 2nd soul ring illuminated, sending forth 4 streams of light that surged into the minds of Tang Qiye, Xiao and the Hua siblings. Tang Qiye closed his eyes, and a warm current enveloped his mind, gradually dissipating the mental fatigue brought on by several days of arduous travel. The siblings, Wu Shuang and Wu, were also immersed in this gentle comfort, their weariness slowly fading away. Neither of them bore any physical injuries. Their fatigue stemmed mainly from the relentless journey. Despite alternating between driving the carriage, insufficient rest could wear down even the most resilient soul masters. Tang Qiye, however, bore more severe internal injuries. With his organs displaced and various degrees of trauma afflicting him, I could assist in his treatment, yet the chaos within his meridians, caused by his own disordered soul power, required his own efforts to rectify. His meridians were exceptionally fragile, and as I was unfamiliar with his cultivation path, I could not intervene lightly. Will you spoke? Her voice ethereal and melodious. That will suffice. Thank you, Senior. Tang Qiye revealed a hint of danger. The extent of his meridian injuries would typically take other soul masters a year or more to recover, but he possessed the Xiantian skill. The very technique that enabled Tang San to attain divinity, balanced and harmonious, its cultivation energy was robust and gentle, ideal for mending meridian injuries. Moreover, if his senses did not deceive him, his 8 extraordinary meridians had already connected 4 of them. He was uncertain how many Tang San had connected at this moment, but it was likely not more than his own. Will you ceased her conversation, maintaining the 3rd soul skill. The crimson glow no longer enveloped the entire room, but illuminated only Tang Qiye, greatly conserving the output of soul power. Chapter 54. The absence of martial spirits. Wu Yu did not heal Tang Qiye all at once. Instead, she administered her treatment over 3 days, each time alleviating more than 30% of his injuries. Of course, this could also be attributed to the limitations of her soul power. By the 3rd day, Tang Qiye was able to move normally, albeit with a pale complexion. His meridians remained knotted, and his vital energy could not circulate, leaving him only slightly stronger than an average person. Thank you for your efforts, Senior. Tang Qiye slightly bowed, paying his respects to Hu Yu. Express your gratitude to Hu Wu and Wu Shuang instead. It was for them that I offered my assistance. However, I have heard that you defeated a Soul King, a Soul Sage, and the combined might of 2 Soul Masters. I am quite curious about how you accomplished that. This marked the first time Hu Yu engaged in such an extensive conversation with Tang Qiye. In the preceding days, she had merely treated him and departed. Embodying the essence of a fire lotus yet lacking the warmth associated with fire, keeping others at bay, Tang Qiye was not surprised. It is likely that anyone who learns of his impressive achievements would be filled with curiosity. Tang Qiye exerted himself to summon a trace of vitality, establishing a connection with the green bead wrist guard, from which he retrieved an exquisite iron artifact. Senior, this is the Silent Sleeve Sword. What he unveiled was indeed the Silent Sleeve Sword, having undergone meticulous refinement by Tang San. Its power had escalated to a level capable of threatening a soul master of the 3rd ring, provided one struck when least expected. Is this all you rely on? Hu Yu took the Silent Sleeve Sword, her delicate brows knitting together in skepticism. Clearly, she doubted that such a trivial item could enable Tang Qiye to vanquish a Soul King. Of course not. This Silent Sleeve Sword is equipped with 3 crossbow bolts, silent in flight and utterly unforeseen. If utilized effectively, slaying a Soul Master is well within reach. As for the Soul Sect and Soul King, I have another item, though it is a consumable and I possess only one. Tang Qiye chose to withhold mention of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, for it was a formidable weapon that could threaten even the Soul Sect. Although Wu Yu had saved him, as she rightly pointed out, her intentions were directed towards Hu Wu and Hu Shuang. The gratitude he felt towards the Hu siblings was profound, and a mere hidden weapon could scarcely suffice as repayment. Yet, I cannot deny your genius. Your youthful visage, despite your considerable height, suggests you are scarcely 15 years old, yet you wield such formidable strength. I am quite intrigued by your sect. Hu Yu unceremoniously stowed away the Silent Sleeve Sword. As a healing-type soul master, possessing such a defensive weapon was indeed advantageous. I hail from Shrek Academy, under the tutelage of the master. Tang Qiye made no attempt to conceal this. There was no shame in his affiliation. Shrek? I have not heard of it. Would you be inclined to join the Blazing Fire Academy? If so, I may be able to act as a matchmaker for you and Hu Wu. Hu Yu turned to leave, but paused momentarily to deliver this unexpected proposition. Tang Qiye was taken aback, realizing that there might have been a misunderstanding. He responded curtly, indicating that he already had a girlfriend, effectively extinguishing any thoughts that might have arisen in anyone's mind. Otherwise, who knew what chaos might ensue upon his return? Although Ning Rongrong was no longer the naive young lady of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, her fiery temperament as a spirited young woman made her far from easy to provoke. Moreover, she had the backing of 2 titled Douluos, who would dare to entertain notions of infidelity. Tang Qiye neither dared nor wished to express his feelings. He stated that one was sufficient. As for Huo, regardless of whether it was a misunderstanding, she was not to his taste. Huo gently nodded, offering no further response, and with graceful steps, she departed. Tang Qiye shook his head and settled back onto the bed, assuming a cross-legged position to cultivate. At this moment, his internal injuries had largely healed, with only his meridians requiring gradual refinement. The Xiantian technique flowed slowly as a strand of vital energy was summoned from his dantian, meticulously untangling the disordered meridians from the vicinity of his dantian. During these past few days, Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu had frequently visited him, while Xiao Tian had been entrusted to Huo Wushuang, allowing him to cultivate temporarily at the Tianhui Academy. Time slipped by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Apart from refining his meridians, Tang Qiye had little else to occupy his time. Xiao Tian exhibited remarkable diligence. Whether it was physical training or soul power cultivation, he required no supervision. Moreover, just a few days prior, Xiao Tian had already broken through to level 10 of soul power, and with the addition of a soul ring, he would ascend to the rank of a soul master. As dusk approached, Tang Qiye awakened from his meditation. After a month of recuperation, nearly 60% of his meridians had been restored, and notably, this restoration was along the pathways of the Xiantian technique. He was now capable of employing the heroic wind technique, albeit not to its fullest potential. Nevertheless, it sufficed against soul masters of similar rank. Tang Qiye opened the door and proceeded to the living room, where a maid promptly presented him with a cup of freshly brewed tea. Tang Qiye accepted the tea, settling onto the nearby sofa to savor its warmth. After a month of seclusion, his body was beginning to stir with restlessness. Were it not for the current constraints preventing him from venturing far, he would have eagerly taken Xiao Tian along to journey towards the farthest northern reaches. Brother Qiye. At that moment, Huo Wushuang returned from outside and, upon seeing Tang Qiye in the living room, exclaimed with delight. Huo brother, Tang Qiye rose to greet him. Brother Qiye, since you haven't been training, today I shall take you to witness some excitement. Huo Wushuang continued to exude warmth, showing no signs of annoyance towards Tang Qiye for his month-long absence, nor any lingering resentment from past misunderstandings. His camaraderie was solely directed towards Tang Qiye, with no ulterior motives. What kind of excitement? Tang Qiye resumed his seated position, lifting his teacup once more. The Academy is holding a selection over the next 2 days, determining the participants for the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master competition set to take place a year from now. Huo Wushuang proclaimed with palpable enthusiasm. Tang Qiye's eyes shimmered with excitement as he remarked, with your formidable strength, is there truly a need for assessment? Naturally, there is no necessity. My sister and I, along with 2 support soul masters, require no further evaluation. The real selection pertains solely to the 3 official team slots in the 3 reserve positions. Huo Wushuang unabashedly displayed his pride before Tang Qiye, for in his presence, he felt no apprehension regarding his own talent overshadowing that of Tang Qiye. Moreover, he needed this affirmation to remind himself of his own brilliance, albeit overshadowed by Tang Qiye's extraordinary prowess. The preliminary competition is tonight. Shall we go observe? Huo Wushuang inquired. Certainly. I find myself rather bored, Tang Qiye replied with a nod, only to ponder a moment later, is it convenient for us to attend? Tang Qiye implies that he is not a student of the Blaze Academy, but rather from another institution, which allows him the opportunity to observe such selections. What difference does it make? It is not a secret, and besides, if your academy participates in the assessment and you take the stage, our chances of success are already quite slim. Huo Wushuang waved his hand, feeling somewhat helpless. He had made numerous attempts to recruit Tang Qiye into the Blaze Academy, but his aspirations remained unfulfilled, not even managing to win over Xiao Tian. How could that be? Previously, it was merely luck. It was not solely due to my strength. Tang Qiye shook his head. Huo Wushuang spoke a profound truth, which Tang Qiye also acknowledged, yet he felt the need to maintain a low profile. After all, one should not be overly ostentatious. It is essential to remain modest. With great talent comes the responsibility to be humble, lest those with lesser abilities feel overshadowed. Tang Qiye is remarkably considerate, always thinking of others. Very well, later on, we will bring Xiao Tian over, and after we have dined, we shall join in the merriment. Huo Wushuang, stating this, instructed the maidservants to prepare dinner. Huo Wu arrived punctually with Xiao Tian in tow. Upon entering, your martial soul, Huo Wu caught sight of Tang Qiye and inquired, yet seemed to realize the inappropriateness of her question, hesitating to continue. Upon witnessing the situation, Tang Qiye reassured that all was well, suggesting that it might still require some time. He sensed the continued presence of the 5-element staff. Indeed, since its disintegration, he had not summoned it again. Although he could feel its existence, he had been unable to manifest it. Nonetheless, Tang Qiye harbored no worries. He firmly believed that the staff was merely in a recovery phase following its fragmentation and would soon be restored to its full glory. Fire Dance nodded gently. Her attitude towards Tang Qiye noticeably softened. She no longer exhibited the same hostility as during their previous encounter and refrained from mentioning her intentions to defeat him. Master. Xiao Tian approached Tang Qiye, fatigue evident on his small face. Clearly, he had not neglected his studies today. This task had been assigned by Tang Qiye, allowing him to gauge his own training. As long as he felt capable, he was encouraged to increase the intensity, with the caveat that proper nutrition must accompany it. Xiao Tian was obedient, requiring no concern from Tang Qiye. Isn't the task you assigned to Xiao Tian too demanding? He is still just a child, Fire Dance inquired. Seated opposite Tang Qiye, she observed Xiao Tian's training nearly every day, noting that the intensity rivaled that of some soul lords in their academy. Moreover, she recognized that his training load had consistently increased, albeit subtly, without pause. Fire Dance, that is the training I chose for myself. Master did not impose a training regimen on me, Xiao Tian interjected, seeking to clarify. Fire Dance was momentarily speechless, staring at Xiao Tian in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend why he would shoulder such a heavy burden. Are you not going to intervene? Fire Dance's gaze shifted back to Tang Qiye, this time tinged with anger. Is Xiao Tian training diligently? Tang Qiye glanced between Fire Dance and Xiao Tian. He was indeed unaware of the specifics of Xiao Tian's training. But based on his demeanor, there seemed to be no issue. Were it not for Xiao Tian's youth, Tang Qiye would have felt he was training insufficiently. What can be done? After all, he has a master of great renown, he mused. Do you know how much training our soul lords at the Skyfire Academy undergo each day? Fire Dance's frustration deepened, believing Tang Qiye to be neglectful of Xiao Tian's well-being. Xiao Tian, are you using weights? Have you ever fainted? Are you adhering to the dietary plan I provided for your nutrition? During training, have you prepared warm water for hydration? Have you overindulged? Tang Qiye bombarded Xiao Tian with questions. I am not using weights. Should I start tomorrow? I have followed Master's dietary plan and have eaten plenty. I am nearly out of money. I have not fainted. And I always prepare warm water for each training session. I have not overindulged, Xiao Tian replied earnestly, his large, dark eyes wide with sincerity. Upon hearing Tang Qiye's words, he nodded slightly and remarked that it was of no concern, advising her not to bear heavy burdens at such a young age. Fire Dance, upon hearing this, was incensed and nearly rose to admonish him, pointing a finger in his direction. However, she recognized that this was a matter between a master and his disciple, and she had no right to interfere. Sister Fire Dance, this training is immensely beneficial, Xiao Tian interjected, tugging at Fire Dance's skirt. Master once recounted how he fainted during his first physical training session, carrying a burden of over 20 kilograms while running several hundred kilometers without the use of soul power. Tang Qiye longed to express, push yourself harder. Chapter 55, Nameless. Is this truly the source of Brother Qiye's formidable strength? Huo Wushuang listened to Xiao Tian's words without a hint of doubt regarding their authenticity. After all, Tang Qiye was undeniably powerful, although he had never witnessed it firsthand. His effortless defeat of the four-ringed Huo Wu was sufficient testament to his prowess, not to mention his astonishing feat of vanquishing a soul king. You. Huo Wu fell silent, huffing softly as she turned her head away. Brother Qiye, can such training truly transform one into someone like you? Huo Wushuang inquired tentatively. Not at all, Tang Qiye replied decisively. If hard work were sufficient, what need would there be for talent? Thus, Tang Qiye resolutely dispelled Huo Wushuang's illusions. However, he added, it is entirely feasible to enhance one's original strength by a modest margin, contingent upon the intensity of the training. A soul master must not rely solely on soul power. A robust physique is equally vital. Of course, if you have a mentor who can rigorously train you to the point of unconsciousness without causing bodily harm, a twofold increase in strength is certainly attainable. Tang Qiye recalled the grueling 3 months of hellish training, shaking his head with a wry smile. As Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu observed Tang Qiye's demeanor, they felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy for him, coupled with a shiver down their spines. To be trained to the brink of fainting each time? And without injury? This person must be a demon. They finally understood why Tang Qiye's mentor was revered as a master. No pain, no gain. No ruthlessness, no mastery. After their meal, Tang Qiye accompanied Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu to the internal soul fighting arena of the Qihua Academy. Xiao Tian was also in tow, encouraged to observe the battles among soul masters. Of course, Tang Qiye silently hoped they would not perform poorly, lest they truly mislead their students. The internal soul fighting arena of Qihua Academy featured only 3 arenas, each measuring 100 meters square. These platforms were designated for soul sect battles. Those who had graduated beyond the soul sect were prohibited from utilizing this arena. After all, repairing a damaged platform required funding. Tang Qiye's complexion remained somewhat pallid, with 40% of his meridians still in a state of disrepair. His vital energy was somewhat obstructed. However, this did not impede his ability to engage in normal activities. In fact, even moderate combat would not exacerbate his injuries. Who is he? How is he so close to Huowu? That young man is quite handsome. Could he possibly be Huowu's boyfriend? My Huowu, could it be? My goddess. Tang Qiye accompanied Huowu Shuang and Huowu for the first time. Xiao Tian was pulled along by Huowu Shuang, while Tang Qiye walked closely beside Huowu, inevitably leading to potential misunderstandings. However, Tang Qiye noticed that Huowu paid no heed to the gossiping onlookers, and he too chose to remain indifferent. He thought to himself, let them say what they will. After all, he had long since made his relationship status known, and with Huowu's pride, it was evident they could never be more than friends. That, indeed, was their best option. Huowu Shuang and Huowu were renowned figures at the Blaze Academy, akin to stars, drawing attention wherever they went. This inadvertently garnered Tang Qiye a fair share of infatuated admirers. There was little he could do about it, as his handsome visage alone was enough to attract admiration. As the 4 of them strolled and chatted, it was Tang Qiye's first leisurely exploration of the Blaze Academy, and he found it quite refreshing. The grandeur of the Academy's architecture was simply astounding, a stark contrast to the humble Shrek Academy. How does our Blaze Academy compare to Shrek? Huowu Shuang inquired, gesturing toward the towering educational buildings. His question was not meant to belittle Tang Qiye or to mock him. It was merely casual conversation. He was unaware that Shrek was merely a rundown village, occupying only half of its residential space. In Huowu Shuang's mind, Shrek Academy must have been secretly supported by a prominent sect, for how else could it produce such an outstanding student as Tang Qiye? The academy is commendable, but the soul masters are lacking. Over the course of a month, Tang Qiye had gradually come to understand Huowu Shuang's character. He was straightforward and devoid of scheming. Unlike those who thrived on flattery, Huowu Shuang preferred to speak candidly. Even if Tang Qiye criticized the Blaze Academy, he would not take offense. True to form, neither Huowu Shuang nor Huowu appeared the slightest bit perturbed, for Tang Qiye's observations were not unfounded. The academy excels in its training environment, educational quality, and living conditions. Tang Qiye acknowledged. However, if the soul masters are inadequate, then they are indeed lacking. Can you demonstrate your prowess by defeating a soul king at the soul master level? There was no denying the validity of his statement. Surely, not every student in your academy can be like you. Huowu, though not angered by Tang Qiye's remarks, felt a flicker of defiance. Well, we cannot all be the same, but the differences are negligible. The weakest among us is at least at level 30, Tang Qiye estimated. Considering that Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and the chubby one were likely all at that level. Level 30 for the weakest? That is indeed impressive. But what about the strongest? Huowu Shuang nodded, acknowledging that a 30-level student could still be quite young. Currently, many at the academy are merely at the first ring. The strongest are not even at level 40, Tang Qiye replied after a brief pause. Huowu raised an eyebrow, questioning the significance of the distinctions between 30 and just under 40. Aside from a few levels of difference, don't they all have 3 soul rings? How is there any real difference? Do you think being under 40 is weak? It's quite formidable, mind you. You are only at level 40 yourself. Tang Qiye held his head high, insisting that there was indeed a considerable disparity between those at level 40. For instance, the level 40 of Daimubai cannot be compared to that of a level 40 Ironback Wolf Soul Master from Tsanghui Academy. One is a mature man, the other a youth. One possesses the first decade of rings, while the other boasts the optimal soul ring configuration. The difference is as vast as the heavens and the earth. I am not yet 18. How old are you? Huowu countered, believing Tang Qiye to be at least 15. Yet, the truth was that he was merely 13. At 13, boasting a level 36, would Tang Qiye ever audaciously claim his true age? He had no desire to act childish. Even if he had every right to do so, Daimubai must be around 15 now. Yes, he's at least level 39. Tang Qiye muttered casually. But that single utterance caused Huowu to stumble, and Huowu Shuang looked at Tang Qiye in disbelief. You truly wish to provoke her to death? Huowu's expression darkened. What had she said before? She was not yet 18 and at level 40. So how should she regard a 15-year-old at level 39? How old would a level 40 soul master be? Huowu suppressed her rising anger, reminding herself to remain calm, for she still bore wounds. But would she be able to overpower him even if she were uninjured? Tang Qiye still refrained from revealing his true age, fearing that it might lead to unwanted scrutiny. He maintained a low profile, thus he avoided mentioning that he was merely 13 years old. He kept quiet about the fact that the oldest at Shrek was only 15, and the youngest merely 12. He was concerned that these young prodigies might attract unwanted attention and meet an untimely fate. The Blaze Soul Arena, situated within the confines of Blaze Academy, boasted an architectural style reminiscent of modern Western designs, yet it exuded a grand and imposing presence. While it may not rival the scale of Soto City, it was certainly more expansive and lavishly adorned than typical arenas found in smaller towns. It is noteworthy that this arena was merely an internal facility of the Academy, underscoring the profound heritage of Heavenly Fire Academy. With no one to impede their path, Wu Shuang led a few individuals to the viewing area closest to the battle platform. It appeared that most of the spectators were teachers. Tang Qiye glanced at Wu Shuang. Noting his lack of discretion, Xiao Tian, pay close attention to the upcoming battles. They will greatly benefit your future combat skills. Tang Qiye remarked as he ruffled Xiao Tian's hair. Yes, master, Xiao Tian obediently replied, a well-behaved child, particularly attentive. The battles had commenced on the arena, featuring two 35-level agile attack-type Soul Kings engaged in fierce combat, both wielding fire attribute martial souls. While Blaze Academy did not exclusively recruit fire attribute soul masters, those participating in the selection were all of that element. Soul masters under 20, with a level exceeding 40, were granted direct entry into the competition. And those possessing fire attribute at the third ring were exceedingly rare, numbering less than 100. Today, the top 16 would be determined, followed by the top 6 tomorrow. Wu Shuang elucidated. I feel an urge to join the fray myself. Tang Qiye chuckled, indeed feeling a bit restless after a month without combat. Go ahead. I assure you no one will stop you. Wu retorted sharply, rolling her beautiful eyes at him. On second thought, they wouldn't stand a chance against me. And it would be rather embarrassing for your academy, Tang Qiye replied sheepishly, scratching his nose with a smile. It's commendable if you can even defeat a great soul master at this point. Wu clearly doubted Tang Qiye's claims. In truth, I could still sweep through these Soul Kings effortlessly, Tang Qiye asserted, standing tall, yet Wu Shuang and Wu remained skeptical, choosing not to engage further. However, while the siblings remained unconvinced, a teacher interjected, it seems you are not from our Blaze Academy. From your words, it appears you are also a Soul King. I wonder what gives you the confidence to claim that you could dominate others of your rank? Tang Qiye turned to see an older man, balding and in his 50s, yet dressed in a manner that belied his age. His attire suggested a youthful spirit, reminiscent of someone in their 20s, leaving one astonished to discover that beneath such garments resided a man of advanced years. Tang Qiye cast a glance at the lecherous old man, feeling little inclination to engage with him. Nonetheless, out of courtesy, he replied nonchalantly, it's nothing, merely strength. Indeed, Tang Qiye possessed a certain nonchalance. He was formidable. And thus, his assertion of effortlessly overpowering the Soul Sovereign realm was far from an exaggeration. Ignorance. This mere child dares to proclaim invincibility in a single realm? The elder scoffed, his expression darkening. Beside him, Wu Shuang's countenance also soured, her gaze directed at the old man, cold glints flashing in her eyes. It appeared that Wu Shuang was quite displeased with the elder. Chapter 56, The Great Bear. Wu tugged at Tang Qiye's sleeve, then leaned in to whisper in his ear, that old man is from a different faction than ours. He is targeting us, so refrain from speaking. Upon hearing this, Tang Qiye finally understood that the old man was not directing his attention towards him. No wonder there were so many teachers around. Only this bald-headed man dared to engage him in conversation. However, was Tang Qiye truly so easily provoked? An opportunity had presented itself, and would he let it slip away? Certainly not. With a faint smile gracing his lips, he casually remarked, it appears that the esteemed elder has misunderstood. I never claimed to be invincible at my level. Yet, I assure you, none from your ranks can defeat me, not even you. Indeed, Tang Qiye bore injuries, which meant there were individuals capable of besting him at the Soul Sovereign level. Nevertheless, it seemed that within the Tianhua Academy, such individuals were scarce. My grandson is 18 years old, possesses a soul power of level 38, and wields the explosive bear martial spirit. While not claiming to be unmatched among the Soul Sovereigns at the Academy, there are few who can claim victory against him. Would you care for a contest? The old man seized the opportunity, boldly proposing the challenge. Teacher Xiang Tian, with your keen insight, do you not discern that my friend is harboring internal injuries? How dare you extend such a challenge? Wu Wushuang retorted without mincing words, yet subtly continued to entice the bald man. The more Wu Wushuang feigned disinterest in having Tang Qiye engage in battle, the more the old man yearned for his grandson to confront him. Tang Qiye cast a nonchalant glance at Wu Wushuang and murmured, "Are you conspiring against me? No, I trust you. You are indeed capable of sweeping aside all the soul sovereigns present." Wu Wushuang replied earnestly. Tang Qiye gazed at Wu Wushuang, then rested his arms behind his head. His eyes directed towards the luminous lights atop the Duhun arena. "Is there any benefit?" he mused. "That scoundrel has been entangled with my sister for quite some time." Wu Wushuang murmured. Yet, no matter how softly he spoke, his words could not be masked by soul power, and the old bald man still overheard him. However, he refrained from expressing his anger and merely shot a resentful glare. "Wu Wushuang, your friend previously claimed that even now, I cannot dispatch a spirit master capable of defeating him. Is your friend merely boasting?" The old man pressed, refusing to relent. Though other teachers glanced in their direction, none intervened. "That doesn't count." Tang Qiye shook his head. "What do you desire?" At this moment, Wu Wu also turned her gaze. Having discerned that Tang Qiye was indeed formidable. What can you offer?" Tang Qiye blinked, internally reflecting. "Didn't you say I couldn't even defeat a great spirit master?" Wu Wu remained silent but deliberately puffed out her chest, appearing quite fierce. "Forget it. I'll assist you a little. No need for pleasantries." Tang Qiye decisively shook his head, finding her too intimidating. "Injure him." Wu Wu readied herself and stated calmly. "Injure him? What am I supposed to do then?" Tang Qiye was at a loss, questioning the feasibility of such an act. "No worries, if you can indeed incapacitate that scoundrel, he won't be able to participate in the subsequent selections, and that old man wouldn't dare touch you." Wu Wushuang assured as he patted Tang Qiye's shoulder and then his own chest. Forget it. Who told me to indulge you for so many days?" Tang Qiye sighed, once again casting his gaze at the bald man. "Indeed, one must choose the softest fruit to squeeze, yet would Tang Qiye be soft? Clearly not. He was resolutely tough." "Oh, does teacher Xiang Tian truly wish to compete? My friend has single-handedly slain a spirit king. Otherwise, do you think he would have sustained such serious internal injuries? Nevertheless, even injured, he can easily defeat Xiong Lai in a one-on-one match," Wu Wushuang stated, transforming from his usual straightforward demeanor. His subtly persuasive words genuinely altered Tang Qiye's perception of him. This elder brother was indeed quite profound. Despite Wu Wushuang's praises of Tang Qiye, who would believe such ghostly achievements? The more Wu Wushuang spoke, the more the old bald man suspected he was merely attempting to save face, trying to intimidate him into backing down. It's of no consequence. It is merely a spar between young individuals. However, your friend, injured as he is, dares to speak so arrogantly. Let us hope the disparity in strength doesn't lead to Xiong Lai accidentally inflicting serious harm. Then he cannot blame anyone else. Unbeknownst to him, the old man was digging a pit for Tang Qiye, but would Tang Qiye leap into it? Certainly. He would not only leap but would also widen the pit. Lacking strength, one cannot blame others even if death ensues. After all, this is Duhun, fists and feet do not discern. Tang Qiye nodded in agreement, causing some teachers to furrow their brows. That is true. But we cannot engage in a spar without some stakes, Wu Wushuang quickly concurred, his swift response prompting Tang Qiye to nod internally. This fellow was quite cunning. Wu Wushuang's words only deepened the frowns of the concerned teachers, clearly aligned with him yet skeptical of Tang Qiye. "Oh, Hiki, what does Wu Wushuang wish to wager?" The old man still believed Wu Wushuang was merely putting on a brave face, attempting to intimidate him into retreating. But would he fall for such a ruse? Of course not. Thus, he proposed, a small wager is of no consequence. I've heard that Wu Wushuang possesses ample training resources. How about a wager of 10,000 gold soul coins? This declaration instantly drew the attention of more teachers, including a female instructor clad in a fiery red gown. Teacher Xiong Tian has gone a bit too far. Clearly, this female teacher was supportive of Wu Wushuang. Her words ostensibly directed at Xiong Tian were subtly cautioning Wu Wushuang against acting impulsively. Wu Wushuang understood her intent but still smiled and nodded, stating, in that case, let it be 10,000 gold soul coins. With so many teachers present, teacher Xiong Tian would not dare to renege. Now, let my brother compete against Xiong Lai. Wu Wushuang's gaze shifted to the battle stage, where the previous contest had concluded, and the next two competitors had yet to appear. Haha. I certainly will not go back on my word. However, should Wushuang lose, will certain individuals agree to cover the wager? The bald man's meaning was clear. If Wu Wushuang lost, would those behind him allow him to part with 10,000 gold soul coins? 10,000 gold soul coins was no trivial sum, even for a teacher. It would deplete half their reserves. My resources, my decisions, Hu Wushuang asserted unyieldingly. All right. The bald teacher nodded, triumph radiating from him as he believed he had secured victory. Brother, if you win, I shall share half of it with you. Hu Wushuang sat down, his expression grim, yet inwardly he reveled in joy. Having previously fretted over how to eliminate Xiong Lai, only to find this opportunity presented to him, Tang Qiye rose to his feet, stretching languidly as his body, which had long been dormant, emitted a series of cracking sounds. His complexion was pallid, yet aside from a few obscure meridians, he had largely healed. Those distant meridians would not significantly impair his combat prowess. Hu Wushuang personally escorted Tang Qiye onto the battle platform, giving a firm yet encouraging pat on his shoulder, assuring him that as long as he wasn't rendered utterly incapacitated, he would be fine. Hu Wushuang held unwavering confidence in Tang Qiye, after all. If Tang Qiye was bold enough to claim he could sweep through the soul respect realm, it was a testament to his near-full recovery, with his recovery being nearly complete. Could a mere soul respect truly pose a challenge? Soon, a robust young man appeared on the opposite side of the arena. Standing at an impressive height of nearly 2 meters, he was immensely sturdy, capable of accommodating 2 of Tang Qiye within his frame. And now, we were about to witness a unique soul duel. On one side, Tang Qiye at level 35, on the other, Xiong Lai at level 38. This was a wager between Hu Wushuang's friend and Xiong Lai from our Tianhua Academy with a stake of 10,000 gold soul coins. As the beautiful referee and host announced the wager, a wave of excitement rippled through the audience. 10,000 gold soul coins. That was a fortune for many soul kings. Observing the crowd's reaction, the referee glanced at Tang Qiye and sighed softly. She too was a member of Hu Wushuang's faction and harbored little faith in Tang Qiye. After all, in their eyes, a 2-level disparity was quite substantial, and given Tang Qiye's physique, he was likely of the agility type, whereas the powerful Xiong Lai, embodying the explosive bear, was a natural counter to agility-based fighters. Nevertheless, with both contenders already on stage, she could not halt the impending duel. Prepare yourselves. Begin. The beautiful referee raised her left hand and waved it, signaling the commencement of the battle. Xiong Lai immediately merged with his martial spirit, his physique surging dramatically. Towering close to 2 meters tall now, capable of containing 3 of Tang Qiye within his bulk. With 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, he represented an optimal combination. And at 18, he could be deemed a prodigy. Of course, this was contingent upon whom one compared him to, compared to any member of Shrek Academy. An 18-year-old soul respect would be considered woefully inadequate. Enveloped in a gentle glow of fire, Xiong Lai's bare spirit exuded a fierce aura. The violent fire element radiating an intense heat that was truly awe-inspiring. Unfortunately, Tang Qiye mused quietly, if only I could summon my own spirit, I would strike you down with a single blow. He made no move, merely observing as Xiong Lai completed his spirit manifestation, seemingly rendered speechless by the display. The audience erupted in speculation. Many believed Tang Qiye was intimidated by Xiong Lai's imposing presence, to the extent that he had not even summoned his own spirit. Meanwhile, the teachers in attendance exhibited mixed feelings. Tang Qiye's performance left those aligned with Hu Wushuang feeling discontented. It was considered imperative for a soul master to summon their spirit or merge with it at the outset of a duel. Failing to do so could result in being swiftly overpowered before even having the chance to call forth their own spirit. With a roar, the explosive bear showed no intention of provoking Tang Qiye as it charged forward, its powerful legs propelling it towards him. Tang Qiye remained calm and unhurried, while many teachers in the audience felt a sense of urgency. Summon your martial spirit. How can you fight without summoning your martial spirit? Exclaimed a student who could no longer bear to watch. Tang Qiye felt a sense of helplessness. He too yearned to summon a martial soul. How exhilarating it would be to resolve battles with a single strike. However, the circumstances were not conducive to such aspirations. Moreover, who asserts that one cannot fight without a martial soul? Tang Qiye smiled faintly as he observed the charging behemoth before him, his own feet propelling him forward to meet the oncoming bear. Chapter 57. The Academy of Eight. The world around them suddenly fell into an eerie silence, punctuated solely by the sound of their heartbeats. Was this courting death? This was the unvoiced thought shared by everyone present, save for Hu Wushuang and Hu Wu. Oh. And there was Xiao Tian, who seemed utterly unconcerned for his master's safety. Perhaps, in his eyes, his master was invincible. After all, if his master claimed he could sweep away the soul sovereigns, then it must surely be so. 40 meters. 20 meters. 5 meters. The massive paw of Xiong Lai was raised high, the wind from his strike howling as the searing gust brushed against Tang Qiye's face, causing a moment of discomfort. Some students, unable to bear the impending scene, shut their eyes tight. Conversely, others widened theirs in anticipation, for in the very instant Xianglai's paw descended, Tang Qiye vanished. Indeed, he had disappeared, slipping away from the bear's grasp, only to reappear behind Xianglai, ready to counter. But no, there was no counterattack. Tang Qiye merely brushed past Yu Zhu and Xianglai, leaving behind a trace of something. The two faced each other once more, yet this time there was a hint of vigilance and caution in Xianglai's gaze. "Reveal your martial soul," he bellowed, his voice resonating with thunderous intensity. "Against you. There is no need for a martial soul." Tang Qiye stood there quietly, his fingers idly tracing the non-existent dirt beneath his nails. Xianglai furrowed his brow. Yet he did not erupt in the rage Tang Qiye had anticipated. This burly man was not merely muscle-bound and simple-minded. Nevertheless, what of it? Tang Qiye stood with his hands behind his back, seemingly poised to await Xianglai's advance. However, Xianglai merely gazed at him in silence, not dispelling his martial spirit. "You, a formidable figure, are quite prudent, aren't you?" Tang Qiye smiled lightly, initially believing that this robust fellow might possess a muscular intellect as well, intending to tease him. However, he did not anticipate the man's exceptional caution. The unknown is often the most perilous. Since the moment you stepped onto the stage, you have persistently provoked me without revealing your martial spirit, seeking to incite my relentless assaults. Yet, I regret to inform you that your plan may very well falter. Xianglai spoke, his demeanor exuding the confidence of someone who has discerned your stratagem, urging you to abandon your tricks. But does Tang Qiye truly need to resort to cunning? Had he not been inclined to toy with this man, the battle would have concluded long ago. Do you think that by remaining passive, I am rendered powerless against you? Tang Qiye slipped his hand into the pocket of his windbreaker, a posture that undeniably infuriated Xianglai, radiating blatant disdain. Yet, the more Tang Qiye exhibited such behavior, the more Xianglai hesitated to attack. He sensed the provocation. And yes, he was indeed being lured. I must not fall for it, he reminded himself repeatedly. Fortunately, Tang Qiye remained oblivious to Xianglai's inner thoughts. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly disregard all else and incapacitate him. Am I trying to entice you? Foolishness. I am far too handsome to be the one doing the enticing. I am typically the one pursued. Are you lacking in intellect, or simply unhinged? If you possess the capability, then attack. Xianglai wore a smile, convinced that he had already secured victory in this battle, triumphing through sheer intellect. Tang Qiye's lips twitched, a sign of his frustration. Thus, he sprang into action. With his right hand clenched into a fist, he extended his right arm straight, swiftly rotating his shoulder backward. Sparks flew. The mighty fist. Indeed, it was that very stance. Tang Qiye's right arm spun rapidly, accompanied by a flicker of intense warmth, as a faint crimson glow emerged. In the next moment, Tang Qiye dashed towards Xianglai. The distance between them was minimal, merely a few meters. Yet, he surged forward with determination. Xianglai merely observed as he approached, 8 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. With a punch, K.O. It was a straightforward maneuver. Close the distance, strike with precision, and deliver a soul-piercing blow that struck true to the vital point. In an instant, a large portion of Xianglai's midsection was struck by Tang Qiye's fist, sending him hurtling backward, a spray of blood erupting midair. Suspended in the air, Xianglai retained his previous posture. Even as his abdomen convulsed violently, his internal organs ablaze, he did not alter his stance. Yes, that move? Huowu was uncertain. Yet she had indeed not witnessed that particular vessel. Huowu Shuang pondered briefly before nodding slightly. If Xianglai were not under control, how could he remain motionless? Huowu ultimately acquiesced, though she remained hesitant to affirm, having been struck by that move, and with her martial spirit unable to sustain her. How could Xianglai surpass her? The capabilities of this individual's soul technique were undeniably formidable, suggesting that the defeat of a soul king was not mere happenstance. Huowu Shuang shook his head with a wry smile. Only Tang Qiye remained on the stage, while the referee stared blankly at the fallen Xianglai for a prolonged moment before finally reacting. Without the need for a microphone, he amplified his voice through soul power, resonating throughout the small arena. Tang Qiye wins. The audience erupted into a cacophony of noise. Some applauded and cheered, while others wore expressions of dismay, engaging in fervent discussions with those beside them. How did Tang Qiye achieve victory? Was Xianglai involved in match-fixing? Why did Xianglai fail to defend himself? Why? In the end, did he not even have a reaction? Perhaps, aside from Huowu Shuang and Huowu, only Tang Qiye and Xianglai could elucidate these mysteries. Yet, even Xianglai himself could not comprehend why he fell victim to such circumstances. It was utterly astonishing. A 36th level soul master, burdened with internal injuries. Effortlessly defeated a 38th level assault-type soul master without relying on his martial soul? Was Xia Lan truly that weak? Even as Tang Qiye descended from the arena, the audience remained in a cacophony of disbelief. This battle was profoundly enigmatic, shrouded in layers of mystery. All was settled. Tang Qiye signaled an okay to Huo Wu and Huo Wuxuang. That strike could not be classified as a soul technique, nor as a martial art. But bolstered by his fire attribute energy and Xia Lan's complete lack of defense, it was more than sufficient to incapacitate him. Even with his aunt's healing, he would be unable to participate in today's selections. As for tomorrow, should his aunt truly intervene, the outcome remains uncertain. Tang Qiye settled down and spoke softly. That will suffice. How could my aunt possibly provide him with treatment? Huo Wuxuang smiled lightly, responding in a similarly hushed tone. Not far away, the old bald man, overhearing their whispered exchange, seethed with rage, yet he could only swallow his anger, gnashing his teeth in silence. This was of his own making. He had no one but himself to blame. It was agreed that if he retaliates against me, you must bear the consequences, otherwise I shall have no choice but to flee to the academy, Tang Qiye jested. Huo Wuxuang laughed heartily. He dares. This declaration, devoid of any pretense, only deepened the bald man's scowl. However, Huo Wuxuang was correct. The bald man was indeed an adversary of Huo Wuxuang's faction, although he had allies. Should Huo Wuxuang truly decide to act against him, those allies would certainly not come to his aid. Ultimately, this academy was still under the auspices of the Huo family, and any change of allegiance would require considerable time and effort. The subsequent soul battles proceeded without distinction, while they were adequate. They lacked the excitement that characterized the more exceptional matches. Let us depart. This is rather uninteresting, announced Huo Wu, the youngest, unable to contain her impatience as she rose. With her decision to leave, Tang Qiye and Huo Wuxuang naturally followed suit. Indeed, the soul battles held little allure, for truly exceptional soul masters were a rarity, and one-on-one contests could not compare to the fervor of a 7-on-7 team battle. When do you think my brother's injuries will heal? Huo Wuxuang inquired on their way back. Tang Qiye paused slightly before responding. In truth, there is no significant issue now. The primary concern remains the unhealed injuries to my meridians, which hinder the flow of vital energy. However, my meridians have largely recovered, so my combat ability is not greatly affected. Oh, what plans does Brother Qiye have for the future? Hua Shuang inquired. I am not urging you, but in half a month's time, the 10 soul masters selected from the Tianhua Academy will travel to other academies for exchange, and I would like to extend an invitation for you to join us. Furthermore, Huo Wu added, the individuals going are all from our group. You need not fear retribution. If you accompany us, there will be no cause for concern. Am I afraid? Tang Qiye scoffed lightly before asking, where are you headed? I still need to take Xiaotian to acquire his first soul ring. If it is too far out of the way, I shall have to travel alone. The first soul ring? Xiaotian is already at level 10? What was his innate level? Huo Wu expressed surprise, as Xiaotian appeared to have just awakened his martial soul. Not quite at 10, Tang Qiye replied nonchalantly, it is time for him to shine. Not even at 10? How much higher do you expect him to be? A talent level of 7 is already impressive. My own innate level is merely 7, Huo Wu retorted, visibly irritated with Tang Qiye's apparent strength and that of his student. What right do you have to teach students at your age? Approximately 9.5. His talent is quite respectable, Tang Qiye said with a subtle smile, relishing the moment of vexation he caused Huo Wu. 9.5? Respectable? Brother, you possess an innate level of 10. What gives? Our academy has at least 3 with innate levels of 10. Can we not enjoy our time together? Huo Wu exclaimed. An innate full soul power is exceedingly rare. You know, is your academy so large that I have not heard of it? It's not particularly large. We have more teachers than students, Tang Qiye admitted candidly, as it was hardly a secret. Do you have that many teachers? No wonder you can produce a soul master like you, Hua Shuang remarked, presuming that Shrek Academy had numerous instructors. No, it is simply that our academy has too few students. Including myself, there are 8, Tang Qiye explained, somewhat resigned, as fewer students made it less lively. And because there are so few, the master has ample energy to guide them, he added. 8? Both Hua Shuang and Huo Wu echoed in disbelief. They exchanged glances, astonished. Is this truly an academy? Well, this is because my class had 5 enrollments. Otherwise, our academy would have only 3 students, Tang Qiye clarified. Can your academy participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition? How about you join our academy? I would make an exception and let you into the official team. Or even hand over the captaincy to you, Hua Shuang declared decisively, brandishing his little shovel to dig for support. Who says we cannot participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition? Tang Qiye responded, puzzled. Are you underestimating us due to our small numbers? The Shrek 7 are destined for greatness, and with me, we are 8 potential deities, are we not? 8 individuals? How can that be enough to participate? Wu questioned incredulously. Of course, it can participate. We even have one more. And who says Shrek can only have 8 members? Tang Qiye knew well that Tiando City had the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy, led by Lu Erlong. Fine, your 8 members must surely be elites. Huishuang conceded, relinquishing his earlier efforts. Indeed, Tang Qiye nodded, affirming that there was no need for false modesty, regardless of Wu's disdainful glare. Oh, right. Since Xiaodian requires a soul ring, we can assist him in the next couple of days, as there is a soul-hunting forest near Tianhua City. Huishuang shifted the conversation back to Xiaodian. Tang Qiye pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat hesitant. According to the master's theory, it is indeed possible to cultivate without a soul ring, as the cultivated soul power would eventually manifest in the soul power level once the additional soul rings were acquired. Furthermore, for Xiaotian's first ring, a spiritual attribute is required, which may not necessarily be found in the ordinary soul-hunting forest. After some contemplation, Tang Qiye decided to venture forth. It would be best if he found something suitable, but if not, he would head to the extreme north. It was not far, just a day's journey. Moreover, the area was devoid of 10,000-year soul beasts, and 100-year soul beast could easily be hunted by the few of us. Where are you all going to communicate? When will you depart? Tang Qiye inquired, nodding thoughtfully. In half a month, Fire Wushuang replied. With your astonishing recovery speed, you should be fully restored by then. Our destination is the Shifeng Academy, located in the eastern Shifeng City, which will take about 10 days to reach. After that, we will proceed to the Tianshui Academy together, which is quite distant. Traveling from Shifeng Academy to Tianshui Academy will take over 20 days. Fire Wu will relay the upcoming itinerary to Tang Qiye, leaving his participation entirely up to his own discretion. I've heard that Tianshui Academy is filled with beauties. Are they all water type? Tang Qiye's eyes sparkled with interest upon hearing the name of Tianshui Academy, and he asked with a smile. Indeed, they're all beauties. Fire Wu's expression darkened instantly, a faint glow of fire sparking at her surface, as if ready to erupt at any moment. Ahem, then let us go, and take a look, Tang Qiye said, turning his gaze away from her. In truth, Tang Qiye's motivation for visiting Tianshui Academy was not solely due to its reputation for beauty. It lay in the fact that Tianshui Academy was situated to the north, which he would have to pass through anyway, since it was all part of his training. He had ample time, and accompanying Fire Wushuang and the others would alleviate any potential boredom. Haha, Brother Qiye, a man of character indeed. Let us make it so. The day after tomorrow, we shall head to the soul-hunting forest. I will arrange for someone to procure a travel permit. Fire Wushuang chuckled, albeit somewhat awkwardly, as Fire Wuhua was visibly upset. The following day, Tang Qiye chose not to attend the selection competition at the Qihua Academy. Instead, he remained in Fire Wushuang's villa, focusing on repairing the remaining meridians. The blockages in these meridians did not significantly hinder the application of the Xia Lan technique, but they greatly obstructed the flow of vital energy, which might be why the 5-element staff had yet to manifest. Moreover, having previously witnessed Fire Wuhua's 4th soul skill, Tang Qiye found himself contemplating the intricacies of the Xia Lan technique while mending his meridians. At this moment, his primary objective remained to develop a Xia Lan technique with considerable lethality. While the Ghost Dust Pearl was commendable, it lacked the explosive power he desired. He craved a technique capable of delivering explosive output. In the afternoon, Tang Qiye still did not venture outside. However, his comprehension of the Xia Lan technique showed little advancement. It appears I must seek her out after all, he concluded. Tang Qiye felt a sense of helplessness, had it not been for his prolonged contemplation. He would have been unable to recapture that fleeting spark of inspiration, and he truly wished to avoid seeking her out. Glancing at the sky and sensing that the hour was still early, Tang Qiye stepped out of his room and summoned a maid from the villa to guide him to Huowu. The journey was silent as the maid, bearing a token retrieved from Huo Wushuang's residence, led him to a simulated training ground brimming with fiery elemental attributes. This venue resembled a volcanic crater. As he approached its mouth, the scorching gusts of wind assailed him, inducing a slight discomfort in Tang Qiye. Tang Qiye beheld Huowu, who sat in serene meditation near the volcanic crater, oblivious to his arrival. You may return now, he instructed the attendant behind him. Yes, young Master Tang, she replied, gracefully withdrawing. Tang Qiye gently circulated the vital energy within his body, acclimatizing himself to the surroundings. Tang Qiye possessed a harmonious blend of the 5 elemental energies. However, he had grown accustomed to the chill of ice. Now, finding himself in the searing environment of a volcano, he faced considerable difficulty in adapting. This situation heightened his sense of alertness. The elemental energies were ever-changing and multifaceted, granting him an array of techniques and abilities that were virtually limitless. He understood the necessity of harnessing these gifts wisely, lest he squander this rare talent. As the fire attribute energy swirled around him, Tang Qiye stepped confidently towards the volcano's mouth. Although few individuals occupied this simulated training environment, there were a handful present, albeit at a considerable distance from the fiery dance. Tang Qiye approached Huowu but refrained from awakening her immediately. Instead, he continued to draw nearer to the volcanic crater. The simulation of the volcano was remarkably vivid, and he might glean some insights from it. Tang Qiye, unrestrained and fearless, transformed all the elemental energy within him into the essence of fire. Thriving in this illusory realm like a fish in water, the searing heat of the volcanic mouth felt like mere illusion to him. Standing at the edge of the volcano, his gaze fell upon the roiling magma below, which surged like waves and bubbled with intense heat, seemingly imbued with the power to annihilate worlds. Magma is not merely fire. Tang Qiye mused as he seated himself upon the ground, facing the tumultuous flow. Fire can give rise to earth, and earth can sustain fire. The interplay of the 5 elements suggested that his previous applications had been misguided. Once again, the energy within him began to transform, shifting from fire to earth. Fire and earth. With one hand commanding fire and the other earth, Tang Qiye skillfully manifested the techniques of Xia Lan. 2 spheres of solid energy, composed of different elements, twirled gracefully in his palms before vanishing effortlessly. What might occur when the attributes of earth and fire are combined? It appeared that no technique of Xia Lan existed that fused these 2 elements. As Tang Qiye gently brought his hands together, earth and fire entwined and danced between his palms. To bear fire with earth seemed not merely confined to magma. Meteorites, too, could be included. In his mind, flashes of inspiration ignited, leading him to contemplate not just Xia Lan but also the concept of meteorite burial. Time slipped away, and eventually, Tang Qiye slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, a fiery glint emanated from his crimson gaze, as if he sought to pierce through the veil of this simulated environment. "You have finally awakened," came a somewhat cold voice from beside him, belonging to Huowu. I have gained some insights. You too have awakened. I happen to need your assistance," Tang Qiye stated, noticing Huowu beside him. "You need my help? So, you have been cultivating here for 2 days?" Huowu exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. How could he have the audacity to claim he needed her when he had been absent for so long? 2 days? Tang Qiye was taken aback, believing only a brief moment had passed. Just then, his stomach audibly protested. "All right then," he said, a bit embarrassed. "It's just been 2 days since I fed you. What's the fuss?" Huowu couldn't help but chuckle, her annoyance over his 2-day meditation dissipating. "What do you need me for?" "Never mind, let us eat first." She turned and walked outside. "Yes, that sounds good," Tang Qiye nodded, realizing they should indeed prioritize a meal. Upon returning to Huowu Shuang's villa, they found him present as well. "Brother Qiye, it seems your cultivation has made you forget everything." Huowu Shuang teased upon seeing Tang Qiye enter. "Indeed, I had intended to discuss something with Huowu, but unexpectedly found myself engrossed for 2 days. I apologize." Tang Qiye replied with a hint of contrition. "That's nothing," Huowu Shuang waved dismissively. Huowu promptly instructed a maid to prepare a meal and settled onto the sofa. Inquiring, "What did you need to speak with me about?" Curiosity piqued, she wondered why he, who typically avoided her, now seemed intent on her company as if she were a burden he wished to cling to. "It's nothing significant. I merely wish to experience your 4th soul technique that I witnessed previously," Tang Qiye said, sipping water to ease his discomfort. "What is there to experience?" "You cannot break my control," Huowu replied, her attention wavering. Tang Qiye felt a bit awkward, scratching his head as he realized that he had indeed been somewhat inconsiderate. Perhaps, he pondered, there might be something I can offer in exchange. "Do I appear to be someone in need of money?" he mused. Huowu was truly infuriated by Tang Qiye's attitude. Could he not simply ask her for help? A few kind words would suffice. "Of course, it's not about money. I can teach you a martial technique, specifically, a self-created soul skill." Tang Qiye waved his hand dismissively, fully aware that Huowu did not lack for wealth. Therefore, he intended to impart to her a technique from the Xia Lan arts as a means of repaying a fraction of his debt. Self-created soul skill? Huowu Shuang was momentarily taken aback, causing the teacup in her hand to spill onto her lap. What a fuss! Tang Qiye thought to himself, bemused by her reaction. Is it really that surprising? Your pants are soaked. What is this fuss about? He continued. I cannot teach only Huowu, can I? Aren't we brothers? We must not prioritize romantic interests over friendship. Huowu Shuang, disregarding her modesty, paid no heed to her dampened trousers. All right then. Tang Qiye readily agreed. Let me have a bite to eat first. However, Huowu, you must demonstrate your fourth soul skill twice for me to observe. That's unnecessary. Your soul skill must be quite precious. Huowu shook her head, surprisingly declining the offer. Upon hearing this, Huowu Shuang regained his composure. Indeed, a self-created soul skill was invaluable, equivalent to an additional soul ring. Brother, we cannot accept this, he said, patting Tang Qiye on the shoulder, acknowledging their intentions. Besides, Huowu had not explicitly requested anything from him. She merely wished to experience the fourth soul skill, which was hardly a burden. Huowu Shuang shook his head. In his view, a self-created soul skill represented an additional soul ring, a significant advantage. It was precisely because of its rarity that he declined, fully aware that Tang Qiye intended to show his gratitude. Nevertheless, Huowu Shuang had never considered seeking any form of recompense. He simply found Tang Qiye agreeable. Chapter 59. Instruction enough already. This is my self-created soul skill, and I have already taught it to several others. Are you truly not interested in learning? Tang Qiye exclaimed, feeling both helpless and elated. He was delighted that Huowu Shuang and Huowu could genuinely be friends unbound by ulterior motives. Yet, the issue is that this is exceedingly precious, is it not? Huowu Shuang yearned to learn, for who among soul masters would not desire such knowledge? However, he felt it was inappropriate. Aren't we brothers? Shouldn't we be courteous? It's really nothing. I don't even use that martial technique myself. It's merely a safeguard in case of emergencies involving my third soul skill. At that moment, a maid entered with the prepared meal, exclaiming, that was quite fast. Tang Qiye unceremoniously picked up his chopsticks and began to eat leisurely. Never mind. If you refuse to learn, I shall only teach Huowu. This technique is truly exquisite, he remarked. Exquisite? Huowu inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. What do you mean by that? Indeed, it possesses significant power, yet it is primarily its elegance that captivates. Thus, I seldom employ it. This soul skill was an unexpected revelation for me, and it is quite easy to master. My girlfriend learned it in merely half an hour, Tang Qiye continued, lightly teasing Huowu. Oh, then I shall give it a try. Huowu readily agreed, clearly intrigued. My heavens. It feels akin to begging you all to learn my self-created soul skill. If only the folks at our academy were as receptive as you. For they relentlessly attempt to extort me, squeezing every last drop from me. Tang Qiye wore a sorrowful expression, tears streaming down his face, albeit feigned. Shall I give it a try as well? I can exchange it with my soul skill. You may experience it as many times as you desire. At that moment, Huowu Shuang clung to him once more. Observing his current demeanor, it was difficult to envision the astute figure who had previously outwitted their bald instructor. Didn't you say you would study? Tang Qiye remarked, displaying a reluctant demeanor. Are you eager to learn now? Is your martial soul a fire dragon? Tang Qiye inquired again. An idea suddenly struck him, though he was uncertain of its feasibility. How do you know? Huowu Shuang casually replied, then posed a question in return. He could not recall ever revealing his martial soul in front of Tang Qiye. Tang Qiye did not respond to the question, merely continuing to eat his meal. How could he possibly know? Was he a prophet capable of foresight? After the meal, which was merely 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tang Qiye instructed Huowu Shuang to find an undisturbed open space to teach them the art of Xia Lan, followed by allowing them to exhibit their soul techniques. Huowu Shuang swiftly conjured a small playground, dispersing the others, while Tang Qiye employed his divination technique, forming his fingers into a sword and waving them casually. The dance of the heavenly dry butterfly filled the air with golden butterflies, coalescing into a resplendent golden dragon, dazzling the eyes with its brilliance. How exquisite! Huowu, upon witnessing this spectacle, momentarily forgot Tang Qiye's prior admonitions, becoming entranced by the beautiful scene and neglecting to grasp the essence of the Xia Lan technique. With a smirk, Tang Qiye flicked his fingers, and the golden butterfly dragon soared through the sky before diving directly towards Huowu. Beauty, at times, can also serve as a temptation, a perilous allure. The golden butterflies fluttered gracefully, seemingly harmless, yet when they aggregated into a bundle to form the golden divine dragon, the force of impact and the sharpness of its metallic essence were unleashed to their fullest potential. Huowu reacted swiftly, employing her third soul technique to counter the fiery onslaught, dispersing the golden dragon momentarily, only for it to regroup and surge forward once again. Haha, come, Huowu Shuang exclaimed, meeting the challenge without hesitation. He had already completed the embodiment of his martial spirit, his right hand seemingly cloaked in crimson scales resembling a dragon's claw. And with a mighty strike, a faint roar of a fire dragon could be heard. This was his first soul technique, the fire dragon palm. Though fire conquers metal, Tang Qiye felt a slight underestimation of his opponent. Nonetheless, he remained active, continuing his divination technique, summoning a butterfly dragon of similar length, 7 to 8 meters long. However, this butterfly dragon exuded a misty vapor. The azure butterflies danced through the air, emanating a dreamlike beauty, perfectly complementing Tang Qiye's enchanting smile. Wu found herself momentarily captivated by this display. Though her infatuation was fleeting, she was not one to succumb to such whims. The blue dragon engaged Wu Shuang, while the golden dragon persisted in its assault on Wu. Perhaps it was amidst the battle that the true profundities of the Xia Lan technique could be more readily appreciated. Tang Qiye's mastery over the heavenly dry butterfly dance grew ever more adept. The notion of employing water attribute vitality to invigorate the heavenly dry butterfly dance had never crossed his mind until this day, when, upon experimentation, he astonishingly succeeded. Indeed, the art of Xia Lan is merely a method of harnessing vitality, akin to martial techniques. Utilizing different types of vitality bestows upon them varied attributes. Fleeting insights flooded Tang Qiye's consciousness, and he gradually found himself enamored by this sensation. Aha! Brother Qiye's methods are truly limitless. This dense mist of water is quite a vexation for me, Fire Wushuang exclaimed, simultaneously gesturing with both hands to form an embracing posture across his chest. As his third soul ring shimmered. Third soul skill, Fire Dragon Whirlwind. A tempest composed of ferocious fire attribute elemental energy swiftly took shape, roaring upwards and instantaneously transforming the water attribute butterfly dragon into steam. As the Fire Dragon Whirlwind dissipated, the formidable figure of Fire Wushuang was revealed. Tang Qiye was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the soul skill of Wu Shuang. It seemed to evoke a profound realization within him, causing him to momentarily forget the presence of the golden flying dragon and Wu. As the golden dragon dissipated, it afforded Wu the opportunity to strike. With a swift motion, she unleashed the skyward strike. Seizing the fleeting moment of Tang Qiye's distraction, Wu elegantly gestured with her delicate hand, conjuring a circular magic array beneath his feet, densely inscribed with intricate and complex runes. The intensifying energy fluctuations emanating from the array jolted Tang Qiye back to reality. Yet as he glanced downward, the array erupted in a brilliant crimson glow, unleashing a torrent of ferocious fire attribute energy skyward. In a critical moment, Tang Qiye decisively activated the moon chase, his figure darting with remarkable speed. However, he was ultimately a fraction too late. Fortunately, Wu had held back. As a control-type soul master, her martial skills were not particularly devastating. The surging energy merely grazed his body, propelling him several meters into the air. This force was formidable enough to breach my 5-cauldron ceiling technique, Tang Qiye mused, experiencing the potency of this fourth soul skill firsthand, and it felt rather unsettling. The azure light enveloping him allowed Tang Qiye to swiftly regain his balance. This was the wind, a manifestation of the wood element. Tang Qiye's body lingered in the air, the attribute of wind bestowing upon him a sense of lightness, causing his descent to be remarkably slow, akin to a drifting leaf, as if a gentle breeze could carry him away. On the ground, Wu Shuang and Wu stood in stunned silence, witnessing this extraordinary scene. Is this yet another self-created soul skill? It appears that he possesses numerous self-invented abilities. Is the creation of such soul skills truly so effortless now? Uncertain. From a height of several meters, Tang Qiye took a full 30 seconds to reach the ground. Tang Qiye stood firmly with both feet on the ground, yet his eyes remained tightly shut. Within his mind, streams of spiritual brilliance flickered, poised to burst forth at any moment in resplendent radiance. Wu Shuang and Wu chose not to disturb him. Instead, they stood quietly to the side, simultaneously absorbing the insights that Tang Qiye had previously shared with them through his probing technique. Although the battle was brief, lasting less than the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, it had imparted them with considerable understanding, particularly for Wu and Wu Shuang. Tang Qiye had nearly transmitted all his insights from the use of the Xia Lan technique to them. After a considerable period, Tang Qiye slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing momentarily. This time, it felt like a tremendous gain. Filled with joy, he observed that Wu and Wu Shuang were still in a meditative state, and he activated his probing technique once more to recreate the scene of his performance of the Tianqian butterfly dance. As Tang Qiye grew more adept at controlling the probing technique, its effectiveness increased significantly. At this moment, even without executing the Tianqian butterfly dance, He could perfectly restore that ethereal essence, enabling Huo Wuxuang and Huo Wu to better comprehend the Xia Lan technique. Time gradually passed as Tang Qiye patiently awaited their progress, confident that Huo Wuxuang and Huo Wu's talents were not lacking, even if they fell short of Shrek standards. The difference would be negligible. Indeed, after a little more than half an hour, Huo Wu and Huo Wuxuang opened their eyes in succession, their gazes sparkling with joy and excitement. Have you succeeded? Tang Qiye retracted his probing technique and inquired. Without uttering a word, Huo Wu chose to demonstrate her understanding through action. A fiery dragon composed of fire butterflies surged towards Tang Qiye with a roar, the scorching waves of heat tousling his hair and causing his garments to rustle. Not bad, Tang Qiye remarked as he effortlessly dispersed the attack with a casual slap of his hand. Huo Wu, having just begun to grasp the technique, executed it in form only, lacking the essence, which allowed Tang Qiye to dismiss it so easily. Otherwise, even if he could contend with it, it would not have been so effortless. Huo Wuxuang also attempted the technique, exhibiting a slight degree of power, but he too required further personal comprehension. Ultimately, the potency of this soul skill depended on their own improvements, as soul skills varied from person to person. Different individuals executing the same soul skill would yield varying results. With a stretch, Tang Qiye prepared to head back. Wait, aren't you here to experience our soul skills? Huo Wu called out hurriedly. Noticing Tang Qiye's intention to depart, Tang Qiye turned around, winking at Huo Wu with a smile. Haven't you experienced it already? Yes? Indeed. Tomorrow, I shall take Xiao Tian to the soul hunting forest. You have delayed us for 2 days. Huo Wu seemed quite fond of Xiao Tian, showing great diligence in his training. It's nothing to worry about. There's no rush. However, since tomorrow is relatively free, let us proceed then. You both should practice diligently, while I return to tend to my injuries. Without a backward glance, Tang Qiye departed, leaving Huo Wu and Huo Wuxuang in a state of disarray amid the wind. Is this the demeanor expected of a master? You are already so powerful, yet your injuries remain unhealed. Can't we simply be human? However, regardless of their thoughts, Tang Qiye continued to distance himself step by step until his figure vanished from their sight, prompting Huo Wu and Huo Wuxuang to exchange glances, exclaiming, "What a perverse individual." Chapter 60. Soul hunting. Huo Wu and Huo Wuxuang remained behind to continue their training in the Xia Lan technique. While this technique may hold little significance for Tang Qiye, far inferior to the power of the Zidue Ghost Dust Pearl, for them, mastering it would equate to possessing an additional 4th soul skill. In an unforeseen situation, this soul skill could entirely alter the dynamics of a battle. This was also the reason Huo Wuxuang was willing to relinquish the position of captain at the Skyfire Academy. Striving to recruit Tang Qiye, his methods were shrouded in mystery. Unless by chance, he exclusively wielded self-created soul skills unrelated to martial spirits, which was quite formidable. The fear stemmed from the unknown. Imagine a soul master, accustomed to gauging an opponent's skill count by the number of soul rings, encountering someone like Tang Qiye. This scenario transcended mere skill disparity. It could dictate the very outcome of a battle. Tang Qiye returned to Huo Wuxuang's villa and, upon entering his room, immediately sat cross-legged on the bed. This time, his sparring session with the Hui siblings exceeded all expectations. He initially believed he would only grasp one type of martial art. Yet to his surprise, Huo Wuxuang also inspired him. Tang Qiye meticulously contemplated the gains of the day in his heart. The technique Feng Xin Qing Tian was finally coming to fruition, and the fiery tornado technique from Huo Wuxuang was an unexpected boon. Merging various martial arts and his first-hand experiences from today, he comprehended 2 powerful martial techniques at once. Naturally, the different elemental energies required to activate these techniques would be numerous, but he was too indifferent to calculate them all. He simply knew that. Aside from the Ghost Dust Pearl, he had acquired even more deadly martial arts. Feng Sun Qing Tian and Shui Kan, Xian Kong Lu. Indeed, inspired by Huo Wuxuang, he had finally understood Shui Kan Xian Kong Lu. This technique belonged to the Floating Hill faction, boasting not only formidable offensive capabilities, but also a degree of control. With an increasing repertoire of martial arts, this would become his greatest advantage. He must master them to perfection, he reminded himself. The Hui siblings did not return until the following morning. After completing his training with the purple extreme demon eyes, Tang Qiye finally spotted them in the living room. "You didn't train all night, did you?" he inquired with a smile. "Is that a problem?" Huo Wu replied, munching on the breakfast prepared by the maids. "So, are we heading to the soul hunting forest today?" Tang Qiye casually asked. Regardless of their decision, He was indifferent. It mattered not to him whether they went or not. Little Tian, obediently enjoying his breakfast, remained silent, seemingly unconcerned about the trip to the soul-hunting forest. Of course we're going. Otherwise, it would delay little Tian's training. We can rest on the way. Let us hire 2 luxurious carriages, with little Tian accompanying me, Huowu declared without hesitation. She had come today specifically to take little Tian to obtain a soul ring. Otherwise, given Tang Qiye's character, it might take ages before he found the first ring for little Tian. Exactly, we can't delay little Tian's training. Huowu Shuang nodded in agreement. After a month of recuperation without venturing outside, they treated little Tian as family. I'm indifferent, Tang Qiye shrugged. You truly don't understand how little Tian ended up with a mentor like you, leading him astray, Huowu remarked, putting down her teacup and wiping her mouth with a tissue, casting a discontented glance at Tang Qiye. Even if we go, we might not necessarily find a suitable soul ring. The soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest are quite ordinary. Tang Qiye indeed wished to help little Tian acquire a soul ring sooner, as it would facilitate quicker training. What type of soul ring does little Tian need? Huowu Shuang inquired after finishing his meal. One with a mental attribute, Tang Qiye replied. There should be some, right? Huowu Shuang exchanged a glance with Huowu, lacking confidence. Let us go take a look then, Huowu Shuang finally said. All right, who knows? We might get lucky. Tang Qiye had no objections. After all, it was his responsibility to worry about this matter. Given how invested the Huo siblings were, it would be unreasonable for him to be overly picky. The 4 set off without hesitation, exiting the Blaze Fire Academy. Following Huowu's suggestion, they hired 2 luxurious carriages and traveled through the night until they reached the soul-hunting forest by evening. Upon seeing the merchants bustling in the small village outside the forest, Tang Qiye couldn't help but recall his first soul ring acquisition. He felt grateful to Flander. Otherwise, how would his right hand possess an external spirit bone? Without that bone, he might have perished at the hands of that ironback wolf soul master. Shall we head straight in? Tang Qiye pointed toward the formidable entrance of the soul-hunting forest. Of course, after resting all this way. Do you want to stay here another night? Huowu retorted. Tang Qiye was left speechless. The 4 of them proceeded directly to the entrance, showing their audacity by entering the forest even at night. Ignoring the soul masters outside attempting to form teams, Huowu Shuang presented a badge, and the guards promptly saluted, opening the gates for them. Huo brother leads the way, I'll bring up the rear, and little Tian follows Huowu in the middle. Tang Qiye said as he activated his sensing technique the moment he stepped into the soul-hunting forest. Under this technique, he had control over a radius of 300 meters. However, this preparation also served as an impromptu lesson on soul hunting for little Tian. All right, Huowu Shuang affirmed, taking the lead. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they found only a few weak 10-year soul beasts, with even the centenarians being rare. Naturally, there was no cause for alarm. Yet, out of caution, they remained vigilant. After all, some soul beasts might not be powerful but could be troublesome. Or others might be low-level yet possess deadly toxins, which would pose significant issues if contracted. With Tang Qiye as sensing assistance, their efficiency in locating soul beasts was frighteningly high. Still, they struggled to find a suitable soul beast for little Tian. This was primarily due to the rarity of mental-type soul beasts, and given the soul-hunting forest's limited variety and scarcity of such beasts, the chances of discovering a fitting one diminished further. Nonetheless, there were still possibilities. Tang Qiye did sense 2 small foxes. Albeit, these ordinary 10-year soul beasts were far too common to meet his criteria. Better to have none than to settle, he thought, echoing Flander's admission standards. And he was unwilling to compromise on soul rings. After all, this was a matter of a soul master's lifelong achievements. Let us go deeper. With nothing on the periphery, the 4 of them unhesitatingly advanced toward the center of the soul-hunting forest. As Huowu Shuang had mentioned, the results indicated that 10,000-year soul beasts were non-existent, and even the rare 1,000-year beasts could be easily dominated by their strength in this forest. Let us take a break. Tang Qiye fixed his sensing technique to a 100-meter range, signaling Huowu Shuang and Huowu to rest for a moment. Little Tian, understanding his cue, sat cross-legged in meditation. This pause was primarily to allow him to catch his breath. The 3 of them were at the soul master level, while Tang Qiye was not. He was certainly not weak, and walking through the forest posed no challenges for them. However, little Tian was different. He was still young and had yet to obtain even one ring, thus requiring rest. After a half-hour break, the 4 resumed their journey. Phew, let us set up camp and rest. It's been a day and a night, and little Tian is nearing his limit. Day had turned to night, and they had been searching the soul-hunting forest all day. Yet, they had still made little progress. At this point, they had reached the territory of 100-year soul beasts, and beneath Wuwushuang lay several 100-year bloodthirsty demon wolves. Yellow soul rings slowly coalesced, hovering above the corpses of the bloodthirsty demon wolves. If little Tian wished, he could choose one as his soul ring right then and there. Regrettably, these soul rings were unsuitable for him. However, just because they were not right for little Tian did not mean they were unfit for Tang Qiye. Tang Qiye subtly waved his hand, drawing forth obscure forces into the Xia Lan hexagram seal. For reasons unknown, upon awakening from his grievous injuries, he discovered that the beast souls within the seal had already been refined and absorbed. Seizing the opportunity, he proceeded to absorb the beast souls of several bloodthirsty demon wolves. Although the century-old beast souls were insufficient to satiate the appetite of the Xia Lan hexagram seal, they were better than nothing, serving as a temporary measure. He decided to leave this place, for the scent of blood would surely attract more soul beasts. Paying no heed to the corpses of the bloodthirsty demon wolves, Tang Qiye, accompanied by the siblings Wuwushuang and Xiao Tian, sought out a more open area. Once they had set up their tent, Tang Qiye instructed Wuwushuang and Xiao Tian to rest while he took the watch outside. Aware of Tang Qiye's skill in divination, the siblings did not protest, quickly consuming a modest meal before retreating into the tent to meditate and recuperate. Tang Qiye extracted some insect-repellent powder from the green pearl wristband and sprinkled it around. He then sought refuge against a large tree, leaning against it. Rather than practicing, Tang Qiye silently observed the Xia Lan hexagram imprint on his left hand. The secrets of the Xia Lan hexagram imprint remained elusive to him, especially after it had miraculously saved him this time, deepening his curiosity. Previously, he had attempted to actively refine the beast soul, but had met with failure. The vital energy he infused seemed to vanish without a trace, akin to a stone sinking into the ocean, leaving no echoes behind. Tang Qiye remained undeterred, convinced that this might be related to the secret of the Xia Lan Guayin. Thus, in the recent days, whenever he found himself with leisure time, he would infuse vitality into the Xia Lan Guayin, striving to unveil its mysteries. Unfortunately, regardless of the amount of vitality he poured in, the Xia Lan Guayin showed no response, leaving him perplexed and utterly baffled. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, many spirit beasts fell into a state of slumber, while others, active during the night, commenced their predation. Gazing at the Xia Lan Guayin, Tang Qiye pondered for a full half-hour, yet yielded no fruitful insights, prompting him to temporarily abandon his efforts. Perhaps it was due to his insufficient strength. Tang Qiye firmly believed that one day he would unravel the ultimate secret of the Xia Lan Guayin. Chapter 61. I shall not disclose to you with Tang Qiye at the helm. It was impossible for ordinary spirit beasts to disrupt the rest of Wuwushuang and his companions, as they were swiftly dealt with. Thus, throughout the night, not a single spirit beast managed to sneak within 50 meters of their tent. Let us seek another day. This soul-hunting forest is rather small. If we cannot find anything tomorrow, we shall have to return, Tang Qiye suggested after a brief rest. What about Xiao Tian's soul ring? Why don't we head to the Stardo forest? Wu proposed. No, the Stardo forest is too distant and perilous. I initially intended to take Xiao Tian to the far north. Conveniently, you are headed to the Tianshui Academy, and the detour won't take long. It won't adversely affect Xiao Tian, and establishing a solid foundation will benefit him in absorbing soul rings in the future, Tang Qiye said, gently patting Xiao Tian's head. He intended for Xiao Tian to absorb a 1,000-year level soul ring for his first, believing that rigorous training would be advantageous. Of course, he refrained from voicing this thought, fearing Huowu's potential reprimand. Perhaps due to Tang Qiye's ill-fated predictions, they spent a day and a half searching in the soul-hunting forest, still unable to find a suitable spirit beast for him. During their search, they encountered a century-old mental-type spirit beast, yet it was merely a 200-year cultivation level, far from Tang Qiye's aspirations, leading him to decisively abandon it, much to Huowu's chagrin as she muttered complaints throughout the journey. Finally, Tang Qiye could no longer tolerate her complaints and silenced her with a single remark. Xiao Tian's talent is not solely defined by his innate 9th-level half-soul power. In terms of true potential, even a naturally gifted 15th-level soul power would still find itself overshadowed by Xiao Tian. Therefore, a mere 200-year first soul ring would only hinder his growth. It is far better for him to continue training. I once stagnated at level 30 for several months. Yet after absorbing my 3rd soul ring, I directly advanced to level 33. It would not impede the enhancement of soul power at all. Tang Qiye spoke with a tone of simplicity, yet the profound expectations he harbored for Xiao Tian stirred a flicker of emotion within Huowu. An ordinary soul master may only absorb 9 soul rings throughout their lifetime, and any semblance of complacency is utterly unacceptable. Otherwise, how could one aspire to ascend to divinity? Naturally, the latter part of this statement escaped the ears of Huowu and Huowu Shuang, who could hardly fathom that Tang Qiye had intended from the outset to cultivate Xiao Tian towards the divine path. In this second life, to fail in achieving godhood would be an affront to the precious opportunity granted. With the twin martial soul and the 12-winged dark angel, an entity far mightier than the 6-winged angel, how could one not attain divinity and thus fail to honor Xiao Tian's innate gifts? How could he betray the trust bestowed by his grandfather? The first soul ring is typically no more than 400 years, isn't it? Huowu ceased her incessant inquiries. Yet her curiosity remained insatiable. She had not heard of the dark golden terror claw bear, yet from Tang Qiye's tone, it was clear that the soul beast was anything but ordinary. Moreover, having a 500-year soul ring as the first was surely beyond the limits of possibility. This distinction delineates the ordinary from the extraordinary. Under normal circumstances, exceeding the limits of soul ring absorption would result in certain death. However, what if one possessed the physique of a soul master, even while being a soul warrior? Tang Qiye chose not to elaborate further, confident that with the intellect of Huowu Shuang and Huowu, they would grasp his meaning. Indeed, the notion of limits is relative to the average person. As far as I am aware, within the Spirit Hall, there are legends of naturally born level 20 monstrosities. Huowu Shuang sighed softly. Tang Qiye was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't the innate rank of 20 indicative of the 6-winged angel martial soul belonging to Qianren Shui? She was indeed a prodigy from the illustrious lineage of the angel god. Even Huowu Shuang had heard of her. Upon returning to the Blaze Academy, both Huowu and Huowu Shuang seemed galvanized by Tang Qiye's presence, immersing themselves in rigorous training until the fortnight elapsed. Only then did they set forth to the Divine Wind Academy alongside several instructors and teammates. Perhaps influenced by Huowu Shuang, the Blaze Academy opted not to hire a carriage for their journey. A total of 10 students from the Blaze Academy made the journey, with Huowu being the sole female among them. Accompanying the 10 students were 3 instructors, one of whom was Huowu Shuang's aunt, Huiyu. What are we running there? Tang Qiye observed the attire of the group. Even Huiyu was donned in athletic wear, her voluptuous figure accentuating an alluring silhouette that would evoke envy in the hearts of most women. Tang Qiye performed a respectful gesture towards Huiyu, signifying a greeting. Indeed, traversing this distance could be considered a form of cultivation. Huowu Shuang nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the other 8 students, excluding Huowu, exhibited expressions of mild resentment, clearly indicating that they had not willingly chosen this as a means of training. It indeed seemed plausible. Tang Qiye nodded, though he was somewhat taken aback by the appearance of Huowu Shuang's aunt. Surely, she would not be joining the run as well? Thus, they set off. Everyone was instructed to refrain from utilizing their soul power. Once all were gathered, Huowu Shuang wasted no time in issuing orders and took the lead in a swift departure. His pace was moderate, allowing even the support-type soul masters to keep up, primarily because he was not employing his soul power. The support type could indeed make use of their soul power. After they had run a considerable distance, Huowu Shuang added a further note, which brought a sigh of relief from the 2 support-type soul master students. Tang Qiye chose not to run at the forefront alongside Huowu Shuang, but rather decided to position himself at the rear of the group, with Xiao Tian closely trailing behind him. Xiao Tian, you may utilize your soul power, otherwise, you might find it overwhelming, Tang Qiye remarked after a slight perception of the situation. This little fellow, quite self-aware, attempted to keep pace with the team without relying on his soul power. Master, I wish to give it a try, Xiao Tian said. His large eyes filled with eagerness as they looked up at Tang Qiye. Very well, but do not overexert yourself, Tang Qiye replied with a nod, choosing not to elaborate further. If necessary, he could always carry him. After all, he had done so before. Moreover, Xiao Tian was not particularly heavy. He was indeed capable of ascending mountains with a burden of 100 pounds as effortlessly as one would sip cool water. Tang Qiye followed leisurely behind, appearing quite relaxed and absent-minded. In contrast, Huowu meticulously controlled her breathing rhythm to conserve her energy. Was it you who suggested that to Wu Shuang? Huiyu's voice drifted softly into Tang Qiye's ears. No, it must have been a provocation from Xiao Tian. Tang Qiye would never admit it, and in truth, it was not his idea at all. Nevertheless, he decisively shifted the blame away from himself. Behind Tang Qiye, a few meters away, Xiao Tian was energetically moving his short legs, closely following the rhythm of the group. It seemed he would not lag behind in the short term. Moreover, given Huiyu's prowess, it was evident that Xiao Tian had not yet tapped into his soul power. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Huiyu's gaze. Yet he remarked to Tang Qiye, "This little fellow is your disciple, thus, I feel their burden rests upon your shoulders." He gestured towards the students in the front, straining to keep pace with Huo Wushuang. Are they fatigued? They bear no weight, and the pace is not particularly brisk. Even without an absolute prohibition on using soul power, Xiao Tian manages to keep up, while these three-ring soul masters cannot surpass a mere child. Tang Qiye firmly rejected the notion of taking the blame. He would not allow himself to be made the scapegoat. Thus, he decisively turned to Xiao Tian and said, "Xiao Tian, go on and accompany Brother Wushuang in running. It must be lonely up front all alone." Upon seeing Huo Wushuang running solo ahead of the group, Xiao Tian nodded earnestly without uttering a word as he gradually quickened his pace, eventually surpassing the students of the Qihua Academy and running alongside Huo Wushuang. "You did that on purpose," Huiyu remarked, striding forward with long legs, effortlessly channeling her soul power to match the speed of the group, as a soul king would. "No, I merely provided them with a bit of motivation. You see, Wushuang's enthusiasm has evidently increased," Tang Qiye replied with a hint of pride. "Indeed." As Xiao Tian ran alongside Huo Wushuang, she subtly accelerated her pace even further. "The little fellow may soon exhaust himself. I wonder how you will handle that." Huiyu seemed to be at odds with Tang Qiye, acting as if she were a mere girl. "Not to worry, how much does Xiao Tian weigh?" "Carrying him feels no different than carrying nothing at all," Tang Qiye declared proudly, maintaining his composure without utilizing any soul power. Despite having conversed extensively with Huiyu without losing his breath. Meanwhile, Huo Wu, who was also trailing the group with her long strides, remained silent. "I am quite curious. If you were to train them along this journey, what sort of individuals would they become upon reaching the Shifeng Academy?" Huiyu suddenly interjected, a mischievous glint appearing in her eyes. Tang Qiye was momentarily taken aback, and then his eyes widened in astonishment, for Huiyu had dashed to the front. Her figure swaying gracefully, captivating countless gazes with every delicate movement. Tang Qiye observed the expressions of the students from the Academy of Fiery Flames and felt a twinge of sorrow for them. They may revel in the moment now, but soon enough, they would face the consequences. Indeed, Huo Wushuang's pace began to slow, and shortly thereafter, everyone, except for 3 teachers and Tang Qiye, formed a line. Huiyu, without uttering a word, merely gestured towards Tang Qiye. Tang Qiye found himself in a rather helpless predicament. "You asked me to assist in training your students. Very well, who could refuse your prior aid in my recovery? After all, they are merely a handful of students. However, I must insist on some form of acknowledgement, at the very least, a token to signify my authority." Ahem. Standing before the 11 students, Tang Qiye cleared his throat. "Greetings, everyone." He could hardly suppress a mischievous grin, or rather, it was a grin laden with ulterior motives. "Well," Tang Qiye straightened his posture, adopting a serious demeanor. "You may recognize me. Indeed, I am the one who defeated the formidable Xiong Lai without the use of my martial soul." Upon the utterance of Tang Qiye's words, apart from Xiao Tian, the 10 members of the Qihua Academy were instantly caught in a whirlwind of amusement and bewilderment. Laughter? How amusing. Tang Qiye maintained an unwavering expression. "Are you not curious as to why we did not travel to the Shifeng Academy by carriage this time? Are you not intrigued by Fire Wushuang's insistence that you run, while forbidding the use of soul power? Are you not perplexed by Senior Fire Yu's command for you to halt, while permitting me to stand before you? Curious, are you?" Tang Qiye cast a sweeping glance across the crowd, and without awaiting their responses, he earnestly declared, "I shall not divulge this to you." Chapter 62, The Art of Self-Sabotage. "I shall not divulge this to you." Upon utterance of these words, even the observing teacher could not suppress a deep frown, while Huiyu, after a brief moment of astonishment, burst into exuberant laughter. Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu, however, were expressions of resignation. This fellow had led them to believe he would articulate some stirring, motivational speech, only for Tang Qiye to deliver such a surprising twist. The other students of the Flame Academy felt a surge of frustration, contemplating the urge to silence Tang Qiye. Yet Huiyu had her reasons for placing him in that position, and they truly dared not confront him. "Are you not itching to strike me?" Tang Qiye provocatively leaned forward, yet none dared to approach him. Tang Qiye gazed upon the 8 students, whose frustration simmered beneath a veneer of silence. He spoke again. "What fuels your ire? Why do you harbor such anger yet refrain from expressing it? Is it fear that holds you back? Is it the presence of Senior Huo or perhaps Huo Wushuang? Or could it be Huo Wu? What is it that renders you so timid?" You are about to participate in the prestigious Continental Soul Master Academy competition. Each of you is a paragon among the elite, hailed as geniuses and revered by others. Yet, why do you appear so feeble and cowardly? Do you yearn to take a swing at me? Come now, I shall forego my martial spirit. Which of you can withstand my presence for even 5 seconds? Or better yet, if you join forces to vanquish me, your captain will undoubtedly reward you with 10 luxurious carriages to ensure your comfortable journey to the Divine Wind Academy. Tang Qiye gazed upon the crowd, his eyes brimming with unabashed disdain, provoking a desire in both Wu Wuxuang and Wu Wu to deliver him a well-deserved thrashing. Yet, they understood all too well that even if they united in their efforts, they might still fall short against Tang Qiye. This was contingent upon the absence of a coordinated strategy from Wu Wuxuang and Wu Wu. The 8 members of the academy were indeed incensed, but their final discernment cautioned them that behind Tang Qiye stood Huiyu, rendering any physical confrontation unwise. Does no one wish to strike me? How utterly disappointing. I have exerted considerable effort, yet you still refuse to lay a finger on me. Is it that I am not sufficiently deserving of a beating? Or are you simply too inept? Is it merely because your instructor has placed me before you that you hesitate to act? Where is your courage? Are you all merely ancient relics, frail and elderly? Would striking me truly lead to your demise? Would your instructor slay you for such an act? As young spirit masters, is this the extent of your adherence to rules? Such obedience, such compliance, what purpose does it serve in your pursuit of becoming spirit masters? Would it not be more prudent to return home and indulge in the comforts of life? Is your bed not soft enough? Find a lovely girl, and with your allowances, lead a life of simplicity. Does that not sound appealing? Why then do you persist in your roles as spirit masters? A spirit master who cowers in fear and shuns trouble has no right to be deemed an elite. Tang Qiye grew increasingly animated in his speech, while the expressions of the 8 members of the Blaze Academy darkened progressively. At last, Tang Qiye achieved his objective. The first student took action. Martial Soul, Fire Leopard. A 3rd ring, 38th level Soul Master. Tang Qiye had been attentively observing the movements of these individuals, determined to thwart any sudden aggression. The Fire Leopard Soul Master struck, yet refrained from employing his soul skills. Perhaps, in his heart, he believed he could not harm Tang Qiye. Is this all the strength you possess? Such sluggishness? Are you capable of approaching your adversary? Unperturbed, Tang Qiye sidestepped gracefully, his right hand grasping the air as a resplendent fire dragon soared forth, charging directly at the Fire Leopard Soul Master. The surging energy propelled the Fire Leopard Soul Master 10 meters away, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The other students, witnessing the scene, glared with fierce intent. He did not even utilize his soul skills. Why did you strike so forcefully? One student protested indignantly. Forceful? How would you define not being forceful? I did not even summon my martial soul. Yet he has fully manifested his martial soul, and in a true battle, he would have perished. Tang Qiye fixed his gaze intently on the student. Perhaps due to having slain 4 soul masters from Songhui Academy, a trace of a menacing aura naturally enveloped him. This aura typically lay dormant, yet at this moment, it rendered the student unable to meet his gaze. What, do you not intend to avenge your companion? You are comrades, yet when one is oppressed, you remain utterly indifferent. Tang Qiye continued to provoke them with his words. Whoosh! A claw lunged toward Tang Qiye's chest but met with no success. The fire crane, perhaps? Is it of any use? Tang Qiye effortlessly evaded the Fire Crane Soul Master's attack while simultaneously noticing another fire crane. Twin brothers, are we? Then let us descend together. Tang Qiye conjured a fire dragon composed of fire attribute energy, but upon closer inspection, it became evident that each scale of this dragon was formed by a single fire butterfly. The fire dragon roared, and the intense heat wave even caused the fire cranes, belonging to the same fire attribute, to falter. The dragon twisted and turned in the air with astonishing speed, and within moments, it had forcefully slammed the Fire Crane brothers to the ground. You truly are inept. Tang Qiye regarded the remaining Soul Masters, among whom were 2 support Soul Masters. Why do you not take action? Are you ashamed of overpowering the few? Or do you believe yourselves to be quite impressive at this moment? Tang Qiye's gaze swept over the remaining 5 students, and wherever his eyes landed, they all bowed their heads in silence. Ashamed. Wu Wuxuang uttered those 2 words with a hint of disdain, then summoned his martial soul, unleashing the fire dragon claw without hesitation. Tang Qiye had not anticipated that Wu Wuxuang would take action. However, upon witnessing the smile at the corner of her lips, he discerned her intentions. As the moon descended, Tang Qiye swiftly distanced himself from Wu Wuxuang. Is the 4th ring truly formidable? He mused, daringly, with a flourish of his hands. He conjured 2 fire butterflies that coalesced into a fiery dragon, launching a dual assault on Huo Wuxuang. She responded with 2 powerful strikes, her formidable soul power shattering the heads of the 2 fire dragons. Yet, she too experienced a recoil, stepping back several paces. Suddenly, Huo Wuxuang's martial spirit receded, and she charged at Tang Qiye, relying solely on her physical prowess. In turn, Tang Qiye retracted the fire dragon and engaged with Huo Wuxuang using nothing but the strength of his own body. Tang Qiye's physical prowess is extraordinarily formidable. Even a formidable 4th-ring offensive soul master cannot rival him. Huo Wuxuang finds himself at a disadvantage. It's not merely his strength that leads to his defeat. His combat skills are equally lacking. With Huo Wu joining the fray, it becomes a 2-on-1 scenario. Yet, as Tang Qiye weaves through the battlefield with his dazzling footwork, employing the ghost shadow mystique, he continues to maintain the upper hand despite the combined assault from Huo Wuxuang and Huo Wu. In terms of speed, reflexes, judgment of techniques, application of force, and agility, Tang Qiye utterly overwhelms the pair. This is unfathomable. Observing Tang Qiye single-handedly dominating the Hui siblings, an onlooker finally speaks up in disbelief. There's nothing impossible about it. He was rescued by Wuxuang when he arrived at our academy, gravely injured and on the brink of death. I was the one who treated him. Even half a month ago, when he defeated Xiong Lai, he still bore significant internal injuries. Moreover, the circumstances of his injuries are hard to believe. However, Wuxuang told me he single-handedly killed a 5th-ring defensive soul king, a 4th-ring offensive soul sect master, and 2 3rd-ring soul venerates. He spoke the truth. You all are simply pathetic. Huoyu, observing the Hui siblings being thoroughly outmatched by Tang Qiye, also struggles to believe it. Yet, recalling Huo Wuxuang's previous statement, a measure of faith begins to take hold. Furthermore, the evidence is compelling, and she cannot deny it. It is inconceivable that a soul venerable could kill a soul king. Huo Bao, the soul master, wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth. He is not gravely injured, just appearing quite disheveled. You haven't even forced his martial soul out. Huoyu remarks nonchalantly, prompting the others to fall silent. Moments later, Huo Wuxuang returns in despair, unable to fathom that even in tandem with his sister, he cannot suppress Tang Qiye. Instead, they are being overwhelmed. Have you heard of a second soul ring lasting a millennium? Tang Qiye stands before the assembled students of the Tianhua Academy. Upon hearing this, both Huo Wuxuang and the teachers display expressions of shock. The maximum age limit for a second soul ring is 800 years. It is impossible for a soul master to possess a second soul ring that lasts a millennium. This time, the students do not remain silent. This is common knowledge. A fundamental truth on the Douluo continent. Oh, it is impossible. It is precisely because of your myriad impossibilities that you are so weak. Tang Qiye nods, subtly summoning the 5-element staff. 1 yellow, 2 purple. The 3 soul rings descend slowly amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd. Humble yellow, regal purple. Come. Slap yourself in the face and see if it hurts. A stark and undeniable slap in the face. What? No one has anything to say? Tang Qiye observes the crowd, still in shock yet displaying complex expressions, a slight smile curling at his lips. This is the outcome he desired, to compel this group of prodigies to train diligently. There exists but one method to utterly extinguish the pride within their hearts, just as Flinder did with Ning Rongrong in the original story. Only by shattering their pride can they confront their shortcomings, and only then will they obediently heed the call to train. One may possess pride, but arrogance should never take hold. Pride invariably leads to stagnation. Henceforth, you are presented with 2 choices. Firstly, during our journey to the Shifeng Academy, I shall train you. I do not guarantee that you will be able to absorb soul rings beyond your limits, but I assure you that the process will be significantly easier, potentially exceeding your limits by decades. As for the second option, Tang Qiye furrows his brow, for it seems these students do not possess a second choice. Secondly, return to the academy along the same path, and become a compliant soul master who dares not challenge their limits. Of course, I will find others to take your places in the academy. Huoyu's words instantly cut off the retreat of the 10 students before Tang Qiye. Furthermore, should I train you, I expect you to exhibit the perseverance befitting talented soul masters. Do not abandon halfway. After all, when we were trained by our teachers, we seemingly returned to our dormitories in a state of unconsciousness every day. I want to be as ruthless, but in order to live up to Huoyu's trust, I shall be somewhat stringent. With that, Tang Qiye's gaze drifts elsewhere, landing upon a massive stone. Chapter 63. The Abnormal 7th Master in the End. Not a single student faltered, for retreat was not an option they would entertain. Excellent. Do you see that stone? Tang Qiye inquires as he strides toward it. When he is 10 meters away, he strikes the ground with the 5-element staff, igniting his first soul ring. With 2 resounding booms, the massive stone shatters into fragments. Offensive system, 15 kilograms. Agility system, 12 kilograms. Supportive system, 7 kilograms. Douluo, 13 kilograms. Be self-aware. Today's task is to reach the designated resting point without utilizing soul power. Tang Qiye declares, hoisting a stone he estimates to weigh 50 kilograms onto his back. I shall bear 50 kilograms. I hope you do not tarnish the reputation of the Qiye Academy. As he departs, Tang Qiye seizes the opportunity to provoke the students. Can supportive soul masters not utilize soul power? 2 supportive soul masters hesitantly inquire. Do you know which type of soul master is the first to perish in battle? Tang Qiye retorts, refraining from answering their question and instead begins to sprint. The 50-kilogram weight is trivial for him. Had it not been for Xiao Tian carrying a 5-kilogram stone, he would not have chosen to train alongside them. Engaging in a conversation about life with Wu Shuang's aunt would be far more enjoyable, wouldn't it? In truth, given Xiao Tian's current strength, weight training might be somewhat premature. However, Tang Qiye is curious to assess Xiao Tian's physical endurance, so he allows it. As Tang Qiye dashes several dozen meters ahead, the others finally cease their hesitation, each picking up a stone to follow suit. As for the 3 teachers, Tang Qiye can only express his disbelief. Wu, possessing a strong-willed personality and being a student, naturally will not seek special treatment. However, expecting the teachers, especially the stunning Huiyu, to carry stones and run is simply implausible. Among the 3 teachers, only one is male, who does not take the lead in carrying stones, while the 2 female teachers would never willingly impose such burdens upon themselves. Tang Qiye's pace was not particularly swift, only slightly faster than during their initial physical training. Soul masters, regardless of their category, possess a physical resilience that far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Thus, a burden of less than 20 kilograms would not pose a significant challenge for them in the short term. However, the question arises, was their endeavor merely a brief exertion? Clearly, it was not. They were undertaking a long-distance run. As they departed from the Blazing Fire Academy, Wu Shuang had already devised a plan for their rest stops along the way. Conveniently, these would be small towns, where they could lodge in inns and enjoy a more restorative respite. Before they knew it, the sun dipped below the horizon, marking their arrival at the day's destination. Tang Qiye turned to glance at the drenched and panting members of the Fire Academy, his gaze momentarily resting on Wu. Noticing his attention, Wu, who had been slightly bent over, immediately straightened her posture. Everyone, please take a moment to rest and replenish your energy. Consume some nutritious food. But remember not to excessively drink water. Oh, and if you prefer not to carry stones, you may find your own weights. With that, Tang Qiye began to depart. But pause to add, weights can be exchanged. Whatever is most convenient for you will suffice. But the load must not be lessened and should be increased by an additional kilogram. It appears your physical condition is quite adequate, as none of you have fainted. After speaking, he led the pale-faced Xiao Tian into the town. We shall depart at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Huiyu, maintaining a stoic expression, gazed at the students before also entering the town. What are you all dawdling for? No one is permitted to sleep tonight. Everyone must meditate. You wouldn't want to encounter Tang Qiye's team during the prestigious Continental Soul Master Academy competition without any means to defend yourselves, would you? Wu Shuang, equally fatigued, more so than he had anticipated, did not reject this method of training. After all, since Xiao Tian had managed to persevere, abandoning their efforts now would render them unworthy of participating in any competition. Go home, wash up, and get some rest. Tang Qiye paid little heed to the actions of the 10 individuals from the Skyfire Academy. His own task had been completed. Now, he needed to prepare medicinal baths for Xiao Tian. Having exhausted his previous supplies, he intended to procure a larger quantity this time. The town boasted a fair number of shops, each offering a diverse array of goods. In just 3 establishments, Tang Qiye successfully acquired everything he required. He casually selected a charming inn, adhering to his usual practice of opting for the finest room and the most exquisite cuisine. Inside the chamber, Tang Qiye prepared a wooden tub for Xiao Tian's medicinal bath. He was astounded by Xiao Tian's remarkable physical resilience and strength. However, recalling that both of Xiao Tian's martial souls surpassed even the angelic martial soul, everything began to make sense. Xiao Tian, how do you feel? Tang Qiye inquired, presenting a dish for Xiao Tian to enjoy while soaking in the tub. Delicious, Xiao Tian replied. Cheeks puffed as he nodded enthusiastically while eating, a habit he had picked up from Tang Qiye. I ask you about the day's training. Tang Qiye remarked, exasperated. All you ever do is eat. Oh, I believe tomorrow will be easier than today, Xiao Tian responded. Tang Qiye stifled the impulse to give him a good thrashing. Can you say something useful? He asked. Well, tomorrow it will still be 5 kilograms, and starting the day after, we will increase it by half a kilogram each day. You are still young, and your body has yet to fully develop. Excessive training is not advisable. As he savored the meal delivered by the inn, he nodded in agreement, appreciating the delightful flavors. Yes, master, little Tian replied. Master, I have finished eating. Just leave the plate there, came the response. Master, I am still hungry. The following morning, the group gathered early at the designated meeting spot. Little Tian appeared to be in high spirits after the medicinal bath and a night of cultivation. He had restored himself to peak condition. Oh, did you give your disciple special treatment? Wu Yu approached, glancing at little Tian. What special treatment? Tang Qiye asked, perplexed. The training yesterday was already quite demanding for a child. Any more would be excessive. Why is little Tian recovering so well while the rest of you look so lethargic? Complaining of sore and weak muscles? Wu Yu pointed at the members of the Blaze Academy, including Hua Wushuang, whose expressions were far from pleasant. You all didn't sleep last night? Tang Qiye inquired tentatively. Didn't you instruct little Tian to meditate all night? I allowed them to meditate and cultivate as well. Hua Wushuang replied, looking puzzled. Isn't that correct? Little Tian had the medicinal bath I prepared for him, which relaxes muscles, alleviates fatigue, promotes beauty, and combats aging. Did you have anything like that? Tang Qiye said with a mischievous grin, relishing their misfortune. This is not my fault. I never said you should meditate and cultivate. You made that decision yourselves. With such a high training intensity, wouldn't a good night's sleep be more beneficial? You really did give little Tian special treatment. Wu Yu glared at Tang Qiye, his slender finger pointed accusingly at Tang Qiye's forehead. Smack. Tang Qiye unceremoniously swatted away Wu Yu's hand, rolling his eyes. Quite slippery. Who knows how much they despise me? Do they expect me to pay for their medicinal baths? Furthermore, Xiao Tian is my disciple. What is wrong with giving him a little extra care? No fault at all, as my master would say, and Xiao Tian nodded vigorously in agreement. You brought this upon yourselves. If you must blame someone, direct your ire at Hua Wushuang. Are you prepared for the burden? Tang Qiye had no intention of allowing them to return and recuperate. He promptly inquired, Are you ready? Each of us has gained an additional kilogram, Hua Wushuang replied helplessly. Very well, remove 1 kilogram. You may use your soul power to nourish your bodies for the preceding hour. Let us depart. Tang Qiye also observed that the members of the Skyfire Academy were equipped with weighted vests, each adorned with pockets filled with densely packed iron blocks. Upon hearing this, the group expressed their delight and promptly extracted a single iron block, each weighing 1 kilogram. These blocks could be stored within their soul-guided storage devices, with the intention of adding 1 additional block daily until they reached the Divine Wind Academy. The resting location remained unchanged. For those wishing to partake in the medicinal bath, each individual would require 1 gold soul coin. After delivering his instructions, Tang Qiye took the lead on the journey, donning a weighted vest himself, which astonishingly weighed 70 kilograms. In contrast, Xiao Tian maintained his vest at a mere 5 kilograms. This little fellow was indeed commendable. 3 instructors leisurely trailed behind, with 1 male teacher nodding approvingly at Tang Qiye. The second ring of the millennium, what an extraordinary talent. Regrettably, he is not one of ours, mused another female instructor. She reflected on how Wu Wu appeared to harbor feelings for him, yet it seemed that the young man was already taken. Nonetheless, their rapport was amicable. And considering that Wushuang had saved his life, it was uncertain whether he would have chosen to train these students otherwise. Wu Yu also shook his head in regret. Yet he perceived the broader picture, noting that from their interactions, Tang Qiye did not seem to be the type to neglect a debt of gratitude. As for the burden he carried, it was unknown, at least 30 kilograms. Regardless of the discussions among the 3 instructors, they could not fathom that Tang Qiye bore an impressive 70 kilograms. As the sun rose and set, marking the passage of another day, it was evident that the group arrived at their destination far more fatigued than the day before. This was particularly true for the 2 support-type soul masters, whose faces were pale and pupils constricted, clearly having reached their limits. Their perseverance was commendable. The medicinal materials for the bath would cost 1 gold soul coin per portion, to be settled upon arrival at the Divine Wind Academy. Tang Qiye left behind 10 portions of medicinal materials, preparing to escort Xiao Tian into the town. Qiye. At this rate, even with the medicinal bath, the 2 support soul masters will not be able to hold on, Hua Wushuang remarked, regulating her breath as she called out to Tang Qiye. No one is mandated to increase by 1 kilogram daily. I never insisted that he carry it alone. You are a team, Tang Qiye implied, confident that Hua Wushuang would grasp his meaning without it being explicitly stated. What is your burden? Hua Wu inquired. At this moment, Tang Qiye was drenched in sweat, his breath coming in rapid gasps. The 70-kilogram burden was indeed a formidable challenge for him, serving as a testament to his training. Curious to know more? He would return it tomorrow. Tang Qiye shed the weighted vest and departed with Xiao Tian. Meanwhile, Hua Wushuang, who had clumsily dropped the vest onto his foot, was too stunned by the pain to utter a sound, fixating instead on the vest that pressed down upon him. As Huiyu stepped forward, reaching out to grasp it, she found the weight far exceeded her expectations, and for the first time, she was unable to lift it. 70 kilograms. It was only through the exertion of her soul power that Huiyu managed to raise the vest, her lips parting to reveal a staggering number. Chapter 64. Feng Xiaotian having endured the trials imposed by Tang Qiye, the students of the Blaze Academy could only fathom how they managed to reach Xinfeng City. Outside the city gate, a group of 15 was in full stride. Apart from 3 mentors who appeared unperturbed, the remaining 12 were panting heavily, sweat pouring down their faces. At the city gate, another group awaited, adorned in resplendent blue-green attire, each individual exuding an air of nobility that elicited looks of envy and respect from passers-by. This group also comprised 10 individuals, led by none other than the captain of the team representing Xinfeng City and Xinfeng Academy in the prestigious Continental Tournament for Advanced Soul Master Academies, Feng Xiaotian. Tang Qiye was unaware of the identities of the group before him, yet upon reaching the city gates, he halted his small contingent. They had finally arrived. A support-type Soul Master appeared pale, while the training imposed upon Hua Wushuang may have merely been a burden for the support-type Soul Master. It would be nothing short of a nightmare. However, thanks to Tang Qiye's guidance, Hua Wushuang and several other Assault-type and Agile-type Soul Masters were able to share some of the weight, which was the reason they could all complete the training together. Congratulations. You were liberated, Tang Qiye remarked, his countenance far from pleasant. After nearly half a month of arduous travel, the weight he bore had escalated to 90 kilograms. Little Tian's burden had also reached 20 kilograms. His complexion was somewhat pallid, having endured such trials for many days. Even Tang Qiye could not help but admire the resilience of this young lad, not to mention the 10 members of the Blaze Academy. Observing the members of the Blaze battle team, Tang Qiye showed no inclination to offer words of praise. Rather, he extended his hand towards Huiyu, indicating the sum of 140 gold soul coins for the 14 days of training. The members of the Blaze battle team had anticipated that Tang Qiye might habitually belittle them, perhaps implying that their completion of this month-long training was merely a beginning, and they were still far from his expectations. Alas, Tang Qiye had chosen to channel his ire elsewhere. All previous acts of self-sabotage had been born of desperation, largely due to Huiyu, the striking beauty who had unwittingly drawn so much animosity. In Tang Qiye's mind, it was undeniable that the members of the Blaze battle team harbored resentment towards him. No, Huiyu shot him a glance, showing no intention of settling the account. Proceed along the road to Tianshui Academy, otherwise, we shall be without funds. Huiyu and 2 other teachers led the way into the city, while the members of the Shinkong battle team, who awaited at the gates, offered them a slight bow as they bid them entrance. However, the Shinkong battle team did not accompany them. After all, they were students, and the teachers from Blaze Academy would naturally be received by their counterparts from Shinkong Academy. The elaborate ceremony to welcome the Blaze battle team was not without its reasons. Tang Qiye did not depart on his own this time. After all, he intended to accompany Hua Wushuang to the Shinkong Academy. He did not believe that the esteemed name of Shrek alone would grant him access for the purpose of exchange and study at Shinkong Academy. Making a gesture that conveyed his status as a fellow victim to the members of the Blaze battle team, Tang Qiye relieved himself and Xiao Tian of their burdens. Gradually, he employed his soul power to alleviate the fatigue in his muscles. He offered a brief admonition to Xiao Tian before turning his gaze towards Hua Wushuang. Hua Wushuang also removed her burdens, exhaling deeply, and then gestured towards the city gate with a slight lift of her chin. Tang Qiye remained silent, merely following Hua Wushuang. Indeed, as the 3 teachers entered the city gates, the members of the Shinkong team approached the Qihua team. Surprisingly, Feng Xiaotian did not greet Hua Wushuang first. Instead, he smiled and addressed Hua Wu. This individual must be Feng Xiaotian, Tang Qiye thought, his eyes glimmering. Clearly, he was representing Shinkong Academy to welcome Qihua Academy, and his obsequious demeanor indicated his identity. Unfortunately, Feng Xiaotian ultimately failed to win the favor of the beauty. Tang Qiye shook his head inwardly at this thought. Brother Hua, I trust you are well, but why do you all appear so exhausted? Even Hua Wu seems to be no exception. Feng Xiaotian bombarded them with questions. his words laced with flattery towards Huowu. Nothing much. After so many days on the road, it is only natural to take advantage of the time, Huowu Shuang replied. His attitude towards Feng Xiaotian being merely cordial, lacking warmth. You certainly do talk a lot. Is this how Shinkong Academy treats its guests? Huowu's expression darkened, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Tang Qiye, who was pointedly ignoring her. This only deepened her frown. Little sister seems to be in a foul mood. Who has offended you? Allow me to defend your honor, Feng Xiaotian remarked, his gaze shifting to Tang Qiye, whose attire distinctly marked him as someone outside the Qiye team. What does it have to do with you? Huowu's anger flared as she shot a glare at Tang Qiye, storming off towards the city. Feng Xiaotian, having been rebuffed by Huowu, concealed his displeasure well, though his eyes darkened momentarily. Brother Hua, do not worry. Accommodations have already been arranged at the academy. Please follow me, Feng Xiaotian said, his demeanor returning to normal as he led the members of the Shinkong team to guide the Qihua team towards Shinkong Academy. Along the way, Feng Xiaotian walked alongside Huowu Shuang, while Huowu took the lead, knowing the way to the academy without needing guidance. I wonder how to address this, brother? You don't seem to be a member of the Qihua team. Feng Xiaotian shifted the conversation towards Tang Qiye, who stood by Huowu Shuang's side. At this moment, Tang Qiye faintly sensed an impending unease, for Fire Dance's demeanor was exceedingly conspicuous. Yet, how could he show any sign of weakness? Even if he harbored no affection for Fire Dance, he would not deliberately evade the situation. Tang Qiye's face, marked by a hint of fatigue, bore no expression, a common occurrence, for when one is utterly exhausted, even the act of displaying a facial expression demands substantial energy. The members of the Blaze Squad shared this sentiment, including Fire Wushuang, who remarked, not a full member, but half of one. Half? Feng Xiaotian inquired, somewhat perplexed. Fire Wushuang understood that Feng Xiaotian's attitude toward Tang Qiye would not be amiable, although it was their first encounter. Tang Qiye had unwittingly become a benchmark for comparison in Feng Xiaotian's eyes, a rival of sorts. Even if Tang Qiye did not regard him as a competitor, Feng Xiaotian nonetheless viewed him as one. If you don't understand, then there is no need to ask. He is my brother. Come play with us. Surely. Shinfeng Academy isn't that petty, Fire Wushuang replied, clearly reluctant to elaborate further. He still found Tang Qiye quite agreeable, indeed, handsome. At least on par with his sister in terms of looks. Noticing Fire Wushuang's reticence to divulge more, Feng Xiaotian ceased his questioning but began to observe the gazes of the other Blaze Squad members. It seemed that Tang Qiye held a rather esteemed position in their eyes. Their expressions conveyed respect, perhaps even admiration. Feng Xiaotian could not be certain, yet his animosity toward Tang Qiye intensified. Not for any other reason than that Tang Qiye was more handsome, and Fire Dance appeared to care for him. Indeed, Feng Xiaotian would not admit that Fire Dance harbored feelings for Tang Qiye, but what did acknowledgement matter in the grand scheme? Tang Qiye spoke little throughout the journey, exchanging only a few words with Xiaotian, while Huowu Shuang dealt with Feng Xiaotian. The other team members, though seemingly not averse to Tang Qiye, maintained a certain distance, perhaps out of trepidation. As for the source of their fear, that remains for them to ponder. Over the course of nearly half a month, it was implausible for Tang Qiye to solely burden them with arduous tasks. I shall not disturb Brother Hua's rest. I shall extend my hospitality to him tomorrow, he mused. Feng Xiaotian led the group to their lodgings and did not linger, taking his leave promptly. Naturally, Huowu Shuang did not attempt to retain him. In fact, he eagerly anticipated Feng Xiaotian's swift departure as he yearned to indulge in a medicinal bath, which had become their favorite indulgence in recent days, comforting and warm. That fellow has harbored feelings for my sister for quite some time, so it is only natural that he holds some grievances against you. Do not take it to heart. Huowu Shuang remarked as he bid farewell to Feng Xiaotian and turned to Tang Qiye. Tang Qiye, with a resigned smile, shrugged and remarked that his dissatisfaction was of no concern to him. His own contentment was all that mattered. Thus, he declared his intention to withdraw from future training sessions. Having successfully avenged himself, he entered a room amidst the tearful expressions of the Blaze Squad. What are you dawdling for? Return for a medicinal bath and then cultivate. Fire Wushuang said impatiently to the remaining team members. Yes, Captain, the members of the Blaze Squad replied weakly, each retreating to their designated rooms. The accommodations arranged by the Shinfeng Academy were quite pleasant, comprising a villa with a modest training ground of 50 square meters. The villa's decor was not as opulent as that of Fire Wushuang's residence, and its design could be deemed rather ordinary. However, its advantage lay in the abundance of rooms, 3 stories, with 5 rooms on each floor. Both instructors and students of Blaze Academy resided here. 3 instructors and the Fire Wushuang siblings occupied the 3rd floor, while Tang Qiye chose a room on the ground floor, where Xiao Tian's room was also located. Prepare your own medicinal bath today. No cultivation is necessary. Let us allow for a balance of relaxation, Tang Qiye advised Xiao Tian, encouraging him to ready the herbal concoction for his bath. As a naturally lazy individual, even when Tang Qiye diligently pursued cultivation, he would devise ways to indulge in idleness, justifying it as a means to foster Xiao Tian's independence. This Feng Xiaotian indeed possessed remarkable restraint. He had anticipated that today he might seek Tang Qiye out under various pretenses. He appears to be an antagonist of considerable intelligence, Tang Qiye mused. Remaining unfazed in his role as the protagonist, Tang Qiye offered a critique of Feng Xiaotian, assigning him a passing grade before immersing himself in the medicinal concoction he had prepared. The gentle properties of the elixir nourished his weary muscles, prompting Tang Qiye to emit a soft hum of satisfaction. He then shifted into a more comfortable position, closing his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit. The rigorous training over the past fortnight had proven beneficial, as his physique exhibited marked improvement. The burden he could bear was commendable. Henceforth, he resolved to regularly carry a weight of 30 kilograms and intended to commission a custom-made weighted garment that would not impede his movement. Tang Qiye devised a simple plan for his future cultivation, continuing to relish the nourishing effects of the medicinal soup. Tomorrow, he hoped that Feng Xiaotian's intellect would exceed his expectations and that he wouldn't seek unnecessary thrills. Chapter 65, Reluctance to Name. The following morning, Tang Qiye awoke from his dreams, instinctively rising to wash up before leaping onto the rooftop. To his dismay, he discovered it was raining. The weather had been quite pleasant the day before. He shook his head, pondering how his companion Xiaotian had failed to inform him of the change. It was no wonder he hadn't seen him. Retreating back into his blankets, Tang Qiye wished to continue the delightful dream he had been experiencing. Last night, he and Ning Rongrong had been engaged in serious matters, on the brink of reaching the final stage, when that infernal biological clock rudely interrupted him. Brother Qiye? Came a soft call from outside, as Wu Wushuang, cautious of disturbing Tang Qiye's practice, refrained from raising his voice. With a huff of annoyance, Tang Qiye flung open the door, his irritation palpable. He had been so close to breaking through the final barrier, mere moments away from achieving a critical milestone. Oh, did I interrupt your training? Wu Wushuang asked timidly, noticing Tang Qiye's displeased expression and fearing he had disrupted his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, he had developed a slight apprehension towards Tang Qiye, a sentiment undoubtedly influenced by the rigorous training of the past fortnight. Tang Kai calmed his anger and replied with a hint of annoyance, I was in the midst of a deep slumber. If there is nothing urgent, I shall continue to sleep a while longer. Tang Qiye yearned to indulge in another slumber, perhaps to continue his dreams. Today, Feng Xiaotian was hosting a gathering. And would it be inappropriate for you not to attend? Wu Wushuang inquired, somewhat indecisively. Feng Xiaotian? Tang Qiye squinted his eyes, acknowledging the name. He would remember this vendetta. I shall not go. He is treating you. What concern is it of mine? Tang Qiye promptly shook his head, unwilling to seek discomfort. It was needless to ponder. The members of the Shifeng team would undoubtedly regard him with disdain, while only Wu Wushuang and Wu Wu from the Qihua team would dare to converse with him. Why should he partake in such an affair? Tang Qiye suddenly realized how profoundly lonely he felt. Could that little rascal, Xiao Tian, also be dreaming? He is still so young. Well, in that case, I shall have Wu Wu deliver breakfast. Wu Wushuang, turning away, felt a certain pressure when facing Tang Qiye. Did he not notice that even Wu Wu dared not express her displeasure towards him? She could only sulk silently. No, I can manage to eat in the dining hall myself, Tang Qiye replied, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He suspected Wu Wushuang was being deliberately mischievous. Hee. My sister said that if you don't go, she won't either, so I arranged for her to bring you some breakfast. It won't delay anything. Wu Wushuang said with a sly grin. I hold grudges, Tang Qiye murmured softly, causing Wu Wushuang's expression to shift instantly, leading him to quickly concede. Oh brother. You are the brother. No need to be angry, no need. Wu Wushuang's face contorted into a grimace. He had forgotten that the person before him was, after all, a werewolf, more formidable than a typical fierce individual. Cut the act. I need to make a trip to Shinfeng City today. How am I supposed to return? Do I have any sort of official pass? Tang Qiye and Wu Wushuang made their way to the dining hall. This dining hall was exclusively designated for the residents of this villa, with provisions specially prepared for the students of Qihua Academy. You can have Wu Wu accompany you. With her presence, the people from Shinfeng Academy won't impede you, Wu Wushuang suggested, raising an eyebrow with a smile. Was that your intention all along? Tang Qiye shot him a glance, mentally noting his antics. Honestly, today Feng Xiaoyan's objective revolves around Huowu, and since she has declined the invitation, the best course of action is to have her accompany you to Shifeng City. Moreover, she is quite familiar with it. Our academy frequently engages in exchanges and studies with Shifeng Academy, Huowu Shuang explained earnestly. Tang Qiye regarded him with resignation, compelled to acquiesce. For he had no desire to be thwarted at the threshold. In truth, he could have chosen not to reside at the Shinkong Academy, however. Since he was enjoying an outing with Huowu Shuang, it would be rather unreasonable to stay elsewhere. Moreover, he had already witnessed the soul techniques of the Qihua team, which did not particularly move him, yet this did not imply that the soul techniques of the Shinkong team would similarly fail to impress. Perhaps he could have a moment of inspiration and replicate a soul technique for himself. Wasn't Feng Xinyinya's descending dragon a wind attribute? He had encountered the might of dragons, but the application of wind appeared to be a forte of the Shinkong Academy. In the dining hall, several students were partaking of their breakfast when they spotted Tang Qiye approaching, causing them to rise in unison. What was this? Tang Qiye was taken aback. Did they wish to engage in combat? No. Good morning, the Fire Leopard Soul Master awkwardly greeted, and the others nodded, sheepishly touching their noses before resuming their seats. Good morning, Tang Qiye replied, feeling a bit awkward himself, pondering whether he had unwittingly transformed into a figure of dread. Sister. Qiye says he will not attend Feng Xiaoyan's banquet. You should accompany him to Shinkong City later. He mentioned he has some items to procure. Huowu Shuang and Tang Qiye each took a serving of breakfast and sat beside Huowu. What do you need to go to Shinkong City for in this rain? Huowu inquired with curiosity, seeming somewhat averse to rainy days. Nothing much, just to buy a few things, Tang Qiye replied as he ate. Huowu pouted slightly, realizing that her inquiries would yield little, and nodded gently in understanding. Meanwhile, the other team members, overhearing that Tang Qiye intended to shop, immediately assumed he was preparing for the next phase of training, their expressions darkening. It seems your team members harbor a rather unfavorable impression of the Shinkong team. They all appear rather discontent, Tang Qiye noted, having observed the others' demeanor, addressing Huowu Shuang. What is the matter with you all? Tang Qiye was unfamiliar with the Qihua team. But Huowu Shuang certainly was not, and the cause was evidently not the Shinkong team. Captain, may we inquire about the content of the next training phase? It would be helpful for us to prepare mentally, one brave soul finally ventured to ask. The next phase? There is no subsequent phase. The training content is confidential. Tang Qiye replied directly. Are you not preparing for the materials for the next training? If the content remains unchanged, surely there is no need to procure anything else? The inquisitive soul master pressed on, though he still spoke with some trepidation, employing honorifics in his address. I am merely buying items for my own use. What are you all thinking? You appear more frightened of me than a ghost. Remember, this training is not something I volunteered for. I am quite approachable. Tang Qiye shook his head, finally understanding the source of their somber expressions. It was all Fire Yu's fault for insisting he train them. Alas. Who told me I owed her? Tang Qiye sighed inwardly, relieved that this was merely a training stint. Once he ventured to the extreme north, he would part ways with Huowu Shuang and the others, and their next encounter would likely be at the Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. At that moment, Huowu had already finished her breakfast and turned to Tang Qiye, declaring, "Let us go." Tang Qiye wiped his mouth. He had hardly eaten. Yet it was of little consequence, for Shifeng City undoubtedly possessed delectable delicacies. Aren't you inviting Xiaoyan? Huowu inquired just as they were about to step outside. Tang Qiye looked at Huowu with a hint of surprise. It seemed this woman had taken quite a liking to Xiaotian. No worries, let us go. Sensing that Tang Qiye had no intention of bringing Xiaotian along, Huowu playfully stuck out her tongue like a young girl and pulled Tang Qiye out the door, leaving even the umbrella behind. Ah, women. Tang Qiye sighed in resignation and used his energy to conjure 2 ice umbrellas. Cool. One umbrella will suffice for the both of us. Huowu, clearly in high spirits, tossed aside the umbrella Tang Qiye had offered and dashed under his. I have a girlfriend, Tang Qiye remarked helplessly, wondering if this girl was becoming too attached to him. It shouldn't be the case. After all, he had merely defeated her. It was far too swift. His relationship with Rong Rong had only materialized through a combination of audacity and persistence. Feeling a bit dejected, Tang Qiye attributed it to his handsome appearance. Otherwise, why would Huowu be so inclined? Don't overthink it. I have no interest in little kids. Huowu shot him a glance, her mood still buoyant. Oh, right. I am significantly younger than you. Tang Qiye pondered for a moment, finding no fault in her statement, and nodded in agreement. They opted not to take a carriage, as Shifeng Academy was situated within Shifeng City. A leisurely walk would lead them to a bustling commercial street in just a quarter of an hour. What do you wish to buy? Huowu inquired, pointing at the various shops lining the street. Tang Qiye pointed towards a nearby blacksmith shop, instantly recognizing it as the one he sought. First, he intended to place an order, followed by a meal. As he approached the blacksmith, Huowu gracefully trailed behind him, her height nearing 1.80 meters, while Tang Qiye, having undergone rigorous training from a master, had also grown considerably, standing at approximately 1.78 meters. The pair, a handsome young man and a striking young woman, caught the attention of many passers-by. Inside the blacksmith shop, the rhythmic clanging of metal resonated continuously, listening to the familiar sounds of forging. A smile grazed Tang Qiye's lips as he located the shop's owner. Tang Qiye seeks a burden, one he intends to bear continuously, save for moments of bathing and slumber. Thus, his demand for comfort is exceedingly high. Upon articulating his needs, the shopkeeper pondered for a brief moment before shaking his head with a smile and saying, "Young man, you have come to the wrong forge. No matter how pliable and well-fitted the metal may be, it cannot rival the softness of fabric. Instead, if you turn left and walk straight for 100 meters, you will find a shop that specializes in garments made from unique materials. It should fulfill your requirements." Tang Qiye listened and agreed, expressing his gratitude to the shopkeeper before exiting the blacksmith shop alongside Huowu. Half an hour later, he emerged from the clothing store, his demeanor radiating satisfaction. Although his attire appeared unchanged, his movements bore a slight distinction, lacking the usual naturalness. "Are you truly planning to wear such clothing indefinitely?" Huowu inquired, keeping pace beside him as the rain intensified, with fewer pedestrians gracing the streets. However, both were soul masters, and with Tang Qiye as conjured ice umbrella, their garments remained unsoaked. Quite satisfactory, Tang Qiye nodded, adjusting his attire and feeling content. In truth, only the inner vest and boots had transformed. His outer coat remained the same. The vest was crafted from a fabric spun by a spider-type soul beast, devoid of venom yet remarkably sturdy and weighty, tipping the scales at 10 kilograms. The boots, encased in the hide of an iron-armored rhinoceros, similarly featured a lining of spider silk, each weighing 5 kilograms. Moreover, his green bead wristbands concealed an additional 3 sets of vests and boots, varying in material and weighing 30, 40, and 50 kilograms respectively. Chapter 66, Reconstruction. Little 5 Elements Bomb. I finally comprehend the source of your peculiarities, Huowu remarked after a lengthy pause, her gaze fixed on Tang Qiye. "Why?" he queried, in good spirits and unfazed by her choice of words. "Simply due to your diligence, are you truly that oblivious?" Huowu rolled her eyes, exasperated. "Huh. If effort alone sufficed, where would the need for talent arise?" Tang Qiye retorted proudly. Huowu was rendered speechless. Could he not spare others a glimmer of hope? "Effort is futile?" she challenged. "Then why do you exert yourself so fervently? Of course effort is valuable, but talent is essential as well. Consider a soul master with a poor martial spirit. Without fortuitous encounters, no amount of hard work can eclipse one blessed with a formidable martial spirit," he explained. "Indeed, effort proves beneficial when the innate disparities are minimal, disregarding chance encounters. Yet for the majority of those with weaker martial spirits, no matter how diligently they strive, they cannot surpass those endowed with natural gifts. In summary, one's birthright holds its own significance." Huowu nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth. If effort alone bore fruit, what purpose would exceptional talent serve? "Do you possess any fortuitous encounters?" she inquired, having noted that Tang Qiye's musings revolved around scenarios devoid of such advantages. "Indeed," he conceded with a nod. "Is it the second ring of a millennium?" "That could be considered accurate," he replied, and Huowu refrained from probing further. Respecting the boundaries of Tang Qiye's secrets, "Where can we find something delectable to eat?" he asked, scanning the shops lining the street, but failing to spot any eateries. "I shall guide you," Huowu replied, demonstrating her familiarity with Chiffon City, proving to be an excellent tour guide. Thus, Tang Qiye generously declared, "I shall treat you." "Shouldn't it be your obligation to do so?" Huowu quipped, ungraciously, as it was indeed his responsibility. As the duo prepared to seek out culinary delights, Huowu Shuang encountered Feng Xiaodian. Upon seeing the absence of Huowu from the Blaze team, Feng Xiaodian quickly discerned the missing Tang Qiye. Huowu Shuang had no intention of concealing information from Feng Xiaodian when he inquired. Huowu Shuang promptly informed him that Huowu had accompanied Tang Qiye to Chiffon City on business. Without Huowu, Feng Xiaodian's enthusiasm waned significantly. Yet the Blaze team still required hospitality, for it was a matter of exchange and learning, and they could not forsake decorum. Huowu Shuang paid little heed to Feng Xiaodian's change in demeanor, their acquaintance was not particularly deep. And he bore no fear of Feng Xiaotian causing trouble for Tang Qiye. After all, Shifeng Academy would not take action against juniors over trivial matters. And as for Feng Xiaotian confronting Tang Qiye, ultimately, it would not be Tang Qiye left in tears. The rain fell steadily, and the banquet between the Xinfeng and Blaze teams unfolded within the academy, devoid of elaborate rituals, merely a gathering to share food and foster camaraderie. By the time the feast concluded, it was already afternoon, and Tang Qiye and Hua Wu had returned to their lodgings. They did not linger in Xifeng City. Hua Wu was not Ning Rongrong, and Tang Qiye preferred to avoid any unnecessary complications. Their exchange and learning at Xinfeng Academy would not extend for long. As a graduation assessment was forthcoming, inviting several esteemed Soul Master Academies, with the renowned Blaze Academy among them. However, they were merely passing through to observe. The Tianshui Academy would not extend such courtesies to them. Hua Wushuang and Tang Qiye settled into the living room. Tang Qiye's actions had become more normalized after a morning of adjustment. Upon close examination, one might hardly discern any irregularities. He sat on the sofa, clearly sinking deeper into his thoughts. However, Hua Wushuang was not one to notice such subtleties, so he remained oblivious. How many days exactly? Tang Qiye abhorred ambiguous notions of time, preferring precise counts. 5 days. Tomorrow, there will be a graduation ceremony, and the day after, naturally. Since we are at the Fiery Academy, we will have our part to play. We are to engage in a friendly match with the Divine Wind Academy, only one-on-one battles. No team fights, Hua Wushuang patiently elucidated. Very well, let me know when you have the friendly match with the Divine Wind Academy. I shall come to observe then. At other times, I will remain in my room to cultivate. By the way, take Xiaotian out to see the world. Tang Qiye remarked as he lifted a cup of fragrant tea from the table and took a sip. Hua Wushuang sighed in resignation, shaking his head. One should not fear those who are more talented than oneself, but rather those talented individuals who work even harder. I do not expect to rival you. As long as you are aware of that, Tang Qiye replied earnestly, nodding in agreement. All right then, it is somewhat pressuring to be around you. I shall return to my cultivation, Hua Wushuang said, rising to head back to his room. Tang Qiye, having finished the remaining fragrant tea, made his way to the small playground adjacent to the villa. There, a somewhat frail figure was running in the rain, tirelessly exercising his stamina. It was none other than Xiaotian. A satisfied smile graced Tang Qiye's face as he approached the playground. As he walked through the rain, a faint luminescence enveloped him, causing the raindrops to either splash away or cascade down, leaving his clothes untouched. Tilting his head towards the sky, he gauged the intensity of the downpour and called out to Xiaotian, "Today, I shall impart to you a set of movement techniques, which you will practice alongside the Xiantian skill and the purple extreme demon eye." The heavy rain did little to muffle Tang Qiye's voice, and Xiaotian heard his words clearly. "Thank you, Master," Xiaotian responded, bowing respectfully to Tang Qiye. Tang Qiye smiled as he gently ruffled Xiaotian's hair. This beloved disciple, whose maturity of mind had surpassed that of his peers, still fell short when compared to the earlier Tang Qiye and Tang San. Enveloping Xiaotian in a veil of perception, Tang Qiye initiated the elusive shadow stepping technique, endeavoring to make his movements clear to Xiaotian while simultaneously employing his perception to enhance the young one's understanding of this intricate footwork. 10 minutes later, amidst the rain, Xiaotian commenced practicing the shadow stepping technique, his form remarkably agile, defying the downpour surrounding him. Tang Qiye had a sudden inspiration. Since he had already taught the ghost shadow disguise technique, it would be prudent to impart the moon pursuit technique as well. The extent of understanding would ultimately depend on Xiaotian's aptitude. Once again, the probing technique was activated. Unlike ghost shadow disguise, which resembled martial skills requiring continuous practice for better application, moon pursuit was a method of utilizing one's energy. Mastering the flow of energy and engaging in minimal practice would suffice for its use. The two techniques complemented each other. Moon pursuit emphasized speed, while ghost shadow disguise focused on deception and agility. Tang Qiye imparted the moon pursuit technique to Xiaotian and then observed quietly from the side. As time passed, the rain intensified rather than diminished. However, the torrential downpour did not hinder Xiaotian's training. Rather, it seemed to bolster his efforts. Perhaps it was due to his innate talent, or perhaps the rain provided a unique challenge that honed Xiaotian's skills further. He grasped the moon pursuit technique with a speed that surpassed even Tang San. As for ghost shadow disguise, he had made some progress, but truly mastering it would take no less than 10 to 15 days. Tang Qiye recalled that it had taken him a full 10 days to barely grasp ghost shadow disguise, and that was with Tang San's direct guidance. Estimating the time, It was likely around 4:30 in the afternoon when Tang Qiye returned to the villa and instructed the kitchen to prepare a bowl of ginger soup. The soup was naturally intended for Xiao Tian, as Tang Qiye had no need for it, given Xiao Tian's still weak soul power. A bit of ginger soup would help ward off the cold. He left a note for Xiao Tian, advising him to drink the soup and take a warm bath, and instructed him not to train that night before retreating to his own room. Tang Qiye did not venture out for dinner, as he felt quite satiated from lunch and had no desire for an evening meal. The following morning, Tang Qiye slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashing across his face. Just the night before, his soul power had ascended to the 36th level. At this rate, he anticipated reaching at least the 40th level within a year. He felt a sense of gratitude towards the Soul King of Zhonghui Academy. Without him, Tang Qiye might still be struggling to open even 4 of the 8 extraordinary meridians. With 4 meridians activated, his training speed had increased, allowing him to not only recover from his injuries but also elevate his soul power level. Reflecting on the timeline, he realized that he had reached the 33rd level upon acquiring his 3rd ring, and in the 6 months since, he had ascended 3 levels of soul power, a remarkably swift progression. In total, his 6 years of training in Nodding City had been the slowest, yielding only a 20-level increase. He opened the window to a clear sky. Jumping onto the rooftop, he found Xiao Tian already seated in meditation. The unpredictable weather, which had seen torrential rain yesterday, had shifted to sunshine today. After absorbing the first rays of purple energy from the east, Tang Qiye circulated his energy for 2 full cycles before joining Xiao Tian for breakfast. Naturally, after their meal, training resumed. Xiao Tian seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of energy, although his physique appeared frail. His true constitution was comparable to that of a 15th or even 20th level battle soul master. The awakening of his martial soul inherently bolstered his physical form. And with his dual martial souls being exceptionally powerful, Xiao Tian's innate potential surpassed even that of Tang Qiye, leaving him somewhat apprehensive. Fortunately, Xiao Tian was obedient. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing when he grew older and became unmanageable. After observing Xiao Tian's training for a while, Tang Qiye deemed there was nothing requiring his guidance and returned to his room to attend to his own matters. With his soul power having risen again and his injuries healed, he had ample time to create several small 5-element bombs. He regretted not having made enough previously, as tackling a mere soul sect and soul king would have been far less taxing with more bombs at his disposal. However, producing too many bombs also weighed heavily on him, which was why he had refrained from crafting them in excess. After all, against a soul king, a few well-placed 5-element bombs would suffice to conclude the matter. Alas, reality was often at odds with aspirations. The power of the 5-element bombs was ultimately limited, posing a significant threat to his soul king but proving ineffective against more formidable opponents unless they lowered their defenses. To achieve a lethal blast, one would need to force it into their mouth. Chapter 67. Reluctantly having learned from past experiences, Tang Qiye skillfully set about creating the 5-element bombs. With the door securely locked and having informed Hua Wushuang not to disturb him today, he was undisturbed during his work. The creation of the 5-element bombs demanded not only mental focus but also a considerable investment of time. By the early hours of the following day, around 5 o'clock, a new 5-element bomb was finally complete. Within this small orb, barely larger than a ping-pong ball, resided an energy concentration twice that of Tang Qiye's own. After a brief period of rest, Tang Qiye opened the window and leapt out, landing on the rooftop. "Master, what is wrong?" Xiao Tian, ever punctual, inquired with concern upon seeing Tang Qiye's expression. "Nothing." Tang Qiye waved his hand, signaling Xiao Tian not to worry. Tang Qiye's recovery ability was astonishingly rapid. After breakfast, he had fully recuperated in merely 2 hours. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already noon, prompting him to decide on a leisurely lunch. In the dining hall, Hua Wu and several members were enjoying their meal. The members of the Blaze Fire team no longer appeared as tense upon seeing Tang Qiye, perhaps influenced by his previous remarks or the persuasive efforts of Hua Wushuang. "I thought you would remain in your room," Hua Wu remarked, casting a casual glance at Tang Qiye. Tang Qiye did not respond to her remark. Instead, he took a seat beside her with a portion of lunch. "When does your friendly match commence?" he inquired. Hua Wu moved with grace, unlike Tang Qiye, who disregarded appearances. She slowly swallowed her food before addressing his question. "Today marks the 2nd day, leaving us with 4 days remaining. Thus, on the 5th day, when the graduation assessment of the Shenkei's Academy concludes, we shall partake in a friendly match. After a night's rest, we will depart for the Tianshui Academy the following day, accompanied by the Shenkei's team." All right then. For the next 2 days, do not seek me out, Tang Qiye declared, swiftly finishing the meal on his plate before retreating to his room, including today. He had 3 days left. He intended to create 2 more small 5-elements bombs. After estimating the time needed, he felt a slight sense of urgency, after all. The bomb he crafted yesterday, combined with today's recovery time, had consumed nearly a day and a half. Closing his eyes to meditate, Tang Qiye resumed the process of crafting the small 5-elements bombs. By the time he successfully completed 2 more, it was already the morning of the 5th day. Having missed the time for cultivating the purple extreme magic eyes, Tang Qiye had no choice but to continue his training to restore his expended vital energy and mental acuity. An hour later, he opened his door. At that moment, Huowu's exquisite visage appeared before him. "What are you doing here?" Tang Qiye asked, puzzled. He knew a friendly match was scheduled for today. Hence he had only restored 50% of his condition before stepping out. Yet, upon opening the door, he was met with Huowu. "What are you doing in the room? You look a bit off," he remarked. Huowu's response, however, was evasive. "It's a secret." Tang Qiye cryptically uttered those 2 words, leaving Huowu speechless. "The friendly match is about to begin. I advise you against attending in your current state. Feng Shaotian might cause you trouble," Huowu cautioned after a brief hesitation. "It's of no concern. He wouldn't dare," Tang Qiye replied with a confident smile. Though an embarrassing growl from his stomach soon followed. "Wait for me 10 minutes, he said as he headed toward the dining hall. "No rush, it's fine." Huowu chuckled softly, finding his demeanor somewhat amusing. After consuming a light snack to quell his hunger, Tang Qiye followed Huowu to the central playground of the Shenkei's Academy. Along the way, he encountered very few students. Most of the Shenkei's Academy's students had already gathered on the playground. The graduation assessments had concluded yesterday afternoon, and today was solely reserved for the friendly match against the Shenkei's Academy. Naturally, students from other advanced Soul Master Academies would also participate. Noticing Tang Qiye's confusion, Huowu explained, "Yes, I came today for a bit of excitement and to see if I might stumble upon some inspiration. Your condition doesn't seem optimal." "Are you truly all right?" Huowu asked with concern as they approached the playground. "Feng Shaotian is likely to seek you out." Tang Qiye had already heard a chorus of cheers emanating from the playground. It was evident that the students from various prestigious Soul Master Academies had commenced their friendly sparring. "Shouldn't you expect me to be defeated and then subjected to mockery?" Tang Qiye remarked with his signature mischievous grin, gazing at Huowu. "Get lost. If you were to be defeated, wouldn't that imply my inadequacy?" Huowu shot a glare at Tang Qiye, only to swiftly change her tone. "You aren't wearing any weights today, are you?" "Of course I am. Why would I not? Don't you know that habits are formed naturally?" Tang Qiye replied with an air of nonchalance. "You, indeed." Huowu was completely convinced. She understood the essence of who Tang Qiye truly was: arrogant, imperious, proud, and self-assured. Yet, she could not help but admire him. He possessed the merit to be so. Moreover, Tang Qiye's pride was not born of vanity, but rather an innate sense of superiority. As they approached the audience seats, Tang Qiye instantly captivated numerous gazes. Many in attendance were evidently aware of Huowu's identity. And the fact that Tang Qiye had accompanied her to the audience section, taking a seat in the position designated for the Blaze team, spoke volumes about his own status. In the exclusive section reserved for teachers, several educators cast puzzled glances towards Huowu and her companions. It was one thing for the Blaze team to bring along a gifted 6-year-old for focused training, but it was quite another for a young man, evidently not a member of the Blaze team, to occupy their designated space, especially as he sat right next to Huowu Shuang in what was originally Huowu's seat, while she took a place slightly behind him. The members of the Blaze team displayed no overtly special expressions. If there were any, they certainly weren't displeased. It seemed that the young man's presence there was taken as a matter of course. "Is something wrong? You haven't secretly gone out to seek amusement, have you?" Huowu Shuang, upon noticing Tang Qiye's countenance, immediately observed that something was off. Although he had rested for an hour, the fatigue from crafting 3 small 5-elements bombs would not dissipate so easily. "What amusement?" Tang Qiye, taken aback by Huowu Shuang's inquiry, responded, "Where would the amusement be?" "Nothing. Never mind." Huowu Shuang had intended to continue the banter, but as he turned his head, he caught sight of Huowu's piercing gaze directed at him, prompting him to fall silent. Tang Qiye also noticed the expressions of Huowu Shuang and Huowu, and upon further reflection, he suddenly realized the implications. Exclaiming internally that the pace of this situation was rather brisk, he had been quite naive. However, Tang Qiye refrained from voicing his thoughts. In an effort to maintain his respectable image, he resolutely decided against boarding the vehicle. While the vehicle could indeed be driven, It was imperative to discern the appropriateness of the company, for any mishaps could lead to considerable complications. The central playground of the Kamikaze Academy resembled an open-air arena for battle. The combat arena, measuring 100 meters on each side, was surrounded by tiered seating for spectators, with the prime viewing positions reserved for the faculty at the front of the stands. Huo Wushuang and his companions occupied what could be considered faculty seats, as the teachers congregated in a designated area, leaving the remaining spaces for the Kamikaze and Blaze teams. At this juncture, one must mention Feng Xiaoyan's incredulous expression, akin to that of a bewildered dog. He had previously inquired of Huo Wushuang regarding the absence of Huo Wu, only to find Tang Qiye engaging in jovial conversation with Huo Wu upon their arrival. Moreover, the position that rightfully belonged to Huo Wu had been usurped by Tang Qiye. Yet astonishingly, the members of the Blaze team raised no objections. Who, exactly, was Tang Qiye? Feng Xiaoyan watched as Huo Wu's gaze remained predominantly fixed upon Tang Qiye. His teeth clenched in frustration. What stage were they at now? Tang Qiye's seat was positioned directly next to the railing of the spectator area, and they were, after all, seated in the faculty's designated spots, complete with comfortable chairs. Tang Qiye unceremoniously propped his legs on the railing, exuding a languid demeanor that caused Feng Xiaoyan and the members of the Divine Wind team to frown. That lad is a prodigy I borrowed from another academy. At level 35, I asked him to assist in training the Blazing Fire team. Teacher Huo Yu elucidated to the surrounding educators. Oh, the Blazing Fire Academy, so formidable and well-staffed, still requires assistance from other institutions? And they only borrowed a Soul Master of level 35? The speaker was a teacher from the Divine Wind Academy. Among those present, only the Divine Wind instructors dared to provoke the ire of the Blazing Fire Academy, allowing them to speak without restraint. Indeed, even the strongest institutions possess their shortcomings, while the weakest may have their merits. Furthermore, the esteemed master who articulated the 10 core competitive theories of Soul Masters only possessed a soul power of 29. After all, educators training students cannot solely rely on soul power. Moreover, the Soul Master is not comparable to those you envision. Huo Yu responded without reservation. They were here to exchange knowledge and learning, which would not be entirely amicable, as they were competitors. Some sharp exchanges were to be expected. Oh, I am quite eager to witness this. A 3-ring Soul Master, no matter how formidable, can they truly rival a Soul Lord? That teacher remarked with a somewhat caustic tone, eliciting discomfort among listeners. Your academy's Feng Xiaoyan may very well provoke him. We shall see. Huo Yu's expression remained calm, her red lips slightly moving as an obscure wave of soul power flowed into Tang Qiye's ears. If Feng Xiaoyan dares to provoke you, do not refuse, defeat him, or I shall arrange for Huo Wu to be wed to you. Huo Yu's voice echoed in Tang Qiye's ears, causing his expression to shift dramatically. This enchanting lady seems to share a temperament with Huo Wu. No, it should be said that Huo Wu shares her temperament. Fortunately, she is not a battle-type Soul Master. Moreover, do you not feel any guilt in utilizing your niece in such a manner? Tang Qiye lamented, having unwittingly fallen into Huo Yu's trap. I truly fear you might stuff Huo Wu into my bed. Tang Qiye's heart lamented. He had initially resolved to refrain from retaliating against Feng Xiaoyan's provocations, believing that with so many teachers in the presence of the Qihua Academy, he should remain discreet. However, it was unfortunate that Huo Yu's excessive courtesy compelled him to put on an act of arrogance. Chapter 68, The Fifth Watch, Part 1. Tang Qiye felt an overwhelming sense of threat and oppression. He was in dire need of an outlet. His gaze fell upon Feng Xiaoyan, the grinning lad, oblivious to the fact that he had been inadvertently ensnared by a teacher from his own academy. Indeed, had it not been for that teacher's provocation, the fiery spirit within Tang Qiye would not have compelled him to act, and had the fire not pressured him, he would have remained unperturbed. Consequently, if Tang Qiye was not aggrieved, Feng Xiaoyan's provocations would not invoke significant retribution. Thus, at the core of it all, Feng Xiaoyan was a victim of his own instructor's machinations. In the center of the playground, on the dual soul platform, 2 students from different academies were engaged in a fierce battle. Observing their combat, Tang Qiye couldn't help but chuckle, as it bore an amusing resemblance to a playful game. Summoning their martial spirits and employing soul techniques, the outcome was devoid of uncertainty. The one at a disadvantage was destined to lose, with the contest hinging solely on soul power and martial spirits. Of course, there were also some spectacular battles, all featuring elite practitioners from other prestigious Soul Master academies, eliciting waves of fervent cheers from the onlookers. Tang Qiye watched the battle unfolding before him with an air of indifference, though he couldn't help but regard Feng Xiaoyan with a measure of respect. How could he endure for so long? Nevertheless, Tang Qiye sensed that the time for resolution was drawing near. As other elite members from various advanced Soul Master Academies had begun to challenge the members of the Shifeng battle team. Among the advanced Soul Master Academies, the Five Elements Academy undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle, far surpassing others in strength. The Shifeng battle team had effortlessly defeated a formidable attack-type Soul Master with just a single agile Soul Master of the third rank, demonstrating a decisive one-sided dominance throughout the encounter. It is worth noting that the attack-type Soul Master was also a team captain within his academy, and typically, attack types are known to counter agile types, yet he was vanquished with ease. After several battles, no challengers remained, and now, the main event of the day was about to commence. As the Qiye battle team, a rival of equal caliber to the Shifeng battle team, was also subject to challenges. The number of challenges faced by both sides was nearly equal, and their soul power had sufficiently recovered over time. Thus, the forthcoming battles would belong to both the Qiye and Shifeng battle teams. As the collective gaze of the audience shifted to the Qiye and Shifeng battle teams, Feng Xiaotian finally rose to his feet. The moment he had been waiting for had arrived, albeit with a hint of impatience. Typically, the captain would engage in combat last. But he was unwilling to wait any longer, and he did not intend to challenge the captain of the Qiye battle team. With a smile gracing his face and his chest held high, Feng Xiaotian approached the edge of the viewing area. With a sudden leap, he soared into the air, gliding gracefully down to land steadily on the arena, his movements flowing like water, effortlessly elegant. I have heard that there is a remarkable member within the Qiye battle team. We are honored by your visit to our Shifeng Academy for observation and learning. Of course, I also hope to have the opportunity to gauge this student's strength. Feng Xiaotian spoke with impeccable precision. Were it anyone else, they might have taken up his challenge without hesitation. However, Tang Qiye was not just anyone. He remained immovable. As if Feng Xiaotian's words did not pertain to him. Little one, your aunt is still unmarried. You wouldn't have feelings for her, would you? The teasing voice of Huiyu rang in his ears, causing Tang Qiye to bristle with irritation. How had he not recognized Huiyu's true nature before? Back then, she had exuded an air of noble elegance, like a rare orchid in a secluded valley, subtly keeping others at bay. Am I not allowed to fight? Tang Qiye was utterly speechless. Huiyu was indeed audacious. Though she appeared youthful, she was already in her 30s. While a beautiful woman is undeniably alluring, one must tread carefully around those who have not yet fully revealed their allure. Tang Qiye, I humbly request your guidance. Feng Xiaotian, noticing Tang Qiye's prolonged silence, directly addressed him, his smile unwavering, exuding a gentle warmth akin to a refreshing spring breeze. You have unfortunate luck. Tang Qiye silently mourned for Feng Xiaotian. In truth, he held no ill will towards him. At least Feng Xiaotian was not engaged in any underhanded schemes, but rather sought to prove himself with integrity. Tang Qiye cast a glance towards Huiyu, noting her commendable figure. It was a pity that his brother was too naive. Otherwise, he would have pushed both her and her niece forward. Tang Qiye secretly lamented, yet he was aware that he could never bring himself to act in such a manner. Tang Qiye did not leap directly from the audience like Feng Xiaotian. It was not that he was incapable, but rather that he simply preferred not to. Indeed, he had yet to acclimate to the burden he bore. A sudden jump could lead to an embarrassing misstep. He ascended to the battle stage at a leisurely pace, positioning himself about 70 to 80 meters away from Feng Xiaotian. With a subtle nod, he remarked, I shall endeavor to conserve your soul power, ensuring it does not impede your sparring with Huo Wushuang. Oh, there is no need for such modesty. My brother Tang Qiye, Feng Xiaotian replied courteously. I have heard you are in charge of training the Blaze Fire team, and your strength must surely be exceptional. I implore you to impart your wisdom. Feng Xiaotian's demeanor was gracious, yet Tang Qiye's mention of conserving soul power struck a humorous chord within him, compelling him to stifle a smile. He merely assumed that Tang Qiye, aware of his own limitations, was providing an excuse for himself. Very well, Tang Qiye responded, oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Feng Xiaotian's mind. Since you insist on my guidance, I shall oblige your request. Upon hearing Tang Qiye's words, Feng Xiaotian, whose smile had previously adorned his face, suddenly transformed in expression. Indeed, he had taken the polite words of his superior to heart, questioning if he was truly worthy of receiving such instruction. The members of the Shifeng team naturally stood by their captain, scoffing at Tang Qiye's assertion. If he were genuinely willing to offer counsel, they would gain immensely. Huiyu, wearing a cold smile, remarked on their ignorance. How could they fathom Tang Qiye's formidable prowess? In truth, had she not experienced it firsthand, she would also struggle to believe that a soul master could possess such overwhelming strength. Begin. The referee's command echoed across the battle stage, and in an instant, Feng Xiaotian unleashed his martial spirit, twin-headed wolf of the gale. As his martial spirit manifested, Feng Xiaotian's physique began to transform. Most notably, his limbs appeared significantly more powerful, with his foreclaws extending into sharp, formidable talons. Tang Qiye did not utilize his martial soul, and the presence of a Millennium Second Ring was undeniably captivating. Moreover, the more formidable and knowledgeable a soul master was, the more profound their understanding of the terrifying nature of the Millennium Second Ring became. Ultimately, the dreadfulness of the Millennium Second Ring lies not merely in its singular existence, but rather in the implication that each soul ring surpasses those of their peers by a significant echelon. This is the essence of its terror. Take, for instance, Tang Qiye's second ring. Being a Millennium Ring, it strongly suggests that his fourth ring might very well be a 10,000-year ring, and so forth, should conditions permit. One might even speculate the possibility of acquiring a 100,000-year soul ring by the eighth ring. While it is true that 100,000-year soul rings are exceedingly rare, they nonetheless represent a conceivable potential. Feng Xiaotian, undeterred by Tang Qiye's lack of martial soul release, sought nothing less than his defeat. An overwhelming, swift, and humiliating loss would only heighten his chances of winning back Wu Wu's affection. The wind-howling twin-headed wolf is a martial soul that excels in both speed and offense, far surpassing the ordinary wind-wolf martial soul. To Feng Xiaotian, a distance of 70 meters was merely a fleeting 2 seconds. As he closed the remaining 15 meters to Tang Qiye, Feng Xiaotian leapt into action, his first soul ring illuminating as he unleashed at least 10 blades of wind from his forepaws. These blades formed a menacing array, encircling Tang Qiye entirely. Were you taken aback? Feng Xiaotian was perplexed by Tang Qiye's apparent indifference, yet he held an unwavering confidence in his first soul skill, convinced that no one could evade its grasp. No, do not presume. While you may think one can evade, I believe that if I think I can escape, then indeed, I shall. Tang Qiye remained oblivious to the inner thoughts of Feng Xiaotian, yet he could discern confidence radiating from his smile. Thus, in order to impart a lesson, Tang Qiye resolved to unleash his first soul technique, Moon Pursuit. The phantom shadow could naturally evade the assault of mere 10 wind blades. However, burdened as he was, despite having acclimatized to a considerable extent, evading these wind blades proved to be quite a challenge. Therefore, Tang Qiye opted for the technique akin to teleportation, Moon Pursuit. Amidst the encircling wind blades, Tang Qiye's figure flickered and vanished in an instant, only to reappear, brushing past Feng Xiaotian moments later. How swift! The astonishment was not limited to Feng Xiaotian alone. Even the instructors in the audience displayed expressions of disbelief. In contrast, Hu Yu and the 2 instructors from the Flame Academy maintained an air of nonchalance, having grown accustomed to such feats. Feng Xiaotian was destined to lose. A faint smile curled at the corners of Hu Yu's lips as he unabashedly voiced his thoughts. That must be a soul technique, right? A commendable technique resembling teleportation. But with merely this, victory eludes him. The instructors from the Divine Wind Academy were equally unyielding. After all, Feng Xiaotian was a 4-ring soul master, proficient in speed and a formidable attacker, while Tang Qiye, he seemed devoid of a martial soul. Suddenly, as if a thought struck him, one instructor from the Divine Wind Academy widened his eyes in realization. Indeed, he had not observed Tang Qiye's martial soul. Hence, could it be a self-created soul technique? What is the matter? Such an exaggerated display of surprise. Oh, right, that little fellow had promised to conserve Feng Xiaotian's soul power. So it appeared Feng Xiaotian had no opportunity to deploy any other soul techniques and was thus destined to lose. What a pity. Wu Yu, witnessing the astonished expression of the instructor from the Divine Wind Academy, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Simultaneously, he found Tang Qiye increasingly agreeable, silently pondering whether to reward him tonight. No, that little one is far too young, even younger than Hu Wu by several years. A soul master differing by 3 to 5 years is acceptable. Perhaps tonight, he could concoct something to ensure a certain outcome. Once the rice is cooked, there is no turning back. Let us see if you still wish to escape. Hu Yu's smile grew increasingly sinister, while Tang Qiye, engaged in combat, inexplicably felt a chill creep down his spine, as if he were being watched. Never mind. Let us resolve the battle first. It's your misfortune. Who told Hu Yu to issue the command? Otherwise, she might truly dare to sneak into my bed at night. Tang Qiye, unwilling to delay, feared displeasing Hu Yu. Was it so difficult to remain an innocent young man? Chapter 69, Departure to the Water Academy, Part 2. So be it. After brushing past Feng Xiaotian, the two maintained a distance of 30 meters, and Feng Xiaotian, intrigued by Tang Qiye's swiftness, hesitated to launch an attack. Tang Qiye moved with an unadorned swiftness, charging directly at Feng Xiaotian. He executed the same move once more, the Firestar, a powerful punch. His arm swung like a whirlwind, propelling a fist the size of a sandbag toward his opponent, daring him to flinch. Feng Xiaotian stood there, seemingly dazed. Yet his expression betrayed a deeper awareness, resembling that of a young girl on the brink of being overpowered. She wished to scream, but her voice would not carry. Indeed, that was the situation. Feng Xiaotian watched as Tang Qiye advanced with a pace slightly quicker than the average person, yet felt utterly immobilized. An inexplicable force within him had shackled his soul power, though it did not sever his connection to his martial spirit. In a bid to prevent any harm to Feng Xiaotian that might mar their ensuing spar, Tang Qiye exerted considerable effort. With a leisurely motion, he delivered a punch that, under the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, struck Feng Xiaotian squarely in the chest. Adhering to the principle of striking without hitting the face, Tang Qiye displayed commendable restraint. Though the punch appeared languid, it concealed a formidable power. Feng Xiaotian, having summoned his martial spirit, noticeably bulked up, yet he remained nearly 20 meters from the edge of the arena. Tang Qiye's punch, however, was perfectly aimed, sending Feng Xiaotian hurtling towards the arena's edge, where he tumbled off the platform. At the moment of his impending contact with the ground, the control abruptly ceased. It was a deliberate choice by Tang Qiye. After all, Feng Xiaotian was oblivious to the sudden loss of control by the time he sought to re-establish his footing and harness his soul power to return to the arena. He had already landed, face down in the dirt, a rather unfortunate pose. Impressive, indeed, Tang Qiye's command over his strength was as precise as ever, bordering on the miraculous. He gracefully swept aside his bangs, inciting a chorus of enamored shrieks from the female spectators. What transpired after the battle? Naturally, he returned to the audience, resuming his role as a mere bystander. The instructors from the Divine Wind Academy furrowed their brows, unconvinced that Feng Xiaotian had merely been careless. They clearly observed the struggle etched upon his face just before Tang Qiye's fist connected. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the instructor's frustrations, Huiyu reveled in delight. Relishing the clever stratagem at play, what could be said? The instructors from the Divine Wind Academy could only grumble, yet was it truly a mere trick? None present could decipher how Tang Qiye had ensnared Feng Xiaotian, though the students from the Blazing Fire Academy had an inkling, yet not the complete picture. After all, Tang Qiye had previously demonstrated his prowess during a confrontation, similarly passing close by his opponent. This inevitably sparked speculation. Yet certainty eluded them. Who could say whether Tang Qiye's control required close proximity to manifest? Huowu and Huowushuang held a deeper understanding of this technique. Having engaged in a spar with Tang Qiye, who had never approached Huowu during their bout. Confounded, would anyone dare to inquire? Surely, no one would divulge his vulnerabilities. The friendly competition continued, yet many students and instructors found their minds elsewhere. The more they pondered, the more they yearned for clarity. In the final matchup, Huowushuang faced Feng Xiaotian. Was it thrilling? Certainly. After all, it was a clash between the captains of two elite Soul Master academies, both at the fourth ring, evenly matched in their fervent exchange of techniques. However, the intrigue surrounding Tang Qiye's earlier bout lingered. But was such speculation of any consequence? Clearly not. The duel between Huowushuang and Feng Xiaotian concluded without a decisive victor, as it was merely a friendly match, with neither employing their fourth soul skills. Yet, it was evident to the discerning that Feng Xiaotian was not in high spirits, frequently making errors during the battle, which allowed Huowushuang to dominate. Thus, the graduation assessment for the Divine Wind Academy reached a satisfactory conclusion, though perhaps it would have been more so had Tang Qiye not been involved. Without undue delay, after a night's rest at the Divine Wind Academy, the following morning saw everyone prepared for departure. This time, they were joined by the Divine Wind team and their three instructors. The Blazing Fire team could not escape Tang Qiye's influence. Rather, it was Huiyu's influence. As all the training had been mandated by him, the members of the Divine Wind team expressed keen interest in this training regimen, eager to partake under Feng Xiaotian's guidance. Tang Qiye was not so benevolent as to train them collectively, yet he did not dismiss them either. Outside the gates of Shenkei City, Tang Qiye once again stood before the Blaze battle team. He wore no stern expression, for he no longer needed to feign authority. These individuals were already sufficiently intimidated. Thus, Tang Qiye smiled, yet to the Blaze battle team, his smile was frightful. Have you enjoyed your respite in recent days? However, did you notice what Xiao Tian was doing while you were resting, especially on that rainy day? Allow me to offer you a word of caution. Our journey to Tianshui City will take 20 days, and with the previous 15 days combined, you have trained for a mere 45 days in total. This span of training may indeed yield short-term improvements in your abilities, but if you fail to persevere, all your efforts during this time will be in vain. Oh, and let me share one more thought with you. In our academy, a support soul master can bear a load of 50 kilograms while traversing mountains and valleys. Tang Qiye endeavored to conclude his words with a smile, undoubtedly offering his final words of encouragement and wisdom to the Flame Academy. The heavy assault and defense teams were burdened with 30 kilograms, while the agile assault team bore 25 kilograms, the rest carried 20 kilograms, and Huowu bore the same weight as the agile assault team. Let us set forth. With that, Tang Qiye took the lead and sprinted ahead. His load remained unchanged at 20 kilograms, as he needed to fully acclimatize to this weight before considering an increase. For Tang Qiye, a mere 20 kilograms posed no significant hindrance, provided he refrained from engaging in combat. In battle, while the ghostly shadow technique was not yet executed with perfect fluidity, he could still utilize it. The members of the Kamikaze Academy had not prepared for the burdens, yet they followed suit. The journey to the Heavenly Water Academy lacked many towns, and the designated resting place on the first day was a desolate wilderness, devoid of villages or shops. Fortunately, there was a river nearby, allowing for medicinal baths. Tang Qiye paused his steps and set up a tent near the riverbank, paying no heed to anyone around him. Little Tian, ever sensible, gathered a considerable amount of dry twigs by the time Tang Qiye completed the tent. However, it was fortunate enough to have a river in the wilderness. How much firewood could one truly collect? It was sufficient. No more was needed. Tang Qiye affectionately ruffled Little Tian's hair and casually ignited the dry twigs. Master, aren't we supposed to use firewood to boil water? Little Tian inquired upon observing Tang Qiye roasting some dried meat over the flames. Who said boiling water must require firewood? Tang Qiye chuckled lightly, then summoned water to freeze. A column of ice, both 1.5 meters in diameter and height, crystallized into existence. Under Tang Qiye's command, the outer layer of the ice began to warm. Yet it did not melt, while the interior ice transformed back into water and continued to heat up. After extracting a portion of medicinal herbs and preparing a medicinal bath, Tang Qiye encouraged Little Tian to jump in. Hey, we didn't bring a bucket, Huowu remarked, approaching Tang Qiye. Impressed by how effortlessly he had prepared the medicinal bath for Little Tian, Tang Qiye felt a sense of helplessness, pondering the identities of those present. With a casual wave of his hand, a sizable ice block, larger than the one used by Xiao Tian, formed and subsequently began to melt, dripping onto the ground. You wouldn't have me take a medicinal bath here, would you? Huowu's expression was less than pleasant, evidently fatigued, though not due to Tang Qiye's actions. Sister Huowu, I could construct a tent atop the ice bucket for you. Feng Xiaotian interjected eagerly, seizing what he believed to be a moment to shine. A tent? My ice bucket is under my control. Will a tent even be of any use? I could observe at any time, Tang Qiye murmured softly, wary of revealing too much to Huowu. You go ahead, I shall cover the ice bucket. In half an hour, once you are dressed, I will release you. Tang Qiye initially intended for Feng Xiaotian to set up the tent, but Huowu's captivating gaze remained fixed upon him. Reluctantly, he decided to assist her fully. What about those cauldrons? Huowu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Aside from myself, no one else can see what lies within, Tang Qiye affirmed with a nod, his demeanor serious. To his surprise, Huowu, whom he expected to react with fury, remained unperturbed, while it was Feng Xiaotian who objected. Sister Huowu, this is unacceptable. What if this rascal attempts to sneak a peek? Feng Xiaotian glared at Tang Qiye, yet his ire proved futile. Huowu merely cast a fleeting glance at Tang Qiye before uttering a dismissive remark as she approached an ice bucket. If you wish to see, then see. Feng Xiaotian was rendered speechless, and Tang Qiye was taken aback, yet Huowu was already standing beside an ice bucket, gesturing towards him. With no choice left, he invoked the seal of the 5 cauldrons to confine Huowu and the ice bucket beneath. In truth, Tang Qiye had been jesting, while he could indeed see. It would require the use of a probing technique. Tang Qiye is not that kind of person, obviously. Yet, as the golden giant cauldron pressed down upon the dancing flames, Tang Qiye distinctly heard the sound of his heart shattering. Casting a glance at Feng Xiaotian, who was devoid of any other affections, Tang Qiye could only silently mourn for him. It's quite unfortunate that you are not as handsome as I am. Tang Qiye sat by the fire, savoring the warmth of the roasted meat, while relishing a bottle of ale with great delight. Feng Xiaotian, in a moment of despondency, turned away, as if he had suddenly lost all motivation. In truth, there was nothing between her and me. I already have a girlfriend. Tang Qiye, ever the embodiment of compassion, could not help but offer a word of caution upon witnessing Feng Xiaotian's current predicament. The moment Feng Xiaotian heard his words, a surge of vitality coursed through him, akin to a withered tree blossoming anew in the spring. Indeed, Wu possesses an indomitable spirit. I merely subdued her, which explains her present state. However, do not harbor any illusions of defeating me to validate your own worth. Such an opportunity eludes you. Perhaps you should consider alternative approaches. With that, Tang Qiye resumed his meal, savoring his wine and meat, dismissing Feng Xiaotian from his thoughts. Master, I too wish to partake in the feast, came the soft, timid voice of Xiaotian. Ah, how could I forget? A young master requires attention, Tang Qiye responded. Chapter 70. The path to strength. Tang Qiye perceived himself as a mere laborer, thus he approached Wu to request payment. A medicinal bath cost 1 golden soul coin, and an ice bucket also required 1 golden soul coin. To his surprise, Wu did not delay in settling his wages this time, promptly handing him 500 golden soul coins. Little one, wait for me tonight, she whispered as she leaned close to his ear, her breath tickling him. Yet it bore a pleasant scent. All right. Tang Qiye was not easily swayed by Huiyu's charms. He merely nodded indifferently. After performing some relaxing exercises by the tent, he sat down by the riverbank. Indeed, the tent was prepared for Xiaotian, leaving Tang Qiye feeling rather beleaguered. As night deepened, Huiyu did not arrive, confirming his suspicions that this woman was deceitful. Tang Qiye felt a tinge of disappointment, yet this did not hinder his cultivation. 20 days later, outside Tianshui City, nearly 30 individuals gathered together. The Shifeng battle team initially intended to accompany the Qihua battle team to observe their training outcomes. However, lacking weights diminished the effectiveness of their efforts, and they clearly did not possess the prestige to partake in medicinal baths as the Qihua battle team did. Nevertheless, Feng Xiaotian insisted on accompanying the Qihua battle team, even though their pace was considerably slower. The members of the Shunfeng battle team and the instructors from Shunfeng Academy expressed their understanding of this decision, though none harbored high hopes for Feng Xiaotian. Following Tang Qiye's remarks, Feng Xiaotian's attitude towards him noticeably improved, as he occasionally engaged in conversation, mostly concerning Huowu. As for Huowu, she was quite vexed by Tang Qiye's actions, feeling betrayed. However, if anger were effective, she would surely have exhausted herself by now. Tang Qiye remained indifferent to her feelings. Whether she was upset or not, he would not coddle her. Self-heal, he thought. After 20 days of rigorous training, the physical prowess of the Qihua battle team had significantly increased, a change they all keenly felt. Their gazes towards Tang Qiye were filled with a mixture of awe and respect, the latter sentiment clearly amplified. Ha, we have finally arrived. Brother Qiye, Tianshui Academy is teeming with beauties. Do not embarrass yourself, Hu Shuang teased with a smile. Embarrass myself? With my striking looks, how could that be possible? Tang Qiye replied, simultaneously channeling his energy to dispel fatigue, casting a glance towards the city gates. Stop looking. They will not come out to greet us. Every year, our Qihua Academy and Shunfeng Academy engage in exchange and learning, yet not once has anyone come to welcome us upon arriving in Tianshui City, Huowu remarked, slightly annoyed by Tang Qiye's gaze towards the gates, assuming he was searching for the beauties of Tianshui Academy. In truth, she was not entirely wrong in her assumption. Tang Qiye was indeed in search of the beauties of the Tianshui Academy, yet unfortunately, his quest proved fruitless. With a nonchalant gesture, he displayed no attempt to conceal his intentions. Let us proceed. There are indeed greetings to be exchanged, but they await us at the entrance of Tianshui Academy. The group paused momentarily, feeling their breaths ease significantly before entering the city gates. The entrance of the city drew the attention of passers-by, particularly as the Blaze Fire team and the Divine Wind team made their entrance, attracting a mix of curiosity and intrigue. Despite their newfound ease of breathing, the members of the Blaze Fire team appeared undeniably fatigued. In contrast, the members of the Divine Wind team fared considerably better, although they too had been running. They bore no burdens and were not restricted in their use of soul power. Tang Qiye, having taken a brief respite at the city gate, had fully recovered. He had now completely acclimated to the 20-kilogram load. In essence, wearing the weighted clothing felt as effortless as being unencumbered. The 20 kilograms no longer hindered him in the slightest. Once shed, his speed and combat prowess would undoubtedly see a notable enhancement. At the entrance of Tang Qiye Academy, a group of 13 awaited, their number matching that of the Blaze Fire team and the Divine Wind team, 3 instructors and 10 students. Upon encountering the personnel from Tang Qiye Academy, the instructors from Divine Wind and Blaze Fire exchanged pleasantries, while the Tang Qiye team approached their counterparts. "Look, that youth beside the little boy is quite handsome. I had no idea Blaze Fire team had someone like him," remarked a girl with an oval face. Seemingly in her early 20s, petite in stature, with vibrant dark green hair that appeared remarkably spirited. This group of young women were all clad in blue team uniforms. Upon spotting the 10 young ladies of the Tang Qiye team, Tang Qiye's gaze fixated on the one in the center. She may not have recognized him, but he was well aware of her name, as well as that of the infatuated girl beside her. Captain, Shui Binger, exceptional beast martial soul, Ice Phoenix. This was the reason for Tang Qiye's interest, for the ice of the Ice Phoenix embodied the utmost perfection. His own mastery lay in the manipulation of ice. Though achieving the pinnacle required extreme transformation, Shui Binger stood at a height of 165 centimeters, comparable to Ning Rongrong. Her figure was well proportioned, neither exaggeratedly voluptuous nor overly slender. Her flowing aquamarine hair cascaded down her back, framing a fair visage adorned with delicate features. At first glance, she may not seem extraordinarily stunning, yet upon closer inspection, her beauty revealed itself in layers, a subtle allure. Her eyes sparkled with an intelligent light, reminiscent of Tang San, presenting before him a woman of considerable wisdom. Though the youngest member of the Tang Qiye team, Shui Binger possessed the greatest strength. Her talent surpassed even that of Huo Wu. The girl who had previously spoken, exhibiting a hint of infatuation, was Shui Binger's half-sister, Shui Yuer. Tang Qiye's unabashed gaze caused Shui Binger to furrow her brows slightly. However, she discerned that there were no lewd intentions typically exhibited by other men in his eyes. Instead, there was merely a pure curiosity. Is he genuinely intrigued by me? Shui Binger interpreted this underlying sentiment from Tang Qiye's gaze, yet it appeared she was not acquainted with him. It seemed that he possessed a profound understanding of her. Shui Binger's intelligence was indeed not in question. She could glean so much merely from the expression in Tang Qiye's eyes. At this moment, Tang Qiye gradually withdrew his gaze, seemingly aware of his previous indiscretion, and shyly nodded towards Shui Binger. "Do you know me?" Shui Binger paid little heed to this, for Tang Qiye's gaze did not evoke any feelings of annoyance within her. "Not really, but one could say we are acquainted." Tang Qiye's response left Shui Binger somewhat baffled, as if her intellect had momentarily faltered. "Have we met before?" Shui Binger's delicate brows furrowed slightly, as if she were rummaging through her memories in search of an encounter with Tang Qiye. No, Tang Qiye shook his head. They had indeed never crossed paths. Yet, why did he claim to know her, while simultaneously asserting he did not? In truth, Tang Qiye occupied a rather ambiguous position regarding many individuals. To know someone implies familiarity and understanding, while not knowing suggests an absence of prior meeting. Then why do you say you know me? Shui Binger seemed genuinely curious about why Tang Qiye would profess familiarity with her, as logically, he should not. "It's nothing. I've forgotten," Tang Qiye replied, unwilling to elaborate, primarily because he found it difficult to explain. Not only Shui Binger, but even the members of the Flame and Divine Wind teams were deeply impressed by his enigmatic response. "What is going on here? Can't you take this conversation seriously when chatting with a beauty? You've just derailed the topic. Please, come inside," Shui Binger, as the captain, swiftly moved past Tang Qiye after a brief silence, inviting the Flame and Divine Wind teams into the academy. The architectural style of Tang Qiye Academy leaned towards a cool blue palette, imparting an elegant and refreshing ambience. Truly, it was a school that only accepted beauties. As they traversed the grounds, Huo Wushuang observed the enchanting young women passing by and couldn't help but express his admiration. Not only are they beautiful, but they also possess considerable talent, all with a water affinity. Tang Qiye appeared exceptionally joyful, even more so than usual. In Huo Wu's eyes, this state of Tang Qiye ignited a spark of attraction. However, Huo Wu misinterpreted the situation, yet it mattered little to Tang Qiye, who remained indifferent to her misconceptions. Tang Qiye's joy stemmed from a spontaneous thought. What was the purpose of his journey? Firstly, to refine himself and embark on a journey that would broaden his horizons. Secondly, to gain an understanding of the customs and culture of Douluo, laying the groundwork for the establishment of his own sect and influence. Tang Sen established the Tang sect with the formidable foundation of the 4 sects of Haoyan, while he himself possessed nothing and needed to seek out his own allies. The Elemental Academy of the Five Elements was an ideal choice. Only by possessing elemental attributes could one unlock the full potential of the martial arts of the heroic spirit. Within the Five Elements Academy, there existed soul masters endowed with these elemental properties. Tang Qiye's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and as he gazed at the teams of Tianshui, Qihua, and Shinfeng, his expression turned distinctly ambiguous. Huo Wu's gaze had been unwaveringly fixed upon Tang Qiye. Every movement and glance of his was meticulously observed by her. However, at that moment, the look Tang Qiye directed towards them was undeniably intimidating, reminiscent of a glutton who had stumbled upon a feast. Tang Qiye silently followed the procession, contemplating the feasibility of his approach. Subduing the Elemental Academy was no trifling matter. Establishing an institution from scratch would be an arduous endeavor. Indeed, it was strength, pure, unadulterated strength, that he lacked. After much reflection, Tang Qiye ultimately redirected his focus inward. It was clear, if he were to grow in power, many would eagerly seek to follow him. As the conflicting thoughts within his heart began to dissipate, the furrowed lines on his brow gradually relaxed, revealing a renewed smile, accompanied by a newfound determination gleaming in his bright eyes. Direction is, without a doubt, a crucial element in one's journey of progress. A person who wanders aimlessly is destined for failure. Yet, Tang Qiye had now ascertained his path. He did not devise a plan to conquer the Elemental Academy. Rather, he recognized that by enhancing his own strength, he would eventually unravel all challenges when he reached a certain level of prowess. Chapter 71. Is he not his son? Tang Qiye, lost in contemplation, seemed to forget that he was still walking, and unknowingly fell to the rear of the group. Even upon realizing this, he did not hasten his pace, but chose to linger at the back. The long-established Pure Yin Academy was now graced by a surge of yang energy, naturally attracting numerous beautiful soul masters eager to witness the spectacle. Among them, Tang Qiye undoubtedly stood as the most handsome, yet his expression bore the weight of deep thought, lending him an air of maturity. This inevitably drew the attention of many, with several female students waving in his direction. While it would have been excusable not to notice, ignoring their overtures would have been somewhat discourteous. Thus, Tang Qiye resolved to leave a favorable impression, for who knows, perhaps these would be his future consorts, classmates. Tang Qiye, at merely 13 years of age, stands rather tall at nearly 1.80 meters, yet the youthful innocence etched upon his face remains unblemished. Consequently, to the eyes of others, he appears to be around 15 or 16. In truth, none among the group possesses precise knowledge of Tang Qiye's age, save for Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang, who harbor a rough estimation. This conjecture stems from Tang Qiye's prior revelation that the oldest student in their academy is but 15, and it is evident that he does not belong to that category. Hence, it is inferred that Tang Qiye is likely 14. This realization is indeed astonishing, considering that Huo Wu, at 19, has already achieved the remarkable status of a four-ringed soul master. Yet, here stands Tang Qiye at 14, boasting a staggering level 36. His battle prowess not only surpasses that of the Soul Sect, but does so while exuding an undeniable charm. This is the accommodation prepared for you, Shui Bingou announced, guiding the group to two quaint villas situated side by side. These two buildings face each other, separated by a playground measuring 50 meters in length and width. Unlike typical villas, these quaint houses lack a dedicated dining hall, necessitating that Tang Qiye and his companions venture to the academy's cafeteria for their meals. As boys, they found this arrangement rather agreeable, for it afforded them the opportunity to behold numerous beauties along the way. They observed that the female students of Tianshui Academy donned attire that was notably sparse, accentuating their beautiful figures. It seemed to them that the absence of male presence at Tianshui Academy led the girls to wear less, as there would be no one to witness their attire. However, despite the minimalism, they managed to maintain decorum in covering the essential areas. Moreover, the members of the Tianshui battle team appeared to have donned new uniforms, characterized by a blue theme that was modest yet strikingly beautiful, further highlighting their exquisite forms. The central playground can be utilized for training and combat. However, you will need to procure your meals from the cafeteria. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause, Shui Bing'er stated, her voice steady, devoid of the typical softness one might expect from a woman. It is no trouble at all. It is our privilege to gaze upon so many lovely ladies. What grievances could we possibly harbor? Huo Wushuang promptly interjected. Indeed, Tianxue Academy is renowned for its assembly of aesthetically pleasing water attribute soul masters, a rarity in the outside world. Shui Binger nodded gently, then remarked, "You have all traveled far and endured much. Please take a moment to rest here. We shall not intrude further." With that, she led the other students away. Tianxue Academy remains ever the same. Huo Wushuang sighed, watching Shui Binger depart. Ever the same? Tang Qiye pondered, his understanding of Tianxue Academy limited to superficial observations. Generally, students from Tianxue Academy seldom venture outside, and when they do, they rarely engage with males. He couldn't fathom the rationale behind such an educational philosophy. Feng Xiaotian, standing nearby, shared a similar sense of exasperation. However, there remained a touch of humanity within the Academy's policies. While they did not encourage interactions between male and female students, they did not impose outright prohibitions either. Yet, the blatant exclusion was palpable. Of course, such matters pertain to the higher echelons. Students do experience youthful longing. Our opportunity has arrived, Huo Wushuang remarked. Rubbing his hands in anticipation, Tang Qiye nodded slightly, acknowledging his limited understanding of these matters. What is your plan? After each selecting their respective rooms, Feng Xiaotian led his team to the adjacent villa. Meanwhile, Tang Qiye called out to Huo Wushuang. A series of exchanges and learning experiences, along with a simple friendly martial arts gathering, would surely take at least a week. Are you leaving already? Huo Wushuang seemed to have anticipated Tang Qiye's intentions. Tang Qiye nodded. It had been nearly 3 months since his injury, and the time had come for him to depart. Moreover, it was also the moment for Xiao Tian to acquire his first spirit ring. I recall you mentioning your intention to journey to the far northern ice fields to obtain that first spirit ring for Xiao Tian. If you wish, I could accompany you on this expedition. Huo Wushuang did not utter any words of persuasion to keep him from going. Tang Qiye shook his head. Although the extreme northern ice plains presented a harsh environment, it posed little impact on me. Moreover, acquiring the first soul ring for Xiao Tian in such a locale is rather simple, given its relatively weak strength. I can manage it on my own. After securing the soul ring for Xiao Tian, it will be time for me to return to the academy as my purpose for venturing out has been fulfilled. Well then, when do you plan to depart? Huo Wushuang nodded, refraining from excessive sentimentality, for this was not a matter of life and death. Once you have completed your exchanges and learning, I would like to witness the prowess of the Tianxue battle team, especially that of Shui Binger. Her martial spirit is quite formidable. Tang Qiye reclined on the sofa. Huo Wushuang fell silent for a moment. In truth, Shui Binger's martial spirit has always been a secret. Will we have the fortune to behold her martial spirit? Ice Phoenix, Tang Qiye murmured softly. An exquisite beast martial spirit, possessing an extraordinary ice attribute. Given the proximity between him and Huo Wushuang, there was no way he could not hear her. How do you know? Huo Wushuang queried. Not expressing immediate awe at the might of Shui Binger's martial spirit, but instead directing this question at Tang Qiye. Your focus is rather peculiar, Tang Qiye observed. Shouldn't you be more concerned about the Ice Phoenix martial spirit? Oh, how do you know? Huo Wushuang continued her inquiry. I could claim to possess the gift of foresight. Would you believe that? I do not. Then that settles it. Do not disturb me for 3 days, Tang Qiye retorted with annoyance before retreating to his room. As I prepare to embark for the extreme northern ice plains, it would be prudent to craft a couple more small 5 elements bombs for added safety. Once more, 3 days passed without stepping outside. Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu seemed to have grown accustomed to Tang Qiye's behavior, no longer finding it extraordinary. During these 3 days, Tang Qiye ventured out only once for a meal on the second day. The remainder of his time was spent crafting small 5 elements bombs. Given the ample time, he did not find himself in a state of exhaustion. If 5 small 5 elements bombs prove insufficient, I shall have to leave it to fate. Tang Qiye mused as he carefully stored away the bombs, recognizing their potential as a lifeline in critical moments. Pushing open the window, sunlight poured into the room. They seemed to be in good spirits. Tang Qiye's room faced a small playground, where, at this hour of 8 or 9 in the morning, the Blaze Squad, the Kamikaze Squad, and the Tianxue Squad were all present. In the midst of an intense battle, Huo Wushuang and Feng Xiaotian engaged fervently. Unlike the previous encounter at the Kamikaze Academy, where Tang Qiye was thoroughly subdued by Huo Wushuang, today he found himself in a different state, equally matched against Huo Wushuang, creating a stalemate of intense rivalry. Tang Qiye silently observed the lively scene, but within a mere span of a tea's brewing time. Huo Wu noticed his furtive gaze and beckoned him to approach. It would have been one thing to remain unnoticed, yet now that he had been discovered, failing to join her would seem rather unreasonable. Moreover, Tang Qiye could not simply confine himself to his room indefinitely. After all, he was not a recluse. Tang Qiye's room is situated on the second floor, while Huo Wushuang and the others are a considerable 40 meters away from him. Tang Qiye had no intention of exiting through the door. The windows were already open, rendering the effort of opening them in vain. Tang Qiye leaped forth with remarkable agility, soaring to a height of 10 meters while gliding over 20 meters horizontally. Suspended 5 meters above the ground, he deftly propelled himself upward once more, gracefully descending until he landed beside Huo Wushuang. Brother Qiye, this is quite uncharacteristic of you. With such extraordinary skills, I have yet to witness your prowess at the Shenfeng Academy, Feng Xiaotian remarked, both admiring and lamenting Tang Qiye's understated demeanor. At that time, I was not in optimal condition, Tang Qiye casually offered as an excuse, which elicited hearty laughter from Huo Wushuang. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaotian cast a slightly resentful glance at Tang Qiye, musing, so, you were able to defeat me despite your poor condition? If you could flaunt your abilities while unwell, what should I expect when you are at your best? His feelings of frustration were palpable, yet he could not contest Tang Qiye's reasoning, especially since it was evident that Tang Qiye had indeed appeared unwell at that moment. Please, continue without reservation. The ladies of the Tianshui team are watching, so do not display any lack of skill. Tang Qiye encouraged Huo Wushuang and Feng Xiaotian to proceed. He then gestured towards the members of the Tianshui team, beckoning Xiaotian to join him. Come, strike me with all your might. Tang Qiye extended his right hand, inviting Xiaotian to hit it. Yes, master, Xiaotian responded. Though he was uncertain of Tang Qiye's intentions, he complied obediently. Master? Murmurs of surprise rippled through the ranks of the Tianshui team. Tang Qiye's attention was drawn elsewhere. And at that very moment, Xiaotian's fist came flying towards him. The punch landed squarely in the palm of Tang Qiye, who, caught off guard by his distraction, was unexpectedly knocked back 2 steps. Moreover, his arm failed to maintain a position to absorb the force, resulting in a rather embarrassing situation for a grown man to be struck down by a mere 6-year-old child. Behind him, Huo Wushuang and Feng Xiaotian erupted into unabashed laughter, pointing at Tang Qiye as if reveling in the spectacle of his retreat. Meanwhile, several young women from the Tianshui battle team whispered among themselves, remarking that while he was indeed handsome, he must be quite young to have a son, especially one of such an age. They blamed Huo Wushuang and Feng Xiaotian for leading them to believe otherwise, lamenting for a considerable time over what they thought was a lost opportunity. Although their voices were hushed, how could they possibly escape Tang Qiye's keen hearing? Chapter 72. The Pinnacle of Ice. Tang Qiye's expression remained unchanged as he lowered his head in contemplation for a moment. He then nodded slightly at Xiaotian, indicating that for the next few days, they should focus solely on routine training, with particular emphasis on cultivating the ghostly shadow's elusiveness, while also ensuring that their soul power was not neglected. Tang Qiye hesitated for a moment before closing his eyes again, focusing intently on Xiaotian. Subsequently, he gently pressed his index finger against Xiaotian's forehead, and a fleeting glimmer of golden light flickered briefly. Thank you, master. Tang Qiye retracted his fingers, and Xiaotian promptly opened his eyes, expressing his gratitude. Indeed, you must also devote yourself diligently to the cultivation of the Xian Jade Hand. Manage your time wisely, Tang Qiye advised once more, after which he ceased to concern himself with Xiaotian's training. He merely served as a guide. The extent of Xiaotian's achievements ultimately depended on his own efforts. Tang Qiye turned around, his expression remaining unchanged, yet the smile on Huo Wushuang's face abruptly ceased. Only Feng Xiaotian could not help but chuckle, occasionally letting out a laugh. Tang Qiye cast a glance at Huo Wushuang, then shifted his attention to the female members of the Tianshui team. Dear lady, could you kindly enlighten me on who has been whispering that Xiaotian is my son? A radiant smile adorned Tang Qiye's face as he spoke to Huo Wushuang. The girl, taken aback by his inquiry, lowered her head in shyness, unable to meet Tang Qiye's gaze. Oh dear, this could turn quite serious, Huo Wushuang sighed, casting a forlorn glance at Feng Xiaotian. Oh, it's nothing serious, just a jest. He stands to lose nothing. Brother Qiye is not the type to hold grudges. Feng Xiaotian replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Tang Qiye, observing how easily the Tianshui team's female member blushed, was left speechless, recalling her earlier boldness. Huo Wushuang, Feng Xiaotian, and the enigmatic Huo Bao, whose full name eluded him, were present. Shui Binger, feeling exasperated, relayed the names of the three to Tang Qiye. And no, I didn't say that. It was all boss and what Feng Xiaotian mentioned. Huo Bao exclaimed, retreating behind his teammates in a panic. Huo Bao, don't hide behind me. Do you wish to doom me? The member of the Qihua team, used as a human shield by Huo Bao, felt as if they were being scorched and desperately pushed Huo Bao away, while the others scattered as if they had encountered a plague. At that moment, Huo Wu could no longer contain herself and spoke up. Huo Bao did not say anything about you. Huo Bao felt as though the world was suddenly filled with beauty and harmony, gazing at Huo Wu with gratitude, akin to a lover's gaze. No, not quite love, but rather the look one gives to their parents. As Huo Wu defended him, he began to see her as a parental figure. However, when the Tianshui team members confirmed her words, he nodded, while the others remained silent, maintaining their composure. After Huo Wu finished speaking, she looked at Huo Bao with a hint of pity. Huo Bao knelt, resembling a wronged maiden, gazing at Huo Wu with sorrowful eyes. Oh, dear lady, you have given me hope, only to lead me to despair. Why must you do this? The reaction from the Qihua team immediately caused Feng Xiaotian's expression to tighten. His instincts warned him that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Surely it can't be that serious? Feng Xiaotian asked faintly. It is. Huo Wushuang seemed resigned, hoping only that Tang Qiye would go easy on them. The female members of the Tianshui team watched in disbelief, convinced that the Qihua team members were not merely putting on a show. If it were a performance, their acting was truly remarkable. Shui Binga watched Tang Qiye with curiosity. He had previously mentioned Huo Wushuang and the others, clearly eager to see how this overly handsome youth would respond. Ah, Tang Qiye turned around, stretching and yawning. After sitting for 3 days, my body feels quite rusty. Brother Hua, Brother Feng, Brother Bao, care to join me for some exercise? Tang Qiye regarded the three with a calm demeanor. No, 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 Lord Qiye, you are the one in charge. Little Bao apologizes. Please forgive me, Huo Bao whimpered. As per our usual arrangement, I want to use my martial soul or strong control. Will you three face me together, or shall I pursue you one by one? Rest assured, I will be careful. It will only hurt but leave no lasting injuries. As Tang Qiye spoke, he made his way to the center of the training ground. Huo Wushuang understood that this indicated they had no room to maneuver. They had experienced this rule many times before. There was no escape. Brother Hua, remember that Feng is here today. You might just turn the tide, Tang Qiye reminded Huo Wushuang. Indeed, Qiye, we agreed not to use that inexplicable control skill, nor our martial souls. Huo Wushuang reiterated without a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Brother Qiye merely wishes to practice. Look at how frightened you are. However, that control of yours is too strange. As long as we avoid that, we can use our martial souls. Otherwise, it would be too unfair. Feng Xiaotian was oblivious to Huo Wushuang's true feelings. As Feng Xiaotian spoke, Huo Wushuang felt an urge to strike him, thinking, are you that confident? Without martial souls. It's a one-sided bullying. What if you accidentally kill me when we use our martial souls? Meanwhile, Huo Bao cowered, having been deeply traumatized by Tang Qiye. Their journey from Qihua Academy to Shenfeng Academy had been filled with torment at his hands. Defeat me, and I shall teach you a self-created soul skill. One that rivals a fourth soul skill, Tang Qiye attempted. I would love to, but my abilities do not permit it. How about this, Qiye? Will you bind one of your hands? Huo Wushuang was determined to learn a self-created soul skill, knowing that Tang Qiye predominantly utilized his own creations, making it a formidable challenge. Thus, he would seize any opportunity to acquire a self-created skill from him without hesitation. Self-created soul skill? You have one too? Feng Xiaotian's eyes sparkled with interest at the mention of self-created skills. Is it so surprising? Qiye, I want to deceive you. I, Feng Xiaotian. And Bao, let us include Shui Bingo as well. Let's have a match. No stakes on your self-created skill. I merely wish to test the limits of your abilities. Huo Wushuang, shedding his earlier despondency, radiated the fighting spirit befitting a team captain. Shui Bingo? Tang Qiye's eyes gleamed. He was eager to witness the might of her exceptional ice attributes. I truly wish to see the pinnacle of ice. Tang Qiye's gaze fell upon Shui Bingo. Will you take on all three of us? Shui Binga comprehended that Huo Wushuang believed that with her and Feng Xiaotian, there would not be sufficient opponents, thus inviting her to join. Is Tang Qiye truly that formidable? Curiosity sparked within her, and she nodded gently. The other members, witnessing the unfolding events, gradually retreated to the edges of the training ground. While Wu stood with Xiao Tian in a corner. May I use my martial soul? Tang Qiye inquired upon receiving Shui Binger's agreement. Yes, as long as you do not employ that control skill, He Wushuang was genuinely fearful of Tang Qiye's ghostly control technique, which was nearly impossible to guard against. "Then let us begin," Tang Qiye called out, casually hurling 3 ice spikes towards He Wushuang and his companions. Simultaneously, a chill enveloped him as he found himself encased in ice. This was Shui Bing'er's first soul skill, a swift onset. However, the icy confinement had little effect on Tang Qiye, as he too wielded the power of ice. The ice merely lasted an instant before he shattered it. Ice enclosure. In the very moment that Tang Qiye broke free from his constraints, he unleashed an icy spirit. He knew he must first deal with Shui Bing'er's, for she was exceedingly troublesome. "You have lost." Suddenly, a blade of wind struck from behind, the sharp claws of Feng Xiaotian carrying the gust. Reckless. A smile played upon Tang Qiye's lips as verdant light flickered beneath his feet, and he vanished, reappearing almost instantaneously behind Feng Xiaotian. Flame ice slash? He shaped his hand into a blade, ready to execute the strike, only to be thwarted by that insidious icy confinement once more. "Humph," Tang Qiye scoffed coldly, his body shuddering, and the ice shattered in an instant. However, that brief pause allowed Feng Xiaotian to react, creating distance between them. The icy spirit, having been released by Tang Qiye in advance, led Shui Bing'er to mistakenly believe it was an offensive soul technique. Thus, she calmly enveloped herself in an icy armor. Alas, the icy spirit was always intended for evasion. To block? That would be the end of you. The flame ice sliced forth, aimed directly at Shui Bing'er. Yet, faced with 3 adversaries, how could Tang Qiye easily succeed? The Fire Wushuang's fire dragon palm met the flame ice blade head-on, and though his body trembled, he did not yield. The power of the flame ice slash was still too feeble, only capable of contending with opponents of the same rank. Tang Qiye felt no surprise. Instead, he seized the opportunity to create distance. The previous encirclement had swiftly transformed into a standoff between 2 factions. This sequence of events, though it may seem lengthy, transpired in a mere 2 seconds. Within those fleeting moments, Tang Qiye shattered the icy confinement twice, activated an icy spirit, executed a flame ice slash, and unleashed a moon pursuit. Battle is perpetually fluid and ever-changing, hence Tang Qiye must first neutralize the threat posed by Shui Bing'er. There are 2 methods to dispel the icy confinement soul technique. The first is to defeat Shui Bing'er with lightning speed. Yet, this is clearly unrealistic. Not only is Shui Bing'er no easy opponent, but the ever-watchful Fire Wushuang would never allow him to approach her so readily. Thus, only the second method remained. Tang Qiye rapidly assessed the battlefield's dynamics, simultaneously channeling his inner vitality without hesitation. What fuels fire, fire generates earth, earth produces metal, and metal engenders water. All elemental energies transformed into water, while the water energy metamorphosed into ice. Ice, the solid state of water. The standoff revealed that the icy confinement of the icy spirit was decidedly superior to Shui Bing'er's icy soul technique. Shui Bing'er took 2 seconds to break free from the icy grasp. Being controlled for 2 seconds is utterly terrifying in a team battle. During this brief interval, Fire Wushuang remained fixated on Tang Qiye. If their side had any hope of victory, Shui Bing'er was undoubtedly the linchpin. Feng Xiaotian, having narrowly escaped being dealt with by Tang Qiye earlier, wore a more serious expression. Tang Qiye's ultimate transformation of the 5 elements took merely 5 seconds, during which Shui Bing'er and He Wushuang refrained from making a move. Chapter 73. Shui Bing'er's 4th soul skill? Without initiating control, Shui Bing'er left Feng Xiaotian hesitant to advance, as he had no desire to become the first eliminated. An intense aura of cold emanated from Tang Qiye, causing Shui Bing'er, who also wielded the utmost ice, to perceive a stark difference. Moments ago, she sensed that Tang Qiye's ice had yet to reach its pinnacle, but within mere seconds, his ice appeared to surpass hers in chilliness. In the realm of the ultimate, your ice's ability to encase me shall be diminished to the extreme. Tang Qiye made his move once more. He relinquished the advantage of the 5 elements solely to neutralize the threat posed by the icy confinement. The sound of shattering ice reverberated as Shui Bing'er activated her ice seal again, but this time, she could barely restrain Tang Qiye for half a second. Almost instantaneously as the ice formed, Tang Qiye emerged, rendering her icy confinement nearly ineffective. The astonishment in Shui Bing'er's beautiful eyes was palpable. Her martial soul was the exquisite ice phoenix, yet here stood someone who commanded an even colder ice. Moreover, this individual had not attained such mastery just 5 seconds prior. Water barrier, vortex flow. Having broken free from Shui Bing'er's icy grasp, Tang Qiye thrust both hands forward, conjuring a vortex composed of extreme cold, which surged towards He Wushuang. This technique was derived from Hua Wushuang's own fire tornado, and its power eclipsed that of the fire tornado itself. Hua Wushuang, grinning, positioned himself protectively in front of Shui Binger, determined not to let the frigid current engulf her. After all, as a control-type soul master, without her influence, he and Feng Xiaotian had little chance of victory. Brother Qiye, witness my self-created soul skill, 36 consecutive slashes. Feng Xiaotian also took action. Unwilling to allow himself to appear feeble, he disregarded the possibility of revealing his trump card, transforming his arms into wings of wind. He manifested solidified wind blades that sliced toward Tang Qiye. The 36 consecutive slashes were well known to Tang Qiye. Feng Xiaotian's technique bore resemblance to the Haotian sect's chaotic wind, with each slash compounding a portion of power, culminating in an extraordinary force. Crack! Tang Qiye found himself once again encased in ice. Though this frigid imprisonment was but a fleeting moment, merely causing him to pause momentarily. It was during this brief interlude that Feng Xiaotian seized the opportunity, delivering his first strike directly before Tang Qiye. A sense of urgency enveloped Tang Qiye's thoughts. He had no time to evade the impending danger. Without hesitation, he met Feng Xiaotian's wing slash with his own hands. The blades unleashed by Feng Xiaotian's wings were extraordinarily sharp. He had previously conducted experiments proving they could cleave through a meter-thick slab of granite. Yet, astonishingly, those lethal winged blades failed to breach Tang Qiye's hands. At that moment, his hands had transformed into Xianyu hands, glistening and translucent like fine jade, utterly indomitable. The tremendous force of the blow propelled Tang Qiye back several meters, his feet firmly anchored to the ground, leaving behind two distinct trails etched into the earth. However, Feng Xiaotian's onslaught was merely beginning. How intriguing! A smirk grazed Tang Qiye's lips as he waved his hand, summoning 5 golden cauldrons from the heavens. Following 5 resounding crashes, Shui Binger was ensnared beneath them. Her icy confinement was exceedingly bothersome. He needed to subdue her first, or defeat was inevitable. Hearing the commotion behind him, Hua Wushuang ceased his resistance against the piercing cold winds before him. Tang Qiye furrowed his brows. The 3 individuals before him proved to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. Feng Xiaotian was clearly unwilling to grant Tang Qiye a moment's respite. As the second strike swiftly followed, Tang Qiye's gaze sharpened as he clenched his right hand, forming the 5-element staff. 1 golden and 2 purple soul rings descended from above, encircling Tang Qiye's form. A clash of strength. Tang Qiye slightly bent his calves, exerting force as he pivoted around his waist to bring the 5-element staff crashing down. This was the technique imparted to him by Tang Hao. A thunderous roar echoed, and both Tang Qiye and Feng Xiaotian were propelled backwards. However, Feng Xiaotian did not pursue with further attacks. Instead, he stood transfixed, gazing at the 3 soul rings beneath Tang Qiye's feet. What are you dawdling for? If you linger any longer, you shall be defeated, Hua Wushuang shouted. Having already discerned that Tang Qiye was at the second ring. While not surprised, he realized the gravity of the situation when he saw Feng Xiaotian momentarily stunned. It was too late. Tang Qiye would not afford Hua Wushuang the chance to intervene. With a flicker of violet light in his gaze, he activated the purple extreme demon eye, leaving Hua Wushuang momentarily disoriented. What on earth is this? Hua Wushuang felt an urge to curse. Wasn't he a formidable attacker? How could he wield a mental assault? Shui Binger remained ensnared, unable to escape, and Hua Wushuang, lost in confusion, was unable to provide aid. Feng Xiaotian was evidently still reeling from the shock of the second ring. Thus, Tang Qiye seized the moment. He casually flung forth the ice-sealing soul, casting it upon Hua Wushuang. Simultaneously, his 3rd soul ring illuminated, and 7 figures materialized in an instant before Feng Xiaotian. 1 strike. The 7 figures unleashed their strikes simultaneously. Even if Feng Xiaotian reacted at the last moment, he could not withstand this blow. He summoned wings of soul power to shield against the impending strike. But how many strikes could those wings truly withstand? Tang Qiye's 3rd soul skill is Phantom, an alluring offensive technique. The 7 shadowy staffs possess varying degrees of attack power, though their sizes differ. Clearly, Feng Xiaotian's fortune is rather unfortunate. His arms, transformed into wings, managed to block 2 of the strikes. But that was the extent of his luck. He failed to deflect the true assault. 1 strike landed, shattering his defenses unexpectedly, and his body was sent hurtling backward for several meters. Tang Qiye employed cunning tactics, causing Feng Xiaotian to appear as though he had been struck and sent flying several meters, though in reality, he had sustained minimal injuries. Brother Feng, you have been defeated, Tang Qiye remarked with a smile. He then swiftly shifted his footing, executing the ghostly shadow technique. altering his trajectory in an enigmatic manner to reappear behind Huo Wushuang. With a resounding crash, the ground shattered, and in the next instant, Tang Qiye's form halted, once again encased in ice. A simultaneous cracking sound echoed as 2 blocks of ice shattered, with Tang Qiye and Huo Wushuang emerging from their icy prisons almost in unison. A blue light enveloped Huo Wushuang, forming an icy armor. "Brother Huo, watch your step." Tang Qiye's eagerness to swiftly resolve the battle was abruptly shattered as he rapidly distanced himself from Huo Wushuang. At the same moment as he departed, a circular blue formation materialized beneath Huo Wushuang's feet. "Water can, heaven pa." In Tang Qiye's eyes, a flicker of excitement shone brightly. The water can tea, indeed, was one of the most formidable techniques within the realm of martial arts, renowned for its exceptional prowess. Although he merely possessed the abilities of a Liangyi martial artist, that particular Liangyi was not inferior to any Taiji martial artist. A torrent of frigid energy surged skyward from the formation. Yet with Tang Qiye's alertness and the protective ice armor provided by Shui Binger, Huo Wushuang was spared from the full brunt of the water Kanti's might. At the moment the water Kanti was unleashed, Huo Wushuang had already vacated the central position of the formation, mere inches away from completely evading its assault. Alas, he was a fraction too late. The ferocious and chilling energy wave engulfed him in an instant, shattering the ice armor that Shui Binger had bestowed upon him. Nevertheless, this moment of crisis granted Huo Wushuang a fleeting opportunity. He activated both his first and third soul rings simultaneously, unleashing the fire dragon palm diagonally downward. The clash between the fire dragon and the water canny erupted, but it was a mere flash in time. The collision of fire and ice generated a tremendous shockwave. And with the counterforce of the fire dragon palm, Huo Wushuang ultimately broke free from the water canny's range of attack. He was nearly propelled into the air, ascending to a height of over 10 meters before gradually descending. Tang Qiye observed the unfolding events without taking further action at this juncture. The outcome of the battle had become quite evident. "Hiss, my dear brother Qiye, your ice is rather frigid." Fire Wushuang stumbled to the ground, his body enveloped in a layer of frost, even his eyelashes having succumbed to its chill. "Who instructed you to conspire against me?" Tang Qiye retracted his martial spirit, causing the 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, to vanish. "Hiss." Fire Wushuang rubbed his shoulders, his body trembling from the cold. He yearned to summon his soul power to dispel the chill, yet the instant the water Kantipa struck him, it felt as if his soul power had been frozen. Were it not for the protective embrace of Shui Binger's ice armor, he might not have been able to muster even a final attempt at resistance. "I say, brother, could you warm me up a bit? It's unbearably cold. My soul power feels as though it has been encased in ice." Fire Wushuang stammered towards Tang Qiye. "Well, let us discuss that later. The consumption of soul power is rather substantial. Just hold on for a few more minutes," Tang Qiye replied, intentionally withholding assistance. After all, the expenditure from water Kantipa was significant, and he had no desire to expend his own energy. Tang Qiye also sensed the vitality within him. This brief skirmish had drained nearly 50% of his energy, with almost 20% consumed by the water Kantianpa. "I have not yet lost, have I?" Just as Tang Qiye contemplated turning around, a cool voice resonated from behind him. Tang Qiye was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed on Shui Binger. "Did she still wish to continue fighting? Your martial soul is formidable, yet you cannot defeat me alone," he remarked to her. Since the commencement of their battle, Shui Binger had relied on her first and second soul abilities, and her martial soul remained shrouded in mystery, not yet revealed. Had he not been privy to the knowledge of her martial soul beforehand, Tang Qiye would have remained oblivious to its nature. "I still have my third and fourth soul abilities yet to be unleashed," Shui Binger replied, showing no signs of anger towards Tang Qiye's words. In truth, she had already accepted defeat the moment she broke free from her constraints. "Your fourth soul ability?" Tang Qiye expressed a hint of surprise. He refrained from mentioning her third soul ability, understanding that it bore similarities to the resistance fire ring, which would be of little use against him. Shui Binger was undoubtedly aware of this as well, implying that her confidence lay in her yet-to-be-revealed fourth soul ability. "Are you no longer concealing the nature of your martial soul?" Tang Qiye mused, neither confirming nor denying. Regardless of the capabilities of Shui Binger's fourth soul ability, the fact that she intended to use it indicated that her true martial soul would soon be exposed. "You seem to possess knowledge of my martial soul," Shui Binger remarked, her curiosity towards Tang Qiye deepening. This young man appeared to be privy to information unknown to the outside world. Even someone as astute as she could discern that he seemed aware of her third soul ability, prompting her to inquire directly about her fourth. Chapter 74. Feelings? What feelings? If I were to claim ignorance, would you believe me? Tang Qiye acknowledged his slip of the tongue without denial. I would not. Shui Bingo shook her head, her eyes radiating wisdom. Very well, then allow me to witness your fourth soul ability, Tang Qiye replied with a resigned shake of his head. Pondering that a girl so intelligent could be troublesome, gazing intently at Tang Qiye for a prolonged moment, Shui Binger ultimately shook her head. I sense that my fourth soul ability would not secure a victory against you. I shall not pursue this fight any longer. What can Tang Qiye say? He grasped Shui Binger's hand and insisted, No, you mentioned a fight. How can we not engage? Reluctantly, Tang Qiye smacked his lips and nodded in agreement. Observing Tang Qiye's demeanor, Shui Binger couldn't help but display a playful smile, leaving Tang Qiye momentarily stunned, although they had only met once. Shui Binger had left an impression on Tang Qiye as a serious, composed, and wise young woman. To his surprise, she also possessed a tender, youthful spirit. Brother Qiye, let us have another round. Previously, I was taken aback by your soul ring. This time, it will be a direct clash between us. To see whether your staff is mightier or my 36 consecutive slashes is stronger. Feng Xiaoyan's face was filled with defiance. Tang Qiye's Millennium Second ring was indeed astonishing, catching him off guard and leading to his unexpected defeat, leaving him embarrassed as the fastest runner among them. Very well, I will not use soul skills. Let us measure our strength. Tang Qiye was pondering how to vex Feng Xiaoyan, especially since the team from Tianshui Academy had jested that Xiaoyan was his son, and Feng Xiaoyan had laughed the loudest. Come, Shui Binger and Huo Wushuang, you two quickly make room. I shall engage in a fierce battle with Brother Qiye for 300 rounds. Feng Xiaoyan declared with unwavering confidence. You'll soon regret it, Huo Wushuang scoffed, secretly relishing the anticipated spectacle. He had suffered greatly from the cold, and seeing Feng Xiaoyan in discomfort brought him satisfaction. Shui Binger, please assist Huo Wushuang in dispelling the chill. We wouldn't want him to be frozen solid. Tang Qiye observed Huo Wushuang shivering uncontrollably and spoke up, reassuringly. It's all right. He possesses fire attributes and is resilient to the cold. Shui Bingo paid no heed to Huo Wushuang and turned away, making her way to the edge of the playground where she stood alongside her teammates. Tang Qiye, you can do it. Tang Qiye, give it your all. It was uncertain which girl initiated the chant, but the members of the Tian Shui battle team, including Shui Binger, joined in to cheer for Tang Qiye. This scene filled Feng Xiaoyan with envy. Feng Xiaoyan, you can do it. Defeat Tang Qiye. Fortunately, there was still someone cheering for Feng Xiaoyan, none other than Huo Wu. Tang Qiye, filled with resignation, secretly sighed, unable to bear the thought of anyone surpassing him. All right, Sister Huo Wu, I shall not disappoint you. Upon hearing Huo Wu's encouragement, Feng Xiaoyan felt a surge of energy coursing through him, as if he had been invigorated by an elixir. Little did he know, her support stemmed from her belief that he would struggle against Tang Qiye. Come forth. Tang Qiye summoned the five-element staff once more, as 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, rhythmically oscillated around him. Although the onlookers had mentally prepared themselves, they still gazed in disbelief at Tang Qiye's soul rings. The girls from Tianshui Academy were particularly entranced, their eyes shimmering with admiration. While not everyone is enamored with handsome faces, an exceptionally talented and striking young man undoubtedly captivates all hearts. Be cautious, Feng Xiaoyan declared, and in an instant, he erupted into motion, his arms transforming into wings as he charged towards Tang Qiye with a decisive strike. The first slash, Tang Qiye brandished his staff and advanced. With a resounding crash, the two combatants reached a stalemate. Indeed, in the absence of soul skills, the 36th level Tang Qiye stood evenly matched against the 42nd level Feng Xiaoyan. Remarkable. With the assistance of his teammates, Huo Wushuang finally revived his soul power, dispelling the chill within him. However, upon witnessing the fierce clash between Tang Qiye and Feng Xiaoyan, he could not help but comment. The beautiful members of the Tianshui battle team gazed on with wide eyes. They presumed that in a head-on confrontation, Tang Qiye would undoubtedly suffer, considering that Feng Xiaoyan's Gale two-headed wolf was a formidable martial soul that excelled in both agility and strength, and the 36 consecutive slashes were his own creation. It would only be normal for Tang Qiye, whose soul power was at a disadvantage, to falter. Alas, they were unaware that Tang Qiye's physique was no less impressive than that of a soul sect of the 4th ring. After all, his 3rd ring was 7,000 years old, surpassing the age of their 4th ring. Moreover, who said Tang Qiye relied solely on brute strength? If Feng Xiaoyan could employ his original soul technique, Why could he not do the same? Feng Xiaotian was eerily thrust back, but quickly regained his footing for a second strike. Meanwhile, Tang Qiye deftly maneuvered, his five-element staff spinning gracefully in the air as he met the attack head-on. Another thunderous clash ensued. Both figures were once again jolted backward, but this time, Tang Qiye notably retreated a fraction less, though this subtle detail went unnoticed by the onlookers. Their focus remained on the fact that Tang Qiye had withstood Feng Xiaotian's second slash, still holding his ground. Why? Had the first strike concealed his true strength? If they did not comprehend this, they could only continue to watch. The third strike. A similar confrontation, yielding a draw once more. The fourth strike. The fifth strike. The 18th strike. Still, it was a stalemate. The two had clashed head-on 18 times, leaving the ground of the training field in tatters from the force of their landings. Once more, Feng Xiaotian bellowed, unleashing another strike. Tang Qiye's expression grew uneasy as the five-element staff clashed once more. However, this time, the tide of battle underwent a transformation. Tang Qiye was forced back 5 steps, while Feng Xiaotian was pushed back 6. How could this be? Feng Xiaotian was incredulous. He believed that the power of the 36 consecutive strikes would amplify with each successive blow. How could Tang Qiye withstand it and even surpass him? The force of accumulation was not a skill exclusive to him. Tang Qiye's feet twisted and danced upon the ground, and with each step he took, he left behind a profound imprint. The 20th strike. From this moment forward, the battle was entirely under Tang Qiye's control. In truth, he could have completely overwhelmed Feng Xiaotian from the 9th strike onward, yet he refrained, preferring to maintain a semblance of modesty. With the 21st strike, Feng Xiaotian was utterly crushed. He had fallen into a disadvantage, yet it only took 3 strikes to achieve such dominance. Brother Feng, if this continues, I may lose control over the intensity, Tang Qiye cautioned, aware that he could master the power of the 27th strike, but beyond that, he would be unable to modulate it. After all, this was merely a friendly spar. He did not wish to leave Feng Xiaotian severely injured. Let me try and see how many strikes I can endure from you. Despite being suppressed, Feng Xiaotian remained undeterred, filled with fighting spirit. My limit lies at the 27th strike. Beyond that, I shall lose my ability to control the force. Tang Qiye unleashed the 22nd strike. Boom. Feng Xiaotian was sent staggering back 8 meters, his feet carving 2 deep furrows into the ground. With the 23rd strike, he was pushed back 10 meters, the indentations growing deeper still. Yet he charged forward once more, his body brimming with even greater strength. The 24th strike. The 25th strike. The 26th strike. At last, the 27th strike descended. Feng Xiaotian was thrust back a full 20 meters, reaching the edge of the training ground, where 2 long trenches lay beneath his feet, each measuring a depth of at least 10 centimeters. Tang Qiye ceased his chaotic movements, not due to an inability to continue layering his technique, but rather from the apprehension that a moment's carelessness might lead to irrevocable mistakes. After all, the potency of the chaotic wind intensified with each successive application. In the original narrative, Tang Hao had harnessed this technique to reach a divine realm. Ahem. Feng Xiaotian gradually rose to his feet, his wings dissipating slowly, revealing his trembling arms. Impressive. Feng Xiaotian gazed at Tang Qiye for a prolonged moment before reluctantly uttering 2 words of admiration. Meanwhile, the members of the Divine Wind battle team behind Feng Xiaotian could not help but swallow hard. They were acutely aware of the formidable power behind their leader's 36 consecutive strikes. What kind of technique is this? Is it a self-created soul skill? Shui Bingo approached with members of the Heavenly Water team. Well, sort of, Tang Qiye replied ambiguously, not disclosing that it was the chaotic wind. For the average observer, it would be difficult to associate his staff technique with the chaotic wind, as one wielded a staff and the other a hammer. Even though Tang Qiye's 5-element staff was formidable in executing the chaotic wind, it ultimately remained a staff. And what about your ice? Shui Bingo did not pursue her original line of questioning, her primary concern still resting on Tang Qiye's ice. What about it? Tang Qiye responded, somewhat perplexed. After all, his ice was nothing less than the pinnacle of ice mastery. What could possibly be amiss? Did you not sense anything? Shui Bingo inquired, her beautiful eyes locking onto Tang Qiye's, unwavering and direct. Sense anything? This time, it was Tang Qiye who found himself puzzled. Should I be feeling something? You truly did not notice? Shui Bingo pressed on, her delicate brows arching, her alluring lips slightly parted, clearly incredulous. Tang Qiye remained silent, merely gazing at Shui Bingo. At first glance, Shui Bingo might not seem particularly beautiful, Yet she possessed a beauty that grew more captivating with each look, a kind of understated elegance that rivaled the stunning allure of Huowu. For reasons unknown, Tang Qiye's gaze gradually descended, lingering on a certain ample part of her. Xia Lan scrutinized Tang Qiye's expression, hoping to discern something from his face. But he clearly disappointed her. The bewilderment etched on Tang Qiye's features was anything but feigned. However, the direction of Tang Qiye's subsequent gaze filled her with a sense of indignation. His eyes were pure, as if appreciating a form of beauty, yet one cannot stare incessantly. Scoundrel! A deep flush crept onto Xia Lan's face as she shot Tang Qiye a fierce glare before turning to leave. Tang Qiye quickly regained his composure, awkwardly diverting his gaze, only to be met with the displeased glare of Huowu. I have much to offer as well. Xia Lan deliberately boasted in front of Tang Qiye, displaying no trace of shyness. Yet, that was all there was to her, with Xia Lan having departed. She too felt compelled to leave. Ahem. What brings you here to spar? Shouldn't this be reserved for the coming days? Tang Qiye coughed twice, casting a glance at the members of the Shinkong and Qihua teams, who were stifling their laughter. Instantly, the members of both teams exchanged glances, adopting an air of nonchalance. Clearly, Tang Qiye's reputation had already begun to influence the Shinkong team. Only the charming ladies of the Tianshui team seemed unperturbed, daring to tease him instead. Chapter 75. Standoff. We are merely engaging in an exchange for learning. Without communication, how can we learn from one another? In the forthcoming days, each pair of teams will partake in a team battle. Tomorrow, we shall commence with the Shinkong team, followed by the Tianshui team the day after, culminating in a match between Shinkong and Tianshui. At this moment, Huowu had fully recovered and bore no ill will towards Tang Qiye's antics. There would be a spectacle to behold. Upon hearing this, Tang Qiye nodded thoughtfully. Rest well. Tomorrow marks the moment to validate your training over the past month. I shall not disappoint you. With a leisurely gait, Tang Qiye made his way to his room. The 3 team battles would be conducted privately, aimed solely at honing skills, with no true trump cards revealed. Meanwhile, Xia Lan still had not disclosed her martial spirit, so aside from Tang Qiye and Huowu, only the members of the Tianshui Academy were privy to its nature. Tang Qiye and the Blaze team walked along the path back to their residence, with Tang Qiye appearing rather disinterested. I had anticipated something spectacular, yet it turns out you were merely engaging in friendly sparring. Shaking his head, Tang Qiye reflected on the past 3 days, during which he had witnessed 3 team matches. What a disarray this all is. He felt compelled to ask them if they had worked up a sweat. After all, it was merely practice. During that one battle, Feng Xiaotian had already revealed his trump card by employing the 36 consecutive slashes. That was supposed to be a secret weapon for the elite competition among the continent's advanced Soul Master academies. Huowu shrugged in resignation. Well then, your exchange of knowledge has concluded. After a night of rest, we shall part ways tomorrow. The next time we meet, we may find ourselves as adversaries. Tang Qiye propped his arms behind his head, genuinely hoping they would not cross paths in the elite competition. Huowu forced a smile, knowing that Tang Qiye alone could handle both him and Feng Xiaotian, and even adding Xia Lan might not tip the scales in their favor. If, as Tang Qiye suggested, everyone in their academy was a genius, how could they possibly compete? Do not struggle, it is futile. Without me, victory remains elusive for you. In our academy, there exists another formidable contender, one not inferior to me. However, this competitor's strengths are curtailed in the elite competition, which is unfortunate. Tang Qiye thought of Tang San. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Tang San's 4th soul ring must surely be of 10,000 years. Limited, you say? Well, that is splendid, if he is restricted. Then defeating us will be impossible. Upon hearing this, Huowu couldn't help but laugh. Tang Qiye cast a glance at Huowu, pondering whether he had indeed struck a blow to his pride. Shouldn't one feel a tinge of regret for him? Shouldn't one yearn for a formidable adversary? The group arrived at the cafeteria of Tianshui Academy, forming an orderly queue to receive their evening meal. It must be noted that the culinary offerings at Tianshui Academy far surpassed those of Shrek, even considering any subsequent improvements. The lavish spread of meats and delicacies seemed to have no effect on the waistlines of the young ladies. At that moment, Feng Xiaotian approached, shamelessly taking a seat next to Huowu. The long table accommodated 6 individuals. Initially, Huowu sat beside Huowu, while Tang Qiye occupied the opposite end. With Feng Xiaotian's arrival, the seating arrangement swiftly transformed into a 3-to-1 situation. I felt utterly forsaken, Tang Qiye remarked, observing Huowu, sandwiched between 2 men. Tang Qiye initially believed that she would cast a disdainful glance his way, but to his surprise, the girl paid him no heed. instead fixating her gaze on something behind him. Am I able to sit like this? A gentle voice drifted from behind. Tang Qiye felt a chilling breeze sweep by. And suddenly, a stunning beauty appeared beside him. Ah, I knew it. With my charm, how could I possibly be unwanted? Tang Qiye beamed at the enchanting woman beside him. Are you certain that Shui Binger desires you? Feng Xiaotian mischievously interjected, deliberately twisting the notion. Indeed. Shui Binger playfully winked at Tang Qiye, placing her meal tray on the table and sitting down closely beside him. Tang Qiye gazed at Shui Binger, puzzled by her unusual demeanor. This girl was clearly not acting normally, offering unsolicited affection that could only be interpreted as either deceitful or thieving. However, Tang Qiye, undaunted by potential trouble, chose to indulge Shui Binger's words, asserting that his charm was beyond her imagination. Do you see? I've captivated yet another beauty's heart, he remarked, gesturing towards her. Shui Binger narrowed her lovely eyes slightly, seemingly unfazed by Tang Qiye's flowery compliments, and inquired, what do you mean by another? As she spoke, she cast a glance at Huo Wu, as if hinting at something deeper. Huo Wu, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush and a hint of discomfort, remained composed. Although Wen Xiaotian failed to notice anything amiss, while Shui Binger seemed to perceive a subtle undercurrent. Was there someone else involved? Shui Binger smiled sweetly, her enchanting eyes sparkling with curiosity about the matter. He has a girlfriend. Huo Wu interjected before Tang Qiye could respond, clarifying Shui Binger's confusion. Is it truly wise of you to expose my secrets like this? How am I to pursue romance? Tang Qiye feigned distress. Douluo does not adhere to a monogamous structure. What's the issue? Shui Binger elegantly savored her meal while making her point. At this, Tang Qiye was left in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that this girl was genuinely intent on clinging to him? Tang Qiye could never have anticipated that. Despite his audacious demeanor, he would find himself blushing under the gaze of a young maiden. I heard you were heading to the far north, she said, finally steering the conversation into more conventional territory, yet still centering on Tang Qiye. How did you know? Did you inquire about me? Tang Qiye asked nonchalantly, devouring a dinner that could easily feed three, completely unconcerned with his appearance. It was a casual remark from Huo Wushuang. I would like to invite you to join our team. Shui Binger revealed her intentions. Tang Qiye was intrigued. Forming a team? Journeying to the extreme north? Xia Wu's soul power had reached level 40, and the Academy, in an effort to cultivate our skills, had tasked us with acquiring the fourth ring for Xia Wu ourselves. Moreover, to enhance the training experience, no formidable figures from the Academy would accompany us. As Shui Binger elucidated this, Tang Qiye gradually grasped her intentions. She was seeking protection. Accompanying us would be beneficial. We had ventured to the extreme north twice and possessed a map detailing the habitats of various soul beasts, far surpassing her knowledge in this regard. Shui Binger paused her meal, gazing intently at Tang Qiye, awaiting his response. Is that all? Are there no other advantages? Tang Qiye did not acquiesce, but continued to inquire. Shui Binger's beautiful eyes widened. What further benefits do you desire? Strength lies in numbers. It is perilous for you to venture forth alone with a child. Isn't our cooperation mutually advantageous? I merely inquired. If there are additional perks, that would be splendid. If not, I make no demands. Why such an exaggerated reaction? Tang Qiye looked at Shui Binger innocently, his questioning aimed at maximizing benefits. If she had other advantages in mind, this inquiry would surely reveal them. However, he did not anticipate her strong reaction. Am I overreacting? Are you not aware of your own demeanor? Who could have known that was your intention? Shui Binger retorted, her frustration palpable. Let us meet at the city gate tomorrow morning. With that, she stormed off, leaving Tang Qiye behind. Yet, Huo Wushuang and Feng Xiaotian regarded Tang Qiye with admiration. Tang Qiye had limited interactions with Shui Binger and lacked an understanding of her character, yet he was aware of her remarkable qualities. She was a woman of composed demeanor and exceptional wisdom. Despite her youth, her capability to lead the water battle team spoke volumes of her proficiency. However, for reasons unknown, the wisdom and composure she typically exhibited seemed to vanish in Tang Qiye's presence. The notion of affection was absurd. Shui Binger was not like Huo Wu. She pursued strength but was not one to be swayed easily. It was inconceivable that a single defeat would kindle any romantic feelings within her. Confounded by the situation, Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wushuang remained silent, merely offering Tang Qiye a thumbs up before resuming their meal. Tang Qiye has never neglected his meals. The 3 servings before him have already vanished. He proceeded to pack 2 portions to take back for Xiaotian. In recent days, Xiaotian had not accompanied him to observe the team competitions, but had instead been practicing alone at their residence. Early the next morning, Tang Qiye leaped down from the rooftop, with Xiao Tian nimbly following suit, although his movements lacked the effortless grace of Tang Qiye's. Just carry 5 kilograms of weight. No need for more, Tang Qiye instructed, preparing for their journey ahead. Although the Blaze team was absent, he clearly had no intention of letting Xiao Tian remain idle. At the city gate, Tang Qiye exchanged a fist bump with Huo Wushuang, devoid of any sentimental farewells, as Huo Wushuang directly led the Blaze team away. Huo Wu stood silently alongside her teammates, avoiding any glance towards Tang Qiye. They did not hire a carriage and opted to run back, continuously practicing along the way. Feng Xiaotian waved at Tang Qiye, choosing not to accompany the Blaze team but instead hiring a carriage for their return. After bidding farewell to the Blaze team and the Wind God team, Tang Qiye noticed the strikingly beautiful Tianshui team emerging from the city gate, followed by 4 spacious carriages. Is there one for me? Tang Qiye inquired, pointing at the carriages behind them. You have one, and I want to make you pay, so consider it a benefit. Shui Binga replied, her tone slightly displeased, as if still holding a grudge over the previous day's events. Really? You're still hung up on yesterday? Tang Qiye scratched his head, sensing that Shui Binger seemed to have taken a liking to sparring with him. No, I heard from Huo Wushuang that you are quite poor. So I'm just trying to save you some money, Shui Binger retorted, a smile returning to her face, which irked Tang Qiye. Fine, let us share a carriage. And the others can go 3 to a carriage, which is just right. Without waiting for Shui Binger's agreement, Tang Qiye chose a carriage. It was spacious enough for 4 people, and given its luxurious design, practicing inside would pose no issue. Are you trying to provoke me? Shui Binger's voice turned chilly. Yes, Tang Qiye nodded. I am indeed provoking you, given that you chose to challenge me. The other 9 members of the Tianshui team quietly observed the exchange, whispering amongst themselves about how their captain had once again clashed with Tang Qiye. All right, I've been fooled. I'll share a carriage with you and see what tricks you have up your sleeve, Shui Bingo said, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief. A stark contrast to her usual composure. This girl, without a doubt, has something amiss, Tang Qiye thought to himself, yet he discerned that Shui Bingo harbored no malicious intent. Thus, he welcomed the prospect of their banter along the journey. After you, my lady, he said, lifting the carriage curtain with a casual tone. Humph, Shui Bingo huffed, entering the carriage with an air of pride. I want to ride in the same carriage as Tang Qiye. A little beauty with a lowly-like appearance pouted upon seeing Shui Binger enter Tang Qiye's carriage. Infatuated Shui Ware, you can't resist a handsome face, another member quipped, leaving the others speechless at her childishness, contrasting sharply with her half-sister's demeanor. But he is not just handsome. Do you think the captain might take a liking to him? That is quite possible. The captain's attitude towards Tang Qiye is evidently different. Are you all not leaving? Shui Binger pulled back the curtain, her expression reverting to its usual seriousness. Yes, Captain, the Tianshui team members quickly boarded the carriage, instructing the coachman to drive, ensuring they were not left behind by Tang Qiye's carriage. Are you not letting Xiao Tian come in? Shui Binger asked, noticing that after Tang Qiye entered, Xiao Tian lingered outside, looking puzzled. What purpose would it serve to let him in? Wound tea that ruined my plans? Tang Qiye replied flippantly, his gaze unabashedly roaming over Shui Binger. You. Unable to withstand Tang Qiye's gaze, Shui Binger shot him a fierce glare, her delicate hand striking towards his chest. Hey. Tang Qiye had not anticipated her swift action, but his reflexes were sharp. He swiftly grasped her slender wrist. Since Shui Bingo had not used her soul power, he easily thwarted her attempt. Rascal, Shui Binger quickly withdrew her hand. Tang Qiye felt a fleeting sensation of smoothness in his hand, only for Shui Binger's hand to slip away. The skin was quite exquisite. However, I suggest you employ a different term to describe me next time. Continuously referring to me as a lecher will lead one to believe that you are familiar with only that particular term. A mischievous expression once again adorned Tang Qiye's face. Simultaneously, he drew back the curtains and directed his soul power towards Xiao Tiandao, keeping pace with the vehicle. And when he could no longer endure, he shed the burden. Hey, he is your disciple. Is this how you treat him? Shui Bingo exclaimed, unable to bear it any longer, and promptly pulled aside the curtains. Xiao, do not listen to him. Hurry up and come up. You are so small. How can you possibly endure? Tang Qiye gazed quietly at Shui Binger, noting her surprisingly tender heart and gentle hands. Thank you, big sister. I can hold on. Xiao Tian expressed his gratitude with a smile, yet continued to follow the carriage. You must let him come up. He is still a child. Shui Bingo glared at Tang Qiye, unable to comprehend why he treated a child in such a manner. Is it truly that you wish to prevent him from mischief? You do not understand, Tang Qiye replied, unfazed. With his martial soul awakened in months of rigorous training, Xiao Tian's physical strength was already comparable to that of a second-ring soul master. Carrying a 5-kilogram load would not significantly deplete his energy. Moreover, the carriage moved steadily, indicating a moderate pace, allowing Xiao Tian to easily keep up. Shui Bingo was left speechless, yet she felt Tang Qiye's actions towards Xiao Tian were excessively unjust. He is my disciple. Would I wish him harm? Tang Qiye retorted dismissively. Xiao Tian is merely 6 years old. Cultivating his soul power is the right path. His current training regimen surpasses that of the Soul Master Academy's soul disciples, does it not? Do not compare Xiao Tian to ordinary individuals. He is a prodigy, not an average child. At this moment, Tang Qiye cast his gaze towards Xiao Tian outside, fully aware of the boy's background and the challenges he would eventually face. While it was conceivable that Tang San might eliminate the spirit hall before Xiao Tian matured, nurturing his rapid growth was Tang Qiye's responsibility as a mentor. Furthermore, Xiao Tian's resolute spirit was no less formidable than Tang San's. As long as he remained steadfast, he possessed the potential for divinity. Even without the second martial soul, his divine possibilities remained intact. Thus, Tang Qiye could not indulge Xiao Tian. He did not know what Xiao Tian would become without his guidance. But he understood that with his presence, Xiao Tian's talent could not be stifled. Prodigy? Shui Bingo echoed Tang Qiye's words, a fleeting glimmer of intrigue appearing in her beautiful eyes. A prodigy, indeed? She pondered, softly repeating the term. You are a prodigy as well, she remarked, her tone softening. Yes, it is an honor. I am also among the prodigies, Tang Qiye affirmed with a nod, reflecting on the privilege of arriving in this world. Possessing a martial soul forged from the golden cudgel and wielding the enigmatic Xia Lan hex. Indeed. He felt a profound sense of gratitude for becoming the 8th prodigy and winning Ning Rongrong's heart. Yes, Tang Qiye reveled in his fortunes. Otherwise, he would still be mired in a mundane and uneventful existence. Could you share something about your academy with me? Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu mentioned that it is quite extraordinary, Shui Binger inquired, now engaging in gentle conversation with Tang Qiye. Our academy is a haven for prodigies, one destined to be immortalized in history and to endure through the ages. Tang Qiye spoke of Shrek with a growing sense of pride. For the brilliance of Shrek began the moment he enrolled, and he had his own share of its glory. Huo Wushuang mentioned that your academy has only 8 members. Shui Bingo leaned against the carriage, wrapping her delicate arms around her knees, her chin resting atop them as she gazed at Tang Qiye. Indeed, there are only 8 students, though there may be a few more now due to circumstances. Yet, those who truly belong to Shrek are just us 8 prodigies. An academy exclusively for prodigies? So, the original 8 are all as extraordinary as you? Shui Binger blushed slightly at the last 2 words, but after a moment of thought, she realized these were the most fitting descriptors for Tang Qiye. Not entirely. Aside from myself and one other, the rest are quite normal. Well, perhaps not entirely normal. But at least their soul rings are conventional, Tang Qiye mused, struggling to provide an example of normalcy among his peers. Can you name someone who is more normal than you? Shui Binger asked, attentively listening. Are you attempting to gather intelligence on your opponent? We shall be rivals in the future. Tang Qiye shot her a glance, his peripheral vision catching sight of Xiao Tian, who exhibited no unusual behavior. Are you afraid? Afraid that I might uncover your secrets, and that you might lose? Shui Binger countered playfully, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. The most normal among us is Douluo, the evil-eyed white tiger. He possesses innate evil eyes. I am uncertain of his exact age, but he is a little over 15 and currently a 4-ring soul master. He is quite proud, but we willingly refer to him as Douluo among our brothers. As Tang Qiye reminisced about those 4 months of training, he felt a twinge of nostalgia. Indeed, the master had spoken true, despite the brevity of their acquaintance. The bond they forged was one that would last a lifetime. Tang Qiye reclined on the soft berth, inevitably recalling the little princess of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, that impish girl who, after every physical training session, would collapse in exhaustion into his arms, yet stubbornly refused to allow him to carry her back. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he suddenly felt an urge to return and visit her. He had initially anticipated a year-long sojourn outside, intending to return just in time for the elite competition, but it had only been 3 months since he left. After a moment, Tang Qiye came to his senses, remembering the exquisite beauty beside him. However, Shui Binger was merely gazing at him silently, as if observing a peculiar creature. Her mind was slightly dazed. What had Tang Qiye just mentioned? The leader? 15 years old? For rings? Indeed, Shui Binger had only grasped these key phrases. She was unaware of what the evil eye entailed, but she certainly recognized the white tiger, a top-tier beast martial soul. Yet, the martial soul was not the crux of the matter. The emphasis lay on the fact that the leader was merely 15 years old. If he was 15, how old was Tang Qiye? She scrutinized him intently, only to realize that the face of this tall youth, standing at 6 feet, bore an astonishing youthful innocence. A naivety that seemed fitting for one around 13 or 14. Could you inform me of your age? Shui Binger's heart raced uncontrollably. She feared Tang Qiye would dismiss her inquiry. She truly wished to comprehend the extent of his extraordinary nature. How old am I? 13? Tang Qiye pondered momentarily, recalling that he awakened his martial soul at just over 6 years old, and then, past 6.5, he was indeed 13. What is the matter? He waved his hand in front of Shui Binger's eyes. At that moment, however, Shui Binger was hardly in the mood to entertain him. Do not fall for me. It leads nowhere. I already have a girlfriend. Tang Qiye reclined once more on the soft berth, disregarding Shui Binger and allowing her to regain her composure. You truly are precocious, having a girlfriend at merely 13. As Shui Binger collected herself, she surprisingly did not express astonishment over Tang Qiye's age, but instead made a sudden turn in her thoughts. Shouldn't you be admiring my talents? Shouldn't you gaze at me with starry eyes, yearning for my affection? Tang Qiye was astonished by Shui Binger's thought process, yet Shui Binger remarked that he was simply immature, to which he felt compelled to respond. Do you not realize that ordinary individuals cannot cultivate until marriage? In Douluo continent, it is quite common for an ordinary person to have children by the age of 13. If we were to engage in such activities, it would be entirely feasible, would it not? Where is the notion of immaturity here? Tang Qiye rambled on, his words tumbling out chaotically, and inadvertently provoked a chill from Binger. By the time Tang Qiye recognized that he had overstepped, the temperature in the carriage had already dropped by 5 degrees. No, let's say, hypothetically, do not ruin the carriage. If the carriage is damaged, do not allow the driver to freeze as well. While attempting to soothe Shui Binger's emotions, Tang Qiye also channeled his soul power to dissipate the cold aura emanating from her. Damn it, I really should have kept my mouth shut, he lamented internally, regretting his thoughtlessness. However, his immediate priority was to calm Shui Binger's fury while simultaneously preventing her icy energy from harming anyone or the carriage. Chapter 77. A Brief Turmoil. Calm down, Tang Qiye urged, releasing his vitality to envelop the chill radiating from Shui Binger to prevent any damage to the carriage. Yet, it became evident that merely isolating the cold was less effective than directly interrupting Shui Binger's soul power circulation. Tang Qiye endeavored to isolate the influence of Shui Binger on the carriage with his vital energy, however, due to the inherent disparity in their soul power. Even with Tang Qiye's formidable strength, he could not entirely suppress Shui Binger's icy aura. Hey, halt at once. If you do not cease, I shall truly be at my wit's end. Tang Qiye, realizing he could not contain Shui Binger's chilling presence, issued one final verbal plea. If you can suppress my soul power, then I shall grant you that privilege. Upon hearing this, Shui Binger's gaze grew even colder, yet she evidently retained her composure, as the frigid energy surrounding her slightly diminished. You have my word. Tang Qiye observed that Shui Binger had not lost her composure. And while he breathed a sigh of relief, he also realized she was testing him. It seemed she was still haunted by the previous defeat when they faced 3 against 1. Indeed, Shui Binger maintained a pouting expression, exuding a unique charm. But she should not regret it. As Tang Qiye's words fell, a glimmer of golden light flickered in his eyes, and simultaneously, the energy he released permeated Shui Binger's body. Forbidden image, he softly uttered, and in an instant, the chill within the vehicle dissipated, leaving Shui Binger in a state of shock. At the moment he spoke the words forbidden image, the energy within her seemed to become ensnared in a quagmire, hindered by an unseen resistance. However, with Shui Binger's intelligence, she quickly reacted, her beautiful eyes locking onto Tang Qiye. How did you accomplish this? Her tone regained its usual calm and icy demeanor. The earlier anger vanished. Zidue Ghost Dust Forbidden Image, a soul technique of my own creation, which I refer to as the heroic mist technique. Tang Qiye did not conceal this. It was not a secret, and since the ghost dust forbidden image could only be unraveled by absolute strength, he felt no hesitation in sharing the name of this technique with Shui Binger. What do you intend to do? Shui Binger's voice held a hint of tension, her body tensing, yet she still feigned composure. What do you think? Did you not say it was possible? Tang Qiye gradually leaned closer to Shui Binger, his gaze fixated on the expanse of her snow-white neck. You already have a girlfriend. How dare you touch me? Shui Bing'er's voice turned cold once more. Oh? Why not? If it's just for fun, there should be no issue, Tang Qiye replied with a sly smile, his hand slowly reaching towards her delicate cheek. You. Shui Bing'er felt a pang of fear as Tang Qiye's hand indeed landed on her face, fingers gliding gently before finally cupping her chin. Tang Qiye gazed intently at her alluring crimson lips, softly murmuring, Did you not say you could do that? Why so anxious? Are you afraid? You, humph. You wouldn't dare. Shui Bing'er found herself at a loss for words, yet after the earlier tension, she had managed to relax. Convinced that Tang Qiye would not dare to take any liberties with her. Do not provoke me. You know well that I am but 13 and easily impulsive. Moreover, you find yourself unable to resist now, only able to surrender to the moment. As Tang Qiye slowly leaned closer to her enticing lips, the distance between them diminished to mere centimeters. Shui Bing'er felt her body tense once more, acutely aware of the warmth of Tang Qiye's breath. A flush of embarrassment creeping onto her cheeks. He wouldn't dare. He wouldn't dare. Shui Bing'er reassured herself in her mind, though an inexplicable nervousness lingered. Truly. The more I look, the more beautiful you appear. I can hardly contain myself, Tang Qiye teased, locking eyes with Shui Bing'er. Their faces were so close that a slight advance from Tang Qiye would bring their lips together. Shui Bing'er held his gaze, her beautiful eyes fluttering occasionally. Her long eyelashes brushing against Tang Qiye's cheek like delicate brushes. Tang Qiye's breath was somewhat rapid, his fervent exhalations brushing against Shui Bing'er's cheek, intensifying her anxiety. Surely he would not truly. As he gasped, Shui Bing'er could no longer maintain her composure, a fleeting look of confusion crossing her delicate face. Oh. I thought you wouldn't be afraid, Tang Qiye remarked, noticing the flicker of evasion and bewilderment in her eyes, a smirk of triumph spreading across his features. Having successfully elicited her disarray and tension, Tang Qiye had no intention of prolonging this charade. Although her skin was exquisitely smooth, and the sensation of his fingers gliding over it was pleasurable, he sensed that if this continued, he would indeed be unable to restrain himself. However, fate had other plans. Just as Tang Qiye prepared to rise, and Shui Bing'er began to relax at his movement, the carriage unexpectedly jolted, as if it had struck a stone or encountered some other disturbance. Tang Qiye found himself off balance, his unsteady body toppling forward. In a heartbeat, their gazes met, both filled with astonishment. The tender sensation that brushed against his lips instantaneously invaded his mind. Meanwhile, Shui Bing'er stood there in utter shock, her pair of eyes reflecting a mix of bewilderment and astonishment. Time seemed to come to a halt in that moment. Tang Qiye's thoughts were overwhelmed by the softness of the encounter, whereas Shui Bing'er's mind was a blank slate, oblivious to the fact that the shackles within her had been released. Before long, a fiery warmth pride opened her lips, swirling and seeking, entwining with her delicate tongue. At that moment, Shui Bing'er suddenly regained her senses. With a swift motion, she struck out, sending Tang Qiye reeling backwards against the carriage, causing it to sway. Esteemed sir. What is amiss? Came the inquiry from the coachman outside. Nothing. Tang Qiye quickly responded, embarrassment creeping in as he glanced at Shui Bing'er. Her fair face flushed with shame, yet radiated an aura of lethal intent, the cold glint in her eyes sending a chill down his spine. Tang Qiye mumbled, sheepishly scratching his head while absent-mindedly licking his lips, seemingly savoring the previous sensation. You. Shui Bing'er, flustered and furious at his actions, glared at him without moving to strike. She recognized that Tang Qiye had merely startled her, and it was the sudden jolt of the carriage that had led to their earlier predicament. Yet, this rogue not only lingered but also had the audacity to savor the moment. I didn't mean to. Tang Qiye weakly defended himself, positioning himself as a victim. It was all the coachman's fault. The carriage had been steady until that abrupt bump. So, you're blaming me? Shui Bing'er's cheeks remained flushed. Yet she maintained her unwavering gaze upon him, making him feel uneasy. Shall I invite you to kiss me again? Tang Qiye found himself at a loss for words, the phrase escaping his lips instinctively. You. Shui Bing'er pointed at him, incredulous at the audacity of such a shameless individual. Coughing to suppress a laugh, Tang Qiye endeavored to calm his turbulent emotions, refraining from looking at Shui Bing'er. After all, he had taken advantage of the situation. Perhaps it was best to concede a little. Tang Qiye sat cross-legged, and although Shui Bing'er did not employ her soul power in her strike, he was caught off guard, resulting in a sharp pain in his chest. Tang Qiye closed his eyes, nurturing his spirit. Under the rejuvenating energy, the pain in his chest swiftly vanished without a trace. Yet, he still refrained from opening his eyes, sensing a pair of eyes fixed upon him. As dusk fell, the carriage came to a halt in the wilderness. Tianqiye City was nearly the closest settlement to the extreme northern ice plains. Beyond that lay merely a few small towns, scattered and sparse, with most of the journey spent camping in the wild. Humph! Shui Bingo shot Tang Qiye a fierce glare, letting out a cold snort as she alighted from the carriage. At that moment, Tang Qiye opened his eyes, stretching lazily with a series of cracking sounds. How difficult it is, he mused inwardly. Realizing there was no escape from his own folly, in an attempt to frighten her, he had inadvertently frightened himself, leading to this awkward situation. Master! A weary voice from outside called softly. Tang Qiye dismounted and gently ruffled Xiao Tian's hair, encouraging him to relax. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted the absence of any nearby water sources, yet this posed no challenge for him. Meanwhile, the enchanting members of the Tianqiye battle team had gathered together. Some erecting tents while others busied themselves with food preparation. Tang Qiye selected a flat surface and deftly manipulated the aqueous elements within the air. In no time, a block of icy coldness began to coalesce. The ice grew larger and larger until it was sufficiently sizable to serve as a medicinal bath for the young heavenly pill, at which point it ceased its expansion. Employing the same technique, the interior of the ice transformed into water, while the exterior remained intact and unmelted. Tang Qiye prepared a medicinal bath and urged Xiao Tian to leap into it. Master, it is too hot. The instant Xiao Tian entered, he immediately sprang back out. Oh! Tang Qiye's lips twitched. Could you not endure it for a moment? Xiao Tian, being quite small, could have managed bathing outdoors in the nude. Moreover, Tang Qiye had required him to fully disrobe, as he still wore a pair of undergarments. Tang Qiye had no expectations of Shui Binger delivering food to him. His gaze was fixed upon a withered tree. With a surge of vitality, he swiftly resolved the issue of firewood. Instinctively, he reached for provisions from his green bead bracelet, only to be taken aback a moment later. There was none left. It was all due to Xiao Tian's insatiable appetite. Frustration welled up within Tang Qiye. Yet the thought of requesting sustenance from the Tianqiye battle team was utterly out of the question. Tang Qiye, may we possibly utilize your flames? Tang Qiye's absence does not imply that others will not arrive. Shui Binga remained indifferent towards him, her demeanor as frosty as if he owed her countless gold soul coins. Offering himself willingly, Tang Qiye deliberately averted his gaze from Shui Binger and addressed the approaching Shui Yue, stating that fire could certainly be utilized, but they would need to exchange food for it. All right, Shui Yue replied without hesitation. The Tianqiye battle team could indeed kindle a fire on their own. Yet if there was a readily available option, why not take advantage of it? Ah, I see you are unprepared with food, Shui Binga remarked with a smile. Recognizing Tang Qiye's awkwardness, as if she had finally found an opportunity to undermine him. Well, I usually do not carry provisions. After all, one can hunt when hungry. Tang Qiye nodded in acceptance. Hunt? The members of the Tianqiye battle team appeared unfamiliar with the concept of hunting, each displaying an innocent curiosity, including Shui Binger herself. Chapter 78, Douluo Edition Lamb Skewers. Tang Qiye observed the expressions of his companions and timidly inquired, "Are you all unfamiliar with hunting?" "We are aware of it, but we have never attempted it," came the response. Shui Yue, sitting closest to him, was undoubtedly the most unabashed admirer within the Tianqiye battle team. "Hey, you all." In the next moment, Tang Qiye and his companions were utterly astonished. Hadn't they agreed to provide food? Could they not enjoy their time together? Xiao Tian, obediently remaining in the ice bucket, gazed in shock at the scene before him, as an abundance of food was being collected away. Tang Qiye, are you proficient at hunting? Allow us to witness your skills. Hunting can be quite bloody. It may not be suitable for you girls, Tang Qiye remarked, surveying the surroundings. Where is their prey to be found? If there were, a few miles away lies a forest that should harbor wild beasts. Bloody? We are soul masters. Shui Binga shot him a disdainful glance. If we are to fear bloodshed, how could we ever become soul masters? How would we hunt soul beasts? Very well, then. Shall you wait here, or accompany me? In truth, hunting was not particularly daunting. One could simply slay wild beasts, prepare them, and roast them over a fire for a delectable meal. Although Tang Qiye acquiesced, he was reluctant to embark on the hunt, knowing that he might have to do the cooking afterwards. Just think, after hunting, you will have the opportunity to feast on your own provisions, Shui Bingo said, her expression teasing yet threatening. Are you trying to intimidate me? Tang Qiye raised an eyebrow as he regarded Shui Binger. She lifted her chin, her meaning unmistakable. Fine. Tang Qiye nodded and pointed towards the distant forest, adding, let us head there and camp for the night. But our tents have already been set up. One of the Tianshui team members protested reluctantly. Tang Qiye cast his gaze upon her, recognizing the young maiden before him, Shuewu. This fourth soul ring was intended for her. You all may decide, he remarked nonchalantly. It's no trouble, Sister Shuewu. Setting up these tents is quite simple, Shui Wei chimed in. Taking Shuewu's hand and shaking it playfully. Your disciple, Shui Binger, seemed hesitant to speak. Xiao Tian is still undergoing his medicinal bath. It would be inconvenient to move him. No worries, just leave him in the carriage, Tang Qiye replied, cradling the ice basin that contained Xiao Tian and placing it atop the carriage. As they dismantled the tents, the group opted not to ride in the carriage. The distance was merely a few kilometers, easily traversed on foot in about 10 minutes, especially since they were all soul masters. Moments later, they reached the edge of the forest. After instructing the coachman to wait outside the woods, Tang Qiye led 10 stunning women into the thicket, embarking on a journey towards a blissful existence. Returning to the matter at hand, the trees in this forest were relatively dense, likely home to numerous wild beasts or soul beasts. At this time, the Douluo continent was still rich with soul beasts, even within the forests. Unlike a millennium later when only the vast woodlands harbored such creatures. Upon entering the forest, golden ripples emanated from Tang Qiye's feet as his sensing technique naturally unfolded. By now, he had mastered this ability. Given sufficient time, he could even discern an individual's soul skills. However, acquiring such time in battle was an impossibility. Within a radius of 500 meters, every rustle and whisper of the wind was laid bare in Tang Qiye's mind. Follow me, he instructed, disregarding the astonished gazes of the girls behind him as he pointed in a direction and proceeded onward. Within his sensing range, no wild beasts or soul beasts were visible, but he did detect signs of their existence, indicating that soul beasts resided in this forest. Shui Binger trailed closely behind Tang Qiye with the Tianshui team, occasionally glancing at the golden ripples beneath his feet. When a woman becomes curious about you, it often signifies that she is not far from developing affection. Shui Binger was certainly on this path, and the distance between them was growing. 3 minutes later, a sheep-like soul beast appeared within Tang Qiye's sensing range. There is a swift sheep, likely no more than 20 years in cultivation. Would you care to engage it yourselves? Tang Qiye inquired, looking at the women. Where is it? Let me at it. Shui Yuer, ever the vivacious one and a swift attack soul master, exclaimed. That direction, 300 meters away. Tang Qiye indicated. 300 meters? Can you see that far? Shui Binger, unlike Shui Yuer, who was more brawn than brains, quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Tang Qiye shrugged lightly and gestured towards the golden light beneath his feet, the implication clear without words. The women, observing Tang Qiye's actions, refrained from further inquiries. Such matters of cultivation were best left unasked, a mutual understanding amongst them. I shall take my leave. Shui Yuer darted away like a startled rabbit, her speed remarkable. And within moments, she vanished deep into the woods. Tang Qiye gazed contemplatively at her departing silhouette. What is it? Shui Binger inquired, noticing an unusual expression on Tang Qiye's face. How could she be so reckless and still have survived until now? It was well known that this forest harbored soul beasts. Yet she ventured forth alone. Tang Qiye continued to observe the direction in which Shui Yuer had left, simultaneously expanding his range of perception as a precaution. Upon hearing his words, Shui Binger too fell into thought, yet she refrained from pursuing her, for she discerned no hint of concern on Tang Qiye's visage. Strangely, this realization brought her a sense of reassurance. Shall we go take a look as well? Shuewu suggested. The group voiced no objections and swiftly followed after Shui Yuer. This time, Tang Qiye paid close attention to the formation of the Tianshui battle team, nodding slightly, regardless of its merits, at the very least. They had positioned their support class in the center. Upon finding Shui Yuer, they discovered she had already dispatched the swift sheep that Tang Qiye had mentioned. This swift sheep was somewhat sturdier than domesticated sheep, weighing approximately 50 to 60 kilograms. The carcass of the swift sheep remained largely intact, showing no evident wounds, however. Tang Qiye understood that it had succumbed to a fractured skull. Yet, to the naked eye, the sheep's head appeared only slightly deformed, with a mere trickle of blood seeping from its mouth and nostrils. Tang Qiye discreetly absorbed the resentment from the soul ring and stored the swift sheep within his green bead wristbands. Each of his wristbands possessed a capacity of 9 cubic units, ample enough to accommodate the petite swift sheep. See? It's that simple, he remarked to the women trailing behind him. What amusement is there in hunting that necessitates such scrutiny? Women, you mentioned roasting it, didn't you? We have yet to try our hand at it, Shui Yuer chimed in eagerly. Very well. Tang Qiye found himself unable to refuse. Upon exiting the forest, he discovered Xiao Tian had completed his medicinal bath and had set up his tent, albeit only his own. Xiao Tian, prepare the swift sheep. Tonight, I shall serve you roasted skewers and leg of lamb. Tang Qiye's interest piqued as he entrusted the swift sheep to Xiao Tian, extracting some water while he himself fashioned a sturdy branch into skewers. Chapter 79. The whole lamb feast. Xiao Tian, ignore him. You should rest after a long day, Shui Binger urged, attempting to dissuade Xiao Tian from cleaning the swift sheep, casting a disapproving glance at Tang Qiye, unable to bear it any longer. Can't you allow him a moment to recuperate? Is it that you doubt your capabilities? Tang Qiye replied nonchalantly. Who do you look down upon? Shui Bingo shot him a glare before proceeding to prepare the swift sheep, her method proving to be more aesthetically pleasing than Tang Qiye's. Tang Qiye, regardless of the beast or soul beast he hunts, always resorts to a gruesome method of evisceration, followed by a meticulous cleansing, leaving a bloody scene in his wake. In contrast, Shui Binger first freezes the blood of the swift sheep before making an incision in its abdomen, resulting in a less gory affair. Observing that he had nothing to occupy his time, Xiao Tian eagerly approached Tang Qiye to assist in carving wooden stakes. However, he could not possibly compare to Tang Qiye, who swiftly fashioned over a dozen stakes while he had yet to complete even one. Are you tired? Tang Qiye inquired as he continued to carve. Not at all. It's not as exhausting as the journey to Tianshui City, Xiao Tian replied, blinking in confusion at his master's question. Other children your age enjoy far more ease. I am aware, but I aspire to emulate my master. I wish to return home to see my grandfather sooner, Xiao Tian said, his voice growing hoarse and his eyes reddening slightly as he spoke. Tang Qiye was momentarily taken aback, reaching out to gently stroke Xiao Tian's head. He harbored the desire to reveal the truth to Xiao Tian, yet he feared the burden of such knowledge would be too much for the child to bear. After all, Xiao Tian was still but a child, and Tang Qiye worried that once he learned the truth, resentment could take root within him, awakening the malevolent forces of his second martial soul. Regardless of the current circumstances, Xiao Tian's second martial soul remained an unpredictable variable. What shall we do next? Shui Binger inquired, lifting the frozen sheep carcass that had been cleaned and transformed into an icy block, seeking Tang Qiye's guidance. Slice 10 jin of meat and skewer it with wooden sticks. Leave the rest to me. Tang Qiye had already prepared a sufficient number of wooden sticks, estimating it would be adequate for their needs before ceasing further preparation. While roasting lamb skewers typically required charcoal, he did not possess the time to procure it and instead opted for the convenience of an open campfire. The surrounding forest provided ample drywood for their needs. The young women moved swiftly, transforming the lamb into neatly sliced pieces that were then skewered and placed beside Tang Qiye. If you are interested, feel free to join me in this endeavor, he encouraged, as he propped the remaining substantial portion of the sheep over the campfire with a fork, settling beside the flames to begin roasting the skewers. As he grilled, he emphasized the importance of maintaining an appropriate distance from the fire, carefully regulating the temperature and timing to ensure they did not become charred. As Tang Qiye demonstrated the process, Xiao Tian, having spent considerable time with him, had already acquired the skill of roasting meat. However, this was his first experience with lamb skewers, which he found quite novel. One by one, the girls from Tianshui each took 2 skewers, cautious and tentative, as they dared not replicate Tang Qiye's method of cooking multiple skewers at once, instead handling their tasks with utmost care to avoid burning even a single piece. Tang Qiye observed the focused and cautious demeanor of the ladies before him, finding it amusing. However, half an hour later, he could no longer muster a smile, staring at the 18 charred skewers of meat before him. Tang Qiye found himself at a loss for words. Thus, the responsibility of satisfying the appetites of 10 beautiful women fell squarely upon his shoulders. Tang Qiye finished grilling a skewer of meat, sprinkled it with some self-prepared seasonings, and then served himself one, just enough for each member of the Tianshui battle team, including Xiao Tian, to have one as well. Tang Qiye produced several bottles of ale, having first tasted this delightful brew in a quaint town near the starry forest. Since then, while the green pearl wristband allowed him to forego food, it had never deprived him of drink. Oh, more alcohol? Are you intent on intoxicating us? She exclaimed. No, it's ice's inebriation you seek, Tang Qiye. Your intentions are not so honorable, are they? Shui Wu covered her mouth, her curious gaze flitting between Tang Qiye and Shui Binger. Indeed, I am to render you all inebriated, so we may indulge in merriment together, Tang Qiye chuckled, relishing the thought of drinking, feasting on skewers, and delighting in camaraderie. He then fashioned a makeshift grill from branches, enveloping it with vitality, quite the ingenious contraption. "Ah, with your meager courage, I doubt you would dare," Shui Binger retorted, unceremoniously snatching 2 bottles of ale and retrieving several cups to distribute evenly. "1 cup each, no more. We must maintain our vigilance tonight." She diligently poured the ale, her authoritative demeanor evident. Alas, Tang Qiye's plans had been thwarted. A sweet girl, usually quiet but possessing a radiant smile, spoke up, catching everyone off guard. With a sudden burst of laughter, Tang Qiye unexpectedly spewed his drink, fortunately avoiding the grilling station. "You've never tried it. How can you judge my size? Mine is substantial," he retorted, wiping the ale from his lips and casting a sidelong glance at the sweet girl. The surrounding girls fell silent, taken aback by his audacious reply, especially after the earlier surprising remark from Yuling, shocked by Tang Qiye's sharp wit. Felt her cheeks flush crimson, resembling a ripe apple. "Rogue," she muttered, struggling to formulate a response, her words lacking any bite. "Ahem, the skewers are nearly done. The whole lamb will take a bit longer," Tang Qiye said, swiftly flipping the remaining skewers and sprinkling them with seasoning before offering 2 to Yuling. "I forgive you," she said, her cheeks still aflame, yet she accepted the skewers with a smile. "Little Ling, how easily you were swayed. Just 2 skewers and you were captivated?" Shui Yuer chimed in, eager to stir the pot, while the 2 girls beside Yuling joined in the playful banter, creating a lively atmosphere. "But they truly are delicious." Yuling pouted, protectively cradling the skewers, fearful that someone might snatch a bite. Tang Qiye smiled as he observed the lively scene before him. It had been quite some time since such a vibrant atmosphere had surrounded him, and he decided that accompanying the beautiful members of the Tianshui battle team was indeed a splendid choice. Tang Qiye gazed at the roasted half-carcass of the swift lamb over the campfire. At this moment, the surface of the lamb had turned a crispy golden brown, with succulent juices oozing from within. Occasionally, a few drops would fall into the flames, producing a delightful sizzle. Tang Qiye discreetly employed his divination technique to master the cooking temperature, resulting in lamb that was tender and delectable, devoid of any charred remnants. After the span of half a stick of incense, the entire lamb was perfectly roasted, its golden brown exterior glistening with juices, emanating an irresistible aroma of succulent meat. Tang Qiye effortlessly conjured several ice discs. His technique for solidifying ice was remarkably practical. However, it was peculiar that even the most exquisite ice entity, water ice, could not achieve the same level of ease as he did. Tang Qiye attributed this situation to the distinction between martial soul abilities and elemental energy. With the trio of ice knife, ice disc, and ice fork, he meticulously selected the most delectable portions from the lamb, slicing them into pieces to share among the ladies, while reserving some for himself and Xiao Tian. However, even after the removal of internal organs, skin, and fur, the 50 to 60 kilograms of lamb would still yield around 30 kilograms of meat. Naturally, they could not consume it all. But these discerning beauties savored only the most exquisite cuts. In the 80th chapter, titled Late Night Conversations, it is noted that spirit masters have considerable appetites, and Tang Qiye's roasted meat was exceptionally delectable. Yet, the young women displayed remarkable restraint in managing their portions, although they indulged a bit more than usual. None consumed more than 6 or 7 taels. As for Xiao Tian, this fellow had an insatiable appetite, readily accepting all offerings and enjoying the roasted lamb with ale, consuming over 1.5 pounds in total. Tang Qiye savored his meal until the very end, yet he had consumed merely 2.5 jin. The 12 individuals collectively devoured over 10 jin of meat, which, in the context of ordinary folk, does not signify an exceptional appetite. However, the distinction lies in the fact that they feasted upon the flesh of soul beasts, whose internal essence and energy vastly surpass that of mundane meats. Even though this particular specimen was merely a 20-year-old swift sheep, perhaps we should offer the remainder to them? Shui Bingo suggested, gesturing towards the 4 horsemen seated 10 meters away, who, being ordinary men, naturally hesitated to join Tang Qiye and the others at their meal. Indeed, you should deliver it. Tang Qiye had been contemplating the same, recognizing that the horsemen, being mere mortals, would find it quite uncomfortable to endure the cold with only a meager supply of ordinary rations. Go on then, Shui Binger intended to rise. But upon noticing the horsemen were robust men, she felt a pang of embarrassment and sat back down, returning her focus to the roasted meat before her. Very well. Tang Qiye casually grasped a wooden fork skewered with a sheep's skeleton and 20 jin of meat and strode towards the horsemen. Brothers, here is some lamb for you. I also have a bit of wine. The night is cold, and it will warm your spirits. With a smile, he extended the meat to one of the horsemen and then retrieved 4 bottles of barley wine from his belongings. This, thank you, esteemed soul master. The 4 men exclaimed in gratitude, taken aback by such generosity. They had received numerous commissions from soul masters, yet none had treated them with such kindness as Tang Qiye did, devoid of mockery or disdain. Do not mention it. You may keep any leftover meat. This is the flesh of a soul beast, beneficial to your health, but please, do not overindulge. Half a gene is sufficient. For excess may be too much for your bodies to bear. Rest well tonight. You need not stand watch. Tang Qiye waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to elaborate further. Thank you, esteemed soul master. The 4 horsemen bowed in unison, their gratitude evident. Tang Qiye paid no heed to whether they could finish their meal. He had said what he needed to say, and whether they listened was of no concern to him. Once they finished eating, they could retire for the night. He cautioned them not to wander out during the night. Otherwise, they would have to keep him company on watch. With a grand gesture, Tang Qiye gathered the remnants of their feast and set them ablaze. Will you keep watch alone? Shui Bingo inquired, intrigued by Tang Qiye's words. What other choice is there? He retorted. You cannot be left to keep watch by yourself. You are still young. We shall take turns, Shui Binger declared. Summoning the members of the Tianshui battle team to assemble, Tang Qiye lightly touched his nose, quietly acknowledging that despite his youthful energy, he was not as boundless as others might think. What did you say? Shui Binger was about to discuss the arrangements for the night watch when she overheard Tang Qiye mumbling something vague. It's all right. I can handle it myself. I usually don't sleep. Moreover, my vigilance during the night is safer. I will notice any disturbances around me beforehand. Tang Qiye had no intention of resting. The tent he had set up was meant for Xiao Tian, and he had never used it himself, choosing instead to find a spot to sit and cultivate through the night. Are you sure you can manage? Shui Binger seemed skeptical, and considering the number of people, it was inappropriate to have Tang Qiye keep watch alone. You can just try and see for yourself, Tang Qiye replied dismissively, unwilling to engage in further discussion. Tang Qiye. You. Shui Binger hesitated for a while, and upon noticing the teasing glances from 2 lively teammates, she finally reacted, feeling a surge of indignation. However, rationality prevailed, as she recognized she was no match for Tang Qiye and could only begrudgingly relent. Go rest, let him keep watch alone, she huffed, retreating into her tent. The captain had met her match. Shui Wei stuck her tongue out at Tang Qiye, waved her hand, and scurried back to her own tent. After greeting Tang Qiye, the 10 women of the Tianshui battle team returned to their tents, leaving only Tang Qiye and Xiao Tian outside. Even the few muleteers had squeezed into their tents to sleep. If you don't wish to cultivate, you may sleep. It is up to you. Tang Qiye gently patted Xiao Tian's head, not insisting that he substitute meditation for sleep. He had come to understand that Xiao Tian was still young and should not be burdened with too much pressure, especially since he was already quite exceptional. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Tang Qiye sat alone by the campfire, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. He was now capable of multitasking, even while cultivating. He would not overlook the need to remain aware of his surroundings. Tang Qiye's exploration range extended 200 meters into the forest, while in other directions it was limited to 150 meters. After all, the woods were inhabited by soul beasts, and even the weakest of these creatures commanded a degree of caution. The principle of using full strength even against a rabbit had been deeply engraved in his mind during Master S 4 months of training. Therefore, regardless of the adversary he faced, Tang Qiye remained fully alert and engaged, ensuring he would not be caught off guard, even if he refrained from utilizing his utmost power. The campfire had diminished in intensity, yet flickering flames still danced, occasionally accompanied by the crackling sound of burning branches. At a certain moment, Tang Qiye opened his eyes and directed his gaze toward Shui Binger's tent. The curtain was drawn aside, and she gently emerged, pulling the curtain shut behind her before casting her eyes towards him. Upon noticing Tang Qiye's gaze fixed upon her, she hesitated momentarily but proceeded to approach him. The extreme cold of ice proved remarkably enduring. Tang Qiye casually added a few branches to the fire, which gradually grew larger, the flames flickering with renewed vigor. What does that mean? Shui Bingo was momentarily taken aback by Tang Qiye's sudden inquiry. Why was he asking this right as she stepped out? Did he have nothing else to say? With a mischievous smile, Tang Qiye's eyes lingered on Shui Binger, raising his chin slightly. Can't you be a bit more serious? She retorted, though without anger. Although their time together had been brief, Shui Binger, with her keen intellect, could discern Tang Qiye's character. Despite his flirtatious nature and occasional roguish glances, She sensed no malice in him, this much she could perceive. The memories of the carriage ride from earlier that day resurfaced in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush as she silently stirred the firewood. Noticing that Tang Qiye was merely gazing at the campfire and no longer looking in her direction, she hesitated, contemplating her words. If you have something to say, just say it. It's rare for us to have this conversation, remember, no picking at my floss. Tang Qiye chuckled, realizing that indeed. Shui Binghe seemed to be intentionally poking fun at him over the past couple of days, yet he felt no underlying animosity from her. Fortunately, he decided to let it be. Chapter 81. Biming Winery Ha. As if anyone is trying to oppose you, you're the one who is at a disadvantage. Shui Binghe remarked, a hint of color rising to her cheeks. Well, that was merely an accident, Tang Qiye replied, feeling a touch sheepish. Yet he could not help but lick his lips, acknowledging that Shui Binghe and Ning Rongrong must possess distinctly different flavors. That was my first kiss. Upon hearing Tang Qiye's words, Shui Binghe became immediately displeased, puffing up her cheeks. In that moment, she resembled a sulking little girl rather than a team captain. Perhaps even she was unaware of how she had transformed into this playful demeanor, allowing herself to act so naively. So, shall I let you kiss me again? Tang Qiye ventured tentatively, clearly teasing. Despite recognizing his playful tone, Shui Binghe found herself at a loss for a retort. Stop with the you and I, just say what's on your mind. I've noticed something's off with you. Speak up. What is your purpose in getting close to me? Just so we're clear, we're not selling our talents, only our bodies, Tang Qiye replied with a smirk. I'm simply plotting something nefarious against you. Does that suffice? What on earth do you think about all day? Shui Binghe threw a lit branch toward him. Her tone laced with annoyance. Tang Qiye effortlessly caught the branch tossed over by Shui Binghe, extinguishing the flickering flames that danced upon it with a mere flick of his wrist. He chose not to press further, despite his curiosity. If Shui Binghe was unwilling to divulge her thoughts, he would not pry. I shall speak when I have contemplated it further, Shui Binghe mused, resting her chin in her hand. Do you not require rest? Indeed, I just had a moment of respite. It was your arrival that roused me, Tang Qiye replied. You rested? Were you not meant to keep watch? Shui Binghe exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Tang Qiye shrugged and remarked, who says resting must equate to sleeping? It won't hinder my night watch, will it? Shui Binghe found herself momentarily speechless. Why are you so impressive? Shall I keep you company for a chat? She inquired, her large eyes blinking at Tang Qiye. His gallantry was evident as he engaged in idle flattery. The journey could indeed be monotonous, however, with a company of beautiful women. Particularly with the opportunity to occasionally tease Shui Binghe, Tang Qiye found it quite pleasant. 10 days later, they had approached the extreme northern ice plains, and today, they were set to reach a quaint little town, the nearest settlement to the frigid expanse, known as the extreme north city. As dusk descended upon the world, outside the city gates, four horsemen, hired by Shui Binghe, bowed respectfully and expressed their apologies. Respected Soulmaster, the extreme cold of the north is too harsh for us to endure, and we can only accompany you this far. That is acceptable. You may return now. Shui Binghe replied, nodding in acknowledgement. After settling the payment for the hired carriage, she bid them farewell. Tang Qiye observed the unfolding scene in silence. Although paying for a woman's expenses could be deemed a gentlemanly act, he harbored a deep-seated aversion to such niceties, an aversion that transcended monetary considerations. The extreme north city, being the closest town to the frigid reaches of the north, had become a gathering place for numerous spirit masters. As Tang Qiye walked side by side with Shui Binghe at the forefront, she took the opportunity to enlighten him about their surroundings. Tang Qiye nodded. His understanding of matters beyond the narrative of Douluo continent was rather limited. Tang Qiye, a young man, entered the city accompanied by 10 beautiful young maidens, inevitably drawing the attention of passers-by. However, Shui Binghe and her companions were clad in the uniforms of the Tianshui battle team, each adorned with the emblem of Tianshui Academy, making it clear to discerning eyes that they were not here to cause trouble. Little Tian is still quite young. Let's set that aside for now. What is our purpose in the city? Tang Qiye inquired, his gaze scanning the ordinary shops lining the streets, which failed to pique his interest. We need to rest. We've traveled for 10 consecutive days. Additionally, the biting cold of the extreme north ice field is something most soul masters cannot withstand. We ought to procure some warm clothing. Shui Binghe patiently explained. After spending over 10 days in each other's company, she had begun to understand Tang Qiye's character, recognizing that he was generally quite agreeable. As for the situation in Class 2, she was unaware. Surely, the ultimate ice isn't afraid of the cold, is it? Tang Qiye queried skeptically. I am not afraid. They are. Moreover, in the extreme north ice field, Fire hardly sustains itself, and food cools quickly. We must be well prepared, she replied. All right then. Accepting Shui Bing's numerous justifications, Tang Qiye suppressed his temper. There is a renowned winery here. Shui Binger, noticing Tang Qiye's lack of enthusiasm, approached him with a playful wink. This was one of her observations over the past few days. Whenever Tang Qiye was bored, he would pull out a bottle of ale to sip, always in moderation. What makes it renowned? Tang Qiye's interest was piqued. His supply of wine in the green jade wristband was dwindling, and given the cold of the extreme north ice field, having some wine for warmth would be quite pleasant. The extreme north ice field is frigid, isn't it? Even without having visited, one can surmise that even great soul masters cannot endure its depths for long. This wine can ward off the cold. I've heard it is brewed from various precious herbs. I have never tasted it, but I've heard that a mere 300 milliliter bottle costs 30 gold soul coins. Yet, there are still buyers. And some even come specifically to this town to purchase it, Shui Binger elaborated. Do you know where it is? Tang Qiye smiled, feeling a twinge of desire at Shui Binger's description. I knew you wouldn't be able to resist. Wait here a moment while I take you there. Shui Binger replied with a bright smile. She then turned to Shui Wu and instructed, Shui Wu, after you help them purchase their items, head straight to the hotel. I will take Tang Qiye to buy the wine. Oh, we understand, they replied, feigning innocence, which made Shui Binger's cheeks flush slightly. Yet, she offered no explanation, merely casting a glare before leading Tang Qiye in a particular direction. Are you not worried about misunderstandings? Tang Qiye remarked, having left little Tian with Shui Wu. What is there to fear? Shui Binger shot back at him. The innocent will clear their name. Indeed? Tang Qiye muttered softly. You, rogue. Shui Binger pointed at him, managing to squeeze out those two words between clenched teeth. Thank you for the compliment, Tang Qiye responded, wearing a rather pleased expression. Shui Binger turned her head away, choosing to ignore him. Following Shui Binger through winding alleys, they arrived at a secluded part of the extreme north city where foot traffic had significantly diminished. Yet, Tang Qiye could sense that nearly everyone passing by was, in fact, a soul master, and an overwhelming majority seemed to be heading in the same direction. Look over there. The Baiming Winery. After a short while, they spotted a small winery. While it was not particularly small in size, occupying an area equivalent to 2 basketball courts, it was considered modest compared to the wineries in larger cities. Baiming. Tang Qiye mused as he gazed at the sign of the winery, deep in thought. What is it? Shui Binger asked, noticing his contemplative demeanor. It's nothing. I just feel that this surname is rather uncommon, he replied, shaking his head. However, he remained puzzled, as the surname Baiming should not exist within the realm of Douluo. Let us go, Shui Binger said, not probing further, and she led Tang Qiye into the main hall of the winery. The hall was not crowded, housing only 5 or 6 patrons, all of whom Tang Qiye sensed were soul masters. Welcome, esteemed guest. What type of wine would you like? Our establishment offers a variety of wines from Douluo, with Baiming wine being particularly popular. A young attendant dressed in a server's uniform greeted them warmly. Tang Qiye's gaze sharpened as he observed the young man before him, who appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age. Remarkably, Tang Qiye sensed a formidable soul power emanating from him. Delving into another's privacy could be deemed intrusive, and thus Tang Qiye refrained from being overtly obvious. Nevertheless, he could ascertain that the youth's cultivation level was at the 3rd ring, nearing the 4th. Such a prodigy was unexpectedly serving as a mere attendant here? It was his first visit. He wondered if he might indulge in a taste first. Without revealing his intent, Tang Qiye inquired casually. Certainly, esteemed guest, please take a seat. The young man replied with a smile, leading Tang Qiye and his companion to a square table. You seem quite intrigued by this wine estate, Shui Binger, who sat closely beside Tang Qiye, communicated telepathically. A bit, but our primary purpose here is to purchase wine, Tang Qiye responded in kind, aware of his desire to investigate the estate's background. However, he sensed that his current strength was insufficient. If he attempted to probe further, he would likely be detected, leading to complications. All right, I don't quite understand you, Shui Binger remarked, having grown accustomed to Tang Qiye's occasional peculiarities. Now, she found herself relatively accepting of his unexpected actions. Dear guests, these are our most popular wines, along with a plate of appetizers. Please, savor them at your leisure, the young attendant announced shortly after, approaching with a wooden tray that held 4 small bottles of wine, each approximately 50 milliliters, as well as a platter of peanuts and 2 small cups. Thank you. Tang Qiye expressed his gratitude, taking 1 bottle and pouring a glass for both himself and Shui Binger. The portions were evidently calculated to perfection by the attendant. "Do try it," Tang Qiye encouraged, lifting his cup and taking a sip. He raised an eyebrow as the wine touched his lips. "What is it?" Shui Bingo asked. Her curiosity piqued as she had yet to taste. The wine was cool upon entry, imbued with a subtle, rich aroma that invigorated the senses, sharpening his mental clarity. Tang Qiye downed the remainder of his glass, savoring the lingering flavor. "Startled me. I thought," Shui Bingo began, but Tang Qiye silenced her with a glance. "It's nothing." "I simply didn't expect it to be this invigorating," he replied. "Is that so?" Shui Bingo retorted, her lips pouting slightly. She had grown accustomed to Tang Qiye's enigmatic behavior. As they enjoyed their wine, the attendant returned with a smile. "How is the wine treating you, esteemed guests?" "Quite well." "Indeed," Tang Qiye affirmed, feeling the warmth spread through him, a delightful sensation that brought forth a slight flush to his cheeks. After several moments of light-hearted banter and playful exchanges, Tang Qiye and Shui Bingo finished their drinks, and the time had swiftly passed. The atmosphere was vibrant, and the camaraderie between them blossomed amidst the backdrop of the quaint wine estate. Tang Qiye nodded, while Shui Bingo remained silent. She had consumed half of her drink, and although she was not intoxicated, her cheeks were flushed, making her look quite enchanting. "I would like to have some of this strong liquor, the invigorating wine." And the exquisite barley beer, Tang Qiye indicated towards the 3 types of alcohol on the platter. "Esteemed guest, this strong liquor is known as Liangong. The invigorating wine is called Mingxing, and this barley beer is referred to as L2, becoming more fragrant with each sip. However, these are crafted with meticulous care, using ingredients and labor far superior to ordinary wines," the young attendant patiently explained regarding the pricing. "Pray tell, what are the prices for half a jin of each?" Tang Qiye inquired. "Liangong is 20 gold soul coins, Mingxing is 18 gold soul coins, and L2 is 15 gold soul coins," the young man replied. "Let us have 200 bottles of each." Tang Qiye pondered for a moment before discreetly communicating his order to the young man. The reason for his discretion lay in the desire to keep his wealth concealed. Acquiring 200 bottles of each type would amount to over 10,000 gold soul coins, and revealing this could attract unwanted attention. "Please follow me," the young man, clearly understanding the concern, led the two to a private room. "Kindly wait here," he said before stepping out of the room. "How much did you order?" Shui Bingo asked, regarding Tang Qiye with a curious expression. Tang Qiye smiled silently, nearly extending 2 fingers. 20? You truly lack funds?" Shui Bingo blinked her beautiful eyes, clearly pretending not to understand. "Indeed, I am without money." "A wealthy lady seeks a sponsor," Tang Qiye replied with a grin. "Go away, I find you distasteful," Shui Bingo remarked, casting him a disdainful glance. "Ah, beauty is beauty. Even a roll of the eyes can be so delightful." Tang Qiye seemed quite accustomed to such disdain, entirely immune to it. "Thank you for your compliment." Shui Bingo mimicked Tang Qiye's tone, yet could not contain her laughter afterward. "Your imitation leaves much to be desired," Tang Qiye critiqued, adopting a teacher-like demeanor. "I take pleasure in it," Shui Bingo proudly declared, tilting her charming face. At that moment, the door swung open, and a young attendant entered. This time, he did not carry a tray. The quantity Tang Qiye and company requested was substantial. "These wines are for you," the young man said, a ring glimmering between his fingers. As an array of wine bottles appeared before Tang Qiye, 600 bottles, divided into 3 varieties. The bottles of Liang were noticeably smaller than Mingxing, and Mingxing was smaller than L2. Liang boasts the highest density, followed by Mingxing. Thus the half-gene measurements differ in volume, the attendant explained. "Very well," Tang Qiye said, not bothering to count, as he waved his hand to store the 600 bottles. "Miss, these are yours," the young man gestured again, likely indicating 150 bottles of Liang and 50 bottles of Mingxing. "Understood." Shui Bingo also collected her 200 bottles, evidently possessing a storage soul guide. "Your respective expenditures amount to 10,600 gold soul coins and 3,900 gold soul coins," the young man continued. Tang Qiye nodded and casually produced 2 cards, one containing 10,000 gold soul coins and the other 5,000. "Let us settle the bill together," he suggested. "No need. I shall cover my own expenses," Shui Bingo replied, shaking her head as she offered a 5,000 coin card. "Then please assist me in paying off that remaining 600, Tang Qiye remarked, reclaiming the 5,000 coin card in the process. Shui Bingo sighed in exasperation, pressing her forehead in a gesture of helplessness, while the young attendant stood in bewilderment, questioning the peculiar nature of this transaction. "Is there no change?" he inquired. Tang Qiye remained unfazed, convinced that his actions were entirely justified. Oh, please wait a moment," the young attendant said, retreating once more. However, this time he returned in less than half a minute, presenting 500 gold soul coins. In total, it amounts to 14,500 gold soul coins. Here's your change of 500. He handed the coins to Tang Qiye, curiously neglecting to offer any to Shui Binger. Very well, farewell, Tang Qiye said, accepting the pouch containing the 500 gold soul coins, tossing it lightly before passing it to Shui Binger. The two departed from the wine house, making their way to the rendezvous point with Shuewu. This wine house possesses a certain charm, Tang Qiye remarked suddenly as they walked along the path. A certain charm? What do you mean? Shui Bingo inquired, perplexed. Tang Qiye rubbed his chin, pondering for a long time, ultimately shaking his head and expressing that he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if he shared an unseen connection with the vineyard. Yet he could not grasp the reason behind it, leaving him perplexed. Shui Bingo remained silent, as her knowledge of Biming Vineyard was limited. Rendering her unable to assist Tang Qiye, he decided to relinquish the thought, resolving to return at a later date when circumstances might be more favorable for currently. His strength was insufficient. Unable to comprehend the situation, Tang Qiye chose to dismiss it. He was not one to dwell on trivialities. By the way, where were Shuewu and the others? Just follow me. With Shui Bingo leading the way, Tang Qiye refrained from asking further questions. After locating Shuewu, the group shared a simple meal before each retired to their respective rooms. The following morning, the 12 individuals set out once more. But this time they could not hire a carriage, for as they ventured further north, even ordinary people, let alone horses, would struggle against the biting cold. The Fiery Sun wine purchased by Shui Binger was distributed among the group to ward off the chill upon reaching the Arctic tundra. 3 days later, they passed through the last small village, which consisted of merely a few dozen households. It was difficult to fathom why anyone would choose to reside in such a frigid locale. Tang Qiye was naturally curious, and as he passed by, he quietly activated his probing technique. However, aside from discovering that the individuals here possessed a relatively high tolerance for cold, he found nothing else of significance. Ah, there is another soul master? A soul sovereign, albeit aged. Just as Tang Qiye was about to retract his probing technique, he suddenly spotted an elderly soul sovereign, which piqued his interest. Upon a more meticulous examination, he realized that this quaint village harbored 2 middle-aged soul masters, both of whom were merely at the great soul master level. How peculiar that this small settlement should have 3 soul masters, failing to glean any useful information. Tang Qiye decided it best to refrain from further inquiries. What's wrong? You seem suspicious, Shui Binger inquired, noticing the perplexed expression on Tang Qiye's face. Nothing much. Just intrigued by this little village. Despite its size, it boasts 3 soul masters, including 1 soul sovereign. However, their innate talents are quite poor. And they are all quite aged, Tang Qiye replied softly. Shall we go in and ask? Forget it, it's too much trouble and could delay our journey. Tang Qiye pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Very well, Shui Bingo acquiesced, and the group continued on their way at a steady pace, leaving the small village behind. Little did they realize that this seemingly ordinary yet peculiar village nearly became the site of Tang Qiye's downfall. Chapter 84. Tian Ming and his brothers. The entire group consisted of soul masters, and even on foot, they were no slower than a horse-drawn carriage. Although Xiao Tian had yet to obtain a soul ring, his physical prowess was not inferior to that of an ordinary great soul master. Furthermore, with Tang Qiye relieving him of all burdens, he was able to keep pace effortlessly. Tang Qiye's burden had escalated to 30 kilograms in Tianshui City. After adapting for over 10 days, the weight no longer significantly affected him, allowing him to engage in combat with ease. On the 9th day, they reached the outskirts of the extreme north icefield, arriving ahead of their anticipated schedule. The extreme north icefield, a realm inhabited by soul beasts, is forbidden to mortals. As Tang Qiye gazed at the inscription on the nearby stone tablet, he realized they had indeed entered the domain of the extreme north icefield. Observing the shivering little Tian, bundled in thick cotton garments, Tang Qiye raised his hand, channeling a warm current into little Tian's body. Instantly, the trembling ceased, and little Tian's form relaxed, seemingly oblivious to the biting cold. Let us first seek a soul ring for little Tian. It should be found in the outer regions, Tang Qiye suggested. Indeed. With little Tian acquiring his first soul ring, he will be better equipped to withstand the cold. By the way, what type of soul ring does little Tian require? Shui Bingo inquired, producing a map adorned with several circles and annotations. Please check if there are markings indicating the habitat of the ice silkworm. That will be little Tian's first soul ring. Tang Qiye stated without hesitation that this was the first soul ring he had long envisioned. The ice silkworm. A creature of both spiritual and ice attributes was indeed not far away, situated in the peripheral region. Shui Bing'er's gaze swept across the map, confirming a specific direction. Very well, from this moment onward, let us remain vigilant. Although the soul beast density in the extreme north ice field is low, the vast expanse of white snow provides ample opportunity for certain soul beasts to conceal themselves within the environment. We must be wary of ambushes. After nodding in agreement, Tang Qiye turned his attention to Shui Bing'er. As the captain of the Heavenly Water Battle Team, she was naturally more suited to the role of leader. Let us proceed according to our previous formation. Shui Bing'er made no alterations to the formation. It remained as it was upon arrival. With the support-type members positioned in the center, 2 strong attack-type members leading the way, while she took her place at the rear. Of course, Xiaotian and Tang Qiye also occupied the back, as this position not only ensured a secure defense but also allowed for a clearer view of everything unfolding ahead, enabling them to provide the most effective support from any direction. Tang Qiye activated his sensing technique, extending its range to a radius of 200 meters. Not to seek out soul beasts, but rather to guard against any hidden soul beasts that might launch a surprise attack. The periphery of the extreme north ice plain differed significantly from that of the Stardow Forest, although soul beasts roamed the outskirts of the ice plain. Their numbers were sparse, increasing gradually as one ventured deeper. An hour later, the group had already entered the domain inhabited by the ice silkworms. While it was claimed to be their habitat, it was merely a frequented area. Ice silkworms possessed dual attributes of ice and spirit, yet their physical form was exceedingly fragile, rendering them pitiably weak in combat. Otherwise, a million-year-old dream of heaven would not barely compare to a 100,000-year-old soul beast. What type of soul beast does Xuewu require? The group slowed their pace, delving deeper, as the ice silkworms near the periphery typically had only 10 years of cultivation, necessitating further exploration. Xuewu's martial spirit was snowflakes. A group attack soul skill would serve her well, but unfortunately, we lack a teacher to accompany us, so we must rely on fortune, Shui Bing'er remarked. Snowflakes? Xuewu is a control-type battle soul master? Tang Qiye furrowed his brow, uncertain of Xuewu's developmental trajectory, as the original text did not elaborate on it significantly. That is indeed the case. She specializes in group control and collective attacks. I have divulged all the details of my teammates to you. So do exercise restraint when the time comes, Shui Bing'er chuckled. When the moment arrives, if I do not participate, whether you succeed will depend on luck, Tang Qiye replied. As for Xuewu's soul rings, I believe the snow demon Yuan might be a good option, as she is likely to acquire a collective restrictive soul skill. Tang Qiye contemplated. The teacher mentioned the same, but we must see if we can locate it, Shui Bing'er stated. The area where the snow demon Yuan appeared was not far from their current location, but they had already ventured quite deep. Shui Bing'er gazed into the distance, where the boundless snowfield stretched out before them. Over there is an ice silkworm, Shui Yue pointed to a spot more than 100 meters ahead. Tang Qiye's gaze sharpened, and he indeed spotted an ice silkworm. However, he quickly shook his head, with his keen eyesight. Discerning objects 100 meters away in such an open space was a trivial task. The ice silkworm measured less than half a meter in length. Its cultivation at most 200 years, clearly unsuitable for Xiaotian. Ice silkworms with significant cultivation are scarce, particularly those over 1,000 years old. While Tang Qiye did not insist on a millennium-old ice silkworm spirit ring for Xiaotian, it certainly could not be too feeble, at the very least. It should be 800 years. After all, the soul power of the ice silkworm was inherently weak, possibly inferior even to that of his first spirit ring. Upon witnessing Tang Qiye shake his head, the others understood that the ice silkworm did not meet their criteria, yet they remained undeterred. For they had only just ventured into the extreme northern ice fields. There was no need for haste. They decided to delve deeper, as they would inevitably need to progress further in. Shui Bing'er also wished to avoid wasting time in the periphery, thus urging everyone to advance. Tang Qiye silently expanded his sensing range to 500 meters, but at that moment, it was only directed forward, while the backward sensing range was limited to 50 meters. This expansion allowed him to effortlessly discover several soul beasts concealed beneath the ice and snow. However, none matched the requirements of Xiaotian, resulting in no opportunity for them. The group continued to delve deeper, and after half an hour, they had traversed 5 kilometers. Look over there, a snow lion. How adorable! Shui Yue exclaimed, her large, watery eyes wide with wonder. It must be noted that it is not only men who are visual creatures, women are as well. The snow lion caught Tang Qiye's attention as well, yet he had no desire for its soul ring, as long as it did not attack them. He had no intention of senselessly slaying it. The ice silkworm, I almost forgot about that, Tang Qiye thought. His eyes sparkling as he turned his gaze back to the snow lion, utilizing his purple extreme magic eyes in conjunction with his sensing technique. The form of the snow lion began to gradually alter, ultimately shedding all its disguises before his eyes. Of course, the others were oblivious to this transformation. This ice silkworm seemed somewhat reminiscent of the one that Tianming had Hou Yuhao capture. Both possessed the ability to disguise themselves. However, what Xiao Tian requires is precisely this soul skill, the ability to conceal brilliance. Tang Qiye mused, a smile gracing his features. He then pointed to the snow lion and addressed the members of the Tianshui battle team, saying, "This will be Xiao Tian's first soul ring. Please keep a close watch on him while I capture that ice silkworm." Ice silkworm? Isn't that a snow lion? Shui Yue blinked in confusion. The ice silkworm possesses two attributes, but its strength lies in mental power, and disguise is one of its innate abilities. Though the snow lion appears formidable and imposing, it shows no inclination to attack us. Therefore, I focused my observation, and the outcome was clear. Xiao Tian's first soul ring is secured. As Tang Qiye concluded his words, he did not linger. Employing his divination technique, he pinpointed the icy silkworm, gracefully maneuvering through the shadows and leaving no trace in the snow. He surged towards his target. Chapter 85. The first ring of a millennium as anticipated by Tang Qiye. The snow lion, upon noticing his approach, did not snarl or retaliate. Instead, it swiftly turned and fled, simultaneously shedding its disguise to reveal its true form, a half-meter-long icy silkworm. It appeared to have just surpassed the millennium mark. With the knowledge imparted to him by his master, Tang Qiye discerned that this icy silkworm had recently crossed the 1,000-year threshold, perhaps leading to a slight inflation of its confidence, prompting it to brazenly masquerade as a snow lion in an attempt to intimidate them. Unfortunately for it, Tang Qiye's purple extreme demon eye and divination technique were formidable counters to illusions, and given his own proficiency in illusionary arts, how could he be deceived by a mere millennium-old icy silkworm? Tang Qiye set forth, and even if faced with the legendary 1,000-year snow lion, he could effortlessly conquer it, thus transforming the ice silkworm into a mere popsicle. Shui Binger, accompanied by the Tianshui battle team and Xiao Tian, approached Tang Qiye, who handed Xiao Tian a dagger. "Go ahead." Without the need for further elaboration from Tang Qiye, Xiao Tian instinctively understood his forthcoming actions. Having been influenced by Tang Qiye, he was naturally well-versed in various aspects of soul beasts. Tang Qiye did not slay the ice silkworm. Instead, he encased it in ice, rendering it incapable of resistance. The ice silkworm's defenses were feeble, and Xiao Tian effortlessly pierced through its plump head. A halo gradually ascended, shimmering with a rich purple hue amidst its golden light. "Master?" Xiao Tian pondered, somewhat perplexed, for the soul ring appeared to be yellow, yet it radiated a purple glow, clearly indicating it was approaching the limit of 1,000 years. Maintain your focus and allow the 9 Heavens Emperor crown to guide the soul ring, Tang Qiye instructed without further elaboration. "Yes, Master." Xiao Tian nodded earnestly, without hesitation. As he settled into a meditative posture, the 9 Heavens Emperor crown gathering above his head, emanating a majestic aura. Tang Qiye subtly waved his left hand, allowing a surge of dark energy to be absorbed by the Xia Lan Gua seal, while the soul ring above the ice silkworm's corpse gradually transitioned from yellow to purple. Has it been a millennium? The energy within the soul ring has become increasingly refined, yet little Tian displayed no sign of trepidation. Shui Bingo hesitated to voice her thoughts, but her gaze could not escape Tang Qiye's keen perception. "I am aware of the limits if Shui Wu encounters a suitable soul ring. As long as it does not greatly exceed the age limit, it should be permissible." Tang Qiye wished to refrain from extensive explanation, yet felt compelled to clarify slightly, fearing that Shui Bingo's penetrating gaze might pierce through him. Initially, when he had instructed little Tian to keep pace with the carriage, she had been unable to contain her disapproval, leading to a brief exchange of retorts between them. "You can." Shui Bingo quickly covered her lips in astonishment as she gazed at Tang Qiye. "It is nothing, merely a slight assistance. Little Tian's innate constitution holds greater advantages. Otherwise, my first ring would not have been a century." Tang Qiye shook his head in response. "That is still quite impressive," Shui Bingo remarked. "The crux lies in the limitations. I can only intervene once within a short time frame." Tang Qiye shrugged, diverting his gaze from little Tian. At that moment, little Tian's condition remained relatively stable, though it was evident that Tang Qiye's notion of stability differed greatly from Shui Binger's perspective. After 10 minutes of absorbing the soul ring, little Tian was drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration cascading from his forehead. Fortunately, Tang Qiye had cast a barrier around him, temporarily shielding him from the external chill. Otherwise, a layer of frost would have formed upon his visage. 5 minutes later, little Tian's body began to tremble, unmistakably indicating that absorbing a millennium's worth of soul ring energy was proving to be quite taxing for him. Tang Qiye, you are endangering little Tian. Shui Bingo dared not raise her voice, fearing it might disrupt little Tian, yet her fury was unmistakably evident upon her countenance. She could not comprehend why Tang Qiye would compel little Tian to absorb a soul ring that far exceeded his limits. The members of the Tian Shui battle team shared her confusion, their gazes toward Tang Qiye markedly different from before. Tang Qiye glanced at Shui Binger, offering no explanation. Indeed, Xiaoyan's condition was nearing its limit, yet it was merely approaching that threshold. As long as one's willpower remained resolute, absorbing the soul ring posed no peril. Why would Tang Qiye allow Xiao Tian to embark on such perilous adventures? If there were genuine threats to his life, how could he permit Xiao Tian to absorb this soul ring? Although they have only known each other for a little over 3 months, Tang Qiye has already come to regard Xiao Tian as family. His strictness stems not from harshness, but from a desire to nurture his talents and honor the trust placed in him by Xiao Tian's grandfather. The golden-armored Earth Dragon's right arm bone within the green pearl bracer remains untouched, as Tang Qiye's acceptance of Xiao Tian as his disciple is not a mere transaction. Should Xiao Tian prove worthy, he would unhesitatingly allow him to absorb the golden-armored Earth Dragon's right arm bone. Tang Qiye may not possess the vast knowledge of a master, yet his understanding of twin martial souls is not inferior to that of the master, particularly regarding the Dark Angel martial soul. The six-winged angel can give rise to the innate 20th level Qianren Xue. One cannot help but ponder the capabilities of the 12-winged Dark Angel. How could the Nine Heavens Emperor crown, which coexists with the 12-winged Dark Angel, be anything less than remarkable? The synergy of these two martial souls, which rival the formidable Haotian hammer, combined with the 3 months of rigorous training Tang has imparted to Xiao Tian, and the absorption of the resentment power from the Ice Silkworm Soul Ring, should undeniably enable him to absorb a millennium-old Ice Silkworm Soul Ring without issue. Although the Ice Silkworm possesses relatively weaker soul power compared to the 500-year Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, its 1,000-year classification only translates to the equivalent of an 800-year soul ring in terms of absorption. At this juncture, Xiao Tian's constitution far surpasses that of Tang Qiye in his youth, making the absorption of a millennium-old Ice Silkworm soul ring devoid of any life-threatening consequences. Xiao Tian is merely feeling overwhelmed. His meridians show no signs of inability to cope, indicating that he has not yet reached his limit. Is he not your disciple? Do you truly desire for him to surpass you as a formidable being, disregarding his well-being? Shui Bingo questioned, observing Tang Qiye's silent gaze upon Xiao Tian, voicing her confusion. Tang Qiye remained intently observant of Xiao Yan's absorption process, until the soul power within Xiao Tian began to be suppressed and gradually converged. He then turned his gaze towards Shui Binger. Firstly, Xiao Tian possesses innate strength surpassing that of an ordinary soul master. The absorption of a mere few hundred years' worth of the first soul ring would only lead to his ruin. Secondly, what you perceive as a limit is, in my eyes, merely the standard that ought to be attained. When I absorbed my third ring, my meridians were shattered by the influx of soul power, resulting in visible blood seeping from my skin. That was the true limit. Thirdly, Xiao Tian is my disciple, and I care for his life and death more than anyone else. Lastly, he bears significant responsibilities, and I do not wish for him to face a tragic demise due to inadequacy in strength once he matures. In light of this, do you still consider me heartless? Tang Qiye, after delivering his words, redirected his gaze towards Xiao Tian. He bore no animosity towards the spirit hall, and while he might find himself at odds with them due to Tang Hao and Tang San's opposition, he was confident that by that time, he would possess sufficient strength to ensure his own safety. However, Xiao Tian was not in the same position. His second spirit always left Tang Qiye with an unsettling premonition. All he could do now was to expedite Xiao Tian's growth as much as possible. I truly do not comprehend you peculiar beings, Shui Binga remarked, her tone noticeably softened. And the others no longer misconstrued Tang Qiye's intentions. Do you not feel that I am devoid of compassion? Tang Qiye was not angry, after all. He had indeed acted in a manner that could easily lead to misunderstandings. Chapter 86, The First Ring of the Dark Angel. I misunderstood you, and I apologize. Is that acceptable? Shui Binger's tone softened, yet she still feigned an air of pride. At this moment, Tang Qiye's thoughts were entirely focused on Xiao Tian, and naturally, he would not dwell on trivial matters with her. Xiao Tian's body had ceased trembling, and her breath gradually became calm. Meanwhile, a circle of purple light began to form around her, signifying the first soul ring of the Nine Heavens Emperor's crown. After another 10 minutes, Xiao Tian finally opened her eyes, and in the next moment, She sprang up, excitedly pulling Tang Qiye and exclaiming, Master, Master, I succeeded. Good. Do you feel any discomfort? Tang Qiye inquired, crouching down to stroke Xiao Tian's head. However, upon hearing this question, the excitement on Xiao Tian's face instantly faded, prompting a sense of foreboding to rise within Tang Qiye. Master, Xiao Tian hesitated, her gaze shifting toward Shui Binger and the others. Now you may speak. Communicate with me through your thoughts, no need to articulate. Tang Qiye realized, almost forgetting that there were others present. Thus, he enveloped Xiao Tian and himself in his detection technique. Utilizing this ability for mental communication was something he could easily accomplish. Master, I feel that the second martial soul has also acquired a soul ring. Xiao Tian was not surprised by Tang Qiye's methods in her eyes. Whatever means he employed fell well within the realm of acceptability. Upon hearing this, Tang Qiye's gaze sharpened, his brows furrowing as he cast a peculiar glance towards Xiao Tian. The ability to manifest a soul ring is one that belongs solely to soul beasts, a trait that can only be possessed by those with the bloodline of such creatures. Tang Qiye refrained from inquiring further about Xiao Tian's second soul ring, for this was clearly not the opportune moment for such discussions. The first ring, being a millennium old, was easily accepted due to the precedent set by the previous millennium second ring. However, Xiao Tian's second martial spirit must remain concealed from prying eyes. Should her millennium first ring be revealed before the Tianshui battle team, perhaps they could keep it a secret, but the 12-winged Dark Angel, a dual martial spirit, posed a greater risk of exposure. After all, Tang Qiye's relationship with the Tianshui team could only be deemed ordinary. Does your second martial spirit have any negative effects on you? Tang Qiye inquired again. No, it's the same as before, as long as I do not utilize it. There are no adverse effects, Xiao Tian obediently replied. Very well, for the time being, do not concern yourself with your second martial spirit. Focus on cultivating your first martial spirit, Tang Qiye instructed. Understood, Master, Xiao Tian acknowledged. The exchange of thoughts occurred swiftly, mere seconds passing between their words. Appearing unremarkable to Shui Binger and the other members of the Tianshui team. What is your first soul skill? Tang Qiye asked. Disguise. I can alter the color of my soul ring and perform other simple disguises, Xiao Tian explained, demonstrating by changing her soul ring to yellow and then to black. Good. Tang Qiye nodded. While this soul skill may seem trivial, it proved quite practical for Xiao Tian. Everyone, I hope you can keep the age of Xiao Tian's first soul ring confidential. Tang Qiye directed his gaze towards the Tianshui team. It was preferable to keep Xiao Tian's first soul ring undisclosed. Rest assured, we won't spill any secrets, Shui Binger replied without hesitation, casting a glance at her teammates. We will remain silent as well, the others chimed in, understanding their captain's intent. Thank you all, Tang Qiye expressed his gratitude. Whether they could truly safeguard the secret mattered little. As long as Xiao Tian's second martial spirit remained undisclosed, the situation would not escalate severely. With Xiao Tian's soul ring acquired, the focus shifted to Shui Wu. We will proceed westward for several dozen miles. And then we will delve deeper to enter the territory of the Snow Demon Yuan, Shui Bingo commanded, guiding the Tianshui team forward once more. This journey took considerably longer, as the Snow Demon Yuan's habitat was not too far, yet not close either. The snow-covered terrain impeded their movement, causing their progress to slow. To avoid excessive fatigue, they took breaks along the way. By the time they entered the Snow Demon Yuan's territory, night had fallen. We cannot venture further. Visibility will be hindered at night. Let us rest here without sleeping, meditating instead, Shui Bingo suggested, finding a depression to set up camp. The winds and snow in the hollow were manageable, allowing the tent to be erected without issue. With the tent providing shelter from the wind and cold, enduring the night was not a daunting task. Moreover, with Tang Qiye's reconnaissance skills, even if one or two soul beasts attacked, the group could handle them with ease. The night passed without incident. As dawn broke, the team resumed their journey, needing to delve further to capture the Snow Demon Yuan's fourth soul ring. The area where the Snow Demon Yuan resided was less about fixed territory and more about frequent activity, as only a select few powerful soul beasts claimed established domains. These territorial soul beasts undoubtedly resided in the extreme northern core, and in the borderlands between the outskirts and midlands, no soul beast would possess a fixed territory. The fourth soul ring of Shui Wu requires a Snow Demon Yuan that is approximately 5,000 years old. We need to venture about 10 more miles. Shui Bingo assessed based on the markings on our map. Let us hasten. If fortune favors us, we may only need to spend a night there. If luck is not on our side, we might have to linger for another night or two. The longer we stay in this perilous place, the greater the danger. Tang Qiye remarked. Agreed, Xia Lan nodded, urging everyone to maintain formation as they advanced. In truth, they encountered few formidable soul beasts along the way, easily dispatching a couple of millennium-old snow lions. The map in Xia Lan's possession had recently been annotated by a teacher from the Tianque Academy, significantly reducing the likelihood of encountering danger, which was why they felt confident allowing the Tianque team to hunt soul beasts independently. Moreover, the combat prowess of a snow demon Yuan was substantial. A 5,000-year-old one would possess fighting abilities akin to a 2,000 or 3,000-year-old combat-oriented soul beast. While hunting a snow demon Yuan of that age posed challenges for the Tianque team, it was by no means impossible. As the group drew closer to the core of the extreme north, they encountered an increasing number of soul beasts. However, the soul beasts of the extreme north differed somewhat from those of the Douluo forest. After all, only a handful of soul masters ventured to the extreme north to hunt, resulting in soul beasts predominantly possessing ice attributes, with few others present. Thus, the resentment of these soul beasts towards humans was relatively low. Of course, some aggressive and bloodthirsty soul beasts resided in the extreme north, such as the one they now faced. Chapter 87. Blood-eyed extreme ice tiger. Before Tang Qiye and his companions, a full-grown white tiger, the size of an ox, menacingly fixed its blood-red eyes upon them. This was a blood-eyed extreme ice tiger. Its blood-red eyes, ice armor, and spiked tail all showcased the ferocity and might of this large feline. The blood-eyed extreme ice tiger's gaze was locked onto the group, and its fierce, bloodthirsty aura sent a shiver down their spines. However, Xia Lan and her team were evidently not strangers to facing soul beasts. The assault-type and agility-type members took positions at the front and flanks, while the support members slowly retreated, with Xia Lan at the center. Tiger-type soul beasts excelled in combat, possessing significant advantages in speed and strength. Upon observation, Tang Qiye noted that this blood-eyed extreme ice tiger was at least a millennium old and could prove more troublesome than the 5,000-year-old snow demon Yuan. Prioritize protecting the support members. I will lead the offensive. Your role is merely to create distractions, Tang Qiye commanded, transforming his 5-element staff. He remained cautious, aware that a single misstep could result in casualties. While the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger did not pose a direct threat to Tang Qiye's life, should it find an opening to injure Xiaotian or others, that was an outcome he wished to avoid. Understood, Xia Lan replied, pulling Xiaotian behind her. She recognized that ensuring Tang Qiye could fight with full concentration required her to secure Xiaotian's safety first. Prioritize your own safety, then provide support to me. Tang Qiye uttered a solitary phrase before striding towards the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger. This creature was no mere illusion conjured by the ice silkworm. Its bloodlust, while not quite on par with the human-faced demon spider of the Douluo forest, was formidable nonetheless. The technique of perception was the first to be employed, granting Tang Qiye enhanced control over the movements of the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger, and even allowing him to discern its weaknesses. The man and the tiger stood in opposition, neither making a move. Tang Qiye refrained from initiating an attack, as he sought to uncover the tiger's vulnerabilities, which required time. The blood-eyed extreme ice tiger, sensing a palpable aura of danger emanating from Tang Qiye, remained cautious and refrained from acting recklessly. Ultimately, it was the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger that launched the first offensive. But instead of employing the typical pounce characteristic of feline spirit beasts, it opened its gaping maw. From it coalesced a massive orb of energy, blue in hue and radiating a sanguine glow, roughly the size of a soccer ball. This energy wave bore similarities to Dai Mu Bai's white tiger radiant wave, though it was distinctly the extreme frost bloodlight wave of the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger. Not only did it possess explosive damage, but it was also imbued with a freezing effect. Indeed, the frost of this creature approached the pinnacle of its potential. The energy within the extreme frost bloodlight wave spiraled with a mesmerizing grace, cleaving through the void as it hurtled toward Tang Qiye, trailing a crimson flame-like tail. The distance between Tang Qiye and the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger was scarcely 50 meters, and the speed of the extreme frozen bloodlight wave was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, it had surged to within 2 meters of Tang Qiye. Nevertheless, how could Tang Qiye be struck by such a trivial attack? The trajectory of the extreme frozen bloodlight wave was erratic, yet when the dust settled, Tang Qiye had vanished from sight. In the next moment, the blood wave collided with the ground, sending a cascade of icy rocks into the air. In the frigid north, where snow perpetually blankets the land, Tang Qiye and his companions found themselves in the mid-level region, where the snow beneath their feet was over half a meter thick, underlain by solidified ice and rock. The impact of the blood wave directly uprooted substantial ice and snow, a testament to its formidable power. However, the turmoil did not cease there. The shattered ice and snow fragments soared in every direction, transforming into razor-sharp ice blades. Remarkably, the flying shards inflicted no harm upon the Tian Shui battle team. While Tang Qiye skillfully closed the distance to within 20 meters of the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger. During this tense standoff, he discerned the creature's vulnerability. The blood-eyed extreme ice tiger possessed a pair of chillingly ominous crimson eyes that could emit blood-red beams as it launched its attacks. Yet, these very eyes were its Achilles heel. Observing Tang Qiye's audacious advance, the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger let out a thunderous roar, sending swirling snowflakes cascading through the air, emanating an overwhelming aura of menace. Undeniably, the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger was powerful. Its malicious presence alone could intimidate timid soul masters. However, Tang Qiye was far from timid. Armed with his 5-element staff, he leaped into the air from a distance of 15 meters, raising his staff high above his head and forcefully bringing it down upon the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger. This strike was devoid of flair, straightforward and unembellished, executed without the aid of any soul skills. Yet, with his 36th level of soul power and physical prowess that surpassed his peers, should his staff connect with the tiger's head, it would undoubtedly deliver a severe blow. The blood-eyed extreme ice tiger tilted its head back, its blood-red gaze locking onto Tang Qiye, its eyes ablaze with crimson light, unleashing 2 beams akin to lasers that shot towards him. Humph! Tang Qiye scoffed. He had anticipated the tiger's attack the moment it raised its head. Fully prepared for the onslaught that was about to ensue, the first soul ring of Tang Qiye shimmered, and a beam of stick light, almost tangible in its essence, shattered the 2 crimson rays. Simultaneously, the 5-element staff in Tang Qiye's hand descended. The blood-eyed ice tiger, realizing it could not force Tang Qiye back, swiftly leapt aside to evade the strike. The miss of the staff did not surprise Tang Qiye. If a single blow could vanquish this blood-eyed ice tiger, it would indeed be remarkable, for it was, after all, a 1,000-year spirit beast of the feline kind. Even for the formidable Tang Qiye, facing the creature before him required considerable effort. In this moment, Tang Qiye found himself once again in a standoff with the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger. Their brief exchanges made the beast acutely aware that the human before it was a genuine threat to its existence, causing it to refrain from reckless attacks. Meanwhile, Tang Qiye was not hasty to strike when dealing with such a soul beast. It was paramount to seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow during its moment of vulnerability, preventing it from retaliating in its final throes. After a brief pause, Tang Qiye made his move. The distance between him and the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger was a mere 10 meters, a span he could easily cover with a single leap or swift advance. The 3rd soul ring of Tang Qiye ignited, as 6 phantoms in his true form surged forth simultaneously. Meanwhile, the support from Shui Bingo arrived as anticipated. Among the 11 of them, 2 formidable assault-type soul sages stood guard before Shui Binger, while the remaining combat soul masters adopted a defensive stance, protecting an auxiliary soul master and Xiao Tian in the center. Shui Binger's support manifested through her first soul skill, Ice Seal, a control technique of remarkable potency. Had she confronted a weaker soul beast, this very skill alone could have rendered them invincible. The blood-eyed extreme ice tiger was inevitably encased in ice, and in the next moment, Tang Qiye's 5-element staff struck down upon the frozen creature. The ice shattered with a resounding crack, sending the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger flying over 7 meters, crashing heavily onto the ground. However, the impact of this strike did not yield the results Tang Qiye had envisioned. Chapter 88, Ice Phoenix 4th Ring, Storm. The blood-eyed extreme ice tiger, comparable in size to an adult yellow bull, was launched by Tang Qiye's staff over 7 to 8 meters, yet it emerged unscathed, not a single drop of blood to be seen. This was excessive, Tang Qiye grimaced, positioning himself before the heavenly water battle team. The blood-eyed extreme ice tiger let out another roar, even more ferocious than the last, its fury interlaced with an icy chill that cut to the bone. This time, the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger hesitated no longer. Its powerful limbs propelled it into a leap of 4 to 5 meters, lunging towards Tang Qiye with the intent to bite. Tang Qiye's gaze sharpened as he uttered a low command, retreat. Immediately, the 5-element staff in his hand surged in size, his calves exerting force while his waist served as the pivot, propelling his entire body forward. Not only that, but beneath his feet, the 1st and 2nd soul rings illuminated simultaneously, while the staff emanated a searing aura. With a mighty shout, Tang Qiye swung the staff, which was as thick as a bowl, to meet the oncoming blood-eyed ice tiger. A resounding clash echoed as he was jolted back several meters. However, he firmly gripped the staff with both hands, his feet intertwining as his body twisted in a peculiar manner, leaping once more to strike down with even greater force. Meanwhile, The Tianqiye battle team had already retreated a considerable distance as soon as Tang Qiye called for a retreat. Otherwise, the impact of his recoil would have propelled him into their midst, causing him to be concerned for those around him and hindering the accumulation of his power. Tang Qiye leaped into the air, causing the snow beneath him to shatter under the sheer force of his descent. The blood-eyed ice tiger, a behemoth weighing nearly half a ton, possessed an undeniable ferocity. With another resounding roar, Tang Qiye was once more thrust backward several meters. However, this time, he noticeably retreated a few steps less. In contrast, the blood-eyed ice tiger found itself in a similarly dire predicament. It braced itself against Tang Qiye's five-element staff with its powerful back and claws, the immense force proving to be quite taxing, leaving two deep craters in the snow where it landed. Yet, before the blood-eyed ice tiger could fully comprehend the situation, Tang Qiye's third strike descended with an even more formidable force. The blood-eyed ice tiger let out another furious roar, resolutely enduring the blow. Tang Qiye was astonished. The blood-eyed extreme ice tiger did not retaliate, but instead braced itself against the blow. Nevertheless, he continued to unleash his chaotic barrage. Yet the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger did not afford him the opportunity to persist. Its blood-red eyes glowed fiercely, yet this time, it refrained from releasing any sanguine beams to attack. In an instant, a crimson aura enveloped the entire body of the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger, emanating an increasingly frigid chill that had reached the utmost threshold. Could it be the blood-eyed frenzy? Tang Qiye was struck with horror, as he had not anticipated this ability of the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger. Clearly, this was not the moment for such concerns. Tang Qiye's fourth strike could no longer be continued, for the size and speed of the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger had significantly escalated under the blood-eyed frenzy. Moreover, Shui Bingo's freezing confinement technique could no longer impede the creature's movements. The rapidly accelerating blood-eyed extreme ice tiger seemed to have eyes only for Tang Qiye. Closing the 10-meter distance in the blink of an eye, its enormous paw descending towards him. This is troublesome. Tang Qiye retracted the five-element staff and executed a counterattack with a fiery ice strike. However, the flame ice slash, which could easily deal with a soul venerable, proved ineffective. The tiger's pull remained undeterred, dispersing the flame ice slash before continuing its advance toward Tang Qiye. Five cauldrons seal. Tang Qiye clasped his hands in a gesture of sealing, as five colossal cauldrons descended from the heavens, subduing the blood-eyed ice tiger. Tang Qiye's lips curled slightly as a complex formation began to coalesce beneath the colossal cauldron. With a resounding boom, the cauldron shattered. However, the golden fluorescence did not disperse but instead surged towards the blood-eyed ice tiger, fully enveloping its form. The ghost dust forbidden image. Tang Qiye's expression grew grave as he grasped the air with his palm. The blood-eyed ice tiger seemed to be ensnared by an unseen force, thrashing violently yet failing to break free from its bindings. Cursing under his breath, Tang Qiye realized he was nearing his limits in controlling this formidable creature, which could escape at any moment. A roar erupted from the blood-eyed ice tiger, sensing the intense unease emanating from the fiery formation beneath it, causing its body to swell dramatically, now resembling the size of a full-grown elephant. Tang Qiye finally lost control. But the power amassed in the formation was evidently insufficient to obliterate the blood-eyed ice tiger. Just as he prepared to activate the formation, a graceful figure ascended into the air, soaring with an ethereal grace, accompanied by a phoenix's cry that resonated through the heavens. The Ice Phoenix, Storm. A crisp voice echoed as the resplendent Ice Phoenix unleashed a tornado, which, laden with wind and snow, ensnared the blood-eyed ice tiger at its center. Water Bingo's Ice Phoenix Storm was evidently designed for frigid environments. In the extreme northern tundra, snow was abundant, and this storm harnessed the elements of wind and snow. The tornado roared, fierce winds howled, and the swirling snowflakes became remarkably hard, slicing through the air like blades. Fortunately, the storm's ferocity was primarily manifested in its control. Despite the blood-eyed ice tiger's formidable strength, it struggled to break free from the tornado's grasp within a short span of time. That is sufficient. Tang Qiye's face broke into a smile as he pointed with his right hand towards the ground beneath the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger, suddenly unleashing the blazing flames of the sun's descent. The crimson array radiated brilliance, its searing torrents reminiscent of molten lava soaring into the heavens. In an instant, it engulfed the raging vortex and the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger within a maelstrom of energy. This should suffice, thought Tang Qiye, as he prepared to probe the aura of the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger. Yet, in the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. Retreat. Tang Qiye shouted fiercely towards the Tianqiye battle team, and in that instant, a radiant glow enveloped him, transporting him to the side of Shui Binger. At that very moment, The formidable formation of Yin Hui Jiang Tian crumbled with a resounding crash, and the searing torrent dissipated into nothingness. The roar of the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger was more frenzied and wild than ever before. Upon encountering the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger once again, Tang Qiye realized that it had succumbed to utter madness, for only one of its blood-red eyes remained. Such raw flesh, Tang Qiye mused. Yet his reaction was swift and decisive. A small 5 elements bomb materialized between his fingers, and without a moment's hesitation, he infused it with energy and hurled it away, swiftly turning to flee with Shui Binger in tow. Whether the bomb would strike the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger was of no concern. While Tang Qiye's skills with hidden weapons paled in comparison to Tang San's, they were still formidable. It was said that as long as something was within his perception, be it a mosquito or a beast as large as the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger, he would hit it with unerring accuracy. Tang Qiye led Shui Binger in a relentless series of 3 moon pursuits, managing to create some distance from the blood-eyed ice tiger. As for the other members of the Heavenly Water Battle Team, they were utterly incapable of intervening in this fierce confrontation, especially after the blood-eyed ice tiger descended into complete madness. The formidable prowess of this great feline must surely exceed 2 millennia. Tang Qiye's eyes narrowed slightly. He could not guarantee that the 5 elements bomb would be sufficient to subdue this frenzied tiger. Chapter 89. Blood-Eye, Icebound Fury. The maddened Blood-Eye ice tiger remained oblivious to the presence of the 5 elements bomb. Tang Qiye accurately hurled the 5 elements bomb beneath its abdomen. In the next moment, a dazzling array of 5-colored radiance erupted, unleashing a cataclysmic surge of energy that seemed capable of obliterating all existence. The formidable power of the 5 elements bomb did not disappoint Tang Qiye. The terrifying energy swept away the accumulated snow within a radius of several dozen meters. And at the epicenter of the explosion, a miniature energy vortex began to dissipate. Tang Qiye lowered his arm that obstructed his view and cast a glance towards the direction where Xiao Tian was located. Fortunately, thanks to his previous warning, aside from Shui Binger, the Tian Shui team and Xiao Tian had retreated to a safe distance. Had it perished? For some inexplicable reason, Tang Qiye harbored a lingering doubt that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. The defensive capabilities of the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger exceeded his expectations by a significant margin. Before Tang Qiye could ascertain the situation, a faint roar of the tiger emanated from the epicenter of the explosion, causing him to pause and heighten his vigilance. However, he felt a slight sense of relief as this tiger's roar lacked the overwhelming force it had previously possessed, resembling more of a fleeting echo than a formidable presence. Be cautious, he advised Shui Binger, although he surmised that the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger was on its last legs. He positioned himself protectively in front of her. The blizzard, fueled by surging energy, obscured his vision. With a swift motion, he waved his hand, and a vibrant green light flickered. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the swirling snowflakes and revealing a deep pit approximately 40 meters away. The pit was nearly 2 meters deep, although the ground beneath remained concealed. The frozen snow below half a meter was as hard as stone, a testament to the formidable power of the small 5 elements bomb. Yet, despite such might, the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger had not been vanquished. In the depths of the 2-meter pit, the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger struggled to rise, its remaining eye shattered, and its fur marred by numerous charred scars. Its tail had vanished entirely, though a short, severed piece could be seen not far away, clearly on its last breath. The blood-eyed extreme ice tiger persisted in climbing out of the snow pit, its battered body radiating an intensifying crimson glow. Tang Qiye's gaze sharpened as he gestured for the Tianshui battle team to retreat once more. Simultaneously, he regulated the energy coursing through his body, preparing for any eventuality. Shui Binger stood behind him, her 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings pulsating rhythmically. Behind her, a resplendent azure ice phoenix loomed in the void, its crimson eyes fixated intently on the blood-eyed ice tiger, exuding an aura of life. Did you not possess the ability to wield the ultimate ice before? Shui Binger conveyed silently through her soul power. What is the matter? Tang Qiye replied. Using the ultimate ice will temporarily incapacitate my ability to utilize other energies. Ordinarily, I would refrain from employing it. He was perplexed as to why Shui Binger would inquire about such a matter at this moment. If you unleash the ultimate ice, I shall assist you. It will surely fend off the beast. Otherwise, its desperate counterattack as it nears death could yield catastrophic consequences, Shui Binger urged earnestly. Assist me? Tang Qiye pondered, though he recognized that this was not the time for further inquiries. At present, whether he utilized the ultimate ice or not, he faced a formidable soul beast, one with a cultivation level of 2,000 years, poised for a lethal counterstrike. He had no superior course of action. His only option was to stave off the creature's wrath, preventing it from venting its fury upon the Tang Qiye battle team. Without hesitation, he acted. For the sanguine glow radiating from the blood-eyed ice tiger had intensified to an alarming degree, signaling that its assault was imminent. The vital energy within Tang Qiye began its transformation towards the ultimate state, with the four elemental energies of metal, wood, fire, and earth all transmuting into water, which subsequently transformed into the purest ice. In merely 3 to 4 seconds, the conversion of energy within Tang Qiye was completed. At that very moment, a profound wave emanated from the extreme northern core circle. However, this wave was destined to go unnoticed by ordinary soul beasts and soul masters. What to do? Although Tang Qiye's energy had successfully transformed, he still did not experience the sensation that Xue Bing'er had described. Do not resist, she urged, biting her lip as she embraced him from behind, her soul power surging into him. Hey, don't resist, Xue Bing'er exclaimed anxiously. But Tang Qiye's intense rejection thwarted her efforts, failing to yield the results she had envisioned. Not resist. Tang Qiye chuckled bitterly, finding it far from easy. The non-homogeneous energies or soul powers, even without his resistance, were not so effortlessly blendable. Just completely open your mind. Hurry, Xue Bing'er implored, her eyes filled with urgency. The blood-eyed extreme ice tiger had already begun to condense a crimson cold current around it, a chill that even she, an embodiment of pure ice, could feel. How could she know that this was a technique only the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger could unleash at the cost of its life, a skill it could use only once in its existence, blood-eye? Extreme freeze. I wish I could open my mind, but how can I do that at this moment? Tang Qiye lamented, overwhelmed. This woman was asking him to open his mind in such a perilous situation? Absurd. If he truly let go, it would mean disaster. Seeing the increasingly frigid blood current, Xue Bing'er gritted her teeth and leapt into Tang Qiye's embrace, her beautiful eyes shut tight, her crimson lips pressing against his. Tang Qiye was momentarily stunned, his previous tension and vigilance forgotten. At that instant, a brilliant radiance flashed from Xue Bing'er, and her gentle soul power seamlessly merged with Tang Qiye. Simultaneously, the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger, having brewed its ultimate move for so long, finally unleashed its strongest attack, the last display of its life-esque brilliance. The blood-red cold current radiated from the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger, sweeping indiscriminately in all directions. This chilling wave, imbued with an intense coldness, did not, however, devastate the ground around it. As the cold current surged, everything was encased in ice. The original snowy terrain glistened as if adorned with diamonds, reflecting the not-so-warm sunlight in a dazzling manner. The energy torrent enveloped a radius of 100 meters around the blood-eyed extreme ice tiger, covering the area with a thick layer of ice. Once this energy began to dissipate slowly, the ferocity of the blood-red cold current subsided, allowing the members of the Tian Shui battle team to enter the frozen realm with Xiao Tian. There, Shuiwu quickly identified the location of Tang Qiye and Xue Bing'er. They paid no heed to the iron-like hardness of the cold ice beneath their feet, rushing towards them. Yet, upon reaching Tang Qiye, they found only him remaining. Xue Bing'er had vanished. In the core circle of the extreme north, a human forbidden zone rarely entered for a century, resided powerful soul beasts. Among them, the Ice Empress ranked first among the 3 kings of the extreme north and third among the 10 ferocious beasts. At this moment, this Ice Empress, appearing almost indistinguishable from a human yet possessing an ethereal grace akin to a celestial being, could no longer maintain her composure and aloofness cultivated over 700,000 years. Chapter 90. The Ice Deity? With lips like crimson and skin as pure as snow, a hazy mist shrouded her visage. However, upon sensing that strange and obscure energy fluctuation, the mist dissipated instantaneously, revealing a face devoid of any blemish. She was the Ice Empress, a soul beast with an appearance remarkably like that of a human, yet possessing a beauty that seemed unfit for this world. Is that the Ice Deity? She pondered, her emotions, long dormant for hundreds of thousands of years, stirred intensely at this moment. That is the aura of the Ice Deity. At last, she confirmed the source of the energy fluctuation, a force named faith blossoming within her heart. The Ice Deity was the guardian of the extreme north, holding a status akin to that of the sea god in the ocean. Barely a moment later, a breathtaking figure soared towards her, possessing an unparalleled beauty that contrasted with the Ice Empress's ethereal quality. If the Ice Empress could be likened to a Tianshan snow lotus, pure and sacred, then she was akin to a rose, beautiful and alluring. She was the second-ranked king of the extreme north, the Ice Emperor, with the essence of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion. Ice Empress, is the Ice Deity present? The Ice Emperor inquired as she appeared behind her. It cannot be mistaken. That is indeed the aura of the ice deity. The Ice Empress's expression returned to its customary coolness, though her gaze was directed afar. Both the Ice Deity and the Ice Emperor had deduced some truths about their presence in this place, yet the Ice Empress received confirmation from the Ice Emperor, which left her astonished. After all, she was a being who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years and had never encountered the Ice Deity. Has the Ice Deity long since departed from this world? The Ice Empress mused quietly, her thoughts swirling with conjectures. Ice Empress, have you ever seen the Ice Deity? The Ice Emperor pressed, standing behind her. The Ice Emperor had only trained for nearly 400,000 years. While the Ice Empress had nearly 700,000 years of cultivation, she had never seen the Ice Deity, but the Ice Empress might have. I have only seen his projection, never his true form, the Ice Empress replied, gently shaking her head, her eyes distant, revealing a contemplative expression. Having lived for nearly 700,000 years, she had much to ponder. Is the Ice Deity going to bestow a projection this time? The Ice Emperor inquired. I do not know, but perhaps this is an opportunity, the Ice Empress replied, still shaking her head, though the latter part of her statement left the Ice Emperor perplexed. Meanwhile, Tang Qiye found himself ensnared within a half-meter thick layer of ice crystal, which was not only hard but also exuded an extreme cold that seemed to have no effect on him at that moment. He realized that he possessed not merely his own power but also sensed an unusual fusion of martial souls with Xia Lan. Why was it unusual? Because Tang Qiye's Xia Lan was not a martial soul. His fusion with Xia Lan differed from typical martial soul integrations. While others' martial soul fusion typically formed a shared entity, his was distinct. Xia Lan seemed to have penetrated into his very being, her power entirely at his disposal, complementing his ultimate ice, resulting in a complete sacrifice on her part, amplifying Tang Qiye's abilities in every aspect. This fusion resembled that of Tang San and Xiao Wu after their ascension to divinity. However, at that moment, Tang Qiye could not afford to contemplate such matters. He needed to break free from the encasing ice, sensing the coldness still encroaching upon him from within the ice. He felt a flicker of relief, had it not been for Xia Lan merging with him, even with his ultimate ice. He would have been significantly harmed by this blood-eyed extreme freeze, though he would not have perished, with Xia Lan's fusion enhancing the quality of his ultimate ice within. He became immune to this chilling sensation, merely bound by the ice, without being completely frozen himself. Tang Qiye, akin to amber, found himself ensnared within a block of ice. Utterly immobile. Step back, he urged, channeling his soul force to transmit a message to the members of the Tianshui battle team. Where's the captain? Xue Wu, disregarding Tang Qiye's words, inquired urgently. She is unharmed. Please, move aside. I must shatter this ice to avoid causing you any harm, Tang Qiye continued. Very well, everyone, retreat. Xue Wu relented, though she had no choice but to place her trust in Tang Qiye at that moment. Once the group had distanced themselves, Tang Qiye commenced his efforts to break the ice. His enhanced ice control ability allowed him to significantly diminish the hardness of the block. In truth, he could have gradually transformed the ice into water, but time was of the essence. Xue Lan was within her, and he sensed that the longer this state persisted, the greater the toll on Xue Lan. 10 seconds later, cracks began to mar the icy surface. As the fissures multiplied, Tang Qiye let out a powerful roar and shattered the icy confines that bound him, shards of ice scattering in all directions, some hurtling toward the Tianshui battle team. However, at a distance of over 20 meters, they were safe from harm. As the bindings were broken, a brilliant azure light enveloped Tang Qiye, and Xue Lan reappeared. Yet, upon her emergence, she collapsed into Tang Qiye's embrace, her complexion as pale as parchment, a clear indication of soul force exhaustion. Tang Qiye furrowed his brow slightly. The consumption of the martial soul fusion technique should have been shared equally between the two. So why was it that Xue Lan bore the entirety of the soul power expenditure? He himself felt hardly any depletion. Are you attempting to exhaust me? Xue Lan lay languidly in Tang Qiye's embrace, allowing him to hold her without any intention of leaving, instead finding comfort as she rested her head upon his shoulder. I cannot fathom the reason. How could I possibly control this? Tang Qiye supported Xue Lan, gradually infusing her with a measure of vitality to aid in her recovery. Xue Lan cast a weary glance at Tang Qiye, her beautiful eyes slowly closing, murmuring, "Let me sleep for a while. Do not disturb me." With that, she fell into a steady rhythm of breathing. Tang Qiye's lips twitched slightly. She is truly asleep. Captain Xue Wu hurried over again, her face revealing an expression of anxiety upon seeing Xue Lan slumped in Tang Qiye's embrace. Shoo, let her rest for a while. She has expended too much energy. Tang Qiye quickly gestured for silence to Xue Wu. However, he was evidently overthinking, for at this moment, Xia Bing'er would likely remain undisturbed even by the loudest thunder. Tang Qiye shook his head in resignation, yet he could not deny that he bore a portion of the responsibility for Xia Bing'er's frail condition. I owe you nothing. A kiss from you, and a kiss from me, and we are even, Tang Qiye mused with a hint of mischief in his heart. Nevertheless, he retrieved a coat from the emerald bracelet and draped it around Xia Bing'er. With a gentle yet firm embrace, he lifted her into his arms. This place may attract soul beasts. Let us depart swiftly, he instructed Xue Wu before leading the way. However, at the very moment he turned, a radiant barrier materialized before him. Chapter 91. The Trial of the Ice God. Tang Qiye was astonished by the scene before him. Of course, it was not just him who was taken aback, but also the Tianshui battle team and Xiao Tian behind him, equally bewildered. Tang Qiye's response was remarkably swift. He initiated the elemental transformation and activated his divination technique. However, what astonished him even more was the unexpected revelation. Within his divination, there was no trace of the luminous curtain before him. In truth, referring to it as a curtain would be a misnomer. It resembled a portal more closely. This shimmering barrier appeared akin to a teleportation gateway, yet through it, they could discern nothing at all. Tang Qiye furrowed his brow, yet in the next moment, he relaxed. The reason was a faint voice that echoed in his mind. The divine examination of the ice god. Those who pass may inherit the essence of the ice god. Indeed, it was the examination of a deity. Tang Qiye's expression transformed from vigilance to elation. He had always possessed unwavering confidence in his divine ascension. Yet the most crucial step towards divinity was contingent upon the deities themselves. This was the immutable law of the Douluo continent. Without a deity, no matter how formidable Tang Qiye might be, he could not transcend the fetters of the realm and would ultimately succumb to the passage of time. With the absence of peril, fortune smiled upon him. He stepped forward, cradling Xia Bing'er, and vanished into the luminous veil. The members of the Heavenly Water Battle Team exchanged uncertain glances, hesitating momentarily. However, during their indecision, Xiao Tian had already followed in Tang Qiye's footsteps. Stepping into the radiant curtain. Let us proceed, Xue Wu declared, as the highest ranked among them in cultivation. With Xia Bing'er absent, it was her responsibility to lead the team. One by one, they entered the shimmering veil. The curtain dissipated without leaving a trace, and alongside it vanished Tang Qiye and his companions. In the midst of a hazy realm, Tang Qiye regained his consciousness, sensing himself ensconced within a mysterious space that was in a constant state of fluctuation. Tang Qi instinctively tightened his embrace around Xia Bing'er, drawing her closer to him. Moments later, a wave of disorientation washed over him, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself amidst a vast expanse of snow. This was the preliminary assessment, the trial of extreme ice, where he was to survive on this snowy terrain for an entire month. An ethereal voice resonated across the snowy landscape, and Tang Qi realized that he was no longer on the extreme northern ice fields, but rather in the domain of the ice god's evaluation. As he surveyed his surroundings, it became evident that this snowy expanse was not merely a flat plain. Its topography was considerably more intricate than that of the extreme northern ice fields. The latter featured a predominantly flat terrain, with only a few scattered snow-capped mountains found deep within. In contrast, this snowy realm offered more than just a plain. Not far ahead, approximately 10 kilometers away, lay a small cluster of snow-capped mountains, indeed, a cluster rather than a singular peak. Tang Qiye surveyed his surroundings, noting the presence of snow-capped mountains in every direction, all within close proximity. Glancing upwards, he felt a surge of frustration. This realm was devoid of sunlight. Unable to discern the cardinal directions, he chose a path at random, with Xia Bing'er still in slumber. His immediate concern was to locate a shelter from the biting winds and snow. However, seeking refuge from the storm in the flatlands proved futile, compelling him to head towards the nearby clusters of small snow peaks. Xia Bing'er's stature was not akin to that of Huo Wu, standing at a respectable height of around 165 meters, not particularly tall, yet not short either. Her physique was well-proportioned, lacking the overtly voluptuous appeal, yet undeniably appealing in its authenticity. How might Tang Qiye discern such attributes? Ahem, let your imagination wander. To summarize, Xia Bing'er weighed a mere 90-some pounds, a burden that posed no significant challenge for Tang Qiye. Furthermore, he possessed the ability to harness his vital energy, and he was certainly not foolish enough to rely solely on physical strength to carry Xia Bing'er over a distance of several kilometers. He had not spotted any members of the Tian Shui team or Xiao Tian. Perhaps they had been separated upon entering this realm. As for why he and Shui Binger remained together, it seemed he held her tightly. Surviving for a month in such conditions, if it were merely this simplistic, even Xiao Tian could endure for a month. It was implausible that such a scenario would serve as an effective selection process. The trials set by the deities were far from lenient. Tang Qiye, with his profound understanding of Douluo, began to analyze the situation unfolding before him. The weather here was bound to deteriorate, and the likelihood of encountering soul beasts was considerable. In a month's time, it was uncertain how many would manage to endure. Tang Qiye moved swiftly, even while carrying a living person, reaching the vicinity of the snow-capped mountain in merely an hour. Throughout this journey, his probing technique was unfaltering. Yet apart from the endless expanse of white snow, he discovered nothing. To ensure that the enchanting beauty in his arms could rest undisturbed, he deliberately reduced his pace to avoid excessive jolting. After an hour and a half, Tang Qiye arrived at the foot of the small snow mountain, cradling Shui Binger. Tang Qiye gently set Shui Binger aside, simultaneously casting a protective barrier around her before withdrawing from his embrace. The unconscious Shui Binger was unable to withstand the biting cold of this place. He pondered the fate of Xiao Tian, uncertain of his well-being. Nevertheless, it seemed improbable that the ice goddess trial would pose any mortal peril. Tang Qiye reflected on Xiao Tian. Without him, it would be exceedingly arduous for Xiao Tian to endure. Surviving even 10 days would be a formidable challenge, especially given the altered environment. Devoid of soul beasts and without the concern for sustenance, Tang Qiye shook his head, dismissing thoughts of Xiao Tian. He held a firm belief that the ice god would not impose hardship upon a child devoid of ice attributes. Seeking refuge from the biting winds and snow, Tang Qiye, possessing dual attributes of ice and earth, commenced the excavation of a cave within the mountainside. Given the modest height of the snow-capped peak, merely 100 meters, he could not rely on pre-existing caverns. His probing technique revealed no trace of a cave. Unfamiliar with the local circumstances, Tang Qiye refrained from enlarging the cave excessively. Yet it was still spacious enough to accommodate a room. Tang Qiye deliberately left one bed untouched, then spread the bedding prepared within the green bead wristband upon it. After accomplishing this task, he gently placed Shui Bingo onto the bed and utilized the excavated stones to construct a tall wall within the cave, intended to shield against the biting cold. The stone wall did not seal the cave entrance, but served merely as a windbreak, allowing some frigid air to still weave around and infiltrate the cavern. However, the encroaching cold had lost its ferocity, and with a mere flick of his wrist, Tang Qiye established a barrier that effectively isolated the chill, simultaneously using his vital energy to warm Shui Binger's bed. What remained was the act of waiting. Tang Qiye maintained a detection range of 200 meters, a span that posed no mental strain upon him and consumed minimal vital energy. Moreover, with his mind adeptly multitasking, the energy expended and the energy replenished balanced each other, allowing him to sustain this effort indefinitely. Naturally, the mental toll could not be entirely disregarded, but even so, it remained negligible for him. Enduring for 7 or 8 days posed no challenge whatsoever. Chapter 92, Shui Binger's Anomaly Without the Sun. The light remained unchanged, leaving Tang Qiye uncertain of the passage of time. He could only sense that the external temperature was gradually dropping, and throughout this period, he had detected no threats from soul beasts or any other dangers. Could he endure a month in such conditions? Here, he hardly felt hunger. Although he was oblivious to the exact duration that had elapsed, he could estimate the passage of time based on his energy expenditure. It was time to awaken. He had already slept for 2 days. Tang Qiye sat cross-legged, narrowing his detection range to 50 meters, a distance that required even less energy. As time flowed slowly, he noticed that the external temperature continued its descent, while the intensity of the wind and snow had not intensified. The persistent drop in temperature began to affect the cave as well. In his calculations, 3 days had passed when Shui Binger finally stirred from her slumber. "What have you done to me?" Her first words upon awakening left Tang Qiye momentarily speechless. Tang Qiye merely gazed at her in silence. "Where is this?" Shui Binger, seemingly just awakened, felt a bit disoriented. However, she soon realized that her initial question was superfluous and proceeded to inquire further. "This is the ice god's assessment realm. We must endure in this world for a month. 3 days have already elapsed, and we are separated from others." Tang Qiye succinctly recounted the events that had unfolded since her slumber began. "The temperature here continues to plummet, without soul beasts or other threats. Our only challenge is the biting cold. This, however, works to our advantage, as we both embody the essence of ice and possess a natural resistance to frigid conditions. Shui Binger analyzed. Tang Qiye silently nodded, as these thoughts naturally crossed his mind as well. May I step outside for a moment? Shui Binger inquired, gracefully stretching her body after rising from the bed. The snug fit of her uniform accentuated her exquisite figure, a privilege that Tang Qiye had relished during the 3 days he had cared for her. He discreetly savored the sight. Shui Binger, noticing his gaze, paid it little mind. Accustomed as she was to such attention. The temperature outside was approximately 10 degrees lower than within, currently hovering around minus 35 degrees Celsius. Tang Qiye remarked. Come on. It's only minus 30-something. What are you afraid of? Let's go take a look. After all, this is the realm of the ice goddess trials. With that, Shui Binger promptly pulled Tang Qiye up from the bed. Tang Qiye found himself in a state of resignation. This woman's curiosity was insatiable. Over the past few days, he had ventured outside, albeit not too far, and had ascended to the mountaintop. With his keen eyesight, he had gained a general understanding of the surrounding terrain. Within the expanse visible to him, small hills dotted the landscape at regular intervals, resembling the intersections on a chessboard, evenly distributed and seemingly endless. Indeed, when Shui Bingo emerged from the cave, she was struck by the vast expanse of pristine white snow and the distant clusters of hills, finding some novelty in the sight. After all, the uniformity of these hillocks was quite remarkable. When Tang Qiye first encountered this situation, he felt a sense of novelty, yet as time went on, he found it rather dull. Shui Bingo maintained her curiosity for over an hour, even urging Tang Qiye to accompany her to another hill to see what differences might exist. Hey, have you noticed anything unusual? Shui Binger inquired as they reached the foot of the new hill. These hills are identical, Tang Qiye replied with a nod. He had previously explored the entirety of the first hill, and it bore no distinction from the one before him. Oh, then let us return, Shui Binger said, her enthusiasm waning. In this desolate place, apart from the snow and mountains, there was little else but the two of them. Are we not playing anymore? Tang Qiye chuckled. Boring. It's just a month. Let's focus on our cultivation. Shui Binger exclaimed childishly, and then she turned to head back. Tang Qiye shook his head, finding it increasingly difficult to discern who among them was truly 13 years old. At times, he felt that Shui Binger was the one embodying the essence of youth, while he himself, well, he never truly belonged to that age. In spirit, he had already transitioned into the realm of maturity. Come, let us race to the cave. Shui Binger suddenly proposed with a playful glint in her eyes, turning back to flash a smile at Tang Qiye. However, Tang Qiye had little inclination to engage in such frivolity. As Shui Binger dashed 100 meters ahead, she glanced back to see him ambling along at an unhurried pace, lost in deep contemplation. Hey, Shui Binger exclaimed, her irritation evident as she approached Tang Qiye and playfully tapped him on the head. What are you thinking about? She inquired with a beaming smile, her demeanor inexplicably transformed, as if she were an entirely different person. Tang Qiye gazed curiously at Shui Binger, and upon noticing her delicate face flush with embarrassment, he averted his gaze. It's nothing. I was merely pondering whether the ice goddess has devised any additional challenges for this assessment. Surely, it cannot be as simple as merely enduring for a month. Tang Qiye cradled his head, having contemplated this matter for the past few days. Are you foolish? Shui Binger chuckled lightly, her exquisite visage leaning closer to Tang Qiye as she inquired. Clearly, I am not foolish, Tang Qiye replied earnestly, maintaining his serious gaze upon her. Not foolish. The ice goddess has stated that this is merely a preliminary assessment, and she referred to it as the extreme ice trial, which undoubtedly serves as a means of screening for aptitude. As we embody the essence of ultimate ice, would it truly be a matter of life and death to pass such a basic evaluation? Upon concluding her statement, Shui Binger lifted her chin towards Tang Qiye, seemingly quite pleased with her own insights. Tang Qiye remained non-committal, yet he found himself unable to comprehend the situation, ultimately deciding to refrain from further contemplation. Come, let us race without employing soul techniques. We may utilize soul power instead, and see who reaches the cave first. Shui Binger appeared eager to compete with Tang Qiye. I shall not partake, Tang Qiye replied, shaking his head, for he deemed such contests juvenile. Will you, or will you not? Shui Binger glared at him. Though her expression held no sway over Tang Qiye. The victor earns a kiss from you. She fluttered her large eyes at him. I shall not partake. Tang Qiye's eyes briefly sparkled before he shook his head once more. You, coward. Shui Binger pointed at him, Yet Tang Qiye had no desire to engage in her challenge, leaving her with no recourse. Throughout the journey, Xia Lan trailed behind Tang Qiye in a sullen manner, her gaze filled with a mournful longing. Reminiscent of an abandoned young bride, Tang Qiye naturally noticed the gaze of Xia Lan. Each time he turned back, he was met with her pitiful eyes, as if he had committed some grave offense against her, leaving him feeling quite uneasy. Ultimately, Tang Qiye decided to forge ahead, for the current frigid temperature posed no threat to him, and the sky here would not change. Returning to the cave would be tedious. Thus, he preferred to meander back slowly. Chapter 93, -200 degrees. Tang Qiye pressed onward, resolutely refusing to glance back, lest he encounter the terrifying gaze of Xia Lan. The two exchanged no words, and before they knew it, the small hill ahead loomed ever closer. Suddenly, Tang Qiye's eyes narrowed, a flicker of violet energy igniting within him. He quickened his pace, gliding effortlessly across the soft, snow-laden ground, leaving no trace in his wake. "Hey, wait for me!" Xia Lan exclaimed, her frustration intensifying as she observed Tang Qiye's swift retreat. As he accelerated, the distance between them diminished rapidly, and Tang Qiye ultimately halted at the base of the hill, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Tang Qiye, where is your cave?" Xia Lan initially intended to reprimand him, but as she followed his gaze towards the hill, she was taken aback to discover that the cave he had excavated had vanished, leaving only an unremarkable mound, indistinguishable from the ordinary hill they had just observed. "Did we take a wrong turn?" Xia Lan inquired, her confusion evident, yet even she found it hard to accept such a possibility. Tang Qiye shook his head, and with a flicker of light from his hand, a quilt materialized in his grasp. This was the quilt from the cave. Upon seeing it, Xia Lan furrowed her brow. "It seemed we had ventured too far. The traces we left behind had been erased, and our belongings returned to my soul guide. Coupled with the arrangement of the environment here, the ice god does not require us to leave this place. In other words, we simply need to endure the cold right here." Tang Qiye pondered. "Perhaps, but it's just a preliminary assessment. It shouldn't be overly difficult, right?" Xia Lan expressed her uncertainty. "If it's perplexing, then let it be. We shall confront whatever comes our way." Tang Qiye shrugged. Xia Lan gazed at Tang Qiye, contemplating the cave. "Very well, let us create a deeper one that should better shield us from the cold. The temperature here is plummeting, and if it continues to drop, it will be challenging for both of us to endure." Tang Qiye approached the foot of the hill, channeling his earth attribute energy, causing the soil at the base to shift. Though the pace was slow, it was swifter than digging by hand, and he could shape the cave according to his will. After approximately 4 hours, during which he rested twice, Tang Qiye successfully crafted a new cave. This new cave, nay, it was more akin to an underground palace, had 8 entrances, each fortified with multiple layers of barriers to shield against the wind. He also employed energy to set up barriers, slightly warming the cold air. The underground labyrinth twisted and turned, and at the lowest level, there was no sense of airflow, yet the air within remained impeccably pure. After his meticulous arrangements, the small chamber, measuring 3 meters in width, 4 meters in length, and 3 meters in height, boasted a temperature nearly 20 degrees Celsius higher than the outside. This temperature difference may not bear significance at present, but what of 2 weeks hence? Tang Qiye foresaw that given the rapid decline in external temperatures over the past few days, he and Xia Lan would soon feel the biting cold, and within a month, the temperature here could plummet to over -200 or even 300 degrees, an utterly terrifying chill. At that point, the 20-degree temperature differential would yield unforeseen consequences. Observing that Tang Qiye had left only a bed in their modest space of a few dozen square meters, Xia Lan suddenly had an epiphany. "I knew you weren't being sincere," she murmured softly. "What did you say?" Tang Qiye inquired, puzzled. "Nothing," Xia Lan replied, her cheeks flushing as she hastily denied it. With that, she retrieved a quilt from her storage soul guide and spread it across the bed. "1 layer isn't sufficient. Let us add a few more," Tang Qiye said with a mischievous grin, pulling out another quilt from his green pearl wristband. "What are you thinking? Are you planning to sleep while meditating?" Xia Lan shot him a disapproving glance. "Are you imagining things? It's essential to keep our rear warm while meditating. Besides, if the temperature truly drops, we might very well need this quilt for warmth. At that time, I'll be holding you," Tang Qiye continued, growing increasingly playful. "Who will be holding whom is yet to be determined," Xia Lan retorted, lifting her chin defiantly, displaying her fierce spirit. Tang Qiye swallowed hard. momentarily overwhelmed by Xia Bing's fierce demeanor. Nevertheless, he resolved to add another layer of soft bedding for greater comfort. I don't need yours, it stinks. I still have my own, he retorted. Xia Bing'o disdainfully pushed him aside and retrieved 2 more blankets. You. Tang Qiye inquired about his own bedding, detecting no foul odor. Realizing Xia Bing'er was merely teasing him, and chose to ignore her. How many blankets have you prepared? He asked incredulously as she produced a 4th one. Just these, she replied, laying out the 4 blankets before unceremoniously lying down atop them. All right, we've grown comfortable with each other, Tang Qiye thought, smirking. When a girl disregards her image in front of you, it signifies she considers you a close friend. Thus, he shamelessly reclined beside her. Xia Bing'o glanced at Tang Qiye beside her, feeling an unexpected warmth in her cheeks. Yet, the next moment, she kicked him off the bedding. Hey, do you believe I can make you, Tang Qiye, grind your teeth in frustration? You were caught off guard just now, he exclaimed. Relieved that she wasn't wearing high heels when she kicked him. Huh, go ahead and bite me. Xia Bing'o made a playful face at him. Tang Qiye, feeling helpless, pondered why he should hold a grudge against her. Nevertheless, he engaged in a quarrel with Xia Bing'er for a while. Once they grew weary of their dispute, Xia Bing'er gracefully settled herself in a meditative posture, and they both sat on the bed, cushioned by 4 layers of bedding, thus spared from the chill. Outside, the air was frigid. In the initial 20 days, Tang Qiye and Xia Bing'er would occasionally venture out of the underground palace for sparring sessions. However, by the 20th day, the external temperature plummeted to an astonishing -200 degrees. Even while engaging in vigorous combat outdoors, they could feel an all-consuming cold. Reluctantly, they sought refuge within the underground palace. At this juncture, the significant temperature differential of 20 degrees between the underground and the surface became crucial. At this rate, within a month, the temperature in the underground palace would likely descend to -300 degrees. This examination was indeed excruciatingly harsh. Wrapped in a layer of blankets, Tang Qiye remarked, I anticipate it will drop to around 300. The rate of external cooling had accelerated. Initially, the temperature fell by roughly 5 degrees each day, later escalating to over 10 degrees. Recently, however, the rate of decline seemed to stabilize at 15 degrees daily, leading him to predict a final drop to approximately -350 degrees. Xia Bing'er, enveloped in 2 layers of cotton blankets, had left only her head exposed. This is quite a predicament. While we can wield ice at nearly -300 degrees, it does not imply that we can withstand such frigid temperatures. 350 degrees is truly life-threatening, Tang Qiye mused, lamenting the daunting nature of the ice god's preliminary assessment. Chapter 94. Warmth in the extreme cold. On the 27th day, the temperature within the underground palace had plummeted to -300 degrees. At this point, Xia Bing'o had nestled into Tang Qiye's embrace. As for how she ended up there, it was simple. Feeling cold, they inched closer, and as the chill intensified, they drew even nearer. Now, Tang Qiye held Xia Bing'o tightly, cocooned in 4 layers of cotton blankets, with a fire stove before them, a fire cauldron. In the past, Tang Qiye had struggled to wield the absolute qi, but the 5 elements gold cauldron could store a substantial amount of vital energy. This energy had now been transformed into fire attribute energy and placed within the fire cauldron. Yet, the vital energy within the cauldron was dwindling. It would likely extinguish completely within a few hours unless Tang Qiye conserved it. The two were tightly entwined, disregarding any notions of advantage. As their soul power surged to fend off the encroaching cold, Tang Qiye was faring relatively well, his lips merely tinged with a faint purple hue. However, Xia Bing'er, nestled in his embrace, was struggling to endure, her body trembling incessantly, her delicate face paled. Approximately 30% of her soul power remained, and they had previously maintained a steady reserve, enabling them to stave off the biting cold. Xia Bing'er, gather your strength, just hold on a little longer. Remember, the deity is right before us. This is our chance to ascend to divinity, Tang Qiye encouraged, simultaneously channeling some vital energy into her. Despite the frigid conditions outside, which demanded his own reserves to withstand the cold, the abundant water-attributed energy in this icy realm allowed his internal energy to remain at a robust 90%. Tang Qiye, I am so cold. I feel like giving up, Xia Bing'er murmured, nuzzling her head into his embrace, her arms weakly clutching him, as though this proximity might offer her warmth. Do not be foolish. We must persevere. The opportunity for divinity lies before us. How can you even consider surrendering? Do you not yearn for immortality? Do you not wish to lead the Tang Qiye battle team to victory in the elite competition? Tang Qiye urged, fearing she might inadvertently slip into unconsciousness. Do you wish to become a deity? Shui Binger's voice was soft, but Tang Qiye understood her reluctance to speak loudly. Conserving her strength. Indeed, without achieving divinity, even a rank title Douluo at level 99 can only live a little over 2 centuries. I do not wish to wither away. I long to glimpse the divine realm and beyond, to witness the wonders and magnificence of the universe, Tang Qiye responded. There is but one deity. With your innate talent, the ice goddess will undoubtedly choose you. I have traversed the extreme north ice field twice, yet I encountered no legacy of the ice goddess. This inheritance is clearly meant for you. Shui Bingo lifted her head from Tang Qiye's embrace, her beautiful eyes brightening with a newfound glimmer of determination. Is your girlfriend very beautiful? After gazing at Tang Qiye's face for a moment, Shui Binger burrowed back into his arms, inquiring once more. Tang Qiye was puzzled as to why Shui Binger would inquire about such matters. However, noticing that her spirits had improved somewhat, he replied that she was indeed beautiful. Just as beautiful as herself. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Qiye added a remark, fully aware of a woman's capacity for holding grudges. Thus, driven by a strong instinct for self-preservation, he did not forget to leave himself an escape route even in this moment. Just like me, then am I beautiful? Shui Binger nestled closer, her head gently pressing against Tang Qiye, her body aligning with his, certain prominent features pressing against his chest, while her thighs entwined snugly around him. Tang Qiye was somewhat stirred by Shui Binger's action, yet the chill within him quelled his rising passions. Indeed, you are quite beautiful, he replied. Deftly navigating the sensitive topic, aware that a misstep could lead to disdain. Oh, who do you think is more beautiful, me or your girlfriend? As expected, women have a penchant for comparison. For instance, if faced with the world's 10 most perplexing dilemmas, and if both my mother and you were to fall off a cliff, whom would you save? Perhaps there is no greater torment for a man than the word if. If there were no if, the world would be entirely different, yet wouldn't that still leave room for hypotheticals? Digressing, back to Tang Qiye, upon hearing the question, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. After much contemplation, he resolved to speak candidly. For Shui Binger's beauty was certainly on par with Ning Rongrong's. Currently, Shui Binger was slightly older and more voluptuous, subtly eclipsing Ning Rongrong. Rongrong possessed an ethereal charm that captivated at first glance, exuding a celestial aura, whereas you. I must admit, at our first encounter, I did not perceive you as more beautiful than Rongrong, yet your allure lies in your subtlety, revealing itself only upon earnest observation. Ultimately enchanting. Really? Have you been enchanted? Shui Binger, unaffected by Tang Qiye's response, continued to inquire with a calm demeanor, as if the question bore no relevance to her. Tang Qiye's expression darkened. How was one to respond to such a conundrum? Tang Qiye remained silent. Yet the enchanting Shui Binger nestled in his arms began to stir restlessly. Her long, slender thigh had somehow found its way between his legs, and with her movement, a flame ignited in his lower abdomen. What further inflamed Tang Qiye's senses was the apparent intentionality behind Shui Binger's actions, her thigh pressed intimately against him, gently rubbing. Are you captivated by me? She inquired, her face drawing closer to his neck, the warm breath escaping her lips intensifying the heat within him. No. Tang Qiye gritted his teeth in response. Really? Shui Binger persisted, her body continuing to sway softly, the blankets providing no respite from the rising warmth. At this moment, Tang Qiye's body was tense as he endeavored to maintain a distance from Shui Binger. Yet, within the confines of a shared blanket, how far could 10 centimeters truly be? Furthermore, Shui Binger's arm was tightly wrapped around his waist, leaving him with little room to evade. To prevent the chilly air from invading their cocoon, Shui Binger dared not move too much, yet her actions were akin to playing with fire, her writhing form pressed intimately against Tang Qiye. Her delicate face nestled between his neck, the warmth of her breath igniting a restlessness within him. Please, don't move, Tang Qiye implored, striving to keep his composure. He found himself puzzled by Shui Binger's behavior. Ever since they entered this assessment, something had seemed amiss, and now she was teasing him in such a manner. Tang Qiye adjusted his breathing, fearful that he might lose control and commit a grave error. Yet, the restlessness within him was nearly unbearable. Compounded by Shui Binger's incessant writhing, an unsettling sensation of slick friction. Damn it, where's the coolness? Why has the temperature ceased to drop in this room? I can hardly contain my own rising temper. Is this assessment truly so trivial? Tang Qiye silently screamed within. Having just cursed the oppressive heat that seemed capable of freezing a soul, now yearning for the return of the chill. Chapter 95. The Choice of Tang Qiye, please. Do not move around, Tang Qiye spoke once more. However, his words bore no effect. Instead, a hint of triumphant mischief graced Shui Binger's delicate features. Tang Qiye dared not gaze upon Shui Binger. He neither lied nor exaggerated. Her beauty was indeed remarkable, particularly in his eyes. He had often found himself captivated by her. Increasingly entranced, Shui Binger's allure was not in the slightest inferior to anyone Tang Qiye had ever encountered, and her beauty was utterly enchanting. Tang Qiye found himself captivated by the enchanting figure of Shui Binger, though he feigned indifference. Could you perhaps allow me to be mesmerized by you? Shui Binger gradually leaned forward, locking eyes with him. At that moment, her face radiated a rosy hue, akin to a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. Stop teasing. Tang Qiye intended to articulate something more profound, but only those words escaped his lips. Do you harbor feelings for me? Shui Binger, her beautiful eyes glimmering with shyness, sparkled with a hint of moisture. I have a girlfriend, Tang Qiye replied, uncertain how to respond, resorting to an evasive answer instead. If it were anyone else, such a statement would undoubtedly imply that he did not hold affection for her. Yet, Shui Binger, possessing keen intellect and having ascended to the position of captain of the Tian Shui team at such a tender age, understood the nuance. Having a girlfriend did not equate to disinterest, did it? You have a girlfriend, yet still dare to entice me? Are you bold enough to act on it? Shui Binger pressed on, inching closer to Tang Qiye. He found himself at a loss for words. Entice? Who initiated this dance? It was a question fraught with uncertainty. Yet Shui Binger seemed indifferent to such semantics. Engaging in reason with a woman? That was a futile endeavor, akin to arguing with the Sun family over the tides. You still owe me a kiss. You took my first kiss, and you promised to return it, Shui Binger continued, drawing even nearer. Tang Qiye, with a calm demeanor, tilted his head slightly, and then remarked, Did you not come over earlier? That does not count. It was a matter of circumstance. If not for that, we would have sustained serious injuries. Shui Binger gently shook her head, asserting, That certainly does not count. Shui Binger, please remain still. If you move again, call me Binger. Shui Binger interrupted Tang Qiye's words. All right, Binger, just stop moving. I can barely contain myself, Tang Qiye exclaimed, his attention no longer focused on the issue of address. Then do not hold back, she teased. Hee, you are only 13, those soul masters mature swiftly. But surely you and your girlfriend have not gone that far. I lost out on my first kiss. This time, I shall not be at a disadvantage. As soon as the words left his lips, Shui Binger leaned in, her crimson lips drawing closer. The temperature within the room no longer plummeted. Rather, it began to rise gradually. Enveloped in their infatuation, the two completely overlooked the changes occurring around them, utterly lost in the moment. The wills of Tang Qiye and Shui Binger ought not to be so fragile. Nor should the affection between them reach such depths. Yet, here they are, not in Douluo, but in the realm of the ice god's assessment. In this place, who magnified Shui Binger's feelings for Tang Qiye? One can only speculate. Nevertheless, the die is cast. After the initial encounter, a second is inevitable, and thus a third will naturally follow. After indulgence, the cold will inevitably return. Shui Binger nestled in Tang Qiye's embrace, their bodies pressed together, seeking warmth. If I were to faint from the cold, would that mean my elimination? She mused, her breath fragrant as orchids, gentle as flowing water, a stark contrast to her usual icy demeanor and previous fervor. You will not be eliminated, Tang Qiye reassured, brushing aside a stray lock of hair from her forehead and bestowing a tender kiss upon it. In a haze of confusion, I find myself at a loss. Yet I am not without gain. The ice god is bound to choose you, and I possess a man destined for divinity. How delightful. It seems I have profited. Shui Binger teased playfully. The ice god, Tang Qiye, remained silent, casting another glance at Shui Binger in his arms, a subtle smile gracing his lips as if he had made a significant decision. The chill once again began to infiltrate their bodies, causing Shui Binger to tremble anew. The previous bout had drained their strength considerably. Although they had not felt the cold at that moment, the aftermath was far more severe. Don't move, it hurts, Shui Binger complained, sensing a stirring in a certain area, playfully pouting. It can't be more than 3 days, can it? Tang Qiye's gaze shifted to the faintly glowing golden cauldron. As the flames within extinguished, the temperature in the room would plummet, and soon Shui Binger would not be able to endure much longer. Half an hour passed, and as the last wisp of vitality dissipated from the cauldron, Tang Qiye retracted it and silently closed his eyes. Moments later, he opened them once again, his body beginning to tremble slightly. Although the absolute chi could not absorb a person's soul power, it could draw an external vitality, provided it utilized metallic energy. Tang Qiye sighed inwardly. Having transformed the ultimate ice into the ultimate gold, employing his sensing technique, he controlled 5 small cauldrons to float away from the cave, enveloping a considerable area outside, estimated to span around 10,000 square meters. Thus, when my internal vitality is depleted, the energy from the 5 cauldrons should have accumulated sufficiently, allowing for a transformation that would sustain us for 3 days. Tang Qiye calculated silently as his internal vitality gradually converted. Metal generates water, water begets wood, and wood fuels fire. The ultimate fire energy swiftly dispelled the chill within Tang Qiye, yet resisting the external cold would naturally consume more than the ultimate ice. Moreover, in this realm, to acquire fire energy, one must first absorb water energy and then transform it into the ultimate fire. Although this increases consumption, there are still benefits to be gained. Tang Qiye's body began to warm, and the bed no longer felt frigid. As the temperature rose, Shui Bingo gradually ceased her trembling, her form unwinding in relaxation. She clung to Tang Qiye like an octopus, finding solace in his warmth. Given the fervor of their earlier encounter, this could be considered a reward. Tang Qiye smiled, drawing Shui Bingo tightly into his embrace. It seemed that after a prolonged period of wakefulness, Shui Bingo had finally discovered a semblance of warmth, her breathing becoming steady and rhythmic. Tang Qiye found himself in a situation that was both amusing and exasperating. Yet he could comprehend the circumstances. Ever since the temperature in the underground palace plummeted to 200 degrees, the two had been deprived of sleep, forced to incessantly wield their spiritual energy to fend off the biting cold. As a result, Shui Bing's internal spiritual energy remained at less than 30%, while he, due to his rapid recovery and lower consumption, managed to maintain a level of 90%. However, the current situation was untenable in this realm of extreme fire. Revitalization necessitated transformation, and he was left with no choice but to exhaust his energy. Fortunately, Tang Qiye possessed an inherently robust vitality, enabling him to bear the cost of keeping both of them warm. Even if his endurance waned, the 5 small cauldrons outside would provide him the opportunity to recuperate swiftly. Chapter 96. The 3 Great Kings of the Extreme North. Tang Qiye closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit. Unable to engage in traditional training, he resolved to comprehend the art of Xia Lan. The technique of Ju Qi Nix Kong required refinement. If he could overcome the constraints of its attribute requirements, it would undoubtedly become more convenient. At this juncture, Tang Qiye's mastery of Ju Qi Nix Kong still lagged significantly behind that of Uncle Yao, necessitating considerable improvements. Furthermore, Tang Qiye had recently made modest progress in his understanding of illusions. At the very least, he could now utilize Xinhua Gui Xin and Jinghua Shining independently without considerable difficulty. However, the fusion of these 2 techniques would require additional effort. Presently, among his offensive Xia Lan techniques, the most formidable were Yin Hui Jiang Tian and Shui Kan Tian Pu. Yet, both of these techniques needed further enhancement due to their lengthy charging times, even if it only took 2 or 3 seconds. That duration was excessively long for a powerful soul master. Although Feng Sun Qing Tian could be unleashed instantaneously, its power was insufficient when compared to Yin Hui Jiang Tian and Shui Kan Tian Pu, only rivaling the strength of Shui Kan Xin Kong Lu. All these Xia Lan techniques were of the Tai Chi level, demanding significant energy yet delivering undeniable might. Tang Qiye believed that his flame radiance descends could be improved with a shorter charging time, allowing it to easily overpower Ma Hongjuan's 4th soul skill, Phoenix's Roar of Heaven. Indeed, even at present, his flame radiance descends surpassed Phoenix's Roar of Heaven in strength, considering that Ma Hongjuan's skill had its limitations and required close proximity to be effective. Tang Qiye devoted himself to the research and refinement of the art of Xia Lan. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed, and the vital energy within him had been entirely depleted. The exquisite flames receded, and the energy within his cocoon diminished significantly, causing the temperature in the underground chamber to plummet to a chilling -320 degrees. Tang Qiye swiftly retracted the 5 cauldrons from the external environment, subsequently converting the internal energy within them. Although the energy extracted from the cauldrons was not as readily manipulable as that from Tang Qiye's own body, he meticulously transformed it, completing the process within a mere quarter of an hour. Moreover, upon converting the first wisp of fire attribute energy, he placed the fire cauldron beside the bed to provide warmth. With a sigh of relief, Tang Qiye exhaled. The energy within the cauldron was sufficient to sustain warmth for 5 hours. This was a deliberate act on his part, aimed at ensuring Xia Binger enjoyed a comfortable slumber. 5 hours was ample time for Tang Qiye to restore his energy and indulge in a brief respite to alleviate his mental fatigue. As the 5-hour duration elapsed, and the energy within the cauldron was entirely consumed, Tang Qiye repeated the process, placing the cauldrons back in the external environment to absorb energy while he continued to expend his own internal energy to maintain the warmth of the bed. Meanwhile, Xia Binger slept soundly for 2 days. Upon awakening, she discovered that Tang Qiye had been using his energy to sustain the warmth of the bed, and her gaze towards him softened considerably, rewarding him with a tender kiss. Whether the duration was a short hour or an extended 8 hours. Our preliminary assessment was nearing its conclusion. Are you not going to put on some clothes? Tang Qiye inquired, lowering his head slightly. Even in the dim light of the bedding, he could see everything with clarity. Look, you have my attention. Are you still concerned about being seen? Xia Binger retorted playfully. Rolling her eyes at Tang Qiye's mischievous expression, she then retrieved a garment and, with a rustle, began to dress. The confined space of the bedding naturally allowed Tang Qiye to take advantage of her movements, but she paid no mind to such matters. Once she was fully dressed, she confidently nestled into Tang Qiye's embrace. Of course, Tang Qiye seized the opportunity to don his clothes as well. Tang Qiye summoned the 5 tripod cauldrons once more, channeling his vitality into them. After transforming the energy, he ignited the cauldrons to their utmost capacity, causing the temperature within the underground palace to plummet perilously close to freezing. Tang Qiye and Xia Binger took this opportunity to rest. After 3 hours had passed, the scene abruptly changed. In a moment of disorientation, Tang Qiye and Xia Binger found themselves atop a snow-capped mountain, still entwined in each other's embrace. The temperature here hovered around -50 degrees. However, this chill posed no threat to either Xia Binger or Tang Qiye. Captain, Xia Binger nestled closer in Tang Qiye's arms, a sweet smile gracing her lips, until the sudden call of Captain jolted her awake. Ah, Xia Binger exclaimed, pushing Tang Qiye away, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. And then she turned to look behind her. Xuewu, and everyone, are you all right? Xia Binger composed herself, feeling a tad embarrassed, yet quickly regained her focus, inquiring about the others' well-being. We're fine, but sadly, none of us passed this first trial, and are thus destined to remain unconnected to the Ice God's legacy, Xuewu replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Tang Qiye's gaze fell upon Xiaodian. Master, Xiaodian ran to Tang Qiye's side, appearing unchanged. How many days can you endure? Tang Qiye inquired. I don't know, perhaps 12 days, Xiaodian replied, lowering his head, unable to meet Tang Qiye's eyes. 12 days? Impressive. Tang Qiye's eyes brightened upon hearing this. He had infused Xiaodian with a surge of vitality to help him withstand the cold, but that energy would only last a few hours at most. So, how had Xiaodian managed to endure for over 10 days? Really? Master, you lasted a month. It must have gotten colder as time passed, Xia Binger interjected, raising her head to ask. You are still quite young, and you are not of the ice attribute. Enough of that. How did you manage to last 10 days? Tang Qiye pressed. I kept training. There was no hunger in there, Xiaodian explained. Well done. Suddenly, Tang Qiye patted Xiaodian's shoulder and exclaimed in surprise. What energy is this within you? Just then, 2 ethereal figures, unlike any mortals, descended upon the snowy mountain peak. The only discordant note was that prior to their arrival, the 2 celestial beings had been perched upon the shoulders of a snow ape the size of a small mountain. Is that the Titan Snow Demon King? Tang Qiye raised an eyebrow. Subsequently, the 2 graceful figures floated down before everyone, gazing silently at the crowd. Their eyes briefly swept over Xuewu and the others, ultimately resting upon Tang Qiye and Xia Binger. An indescribable pressure enveloped the group, leaving them breathless. However, Tang Qiye and Xia Binger were treated differently, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. We, the younger generation, pay our respects to the Snow Empress, Ice Emperor, and the esteemed Titan Snow Demon King. Thank you for your care of Xiaodian and the others. Tang Qiye finally broke the eerie silence. Indeed, upon discovering the energy within Xiaodian, Tang Qiye had sensed similar energies within the others, pure and potent, capable of shielding them against the bitter cold of the extreme north. The appearance of these 3 figures clarified for Tang Qiye that assistance had indeed arrived. As for how he recognized the trio as the 3 kings of the extreme north, it was due to the presence of the Titan Snow Demon King. If it had solely been the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress, he would have harbored doubts, as he could not discern their true forms. Thus, the question arose, why would these 3 intervene to assist the group? Could it be the ice god? Chapter 97. The preliminary second test. Oh, you were able to recognize us? How intriguing. The coldly beautiful Ice Emperor spoke, her lips parting slightly, exuding a refreshing aura. I am fortunate to have heard of the names of the three kings of the extreme north, Tang Qiye replied, displaying no sign of fear. The presence of these three beings assured him that Xiao Dian and the others were no longer in danger. Moreover, if these three wished to harm them, only three individuals in the entirety of Douluo could possibly intervene, and none of them were present. The sea god Douluo Poseidon remained on Sea God Island. The angel Douluo was in the spirit hall, and Tang San's ancestor lingered in the city of Sin. None of them could come here. Aside from these three, even Tang Hao would struggle against them. As for other title Douluo, Bibi Dong was currently no match for Tang Hao, so there was no need for fear. The ice god has chosen you, but regrettably, you have given up, the Snow Empress remarked, her expression frigid, as though nothing in the world could sway her. Since the ice god's test has commenced, those who pass are naturally qualified to continue, and those who succeed in all tests can inherit the divine position. What do you mean by giving up? Furthermore, even if I were to give up, Bingo has also passed the test, so Senior Snow Empress. Please do not make light of the younger generation, Tang Qiye retorted, unfazed by the Snow Empress's words. If you were the epitome of ice, you could certainly inherit the ice god's test. However, in the final days, you use the utmost fire for her sake, thus even if you pass the test, the ice god will not choose you. You should have realized this when you wielded the utmost fire, the Snow Empress remarked, casting a glance at Shui Binger. Upon hearing this, Shui Binger was momentarily stunned, then comprehension dawned upon her. Her beautiful eyes glistened with tears, nearly spilling over. Do not overthink it. I am inherently unfit for the ice god's legacy. Even if the ice god were to choose me, I would not relinquish my advantages for a singular attribute. Tang Qiye gently wiped away the tears from Shui Binger's cheek. Indeed, he had also come to this realization, which was why he ultimately resorted to using the utmost fire. As for who the ice god's test was initiated for, it mattered little. What was significant was that now the test had begun. Shui Bingo was the sole individual qualified to reach the end. I did not expect there to be someone capable of refusing a deity. No, it should be allowing. Little girl. You are quite fortunate, the Ice Emperor regarded Tang Qiye with a softened gaze. As a soul beast, she held no particular fondness for humans. Yet she did not harbor blind hatred. Tang Qiye's unwavering decision to forsake the deity was something she could appreciate. Esteemed seniors, as one who has passed the test, should there not be some reward? Tang Qiye smiled brightly, unashamed of his request. The moment these words escaped his lips, the hearts of the Tian Shui battle team and others raised with anticipation. The oppressive aura of the three kings had receded, but this was not their first encounter. They had never been able to converse, yet Tang Qiye dared to boldly ask for something. Shui Binger tugged at Tang Qiye's sleeve, her face filled with concern. However, Tang Qiye merely smiled at the Snow Empress, recognizing her as the one chosen by the ice god to oversee the test. Akin to Poseidon's role in the 9 trials of the sea god, you possess considerable audacity, the Ice Emperor remarked with a smile that was not quite a smile. Tang Qiye's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Ice Emperor had not denied the existence of rewards, which indicated there was hope. Your assessments shall continue, including for those who have been eliminated. They too may partake in the evaluations. There are still 2 rounds of preliminary assessments ahead, and the results from these 3 rounds will determine the rewards you ultimately receive. Of course, Shui Binger's performance will influence whether you can progress to the subsequent intermediate evaluations. The last sentence was directed at Shui Binger, and from their conversation, Tang Qiye understood that they were all aware of the events that transpired in the underground palace. Shui Binger realized this as well, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment. Yet she respectfully thanked the Ice Emperor for the reminder. In the upcoming assessments, you will work together, and the challenge will involve combat against the Snowfield Wolf Pack. Every 2 days, you will face an attack from these wolves. How long you can endure will depend on your resilience. Upon finishing her words, the Snow Maiden waved her hand, causing the figures of everyone to vanish once more. As the dizziness subsided, Tang Qiye regained his senses and discovered that he and the others had materialized in a dense forest. Everyone understood that although there was but one deity of ice, the rewards would be plentiful. The longer they persevered, the greater the rewards would become. Thus, a strategic discussion was necessary to endure as long as possible. Tang Qiye surveyed the terrain and spoke. I truly envy the captain, Shui Wu remarked, casting an envious glance at Shui Binger. Tang Qiye glanced around, relieved to see no signs of jealousy among the group. Otherwise, he would have had reason to focus on her. I may not necessarily succeed. It was only because Tang Qiye relinquished his opportunity to inherit the ice goddess power that I was able to pass, Shui Bingao admitted, her cheeks reddening again and drawing peculiar looks from the others. The captain is smitten. The women exchanged knowing glances at Shui Bingao, unaware that their captain's emotional entanglement went beyond mere infatuation. Ahem, let us prioritize finding a suitable terrain for combat. We do not yet know when the wolf pack will strike or their strength. We must remain vigilant. Noticing the ladies beginning to gossip, Tang Qiye felt compelled to interrupt. Very well, we shall follow your lead, Shui Bingao nodded in agreement. Tang Qiye then turned to the others. Oh, even Bingao is beginning to delegate authority, Shui Wu teased. Winking at Tang Qiye. Tang Qiye, you take charge. We have faith in you, Shui Wu added. Indeed, the others nodded in unison. The prowess and insights of Tang Qiye were evident to them throughout their journey, and his command abilities were no less formidable than Shui Bingao's, even possessing a prophetic foresight. Very well, Bingao, Shui Wu, you shall remain at the rear. The strong attackers will take the lead, while the agile fighters will flank us. Xiao Tian and the support will hold the center. We shall proceed in that direction, maintaining a steady pace, ensuring our soul power and stamina are preserved. Without further ado, Tang Qiye swiftly organized their formation and gestured towards a particular direction. Under his keen perception, there were no impenetrable defenses, thus he chose a path at random, seeking the most advantageous terrain. The group maintained their formation as they advanced, with Tang Qiye trailing at the back. With his perceptive abilities, he could anticipate the assault of the snowfield wolves and provide support from any direction. After an hour of intense scrutiny, Tang Qiye finally discovered an ideal location, a precipice that jutted out prominently, which he deemed suitable for their stand. Chapter 98, The Mighty Snowfield Wolf Pack. Choosing to position themselves at the precipice, Tang Qiye naturally abandoned the notion of fighting while on the move. This protruding cliff offered ample space, and ahead lay a natural choke point, allowing them to confront fewer wolves. Furthermore, the steepness of the cliff effectively eliminated the possibility of an attack from behind. Though the precipice did not lack for an escape route, it was separated by a nearly 30-meter-wide canyon. Opposite them was another raised area, nearly symmetrical, which also featured a natural choke point. However, the means of retreat required further contemplation from Tang Qiye, as the 30-meter gap posed a significant challenge with no leverage for crossing. Tang Qiye instructed everyone to take a rest. In this small world, hunger would not be a concern. As for Tang Qiye, he positioned himself at the mouth of the gourd, enjoying a broad view while contemplating how to navigate the sheer cliff before him. If only he possessed Oscar's flying mushroom sausage, the dilemma would be resolved in an instant. Tang Qiye could not help but reminisce about Oscar, admiring the prodigious talent that the fellow possessed, an innate food-type support soul master with full soul power, an unprecedented marvel. Furthermore, his third soul ring conferred a flying skill, allowing him to soar at the speed of a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake for a whole minute, a veritable escape mechanism. 30 meters, whereas my moon chaser barely covers 13 meters. Tang Qiye felt a pang of frustration. Indeed, Moon Chaser was swift, yet it could only traverse a mere dozen meters at a time. How could he surpass this 30-meter gap? Throw them across? Impossible. He could not hurl them that far. Fly over? But he lacked the ability to fly. Tang Qiye pondered fruitlessly, ultimately setting aside the matter for the time being. At the very least, the initial assaults from the Icefield Wolf Pack should not be overly formidable. If they attacked every 2 days, enduring for 7 or 8 days should pose no significant challenge. Behind him, members of the Tianshui battle team chattered incessantly, primarily gossiping about Shui Bingao's shift in attitude towards Tang Qiye. However, Shui Bingao managed to deflect their inquiries, and Tang Qiye feigned ignorance, as he practiced and remained vigilant against the potential surprise attacks from the Icefield Wolves. Time flowed steadily onward. Then, at a certain moment, Tang Qiye abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Tang Qiye gradually rose to his feet, his gaze fixed upon the horizon, where 3 formidable ice wolves were charging towards him from 300 meters away. Is that all? Tang Qiye found it hard to believe, to the point that he momentarily forgot to alert the members of the Tianshui battle team behind him. However, as the ice wolves drew closer, reaching a distance of 100 meters, the Tianshui battle team had already reacted. The support Soul Master stood at the rear, with Shui Bingao positioned centrally, and Tang Qiye leading the formation at the entrance of the gourd. Each of the 3 ice wolves possessed 500 years of cultivation. Was this initial wave of attack rather feeble? Tang Qiye could scarcely comprehend it, for he believed he could effortlessly handle 3 ice wolves of such age on his own. Tang Qiye did not allow the Tianshui battle team to intervene. Instead, He effortlessly unleashed several ice blades, executing the ice flame slash. The searing solid ice whistled through the air, striking the heads of the three approaching ice wolves as they closed in to within 20 meters of the group. The three ice wolves offered no resistance and were cleaved in two. However, in contrast to the outside world, these three ice wolves left no traces of blood. Instead, they transformed into snowflakes, scattering and dissipating into the air. Continue your training. I shall hold the line for a while longer. If no ice wolves return, it is likely that we will be safe from their attacks for the next 2 days. Tang Qiye addressed the group. Very well. Everyone should take the opportunity to rest and cultivate. In this space, water attribute soul masters will find their training significantly enhanced. Seize this chance, Shui Binger added. Understood, Captain. The team responded, recognizing that since the first wave of ice wolves had not required their intervention, they were assured of their safety in the short term. They promptly immersed themselves in meditation and cultivation. As for Shui Wu's fourth soul ring, she could only set it aside for the moment. Reassured by Tang Qiye that even in the absence of a soul ring, the soul power accumulated during training would manifest once she acquired the ring. In the space conjured by the ice god, the abundance of water attribute elements surpassed any simulated training environment on the Douluo continent, making it exceptionally conducive for water attribute soul masters to cultivate. They certainly would not squander this rare opportunity. Tang Qiye sat quietly at the gourd's mouth as usual. Shui Binger noticed that everyone else had immersed themselves in their cultivation, yet she chose to sit beside Tang Qiye in silence, her gaze drifting into the distance. Lost in thought. Is there something on your mind? Tang Qiye, not engaged in meditation, inquired. No, it merely feels a bit absurd, Shui Binger replied, a smile gracing her eyes and a hint of blush coloring her cheeks. Do you regret it? Tang Qiye chuckled, acknowledging the absurdity and melodrama of the situation. Not at all. Shui Binger shook her head resolutely. Tang Qiye gazed tenderly at Shui Binger's cheeks. Do you regret it? She inquired, looking into his eyes. Regret what? I have gained much. Haven't I? Tang Qiye responded, taken aback. You never utilized the ultimate fire until the very end, sacrificing your divinity for me. Are you truly unrepentant? Shui Binger looked at him earnestly. Presenting a goddess to my beloved only accentuates my generosity, Tang Qiye replied with a carefree smile. Perhaps in the beginning, during the ice god assessment, Tang Qiye had contemplated focusing on the ultimate ice, but during the first trial, he repeatedly employed various elemental energies. It was then he realized that the 5 elements were his greatest advantage, and certainly, the ice god would take note of his other attributes. After their union that day, Tang Qiye finally resolved that in such a vast realm as Douluo, there was certainly more than one deity, and the ice god was much more suited to Shui Binger. The ice god is indeed better suited for you. I will not forsake my greatest strength to accommodate a deity, he continued, ensuring Shui Binger felt no indebtedness to him. I trust you. You will undoubtedly find a deity that suits you. If not, then I too shall not ascend to divinity, Shui Binger sighed contentedly, leaning against Tang Qiye, reveling in the warmth of his embrace. Are you not concerned about them knowing? Tang Qiye casually wrapped his arm around her waist, gesturing behind them. Someone is observing our little interactions here. Shui Binger glanced back, playfully raised her fist, then comfortably nestled into Tang Qiye's arms. I am the captain. And if you are not afraid, why should I be? What do you mean? Why should you be afraid? Tang Qiye questioned, puzzled. Your little girlfriend. What do you intend to do about her? Shui Binger asked cautiously. Ugh. Tang Qiye slapped his forehead and sighed dramatically. I am equally troubled. Shui Binger, sensing his distress, felt a pang of confusion. After all, she was the newcomer and did not wish for her presence to compel Tang Qiye to abandon his original girlfriend. Her name is Rong, right? Will she be resentful? Shui Binger hesitated, as she had no objections herself, aware that Tang Qiye had a girlfriend, but feared the possibility of rejection from his original partner. Rong? She should be understanding. I will explain the situation to her and shift the responsibility to the ice god. It should be manageable, Tang Qiye reassured her. Then what troubles you? Shui Binger asked. Perplexed. Rong comes from a prominent background. She might agree to my having both of you, but her family could be somewhat challenging, Tang Qiye admitted, his expression growing serious. Rong's background? Her family included the only princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, cherished by 2 titled Douluo, who would likely not approve easily. The 7 treasure glazed tile school? Shui Binger exclaimed, her gaze shifting to Tang Qiye with a hint of incredulity. Why do you look at me like that? How did you manage to win over the princess? Did her family not object? Shui Binger blinked, curious. Win over? I performed a heroic rescue, Tang Qiye retorted playfully. She ran away from home and was accosted by ruffians on her way to our academy. I saved her, and we began studying together. With my charm, there was no need for deceit. Moreover, her family is likely aware. Regardless, neither of you can escape from me." He added with a mischievous grin, planting a quick kiss on Shui Bing'er's cheek. "If Rong Rong's family disapproves, then I will." Shui Bing'er began, but Tang Qiye interrupted. "What will you do?" "I can simply ask my adoptive father to intervene. It should not pose a problem. Besides, with another decade of training, I will assuredly reach the level of a titled Douluo. If those two old fellows refuse to acquiesce, I shall compel them," Tang Qiye declared vehemently. Of course, such a scenario was unlikely, as the sword Douluo and bone Douluo adored Ning Rongrong, as long as she did not harbor resentment towards him. Even if the two titled Douluo found him displeasing, they would not obstruct his desires. "Who do you think you are? Do you intend to forcefully take them?" Shui Bing'er chided. "Indeed, I shall bind both of you to my side. Anyone who dares oppose me shall face my wrath." Tang Qiye chuckled, pinching Shui Bing'er's nose playfully. "You cannot contend with the titled Douluo. They can handle you as they please," Shui Bing'er retorted, swatting away Tang Qiye's playful hand. "Impossible. My adoptive father is no pushover," Tang Qiye declared confidently. "Adoptive father? Is your adoptive father?" Shui Bing'er's mouth gaped slightly. She had heard Tang Qiye was an orphan raised by his adoptive father, yet she had not anticipated his adoptive father's stature. "Yes," Tang Qiye confirmed, realizing that he no longer needed to conceal this from Shui Bing'er. "Bing'er, in the coming days, I shall teach you some soul techniques I have created. The Ice God's trial ultimately requires you to complete it on your own. I will impart all that you can learn, and during this time of leisure, once we leave the extreme north ice field, I shall return to the academy." "Soul techniques of your own creation? The ones you employ?" Shui Bing'er asked in disbelief, astonished that those techniques were indeed Tang Qiye's original creations. "Yes, a standard soul ring can only confer one soul skill, so if they were not original, how could I wield so many? However, I refer to my original techniques as Xia Lan arts, given our time resisting the ice field wolves. Mastering the 6 Xia Lan arts I have prepared for you within 2 hours each day should pose no challenge," Tang Qiye assured, setting up a barrier around them to prevent eavesdropping. Shui Bing'er understood his intentions. Were she in his position, she would do the same. While the bonds among the members of the Tianshui team were commendable, they paled in comparison to the camaraderie of Shrek Academy, making such secrets too delicate to share freely. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days later, they faced another assault from a pack of icefield wolves. This time, 5 wolves attacked, each at the 500-year level. Tang Qiye refrained from intervening. Shui Bing'er single-handedly vanquished the pack. In just 2 days, she had mastered the Flame Ice Slash and Ice Sealing Soul technique. Although she was not yet proficient, she could execute them without issue. "Spend the next 2 days familiarizing yourself with these 2 Xia Lan arts," Tang Qiye instructed. "Understood." Shui Bing'er nodded obediently. Tang Qiye cast his gaze upon Xiao Tian, recognizing the young lad's diligent training. Yet, he remained apprehensive about Xiao Tian's second martial soul. "Xiao Tian, come with me," Tang Qiye instructed after a moment's contemplation, leading the way outside. To observe Xiao Tian's second martial soul, it was imperative to distance themselves from the Tianshui battle team, ensuring that the existence of Xiao Tian's dual martial souls remained undisclosed. After traversing several miles, Tang Qiye discovered a secluded hollow in the mountains, where he urged Xiao Tian to unleash his second martial soul. Xiao Tian nodded in compliance and subsequently released it. "What sensations do you experience?" Tang Qiye inquired, activating his probing technique, his brow furrowing in concentration. "It seems quite powerful," Xiao Tian replied after a brief hesitation. "What impact does it have on your emotions?" Tang Qiye continued to question. "None," Xiao Tian responded. "Previously, when I summoned this martial soul, I felt a degree of discomfort and agitation. However, now I sense nothing at all." Tang Qiye narrowed his eyes slightly. Xiao Tian mentioned that there was no impact, attributing it to emotional fluctuations, yet there were subtle changes in his character. The tone in which Xiao Tian spoke to Tang Qiye bore a hint of arrogance. "Master? What is it?" Xiao Tian inquired upon noticing Tang Qiye's silence. "It's nothing. What is the soul skill of your first soul ring?" Tang Qiye shook his head. He understood Xiao Tian's transformation, reminiscent of his own experience when he first merged with the 8 spider lances. Each usage of the lances would leave him influenced by the malevolent energy contained within. Such an influence did not alter the Soul Master's nature, nor did it change their essence. It merely rendered them slightly sinister while wielding that power. "The first soul ring seems to lack a soul skill." Xiao Tian scratched his head. noting that the influence of the Dark Angel had significantly diminished. The malevolent energy that once clung to him gradually receded, leaving only a pure darkness and chill. However, Xiao Tian's personality remained unchanged. No soul skill? Tang Qiye's eyes widened in disbelief. Having a soul ring yet lacking a soul skill was indeed perplexing. Xiao Tian, retract your second martial soul, then close your eyes and open your mind. I shall delve into your memories. Do not resist me, understood? Tang Qiye spoke to Xiao Tian with utmost seriousness. Tang Qiye suddenly felt a surge of curiosity towards Xiao Tian, yearning to unravel the mysteries surrounding the occurrences in Xiao Tian's life. Indeed, Tang Qiye sought to delve into the depths of Xiao Tian's childhood memories that Xiao Tian himself could not recall, yet undeniably existed. By harnessing the power of his spiritual energy, a soul master could awaken numerous forgotten recollections, including those from their early years. In the 100th chapter, the life-risking blessing of the six-winged dark envoy was acknowledged. Yes, master. I understand, Xiao Tian obediently replied, refraining from questioning Tang Qiye's desire to access his memories. This was a manifestation of unwavering trust. There's no need to be anxious. Simply relax, Tang Qiye gently reassured him, his fingertip resting upon Xiao Tian's forehead. Golden patterns began to ripple softly, as Tang Qiye was drawn into a realm of mystique. In the ethereal expanse, memories unfolded like slides in a projector, each fragment revealing glimpses of the past. Tang Qiye chose not to delve into the memories of Xiao Tian after he turned 3, instead seeking the recollections from the time of his birth. However, he found nothing. How could this be? Continuing his search, he turned to the memories of Xiao Tian's first month, yet still encountered the same void. Were they sealed? A frown creased Tang Qiye's brow. In a moment of clarity, he seemed to perceive something and turned his gaze to a nondescript corner. There, a pitch-black orb floated silently. Could it be the sealed memory orb? Tang Qiye slowly seated himself before this orb, his mental energy swirling as he delved into it with unreserved intent. Jun Ge. The spirit hall will not let me escape. I have taken too many lives. I do not wish for Tianer to suffer the same fate under the control of the spirit. I dedicate all my cultivation to my son, to cleanse the evil from his spirit, so that the six-winged dark angel spirit becomes merely a pure embodiment of darkness, devoid of malevolence. Fragmented images flickered before him, a man and a woman, the latter cradling a child, the very child who was Xiao Tian. The woman, evidently Xiao Tian's mother, was a unique entity, characterized by long, raven hair and crimson eyes, a blood-red rune marking her forehead, surrounded by an eerie glow of moonlight. Though the scenes were incomplete, Tang Qiye gleaned the answers he sought. Xiao Tian's first soul ring must have been bestowed upon him by his mother, who also purged the evil from him. Thus, Xiao Tian's 12-winged dark angel spirit was simply a spirit of pure darkness, free from lingering concerns. Moreover, Xiao Tian's mother likely never anticipated that her son would possess the 12-winged dark angel spirit. Perhaps the enhancement of Xiao Tian's spirit was intricately linked to her as well. With the answers he desired attained, Tang Qiye's interest in Xiao Tian's other memories waned, and he withdrew from Xiao Tian's consciousness. Xiao Tian, Tang Qiye called, awakening him. Master, Xiao Tian replied, his eyes devoid of any distractions. Everything is fine now. Let us return. With the assurance that Xiao Tian's second spirit would not spiral out of control. Tang Qiye felt a significant weight lift from his heart. As long as Xiao Tian continued to grow steadily, his potential was boundless. Time passed swiftly, and a month had flown by since the second trial of the ice god. Tang Qiye and his companions had recently survived an assault from a pack of ice wolves. Everyone, are you all right? Tang Qiye inquired, looking at the remaining 5 members. The team of 12 had dwindled to 6, with only Shui Binger, Shuiwu, Shui Yuer, and 2 powerful attack-type soul masters remaining alongside him. Tragically, Xiao Tian had been eliminated in the recent battle. It's not a major issue, but it may take 2 days to recover, Shuiwu remarked, shaking her head. Apart from Tang Qiye and Shui Binger, the other 4 bore various injuries, with Shuiwu's being relatively minor. It's all right. For the next round, Binger and I shall take the lead. You have 4 days to recuperate. Tang Qiye assured them with a nod. You too? Shuiwu exclaimed, clearly astonished. It was well known that the Ice Wolf pack had swelled to 10 formidable thousand-year ice wolves, making them exceedingly difficult to combat. Otherwise, why would Xiao Tian have been eliminated? Tang Qiye could no longer spare the attention to tend to Xiao Tian. In the previous skirmish, their team of 11 had seen 5 eliminated in a single blow, an outcome facilitated by the spirit fusion technique employed by Shuiwu and Shui Binger. Let us handle this. If you join the fray, you might face elimination as well. Hold out for another round, and the rewards will be more substantial, Shui Binger concurred. understanding Tang Qiye's intentions. Over the course of a month, Tang Qiye had imparted all the techniques of the heroic wave to her without reservation. And Shui Bingo had proven herself worthy, mastering them and even creating her own technique, the Ice Peak Spike, which erupted from the ground like a sudden spear, boasting greater might than the Flame Ice Slash. Do not worry about us. We may only manage to withstand one wave, so you must recover swiftly. Perhaps you can endure a bit longer, Tang Qiye encouraged Shui Wu and the others. Seeing Tang Qiye and Shui Bingo brimming with confidence, the four agreed. Throughout the month, both Tang Qiye's strength and Shui Bingo's rapid progress had thoroughly impressed them, and now Tang Qiye's reputation within the Heavenly Water battle team rivaled that of Shui Bingo. 2 days later, Tang Qiye and Shui Bingo awaited at the cliff's edge, while Shui Wu and the others remained still. Knowing that if Tang Qiye and Shui Bingo deemed their assistance unnecessary, they must possess a strategy to counter this wave of attacks. As expected, this time it was a pack of 12,000-year ice wolves. Tang Qiye gazed at the 12 ice wolves, situated hundreds of meters away, and gave a subtle nod before turning his attention to Shui Bingo. It is entrusted to you. Understanding his intent, Shui Bingo obediently leaped into Tang Qiye's embrace, transforming into a brilliant orb of azure light that swiftly entered his being. After 2 months, Tang Qiye once again experienced this sensation. The ultimate icy essence within him surged to a new level, a faint blue glow shimmering in his eyes. With a mere gesture of his fingers, he summoned the power towards the pack of ice wolves, situated 30 meters before him. In the next instant, an overwhelming chill enveloped the space ahead, encasing the 12 ice wolves within its grasp. A crackling sound echoed, reminiscent of the freezing and shattering of space. Thud, thud, thud. The 12 wolves disintegrated almost simultaneously into flurries of snowflakes. The azure light reemerged as Tang Qiye and Shui Bingo separated, an instantaneous wave of weakness flooding through their bodies. Tang Qiye fared somewhat better, for his physical constitution was inherently robust. He swiftly caught the faltering Shui Bingo, preventing her imminent fall. "Are you all right?" he inquired, noting her pallid complexion, which clearly indicated a severe depletion of her soul energy. "Captain." At that moment, Shui Wu approached, her gaze towards Shui Bingo filled with concern. "I'm fine, merely exhausted. I am just struggling to adapt," Shui Bingo managed to respond, though her voice was strained. "Make sure to rest well. We have a grueling battle ahead in 2 days, Tang Qiye remarked, his own expression betraying unease. As Shui Bingo had articulated, the energy consumption from their fusion was a burden they could share. However, Tang Qiye's internal reservoir of elemental energy was extraordinarily abundant, surpassing even that of Shui Bingo, who was at the 42nd level. Yet, at this moment, he too found himself devoid of any vital energy. Chapter 101, The Wolf Meat Bomb? Tang Qiye did not set Shui Bingo down. He held her close, for their relationship was already established. And the members of the Tianshui battle team were well aware of it, leaving no room for concealment. 2 hours later, Tang Qiye had regained about 20% of his energy. The previous consumption had been excessive, as the fuse technique was immensely powerful, annihilating 12 ancient icefield wolf kings. Yet it had drained both of their vital energies, which was quite alarming. At this moment, Shui Bingo had also recovered somewhat. Neither bore injuries, but their energies and spiritual powers had been significantly depleted, alongside a considerable drain on their mental fortitude. It could be said that this fusion consumed not only their vital energies but also their essence and spirit. Furthermore, this fusion was not without its limitations. At least for 10 days, it could not be utilized again. This interval was even longer than that of a martial soul fusion technique. 2 days later, the 6 of them had returned to their peak condition, and they were soon to confront a pack of wolves. 15 ancient icefield wolves awaited them, which meant that each person would have to handle at least 2.5. It was quite a challenge. Tang Qiye had anticipated the number of wolves they would face today, yet the reality of the situation proved to be troublesome. It was likely that by the end of this encounter, only Shui Bingo and Tang Qiye would remain, with the 5-element staff in hand. Tang Qiye positioned himself at the forefront while Shui Bingo stood behind him, with the remaining 4 members tasked with distraction. If only they possessed a flying technique. Dealing with the wolves would be much easier, Tang Qiye mused. Behind them lay a cliff, with a 30-meter gap that offered no escape. Indeed, after a month, Tang Qiye had yet to devise a suitable method for a quick retreat to the other side of the cliff in case of defeat. I seal spirit. Shui Bingo and Tang Qiye struck in succession, with Shui Bingo's ice sealing ability significantly enhanced after her mastery of the ice seal spirit, allowing her to unleash it instantaneously. Tang Qiye unleashed 5 ice seals in quick succession, successfully controlling all 12 ice field wolves with Shui Binger. However, such control was evidently fleeting. Taking the lead, Tang Qiye, in synchrony with Yushu, swiftly dispatched 2 of the ice field wolves with a couple of strikes. At that very moment, the ice field wolves broke free from their icy confines. Although Shui Bingo attempted to regain control, the wolves, now wary, could only be restrained for a limited time. Behind her, Shui Wu danced gracefully, employing her third spirit skill, which significantly hampered the wolves' movements. Shui Wei and 2 other powerful attackers charged towards the ice field wolves. Yet, in a 10 against 6 scenario, Tang Qiye found himself ensnared by 4 wolves, unable to extricate himself. These ice field wolves were not mindlessly aggressive, they exhibited a degree of coordination, even with 12 wolves. Given time, Tang Qiye was confident he could eliminate them one by one. While they appeared somewhat foolish, they undeniably possessed the intrinsic qualities of wolves, being pack animals. How could they lack the instinct to cooperate? Shui Binger and Shui Wu aimed to control the battlefield, restricting the ice field wolves' movements, leaving the remaining 6 wolves to confront Shui Wei and her 2 companions. Although the wolves' actions were limited, they retained a degree of combat capability. As a sensitive attacker, Shui Wei feared direct confrontation most. Indeed, within moments, she found herself at a disadvantage. Shui Bingo longed to assist but felt powerless. Even if her spirit skills could be unleashed, it was impossible to control all 10 wolves simultaneously. Moreover, Tang Qiye faced 4 icefield wolves, despite having the upper hand. Without Shui Binger's control, he would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand their full-force assault. Tang Qiye found himself in a state of utter exasperation as he faced the onslaught of 4 ice wolves. While these creatures posed no real threat to him, dealing with them proved to be quite troublesome. Even if he managed to control one using the ghost dust forbidden image, the other 3 would launch a frenzied assault, preventing him from eliminating their companion. It was as if these ice wolves were acutely aware of Tang Qiye's intentions. Damn it! After a prolonged struggle, he noticed that Shui Wei and her 2 companions were beginning to tire. Ignoring the depletion of his own inner energy, he unleashed the 5 cauldron sealing technique and simultaneously invoked the ghost dust forbidden image. Observing this, Shui Binger also took action, encasing 1 ice wolf in ice. Under the moonlight, Tang Qiye appeared like a bolt of lightning behind the remaining ice wolf. This creature, clearly aware of its inability to withstand his power, made a desperate attempt to flee, charging towards a strong offensive member of the Tianshui team who was already on the verge of defeat. Humph! With a swift motion, Tang Qiye struck out with his staff, blocking the wolf's escape route, and then brought the 5 elements staff crashing down. However, the ice wolf, realizing it could not evade, detonated itself in a tremendous explosion, sending Tang Qiye reeling back 10 meters. What the hell? Tang Qiye exclaimed in disbelief. He never anticipated that the ice wolf would resort to self-detonation. Unbelievable. Yet, he had no time to react, as the 3 ice wolves he had previously controlled had already broken free from their restraints and were once again charging towards him. Tang Qiye gritted his teeth and swung the 5-element staff, unleashing 3 brilliant arcs of azure light. However, it seemed as though the 3 ice field wolves were aware of Tang Qiye's impending strike. 2 of them deftly evaded the blow, leaving only 1 unable to escape in time, sustaining severe injuries. Tang Qiye's gaze turned icy as he effortlessly conjured an ice blade, striking down the heavily wounded ice wolf. Where? Just as Tang Qiye dispatched the ice wolf, Shui Bingo let out a cry of alarm. Tang Qiye turned in the direction of the sound, only to behold Shui Wei, 1 arm drenched in blood, enveloped by a beam of light, vanishing into the expanse. Is this a jest? A wolf meat bomb? Tang Qiye expressed his frustration, acknowledging that Shui Wei was indeed caught off guard when attacked by the ice wolves, leading to her elimination as one of the wolves self-destructed. However, self-detonation is a common tactic, is it not? The moment finally came when Tang Qiye found himself cursing, as 2 formidable soul masters from the assault department met their untimely demise, leaving only Shui Wu, Shui Binger, and himself, along with 5 ice wolves. The wolves, howling as if to celebrate their victory, raised their heads and fixed their fierce gazes upon the trio. These creatures seemed tireless, Tang Qiye thought in exasperation. It dawned on him that, despite the previous skirmishes being troublesome, it was in these recent battles that they had truly suffered losses. Could Binger and Shui Wu fend off 3 of them? He had little time to ponder, as he needed a swift resolution after repeatedly using his martial arts. Even he was running low on energy. All right, be careful, he urged. Shui Binger nodded in agreement. Though Shui Wu remained silent, her second spirit ring illuminated. conjuring a storm imbued with swirling snow that engulfed one of the ice wolves. Her pallid complexion indicated that she was approaching her limits. The ghost dust forbidden image. Tang Qiye assessed his internal energy reserves with a wry smile before employing the ghost dust forbidden image once more. In the 102nd chapter, only the three of them remained. Witnessing Tang Qiye spring into action, Shui Binger activated her first and fourth spirit rings in succession. Beneath the icy surface, the two closest ice wolves found themselves ensnared within her snowstorm vortex. Tang Qiye understood that neither Shui Wu nor Shui Binger could endure for much longer. Thus, beneath the ominous shadow of Gui Qin's prohibition, Tang Qiye unleashed a fiery ice slash. This time, the length of the fiery ice slash extended a full 3 meters. Its power considerably stronger than his previous casual strikes. Naturally, the consumption of his vital energy was correspondingly greater. The violet third soul ring illuminated, and golden light shimmered beneath his feet as Yuzhu activated. Moments later, Tang Qiye gently lowered himself to sit beside the already exhausted Shui Binger. Shui Wu had also depleted her last vestige of soul power. Fortunately, just as the ice wolf she had been controlling was on the verge of going berserk, Tang Qiye swiftly dispatched it with a single blow, thus averting her own elimination. This was no mere ice wolf. It was a wolf spirit, and it had the audacity to self-destruct. Tang Qiye panted, lamenting that this battle had been the most arduous he had faced since being relentlessly pursued by the old tortoise from Songhui Academy. Although he bore no significant injuries, the drain on his vital energy was unprecedented. Without further ado, the three of them sat in silence, recovering their strength while contemplating how to withstand the forthcoming wave of attacks. Tang Qiye had an unwavering conviction that the true battle would commence today. In just 2 days, he and Shui Wu would be able to utilize their martial soul fusion technique. Together with their companion, they would face the impending challenge of 17 ice wolves. Although the task appeared daunting, he believed they could prevail. Shui Binger remarked, "There is no other choice." Tang Qiye nodded in agreement and urged Shui Binger and Shui Wu to rest adequately. Though 2 days seemed an eternity, it would merely suffice to restore their spirits to their peak condition, especially since they had not suffered any physical injuries. Otherwise, recovery would be arduous. In terms of offensive capabilities, they were already formidable, and there was no need to further push their speed. What he truly lacked was in the realm of defense. He reflected upon his strengths and weaknesses. Indeed, his offensive power was unparalleled within his realm, and his speed approached that of instantaneous movement. However, his defensive measures were notably deficient. Tang Qiye possesses the quintessence of the 5 elemental energies, which constitutes his greatest advantage. Each type of energy has its own unique characteristics, and by perfectly harnessing the 5 elemental energies, Tang Qiye finds himself unencumbered by the extreme individualism typically exhibited by many soul masters in the Douluo continent. Realizing the direction in which he must improve, he begins to focus on mastering defensive techniques in the art of Xia Lan. This time, he has set himself high expectations. Techniques like Earth Escape, which he could easily access, no longer suffice for his aspirations. If he were to rely solely on one type of energy to create a defensive technique, it would be easily countered by its opposing attribute. Thus, Tang Qiye plans to integrate the 5 elemental energies to forge a comprehensive defensive technique. Currently, he only possesses knowledge of one multi-attribute technique, meteoric burial. However, he has yet to employ this technique in battle, primarily due to its substantial energy consumption and the lack of opportunity. Although he has comprehended meteoric burial, its application in combat will still require considerable time for preparation. When confronting the icefield wolves, utilizing meteoric burial could indeed facilitate the extermination of several wolves. Yet its deployment would deplete his energy reserves for subsequent encounters. Furthermore, the icefield wolves they face are evidently unlike the typical soul beasts found in the outside world. Their intelligence is distinctly comparable to that of humans. Therefore, during the preparation phase for meteoric burial, Tang Qiye will undoubtedly face an onslaught from the wolf pack. Against such an intelligent adversary, the potency of his formidable techniques becomes severely limited. With so many techniques at his disposal, only a few can be executed seamlessly. Thus, Tang Qiye's current undertaking remains substantial. He must not only grasp new defensive techniques but also continually refine his existing ones. In this endeavor, he has come to fully experience the adage of biting off more than one can chew. Unbeknownst to him, 2 days have swiftly passed. 17 icefield wolves have arrived, as anticipated. Ready yourself for a full-scale assault. In the face of this predicament, Tang Qiye finds no superior strategy. Guerrilla tactics? Certainly. He is confident that he can lead the ice-field wolves to their demise one by one during their pursuit. However, what of the present circumstances? Setting aside whether Shui Bingo can keep pace with his speed or endure under the wolves' pursuit for long, what about Shui Wu? With no moon chaser to assist her, she cannot match the speed of the ice-field wolves. Thus, Tang Qiye opts for a direct confrontation. Of course, should Shui Wu be eliminated, he would resolutely retreat with Shui Binger, fighting as they flee. At the very least, the two of them could endure a few more days together. In essence, Shui Wu becomes a burden. Nevertheless, Tang Qiye would never abandon his companions. He can only wait for his own elimination. Shui Binger and Shui Wu embrace. As the ice phoenix soars above, snowflakes drifting down. Under this collective restrictive martial soul fusion technique, the strength of the icefield wolves is diminished to an extreme. Tang Qiye wielded the five-element staff, treading the elusive shadows of the ghostly figures, his silhouette weaving through the pack of wolves like a specter. The occasional flicker of a yellow and two purple soul rings illuminated his presence. Tang Qiye's third soul skill was a state-based technique, creating phantoms that accompanied him for a duration after activation. In contrast, his first and second soul skills were one-time enhancements, amplifying a single attack. The ephemeral beauty of the falling snow would not linger for long, and as Tang Qiye plunged into the midst of the wolf pack, the severely weakened icefield wolves found themselves inevitably facing destruction at his hands. However, would this group of icefield wolves simply stand by and allow Tang Qiye to exert his prowess? Each of these icefield wolves boasted a millennium of cultivation, each one akin to a spirit master excelling in both offensive and agility attributes. Moreover, their intelligence was evidently superior, making them far more formidable than their counterparts in the outside world. Every time Tang Qiye vanquished an ice wolf, he would invariably face the simultaneous assault of several surrounding ice wolves. Although he could retreat with a single blow, the toll on his vitality was palpably immense. The consumption of his soul energy during a single moon pursuit and the use of soul skills did not demand much from him individually. But the relentless application of these techniques was overwhelming. Faster, faster. At this moment, Tang Qiye could hardly afford to consider the depletion of his energy. With each strike of the five-element staff, he inevitably claimed the life of an ice wolf. Faster, faster. As he sensed the waning effects of snowfall, a wave of anxiety surged within him. The energy drain from the martial soul fusion technique was indisputable. Once snowfall concluded, Shui Binger and Shui Wu would undoubtedly lack the strength to continue the fight, leaving Tang Qiye feeling increasingly constrained. 10, 9, 5, 4. As he dispatched the fifth remaining ice wolf, snowfall finally came to an end. The remaining four ice wolves instantly regained their vigor, abandoning Tang Qiye and charging directly towards Shui Binger and Shui Wu. Chapter 103. The Rewards of the Heavenly Water Battle Team Binger. At this moment, Tang Qiye was over 20 meters away from Shui Binger and Shui Wu, while the two ice wolves closest to them were merely 10 meters away. The ice wolves needed only a single leap to pounce upon the two women. As Tang Qiye swiftly activated his abilities, he was unfortunately too late to intercept the ice wolf lunging towards Shui Binger. Just when she believed her elimination was imminent, a graceful figure, slightly taller than her, positioned itself defiantly in front of her, turning to forcefully push her out of the ice wolf's attack range. Binger, hold on. Snowdance, her face pale yet smiling, uttered encouragement, but in the next instant, the ice wolf's razor-sharp claws tore through her form. With her figure dissipating, it was evident that she had been deemed eliminated, banished from this realm. Binger, duck. A fierce glint flashed in Tang Qiye's eyes as he executed a swift strike. A 3-meter-long ice blade accompanied by a searing wave of heat slicing towards Shui Binger. Reacting quickly, she dropped to the ground, allowing the flame ice slash to soar above her, cleaving the ice wolf that had attempted to ambush her from behind in two. 5 Cauldron Seal. At that moment, Tang Qiye finally had the opportunity to invoke the 5 Cauldron Seal. 5 golden cauldrons enveloped Shui Binger in protection, representing Tang Qiye's sole defensive maneuver. With the safeguard of the 5 Cauldron Seal, Shui Binger's safety was thus assured. Tang Qiye, exhausted and weary, battled fiercely against the remaining 3 icefield wolves until he ultimately vanquished them one by one. With a sigh of relief, he collapsed onto the snow-covered ground. As the 5 tripod seals dissipated, Shui Bingo gradually approached him. Let us rest for a while. From here on, we shall engage in guerrilla tactics, Tang Qiye said, pulling Shui Binger into his embrace, allowing her to rest her head upon his arm. Both were utterly fatigued, and before long, they drifted into a gentle slumber. with the sky serving as their blanket and the earth their bed. 2 days passed, barely enough time for them to recuperate their vitality. By the time they regained their peak condition, the pack of icefield wolves had already arrived. Let us go. Upon spotting 20 ancient icefield wolves, Tang Qiye did not hesitate. He turned and fled, taking Shui Binger with him. If one were to inquire where they were running to, it was a testament to Tang Qiye's foresight. After awakening, they left their previous location. Had they remained there, they would undoubtedly have become easy prey for the incoming wolves. Thus, Tang Qiye decisively abandoned the precipice where they had rested and opted for a more complex terrain, to engage in a protracted struggle against the icefield wolves. It was essential to have a means to scatter their ranks, and the intricate landscape would serve that purpose well. This was a region of rocky hills, and in this predominantly white world, the mountains and forests were adorned with a shimmering layer of silver. Tang Qiye and Shui Binger maintained a distance of 5 or 6 meters between them, allowing for immediate support if necessary. Naturally, Tang Qiye consistently occupied the rear position, enabling him to directly eliminate any icefield wolves that might pursue from behind. Thus, as Tang Qiye and Shui Binger made their escape, they occasionally turned back to fend off their pursuers. Indeed, after the passage of an hour, only 3 fortunate cubs of the icefield wolves remained in pursuit of Tang Qiye. Binger, deal with them. Tang Qiye and Shui Binger maintained a distance of no more than 10 meters from one another. This proximity allowed Shui Binger to seize the initiative to control any icefield wolf that entered their attack range, after which Tang Qiye could swiftly execute a fiery ice slash to eliminate the beast. After a prolonged battle, only 3 icefield wolves remained. While both Tang Qiye and Shui Binger still had more than half of their vital energy and soul power intact, with ease, they dispatched the remaining wolves, both exhaling sighs of relief. Although the process seemed effortless, the reality was fraught with peril. Firstly, neither Tang Qiye nor Shui Binger could afford to be slower than the icefield wolves. They had to surpass them in speed. Secondly, should an icefield wolf manage to flank them, they would need to eliminate or evade it in a single encounter. For even a moment of entanglement could lead to being surrounded by the wolves. After all, their mission was to slay these icefield wolves, not merely to evade them. What are you staring at? Tang Qiye stood upon a snow-covered rock, noticing Shui Binger's gaze fixed upon him, and instinctively touched his face, wondering if there was something amiss. I'm just enjoying the view, Shui Binger replied, turning her head away with a hint of pride. If you think I look handsome, just say so. Why all the pretense? We are already like an old married couple. Tang Qiye chuckled as he wrapped his arms around her slender waist. You're the old one, she retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. At a loss for words, Tang Qiye wondered how their conversation had veered so off course. Did I ever call you old? Shui Binger laughed and playfully broke free from his embrace, leaping onto his back. Hey, are you still a child? Do you really want me to carry you? Tang Qiye sighed, bemused. Before him, the usually mature and composed Shui Binger had transformed into a childlike girl. Am I not allowed? Shui Binger clung to his neck, stretching her elegant neck to gaze at him. Fine, who told you to be my wife? Hey, having a goddess for a wife is truly delightful. I've even had the honor of knowing a goddess. Suddenly, half a month had passed. In the outside world, the members of the Heavenly Water Battle Team received rewards dispatched by the Snow Emperor. You can no longer participate in the next assessment. I shan't elaborate on your performance in the first 2 rounds. This is your reward. With that, the Snow Emperor waved her hand, casting blocks of ancient ice marrow. Naturally, the type of marrow varied among the recipients. For instance, 2 powerful assault-type soul masters eliminated alongside Shui Wei received a larger portion of the ancient ice marrow. However, not all rewards were marrow. Among the 10, 8 members of the Heavenly Water Battle Team received ancient ice marrow, with even the least amount being no less than 2 pounds. At their current cultivation stage, this marrow could elevate their soul power by a level in a short span. Your performance was commendable. You may choose between the ancient ice marrow and a soul ring, the Snow Emperor addressed Shui Wu. Shui Wu felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. She had anticipated merely receiving a piece of ice marrow, but was astonished to learn of the soul ring as well. Senior, how does one obtain this soul ring? What kind of soul ring is it? She inquired cautiously, aware of the esteemed presence before her, a top-tier entity in the Douluo continent. Of course, I shall assist you in procuring it. Within the millennium, I can find any soul ring you desire. Alas, had you persevered until now, you could have acquired a divine soul ring. However, if you choose a soul ring, it will likely be from the soul beasts of the extreme North Icefield. I can facilitate its voluntary agreement to become your soul ring. allowing your fourth soul ring to absorb energy equivalent to around 7,000 years, 2,000 years more than that of an ordinary soul master, the Snow Emperor explained patiently, leaving Xue Wu both astonished and honored. 7,000 years for a fourth soul ring. That surpasses the limits of a soul master. Generally, the apex for a fourth soul ring is 5,000 years, yet I can possess one that is 7,000 years old. Moreover, a soul beast voluntarily becoming a soul ring would undoubtedly align with her essence, rivaling even the divine soul rings. Sister Xue Wu, choose the soul ring. Then you will possess an extraordinary soul ring like Tang Qiye, Xue Yue urged, tugging at Xue Wu's hand. Yes, I understand. Senior, I choose the soul ring. Xue Wu exclaimed in excitement. Humph, comparing the fourth soul ring to the third, how amusing. The third soul ring has already reached 7,000 years. What is there to compare? Behind the Snow Emperor, the Ice Emperor snorted lightly, harboring a deeper resentment toward humanity than the Snow Emperor. After all, the Snow Emperor's essence was that of the Ice Goddess, with scarcely any kin and no human daring to covet her. Thus, her enmity toward humanity was minimal. In contrast, the Ice Emperor, being the Ice Scorpion Monarch, had seen her kin hunted by humans, naturally fostering a disdain for them. Were it not for the Ice God's directive, she would never allow these humans to live. Indeed, comparisons were unnecessary, yet the soul ring was still formidable in comparison to ordinary individuals. The Snow Emperor nodded in agreement. The members of the Heavenly Water Battle team were left in awe by the conversation between the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor, pondering if Tang Qiye was indeed too extraordinary. Given the earlier remarks from the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor, it seemed the Ice God's assessment was also targeted at Tang Qiye, but he was deemed unsuitable, hence the rewards were bestowed upon their captain. Little one, your reward is with me. Follow me, the Ice Emperor beckoned, calling little Tian, her tone noticeably gentler than that used with the members of the Heavenly Water Battle team. Little Tian, confused yet aware of the protocol, understood he was to receive his reward and approached the Ice Emperor without hesitation. Meanwhile, disregarding the happenings outside, Tang Qiye and Xue Binger enjoyed their time in the Ice God's assessment realm. Over the past half-month, the number of Icefield wolves had swelled to 30. However, following 2 significant reductions, it plummeted to 5. Yet, these remaining Icefield wolves had increased in strength by 2,000 years. Now, Tang Qiye and Xue Binger found themselves fleeing through a rocky mountainous terrain, clearly lacking the ease they had experienced half a month prior. Xue Binger's moon chaser technique had become increasingly adept, matching the speed of the 3,000-year Icefield wolves. However, how many wolves were on their tails? 10. Engaging them head-on was clearly unwise. While Tang Qiye felt confident facing 3 Icefield wolves, a direct confrontation would still require a significant investment of time. However, facing 10 3,000-year Icefield wolves, even if Tang Qiye aimed to defeat them, he would need to employ his powerful martial arts techniques. Yet, such formidable techniques came with a critical flaw: excessive energy consumption. Indeed, it was not a matter of time, but rather of energy expenditure. After more than half a month of relentless effort, Tang Qiye had finally managed to shorten the activation time of the water barrier spirit to a mere second. And it no longer required him to be in close proximity to his foes. Within 10 meters, he could unleash the water barrier spirit. However, the consumption of the water Tian Pu is incomparable to that of the moon pursuit and flame ice slash. Even at his peak, it remains uncertain whether Tang Qiye could unleash 10 strikes in quick succession. Nevertheless, Tang Qiye possesses his own trump card. Whenever his vital energy is on the verge of depletion, he employs the absolute qi reversal to restore it, a presence akin to a glitch in the system. By refining the vital energy within the golden cauldron in advance, he can swiftly replenish his own energy by drawing from it once his internal reserves are exhausted. With the enhancement of the absolute qi reversal, the vital energy within the 5 elements golden cauldron is now sufficient for Tang Qiye to borrow 3 times. This is also the reason why both Tang Qiye and Xue Bing continue to thrive. An hour later, Tang Qiye and Xue Bing sat upon a massive stone. Panting heavily, little Bing come let your brother hold you. I am utterly exhausted. Tang Qiye's legs felt somewhat weak, yet he remained playful. You little rascal. Always calling me brother, truly. Xue Bing shot him an annoyed glance, hugging her legs as she sat beside him, recovering her energy. Hee, I am your affectionate brother. Tang Qiye chuckled. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and once again, atop the snowy peak, 2 figures tumbled clumsily from the void. Oh, what an exhilarating experience! Tang Qiye exclaimed, cradling Xue Bing in his arms. What Tang Qiye referred to was undoubtedly the final battle they faced in the Ice God's assessment realm. They were pitted against two 7,000-year-old ice wolves, and ultimately, they were compelled to fuse their powers. However, even after merging, they were still overpowered and met their demise at the jaws of the beasts. Nonetheless, the two ice wolves also perished at their hands, a fitting end for both sides, one might say. With a sigh of relief, Tang Qiye felt his internal vitality completely restored the moment he emerged, devoid of any fatigue from the energy consumed during the fusion. Remarkably, he had managed to achieve this after spending 2 months within that realm. The figure of the Snow Empress appeared at the summit of the snowy mountains. "Senior, may I inquire about the whereabouts of our companions?" Tang Qiye respectfully bowed and asked upon seeing her. "I have instructed them to leave first. They cannot participate in the subsequent trials," the Snow Empress replied. "Then may I partake?" Tang Qiye pointed to himself. "You may," she nodded. And with a graceful wave of her hand, an invisible force lifted the two of them. Feeling no discomfort, they soon found themselves beside a celestial lake. "You have 3 days to relax. The third trial will commence in 3 days," the Snow Empress declared before turning to depart. "Senior, what about the house?" Tang Qiye gestured toward a wooden structure by the lake. "It is habitable," the Snow Empress replied without turning back, then added, "That child is with the Ice Emperor. He will likely not leave for a year. His martial soul has some hidden dangers, and the Ice Goddess' reward is to help him eliminate those risks." "A year? Senior, how long will the third trial take?" Tang Qiye furrowed his brow slightly. He had already been out for over half a year. And he had promised Ning Rongrong he would return within a year. "That depends on your talent." The Snow Empress did not provide him with a specific time frame. Just as Tang Qiye wished to inquire further, the Snow Empress had vanished from sight. "Hey, are you not afraid that the Snow Empress will kick you out for asking so many questions?" Shui Binger nudged Tang Qiye's arm. "Hey, do I not have a name?" "If you do not wish to call my name, you can call me husband instead," Tang Qiye said, pulling Shui Binger into his embrace and teasingly tilting her delicate chin. Chapter 105, The Three Marvels of the Snow Empress. "Shall we rest?" Tang Qiye gently kissed Shui Binger's rosy lips, not waiting for her response, and effortlessly lifted her in a princess carry. "Tang Qiye, what are you doing?" Shui Binger's cheeks flushed crimson, observing Tang Qiye's mischievous expression. She could hardly fathom his intentions. "Of course, indulging in what one loves to do," he replied with a charming grin. Atop the snowy mountains, by the celestial lake, mist swirled in the water, and the sunlight danced playfully in the sky. Tang Qiye leaned against a stone, quietly basking in the long-awaited sunlight. As for Shui Binger, that was, of course, a different matter. The assessment for the third challenge commenced. The figure of the Snow Empress had unexpectedly appeared behind them. Shui Bingo hastily freed herself from Tang Qiye's embrace, her cheeks flushed, and she cast a somewhat flustered glance towards the Snow Empress. Tang Qiye scratched his head and chuckled. "Senior, what does the third trial entail?" "Talent," Shuedi replied coolly. "Talent? Haven't we already been assessed on that?" Tang Qiye questioned, still confused. "The first trial evaluated not talent, but aptitude," Shuedi clarified. "The third trial is to test comprehension. Am I right?" Tang Qiye began to understand. "Senior, how will this third trial be conducted?" Shui Binga timidly inquired. "Learning," Shuedi said with profound significance. "Learning? What will you teach us, Senior?" Tang Qiye's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Take a guess." "You are in for a tremendous gain," Shuedi smirked, though her expression quickly returned to neutrality. "Are you going to teach us the ultimate control of ice?" Shui Binger, seeing that Shuedi was not as fearsome as she had imagined, relaxed a bit. "Let me guess, it must be the 3 supreme techniques of Shuedi," Tang Qiye said with a beaming smile. "The 3 supreme techniques of Shuedi?" Shui Binga was puzzled, glancing at Tang Qiye, whose mysterious demeanor only deepened her confusion. And then back at Shuedi. She suddenly realized how little she knew. "Where did you acquire this knowledge?" Shuedi, surprised, looked at Tang Qiye. Her existence was a closely guarded secret in the human realm of Douluo continent, and her techniques were unknown to the masses. How did Tang Qiye come to know of them? The Emperor's Hand, the Emperor's Sword, and the Emperor's Chill. The Emperor's Chill, one of the 3 supreme techniques of Shuedi, is a domain ability also known as Snow Dance Radiance. Legend has it that in the extreme north, Shuedi can, in an instant, transform the surrounding 10,000 meters into her domain, creating a forbidden ground where even the sun's rays cannot compare. The Emperor's Hand, Great Cold Without Snow, one of the 3 supreme techniques, is said to be unavoidable. The only way to escape its wrath is to avoid being hit. However, the Emperor's Hand's immense power is also restricted, It must strike the opponent directly to unleash its full might. The Emperor's Sword, Ice Peak without equal. Another of the three supreme techniques, embodies the pinnacle of ice, wielding unparalleled strength. Tang Qiye, feeling a sense of pride, couldn't help but revel in his knowledge. Yet, in the next moment, with a flick of Xueti's finger, Tang Qiye was sent flying nearly 100 meters, crashing into the heavenly pool with a resounding splash. You need not emerge for 3 days, Xueti stated flatly. Xue Bing'er gazed at Xueti, momentarily stunned by her apparent anger. However, it was merely Xueti's irritation. Had she been truly furious, Tang Qiye would have been banished for eternity rather than just 3 days. Did Tang Qiye hit the mark? Otherwise, why would Xueti be displeased? But how could a mere human know Xueti's ultimate techniques? Xue Bing'er, unwilling to dwell on other thoughts, cast a worried glance toward the heavenly pool. It's fine. He is correct. He has identified the weakness. Xueti's voice turned cold, causing Xue Bing'er to fret for Tang Qiye. Now, you two shall learn my 3 supreme techniques. Just as he stated, Emperor's Chill, Snow Dance Radiance. Emperor's Hand, Great Cold without snow. Emperor's Sword, Ice Peak without equal. You will have 1 year to master them. If you fail to learn my 3 techniques within this time, then the divine essence of the ice god shall have no connection to you. To be precise, it should be you alone. Whether he learns or not is inconsequential, for he has already relinquished the divine essence of the ice god. Regardless of whether he passes this trial, he cannot participate in the subsequent evaluations. Therefore, you need only concern yourself with your own progress. Do not let him abandon a divine essence in vain. Xueti led Xue Bing'er to a spacious clearing. Then, Senior, can we wait for Tang Qiye to come out before we begin? Xue Bing'er asked, glancing anxiously at the heavenly pool. No, Xueti refused. He can learn while in the pool. As Xueti's words fell, a faint golden light rippled from beneath her feet. This was Tang Qiye's probing technique. Since Xueti had discovered it, there was no need to hide it any longer. Seeing the golden light, Xue Bing'er felt reassured, for she was aware of Tang Qiye's ability. Let us begin. Xueti offered no further explanation and directly commenced imparting her 3 supreme techniques. Meanwhile, Tang Qiye, immersed in the waters of the heavenly pool, felt no discomfort. Rather, he found solace in its miraculous essence. Tang Qiye sensed the subtle yet tangible manifestation of his mental strength, overwhelmed by disbelief. Nevertheless, disbelief aside, he knew he must accept this reality. Tang Qiye savored the nourishing waters of the heavenly pool, experiencing a steady enhancement of his mental prowess. Although the progress was gradual, it far surpassed the efficacy of his solitary cultivation by 100-fold. Within the realm of his exploratory technique, the teachings of the Snow Empress regarding Xue Bing'er were vividly etched in his mind, no less impactful than if he had been present in person. Time flew by, and it had already been a year since Tang Qiye departed from Shrek. Tang Qiye truly experienced the profound intricacies and obscurities of the Snow Emperor's 3 absolutes. Even with his utmost efforts in employing the art of divination to comprehend the essence of the Snow Emperor's execution of these techniques, the Snow Emperor graciously allowed him to delve into the mysteries. Thus, after 6 months of diligent practice, Tang Qiye thoroughly mastered the Snow Emperor's 3 absolutes. Phew, esteemed Minner. Does this mean I have passed? Tang Qiye demonstrated the 3 absolutes, lacking the fluidity of the Snow Emperor's performance, yet managing to execute them within a short span of time. You may leave, the Snow Emperor nodded. Tang Qiye felt a surge of joy. He was finally able to depart. It had been a year since he left Shrek, and he feared that someone might begin to worry if he did not return soon. Bing'er, continue your studies here. You are now capable of wielding the 3 ultimate techniques of the Snow Empress. I believe it won't be long before you pass the assessment, Tang Qiye remarked, directing his gaze towards Xue Bing'er. Though somewhat reluctant, Xue Bing'er understood Tang Qiye's predicament. He had previously made a pact to return to Shrek after a year, and that time had now elapsed. We shall meet again at the elite competition, she replied. Though her heart ached at his departure, she did not insist that he stay with her. Chapter 106. Departure, advancing towards the safe zone. Senior Tang Qiye. He addressed the Snow Empress once more. The Snow Empress frowned slightly, displaying a hint of impatience. Why are you so persistent? Tang Qiye felt a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head, the words momentarily escaping him. Please, speak. The Snow Empress urged, her expression impassive. If Xiaotian exits his seclusion, I would trouble you, Senior, to escort him to Tiando City so he may proceed to Shrek Academy, also known as Lamba Academy. Tang Qiye said, bowing respectfully to the Snow Empress. I can wait for him to accompany me. There is no need to trouble Senior, Xue Bing'er interjected. Very well. The Snow Empress replied, clearly pleased with Xue Bing'er's suggestion, and nodded in agreement. Then I shall take my leave, Tang Qiye stated, having no objections. Upon reflection, it seemed fortuitous that Xiaodian would emerge just as Shui Binger needed to attend the elite competition. Go. The Snow Empress was eager for Tang Qiye to leave, having endured his schemes for her benefit over the past half-year. Farewell, senior. Tang Qiye winked at Shui Binger and bowed again to the Snow Empress. Indeed. The Snow Empress acknowledged with a slight nod, her delicate finger tapping Tang Qiye's forehead, a radiant light surging into his being. This will ensure your journey remains unhindered by soul beasts. Thank you, senior. Tang Qiye expressed his gratitude and turned to depart. However, he paused once more. Senior, I have passed all 3 assessments. Should there not be some rewards? Tang Qiye inquired as he turned back. I have already bestowed upon you what you deserve. The Snow Empress replied, her tone cold and devoid of emotion. With a flick of her elegant hand, a gust of wind enveloped him, propelling him swiftly away for dozens of miles. Tang Qiye was left in a daze by the fierce gust of wind, and it took him quite a while to regain his senses after landing. Humph, this is clearly just bullying, he muttered to himself. What kind of reward is it to ensure that I am not attacked by soul beasts on this journey? Tang Qiye shook his head. Yet he chose not to dwell on these matters any further. The gains from this journey were already substantial. One must learn to be content. The Snow Empress's 3 ultimate skills and a soul power of level 40. These were the fruits of Tang Qiye's endeavors over the past 6 months. Alas, how would he explain this to Rongrong? With a throbbing headache, Tang Qiye made his way towards the periphery of the extreme north ice field. Perhaps it was best to come clean. After all, who could fault him for being fickle-hearted? Tang Qiye traversed with a steady rhythm, and after 2 days, he finally emerged from the frigid expanse of the far north, entering a safe zone. Yes, this was indeed the direction. He recalled a quaint little village that was quite peculiar. With determination in his heart, Tang Qiye hastened his pace. Yet, unbeknownst to him, curiosity could prove perilous. After half a day's journey, a small village came into view. Well, it seemed that the food supplies within the green pearl bracelet had dwindled, so he decided to procure some provisions. Tang Qiye hesitated at the threshold of the village, contemplating whether to explore it further, when he sensed the urgency of his dwindling rations. Resolute, he opted to investigate the village. He had previously felt that there was something amiss about this place, yet he had not delved deeper. Now that he was here, he would take the opportunity to uncover its secrets. With a firm decision in mind, Tang Qiye slowed his pace. At this moment, he was merely 200 meters from the village, and he expanded his probing technique to its maximum range, enveloping the entire settlement in his awareness. Who could be responsible for this? Suddenly, Tang Qiye's expression shifted dramatically as he quickened his steps, entering the village and pushing open the wooden door of a house at the village's entrance. With a creak, the door swung open, releasing a foul stench that assaulted his senses. Tang Qiye suppressed his discomfort and cast his gaze towards a corner of the room. There, a corpse lay in a state of decay, emanating a foul stench that filled the air. One could still vaguely discern the deceased's age, estimated to be around 50 years. Though the cause of death remained uncertain, Tang Qiye's countenance grew increasingly somber as he set ablaze the remains of the deceased, departing from the courtyard of that household. He proceeded to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th homes until he reached the 28th abode. At last, within this dwelling, there was no lingering stench of decay. However, Tang Qiye was aware that this family comprised 3 individuals, a married couple and their daughter. The absence of the foul odor was attributable to the fact that their demise had occurred not long ago, combined with the arid and frigid climate of this remote region, which hindered the process of decomposition. Upon pushing open the door, he beheld a male corpse sprawled haphazardly across the living room. In the adjacent bedroom, 2 female bodies lay upon the bed, their eyes forever unclosed. Without needing to examine further, Tang Qiye already comprehended the harrowing fate these women had endured prior to their untimely deaths. After incinerating the remains, he made his way to the next household's courtyard. The brutality of death persisted, whether through dismemberment or the unimaginable torment endured before their passing. Tang Qiye suppressed the murderous intent surging within him and incinerated the corpses one by one. The small village housed only around 40 to 50 families. Utilizing his probing technique, Tang Qiye meticulously burned the remains of the deceased. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the most secluded corner of the village. There stood a brick and tile house that appeared incongruous with its geographical surroundings. Surely, this must be the finest dwelling in the village. Tang Qiye approached the tightly shut mahogany door with deliberate steps. With each stride, the flames of fury within him intensified. Upon reaching the threshold, He faintly discerned the sound of soft sobs emanating from within the room. At last, unable to contain his wrath any longer, he forcefully kicked the door apart. Grasping his 5-element staff, 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, illuminated in a radiant display. Who dares? The occupants of the house were roused from their slumber. A sinister aura enveloping the modest abode in an instant. It is you who shall face your demise. Tang Qiye's voice resonated with a deep intensity. As the individuals within the room had now become his sworn targets, Tang Qiye has never considered himself particularly just or benevolent. Tang Qiye had never contemplated how to benefit the world, uphold justice, or eradicate evil. However, when he truly encountered such a situation, he found himself unable to suppress the urge to kill, to eliminate all these vile creatures. Tang Qiye shook his head, forcing himself to regain his composure. At this moment, he desired nothing but to eliminate the 3 individuals in the room. Indeed, it was 3 Souls Masters. Another meddler has arrived. One of them chuckled ominously, his voice grating to the ears. Crack! The burly man effortlessly snapped the neck of that individual, casting a disdainful glance towards Tang Qiye. 1 yellow, 2 purple. The expression on the burly man's face shifted from contempt to astonishment, yet it was but a fleeting moment before it morphed into bloodlust. Third brother, take care of him. The burly man directed his gaze towards the middle-aged man who had spoken earlier. Beside him stood another man cloaked in black robes, his physique indicating he was also male. Chapter 107, The Invasion of the 100 Ghosts? Higi, this boy is indeed a genius, but what I detest most are geniuses. The man known as the third brother grinned coldly, his countenance foreboding. Beneath his feet, 3 soul rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple, began to rise slowly. Boy, prepare to die, he bellowed, his body transforming into a mass of black mist as he surged towards Tang Qiye. What is this? Tang Qiye frowned. He had never encountered such an attack method before. Nevertheless, he was mentally prepared. He understood the nature of evil soul masters, whose tactics were both venomous and unpredictable. Thus, he remained vigilant against the impending treachery and assaults from the trio before him. Third brother's ghost mist technique has indeed progressed. These individuals might serve a purpose in their demise. The burly man smirked disdainfully as he observed Tang Qiye being forced back by third brother, while the black-robed figure silently regarded Tang Qiye with a chilling gaze. Ghost mist, is it immune to physical attacks? Tang Qiye retracted his ineffective 5-element staff, and fiery red runes began to materialize in circles beneath his feet. Tang Qiye struggled to withstand the assault of the ghostly mist. In a moment of distraction, a shallow wound was inflicted upon his forearm. Yet, despite its superficial nature, the injury rapidly darkened, leading to an infection of the surrounding flesh. With a flicker of thought, a green light emanated from the wound, causing the black venom to dissipate instantly, and the injury healed at a visibly remarkable pace. The ghostly mist figure, noticing Tang Qiye's injury, pressed on relentlessly, oblivious to the formation beneath his feet. Prepare to meet your demise. Fiery radiance descends. Tang Qiye scoffed inwardly as he activated Moon Pursuit, unleashing a torrent of scorching energy that surged skyward, engulfing the ghostly figure entirely. The energy column lasted but a fleeting second before vanishing, yet the ghostly spirit master had been irrevocably erased from this realm. Clap, 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 clap. The demise of the ghostly spirit master did not incite anger in the remaining 2 spirit masters. Rather, the burly one applauded. Such young talent, exhibiting such strength and composure. Truly, a child of destiny. The robust man approached Tang Qiye, and 4 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, rose beneath him as his physique began to transform. Not into a spirit beast, but into a skeletal form, a wicked skeletal apparition. The once formidable middle-aged man now appeared gaunt and emaciated. Yet the malevolent aura emanating from him intensified significantly. Tang Qiye took a slight step back, and the formation beneath his feet began to brew once more. However, the skeleton would not grant him this opportunity again. Zidue Ghost Dust Pearl. Dozens of golden pearls scattered and surged toward the advancing skeleton man. A mere parlor trick. The skeleton disregarded the assault, allowing the ghost dust pearls to explode upon him. Yet, the impending crisis, akin to the 4th soul technique of the assault-type soul master, merely stirred up wisps of black mist around him, failing to inflict any substantial harm. Tang Qiye retreated in confusion, the formation beneath his feet vanishing without a trace. Aha! You shall meet your demise, young one. The skeletal figure, sensing Tang Qiye's disarray, surged forward once more, a skull coalescing in his right hand, exuding a potent aura of malevolence. Is that so? Upon retreating 10 meters, the panic on Tang Qiye's face dissipated in an instant, replaced by a cold smirk. With a swift motion of his right hand, the ghostly dust forbidden image activated in an instant. At that moment, the cloaked figure's eyes glimmered with intent to strike. But alas, he was a moment too late. The skeletal figure's body stiffened abruptly, propelled forward by inertia for 2 meters, as a searing torrent surged skyward beneath him. This time, the flame of heaven descended for a full 3 seconds, leaving behind a cloud of dust that scattered with the wind. Now it is your turn. Tang Qiye did not revel in the demise of the 2 evil spirit masters. Instead, he became even more vigilant, for he sensed a palpable threat emanating from the silent cloaked figure, reminiscent of a year prior when he was pursued by the Tonghui Academy. His inner energy in disarray and his meridians tangled. Intriguing, it seems you are not utilizing soul techniques. Rasped a voice from within the cloak, grating on the ears. Humph. Water pit. I ceiling soul. Maintaining a distance of 15 meters from the cloaked figure, Tang Qiye refrained from further banter. His sole intent was to eliminate the man before him. Nearly a trivial skill, came the abrasive voice of the cloaked figure as a skull materialized behind him. It was a skull larger than a water vat, shrouded in black malevolence, with ghostly flames swirling from its 7 orifices. As the skull appeared, a chill enveloped Tang Qiye, a frigid sensation emanating from his very soul, independent of temperature. The skull yawned wide, devouring the ice-sealing soul without suffering any repercussions. I have consumed the grievances of countless souls to elevate it to this level. How could a mere child like you hope to shake it? The 4 soul rings beneath the cloaked figure began to rise, the second ring illuminating, as the colossal skull unleashed a torrent of vengeful spirits. These spirits, akin to malevolent specters, clawed and lunged toward Tang Qiye. Ha ha ha. Let us see how you fare against the onslaught of 100 ghosts. Troublesome. Tang Qiye formed seals with his hands, summoning 5 golden cauldrons around him. In the next moment, the cauldrons radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, forming a barrier that ensconced him in safety. Meanwhile, Tang Qiye sealed his inner energy at 3 points, his forehead, his chest, and his dantian. The vengeful spirits frantically clawed at the barrier, yet the defense he had painstakingly erected was not something a mere handful of specters could breach. I am curious to see how long you can withstand this. The cloaked figure remained patient, observing Tang Qiye as he endured the relentless assault of the vengeful spirits. Tang Qiye furrowed his brow, recognizing the formidable challenge posed by these spirits. Their sheer numbers made annihilation nearly impossible. Tang Qiye furrowed his brow in contemplation. Though the defensive barrier of absolute qi reversal was not particularly formidable, it boasted remarkable endurance, with its energy consumption predominantly drawn from the 5 cauldrons themselves, resulting in minimal strain on his own reserves. I cannot afford to deplete my resources in this manner. Within the realm of absolute qi reversal, I must maintain a state of breath control, rendering me incapable of employing powerful martial arts. However, to eliminate this malevolent soul master, brute force is not the only approach available to me. Resolute in his decision, Tang Qiye hesitated no longer. He formed hand seals, and the barrier of absolute qi reversal began to expand. Humph! Soul power is a form of strength, and so is vital energy. Thus, in this Douluo continent, how could I not adapt absolute qi reversal to counter soul power? Tang Qiye released his breath holding, and at the same moment, the absolute qi reversed the flow of air, enveloping the encroaching 100 demons and the figure in the black robe. Without soul power, what would you do? Tang Qiye's inner 5 elemental energy surged, and he remained vigilant. Undeterred by the entrapment of the black-robed figure, a vibrant sphere of light coalesced, manifesting Tang Qiye's defensive technique known as the 5 elemental light shield. This shield was forged from the quintessence of 5 attributes, perpetually sustaining itself while simultaneously mitigating the risk of becoming a target. Chapter 108. The protection of the ice god. What? How could this be? The black-robed figure, ensnared within the absolute qi, felt the rapid depletion of his soul power and was immediately engulfed in panic. It's impossible. How could you possibly strip me of my soul power? The voice of the black-robed man was a raspy, cacophonous croak, grating upon the ears. There is nothing impossible. Tang Qiye replied calmly. It must be this barrier's machinations. Watch as I shatter your barrier. The black-robed figure struggled, igniting his 4th soul ring, and a colossal skull erupted skyward, unleashing a foul beam of light. This malevolent column of vengeful energy broke through the defenses of the absolute qi, shattering its barrier. However, within the absolute qi, the 5 cauldrons stood firm. If one was unbroken, then all 5 remained intact. In order to prevent the figure in the black robe from inadvertently shattering 5 cauldrons simultaneously, Tang Qiye expanded the range of the void of absolute qi. The larger the range of the void of absolute qi, the weaker the defensive capabilities of the barrier. However, for those ensnared within, the prospect of escape became increasingly daunting. For unless the void of absolute qi is dismantled, even if one were to breach the barrier, escape would remain impossible. As anticipated, once the barrier fragmented, it almost instantaneously restored itself to its original state. No, this is not right. Not right at all. Those 5 cauldrons. The figure in the black robe grew anxious, yet his mind remained remarkably composed, still discerning the fundamental issue at hand. Tang Qiye furrowed his brow slightly, not anticipating that under such circumstances, the figure clad in black could effortlessly discern the fundamental source of the absolute qi reversing the void. Grasping the 5-element staff, Tang Qiye unleashed a strike into the ether, initiating the dance of the chaotic cloak. Seizing the moment before the black-clad individual could dismantle the barrier, he knew it imperative to compound the layers of the chaotic cloak as a precaution. His cautious approach was far from misguided. As the figure in black made another move, he perceived how the absolute qi emerged, easily deducing that the 5 golden cauldrons constituted the very essence of the barrier. The cauldron shattered. Yet, the black-clad figure felt no cessation or mitigation in the draining of his soul power. In disbelief, he witnessed the destroyed cauldron re-emerge, identical to its former state. No, it cannot be. It must be these cauldrons. The figure descended into madness, realizing that his soul power had diminished to 50% in mere moments. He grasped that if half a minute elapsed, his soul power would be entirely depleted. How could he fight then? Desperation overwhelmed him. The black-clad figure, consumed by frenzy, activated his 3rd and 4th soul rings in rapid succession. 3rd soul skill, Skeleton Doppelganger. 4th soul skill, Filth Light. This is bad. Tang Qiye was alarmed. The fortune of this adversary was remarkably fortuitous. In an instant, the skull transformed into 4 illusory figures, and above, 5 enormous, malevolent skulls. Each the size of a water tank, opened their gaping maws, unleashing streams of filth light in 5 directions. Kill. At this juncture, Tang Qiye could no longer afford to continue compounding the chaotic cloak. It had already accumulated to 45 layers, and the 5-element staff in his grasp had thickened to the width of a bowl. Tang Qiye was acutely aware that even though the black-robed figure had shattered the absolute qi and reversed the void, the soul power within him was nearly depleted. However, when confronting the malevolent soul master, Tang Qiye dared not exhibit even a hint of carelessness. The elemental energy of the 5 elements surged violently towards the 5-element staff, while simultaneously, the 5 elements light shield solidified further. 1st soul skill, Staff Radiance. 2nd soul skill, Armor Break. 3rd soul skill, Illusion. The 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, shone brilliantly almost simultaneously. In the next instant, the 5 dings of the absolute qi were utterly destroyed, and the absolute qi was shattered. At that moment, Tang Qiye brought down his 5-element staff with tremendous force. Block it for me, the black-robed man bellowed, as a gigantic skull instantly shielded him. Yet, how could such a formidable blow, meticulously cultivated and imbued with immense power, be thwarted by a mere non-defensive soul master? The 5-element staff shattered the colossal skull effortlessly, unleashing a tempest of black mist. I will die, but you shall accompany me to the grave. Malevolent soul devourer. Ha! The black-robed man, witnessing the imminent impact of the 5-element staff upon his head, exhibited a fleeting glimpse of unwillingness and madness. With a spurt of blood from his heart, the overwhelming malevolent energy began to contract as if ensnared, with its source being Tang Qiye himself. The might of the 5-element staff remained unyielding. A brutal strike instantly reduced the black-robed man to mere dust. However, was all of this truly over? The immense malevolent energy surged towards Tang Qiye like a parasitic worm. In a moment of panic, he expanded the 5 elements light shield to its maximum, igniting a conflagration around him. Yet, the flames only scorched a fraction of the malevolent energy, while 70% of it disregarded Tang Qiye's light shield entirely, invading his body. The malevolent energy, intermingled with countless malevolent thoughts absorbed by the soul master in life, rampaged within Tang Qiye. At that moment, his body felt as though entangled in a chaotic web. Although his meridians remained intact, the elemental energy within him was rapidly consumed by the encroaching evil force. all unbeknownst to Tang Qiye. Excruciating pain was the sole sensation he could perceive as a multitude of vengeful spirits cried out in his mind, flooding his spiritual sea with overwhelming resentment. Tang Qiye clutched his head in anguish, rolling on the ground in despair. He could never have anticipated that the malevolent soul master would resort to such a tactic in their final moments. The nefarious energy was simply beyond the capacity of the five elements light shield to thwart, and that resentful power was a psychological onslaught. At this moment, Tang Qiye was enduring the torment of both body and spirit. No, he resolutely clung to his mental clarity, fearing the descent into unconsciousness. He could not guarantee that he would awaken if he succumbed to the void. Even if he did regain consciousness, what form would he take then? Would he still be himself? Tang Qiye bit his tongue, attempting to rouse himself with the sting of pain. Yet, the myriad of vengeful spirits swirling in his mind ensnared him in a haze, rendering him oblivious to the physical torment. No, I must not. Tang Qiye relies solely on his indomitable will to persevere. He cannot succumb to despair. He is acutely aware that should he concede, he would transform into a devil. In such a case, he would rather embrace death than endure such a fate. No, he must not relinquish hope. Rongrong, Binger, Shaosan, his adoptive father, and all his loved ones are still awaiting his return. He cannot concede. He must not. Tang Qiye's consciousness gradually disintegrated, yet he refused to surrender. He could not give up. The final words escaped his lips, feeble and weak. Ultimately, he succumbed to unconsciousness. A faint, ethereal voice echoed, indeterminate in gender, as a snowflake-shaped mark flickered at the center of Tang Qiye's brow. In that fleeting moment, the malevolent energy within him stabilized, and the five elemental energies began to circulate autonomously, forcing the darkness into a corner. The vengeful spirits that had danced in his mind dissipated in an instant, leaving behind pure energy forms. With the spirits dispersed, within 2 months, one must refine the elemental energy at the intersection of yin and yang to ensure one's life is free from worry. Within half a year, by harnessing the power of two-titled Douluo to suppress the evil forces and refine them, one could sever future calamities. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Whether it is a blessing or a curse depends upon your destiny. The ethereal voice seemed to resonate in the void, echoing solely in Tang Qiye's heart, elusive and unfathomable. Chapter 109-0. It was unclear whether he had been unconscious for a day or two, but Tang Qiye finally awakened slowly. Rubbing his still heavy head, he felt a strange relief regarding his predicament. That voice, it seemed to belong to the ice god, a talisman for survival. This must be my reward, he mused aloud. Touching his forehead, calm and composed, Tang Qiye took a brief respite before continuing his journey. However, he chose not to enter the city. Instead, he traversed a secluded mountain path. The distance from the far north to the imperial city of Tiando spanned several thousand miles. He wished to procure some food in the city, but he deemed it best not to frighten anyone in his current state. The evil energy, subdued by the ice god and restrained by his own elemental energy, had now concentrated in his right hand, coalescing into a dormant mass. Yet this malevolent energy was as foul and stubborn as a stone in a cesspit, impossible to expel and chaotic when unleashed. Though diminished in quantity, it was comprised of the vengeful spirits and cultivation of the evil soul master, who had sought to drag Tang Qiye down with him in death. Alas, Tang Qiye survived, thanks to the ice goddess intervention. At this moment, Tang Qiye remained fundamentally unchanged, but the influence of the dark power rendered his aura somewhat chilling, and his character slightly sinister. Nevertheless, these effects were minor, for the power lurking in his right hand could not be entirely suppressed. If released, it would manifest as a cold, gray mist surrounding him. In such a state, he bore a striking resemblance to the evil soul master. Were an ordinary person to encounter him, they might be terrified. Hence, it was wise for Tang Qiye to avoid the city. Moreover, given his speed, he could traverse the wilderness with all his might, taking the most direct route to ensure he reached Tiando City with ample time to seek the intersection of yin and yang, where he could refine his elemental energy. Previously, he had been unaware that the quality of his elemental energy could be enhanced. Thus, he had never attempted it. Now, with the ice goddess guidance, he felt confident in overcoming this challenge. The intersection of yin and yang. If it were anyone else, merely locating this place would take no less than 2 months. Yet, Tang Qiye did not require such time, for he knew this location lay not far from Tiando City, within the Sunset Forest. 1.5 months later, Outside Tiando City, a youth clad in tattered garments and enveloped in gray mist hastened forward. At last, he had arrived. After a month and a half of relentless travel, Tang Qiye finally reached Tiando City. Observing the guards at the city gate, he hesitated momentarily before seeking a secluded corner to make some repairs. 15 minutes later, a strikingly handsome figure appeared at the city gate. If one overlooked the pervasive gray energy surrounding him, he could easily be mistaken for a noble young master, the epitome of a dashing and affluent gentleman. Regrettably, even when subdued, the lingering cold energy imparted an unmistakable aura of malevolence. After some contemplation, Tang Qiye donned a black cloak, using his elemental energy to mask the sinister power emanating from him. After a month and a half of suppression, the malevolent energy within Tang Qiye had been compressed to its utmost limit. Yet, no matter how he endeavored to contain it, that dark force could not be entirely eradicated. Moreover, this power was gradually eroding Tang Qiye's consciousness, casting him in a pervasive aura of wickedness. Tang Qiye understood that he must seize the opportunity to refine this newfound power. Otherwise, after some time, he would no longer be merely wicked, but could very well transform into true malevolence. Having successfully entered the city of Tiando, he casually inquired with a passerby, who regarded him with a curious gaze, and made his way toward Shrek Academy. The renaming of Lamba Academy to Shrek evidently had a significant impact. Tang Qiye hastened his pace, and after half an hour, he finally arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy. It was far more grand than that dilapidated gate, yet it lacked a sense of warmth. Removing his hood, Tang Qiye strode directly towards the imposing gates of Shrek. "Who are you?" A guard stationed nearby halted him, his eyes narrowing with a vigilant intensity. Tang Qiye was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, his appearance would hardly inspire any favorable sentiments in anyone. Unfortunately, the energy surrounding him had significantly influenced his demeanor. Although his personality remained unchanged, he inadvertently exuded an aura of unsettling peculiarity. "Could you kindly summon Tang-san for me?" "Oh, I am Tang Qiye." Also a student of Shrek Academy, he addressed the gatekeeper in a calm tone, devoid of anger. "Tang Qiye? You claim to be Tang Qiye?" the guard inquired, skepticism evident in his voice. "Yes, that is indeed who I am," Tang Qiye affirmed with a nod, realizing that someone must have specifically instructed the guard to recognize him. "I apologize, you could have entered directly. However, your aura makes me quite uncomfortable, and I must notify someone," the guard stated. "Much obliged," Tang Qiye replied, standing quietly at the entrance. After a brief 10 minutes, he observed a group of familiar faces rushing towards him from the depths of the academy. "Qiye, Brother 7, Lord 7. Upon seeing these long-missed acquaintances, Tang Qiye felt a surge of emotion. "Everyone, it has been too long," he exclaimed, acutely aware that more than a year had passed since their last encounter, with less than 4 months remaining until the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy elite competition. "Qiye," a graceful figure leaped into his embrace, prompting a gentle smile from him as he instinctively stepped back to soften the impact. Concerned about the well-being of the person in his arms. "You rascal, you finally decided to return," Tang-san remarked. Remaining at a distance, yet Tang Qiye sensed the palpable relief emanating from him. "I apologize for causing everyone concern." Tang Qiye gently patted Ning Rongrong's back, whispering something in her ear, causing her to blush and leave the warmth of his embrace. "I pay my respects to Sect Master Ning." Tang Qiye addressed a middle-aged man who was slowly approaching from behind the Shrek group, bowing respectfully. Judging by the narrative of the original work, as well as the man's aura, attire, and striking features, it was undoubtedly Ning Fengji. No need for excessive courtesy. However, "How is it that you know me?" Ning Fengji inquired softly, pausing momentarily. "Just a guess," Tang Qiye replied, having no actual acquaintance with Ning Fengji, yet managing to concoct an explanation that left no room for doubt. "Qiye, your aura resembles that of Tang-san, somewhat unstable, as if you have recently emerged from a fierce battle." At that moment, Tang Qiye noticed 2 men following Ning Fengji. One of them, tall and composed, possessed an extraordinary presence. This middle-aged man, who consistently remained at Ning Fengji's side, was undoubtedly the Bone Dragon Douluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The other, a robust figure with muscular build, was none other than Titan, the grandfather of Tai Long, equally formidable as Zhao Wujia. With a wry smile, Tang Qiye extended his right hand, gesturing towards Tang-san. In the palm of his right hand, Izero-shaped mark radiated a faint glow. Startled, Tang-san asked, "What is that?" He was aware of the Xia Lan hexagram mark on Tang Qiye's left hand, But the right hand? Chapter 110. The Ice and Fire Duality. I on the road. Having slain several evil spirit masters, I inadvertently fell into a trap. I will require your assistance shortly. I seek a place where yin and yang converge to dispel the malevolent energy within me. Tang Qiye succinctly explained a matter while gesturing towards the gray mist enveloping him. An evil soul master? No wonder you exude such a malevolent aura. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek my aid. Since you have chosen to return to the academy to dispel that sinister energy, it is likely that you will need the strength of your instructors. Ning Fengji glanced at Ning Rongrong, who appeared visibly concerned beside Tang Qiye, and spoke up. Thank you. Sect Master Ning. I indeed have a request, Tang Qiye stated candidly, for his return to the academy was to summon reinforcements. Still addressing me as Sect Master Ning? Ning Fengji remarked with a knowing tone. Yes, Uncle Ning. Tang Qiye promptly adjusted his address, fully aware of Ning Fengji's implication. In truth, had it not been for the matter concerning Shui Binger, he would have directly referred to him as father-in-law. However, feeling a sense of guilt towards Ning Rongrong, he opted for Uncle Ning. Very well, what is your request? Ning Fengji nodded in acknowledgement. It has been over a month since I fell under this curse, which I have been suppressing without success. To completely eradicate the influence of this malevolent energy, I must locate a convergence of yin and yang to refine myself. Furthermore, I will require the assistance of two titled Douluo to help subdue the evil forces within me, granting me the opportunity to thoroughly refine them, Tang Qiye explained. I can assist with the former. However, the two titled Douluo, Tang San interjected, casting a pleading glance towards Ning Fengji. Father, could we possibly invite Grandfather Jian as well? At this moment, Ning Rongrong, casting aside her shyness, stepped forward, tugging at Ning Fengji's arm and imploring sweetly. Ning Fengji, after a moment of contemplation, was about to nod in agreement when he suddenly paused, deeply regarding Tang Qiye and realizing, is there truly a need for Uncle Jian's intervention? Tang Qiye was perplexed. However, in the next moment, he beheld an elder adorned with a conical hat. Senior. Tang Qiye gazed at the old man in disbelief. Where is Xiao Tian? The elder inquired, nodding gently. Xiao Tian is in the extreme north, where he must eliminate certain hazards associated with his martial soul. He will return within half a year, Tang Qiye replied respectfully. Just as he was about to ask further questions, the elder preempted him, saying, refine the soul bone I have given you. It can restrain the malevolence within you. I will assist you in suppressing that force afterward. Senior. Tang Qiye wished to say more, but the old man had already vanished from sight. It seems you have undergone quite a bit this past year. Very well. Return for now, Ning Fengji remarked with a smile, refraining from further inquiries. Xiao-san, take me directly to that location. Time is of the essence, and I must swiftly refine the vital energy within me. Tang Qiye chose not to accompany Ning Fengji into the academy, despite his desire to converse with others, as the energy within him was restlessly stirring. Furthermore, he could not ascertain how long it would take to complete the refinement. Understood, Tang San replied without hesitation. Bowing to Ning Fengji and Titan, it is best for you two seniors to remain at the academy for 2 days. Father will not depart. Third brother, please take Qiye swiftly, Ning Rongrong urged, aware that this was not the moment for romantic exchanges. I shall return to find you in a few days. Titan added without elaboration, having previously discerned Tang San's identity through the emergence of the Haotian hammer and thus bore no ill will. My apologies for the rudeness. Tang Qiye and Tang San bowed once more, then exchanged reassuring glances with their Shrek companions before turning to depart towards the outskirts of the city. Throughout the journey, Tang San refrained from questioning Tang Qiye, knowing that whatever he needed to learn would be disclosed in due course. Tiando City is not far from the Sunset Forest. The two traveled swiftly, reaching their destination in less than a day. Qiye, this is a sacred ground of a tidal Douluo, the Eye of Ice and Fire. Within that spring, there exist 2 waters of extreme cold and extreme heat. The junction of these 2 extremes signifies the convergence of yin and yang. Tang San led Tang Qiye to the vicinity of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Tang Qiye slowly raised his right hand, revealing a zero-shaped mark in his palm that flickered with a ghostly glow. What is this? Tang San inquired with a puzzled expression. The zero mark, he replied, is a stark contrast to the Xia Lan trigram. In the primordial chaos, the essence of yin and yang emerged. Zero force embodies yin, while primal energy represents yang. I never anticipated that this calamity would bestow upon me such an opposing power. Tang Qiye raised his left hand as well. where the 5 swirling jade symbols of the Xia Lan trigram emanated 5 distinct colors, symbolizing the 5 elements. Zero force. Tang Qiye remained perplexed. Yet he comprehended that zero force and primal energy were fundamentally oppositional, one embodying yin and the other yang, in a perpetual cycle of mutual restraint. Primal energy originates from the material essence of the universe, whereas zero force arises from the darker aspects of the human heart. Greed, jealousy, desire, and resentment serve as the wellsprings of zero force. Perhaps the emergence of zero force is an inevitability, Tang Qiye mused softly. He suddenly recalled his ability to absorb the malice from soul rings, a capacity that did not belong to the Xia Lan trigram, but rather to the zero mark. I don't quite understand, yet I have faith that you will surely overcome this trial, Tang Qiye remarked as his fingertips grazed the 24 bridges moonlit night at his waist. Grasping the Rui treasure pouch, Tang Qiye extracted a plant exuding a hazy, milky white mist. This was the chaotic immortal spirit herb. Given your current state of internal imbalance, its assistance should facilitate your passage through this trying ordeal. Tang Qiye took the chaos immortal spirit grass, briefly sensing the power it contained, and was filled with delight. The essence of chaos, perhaps? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Tang Qiye's eyes, and without any hesitation, he plucked a leaf from the plant. Remarkably, upon being severed, the entire herb transformed into a stream of ethereal light, converging into that very leaf. Tang Qiye placed the chaotic immortal spirit grass into his mouth, nodded resolutely at Tang Qiye, and leaped directly into the eye of ice and fire. Regarding Tang Qiye's plunge into the eye of ice and fire, Tang Qiye felt no apprehension. He was well aware that Tang Qiye possessed extraordinary elemental power and, at the very least, would be capable of preserving his life. Tang Qiye was unaware of how long Tang Qiye would remain submerged, yet he felt no urgency. He promptly found a vacant space and settled down in a meditative posture to cultivate. He had been thoroughly exhausted that day, first being pressured by the Titan, which compelled him to wield the Haoyan hammer, and then spending the entire day accompanying Tang Qiye. Finally, he could indulge in a moment of respite. After all, the exterior of the Eye of Ice and Fire was safeguarded by a natural poison formation, preventing any soul beasts from entering. Besides the poison Douluo, no one else was privy to this location. Chapter 111. The pinnacle of the 5 elements. Upon entering the Eye of Ice and Fire, Tang Qiye was instantly enveloped by the exhilarating duality of extreme ice and fire. While his body did indeed contain the essence of the 5 elements, it was not yet at its pinnacle. Fortunately, the presence of the chaos immortal spirit grass temporarily shielded him from the onslaught of the ice and fire, granting him the opportunity to refine the essence of the 5 elements within him. As he activated the Shantian skill, he drew the external forces of yin and yang into his body, purifying the essence within to achieve its ultimate form. Tang Qiye was perplexed by how Tang Qiye could endure the tempering of his body through the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. While Tang Qiye possessed the 8-angled mystical ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, he himself had the chaotic celestial spirit grass. In terms of celestial-grade spiritual herbs, there was little distinction between him and Tang Qiye. Yet, Tang Qiye perpetually felt an agonizing despair. He was unaware that Tang Qiye was merely refining his physical form, with the enhancement of soul power being a mere ancillary benefit, requiring no conscious effort. Conversely, Tang Qiye had to maintain a vigilant awareness and actively guide the dual forces of ice and fire to refine the primordial energy within him. Gradually, the 5 elements' primordial energy was being purified, yet the power of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes was not solely refining the primordial energy. The force coiled within Tang Qiye's right meridian was also progressively becoming more refined. It was a sensation marked by both agony and ecstasy, encapsulating Tang Qiye's current experience. Moreover, as time passed, he began to perceive a tingling sensation coursing through his body, akin to ants scurrying across his bones, growing increasingly itchy. Fortunately, this sensation was transient, and after enduring the torment of vengeful spirits, such discomfort was bearable. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. Gradually, Tang Qiye could no longer perceive the temperature of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. The distinctions between ice and fire had become akin to a cool bath versus a hot bath in his perception. Sensing that his entire being had been transformed into the quintessence of 5 elements' primordial energy, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Tang Qiye's eyes as he swiftly gestured, propelling his body upward with remarkable speed. Splash! Tang Qiye emerged from the water, donned fresh garments, and then turned his gaze towards Tang San, who was seated nearby, meditating and beginning to awaken. The recent success of his excursion to the ice and fire yin-yang eyes was significantly attributed to Tang San's chaos immortal spirit grass, which played an immeasurable role. However, a puzzlement lingered in Tang Qiye's mind. Despite consuming the chaos immortal spirit grass, he noted no advancement in his soul power. It was not that he lacked a fourth soul ring or that his soul power level could not ascend, but rather that his soul power remained firmly at the 40th level. Faintly, Tang Qiye sensed a decrease in his soul power, teetering perilously close to falling to the 39th level. Nevertheless, despite his bewilderment, a sense of joy welled within him. The chaos immortal spirit grass had not failed to enhance his vitality. Instead, his essence had transformed into a more refined and profound quintessence of the 5 elemental energies. Consequently, the nourishment from the chaos immortal spirit grass perfectly compensated for the deficit in his vitality, thereby averting an awkward decline in his cultivation. Finished? At that moment, Tang San emerged from his meditative state. This power seems even stronger. I must first absorb the soul bone to help me suppress it. As he spoke, Tang Qiye produced the right arm bone of the golden armored earth dragon, a gift from Xiao Tian's grandfather. The bone was extraordinarily well preserved, representing an entire right arm. The completeness of a soul bone significantly contributes to its quality. You truly are something else, Tang San remarked, unsure how to respond to Tang Qiye's approach. While others would typically absorb their soul bones at the first opportunity, Tang Qiye appeared to be holding on to his. According to that mysterious elder, this soul bone had likely been with Tang Qiye for quite some time. Initially, he had not intended to absorb this soul bone, feeling undeserving of it. But the circumstances necessitated otherwise. Tang Qiye grinned. Don't be coy after taking advantage. Hurry up, or I cannot guarantee I won't take it by force. Tang San shook his head and resumed his seated position. If possible, I would gladly give it to you. Tang Qiye was well aware that Tang San was jesting and chose not to engage in further trivialities. He then settled cross-legged beside the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, channeling his soul power to merge with the right arm bone of the golden armored earth dragon. This bone radiated a potent aura of light, which was why Xiao Tian's grandfather had indicated it could aid in suppressing the malevolent energies within him. After Tang Qiye and Tang San departed from Shrek Academy, aside from Ning Rongrong being summoned by Ning Fengji and Titan returning to his family, the others sought out Flinder and the master to discuss the matter of Tang Qiye's return, alleviating the teacher's concerns. Ning Fengji brought Ning Rongrong into a room, remaining silent while gazing at his beloved daughter with a smile that caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Daddy, Ning Rongrong said, clutching her father's arm and playfully shaking it. Humph, that lad quietly whisked away my precious daughter. Just wait until I return. I shall have Uncle Gu and Uncle Jian give him a good lesson, Ning Fengji declared, recognizing his daughter's genuine affections and responding with mock outrage. Dad, how can you say that? Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Jian are both titled Douluo. How could Xia possibly stand against them? Moreover, he hasn't deceived me at all. Ning Rongrong protested, her face reddening as she clung to her father's arm, anxious that he might indeed send the two titled Douluo to discipline Tang Qiye. After waiting a whole year for Tang Qiye's return, she was now worried about whether he could resolve the malevolent power within him. Oh, but he has taken away the little princess of our 7-treasure glazed tile school. How can I let him off so easily? Ning Fengji replied, suppressing a chuckle while maintaining a serious demeanor. That is simple enough. As long as he joins the 7-treasure glazed tile school, everything will be fine, Ning Rongrong suggested, shyly lowering her head. Ning Fengji, unable to contain his amusement any longer, laughed, as did Gu Rong and Bon Douluo, who stood behind him. Rongrong, are you so certain he will join the 7-treasure glazed tile school? None of those little monsters from Shrek have ever agreed to join us, Bon Douluo inquired. He will definitely join, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, puffing out her cheeks, her face glowing with cuteness. Haha, all right, I won't tease you any longer. As long as you are happy, your father will not stand in your way, Ning Fengji said affectionately, ruffling Ning Rongrong's hair. Thank you, Daddy. I knew you loved Rongrong the most, she replied, realizing her father was merely jesting and that he would not oppose her relationship with Tang Qiye, causing her to leap with joy. All right, dear girl, you must learn to be composed. Otherwise, Tang Qiye might just lose interest, Ning Fengji remarked, shaking his head at his precious daughter's exuberance. He wouldn't dare. Ning Rongrong retorted, hands on her hips, her little tiger teeth clicking together, prompting another round of laughter from Ning Fingxi and Douluo. Chapter 112. Refinement. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, two young men strode in. One stood approximately 175 meters tall, possessing an ordinary appearance with neatly cropped short hair, a demeanor of humility, and a pair of black eyes radiating confidence. The other, nearly 8 meters in height, donned a stylish windbreaker, exuding an extraordinary charm and an air of intrigue. These two were none other than Tang San and Tang Qiye, returning from the Sunset Forest. At this moment, Tang Qiye was capable of containing the malevolent power within himself, preventing it from leaking out. Tang Qiye accompanied Tang San to find the master, briefly recounting his experiences before paying respects to his masteress wife. He then visited Flanders, ultimately drawing the attention of Ning Rongrong and Ning Fengji. Did you succeed? Ning Rongrong inquired, gripping Tang Qiye's hand with concern upon his return. Yes, Tang Qiye replied, gently brushing aside the hair from her forehead before bowing to Ning Fengji. If Uncle Gu requires anything, please convey that to him. The esteemed one has also arrived. Ning Fengji remarked, glancing towards the door. As anticipated, an elderly man wearing a bamboo hat stood at the entrance. Esteemed senior, Tang Qiye greeted with a bow. Humph. I told you to absorb that soul bone long ago, but you refused to listen. I suppose you've learned your lesson now, the elder scoffed lightly. Though it was evident he bore no real anger. May I ask how to address this esteemed one? Ning Fengji inquired, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The elder nodded slightly, acknowledging that as the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, he would not be inferior to a title de law. As for my name, the old man is not particularly renowned. Call me titled Songyun. Wang Tsang removed his hat, revealing his aged visage. Songyun, I had no idea it was you, esteemed senior. My apologies for my rudeness, Ning Fengji suddenly realized, bowing to Wang Tsang, while the bone doll behind him also inclined his head in respect. Enough of the past. Let us not dwell on it. I seek nothing but to watch my grandson grow. Wang Tsang waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to elaborate further. I did not expect that you and Uncle Ning were acquainted, Tang Qiye remarked. I have heard my father speak of esteemed senior Songyun. It seems that before my father passed, he still. Ning Fengji shook his head. I never held any grievances against your father. It was I who drove him away, after all. He was simply not like me, Wang Tsang said, a tinge of melancholy in his voice. Well then, young one. Thanks to you. I might have lost my way had it not been for you. First, let us eliminate the hidden dangers within you. Wang Tsang shifted the conversation back to Tang Qiye, not wishing to linger on the past. Esteemed senior, Uncle Gu, I shall take my leave now. Ning Fengji recognized that he could not assist in this matter, and so he took Ning Rongrong and left the room. Now, what is it that you require of us? Wang Tsang asked as he closed the door with a wave of his hand. In truth, this power does not necessarily need to be expelled from my body. What I need is to refine it, purging the malevolent impurities within. This process will take some time. Hence I require both esteemed seniors to alternate in suppressing the energy within me, Tang Qiye succinctly explained. Indeed. Merely suppressing a mass of energy was not an insurmountable task for a title Douluo, yet the process of refinement could extend over 1 or 2 months. After all, this energy was the accumulation of countless souls' malevolent grievances in their lifetime of cultivation. Xiao San, may I call you that? Ning Fengji addressed Tang San in the conference room on the 4th floor of the Shrek teaching building. Since you are Rongrong's father, of course, Tang San replied. Very well. The primary reason for my visit is you. I have heard much about your deeds from Rongrong, and although I have met you before, I had originally intended to invite you to my sect. However, upon learning that you are the son of an old acquaintance, I shall refrain, Ning Fengji remarked, savoring the fragrant tea before him. You knew my father? Tang Qiye exclaimed in surprise, recalling that it was Ning Fengji who had assisted Titan right after his duel. And it was only after receiving news of Tang Qiye's return that he set everything aside to head to the entrance. This delay lasted 5 days. I cannot speak too much about your father's matters. You should inquire with Titan. He was once your father's subordinate, Ning Fengji advised. Father. Tang San fell into deep thought, but Ning Fengji interrupted. Xiao San, since you cannot join my sect, shall we discuss a potential collaboration? My apologies, Uncle Ning. I lost my train of thought, Tang San said with an apologetic smile. Not at all. This visit is precisely for that purpose. What are your thoughts? Ning Fengji reassured him, gesturing for Tang San to relax. After a discussion, Tang San accepted a card worth 100,000 gold coins and bid farewell, to Ning Fingji. Just as Titan arrived. Old servant Titan, I greet the young master, Titan said, bowing deeply. I beg your pardon for the injury I inadvertently caused you the other day. Upon seeing Tang-san, the old Titan knelt, catching Tang-san off guard, who quickly helped him to his feet. Esteemed senior, why this formality? I cannot accept such reverence. Tang-san said. No, young master, it is you who deserves it, old Titan insisted, remaining on his knees. Please rise, esteemed senior, so we may converse. I am utterly bewildered. You must clarify this situation. You seem to have mistaken me for someone else. I am merely an ordinary commoner, Tang-san expressed. Tang-san still perceived himself merely as an ordinary blacksmith's son. Titan paused for a moment, rose to his feet, and scrutinized Tang-san from head to toe. Then inquired, is your father named Tang Hao? Indeed, my father's name is Tang Hao, Tang-san affirmed with a nod. Then it must be correct. Young master, how have you and your father fared over the years? And how is it that you wield the blue-silver grass martial spirit? Titan asked respectfully. Wait a moment, senior. I am currently quite perplexed. Please follow me, Tang-san replied, patting his head before leading Titan to another conference room. Observing this scene, Zhao Wujing shook his head and then grinned, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. However, he trusted that Tang-san would manage the situation adeptly and no longer felt concerned. Choosing instead to attend to his own affairs, Shrek Academy was no longer the humble institution of merely 8 students. As one of its administrators, he had quite a busy schedule. Meanwhile, Tang Qiye, with the assistance of the title Douluo, began the gradual process of refining the sinister energy within him. Yet, at the onset of this endeavor, even with ample mental preparation, Tang Qiye felt a profound sense of helplessness. The malevolent power was exceedingly tenacious. To fully refine it and integrate it into his dantian, he had to meticulously erode it, akin to unraveling silk from a cocoon. And this process necessitated the title Douluo to suppress that wicked energy on his behalf. Tang Qiye estimated that fully refining this power would be impossible to accomplish in less than a month. Chapter 113, A Choice Between Two. The arrival of Tang Qiye did not significantly impact the academy, as he had seldom made an appearance since entering Shrek. Nevertheless, his renowned name had reached the ears of the students within Shrek to some extent. The other members of the Shrek 7 were undoubtedly the epitome of focus in the academy, with their every action being lauded as exemplary. During this period, the topic that occupied their discussions most was none other than Tang Qiye himself. After all, he had just returned, seemingly on the brink of not making it back, with his body harboring a critical danger that required the assistance of title Douluo's interns for his recovery. Such circumstances compelled the Shrek members to harbor concerns. However, despite their worries, they were powerless to assist, with only Ning Rongrong able to bring back a morsel of information about Tang Qiye from the temporarily resting bone Douluo. As time passed, the Shrek members lost their fervor for obtaining the 4th soul ring, which they were supposed to hunt in the Sunset Forest. Observing this, the master refrained from mentioning the pursuit of the 4th soul ring and instead suggested waiting for Tang Qiye to emerge from his seclusion so they could retrieve it together. Naturally, the group had no objections to this proposition. Outside the room where Tang Qiye resided, Ning Rongrong paced the corridor with a sense of ennui, occasionally casting glances toward the interior. It had been a month and a half since Tang Qiye had last emerged, and the Bone Douluo had only made an appearance a week prior. Having learned from the Bone Douluo that Tang Qiye had entered a critical phase, Ning Rongrong made it a point to wait here each day. Regrettably, she had spent 5 consecutive days in anticipation, yet still, no sign of him. At that moment, Tang-san and Xiaowu approached together. Third brother, Xiaowu, you have come as well, Ning Rongrong remarked, attempting to mask her concern with a semblance of cheerfulness. Yes, Qiye hasn't come out yet. We merely wanted to check in. You need not worry too much. That fellow is not so easily troubled, Tang-san reassured her. Having sensed her unease. I understand, third brother. I'm just a bit bored, that's all, Ning Rongrong replied, feigning nonchalance. Everyone is here, came the voice of Daimobai, his tone tempered by the need for discretion, mindful of the sanctity of Tang Qiye's retreat. Behind him, Zhu Zhuqing nodded silently at the gathering, her demeanor less forbidding than usual. Ah, everyone else is in pairs, and here we are, just the 2 of us, came the banter from Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Tang-san paused, realizing that aside from Tang Qiye, the rest of their companions had gathered. Has Uncle Sausage and the Fatty yet to find girlfriends? Oscar's voice chimed in. Clearly, they are envious of my good looks. Finding a girlfriend is no trouble for me, Oscar retorted, finally catching on to the jest around him. Ning Rongrong's spirits lifted at the sound of that voice, her gaze darting towards the door. Apologies for causing everyone concern. Tang Qiye appeared at the entrance, having emerged without notice. Qiye, how are you? Dai Mubai, closest to him, clapped a hand on his shoulder. Everything is fine now. Thanks in no small part to the two esteemed title Douluos, Tang Qiye replied, shaking his head as his gaze fell upon Ning Rongrong, who had been lingering outside his door for days. Time to take our leave. Our presence is no longer required, Oscar declared, clearing his throat and ushering his close friend away. Dai Mubai, noticing, also took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and departed. Glad to hear all is well. Tang Sen playfully punched Tang Qiye's chest before he and Xiao Wu exited. Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing seemed to be progressing quite rapidly, Tang Sen noted, surprised to see Dai Mubai holding Zhu Zhuqing's hand, as it strayed from the expected narrative. Of course, Dai Mubai has diligently won Zhu Qing's heart over the past year. Unlike some who have returned without even a word, Ning Rongrong remarked pointedly, her tone laced with dissatisfaction towards a certain individual. I acknowledge my fault. I shall rectify it henceforth, Tang Qiye admitted softly, pulling Ning Rongrong into an embrace. It has been a year, and you have grown so much, Rongrong, he mused, noting her development, realizing she was still not yet 15. Let go, you big rogue. Ning Rongrong pushed him away, playfully striking his chest with her fists before retreating back into his embrace. Do tell me everything, she implored, nestling against him as Tang Qiye leaned against the corridor's column. Tang Qiye's expression shifted, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. Though he had spoken confidently with Shui Binger, believing Ning Rongrong would be unaffected, facing her now, he felt a pang of apprehension. What's wrong? Have you stirred up any romantic entanglements outside that you dare not share with me? Ning Rongrong gazed at him with wide, innocent eyes. Yet, Tang Qiye hesitated, torn between revealing the truth and the fear of causing her distress. Rongrong, you are astute. You have won the favor of two titled Douluos not merely by virtue of your status as the princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but also through your emotional intelligence and intellect, he began, aware that he could no longer conceal the matter. Tang Qiye, you. Ning Rongrong's eyes brimmed with tears as she attempted to distance herself from him, torn between leaving and the unwillingness to part. Tang Qiye was utterly flustered upon witnessing Ning Rongrong in tears, as all his carefully prepared words vanished from his mind. Rongrong, I am truly sorry. He reached out to wipe away the tears from her cheek and embraced her once more. Fortunately, Ning Rongrong had no genuine intention of departing from him. Had she truly broken free, he would have been at a loss for what to do. You promised to love only me. You vowed not to indulge in frivolities. Ning Rongrong softly sobbed in Tang Qiye's embrace. Tang Qiye gently patted Ning Rongrong's back, holding her tighter. He understood that, at this moment, any flowery words would be futile. Such attempts would only drive her further away. After a long while, Ning Rongrong finally ceased her tears, pulling her head from his embrace to offer him a choice, one of two options. Her flushed eyes, wide and unblinking, locked onto Tang Qiye's gaze, as if she sought to decipher something profound within his expression. Your wounds have healed, and you no longer need me. Now you can choose. Will you select me, or her? Ning Rongrong inquired. Chapter 114, Nameless Rongrong. Tang Qiye gently wiped the tears from the corners of Ning Rongrong's eyes, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. You, Ning Rongrong, are exasperated. Indeed, he would not choose, and perhaps I do not wish for him to make a choice, for either selection would lead to my disappointment. She silently berated herself for her lack of resolve, questioning why she could not simply turn away and leave. Rongrong, I know this is unfair to you. You may strike me, scold me, anything, as long as you can forgive me. Just do not leave me, Tang Qiye implored, gazing at her, feeling a profound uncertainty swell within him. It was in this moment that he realized how deeply he cared for the girl in his heart. Is hitting you effective? Is scolding you effective? I should never have let you venture out alone for training. Why, knowing you would not behave, did I place my faith in you? As Ning Rongrong spoke, large tears cascaded down her cheeks once more, causing Tang Qiye's heart to ache with empathy. Yet, it was surely Ning Rongrong who bore the greater torment, yearning to leave, yet unable to do so, wanting to chastise him, yet instinctively defending him. Speak to me, Ning Rongrong urged, suppressing her tears of grievance. Speak of what? Tang Qiye was taken aback by her sudden request. Her. Have you forgiven me? Tang Qiye's heart leapt with joy. Not at all. A cold splash of reality extinguished his hopes, Yet he understood that Ning Rongrong was merely venting her frustration. If you do not forgive me, I shall remain silent. Otherwise, what if you flee in the midst of our conversation? Then I shall leave now, Ning Rongrong declared, attempting to push Tang Qiye away. However, he merely smiled at her, refusing to release his grip despite her struggles. Let go. I will not. If I let go, you will depart. I shall not leave. You must first release me. I will not. You rogue. I adore you. I no longer have feelings for you, but I still cherish you. Have you no shame? None. I am shameless in my desire for you. Tang Qiye disregarded Ning Rongrong's protests, drawing her back into his embrace once more. Scoundrel! 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 Ning Rongrong cried, her frustration manifesting as she pounded on him in a frenzy. Tang Qiye held her tenderly. Yet Ning Rongrong was filled with anger. The more she fumed, the more he felt for her. Eventually, weariness overtook Ning Rongrong, and she nestled into Tang Qiye's embrace, gradually drifting into slumber. Tang Qiye let out a sigh of relief, believing he had successfully navigated this ordeal. Little did he know, however, that everything around him was being observed with keen clarity by someone hidden in the shadows. In the darkness, Ning Fengji exhaled a breath, but his gaze fell upon Ning Rongrong, who was peacefully slumbering in Tang Qiye's embrace, her expression gradually softening into a sweet smile. Even as his frustration simmered, he found no outlet for it. It seemed that Rongrong had truly developed feelings. Otherwise, with her temperament, she would never tolerate Tang Qiye's behavior. Douluo appeared silently behind Ning Fengji and whispered, Brother Bone, why is it that both bear the surname Tang, yet Tang Qiye and Tang San are so different? Ning Fengji, too, felt a surge of anger. His precious daughter had endured such grievances, prompting him to ponder whether he should take action. Huh? Can Fengji forcibly take Rongrong away? Douluo remarked. Well, as you can see, even knowing that Tang Qiye is playing both sides, Rongrong is still willing to forgive him. If I were to separate them, wouldn't she be even more heartbroken? Ning Fengji's forehead was taut with tension, his usual composure and grace dissipating. Fengji is disturbed by concern. Douluo chuckled. Oh, Brother Bone, are you not angry? Ning Fengji quickly regained his composure and inquired. Angry? Of course, I am. But you could present him with a test. If Tang Qiye is genuinely sincere towards Rongrong, we shall not interfere. If not, then we shall have no choice but to bring Rongrong back, Douluo suggested. A test? How shall we test him? Ning Fengji asked. It appears that Tang Qiye and Tang San grew up together, having been adopted by Tang Hao. His talents are not inferior to those of Tang San, Douluo hinted. Shall we allow him to join the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Ning Fengji proposed. That hardly counts as a test. If he wishes to marry my little princess, is it not natural for him to join the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Douluo replied. Well then, we shall see how he performs, Ning Fengji sighed. The following morning, Ning Rongrong awoke in Tang Qiye's embrace, realizing she was lying in someone's arms, still on the bed, which startled her. However, upon noticing that her clothes remained intact, she felt a wave of relief. Scoundrel! Oh dear, I owe you from my past life. Truly, just let me get up. Ning Rongrong attempted to push Tang Qiye off her, but he remained oblivious. Rongrong, will you forgive me? Tang Qiye murmured as if in a dream. Not a chance. Let me up now, or you're in big trouble. Ning Rongrong retorted sternly. Let me perish, then. If you won't forgive me, I might as well die. Tang Qiye continued to dreamily protest. You fool, who said you could die? Just let me up already. Stop pretending to sleep and start thinking about how to deal with my father. Ning Rongrong sighed, realizing her efforts were futile and conceding defeat. Just forgive me. And as long as you don't leave me, I won't fear even if Uncle Ning wishes to harm me. Tang Qiye finally opened his eyes, feeling a significant weight lift from his heart. Playboy. Just this once. No more chances. Ning Rongrong shot him a glare. Tang Qiye's eyes sparkled with delight as he swiftly turned, pinning Ning Rongrong beneath him. After a moment, their lips parted, and Tang Qiye gazed tenderly at Ning Rongrong. You're not angry anymore, are you? What would happen if you were? I refuse to be upset. Ning Rongrong turned her face away, avoiding his gaze. Oh dear. We must leave quickly. My father will surely find out. I shudder to think of what he might do. If he insists on taking me back, I shall go with him. Suddenly realizing the urgency, Ning Rongrong sprang to her feet. This time, Tang Qiye made no attempt to hinder her, instead smiling warmly at her. What are you staring at, you fickle-hearted rascal? Ning Rongrong shot him a disgruntled look. Aren't you worried about the possibility of being forcibly separated? Rongrong. You are growing ever more beautiful, Tang Qiye exclaimed, pecking her cheek swiftly. You are incorrigible. Now, let us leave. Ning Rongrong straightened her clothing and took Tang Qiye's hand as they stepped outside. Tang Qiye was unexpectedly touched as he was pulled along by Ning Rongrong. At times, he found himself envious of his own fortune. What was it that allowed him to win Ning Rongrong's heart? Was it the author's design? Regardless of the reasons, Tang Qiye was resolute in his determination to never again allow Ning Rongrong to suffer for his sake. He vowed to dedicate his life to protecting, cherishing, and loving her. Upon seeing Ning Fengxi, Ning Rongrong quickly released her grip on Tang Qiye's hand, but he would not let go, firmly clasping her small hand within his. Uncle Ning. Tang Qiye bowed slightly, anticipating the forthcoming confrontation. Did Ning Fengxi remain unaware of the events of the previous night? One should not harbor such naive expectations, for he had the powerful title Douluo backing him. Chapter 115, Ning Fengxi's Triumph. Uncle? Never mind, I cannot bear such a title. Ning Fengxi's attitude towards Tang Qiye had shifted from initial warmth to a colder demeanor. Yet, observing Ning Rongrong, who allowed Tang Qiye to hold her hand with her head bowed, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, inwardly lamenting her lack of ambition. Your father is defending you, and yet you shift the burden onto me. Despite his internal frustrations, Ning Fengxi maintained a stoic facade, even feigning anger. Indeed, it is the foolish son-in-law. Tang Qiye seemed to have just grasped the situation and hastily corrected himself. This sudden change of address caught not only Ning Fengxi off guard, but also the Bon Douluo. While Ning Rongrong, though surprised by Tang Qiye's audacity, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. You rascal! Ning Fengxi began to chastise Tang Qiye, but abruptly shifted his tone. Waving his hand dismissively, Tang Qiye was equally bewildered by Ning Fengxi's unexpected move. This was not how the story was supposed to unfold. However, Tang Qiye was unconcerned with the narrative's accuracy and promptly bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your approval, esteemed father-in-law. Do not rejoice too early. If you wish to marry my daughter, there are two conditions that must be met first. This time, Ning Fengxi no longer needed to feign composure, his expression becoming notably more relaxed. Indeed, father-in-law, please go on. Tang Qiye did not anticipate such smooth sailing and readily acquiesced. The presence of conditions indicated that Ning Fengxi would not forcibly take Ning Rongrong away, thus rendering the other matters trivial. First, you must join my Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Ning Fengxi declared. That is only natural. Tang Qiye paused briefly before agreeing, although he had no desire to affiliate himself with any sect. Nonetheless, it was not worth contradicting Ning Fengxi on this point, especially since Ning Rongrong was already a member of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. His joining or not would ultimately make little difference. The second condition is that for my little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school to marry, a dowry of 10 million gold soul coins is required. This is not excessive, is it? Ning Fengxi said with a smile. However, the astonished reaction he anticipated from Tang Qiye did not materialize. This is indeed reasonable. 10 million gold coins for marrying Rongrong is hardly excessive. Tang Qiye expressed his gratitude once again. No, wait, father. Ning Rongrong could not fathom why Tang Qiye agreed so readily, yet she understood that 10 million gold coins was an astronomical sum. To put it into perspective, the entire savings of a six-ring soul emperor amounts to merely a few tens of thousands of gold soul coins. However, Tang Qiye gestured for her to remain silent. Father-in-law, gold soul coins may be plentiful, but they cannot be consumed as sustenance. Instead, allow me to present items in lieu of gold soul coins as a dowry. Tang Qiye proposed. Oh? I'm curious to see what items could possibly be worth 10 million gold soul coins. Ning Fengxi had not anticipated Tang Qiye's response, but he merely sought to test him. Thus he continued to indulge Tang Qiye's suggestion. Sky-dry butterfly dance. With a low exclamation, Tang Qiye summoned a dazzling display of golden light within the room, as countless golden butterflies transformed into a magnificent golden dragon, soaring gracefully through the space. Oh, this skill is indeed splendid. I have witnessed Rongrong employ it, and its power is quite impressive. You wish to exchange it? Ning Fengxi, observing Tang Qiye's execution of the heavenly dry butterfly dance, felt a twinge of astonishment. He had seen Ning Rongrong perform this mystical technique, yet the disparity in their might was stark. Father-in-law, do take a look. Tang Qiye addressed him with a respectful term, and Ning Fengxi found no fault in this. After all, with his daughter spirited away, what harm was there in acknowledging another father-in-law? With a graceful wave of his hand, Tang Qiye summoned the swirling golden butterflies, and with another flick, a vortex materialized. This was the water can, the flowing void. As he spoke, radiant light flickered beneath his feet, forming a formation. Concurrently, the power of this formation intensified, yet it remained contained. This was the fire Li, the radiant sun descending. Furthermore, there was the water can, the heavenly essence, the wind sun, the sky pillar, the ice enclosure, the flame and ice slash, the fire Li, the moonlit brilliance, the moon chaser, the Zd, the ghost dust pearl. Within the room, Tang Qiye unleashed a series of martial arts techniques, skillfully demonstrating his mastery over them, showcasing their might without causing damage to the structure. Even the title Douluo and bone Douluo silently commended his prowess. Dozens of martial arts techniques, each with distinct attributes, dazzled the onlookers. Of course, many of these techniques were of lesser power, easily comprehended by Tang Qiye. Ning Fengji was astonished by the seemingly endless array of soul skills Tang Qiye displayed. Did you create all of these? Ning Fengji inquired, somewhat incredulous. Indeed, father-in-law, Tang Qiye replied with a hint of humility. Oh, this is merely a small trinket I stumbled upon. You need only channel your soul power and then meditate to comprehend it. He produced a diamond-shaped jade piece and presented it to Ning Fengji. Oh, Ning Fengji accepted the jade piece and, following Tang Qiye's instructions, infused it with a thread of soul power. In the next moment, his expression shifted in surprise as he abruptly stood up. The bone Douluo behind him instantly unleashed an overwhelming aura, exerting tremendous pressure upon Tang Qiye. Humph! Tang Qiye let out a muffled grunt, stepping back 2 paces before regaining his balance. Yet, even he found it challenging to stand firm under the bone Douluo's oppressive force. Tang Qiye gently held Ning Rongrong's hand, cautious not to exert too much pressure. His left hand, marked with the Xia Lan hexagram, glimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, a testament to the peak of his internal energy's flow. Grandpa Bone, Ning Rongrong called out urgently. Uncle Bone, Ning Fengji snapped back to reality, noticing the beads of sweat forming on Tang Qiye's brow. Indeed, it is remarkable. I truly wonder what fortune Tang Hao has encountered. Not only did he father an extraordinary son, but even the adopted son is equally exceptional, Ning Fengji praised. As he regained his composure, the oppressive aura of bone Douluo receded, and his gaze towards Tang Qiye became somewhat peculiar, while others might remain oblivious. He understood just how challenging it was to withstand such pressure unprepared. Even a soul king of the 5th ring would find it difficult. Yet, Tang Qiye had managed to do so without even releasing his martial spirit. My apologies for being presumptuous, Bone Douluo smiled slightly, addressing Tang Qiye, though his expression revealed no trace of regret. Qiye, how many of these jade pieces do you possess? Furthermore, how many individuals can utilize them? Ning Fengji inquired earnestly. As long as a strong-willed individual maintains them, these jade pieces, in theory, will not deteriorate. I have 20 varieties of Xia Lan technique learning jade pieces, with 4 of each type, Tang Qiye said, producing a handful of the jade pieces, which appeared as inconspicuous as seeds in his grasp. Hiss, Qiye, are you truly planning to use these? I, Ning Fengji, never thought I would find myself in a position to benefit through my daughter, Ning Fengji remarked, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the jade pieces. These treasures, regardless of their location, are invaluable, especially within the 7 treasure glazed tile school. In truth, I acquired these to gift to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Tang Qiye replied. Uncle Ning, I understand you are merely testing me. I feel indebted to Rongrong, but please trust that I will dedicate my life to her happiness, Tang Qiye stated earnestly. Chapter 116, Departure to the Sunset Forest. These items are indeed what the 7 treasure glazed tile school urgently requires. As for Rongrong, I am uncertain what kind of enchantment you have cast upon her. Ning Fengji's tone grew serious. However, I do not require guarantees. But if you dare to cause Rongrong any sorrow again, despite your title Douluo backing, you will face consequences. Father, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she rushed to her father's side. Yes, Uncle Ning, Tang Qiye refrained from further comments, believing that actions would speak louder than words. Hiki, you weren't calling me that just now. Ning Fengji returned to his warm demeanor, a smile gracing his face. Father-in-law. Tang Qiye corrected himself, this time genuinely referring to him as such. How can you not feel shy? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her voice light and playful at Tang Qiye's swift change. Oh, then I shall no longer play the role of father-in-law, since my little princess is unwilling. I cannot sacrifice my precious daughter for the sake of the sect, Ning Fengji said, a grin on his face as he looked at Ning Rongrong. Father, How can you disregard me? Ning Rongrong tugged at Ning Fengji's hand, wanting to speak, but too bashful to do so. She swiftly exited the room. 3 days later, Tang Qiye accompanied Ning Rongrong to see off Ning Fengji. On the same day, Master, Flinder, Zhao Wujie, and Lu Erlong led the group towards the Sunset Forest. Dai Mubai had already acquired his 4th spirit ring, while Tang San, Tang Qiye, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun all needed to obtain their 4th spirit rings. This journey promised to herald a significant transformation. Upon seeing that everyone had gathered, Flinder announced, "We shall set off immediately. Our destination is the Sunset Forest. Although the 4 of us will accompany you, I must clarify one thing in advance. The 4th spirit ring, while not possessing the transitional significance of the 3rd, remains equally crucial. To facilitate better practical training before the Soul Master competition begins, after discussing with the Master, we decided that the process of hunting soul beasts will be entirely up to you. Unless absolutely necessary, we will not intervene. In normal circumstances, not only will we not protect you, but we will also require you to protect us. This hunt for soul beasts will serve as the first phase of your graduation examination, while the second phase will be the upcoming Advanced Soul Master competition. Do you understand? Then, teacher, how do we know if we have passed? The chubby one, Flinder's direct disciple, asked boldly. First, if we do not intervene during this hunt for soul beasts, you will have passed. Second, securing any championship in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition will suffice, Flinder replied with a smile. No way. Isn't that too easy? The chubby one exclaimed, the age limit for the elite competition is under 25. Other academies will surely send their talented soul masters in their 20s, while our oldest, Dai Mubai, is merely 17, and the youngest, Zhu Zhuqing, is just 14. Do you have any objections? Flinder's expression turned stern. And no, Ma Hongjun quickly conceded. All right, you will manage this expedition yourselves. Flinder entrusted the leadership to Dai Mubai and Zhao Wujie, while the Master and Lu Erlong walked ahead, chatting and laughing as if on a leisurely trip. I have already acquired my 4th spirit ring. Have you all considered which type of spirit ring you need? Dai Mubai asked. Since Flinder and the others do not plan to assist us in hunting soul beasts, we must devise a strategy. According to the Master's calculations, the spirit rings we can acquire should ideally range between 3,000 to 5,000 years in age. Naturally, the closer we get to 5,000 years, the greater the enhancement to our strength. My 4th spirit ring is approximately from a soul beast over 4,000 years old. However, the closer we approach 5,000 years, the more challenging the absorption becomes. Therefore, we must plan ahead to minimize danger while maximizing benefits. As the group followed Flinder and the others, Dai Mubai spoke up. Everyone nodded. The age limit for soul masters absorbing spirit rings may vary slightly based on individual circumstances, but it won't be too significant. Of course, those like Tang Qiye and Tang San are exceptions. When calculating your absorption limits, you may disregard the influence of resentment within the soul beast's spirit ring. In simpler terms, you can elevate your limits by 3,000 years, Tang Qiye stated. Qiye, with 6 of us, Tang San looked towards Tang Qiye, aware that he could absorb the resentment within the spirit rings, though there was a limit. It's feasible. Everyone should calculate your limits, and then add 3,000 years. The rest is up to me. That's how I and Xiao San obtained our spirit rings. I simply didn't have the opportunity to assist you all before. Tang Qiye explained, glancing at the faint mark of 0 power on his right hand. He was confident in his ability to directly convert resentment into 0 power. Moreover, within his dantian, at the center of the 5-element cycle, a sphere of 0 power had formed. That would be fantastic. The group cheered, though Dai Mubai felt slightly disheartened, saying, Qiye, couldn't you have returned sooner? I nearly risked my life to acquire a spirit ring close to 5,000 years. I'll see if I can find something that can extract resentment. That way, even when I'm not around, you can still absorb your spirit rings beyond limits. Tang Qiye replied, we currently have no idea what kind of soul beasts we will encounter. Once we meet a soul beast of a suitable age, we will defeat it, rendering it incapable of resistance, and then carefully assess its age to determine who it is most suited for. If none of us are appropriate, we will let it go. How does that sound? Tang San proposed. Sounds good. Tang San's theoretical knowledge is second only to that of the Master, and in this regard, everyone holds him in high esteem. Therefore, let us allow Xiao San to lead our next course of action. Dai Mubai entrusted the command to Tang San. For his understanding of the group and his tactical prowess far surpasses his own. Moreover, Everyone has become accustomed to following Tang San's guidance. Very well then. Tang San spoke at length, clearly outlining the arrangements for everyone. But what about me? However, in this flurry of planning, Tang Qiye was completely overlooked. We certainly need you. Qiye, your abilities are exceptional, which is why the 7 of us will form a formation while you roam outside, acting as the situation demands. Tang San addressed Tang Qiye. All right, fine, I've been sidelined. Tang Qiye replied. Oh, by the way, I've prepared a few bombs for each of you. They can be activated with soul power, so use them cautiously. They are quite powerful, easy enough to take down a soul king. Tang Qiye tossed out 7 small elemental bombs and briefly explained their usage. You still haven't used the one you received from me earlier, Tang San remarked. Retrieving the bomb Tang Qiye had given him before. By the way, Rong Rong and Xiao Wu, if you haven't used the small elemental bombs I gave you, please hand them over to me. I can enhance them. Tang Qiye suddenly remembered and sought to reclaim the elemental bombs he had gifted. I won't give them back. They're your gift to me, Xiao Wu replied, refusing to part with her bomb. Ning Rong Rong also remained silent. All right, let it be a keepsake then, Tang Qiye conceded. The group proceeded at a leisurely pace and finally entered the sunset forest. However, after half a day in the forest, they encountered only a few thousand-year-old soul beasts, which did not meet their expectations. According to their estimates, both Tang San and Tang Qiye required soul rings of 10,000 years, while the others needed at least 7,000 years. As even the auxiliary soul masters Ning Rong Rong and Oscar possessed solid physical capabilities due to the unique training methods of their master. Let's take a break. We can search again tomorrow, Flander suggested, observing the darkening sky and calling a halt to the searching Shrek 7 monsters. With the aid of storage soul guides, they were well prepared. In no time, 2 large and sturdy tents were erected, one for the 4 teachers and another for the 8 Shrek students. They gathered wood and boiled water, quickly preparing a hearty meal. Tang San also sprinkled some medicinal powder around to ward off insects and mosquitoes. Dinner was bountiful, and after the meal, Flander briefly instructed the Shrek 7 monsters before retiring to his tent for rest. Naturally, the night watch was to be taken in turns among the Shrek 8. Inside the tent, Fatty and Oscar found themselves predictably shoved into the far left corner, while Zhu Shing insisted on occupying the far right. This left the question of who would sleep in the middle. Daimo Bai was on watch outside the tent, and Tang Qiye chose to remain beside the campfire instead of entering the tent. Notably, the master also stayed out. Master, aren't you tired? You should rest early. Tang Qiye inquired, fully aware of the master's inner turmoil. I'll wait a little longer, the master replied, shaking his head. Please, you should rest. We need to continue searching for soul beasts tomorrow, Tang Qiye urged. Well, all right. The master hesitated before finally entering the tent. Tang Qiye, sitting by the campfire, revealed a mischievous smile. Master, I must lend you a hand. Knowing the storyline well, he anticipated the events that would unfold inside the tent. Master, please don't blame your student. Once you truly overcome that hurdle, it may not feel so burdensome, he mused. Why concern yourself with the gaze of the world? Quietly, Tang Qiye summoned his energy and cast a simple soundproof barrier around the teacher's tent. He was aware that soul beasts would soon approach, and in truth, he was acting for their benefit, as he wished to avoid provoking the wrath of the fierce Lu Erlong. Qiye, you should rest as well, Daimo Bai called after surveying the surroundings. All right, Tang Qiye replied confidently, believing in the efficacy of his soundproof barrier. Unlikely as it seemed, Flander and Zhao Wujie had likely already sealed their hearing. Resisting the urge to eavesdrop, Tang Qiye slipped into the tent occupied by the 8 students. Hey, is this spot saved for me? Upon entering, he noticed that the positions of Tang San and Xiao Wu had been swapped for Ning Rong Rong and 2 empty spaces. Hee. Those who understand me know my worries, Tang Qiye thought, making himself comfortable beside Ning Rong Rong and pulling the lovely girl into his embrace. Hey, don't move. There are so many people here, Ning Rong Rong protested, though it was well known that her placement was due to her close relationship with Tang Qiye, making her shy despite the public setting. I'm just holding you, Tang Qiye reassured her, understanding that this was not the place for anything more, and settled down without further movement, allowing Ning Rong Rong to breathe a sigh of relief. Tang Qiye and Ning Rong Rong did not create any commotion, while everyone else closed their eyes in concentration, seeking to restore their energy. Tang Qiye gently inhaled the enchanting fragrance emanating from Ning Rong Rong, becoming somewhat entranced. Meanwhile, Ning Rong Rong lay peacefully in Tang Qiye's embrace, having succumbed to slumber after a taxing day, particularly for her, as a support-type soul master. However, before long, A loud exclamation from Dai Mubai pierced the air. Not good, a soul beast. Immediately following, a resounding boom echoed from outside. Alas, the tremor. How could I have forgotten this? Tang Qiye felt the subtle vibrations beneath him and swiftly placed his palm against the ground. Directing his sensing technique and mastery of earth energy towards the tent occupied by his master. Phew, thankfully. He sensed no abnormalities within that tent. Tang Qiye quickly retracted his probing technique. The battle within was about to commence, and despite his usual nonchalance, he could not afford to witness the confrontation involving his teacher and teacher's wife. Everyone, exercise caution. Tang San had already reacted upon hearing Dai Mubai's warning, while Tang Qiye, preoccupied with his master's situation, was a fraction slower. The Earth King, huh? Without stepping out of the tent, Tang Qiye had already discerned the identity of the encroaching soul beast. What astonished him was that this Earth King was not the 4,000-year-old creature from the original tale, but rather a formidable 7,000-year-old beast. Tang Qiye attributed these transformations to the butterfly effect. The King of Earth, possessing an experience spanning between 6,500 and 7,000 years, was particularly suited for the corpulent individual. Tang Qiye articulated the insights he had gleaned. Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu engaged to restrain, while the stout one prepared for a decisive strike, with Rongrong providing support. Qiye, you shall assist Boss Dai. Tang San swiftly devised a tactical arrangement. The others nodded in agreement as they confronted the King of Earth. Let us hold our ground for a moment. I am concocting a formidable move. Tang Qiye initially contemplated rushing forward to confront alongside Dai Mubai. However, he suddenly recalled the martial art of Xia Lan that he had comprehended but never utilized. Excellent. The crowd, unaware of his intentions, felt reassured. With a soul beast of 7,000 years at their disposal, they were not concerned about it escaping. Tang Qiye's expression was grave as he raised his right hand towards the sky, forming a gesture of offering. In the air, fiery meteors slowly coalesced, the immense pressure inducing even the King of the Earth to contemplate escape. Yet, how could he possibly flee? Web of restraint, white tiger meteor shower, phoenix fire line. Tang San's binding skill, combined with the assaults from Dai Mubai and the portly companion, effectively obstructed the Earth King's escape route. With a furious roar, the Earth King charged towards Tang Qiye, as beneath its feet, the ground fractured, spewing forth searing magma poised to engulf Tang Qiye. Obliteration. Tang Qiye exhibited no fear whatsoever. Not only could he withstand the flames of the Earth King, but how could this ancient being, with 7 millennia of power, possibly withstand the onslaught of his falling meteors? 9 colossal meteors, trailing magnificent tails, descended from the heavens like a celestial alignment. The overwhelming pressure caused the members of Shrek to change countenance. Yet the meteors had but one target, the Earth King. Chapter 118. Mission accomplished. A thunderous roar echoed as the magma fissure strike was unleashed. Tang San, possessing remarkable insight and having inherited the theoretical knowledge of his master, swiftly recognized that the Earth King had employed its signature skill, the magma fissure strike. The colossal pincers of the Earth King struck the ground, creating seismic waves that, while ineffective against the distant Tang Qiye, allowed the magma flames bursting from the cracked earth to directly confront the descending meteors. The booming sounds reverberated, resonating 9 times in succession. However, those with keen eyesight, like Tang Qiye, Tang San, and the exceptionally powerful Dai Mubai, discerned that the Earth King's proud magma fissure strike had merely managed to repel 5 meteors before its strength waned and dissipated. The remaining 4 meteors plummeted directly onto the Earth King's scorpion-like form. As the smoke cleared, a severely weakened giant scorpion emerged before the onlookers. This scorpion was of an immense size, rivaling the humanoid demon spider that Tang San had once slain, and perhaps even larger. Strangely, this great scorpion was entirely snow-white, exuding a fierce aura from its joints, with a tail composed of 9 segmented bones arched high, crowned with a fiery red stinger. Of course, the Earth King was now utterly powerless. On the brink of death, it was bound tightly by Tang San's webs, leaving no chance of escape. Pongzi, Tang Qiye remarked, feeling a sense of satisfaction with the power of his meteors. Although he had not killed the Earth King outright, he had not exerted his full strength either. A quick calculation revealed that his meteors possessed the capability to vanquish a 10,000-year spirit beast, an exhilarating thought indeed. 7th Master, you must be more reliable. 7,000 years. You know. Pongzi gulped, the shock on his face lingering. He was astounded not only by Tang Qiye's might, but also by the fact that the Earth King was indeed a being of 7 millennia. One misstep, and he could be finished. When have I ever been unreliable? Tang Qiye shot a glare at Pongzi. Hee, seventh master, don't be angry. I was just joking, Pongzi quickly retorted, eager to avoid any repercussions from Tang Qiye in the guise of training. He was resolute. Despite calling Tang Qiye out, he genuinely believed in him. For he trusted that Tang Qiye would never jest with his life. As the life of the Earth King came to an end, a deep purple soul ring began to coalesce slowly. Tang Qiye, with a graceful motion of his right hand, summoned forth a chilling, grayish aura from the soul ring, which was then absorbed by the zero mark in the palm of his hand. The once vengeful essence of the deep purple soul ring dissipated, rendering it somewhat purer, as it radiated with an air of nobility. Observing this transformation, the rotund figure could no longer contain his eagerness. He seated himself cross-legged and commenced the absorption of the soul ring. Witnessing his endeavor, the others chose not to retreat for rest, but instead spread out around him to provide protective support. Indeed, it was surprising how they did not intervene, remaining oblivious to the unfolding events. Oscar glanced at the silent tent, expressing his exasperation at the apparent indifference of Flinder and the others. Tang Qiye sensed the grayish resentment being absorbed by Zero Yin, swiftly transforming into a pure essence of zero power that flowed into his dantian. Exhaling softly, he felt the dynamic balance of power within his dantian and breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, he had not intended to emerge so soon. However, the malevolence within the zero power had been entirely refined, and a harmonious system of zero power and primordial energy had formed within his dantian. To achieve a complete fusion of these two energies, Tang Qiye estimated that a duration of no less than 6 months would be required. This demand for time was considerable. Yet fortunately, this state within him posed no adverse effects. He was relieved to emerge, knowing that after the elite competition, he would have ample time to thoroughly integrate the powers within him. Tang Qiye had just shifted his focus from his dantian when he heard Oscar's sarcastic remarks. He felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself that if he was dissatisfied, he should call someone out. If they could emerge alive, it would indeed be impressive. However, his gaze occasionally drifted towards the master's tent. Curiosity piqued about what was happening inside. Half an hour later, the plump figure completed the absorption of his fourth spirit ring, far more smoothly than Tang Qiye had anticipated. How do you feel? Tang Qiye inquired. I feel no pressure at all. Only the absorption of the spirit power accompanying the spirit ring was a bit strenuous. Other than that, I don't feel any adverse effects. I believe even Rongrong and Oscar could absorb this 7,000-year spirit ring, the plump one expressed, understanding Tang Qiye's intent. That is good to hear, Tang Qiye nodded in acknowledgement. Everyone, let us return to rest. A night passed without incident. The next morning, the Shrek 8 monsters rose early, preparing food while also packing up their tents. However, as they glanced towards the master's tent, still shrouded in silence, a sense of curiosity arose among them. Shall we wait a bit longer? Or should we go call the teachers? Tang Qiye asked, clearing his throat. Let us wait a little longer, Daimu Bai replied after a moment of contemplation. Noting that it was still early, just as the sun began to rise, the group waited a little while longer, and finally, it was the master who first emerged from the tent. Tang Qiye quietly observed the master, whose steps seemed somewhat unsteady, and a sly smile crept onto his face. For he understood that matters had come to fruition. Noticing this unusual expression, Ning Rongrong, who stood beside him, curiously inquired about the source of his smile. Ahem, one must not divulge secrets, Tang Qiye replied mysteriously. Soon after, Flander and Zhao Wujie emerged, bewildered, as they had felt nothing amiss the previous night. Finally, Lu Erlong slowly stepped forth, her gaze immediately drawn to the master, her beautiful eyes brimming with affection, gentler than water. It was evident that, under the master's nurturing, Lu Erlong's complexion had become noticeably more vibrant. Why is there such a large pit? Was there an attack by a soul beast last night? Flander pondered, his sharp eyes quickly spotting the remnants of the battleground. Although the carcass of the Earth King had been removed, the signs of battle remained. Deemed too troublesome to clear away. Director Flander, are you not aware? Daimu Bai asked incredulously. Upon hearing this, Flander froze momentarily, feeling a bit awkward as he glanced at Zhao Wujie and the master. Why were they unaware? It could be excused for himself and Zhao Wujie. But surely those two should have known. Had they simply disregarded it? Ahem, in truth, I feared that the soul beast might disturb the professor's rest. So I set up a barrier outside their tent, Tang Qiye remarked, touching his nose. Such matters could be easily discerned with a little attention. And he had no intention of concealing the truth. What concerned him was how the master would react upon discovering it. When did the soul beast attack yesterday? At last. The master spoke, though his voice lacked vigor, which made Tang Qiye consider procuring some tiger whip or deer antler. The previous supplies he had gathered had mostly been taken by Flander, and he had merely sampled their essence, not needing them for himself, as they would only bring him trouble. However, Flander clearly was not as noble as he appeared. Otherwise, why bother with such things? About 15 minutes after falling asleep. It was a 7,000-year-old Earth King, which has now become Fatty's soul ring, Tang Qiye responded. He trusted that the master, with his intelligence, could glean much from this information. Thanks to Tang Qiye's prior groundwork, Fatty's absorption of the 7,000-year soul ring elicited little astonishment from the professors, though Lu Erlong cast a few curious glances at Tang Qiye, her gaze reflecting admiration and gratitude. Ahem, all right. Everyone, gather your belongings and prepare for today's endeavors. Flander coughed lightly, instructing everyone to tidy up. The Shrek 8 monsters were already prepared for departure, with only the professor's tent left to be organized. 15 minutes later, the group set forth once more. Though this time the formation appeared somewhat peculiar. Flander and Zhao Wujie led the way, while the master and Lu Erlong brought up the rear, allowing the true novices from Shrek to occupy the center, ensuring their safety. Tang Qiye, have you noticed the changes in the master and teacher Erlong? Tang Xin quietly approached Tang Qiye, transmitting his soul power. You've noticed? Is this change for better or worse? Tang Qiye inquired. It is undoubtedly for the better. The master can resolve his inner turmoil and truly be with teacher Erlong, which is a good thing, Tang Xin replied. Oh, I see. I'm not well versed in these matters. Perhaps you should discuss it with the master later. Tang Qiye feigned ignorance. Tang Xin nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly recalled something and began distributing small pills to everyone. These are my homemade antidote pills. In the woods and deep mountains, miasma often appears in the early morning, and some of it is exceedingly toxic. Consuming these pills can help ward off most of the miasma and also invigorate the mind. As he handed them out, he explained their purpose. When he reached Tang Qiye took a pill, sniffed it, and popped it into his mouth without hesitation. He didn't actually need it, as his body naturally formed a cycle of the 5 elements. As long as the poison wasn't excessively potent, like the venom of the poisoned Dugobos by Phosphor Snake Emperor, he could generally remain immune. Most ordinary toxins would be swiftly neutralized by his refined elemental energy, since all things in the universe are composed of the 5 elements. Moreover, if that failed, he could always rely on his zero force. However, being prepared was prudent. Tang Qiye didn't believe that giving Tang San this antidote pill would save him a few coins. As predicted by Tang San, the fog in the mountains grew thicker. Yet, this did not hinder their progress until, after less than 3 miles of travel, a strange wind suddenly swept toward them from the front. The morning mist shifted colors, transforming from dense white to a vivid pink, enveloping the group. The pink mist carried a faintly sweet aroma, inducing a sense of intoxication. Wait, this isn't miasma, everyone. Gather around me. Tang Xin sensed the anomaly and quickly called everyone closer. At the same time, he retrieved his Rui Baobao bag, from which wafted a fragrant aura, creating a toxin-free zone. What is happening, Xiaosan? Dai Mubai positioned himself protectively at the edge, forming a circle with Tang Qiye, Fatty, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. It's the Pink Lady. Thousands of them are simultaneously releasing mist, along with a Pink Empress. Before Tang Xin could speak, Tang Qiye had already discerned the situation within a radius of several hundred meters. What? Over 1,000? How is that possible? The master's face reflected astonishment, quickly shifting to seriousness. What are you talking about? What Pink Lady? Lu Erlong couldn't help but inquire, her mood buoyant, yet her inherent aggression remained unchanged. The master detailed the characteristics of the Pink Lady and Pink Empress, and once he finished, Tang San asked, Master, do you think this could be related to the Earth King from last night? The Earth King and the Pink Lady both belong to the scorpion-type spirit beasts. Perhaps there is a connection? That is a possibility. The master pondered, nodding in agreement, then added gravely, the toxic mist from thousands of Pink Ladies is no trivial matter. We must not be careless. We've all been slightly affected by the toxins. If not for Xiao San's unique antidote flower, the situation could have been dire. Now, we have a few options to resolve this. One is to utilize the flower's toxin resistance to charge through. A more prudent method would be for Flander to carry us out of this area one by one using his flying ability. Once we are out of this zone, we should be safe. However, this also poses the risk of ambush from other types of soul beasts. Xiao-san, your knowledge of toxins is extensive. What do you suggest? Master, I feel that we should charge through. The pink ladies lack offensive power. As long as we remain within my toxin-free zone, we should be unharmed. Ideally, we can provoke the pink empress into action while we make our advance, Tang-san proposed. No need to provoke. Let us directly assault the pink empress. Xiaoao, are you willing to challenge the 500-year-old pink empress? Tang Qiye turned to Oscar. 7 knights. Are you suggesting? Tang-san looked at Tang Qiye. Realizing he had forgotten that Tang Qiye possessed the ability to scout. Oscar, who wielded a food-type martial soul, would not produce toxins even if he absorbed the poison soul beast's abilities. Therefore, skills originally belonging to the pink empress would transform upon absorption, likely enhancing their excitement temporarily. While the degree of enhancement was uncertain, it should provide an overall boost. The master listened intently as Tang Qiye confirmed the pink empress's location and quickly analyzed the situation. Finally, Oscar nodded vigorously. With the 500-year-old pink empress and Tang Qiye's support, he was willing to take the risk. Everyone, be careful not to scatter. Protect the fragile ones. Tang Qiye wielded the 5-element staff with unwavering confidence, leading the way as he was acutely aware of the direction towards the pink lady. Dai Mubai followed closely behind, while the stout Tang-san safeguarded Oscar and Ning Rongrong as they charged forward. Perhaps the pink lady was also aware of their intentions, as they encountered a relentless onslaught of pink maidens along the way. Yet, how could the inherently feeble attacks of the pink maidens possibly impede the progress of the Shrek 8 monsters? Order error. Chapter content is currently being processed. Kindly await patiently. Chapter 120. I possess a pink sausage. Tang Qiye wielded the 5-element staff, now transformed to the thickness of a human wrist, adorned with 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, rhythmically undulating. Each strike from the staff incapacitated a pink-hued adversary without endangering their life. This was excessive indeed. Oscar stood at the center, preparing his detoxifying sausage for unforeseen circumstances, unable to suppress his astonishment at Tang Qiye's terrifying prowess. Tang Qiye had grown even stronger. Witnessing Tang Qiye's formidable combat abilities, Tang-san could not help but comment. As for Ning Rongrong, she basked in a sense of pride, thinking, this is my man. Uncertain whether it was the overwhelming strength of the Shrek team or another reason, after advancing over 70 meters, a shrill cry pierced the air from within the poisonous mist. Immediately following, a burst of pink light shot forth from the fog, opening its mouth to expel a dense mist towards Tang Qiye. Tang Qiye, be cautious, Tang-san warned, his eyes shimmering with purple energy. I am aware, Tang Qiye responded tersely, sensing the impending ambush within his detection range. It seemed they had never encountered death before. A vibrant 5-colored energy shield materialized before Tang Qiye, 5 elements light shield. Tang Qiye chose not to evade, for behind him stood the Shrek 7 monsters. The toxic fumes exhaled by the pink lady were challenging to withstand. However, to Tang Qiye, it made little difference. Everyone, be cautious. I will handle the pink lady, Tang Qiye proclaimed, as he was replaced in position by Tang-san, and he dashed out of the range of the fragrant ethereal enchantment. The 5 elements light shield transformed into an energy dome, enveloping him within. The poisonous gas from both the pink lady and the pink girl posed no threat to him. Still attempting to flee? A radiant purple light, imbued with 5-colored mist, erupted from Tang Qiye's eyes, extending nearly 2 feet. Absolute Qi, reversal of the void. Tang Qiye relentlessly pursued the pink lady for 2 consecutive months, simultaneously forming hand seals. 5 golden cauldrons arranged themselves in the cardinal directions, creating a barrier to confine her. A thunderous roar erupted from within the absolute Qi, as the pink lady's massive form began to thrash violently. Yet, regardless of her resistance, the absolute Qi remained steadfast, swiftly siphoning her soul power. Water can, heavenly soul. Tang Qiye gestured, unleashing a torrent of frigid energy, rendering the pink lady, who was not adept at offense, utterly devoid of combat capability. With the pink lady's defeat, the pink girl, her subordinate, naturally ceased her pursuit, retreating swiftly. Little Ao, it's your turn, Tang Qiye said, brushing off non-existent dust from his hands before retracting the absolute Qi. Here? Oscar inquired, pointing at the lingering pink toxic mist around them. In fact, it is safer here. Other soul beasts will not easily enter this area. The master nodded in agreement and then gestured toward the pink lady, instructing Oscar, her weakness lies in her eyes. Go forth. Oscar nodded, emboldened by his experience absorbing the soul ring of the 7,000-year Earth King. You can do it, Tang Qiye encouraged. Reclaiming the residual vengeful energy from the soul ring. Seventh Master, you truly are something. With companions as extraordinary as you, I must strive to keep up, Oscar declared, shaking his fist. Being amidst a group of monsters necessitated that he transform himself into one, lest he fall behind. Daimubai was momentarily taken aback by Oscar's words, then turned his gaze toward Tang San and Tang Qiye. Compared to them, I seem quite ordinary. I need to up my game. Similar sentiments arose in Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's minds. They felt compelled to match the astounding capabilities displayed by Tang San and Tang Qiye, who stood out even among such a monstrous team. Despite Tang San's current prowess and theoretical knowledge, hidden weapons, and poison, he still possessed the Haotian hammer. Furthermore, Tang Qiye was aware that Tang San's blue-silver grass was not inferior to the Haotian hammer. It merely awaited full awakening. With the cover of the toxins, Oscar's process of absorbing the soul ring remained relatively tranquil. However, judging by Oscar's state, the 7,500-year Pink Lady did not push him to his limits. Nonetheless, it was understood that not all soul rings with higher years were inherently better. What suited oneself was paramount, though a certain minimum age was required. An hour later, Oscar rose from the ground. It must be said that perhaps influenced by the soul ring, Oscar appeared even more handsome after absorbing this fourth soul ring. Though still not as striking as Tang Qiye. Behold, I possess a pink sausage. As Oscar invoked his soul spell, a petite, translucent pink sausage materialized in his palm. Oscar, when did your sausage become so small? Ma Hongjun couldn't help but comment. At this remark, the faces of several girls flushed, glaring at him sharply. Shut it. You've tasted my sausage before, so what does its size matter? Oscar retorted, shooting a glare back at Ma Hongjun. All right, Oscar. What is the function of your fourth soul skill? The master interjected, halting the playful banter. Within the realm of soul masters, inquiring about soul skills was typically a significant taboo. Soul masters rarely divulged their abilities to others. However, the bond among the Shrek 7 monsters transcended mere friendship. Oscar's eyes sparkled with the same excitement as the fatty from earlier that morning. My fourth soul skill is Euphoria, which allows the user to experience a 15% enhancement in all attributes for 5 minutes. Daimubai expressed disappointment. Only 15%? And just for 5 minutes? Your soul skill. Oscar huffed. Dai, listen carefully. It's a 15% enhancement across all attributes. This means that after consumption, your overall strength will instantly increase by 15%, not as simplistic as you might think. Moreover, it should synergize with any other supportive skills. During these 5 minutes, it can elevate your strength to 115% while negating all negative effects. The master's voice resonated from behind the Shrek 7 monsters, affirming, indeed, his fourth soul skill is far from simple. Upon hearing his words, the 7 monsters focused intently on the master. The master looked at Oscar with satisfaction, expounding on the nature of his skill, which led the group to fully grasp the remarkable potential of Oscar's newfound ability. Upon hearing this, Tang San smiled faintly. In the original narrative, Oscar's fourth spirit ring only provided a 10% enhancement, but due to the elevation of the spirit ring's age, it now offered a 15% increase, which was indeed remarkable. Flander, pleased, nodded at Oscar and then said, enough with the idle chatter, let us continue our journey. You still require 3 more spirit rings. I hope fortune remains on your side, allowing you to swiftly locate the spirit rings you seek. Chapter 121. The fragrant spirit beast. Though the area of the Sunset Forest may not rival that of the Stardew Forest, it is certainly not a place one can traverse in just a few days. Within this vast expanse of woodland, the Shrek Academy group continued their meticulous search. In terms of overall quality, the spirit beasts in the Sunset Forest appeared to be somewhat superior to those in the Stardew Forest. Yet there was a noticeable absence of particularly formidable beings. For 2 consecutive days, the group encountered no spirit beasts that met their collective requirements, which caused Flander to grow increasingly anxious. Ultimately, it was Tang San who recalled the method of summoning the fragrant spirit beast. Half a day later, the group followed Tang San to the poison formation left behind by Douluo. After distributing the detoxification pills to everyone, Tang San proceeded to the vicinity of the Eye of Ice and Fire to excavate soil imbued with spiritual energy, intending to cultivate the ethereal fragrance of the Qilua fairy product. Tang Qiye gazed at the poisonous formation left by Douluo, a phenomenon he had previously encountered during his journey to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang with Tang San, although on that occasion, he had the assistance of detoxifying pills. However, this time, Tang Qiye chose not to employ the antidote. approaching the poison array. He silently attuned himself to the process of detoxification occurring within his body, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The toxic fumes of this formation were such that even 10,000-year-old soul beast would hesitate to approach, yet he could easily neutralize it at this moment. His constitution could indeed be described as impervious to toxins. Soon, Tang Qiye procured some soil and planted the fragrant Douluo immortal herb within the toxic array. Using a foul-smelling liquid of his own concoction to stimulate the herb into exuding a rich fragrance. This aroma could travel 10 kilometers, likely attracting some soul beasts. The group began their patient wait, and to ensure they attracted only soul beasts with a power level exceeding 5,000 years. Tang San set up an additional layer of poison barrier on the outer perimeter. While it would not deter 10,000-year-old soul beasts, it would certainly fend off those below 4,000 years. The allure of the fragrant Douluo immortal herb surpassed Tang San's expectations. Within a mere time after the preparations were completed, they were greeted by the first soul beast. A deep roar accompanied by a faint scent of blood wafted through the air, as the trees on the left swayed violently as if stirred by a fierce wind. Clouds rise from dragons, winds follow tigers. It must be a feline soul beast. Everyone, be cautious, Master calmly assessed. No sooner had he spoken than a striking tiger leapt from the thicket. This creature was an entirely black beast, adorned only with a white king-like pattern on its forehead. Measuring over 3 meters in length and standing approximately 1.5 meters tall. Despite its formidable size, it exhibited remarkable agility. Before the group could fully discern its form, it dashed forward in a blur, targeting the fragrant Douluo immortal herb they were protecting. Engage. Tang San did not hesitate to unleash his webbing, activating his third soul skill, while simultaneously, the Shrek's 7 devils sprang into action. This was a ghost tiger, but it was not merely 4,000 years old. It was likely closer to 8,000 years. Tang Qiye's purple extreme magic eyes flickered, and within his sea of consciousness lay a pure mental power cleansed by myriad vengeful spirits. At that moment, his mental prowess exceeded even that of Tang Qiye after consuming the autumn water elixir, and it would continue to rapidly grow until the nutrients in his sea of consciousness were fully absorbed. The ghost tiger was no longer the same. But the Shrek's 7 devils had also evolved beyond their former selves. However, this time, Ma Hongjun had put in considerable effort. Eager to showcase his masculine prowess and test the might of his 4th soul skill, he seized the opportunity to activate his 2nd, 3rd, and 4th soul skills simultaneously. Phoenix. Sky Screaming Strike. The resounding cry of the phoenix pierced through clouds and mist, resonating like the clash of metal. A vibrant inferno in the shape of a phoenix erupted from the ground, lifting Ma Hongjun's body into the air in an instant. The area previously shrouded in distorted air was now entirely engulfed in flames. The fiery phoenix soared over 10 meters into the sky, its wings unfurling, resembling a true phoenix descending upon the world. Such a dazzling spectacle momentarily stunned the other members of Shrek, including Tang Qiye. While they had anticipated the impressive effects of the 4th soul skill, they had not expected Ma Hongjun's strength to reach such heights. Before acquiring the Earth King Soul Ring, the plump boy's flames were indeed fierce, yet he lacked effective offensive techniques. Although the Phoenix Fire line was potent under the enhancement of the Blazing Phoenix, it was still limited to a level where it could merely contend with opponents of equal rank, and its methods of attack were rather singular. Of course, this did not account for the Xia Lan technique that Tang Qiye had taught them, which they reserved as a secret weapon to catch their foes off guard. The group was astonished. Even the phoenix wings of the Sky Screaming Strike, which significantly enhanced the flame's effects and granted brief flight capabilities, could not drastically elevate his attack prowess. As a powerful attack-type soul master, this had always been a source of frustration for Ma Hongjun. Yet, at this moment, the 4th soul skill, Phoenix Sky Screaming Strike, had completely transformed the situation. Under the combined enhancement of the 2nd and 3rd soul skills, the terrifying impact of this strike caused even Flinder, Zhao Wujie, and Lu Erlong to involuntarily narrow their pupils. Among the Shrek 7 devils, the most powerful in soul power, Dai Mubai, also recognized that he could not possibly emerge unscathed from such an onslaught. As anticipated, once Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Sky Screaming Strike closed in, evasion became nearly impossible. For the attack bore 2 layers. The first was a stunning effect, while during the disorientation, the second layer, an explosive force, began to brew, culminating in a powerful eruption. The ghost tiger's body fell in response, teetering on the brink of death. Upon witnessing this, Tang San remained undeterred. The web of constraints effectively eradicated the final possibility of the ghost tiger's violent resurgence, ultimately leading to its demise at the hands of Zhu Xing. Tang Qiye, with an air of calm, absorbed the vengeful energy from the soul ring. while Zhu Qing took the corpse of the ghost tiger into the poison formation to assimilate the soul ring. Dai Bai was momentarily taken aback, then offered a wry smile. Although it was Tang Qiye who suggested that Zhu Qing absorb the ghost tiger's soul ring, he understood that while Tang Qiye's theoretical knowledge may not rival that of Tang San, his insights in certain areas were indeed more profound than even those of the master. Dai Bai held a firm belief in Tang Qiye's words. However, he couldn't help but think that with Zhu Qing's already irascible temperament, absorbing another tiger-type soul ring would truly transform her into a formidable figure. Yet, he dared not voice such thoughts. Their relationship had only just begun to show signs of promise, and he had no desire to jeopardize it. Quickly, retreat into the poison formation, Flandre shouted. It turned out that while everyone was occupied with subduing the ghost tiger, many other powerful soul beasts had also been attracted by the allure of the exquisite fragrance. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the formidable strength of Zhao Wuzhe and the imposing presence created by Flandre and Lu Erlong during battle, the onlookers couldn't help but marvel in awe. Tang Qiye was witnessing a battle of Soul Sage level for the first time, and he pondered that even if he reached the fifth ring, he might only be able to barely survive in the presence of a Soul Sage. Chapter 122. Capturing Soul Beasts. As the Shrek 8 monsters retreated into the poisonous formation, Flandre, Zhao Wujin, and Lu Erlong also began their withdrawal. All three of them were formidable Soul Sages above level 70. At that moment, they fought independently rather than coordinating. Yet they managed to withstand the assaults of the 7 soul beasts, preventing them from advancing even a step further. The reason for their lack of cooperation was not due to an inability to work together, but rather because their individual soul abilities were far too potent. Any attempt at collaboration would have resulted in interference, hampering their overall strength. In this critical moment, Ning Rongrong showcased the remarkable capabilities of her ancestral 9 treasure glaze tile. When the ghost tiger was vanquished, she had ceased her support for Tang San and the others. At this juncture, the 3 rings atop the 9 treasure glaze tile shimmered once more, transforming into 3 beams of light that simultaneously surged into the bodies of Flandre and his companions. The assistance from the 7 treasure glaze tile proved increasingly effective for more powerful soul masters, a fact well known to the Shrek 7 monsters. Its enhancement is proportional. The greater the base, the more substantial the increase. However, when applied in the heat of battle, the astonishing effect that could turn the tide left everyone astounded. The radiance enveloping Flandre and his companions surged dramatically, and the 7 soul beasts, which had been pressing their relentless attacks, were simultaneously forced back. Regrettably, Ning Rongrong's support lasted only a few fleeting breaths. This was her first time assisting a soul master whose soul power far surpassed her own. The experience was starkly different from aiding the Shrek 7 monsters. Within mere seconds, she felt as though her soul power had been entirely drained, leaving her in an indescribable state of discomfort. Fortunately, Tang Qiye noticed her condition in time, and a surge of his abundant soul power flowed into Ning Rongrong, alleviating her distress somewhat. As everyone retreated back into the poisonous formation, a stalemate ensued between the humans and the beasts. Tang Qiye retracted the ethereal fragrance of the exquisite celestial artifact. There was no choice. As he observed, the number of soul beasts outside the toxic formation had surged to over a dozen, many exceeding 5,000 years in age, and some even reaching the formidable millennium mark. He feared inciting a catastrophe. Should these soul beasts launch an assault, he would have nowhere to lament his fate. Indeed, Xiao San's method proved to be quite effective. Zhao Wuji twisted his wrist and gazed at the more than 20 soul beasts that now surrounded the toxic formation. Among them, he even spotted a soul beast with a cultivation that had endured for an astonishing 30,000 years. Tang San smiled gently, removing the flying heavenly claw from his wrist and handing it to Flandre. Tang Qiye smiled gently, embarking on the quest for a suitable soul beast. Rongrong, what do you think of that scaled beast? He inquired, gesturing towards a soul beast resembling a crocodile, adorned in a coat of scales outside the poison formation. If you say it's good, then it's good, Ning Rongrong replied, though her familiarity with soul beast was limited. Nonetheless, she had unwavering faith in Tang Qiye's judgment. This scaled beast possesses a cultivation age of around 7,000 years. Apart from its formidable defense, it lacks any notable attributes. So you should acquire a soul skill that enhances your defense, Tang Qiye remarked, nodding thoughtfully as he continued to survey other soul beasts, seeking one that resonated with him. In truth, his expectations for the soul rings had diminished considerably, as his combat prowess predominantly stemmed from his martial arts techniques, with his martial soul playing a lesser role. Qiye, I understand you may believe the soul rings to be of little significance, yet I still hope you will select one that complements your martial soul. After all, a fitting soul ring is more conducive to the enhancement of your strength, the master advised, noticing Tang Qiye's somewhat lackluster demeanor. Tang Qiye trembled for a moment, and then came to the realization that perhaps he had been a touch arrogant. Believing that possessing the martial skill of the Xia Lan could render the significance of the soul rings irrelevant. Yes, master, I understand, Tang Qiye said, bowing to his teacher, who, before fixating his gaze on the only 20,000-year soul beast outside the poison array. The third soul ring of a soul master can absorb soul power up to the level of 1,700 years, while it is only at the fourth soul ring that one can absorb a soul ring of around 5,000 years. The absorption limit for the fifth soul ring is approximately 12,000 years, and for the sixth soul ring, it is 20,000 years. The seventh soul ring ranges from 30,000 to 50,000 years. It is not until the eighth soul ring that one may have the potential to absorb soul rings from soul beasts over 50,000 years old. Only the final ninth soul ring possesses the capability to absorb a 100,000-year soul beast soul ring. At this moment, Tang Qiye's target for the fourth soul ring was precisely 20,000 years. This was not a matter of Tang Qiye's hubris, rather. He understood that the most significant disparity between a 1,000-year soul ring and a 10,000-year soul ring lies in the level of soul power and the resonance of souls. If the residual resentment from a 1,000-year soul ring complicates the absorption process for a soul master, the lingering spiritual energy from a 10,000-year soul ring could potentially prove fatal for those lacking adequate strength. Nevertheless, Tang Qiye possessed the unique ability to completely eliminate the soul resonance within this soul ring, akin to a soul beast willingly sacrificing itself. Thus, selecting a 20,000-year soul beast was a decision Tang Qiye had meticulously contemplated. In truth, he yearned to attempt a 30,000-year soul ring. But that particular soul beast was evidently unsuitable for him, and he could not ascertain the exact quantity of soul power contained within a 10,000-year soul ring. To err on the side of caution, he opted for a 20,000-year soul ring. Once Tang San had thoroughly explained the flying heaven claw to Flinder, Zhao Wujie, and Lu Erlong, and after some bargaining, the three finally prepared to take action. The first question Tang San posed was directed at Ning Rongrong, as he too sought a 10,000-year soul beast, and it was prudent to address this matter first. The scale armor beast. Ning Rongrong pointed to the soul beast previously mentioned by Tang Qiye. Lu Erlong, Flinder, and Zhao Wujie exchanged glances, and then Master nodded in affirmation of Ning Rongrong's choice. At last, they sprang into action. Even with the formidable defenses of the scale armor beast, it ultimately could not escape the fate of becoming a soul ring. However, the beast's defenses astonished everyone. Even the flying heaven claw, capable of effortlessly tearing through metal, failed to leave a mark upon the scale armor beast's body. No wonder it had evaded interest from other soul beasts within the realm of 10,000-year soul beasts. This, however, pleased Lu Erlong, who, despite exhibiting a somewhat demure demeanor, began to reveal her true nature over the past couple of days. Erlong, the children are present. Please refrain from being too brutal, Master said, shaking his head. Knowing well Lu Erlong's temperament, fortunately, she remained gentle in his presence. Understood. Rongrong, follow me, Lu Erlong said, dragging the tail of the scale armor beast into the depths of the poison array. Come, I shall accompany you. Tang Qiye grasped Ning Rongrong's small hand. Reflecting on Lu Erlong's ferocity, a temperament only the master could manage. Indeed, after experiencing a heart-stopping visual shock, Tang Qiye released his hand from covering Ning Rongrong's eyes. Do not look back. Focus on absorbing the soul ring. After helping Ning Rongrong absorb the resentment within the soul ring, he comforted her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. Okay, you go ahead. Don't worry about me, Ning Rongrong nodded, her mood unaffected as she had not witnessed Lu Erlong's savage side. I apologize for the trouble, teacher, Tang Qiye waved his hand, obscuring the bloody scene before addressing Lu Erlong. Indeed, his calling her teacher signifies that he is aware of certain matters that have been successfully resolved. No need, go on. I will handle things here. Also, thank you, Lu Erlong replied kindly to Tang Qiye. Not only because he had helped her fulfill her wish, but also due to his status as the master's disciple. Chapter 123, The Faced Demon Spider. It was unintentional, truly, Tang Qiye said, feeling a bit embarrassed, hastily retreating. Meanwhile, on Tang San's side, Flinder had effortlessly captured the underground demon spider and was returning with Tang San and the spider to the poison array. However, during their return, an unexpected event unfolded concerning Xiao Wu that none had anticipated. With Lu Erlong observing Ning Rongrong absorbing the soul ring, Tang Qiye felt reassured and had already arrived at the edge of the poison array where everyone was gathered. Flinder descended from the sky with Tang San and the underground demon spider, while the soul beasts outside the poison array, deterred from entering, fixated their gaze on Flinder and Tang San. Xiaowu, be careful. Tang San shouted, his voice hoarse with urgency and anxiety. Tang San's voice served as a reminder to Xiaowu, simultaneously rousing Tang Qiye from his reverie. It seemed he had overlooked something crucial. Indeed. While Tang Qiye was well-versed in the narrative, it was impossible for him to be perpetually consumed by it. In fact, he deliberately chose to forget certain plot elements. For his mere presence would alter the storyline. He had momentarily drifted into thought, as it was inconceivable for Zhao Wuji alone to capture a spirit beast among the multitude. Given that Flinder was assisting Tang San in apprehending the cave spider. Thus, he found himself lost in contemplation. At that moment, while everyone's attention was riveted on Tang San and Flinder, a sinister figure stealthily infiltrated the poisonous array from the flanks, swiftly lunging towards Xiaowu. The position it chose was particularly cunning, perfectly situated within the blind spot of their collective gaze, yet it was precisely here that Tang San, perched upon Flinder's back, detected the impending threat. The assailant was none other than the faceless spider, a creature Tang San had previously absorbed. This formidable beast, possessing 6,000 years of cultivation, had been biding its time for the ideal opportunity. It was acutely aware of the strength emanating from the humans within the toxic array. The distraction created by Flinder and Tang San's descent provided it with an exquisite chance to strike. As one of the apex beings of the poison attribute spirit beasts, it had 6 millennia of experience. Although the poison array employed by the poison Douluo posed some risk, it was far from lethal. With its inherent resistance to toxins, the faceless spider was confident it could survive the poisoning, especially with the assistance of the fragrant antidote. Thus, it seized the moment to execute a surprise attack that no other spirit beast would dare attempt. The spider's chosen attack position was closest to Xiaowu. At this juncture, the most formidable among Shrek Academy, Flinder, was airborne, while Tang Qiye stood at a distance with Zhao Wuji. Dai Mubai was occupied aiding Zhu Qing in absorbing the spirit ring of the ghost tiger, leaving only the master, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar nearest to Xiaowu. To everyone's astonishment, it was the master who reacted most swiftly, darting forward to shield Xiaowu. The release of the Rose Sand Pow, a technique marked by explosive sound, propelled into the air, redirecting itself towards the oncoming threat with a resounding blast. With the aid of Tang San's miraculous herb, the Rose Sand Pow had accumulated 3 spirit rings, and the master's spirit power had reached level 35. However, the disparity in strength compared to the 6,000-year-old faceless spider was insurmountable. The formidable attack, laden with a potent odor, merely slowed the spider's advance, as it seemed impervious to the noxious scent, charging straight towards the master and Xiaowu. One of its forelimbs lashed out, sending the Rose Sand Pow flying. Had it not been within the antidote's range, the poison alone would have posed a fatal threat to the master. Simultaneously, 3 other forelimbs lunged forward, their sharp legs aimed directly at the master's chest. The faceless spider's intent was clear. It sought to eliminate both the master and Xiaowu in one deadly strike. Its appendages long enough to accomplish such a feat suddenly, a radiant golden-red fire pillar surged from the side, striking the faceless spider's flank with tremendous force, igniting upon contact and releasing a foul odor. In a moment of desperation, the stout figure could not unleash a more potent soul technique and resorted to firing the Phoenix fire line in a bid to inflict harm upon the adversary. Once, a mere 2,000-year-old faceless spider had nearly claimed Tang San's life, and now they faced a 6,000-year-old entity. Even a 10,000-year-old spirit beast would think twice before provoking such a harbinger of death. The cold, small eyes of the faceless spider showed no sign of emotion in response to the attack. It remained as menacingly aloof as ever, undeterred by the flames scorching its body. Its aim remained steadfast, unyielding as it continued its assault on the master's chest. In a flash, Xiaowu positioned herself before the master, leaning back to push him away, preparing to confront the faceless spider head-on. Having already utilized her instant teleportation, Xiaowu was still within its cooldown period and found herself unable to protect herself in this close-quarters combat. Undeterred by the risk of mental backlash, she unleashed her charm skill against the faceless spider. Fortunately, while her psyche endured some recoil, it remained manageable, causing the faceless spider to momentarily hesitate. Enraged, the faceless spider reared back on its hind legs, with its forelegs poised to strike. As Tang San beheld the 4 protruding spider spears, his heart raced to his throat, engulfed in a crimson hue. Yet, in the next instant, he seemed to exhale in relief, the bloodshot veins in his eyes gradually retreating, and his demeanor relaxed considerably. What a cunning fellow, he nearly missed it. Tang Qiye had unexpectedly positioned himself in front of Xiaowu, surrounded by 2 layers of 5-element light shields shimmering with iridescent brilliance. Crack, 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 crack. The spider spears of the face-devouring demon spider charged forward relentlessly. Yet they appeared to strike against Diamond, as the first layer of the 5-element light shield was breached by 80%, yet it still held firm. With a resounding shatter reminiscent of ordinary glass, the outer layer of Tang Qiye's 5-element light shield was utterly destroyed. But the onslaught of the face-devouring demon spider was completely neutralized. What a foul stench! Tang Qiye frowned, for the face-devouring demon spider exuded a peculiar, offensive odor. Intensified by the scorching flames of Ma Hongjuan's phoenix fire, this scent was simply unbearable. Spitting in disdain, Tang Qiye casually unleashed a ghost dust pearl. At that moment, the face-devouring demon spider was exhausted, its strength depleted, and the ghost dust pearl struck it directly. However, rather than hitting its weak point, it impacted the creature's formidable exoskeleton. Yet, that was sufficient. Ghost dust forbidden image. Tang Qiye extended his hand into the void. And the human-faced demon spider appeared to be ensnared as if under a paralysis spell, struggling to free itself from his grasp, but to no avail. Witnessing the ease with which Tang Qiye subdued the creature, the onlookers breathed a sigh of relief, marveling at the extraordinary prowess of his martial arts. After all, the human-faced demon spider was exceedingly ferocious, and Zhao Wujie was still a considerable distance from Xiao Wu. Had it not been for Tang Qiye's remarkable speed, Xiao Wu would have been in dire peril. Chapter 124, The 2,000-year-old overweight turtle that fell. Zhao Wujie's figure materialized not far from the others, shaking his head in resignation. Indeed, he was not close to Xiao Wu, and given his speed, it would be too late to offer assistance by the time she found herself in danger. However, Tang Qiye's swiftness astonished him. He was aware that Tang Qiye's lunar pursuit could rival teleportation, but the almost non-existent cooldown was simply extraordinary. Furthermore, it seemed that only Tang Qiye could wield lunar pursuit with such finesse, even disregarding the cooldown altogether. The other members of Shrek Academy were unable to employ it with the same ease. It was not due to Tang Qiye's withholding of knowledge, but rather that while executing lunar pursuit appeared simple, the manipulation of soul power involved was indeed intricate. In other words, while it was easy to learn, attaining mastery was a different matter entirely. This was also the reason why Xiao Wu did not immediately think to use lunar pursuit to escape. Nor did the others consider it as a means to render aid. After all, their proficiency in martial arts was not as natural as their soul techniques, limiting their ability to employ it effectively. Tang Qiye naturally noticed this and decided that there would be an opportunity for everyone to practice moon pursuit and other Xia Lan techniques thoroughly. After all, if utilized effectively, Xia Lan techniques could rival soul skills. However, apart from Tang Qiye, Shrek had treated Xia Lan techniques as trump cards, rarely employing them, which had inevitably led to a degree of rustiness. In fact, upon his return, Tang Qiye had prepared several Xia Lan techniques for each individual, but at this moment, it appeared that one could not bite off more than one could chew. Thus, Tang Qiye planned to provide each person with a few jade slips inscribed with Xia Lan techniques, allowing them to study at their discretion. However, he felt it prudent to specifically mention moon pursuit to everyone, as it was a particularly useful technique for both self-preservation and defense. As Flanders successfully landed, Tang San rushed towards Xiao Wu like a gust of wind, enveloping her in his embrace. The onlookers were not surprised. Although Tang San and Xiao Wu still presented themselves as siblings, everyone understood that the thin veil between them would not hold for long. We can embrace again later. This human-faced demon spider may be susceptible to your 8 spider lances. Try using them to devour it, Tang Qiye interjected after waiting for a while. Noticing that Tang San was reluctant to release his hold. Ahem. Tang San finally realized the situation and affectionately ruffled Xiao Wu's hair before turning his gaze towards Tang Qiye. Thank you, 7th brother, Xiao Wu said, her cheeks flushed. For what? Am I not your brother as well? Tang Qiye remarked with a hint of implication. Is Tang San your brother? But I am not. You should do what you must, Tang San replied with a smile. TCH, hurry up. Controlling this creature is quite exhausting, Tang Qiye said as he kicked the humanoid spider over, making it easier for Tang San to absorb. Tang San thrust the 8 spider lances into the eye of the human-faced demon spider's abdomen. Instantly, a surge of energy coursed through the 8 spider lances into his body, while the lances themselves began to undergo a subtle transformation. After Tang Qiye sensed the complete demise of the life force of the faceless demon spider, he relinquished his control over it and directed his gaze towards a hard shell outside the poison formation. A quarter of an hour later, Tang San had fully absorbed the energy within the faceless demon spider, resulting in some alterations to his 8 spider lances. However, these changes were minimal, likely due to the insufficient time for complete assimilation. once he had absorbed the energy of the faceless demon spider. Tang Qiye chose to absorb the soul ring of the over 10,000-year-old burrowing demon spider. This particular burrowing demon spider was not merely at the onset of its 10,000-year mark. Judging by its size, it was likely not far from reaching 2,000 years. Nevertheless, this time, he refrained from hastily slaying the burrowing demon spider and instead awaited Tang Qiye. Tang Qiye comprehended his intention. Both of them had undergone the baptism of the ice and fire duality, making the absorption of soul rings within its confines significantly easier. Dean Flander, Teacher Zhao. I kindly request your assistance in capturing that overweight turtle. Tang Qiye had already identified his target, an old tortoise lying motionless outside, yet exuding an air of regality. Overweight turtle? What a peculiar name. Flander raised an eyebrow at the mention of the creature. Let us wait a moment, once Erlong returns. The three of you can apprehend this overweight turtle together. The master interjected at that moment. No need. Can't the two of us capture a 20,000-year soul beast? Flander shook his head in response. Humph. Do you know why this overweight turtle is so named? It is due to its weight. In its normal state, it weighs 3 times that of an ordinary tortoise-type soul beast. Moreover, when it activates its innate skill, its weight multiplies tenfold or more. Additionally, the shell of this overweight turtle boasts defensive capabilities comparable to that of a scaled beast. Do you still believe that the two of you can capture it? The master scoffed, asserting the rarity of such a soul beast, which was particularly suited for Tang Qiye. Ah, then let us wait, Flander conceded, momentarily rendered speechless by the master's assertions. While he and Zhao Wujie might have the potential to capture this overweight turtle together, the risk of unforeseen complications lingered. Thus, waiting seemed prudent. An hour later, Lu Erlong returned with Ning Rongrong, whose expression indicated a successful absorption. All right, Erlong. Please assist Flander and Zhao Wujie in helping Qiye capture that overweight turtle, the master commanded upon their arrival. Understood, Lu Erlong replied, ever obedient to the master. Now, Flander, I can temporarily interrupt the soul power flow of the overweight turtle. Thereafter, I shall entrust the task to you. Tang Qiye refrained from lingering with Ning Rongrong. Aware that time was of the essence, as Tang San's crypt spider was on the brink of death, its eyes radiating intense hatred towards the group. One could only wonder if a soul bone would emerge from it. Despite its formidable weight, the 3 soul saints effortlessly captured the overweight turtle and transported it into the poison array. Thanks to Tang Qiye's brief interruption of its innate skill with the ghost dust forbidden form. Why do I say brief interruption? Because I have realized that while my control over the ghost dust forbidden form is potent, it is not limitless against this 10,000-year overweight turtle. My ability can only be sustained for 2 or 3 seconds at most. Humph, the shell is indeed hard. Just moments ago, the 3 soul saints had exerted considerable effort to bring the overweight turtle to the brink of death. Qiye, can you carry it? Flander intended to inquire whether Tang Qiye could bear the creature, but upon seeing him already lifting it with apparent ease, he chose silence. This old turtle is nearly dead. Its weight is merely somewhat greater than that of an average soul beast, Tang Qiye remarked with a grin, clearly noting the old turtle's considerable heft. Exercise caution, the master advised, offering a final word of caution. Tang Qiye and Tang San nodded in agreement. Setting off towards the ice and fire yin-yang under the concerned gazes of Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. Given that Tang Qiye was absorbing the soul power from the soul rings, coupled with their extraordinary constitutions, the group harbored no excessive worries. Chapter 125, the matter of the team uniform. 3 hours later, accompanied by 2 long howls, the Shrek 8 monsters reconvened. They had all ascended to the rank of Soul Sect. Although Xiao Wu remained at level 39, she would undoubtedly achieve Soul Sect status in no time. Following the enhancement of their 4th soul skill, the strength of the Shrek 7 monsters experienced another significant leap. The Evil Eye White Tiger, Daimubai, was a level 44 assault system soul sect. His soul rings consisted of 2 yellow and 2 purple. His 4 soul skills included White Tiger Shield, White Tiger Radiant Wave, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, and White Tiger Meteor Shower. Oscar, the sausage specialist, was a level 41 food system tool soul sect. His soul rings also comprised 2 yellow and 2 purple. His 4 soul skills were Recovery Sausage, Detoxifying Small Sausage, Rapid Flight Mushroom Sausage, and Excitement Pink Sausage. The Thousand-Handed Azura, Tang San, was a level 42 control system soul sect. His soul rings were 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. His 4 soul skills included Binding, Parasitism, Spider Web Binding, and Blue Silver Prison. The Evil Fire Phoenix, Ma Hongjun, was a level 41 assault system soul sect. His soul rings were 2 yellow and 2 purple. His 4 soul skills were Phoenix Fire Line, Bathing Fire Phoenix, Phoenix Wing Sky Soar, and Phoenix Cry Sky Strike. The Gentle Bone Charm Rabbit, Xiaowu, was a level 39 Assault System Soul Sect. Her soul rings included 2 yellow and 1 purple. Her 3 soul skills were Waist Bow, Charm, and Teleportation. The 7 Treasures Glaze Tile, Ningrongrong, was a level 41 Support System Tool Soul Sect. Her soul rings consisted of 2 yellow and 2 purple. Her 4 soul skills included Power Amplification, Agility Amplification, Soul Power Amplification, and Defense Amplification. The Nether Spirit Cat, Zhu Zhiqing, was a level 41 Agility Attack System Soul Sect. Her soul rings were 2 yellow and 2 purple. Her 4 soul skills were Nether Strike, Nether 100 Claws, Nether Slash, and Nether Shadow Clone. And then there was Tang Qiye, a level 42 all-round System Soul Sect. His soul rings comprised 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. His 4 soul skills were Staff Radiance, Armor Breaking, Charming Shadow, and Myriad Forces. With the exception of Xiaowu, all 7 others had surpassed the threshold of level 40. Daimu Bai, at the astonishing age of 17, had reached level 44, while Tang San and Tang Qiye, both under 15, had swiftly ascended to level 42 due to absorbing soul rings nearly 20,000 years old. The journey back was uneventful. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, the master assigned tasks to everyone to familiarize themselves with their new soul skills and enhance coordination among the 8 monsters. Following Tang Qiye's suggestion, they added another task to hone their control over the moon shadow. While they were not expected to reach the proficiency of Tang Qiye, they should aim to familiarize themselves with the moon shadow to the extent that it became as second nature as their soul skills, ideally shortening the cooldown to under 1 second. As the moon shadow was a technique rather than a soul skill, its cooldown could indeed be reduced with sufficient mastery. Soul skills, on the other hand, were bestowed by soul rings and influenced by various factors, thus having a limit to their cooldown reduction. In the ensuing days, the Shrek team began intensive training. To prevent any injuries during the elite competition that might lead to a shortage of personnel, the master recruited 4 soul masters as substitutes. These substitutes were originally formal team members from the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy, preparing for the elite competition. They included level 38 Assault System Soul Master Talon, with the martial soul of the Mighty Gorilla, level 35 Assault System Soul Master Huang Yuan, male, with the martial soul of the Lone Wolf, and soul rings of 2 yellow and 1 purple, level 35 Agility System Soul Master Jingling, male, with the martial soul of a skeleton, and soul rings of 2 yellow and 1 purple, and level 35 Healing System Tool Soul Master Jiangzhu, female, with the martial soul of a healing staff, and soul rings of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Neither Talon nor the other 3 had any objections to serving as substitutes for the Shrek 8 monsters. After all, who among them could doubt their abilities after witnessing Tang San's triumph over the level 58 Power-type Soul King, Tainua? Despite the youngest among them, Jiangzhu, already being 19 years old. Everyone, please sit down, the master gestured for all to take their seats. Perhaps due to the resolution of his inner turmoil, his complexion appeared more vibrant than usual. It was uncertain whether this was merely superficial or something more profound. Nevertheless, it was not appropriate to dwell on the master's affairs. Following this, the master elaborated on the series of rules for the elite competition. He then raised 4 fingers at Tang San. In the preliminaries, only 4 of you may participate, with Qiye and Rongrong excluded, he stated meaningfully. Master, it is unnecessary. We are strong enough and should not be overly cautious. Daimu Bai understood the master's intention to conceal their true strength. However, he felt that their prowess was sufficient as is. With Tang San and Tang Qiye among them, they could easily handle 2 against 5 or 6, and even 2 against 7 if their opponents were weaker. Why then hide their capabilities? To be prudent. The master did not dismiss Daimu Bai's words, acknowledging that he indeed had confidence in the strength of the Shrek group, especially with his 2 disciples present. Seizing first place seemed far from impossible. Very well, for the preliminaries, Rongrong and Ma Hongjun will not participate. Let the others showcase their abilities while trying to conceal their strength. Discuss amongst yourselves, the master concluded, realizing that with Shrek's capabilities, there was no need for excessive caution. As the master prepared to leave, he was interrupted by Tang Qiye. Teacher, what about our team uniforms? Tang Qiye recalled the original work's dark green uniforms and various advertising labels. Team uniforms? I am uncertain. Flinder is in charge of that, the master replied. Upon hearing this, Tang Qiye sensed trouble. He then addressed everyone, stating that if they wished to avoid donning the unsightly fecal green team uniforms, which would be plastered with advertisements, they should accompany him to seek Dean Flander. Qiye, It seems Dai Mubai has had an epiphany. Fecal green? A few girls frowned, their expressions instantly morphing into that of bitter melons. Advertisements? Ma Hongjun pondered for a moment, recalling that his teacher was indeed capable of such antics. Ahem. For the honor and image of Shrek, I propose that we design our own uniforms. Tang Qiye coughed a couple of times, to avoid wearing those ghastly fecal green outfits. He felt he must apologize to Flander. Indeed, we shall design our own uniforms. Oscar rose to his feet with determination, though he quickly deflated. Little San, Boss Dai. The three of us should approach Dean Flander. Oh, and we may have to pay a small price. Dean Flander has a penchant for money. And we can offer a portion of our competition prize to the Academy. Do you all agree? Tang Qiye looked around at everyone. Agreed. Agreed. We still have plenty of earnings from the Soul Arena. The girls naturally consented. Xiao had no concept of money, Ning Rongrong needed no further persuasion, and Zhu Shuqing, coming from a distinguished background, was indifferent to finances. As for Dayu, she too did not seem to lack a few gold soul coins. With no objections from the girls, Oscar and the others were in accord as well. Let us go. Tang Qiye took hold of Dai Mubai and Tang San, knowing that opposing Flander alone would be quite precarious. Chapter 126. The beginning approaches. Flander was occupied in his office with some papers when he noticed the arrival of Tang Qiye and the others. He hastily covered a sheet of paper in his hands. Ah, what brings the three of you here at this time? Tang Qiye's gaze fell upon the paper in the hands of Flander's subordinate, and a thought struck him. Goodness gracious. Tang Qiye's lips twitched slightly. Truly, Flander has outdone himself, creating a design even more grotesque than the description provided by the third young master. Tang Qiye felt clever for his arrival. Dean Flander. We are here regarding the team uniforms. We wish to design them ourselves. At that moment, Dai Mubai was compelled to act. Yet he remained oblivious to the design sketch of the uniforms on Flander's desk. Had he seen it, he would have risked everything to urge Flander to alter the uniforms. Design our own uniforms? Absolutely not. Flander immediately refused. Dean Flander, let us negotiate. We wish to make decisions regarding the uniforms ourselves, while you can oversee everything else. Moreover, we are willing to allocate 30% of the total earnings from this elite competition to the Academy. Tang Qiye's mind raced. He could not allow Flander to dictate the uniforms, or it would be a disgrace. While conversing with Flander, Tang Qiye utilized his probing technique to transmit the design of the uniforms from Flander's desk into the minds of Tang San and Dai Mubai. Dean Flander. We can offer 30% of the total rewards, and this applies to the entire team, not just the three of us. As soon as Tang San grasped the uniform's design, he hastily spoke up, but before he could finish, Flander interrupted. No, I have already designed your uniforms. Alterations are not permitted. 40%. Dai Mubai did not elaborate further, merely increasing the percentage of the prize. That is still unacceptable. How much prize money do you even expect to earn? Flander remained steadfast. Ahem, 45%. Tang Qiye added half a percentage for him. The prize money was of little consequence. Not acceptable. Flander continued to stand firm. Dean, we simply wish to design our own uniforms. Is it too much to ask for the right to design our own attire? We fight for the honor of Shrek. We only wish to create our own uniforms. Tang Qiye refrained from raising the offer again, and both Dai Mubai and Tang San fell silent, fully aware of Tang Qiye's persuasive prowess, capable of turning black into white, and always possessing a compelling rationale. Tang Qiye spoke, stating that their only requirement was to provide silent support. Upon hearing this, Flander's face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, this group of children fought for Shrek, while he had contemplated exploiting them. Director, with our strength, securing first place in the elite competition should pose no challenge. Just imagine the glory it would bring to Shrek. Would we truly be in need of such trivial amounts of money? Tang Qiye quickly added, seizing the moment. You rascal. Do you know something? Flanders chuckled helplessly. Among the peculiar little monsters of Shrek, none dared to bargain with him except for Tang Qiye. Hee, esteemed director, 50%. What do you think? Tang Qiye extended his hand, waving it playfully. Fine, but if you fail to secure first place. Flanders narrowed his eyes slightly. Fail to secure first? Director, what do you take us for? Monsters. Do you truly believe we cannot achieve first place? Dai Mubai interjected, sensing that the matter was settled. Humph. I will give you half a day to provide me with the design team uniforms, which I will customize for you. All expenses will be covered by you. But do not delay the training for the next 2 days. The elite competition begins in 3 days. Flanders waved his hand dismissively, urging the trio to leave. As they exited Flanders' office, the three exchanged relieved smiles. Were those uniforms meant for human wear? The thought sent shivers down Tang San and Dai Mubai's spines. Had it not been for Tang Qiye, they would have been forced to don those abominable outfits for the competition. The trio soon regrouped with the others, including the 4 substitutes. As they discussed the matter of the uniforms, Dai Mubai, usually composed, launched into a series of humorous critiques. Oh, the design of that uniform was horrendously ugly, akin to excrement. Dailada, let's prioritize designing the uniforms. We only have this morning, Tang San urged, fearing the time would slip away. Yes, indeed. We must hasten the design, for this opportunity was bought at the cost of 50% of our prize money. The uniforms must project the handsomeness of the men and the beauty of the women, fully embodying the might of our Shrek team. The group engaged in lively discussions, exchanging ideas and gleaning inspiration from various team uniforms on the market. 2 hours later, they successfully crafted a flawless design. The uniform, primarily black, was skillfully accented with various colors unique to each individual. For instance, Ma Hongjiwen's uniform featured black as its base, interwoven with fiery red runes that delivered an explosive visual impact. As for Tang Qiye, his ensemble was predominantly black, accented by white runes. Although suggestions had been made for 5 colors, he opted for a monochrome scheme, elegant yet understated. The female members' uniforms were designed with a battle skirt concept, mirroring the boys' attire while ensuring a cohesive team appearance. Despite highlighting their figures, the outfits provided ample protection and retained an air of beauty. With the uniform design completed, Tang Qiye felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He had been quite concerned about the potential embarrassment. In the ensuing 2 days, the team immersed themselves in honing their new skills and practicing teamwork through various combat scenarios under the master's guidance. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, Shrek's members concluded their 2.5-day training. However, instead of cheers, they collapsed onto the ground. Oh my goodness, it's finally over. Fatty lay sprawled on the training field, his ample belly rising and falling, his clothes drenched in sweat, a testament to the ordeal he had endured. All right, rest well tonight and prepare for your performance. The master managed a strained smile before departing. After he left, the exhausted group lay on the ground for a while before finally rising. Even Tang Qiye was feeling the fatigue. Yet, he recovered the quickest. Tang Qiye, there's someone outside looking for you, claiming to be your friend. A female classmate approached the training field, her head bowed in shyness. Do you know their name? Tang Qiye inquired. But seeing her blushing face and inability to meet his gaze, he shook his head in resignation. Being too handsome could be a burden. Forget it. I'll go take a look. Thank you, Tang Qiye said, noting her bashfulness and choosing not to press further. I'll come too. Ning Rongrong, now mostly recovered, joined him. Having replenished 1/3 of her soul power thanks to Tang Qiye's energy, she felt invigorated. All right, Tang Qiye smiled, taking Ning Rongrong's hand as they made their way to the entrance. He had barely ventured outside since his arrival and had yet to socialize with anyone. So how could he possibly have a friend? Nevertheless, he decided it was worth investigating. Someone is quite shy, Ning Rongrong teased, giving Tang Qiye a playful wink. Shy? Tang Qiye was momentarily taken aback before realizing she was jesting. What can I say? It's hard to help being handsome. So you flirt around? Ning Rongrong shot him a mock glare. Rongrong, you're not truly angry, are you? Tang Qiye, feeling a bit guilty, wrapped his arm around her waist, attempting to charm her. Too lazy to argue with you, Ning Rongrong replied. Not genuinely upset, but merely wanting to keep Tang Qiye in check to prevent him from finding another companion. Oh, Tang Qiye tapped his forehead, realizing he might have caused trouble. What's wrong? Ning Rongrong noticed his unease and asked. Tang Qiye glanced at Ning Rongrong, then cautiously suggested it might be Binger. Tang Qiye anxiously observed Ning Rongrong's expression, fearing that this young lady might become angry. At this juncture, if Ning Rongrong truly lost her temper, it would spell trouble. However, upon noticing Tang Qiye's tense demeanor, Ning Rongrong stifled a giggle, covering her mouth with her hand. Come on, I'm no longer upset. And I won't create any discord with Sister Binger, she reassured him. With that, Ning Rongrong took the initiative to grasp Tang Qiye's hand and led him towards the entrance, urging him not to keep Sister Binger waiting. Tang Qiye gazed at Ning Rongrong with a heart full of emotion, his feelings of guilt intensifying alongside his affection for her. Ning Rongrong was an astute young woman. Having laid their cards on the table and unwilling to part ways with him, she chose to accept the situation. She understood that Tang Qiye held genuine feelings for her, and that was sufficient. Moreover, hailing from a prominent family herself, she found herself less averse to the notion of polygamy than she had initially imagined. As expected, at the entrance of Shrek Academy, a graceful figure stood quietly. Without the presence of that mischievous child, she would undoubtedly have been a picturesque sight. Even with the child around, she still added to the beauty of the scene. However, from the glances of regretful onlookers among the Shrek students, it seemed that a certain young rascal had been mistaken for his son. Xue Bing'er, clad in a blue team uniform, exuded an air of elegance and composure, which vanished the moment she spotted Tang Qiye, replaced by an overwhelming tenderness. Yet, as Xue Bing'er prepared to approach, she saw Ning Rongrong holding Tang Qiye's hand and instantly felt a wave of nervousness and uncertainty. "Master!" exclaimed Xiao Tian, who had not considered much and dashed over upon seeing Tang Qiye. Tang Qiye was quite pleased to see Xiao Tian. After all, Wang Song was currently residing at Shrek, and a reunion with his grandfather would undoubtedly bring joy. "Hello, Sister Bing'er," Ning Rongrong said, releasing Tang Qiye's hand and rushing toward Xue Bing'er with the warmth of a long-lost sister. This surprised and delighted Tang Qiye, as the dynamics among the three could become quite complicated if the relationship between Xue Bing'er and Ning Rongrong were mishandled. Xue Bing'er clearly did not anticipate Ning Rongrong's reaction. In her mind, a slight smile from Ning Rongrong would have sufficed. "Rongrong, I am truly happy and a bit exhilarated," Xue Bing'er admitted. Ning Rongrong's demeanor indicated a shift in intentions. Her initial plan of being a clandestine lover could now be relinquished. Who would prefer to remain in the shadows when they could openly be together? "Sister Bing'er, let us head into the academy," Ning Rongrong urged, taking Xue Bing'er by the hand and leading her inside, offering no opportunity for Tang Qiye to interject. "Rongrong, you two chat first. I will take Xiao Tian to see old Wang," Tang Qiye offered. Well aware that Ning Rongrong was privy to Xiao Tian's affairs and that he would need to recount his journey upon returning to Shrek. Go on, go on." Ning Rongrong waved her hand dismissively. Tang Qiye cast a reassuring glance at Xue Bing'er before leading Xiao Tian towards the residence of Wang Lao. "Master, is my grandfather truly here?" Xiao Tian inquired incredulously, his large eyes blinking in disbelief. He had always thought that he would have to defeat Tang Qiye before he could meet his grandfather, unaware that this was merely a limitation imposed by Wang Lao. When Wang Lao departed, he did so with a fatalistic attitude. However, it seemed that he had since come to terms with his situation, postponing his quest for vengeance and retreating to seclusion in Tiando City. Knock, knock. As the door was rapped upon, Xiao Tian's expression turned tense. He longed to see his grandfather. After all, he had been separated from his only remaining family member for a year. A sentiment reminiscent of Tang San's return home from Nodding Academy. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing an elderly figure before Tang Qiye, none other than Wang Lao, accompanied by a middle-aged man in his 50s with a goatee. "7 Knights has met the two esteemed elders," Tang Qiye said, offering a slight bow. Though the two titled Douluos were not concerned with formalities, it was still appropriate to show respect. Indeed, the man behind Wang Lao is Douluo, the poisoned Douluo, an honorary elder of Shrek, and naturally acquainted with Wang Song. "Grandfather." Upon seeing his grandfather, Xiao Tian rushed forward and leaped into Wang Song's embrace. Good, good. Have you been training well with your master?" Wang Song exclaimed, visibly delighted to see Xiao Tian. "Yes, I trained with Sister Bing Di for a year," Xiao Tian blurted out, unabashedly revealing his time spent with the Ice Emperor. However, it was clear that the Ice Emperor had her own designs, and he refrained from divulging anything further. Wang Song chose not to pry into the matters concerning the Ice Emperor, recognizing that this was a matter for Tang Qiye. With Xiao Tian safely returned and his second martial spirit no longer a concern, that was more than sufficient. "Grandfather, my first spirit ring is..." Xiao Tian eagerly began to boast, but upon noticing the presence of the poisoned Douluo, he promptly fell silent. "You little rascal, if you keep boasting recklessly, you'll regret it." Tang Qiye chided with a smile. "Master, I understand my mistake," Xiao Tian admitted, scratching his head. "Senior Douluo is not a stranger. You may speak freely. However, regardless of the circumstances, this matter must not be mentioned again, understood?" Tang Qiye instructed. "Yes, master," Xiao Tian replied obediently. "Esteemed elders, I have matters to attend to and shall not intrude further," Tang Qiye said, glancing at the sky, which was already tinged with the hues of evening. He felt a twinge of concern for Ning Rongrong and Xue Bing'er and thus took his leave. "Go ahead, you haven't had much time to spend with Xiao Tian lately. Let him accompany me for now," Wang Song nodded amiably. "Farewell, esteemed elder," Tang Qiye said as he turned to depart, his figure vanishing as he hurriedly made his way to find Ning Rongrong. Chapter 128. The Opening. You have arrived. At that moment, Xue Bing'er and Ning Rongrong were engaged in animated conversation, resembling true sisters, which brought Tang Qiye immense relief. "Ah, it seems you're having quite the lively chat," Tang Qiye remarked, feeling a surge of pride as he approached and settled between the two, embracing them with a grin. "You've taken advantage of the situation." Ning Rongrong shot Tang Qiye a playful glare, yet nestled comfortably against him. Shui Bingo appeared somewhat reserved, but seeing Ning Rongrong's acceptance allowed her to relax. Gradually leaning against Tang Qiye's chest, the three shared a comfortable silence until the sun dipped below the horizon, signaling the arrival of night. "It's dark now," Ning Rongrong finally said, rising from Tang Qiye's embrace. "Come, let me treat you to dinner," Tang Qiye suggested, sensing the change in atmosphere but wishing to preserve the pleasant ambience. "No, I'm exhausted from today's training. You and Sister Bingo go ahead." "It's been ages since you last saw each other," Ning Rongrong replied, stretching and yawning. "I'll bring something back for you then," Tang Qiye offered, aware that Ning Rongrong was giving him and Shui Binger some time alone. "No need. I can just eat at the cafeteria. Just don't delay for tomorrow's competition," Ning Rongrong said, casting a mischievous glance at Shui Binger. "Rongrong, you've made me blush," Shui Bingo exclaimed, feeling flustered. All right, I'm off." Ning Rongrong winked at the two, though a hint of reluctance lingered in her eyes as she hurried away. "Now, what would you like to eat tonight?" Tang Qiye smiled warmly, taking Shui Bingo by the hand as they walked toward the school gates. "I don't know. Anything is fine. What's delicious?" With only Tang Qiye and herself present, she felt more at ease. "Would you care for something to eat?" Tang Qiye whispered playfully in her ear. "Absolutely not, you rogue." Shui Bingo's cheeks flushed, and she shot him a disapproving look. "Don't you want me to be with you?" he teased. "Not at all," she retorted. "I do want to be with you," he countered. "That won't do. At the very least, you must return tonight." Tang Qiye accompanied Shui Binger in a leisurely stroll through the city of Tiando, purchasing a small gift. Nothing noteworthy transpired. And after escorting Shui Binger back to the residence of the Heavenly Water Battle team, he returned to the academy. However, one individual was not inclined to return to his room for a solitary slumber. Instead, he stealthily made his way to another's chamber, seizing the opportunity when least expected. The following morning, Tang Qiye awoke languidly, relishing a comfort he had not experienced in some time. "Lazy cat, are you not getting out of bed?" he murmured, observing the slumbering Ning Rongrong nestled in his embrace. I shan't," Ning Rongrong replied with a soft grunt, nuzzling closer and remaining obstinately in bed. "Is that so? Then I shall." Eventually, after a half-hour of playful procrastination, the two finished their morning routines. As Ning Rongrong exited, she cast a reproachful glance at Tang Qiye, recalling how he had surreptitiously intruded into her bed the previous night. Though nothing untoward had occurred, the mere act stirred her thoughts. In the early hours, before the sun had risen in the east, the transformed Tiando Great Soul Arena was already teeming with a substantial audience. Their early arrival was not to secure prime seating, for each ticket was assigned a specific seat. Rather, they yearned to witness the competing young soul masters up close on the inaugural day of the opening ceremony. At that moment, the vicinity around the Tiando Great Soul Arena resembled a ghost town, with nearly a third of Tiando City devoid of activity. For several days prior, every hotel in the city had reached full capacity, resulting in a staggering 50% increase in the local population. This vividly illustrated the immense allure of the prestigious elite tournament for advanced Soul Master academies across the continent. In preparation for the event, Tiando City had mobilized a formidable force of 5,000 city defense troops to maintain order, successfully averting potential chaos. "Wow, there are so many people," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. As she gazed around, taking in the bustling crowd, she realized this was her first experience of such a vibrant and populous scene. Tang Qiye assumed the role of a protector, standing by Ning Rongrong's side. Unlike the original narrative, the members of Shrek did not scurry about like timid mice, but rather strode confidently towards the Grand Soul Arena of Tiando. Each member donned a unique uniform predominantly in black, their styles unmistakably indicative of a cohesive team. In contrast to the vividly bright colors of certain academies, Shrek's attire exuded a more understated elegance, which lent them an air of sophistication to subtly mask their youth. The group collectively wore half-masks that concealed the upper half of their faces. Today marked merely the opening ceremony, the inaugural day of the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. Aside from the ceremony, there would be only one match. The vice-captain of the Tiando Royal Academy's second team would draw a rival for the first round of a round-robin battle, which bore a semblance of a performance-oriented team combat. This elite competition was not without its rewards, as each victory in the preliminaries would earn a team 500 gold soul coins, with an additional 3,000 for advancing to the next round. Should they reach the finals, participants would receive the title of Baron from the Tiando Empire, along with 1,000 gold soul coins for each member. Whether a main or substitute player, the prize for the ultimate final would be even more substantial. However, the Shrek members had already allocated half of these potential earnings towards their uniforms. Yet, such matters seemed trivial. Witnessing the multitude participating in the elite competition left them grateful for their decision. The thought of donning those garish green uniforms was utterly mortifying. At this moment, Shrek Academy found themselves in a designated resting area within the main arena, specifically set aside for participating academies. They were neither the first to arrive nor the last. The expansive lounge boasted over 1,000 seats, divided into sections to accommodate various Soul Master academies for rest and waiting, although the throngs of spectators outside had diminished. The arrival of competitors from the advanced academies once again placed Shrek in the spotlight. Despite their efforts to find a secluded corner, they could not escape the attention of many. However, the demeanor of Soul Masters generally surpassed that of the common folk, while disdainful glances and scornful expressions were not absent. The murmurs were relatively subdued. Maintain your spirits. Yes, keep this up. Remember your promise to me. If you fail to secure the championship in the elite competition, none of you shall graduate. After registering the members of Shrek's team, Flander approached them. You think you can claim first place? What a joke, a shrill voice interrupted. Echoing through the air, Tang Qiye glanced over, the corners of his mouth twitching. These individuals were truly bothersome. Chapter 129, The Battle is about to commence. Songhui Academy. Indeed, it was Songhui Academy that had the audacity to mock, their moon-white team uniforms and emblems familiar to all. Everyone was aware that Yu Jiqiu from Songhui Academy had nearly killed Tang Qiye, so their demeanor was understandably hostile. What a pack of little lapdogs without an owner. Someone should take them away. Tang San's expression remained calm beneath his mask, merely tinged with a hint of impatience. Not even bothering to glance at the members of Songhui Academy. Who are you calling a dog? The students from Songhui Academy, lacking in decorum, instantly surrounded them, exuding an intimidating presence that suggested they possessed some strength. Daimyo Bai seamlessly joined in, declaring, "Those who bark here are indeed dogs, a pack of wild dogs left unattended. Little San, although we cannot engage in combat here, self-defense is always permissible, is it not? I wouldn't mind sending these little lapdogs back home." The anger of Songhui Academy surged, but just then, a strong and commanding voice rang out. "What are you doing?" Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of the Songhui Academy students instantly turned obsequious, hastily parting to the sides. From behind them emerged an elderly man, around 60 years old, clad in a similar moon-white Soul Master attire, though adorned with golden embroidery. Flander, who had been observing quietly from the sidelines, felt a flicker in his gaze upon seeing this man. Ma Hongjun whistled. "Oh, the master of the little lapdogs has arrived. Quickly take your little dogs away. We won't want them to relieve themselves and soil the area." To the surprise of the Shrek Academy crowd, the old man merely cast a faint glance at Ma Hongjun without reacting, instead sternly commanding, "Leave." After uttering this, he turned and headed in another direction towards the resting area, leaving the students from Songhui Academy exchanging glances, none daring to speak further as they obediently followed. The chubby boy chuckled heartily. Indeed, once the master arrives, they behave so well. "Enough, fatty." Flander shot a glare at Ma Hongjun, who finally closed his mouth, though a spark of defiance remained in his eyes. Flander furrowed his brow, remarking, "I never expected that old fellow to join Songhui Academy. It seems the quality of participants from this year's Songhui Academy is rather impressive. Could it be that their earlier agitation was merely an act?" "Teacher, do you know him?" Ma Hongjun inquired, leaning in closer. "Yes," Flander nodded, reflecting for a moment before addressing the Shrek members. "Be cautious of Songhui Academy. That old man is not to be underestimated." He then proceeded to introduce the martial spirits of that year. Tang Qiye was well aware of the individual known as Xinian, a soul sage who had met his demise at the hands of Tang San. "Qiye, it has been quite some time." At that moment, a voice resonated from behind the crowd. The presence of Huixiong remained as captivating as ever. Tang Qiye could easily identify the person behind him by their voice. Upon turning around, he found none other than Huo Wushuang, accompanied by Huo Wu. "Are they the so-called monsters you referred to?" Huo Wu inquired, casting a challenging glance at the other members of Shrek. Tang Qiye once proclaimed that even if he did not participate in the match, the Blaze team could never defeat the monsters of Shrek. Indeed, should I refrain from entering the fray, it would be as effortless for him to vanquish you as slicing through ripe melons. Tang Qiye retorted without hesitation, asserting that one must never diminish their momentum in confronting Huo Wu. Huo Wu Shuang, sensing the tension, quickly pulled Huo Wu away, uttering a resigned, "All right." Tang Qiye nodded, dismissing the matter, for conversing with Huo Wu was far too cumbersome. "You are inviting animosity upon yourself," Tang San remarked, observing Huo Wu's temperament. Realizing that facing her team would pose significant challenges, they were indeed Huo Wu Shuang and Huo Wu, yet there was no need for restraint. They should strike fiercely until their spirits were quelled. Tang Qiye nodded, disregarding Tang San's comments. Seventh Master, that beauty, Ma Hanjun, is once again falling into old habits. "You all share the fire attribute, my friend. I have my eyes on you." Tang Qiye patted Ma Hanjun's shoulder. Ma Hanjun gazed longingly at Huo Wu's departing figure, barely containing his drool. "Tang Qiye," someone called out. He turned to see members of the Tianshui team had also arrived. However, the distance between their two teams remained considerable, so Tang Qiye merely waved and did not approach. As time passed, the high platform designated for the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, alongside the position of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect's leader and the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, was soon occupied. The Master of Ceremonies on the VIP side announced, "Now, let us invite His Majesty, the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, to declare the commencement of this grand competition." As anticipated by Tang Qiye, the Emperor, adorned in a resplendent golden robe and seated at the center of the first row of the VIP section, rose amidst a thunderous applause. He raised his right hand, gesturing towards the audience and the participating soul masters below, and the clapping gradually subsided, leaving the vast square in profound silence. In a deep and resonant voice amplified by the sound-enhancing soul device, he declared, "I, Emperor Shui of the Tiando Empire, representing both the Tiando Empire and the organizers of this competition, hereby announce the opening of the elite competition of advanced soul masters from the continent." Following Emperor Shui's address, Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, was invited as a special guest to speak. In accordance with the original text, the host posed a question. "Ning Sect Master, as the mightiest auxiliary soul master, I represent the audience in asking which of the 28 teams participating in the Tiando City regional qualifiers do you favor? Among these 28 teams, I only have my eyes set on one. I firmly believe this team possesses the strength to claim the ultimate championship." Ning Fengji replied, maintaining a serene smile. "Oh, which team has captured the esteemed favor of Sect Master Ning?" the host inquired once more. Ning Fengji responded with a mysterious smile. "I must kindly ask to keep this under wraps until the conclusion of the event, at which point all shall be revealed." With that, he returned to his seat, leaving no room for further questions from the host. Alas, it is regrettable that we could not ascertain the team favored by Sect Master Ning. Now, let us invite Lord Salus, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, to conduct the draw for the first round of the preliminary matches. Once the draw was completed, the Tiando Royal Academy's vice team would face their drawn opponent in what would be the only match of the day. The Platinum Bishop Salus rose slowly, following the court maidens to the host's side to commence the draw. He appeared reluctant to speak, handing each pair of opponents to the host to announce. First round of the preliminary matches, Songhui Academy versus Xixing Academy. First round of the preliminary matches, Oakland Academy versus